Chapter 1. The Great Emperor. Welcome to the burial system that grants invincibility. Urgent notification. Your fiancé Leslie has cursed you. The curse is now effective, and your lifespan has entered a countdown of 20 hours. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the falling sky coffin. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the immortal map. The map records the locations of powerful beings remains within a 10,000-mile radius. Please follow the guidance to search for burials. Ding. Your enhancement multiplier has been updated to tenfold base. A thunderclap rang out. Before Xander's eyes lay a cold, ancient coffin, mysterious and unfathomable. Alongside it was an immortal scroll that had also landed in his hands. These were the falling sky coffin and the immortal map. System. Am I really transported here? Seeing the items before him, Xander finally confirmed he had indeed been transported to another world, a strange and dangerous one. Cultivation paths were endless, with great emperors as exceptional as mythological figures. But, being given a second chance at life, Xander felt immense joy. However, he couldn't smile because the system warned him that he had been cursed and would only live for 20 more hours if left unchecked. Just transported here and already dying? What a devilish start. Xander sighed and focused on understanding the system. After a moment, he grasped its function. This system was called the burial system that grants invincibility. By licking the corpses of powerful beings, he could obtain whatever they once possessed or even touched, which would then be amplified tenfold in his hands. This was his current multiplier, the lowest setting. The highest, unimaginably, had no limit. Thus, invincibility could only be achieved by licking as many corpses as possible. I only have less than a day left. In this world, the system is my only hope. Murmuring to himself, Xander unfolded the immortal map. Radiant light filled the air, drawing his attention to the information he needed. It read, Name, Dave. An 8th emperor from the ancient dragon deity clan, at the peak of power, the 9th stage of the great emperor realm. Place of death, the never return land. Xander gasped. A great emperor died within 10,000 miles? What was a great emperor? The supreme beings among mortals, reigning over their worlds, unmatched and unparalleled. Xander couldn't believe a great emperor was buried in such a small region like the 9 seas under heaven. Despite the shock, there was immense excitement. This was a great emperor's corpse. What treasures awaited him if he licked it? Divine martial arts? Celestial weapons? Longevity elixirs? A path through the void was forged. Xander stared in awe. Such grandeur. Such overwhelming power. He felt his hairs stand on end, completely awestruck. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, an old man in gray ran over, breathing heavily. Seeing Xander unharmed, he exhaled in relief. Master, thank goodness you're safe. Jeffrey, what's happening up there? Is the sky breaking apart? Xander inhaled deeply, asking curiously. The old man hesitated before replying, Master, that person is an ancient deity clan's supreme being. They are forcefully opening a path to the never return land. Ancient deity clan. Never return land. Xander's spirit soared. Why do they want to force their way into the never return land? The ancient chronicles tell us that tens of thousands of years ago, an ancient deity clan's great emperor perished in the never return land. For millennia, they've searched tirelessly to retrieve the ancestor's body. So, every 3,000 years, they open a path to search. But after all these millennia, they found nothing, the old man explained, full of reverence. Xander blinked. An open path to the never return land. Jeffrey, can only members of the ancient deity clan use this celestial path? Not necessarily. The never return land holds remnants of an ancient god-demon war. Their bodies and lingering resentment form deadly chaos, a fatal fog. Any creature entering loses perception and has their cultivation eroded. The stronger the entity, the greater the damage suffered. Therefore, ancient deity clans used weaker individuals to minimize harm when searching for their ancestors' bodies. They promised that whoever brings back the ancestor's body will receive 3 wishes from them. Thus, whenever a path opens, countless people vie to enter, hoping to find the great emperor's remains and ascend to power. Xander nodded, everything clicking into place. Perfect timing indeed. Just as he was frustrated with no way to enter the never return land, the path appeared right before him. Feeling the universe aiding him, Xander turned to the old man earnestly. Jeffrey, I plan to give it a try. No, young master. Jeffrey, you know my aptitude, and I know it too. My talent is so poor that calling me dull would be a compliment. Even if I dedicate 100 years to diligent practice, I doubt I could match what an ordinary person achieves in a year. I'm practically a waste of potential on the path of cultivation. If things continue this way, even with thousands of lives, I won't amount to much. Why not take a gamble then? In that land of death, I might find a way to defy fate and change my destiny? Xander's gaze was intense, more serious than ever before. Seeing this look, the old man recalled the lingering despair in young master's eyes over the years and sighed. Since you are determined, young master, I will personally escort you across 10,000 miles. With that, the old man flipped his hand, and a spaceship appeared. He took Xander aboard and set off into the distance. Chapter 2. The Place of Oblivion. The Place of Oblivion was not far from Donghua City. With the old man's small spaceship moving swiftly, they soon arrived at the foot of the broken sky. On that land, many people had already gathered, numbering in the tens of thousands, at least. Most of these people were ordinary mortals. In today's world, martial prowess was paramount. For mortals like Xander who could not even practice cultivation, their only hope to change their fate was to seek fortune in the Place of Oblivion. Xander was luckier than this throng because he had the guidance of the immortal map and a clear goal. Once he entered the Place of Oblivion successfully, Xander would find the emperor's body quickly. Then, his destiny as a useless individual would also change for the better. His eyes gleamed with anticipation for the future. After observing the crowd on the ground, Xander raised his gaze toward the sky. Jeffrey was operating a small spaceship, while on the opposite side stood a large, ancient, and mysterious spacecraft. However, more attention-grabbing were two individuals. One of them was the supreme powerhouse who wielded a 100-jong black knife and forcibly split the heavens. His face was as fair and handsome as jade, exuding an overwhelming aura as if he stood on par with heaven and earth. The other was a woman, youthful and beautiful, with a breathtaking appearance like a moon goddess descending to the mortal realm, divine and untouchable. Indeed, the ancient divine race was extraordinary. Xander inwardly marveled, then turned his gaze to the highest point above the dome, to the void tunnel. Rumble, rumble. Even after shrinking into the size of an ordinary weapon, the black knife continued to emit ancient and solemn power, the might of the Emperor, commanding all things to bow before it. The blade floated in midair, keeping the passage open. As Xander got closer, he felt an increasing yearning for this boundless might. Just as his mind was captivated by it, a gong sound reverberated, and the world fell silent. I am Marie, princess of the ancient divine race. Today marks the once in 3,000 years cycle when the place of oblivion reopens its gates. According to our customs, we invite everyone to enter the place of oblivion and search for the Emperor's body. The place of oblivion is perilous, so decide for yourselves whether to enter. Do not make rash decisions due to impulsive desires. If anyone can locate and return the body of my ancestor, according to our vow, our ancient divine race will grant 3 wishes. The Emperor's divine art, the heaven-splitting weapon, and the elixir of immortality can all be among the wishes. Marie's voice was cold yet resonant, reaching everyone's ears despite its quietness. Hearing this, the initially silent crowd became restless again, eager to enter the place of oblivion. The place of oblivion has existed since ancient times, filled with great terror. The passageway opened by our ancient divine race's heavenly weapon can only last 10 days. Regardless of whether you gain anything within the place of oblivion, you must leave on time. Otherwise, you'll have to wait another 3,000 years to see daylight again. On this journey into the place of oblivion, danger looms. Your life and death are left to your own judgment and heaven's will. Then Marie stopped speaking. The people below could no longer hold back. They began to rush into the tunnel descending from the sky, competing with each other to be the first to enter. Xander also prepared to enter. Jeffrey, wait for me outside. I will definitely come out within 10 days. Young master, how can this be? Xander smiled. Why not? Don't worry, Jeffrey. I'm not a child anymore. I know what risks I'm taking. Well, if that's the case, this old servant will await your safe return. But please, young master, be extremely cautious. Opportunities may be tempting, but staying alive is most important. Then the old man took out a bag of spirit stones and explained the spaceship's operation method to Xander. After a brief learning session, Xander guided the spaceship through the dark tunnel in a streak of light. Soon, the majority of the crowd on the ground disappeared. Seeing this, Marie sighed quietly, her eyes revealing a hidden hope. My king, do you think we can retrieve the ancestor's body this time? 10,000 years ago, our ancient divine race's emperor entered the place of oblivion and perished. Over those millennia, we've made every effort but still couldn't find the emperor's body. But time is running out. The struggle for the new emperor is imminent. If we cannot retrieve the emperor's body in this era, delaying until the next one might cost us our present glory. At that time, with unpredictable hearts and circumstances, a calamity could await us. Marie worriedly murmured. But the king, with his jade-like features, remained calm. All things in this world follow a set path. Follow it, and everything will be fine. I have observed the stars and calculated the future. This time, we shall succeed in the place of oblivion. Hearing this, Marie's spirit lifted. Does this mean that after tens of thousands of years, we can finally retrieve our ancestor's body? Perhaps. Her fingertips trembled. I hope this cycle succeeds. Our clan truly cannot wait any longer. Marie gazed at the sky tunnel, her expectations unwavering. Xander, unaware of the conversation outside, was already inside the place of oblivion. Here, chaotic energy swirled about, reminiscent of the pre-creation era, just as Jeffrey described. In this chaos, visibility was limited to just a few steps. Nonetheless, Xander cautiously piloted the spaceship to a hidden spot and then retrieved the immortal map. Beep. Map updated. Current location. Place of oblivion. Warning. Extreme danger here. Please evacuate as soon as possible. Beep. The master's combat strength is weak. Confirming a safe route. Route confirmed. Follow this route to reach the destination indicated by the immortal map safely. Continuous prompts rang in Xander's mind, bringing him immense relief. He had been worrying about navigating the place of oblivion with his weak physique, but the system promptly resolved his concerns. It was too thoughtful. Following the system's route, Xander carefully piloted the spaceship, inching closer to the location of Emperor Atlas's body. After flying for quite some time, guided by the immortal map, Xander successfully found the remains of Emperor Atlas. The body lay within a million-jong deep abyss, concealed by chaotic energy, explaining why it had eluded discovery for tens of thousands of years. Despite this long span, the Emperor's corpse remained lifelike, exuding majestic power as if time had ceased. Xander clenched his fists, muttering, "Even an emperor dies eventually." Summoning the sky-fallen coffin, its presence instantly neutralized the residual power around the Emperor's body, allowing Xander to approach closely. He first checked for any remaining treasures but found none, save for a token item. Knowing he would die, did he hide all his wealth elsewhere? Xander shook his head, not pressing further. Instead, he knelt down, lifted the Emperor's body, and placed it into the sky-fallen coffin. Beep. Burial successful. The system has performed a grand burial ceremony for the Emperor. Congratulations on receiving rewards. Listening to the prompt, Xander smiled. Finally, he reached the moment he had been eagerly anticipating. Chapter 3. A sudden leap to the 8th mountain, the Divine Sea Realm. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining 10,000 years of cultivation progress. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the celestial creation, the Primal Dawn Gem. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the ancient divine race's legacy, the Divine Sea Scripture. The notifications in Xander's mind kept popping up one after another, making him almost burst with joy. All this risk he had taken by entering the returnless land to properly bury Dorian's body truly paid off. This trip was absolutely worth it. His destiny has now been rewritten. Based on the current multiplier effect, these rewards were all amplified tenfold. 10,000 years of cultivation experience. It was almost unimaginable. Yet Xander well understood that one should not be too overconfident. He immediately inquired about what level he would reach after claiming this 10,000-year cultivation. 10,000 years of cultivation equated to 10,000 years of effort put into practice. The results varied based on the individual's talent. Given Xander's inferior talent, he could only advance to the 8th mountain even with just the 10,000 years of cultivation added to him. 8th mountain. Xander took a deep breath, his joy unabated. Even though it was still far from the power of an emperor, for him personally, leaping to the 8th mountain was already an extraordinary advancement, a meteoric rise. Across the 9 seas of Black Heaven, this made him a formidable expert. Xander didn't rush to utilize the 10,000-year cultivation boost. The returnless land was too dangerous. Suddenly ascending to the 8th mountain here might prevent him from leaving alive. Moreover, it would make him too conspicuous. Entering as an ordinary human and exiting as an 8th mountain powerhouse would certainly draw unwanted attention. Xander did not wish to reveal himself prematurely. Having grown up with such poor natural talent, he knew patience. Next, Xander reviewed the information on the Primal Dawn Gem and the Divine Sea Scripture. The Primal Dawn Gem was born alongside the opening chaos, crafted by the universe itself. It possessed indestructibility, duplication, and divine blessings. Indestructibility meant that no one could destroy the gem's holder. Duplication allowed creating a doppelganger equal to one's current realm, with higher realms permitting longer-lasting duplicates. Divine blessings bestowed a permanent major realm enhancement upon its holder. Examining the Divine Sea Scripture next, it was the ancient god clan's legacy, capable of cultivating up to the 9th heaven of Emperor Realm. With the system's tenfold amplification, Xander's Divine Sea Scripture could now be cultivated up to the sacred heavenly realm. With clenched fists, Xander saw his path forward. Achieving divinity and sanctity was now within reach. Running risks inside the returnless land to thoroughly bury Dorian yielded immense rewards. Any one of the 3 rewards alone could change his life's trajectory, let alone all 3 together. Xander closed his eyes and breathed deeply to calm down before merging the Primal Dawn Gem into his body with the system's assistance. This way, he needn't fear death. Since he had completed the burial of Dorian's body, it was time to leave. He didn't clean up the site because the chaos aura's ravages ensured no trace remained. Sitting back in the spaceship, he examined the token found on Dave. For tens of thousands of years, the ancient god clans tirelessly searched for Dave's body, possibly driven by more than just the desire to return their ancestors' remains home. But now, with Dave's body thoroughly dealt with, returning it was impossible. However, this token might have other uses, potentially allowing him to bargain with the ancient god clans for a favor. Though Xander thought it worth trying since there was nothing to lose, he wouldn't immediately give the token to the ancient god clans. It was too obvious. Besides, he couldn't confirm if they had enemies. If so, revealing the token could draw unwanted attention. Even if they couldn't kill him, imprisonment and suppression by the god clans held many ways to torment cultivators. Not being able to die didn't mean he should invite trouble. Thus, it was best to be cautious. Xander stored the token in the system's space, the safest place, and then flew away from the returnless land in his spaceship. Below the sky-shattering entry point, Trent waited anxiously, hoping his young master wasn't in danger. Suddenly, a beam of light fell from the darkened sky above, hitting the ground and scattering, outrolling a disheveled young man looking terrified yet relieved upon seeing daylight. Witnessing this, surrounding onlookers chuckled. Hmph, isn't that Xander? Did he actually dare to search for the Emperor's body? He is a waste of talent daring to act tough. Seeing him like this, he'll probably have nightmares for years, but he didn't die. Incredible. People say fools have luck. How can such a worthless person have good fortune? Amidst the crowd's ridicule, only Trent greeted Xander warmly, disregarding the wrecked ship. Master, are you hurt? Just a little dizzy. Let's go home, replied Xander. Trent nodded, letting Xander rest while he drove the spaceship away unnoticed, exactly as Xander hoped. Back home, after bathing and drinking some tonic soup, Xander entered a secret chamber. Sitting cross-legged in the center, he activated the system and began using the 10,000-year cultivation. Ding! 10,000 years of mysterious cultivation infused. Boom, 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 boom. Massive surges of energy filled the chamber. Xander's frail body transformed, absorbing the vast powers. Cultivating the Divine Sea Scripture, the energy became his own. First mountain, body refinement stage. Second mountain, colossal mountain stage. Third mountain, celestial sea stage. Fourth mountain, crimson stage. Fifth mountain, revolving wheel stage. Sixth mountain, heavenly palace stage. Seventh mountain, grand granary stage. Under the surge of 10,000 years of cultivation, Xander's stagnant path finally progressed rapidly, breaking through realms visibly. In merely half a day, when the vast 10,000-year cultivation settled, Xander reached the 8th mountain, the Divine Sea Realm. What a sigh-worthy start after all this hustle, Xander murmured, checking his personal status panel. 8th mountain, cultivated Divine Sea Scripture, basic fist techniques, mountain suppressing palm, possessing sky-falling coffin, immortal map, and primal dawn gem. 8th mountain lifespan extended to 660 years. However, the curse remained. deducting 1 year of his life each day. Despite his initial happiness, Xander turned grim-faced. This damned curse must be resolved. He blinked, thinking of the ancient god clans who surely had a way to counteract it. Closing his eyes, he channeled the primal dawn gem's power, emitting a thread of divine light from his chest, forming a duplicate body, the gem's doppelganger. At his current realm, it could only last less than an hour, but it sufficed for Xander's needs. Projecting his consciousness into the doppelganger, he sprinted at 8th mountain speed straight towards the returnless land. Chapter 4. The Crimson Dragon Divine Pill. Beneath the shattered sky, leading to the place of oblivion. Marie waited patiently. She watched figure after figure emerge from the fragmented gateway, but not a single one brought news about Berkeley. This made Marie increasingly anxious. Could it be that even this 3,000-year period would end in failure? She couldn't help but glance at the majestic man beside her. My lord, most of those who entered have now come out. Time is running out. Surely, this 3,000-year period. The majestic man, the Hoyt of the divine clan, remained remarkably calm. His eyes showed no joy or sorrow, and he did not fix his gaze on the fractured sky above. Upon hearing Marie's words, the Armin spoke. There's no need for unfounded worries. Heavens will has its own course. What must happen will come. Just wait patiently. Marie opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately sighed without uttering another word. The Armin was so composed. What could she do? Only suppress her inner urgency and continue to wait with patience. Time passed slowly. After half a day, no more people emerged from the place of oblivion. Above, a roar like that of a divine dragon echoed through the thunderous sky, and the fractured passage began to close under the sky's pressure. Finally, with the earth trembling, the gateway to the place of oblivion vanished into oblivion. Seeing the sky return to normal, Marie's heart sank. Another 3,000-year period, and we've failed again, she murmured softly to herself. The portal closed, disappearing as though it never existed. The tranquil Armin finally reacted. He raised his head and looked at the now sealed passageway. His deep gaze seemed to pierce through all barriers, yet it was difficult to discern what he thought. My lord, should we leave? We've tried for tens of thousands of years, yet every 3,000-year period ends fruitlessly. This time was no different. Who knows if we'll succeed in the next cycle? Marie clenched her fists tightly. With the portal sealed, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Now, they were the only ones left standing on this desolate ground. The silence deepened her sorrow. We will wait another hour. The Armin's calm voice broke the stillness. Marie pursed her lips. Though she had lost hope, she would still wait as he commanded. Whoosh! Within moments, an unusual figure darted before them like a shadow. It was a large man, but Marie felt a strange unease. She couldn't discern his cultivation level, nor detect any signs of life from him. A puppet? Surprise flickered in her eyes. Sir, may I inquire your purpose here? I've come because of the pact made by your ancient clan. I ask, does the promise still hold true, granting 3 wishes to whoever finds Berkeley's remains? Indeed it holds. Our clan's word is witnessed by heaven and earth. Once spoken, it cannot be taken back, Marie replied formally. Her gaze fixed on the man. She felt a glimmer of hope. Do you know the location of our ancestors' resting place, or have you brought back his remains from the place of oblivion? Not exactly. Xander shook his head. Marie couldn't help but feel disappointed. Then why are you here? Now, Marie had completely given up hope. Despite this, Xander ignored the sadness in her eyes. I wonder if finding related artifacts can earn me 1 wish from your ancient clan instead of the Emperor's remains. An artifact belonging to the Emperor? Upon hearing this, Marie and even the Armin turned their attention to Xander. From his backpack, Xander produced a token from Berkeley. Boom! Instantly, residual imperial aura surged, overwhelming nearby Marie who struggled to breathe. But she was thrilled. It's actually the Emperor's identity token. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The Armin's gaze also landed on the token. For the first time, emotions flickered in his eyes. This token is a symbol of our ancient emperor, meant to be carried at all times. May I ask where you obtained it? From the place of oblivion. Xander smiled. Can I trade this identity token for 1 wish? Certainly. The corner of the Armin's lips twitched slightly. What wish do you desire with this identity token? I heard of a potion that grants immortality. That is what I seek. A pill of eternal life. A pill of immortality? Marie frowned. Immortality pills were incredibly precious, capable of extending an emperor's lifespan and allowing one to live 2 lifetimes. Seeking one in exchange for a token seemed too much. Seeing Marie's frown, Xander grew anxious. Is my wish unattainable? The Armin chuckled. He flicked his finger, and divine light formed around him. The light coalesced into an ancient jade box. When the box opened, boundless divine light poured out, transforming into dragons that danced majestically. Its fragrance alone extended Xander's lifespan by several years just from a whiff. This is the Crimson Dragon Divine Pill, a genuine elixir of immortality. 1 pill grants 13,600 years of life. It is yours now. The Crimson Dragon Divine Pill, an elixir of immortality. Xander was overjoyed. Initially, he intended only to probe, but the ancient divine clan's generosity exceeded his expectations. They truly offered such a precious item for the Emperor's token. Clearly, this token held immense value to them. There must be secrets he hadn't discovered yet. However, Xander wouldn't renege. An unusable token for a potent elixir of immortality. This was a fantastic trade. Waving his hand, the identity token floated through the air and landed in the Armin's hands. Holding the token, the Armin sensed the familiar imperial aura, stirring emotions within him. Looking at Xander, gratitude appeared in his eyes. Is there anything else you need, young man? Xander considered for a moment. Yes, I do have some questions. The Armin nodded warmly. Please go ahead. Xander asked. If one is cursed, is there a way to remove it? Cursed. Marie's pupils constricted. Are you cursed? She scrutinized Xander, trying to discern any signs. But Xander paid her no mind, only focusing on the Armin. The so-called curse is an extremity of heaven and earth's eerie and malevolent forces. If someone is cursed and wishes to remove it, generally, there are two methods. The first is to find the person who cast the curse, kill them, clear the cause and effect, and the curse will naturally cease to exist. The second method is to rely on external force, using extreme power to forcibly extract and purify the curse. This method requires a few things, such as sacred purifying water, the divine tree of great desolation, the golden eye spirit pill. The Armin mentioned many divine artifacts in the world. Xander nodded continuously, listening. Thank you for your guidance. I'll take my leave. With that, Xander turned and left. Watching Xander disappear, Marie aboard the large flying vessel couldn't help but ask, My lord, was that a puppet? Not exactly. He likely used an avatar to conceal his true identity from us. Avatar? Marie was taken aback. Those who possess avatars are invariably ancient and powerful beings of grandeur. Why delve deeper into this matter? Our clan has obtained what we sought, and he has likewise achieved his goal. Everyone is satisfied, and that's enough. Marie remained puzzled. But my lord, exchanging a Crimson Dragon Divine Pill for the Emperor's identity token, isn't that worthless? It's certainly worth it. That identity token is also a key. Confused, Marie looked at the Armin. But the Armin offered no further explanation. The large flying vessel beneath them started, tore through the void, and vanished from this world. As the large flying vessel sped away, Marie still had lingering questions about the exchange. However, the serene expression of the Armin left no room for further inquiry. Clearly, the Armin saw immense value in the identity token beyond her understanding. Perhaps there were deeper secrets tied to this artifact that even she, a high-ranking member of the clan, was not privy to. For now, they would trust in the wisdom of their leader and continue on their journey with renewed hope and purpose. Chapter 5. Master of the World, Xianxia Tang. White Horse Manor. This was where Xander had lived since childhood. Xander's parents had both died when he was very young. So even as a small child, Xander lived here with the elderly servant Trent. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Within the manor, there was a secret chamber. Sitting cross-legged inside it now, Xander calmed his mind and then took out the Crimson Dragon Divine Pill. The moment the Divine Pill was revealed, boundless radiance filled the entire chamber, dazzling and blinding to the eyes. A dreamlike fragrance surged into his nostrils. Just by taking in that scent, Xander felt his vitality surge immensely, each breath filling him with an enhanced vigor. Truly a marvel of nature and the essence of all things. Indeed, it was extraordinary. Xander opened his mouth and swallowed the Crimson Dragon Divine Pill whole. Inside his body, there was a sound like thunder, the roar of a dragon. The Crimson Dragon Divine Pill was an immortal creation. It carried immense authority and endless life radiance. When Xander ingested it, the boundless life light shone within him, making him appear translucent and luminous, like a divine being. Xander could clearly feel his lifespan extending at an alarming rate, akin to ascension. Bang! An unknown amount of time passed. When the last trace of divine light was finally absorbed into his body, refined for his use, Xander opened his eyes, golden light shimmering in his gaze, as if stars were hidden within. He exuded a divine authority and the air of one who had seen the entirety of existence. At this moment, Xander's lifespan had surpassed 10,000 years. This allowed Xander to breathe a sigh of relief. At least I no longer have to worry about dying suddenly. Looking at the clear numbers on the system interface, Xander nodded. 10,000 years. If a day equaled a year, he still had several decades ahead of him. Of course, Xander wouldn't sit idly by. He would find a way to completely eliminate this curse as soon as possible. This remained his most important goal right now. According to the ancient god Hoyt, the only ways to remove the curse were to either cleanse the soul with a supreme divine treasure or kill the person who cast the curse. Supreme divine treasures were extremely rare. So Xander only had one choice left. Kill Leslie. Xander stood up and walked out of the secret chamber. Master, you? Trent entered Xander's room and immediately saw Xander, surprise flickering in his eyes. Xander smiled. Jeffrey, what's wrong? Master, how is it that you seem different from before? Am I? Trent nodded firmly. Yes, Master. Your complexion looks radiant, your aura has intensified, and your blood chi has become much stronger. Have you made progress on your cultivation path? Xander nodded. You can't fool Jeffrey. Hearing the confirmation, a joyful smile spread across Trent's old face. That's great. Heaven rewards diligence. Xander asked. Speaking of which, Jeffrey, do you know where Leslie is now? Trent regained his composure and suppressed his joy. I came here precisely to tell you this, Master. I just saw on the Bai Tong that Miss Leslie has successfully broken through to the 4th Mountain Realm and is now a true disciple of Kai Yuan sect. Xander blinked. Leslie reached the 4th Mountain Realm? He asked again. Kai Yuan sect, the foremost sect in the Adrian region, is quite far from Donghua City. How did you get this news so quickly, Jeffrey? Trent smiled and took out a palm-sized tablet-like jade piece, smooth as a mirror, which looked quite extraordinary. Master, while you've been diligently cultivating, you haven't been paying attention to outside matters. It's not that my information is particularly good, it's all thanks to this device. This is the Bai Tong created by the engineers of Xianxia Tang. It connects to the heavenly network and records all sorts of information within its domain. The Hall Master of Xianxia Tang also updates the information frequently to ensure accuracy. As for the Hall Master, Noel, he's indeed a remarkable person. Legend has it that he was born knowing the secrets of heaven and understands everything about the human world. For a mountain of silver, he can answer any question. The Bai Tong became incredibly popular after its release. Nowadays, almost every cultivator owns one. Why don't you get one too? Trent handed the Bai Shi Tong over for Xander to inspect. Xander operated it and found that it was essentially a forum, something he understood well. Forums covered everything under the sun, and calling it Bai Shi Tong was modesty to the extreme. This forum, however, was specifically tailored for cultivators, documenting numerous matters related to cultivation. There were even breaking news articles and daily headlines. Overview of the New Moon's secret realm. Daily updates of the world's curiosities. Daily rankings of the greatest geniuses in the world. The Fuhai Hoitam's peaceful guard, perpetually recruiting capable individuals to combat demons and ghosts. Successful applicants receive generous benefits, including a minimum monthly wage of 1,000 low-grade crystal coins. The ancient god race has reopened the gate of Wu Di Place, promising 3 wishes to anyone who retrieves the body of the god emperor. In the Fuhai Hoitam, Leslie, barely 20, achieved the 4th mountain realm and is now one of Kai Yuan sect's top disciples. In the Fuhai Hoitam Zanqing province, Divine Law Inspector Ferdi successfully captured the Red Sea demon from the Bloodbone sect. He will publicly execute it using heavenly rites. All evil beings should be aware of this. Seeing these pieces of information, Xander smiled. Noel indeed had innovative ideas, and implementing them was impressive. Xander asked, Jeffrey, what's the price for this Bai Shi Tong? Just 1,000 low-grade crystal coins. Would Master like to visit Wan Shi Tang? Xander nodded. Prepare 10,000 low-grade crystal coins for me. I'm going out. Trent left for a moment, and returned with a ring for Xander. White Horse Manor wasn't short on this amount of money. Xander's father was a significant figure in the Peaceful Guard. Even though he was no longer around, a substantial compensation was still sent to the estate annually. Xander declined Trent's offer to accompany him and left White Horse Manor alone. Following the few remaining memories in his head, Xander arrived at an oddly shaped tower, standing at 9,990 meters tall. This was the famed Wan Shi Tang. Here, countless affairs converge, understanding the world naturally follows. The sign read, No Without Boundaries. Stepping into the hall, Xander found it vast and bustling, full of a mysterious atmosphere. He approached a corner counter. It didn't really look like a counter, more like a table stacked high with books, behind which sat a young man engrossed in reading. May I help you? I heard that the city recently introduced fashionable devices called Bai Shi Tong, constantly updated and covering everything. I've come to buy one to keep up with the trend. I see you're young enough to set the trend. Why chase it? Youngness isn't just appearance. It's about having a youthful heart. Noel laughed. It's been a while, Master Davon. You've certainly become more humorous. Xander chuckled. Still as devoted to personally serving customers, Hall Master. Noel shook his head. Not as energetic as in my younger days. Hiding among books in this corner couldn't escape Master Davon's notice. Xander blinked. Actually, besides buying a Bai Shi Tong, I have other questions. Our business depends on questions. What do you wish to ask, Master Davon? What is the strongest realm within Kai Yuan sect in the Adrian region? Noel leaned forward, giving Xander a glance that briefly revealed surprise before smiling. A mere 8,000 low-grade crystal coins. Xander nodded, counted out 8,000 low-grade crystal coins, and handed them over. Chapter 6, Chan Xiao Family. If one were to speak of the indisputable strongest within Kai Yuan sect at present, it would undoubtedly be Elder Jethro. This Jethro is formidable, currently at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm, only half a step away from entering the 9th Mountain realm, and the divine skill he practices is the Kai Yuan Supreme technique. Luke recorded Jethro's information onto a jade bamboo slip and handed it over to Xander. Divine Sea Pinnacle. Xander nodded inwardly. Not too strong. Though Xander was merely in the 8th Mountain realm, his body was composed of primal gemstone, an invincible enhancement, rapidly elevating his realm. He, Xander, could match the experts of the 9th Mountain realm. Therefore, even if he killed Sabrina, should Kao Yuan sect become enraged, Xander felt no fear or concern about being coerced by Kao Yuan sect. Isn't this Omnipedia truly wonderful? One can remain indoors yet know all about the world. Master Hall is truly gifted, but I wonder how one sends messages on this Omnipedia? Oh, young Master Davon wants to send what message? Abel obviously became interested. However, Xander didn't reply. After handing over the crystal coins, he turned and left. The corners of Abel's mouth lifted. An intriguing man. This Xander is somewhat mysterious. Rumors had it that Abel knew everything. Yet, just now when Luke looked at Xander, there was something unknowable, as if shrouded in dense fog obscuring Xander's true self. With his abilities, breaking through this fog would be extremely difficult, perhaps never possible. Could this person actually transcend this mortal world's jurisdiction? Abel murmured to himself, finding Xander increasingly enigmatic and extraordinary. Master, who is this young master? He feels terrifying, as if killing waves crash like thunderous seas, shaking mountains of corpses and oceans of blood with each step. Speaking was a girl, her beautiful features marred by lingering fear. Her pretty face still held traces of terror. Abel looked curiously at the girl. My dear Adeline, tell me, what did you see just now? The girl frowned. All I saw were endless stacks of bones, towering mountains of corpses, and beneath them, vast seas of blood. Countless souls wailed and wept, dying because of him. Master, this person will surely bring calamity and become a legendary evil. Bringer of calamity, a legendary evil? Abel's eyes narrowed into slits. What an interesting evaluation. The heir of White Horse Manor, Xander. Once, people often whispered that he was a rare waste, achieving nothing in cultivation, devoid of ambition and determination, disgracing his father's name and pitiful in life and death. But today, those rumors crumble like bubbles. After voicing his thoughts, Abel reopened the book beside him, savoring it behind the stack of books. Leaving the Hall of 10,000 Matters, Xander walked down the ancient road. Ignoring the scenery, he focused on the omnipedia he had just received. The myriad pieces of news provided great assistance in helping Xander understand this world. Experiencing the omnipedia firsthand revealed Abel's exceptional insight and foresight. Whoosh, whoosh. Above him, streaks of light cut through the sky over Dan River City, shining like falling stars, flying one after another. These were spacecrafts, all heading in the same direction. TSK, didn't you hear? The eldest daughter of the Chan Shao family, Miss Sabrina, has been listed among the select true disciples of the renowned Kaiyuan sect. Duh. Isn't everyone already aware of such big news? I'm not deaf. To celebrate, the Chan Shao family is hosting grand banquets for 3 days. It's likely all the dignitaries of Dan River City have been invited. Heck, those flying ships are all headed to the Chan Shao family to offer congratulations. What a spectacle. With the Chan Shao family now affiliated with Kaiyuan sect, their ascension seems imminent. Listening to the discussions around him, Xander squinted his eyes. He entered a weapon shop and emerged with a long sword, then headed toward the Chan Shao family compound. At the Chan Shao family compound, in the magnificent hall adorned with gold and jade, a grand celebration was underway. Melodious instruments played harmoniously, accompanied by the laughter and congratulatory words of numerous guests. A lively scene unfolded, echoing under the high ceilings. Standing at the entrance was a dignified man, warmly welcoming the guests. This was none other than Cameron, the current head of the Chan Shao family. In Dan River City, he was a prominent figure, already at the 4th Mountain Realm. Oh, my hearty congratulations to Mr. Hong. With your esteemed daughter honored by Kaiyuan sect and ranked among its true disciples, such blessings herald the Chan Shao family's rapid rise above others. From now on, Dan River City will surely look up to the Chan Shao family. How enviable, Mr. Hong, to have raised such an outstanding daughter. I imagine that in future, people will say, raise a daughter like Sabrina. Haha. Congratulations, Mr. Hong. Celebratory voices flowed unbrokenly. The guests' eyes shone with admiration and respect. Cameron's face beamed with pride. Mayu is truly a prodigy of the Chan Shao family. With you here, our family's future will shine like the sun, spreading its brilliance across the ocean and possibly reaching the renown of Xintian 9 seas. Feeling more excited, Cameron envisioned the Chan Shao family's bright future. Suddenly, his joy faltered as he thought of an unpleasant matter. Now that you has earned Kaiyuan sect's favor and ranks among their true disciples, it's time to sever ties with that waste, Xander. Once, Davon Binglong was formidable, leading to our family's alliance. But now, you is the pride of Dan River City, with an unimaginably bright future ahead. However, Xander has achieved nothing in years, surviving only on his ancestors' legacy. Such a person cannot match our prodigy daughter. After these few days of celebration, I'll visit White Horse Manor and terminate the engagement. Having made up his mind, Cameron stepped into the hall. A servant approached. Head, everything is prepared. Cameron nodded, raising his glass to the gathering center. Instantly, the bustling hall fell silent. All eyes turned to him. Cameron laughed heartily. Ladies and gentlemen, my daughter Sabrina has lived up to our ancestors' expectations, honored by Kaiyuan sect and ranked among their true disciples. Such an honor is a blessing for the Chan Shao family. Hence, we hold this celebration. I thank you all for gracing us with your presence. Let's toast to this momentous occasion. Cameron raised his cup. Guests followed suit, ready to join him. Congratulations, Mr. Hong. Their smiles spread wide, fully aware of the Chan Shao family's growing prominence. Thus, they hurried to build relations with the Chan Shao family. Abruptly, a cold flash darted past. Swish. The fierce movement evaded everyone's notice, striking directly at Cameron. A scream pierced the hall. Everyone snapped out of shock, staring in horror at the central scene. Cameron's right arm, holding the wine cup, lay severed on the ground. Chapter 6, Chan Shao family. If one were to speak of the indisputable strongest within Kaiyuan sect at present, it would undoubtedly be Elder Jethro. This Jethro is formidable, currently at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm, only half a step away from entering the 9th Mountain realm, and the divine skill he practices is the Kaiyuan Supreme technique. Luke recorded Jethro's information onto a jade bamboo slip and handed it over to Xander. Divine Sea Pinnacle. Xander nodded inwardly. Not too strong. Though Xander was merely in the 8th Mountain realm, his body was composed of primal gemstone, an invincible enhancement, rapidly elevating his realm. He, Xander, could match the experts of the 9th Mountain realm. Therefore, even if he killed Sabrina, should Kaiyuan sect become enraged, Xander felt no fear or concern about being coerced by Kaiyuan sect. Isn't this omnipedia truly wonderful? One can remain indoors yet know all about the world. Master Hall is truly gifted, but I wonder how one sends messages on this omnipedia? Oh, young Master Davon wants to send what message? Abel obviously became interested. However, Xander didn't reply. After handing over the crystal coins, he turned and left. The corners of Abel's mouth lifted. An intriguing man. This Xander is somewhat mysterious. Rumors had it that Abel knew everything. Yet, just now when Luke looked at Xander, there was something unknowable, as if shrouded in dense fog obscuring Xander's true self. With his abilities, breaking through this fog would be extremely difficult, perhaps never possible. Could this person actually transcend this mortal world's jurisdiction? Abel murmured to himself, finding Xander increasingly enigmatic and extraordinary. Master, who is this young master? He feels terrifying, as if killing waves crash like thunderous seas, shaking mountains of corpses and oceans of blood with each step. Speaking was a girl, her beautiful features marred by lingering fear. Her pretty face still held traces of terror. Abel looked curiously at the girl. My dear Adeline, tell me, what did you see just now? The girl frowned. All I saw were endless stacks of bones, towering mountains of corpses, and beneath them, vast seas of blood. Countless souls wailed and wept, dying because of him. Master, This person will surely bring calamity and become a legendary evil. Bringer of calamity, a legendary evil? Abel's eyes narrowed into slits. What an interesting evaluation. The heir of White Horse Manor, Xander. Once, people often whispered that he was a rare waste, achieving nothing in cultivation, devoid of ambition and determination, disgracing his father's name and pitiful in life and death. But today, those rumors crumble like bubbles. After voicing his thoughts, Abel reopened the book beside him, savoring it behind the stack of books. Leaving the Hall of 10,000 Matters, Xander walked down the ancient road. Ignoring the scenery, he focused on the omnipedia he had just received. The myriad pieces of news provided great assistance in helping Xander understand this world. Experiencing the omnipedia firsthand revealed Abel's exceptional insight and foresight. Whoosh, whoosh. Above him, streaks of light cut through the sky over Dan River City, shining like falling stars, flying one after another. These were spacecrafts, all heading in the same direction. TSK, didn't you hear? The eldest daughter of the Chan Shao family, Miss Sabrina, has been listed among the select true disciples of the renowned Kaiyuan sect. Duh. Isn't everyone already aware of such big news? I'm not deaf. To celebrate, the Chan Shao family is hosting grand banquets for 3 days. It's likely all the dignitaries of Dan River City have been invited. Heck, those flying ships are all headed to the Chan Shao family to offer congratulations. What a spectacle. With the Chan Shao family now affiliated with Kaiyuan sect, their ascension seems imminent. Listening to the discussions around him, Xander squinted his eyes. He entered a weapon shop and emerged with a long sword, then headed toward the Chan Shao family compound. At the Chan Shao family compound, in the magnificent hall adorned with gold and jade, a grand celebration was underway. Melodious instruments played harmoniously, accompanied by the laughter and congratulatory words of numerous guests. A lively scene unfolded, echoing under the high ceilings. Standing at the entrance was a dignified man, warmly welcoming the guests. This was none other than Cameron, the current head of the Chan Shao family. In Dan River City, he was a prominent figure, already at the 4th Mountain Realm. Oh, my hearty congratulations to Mr. Hong. With your esteemed daughter honored by Kaiyuan sect and ranked among its true disciples, such blessings herald the Chan Shao family's rapid rise above others. From now on, Dan River City will surely look up to the Chan Shao family. How enviable, Mr. Hong, to have raised such an outstanding daughter. I imagine that in future, people will say, raise a daughter like Sabrina. Haha. Congratulations, Mr. Hong. Celebratory voices flowed unbrokenly. The guests' eyes shone with admiration and respect. Cameron's face beamed with pride. Mayu is truly a prodigy of the Chan Shao family. With you here, our family's future will shine like the sun, spreading its brilliance across the ocean and possibly reaching the renown of Xintian 9 seas. Feeling more excited, Cameron envisioned the Chan Shao family's bright future. Suddenly, his joy faltered as he thought of an unpleasant matter. Now that you has earned Kaiyuan sect's favor and ranks among their true disciples, it's time to sever ties with that waste, Xander. Once, Davon Binglong was formidable, leading to our family's alliance. But now, you is the pride of Dan River City, with an unimaginably bright future ahead. However, Xander has achieved nothing in years, surviving only on his ancestors' legacy. Such a person cannot match our prodigy daughter. After these few days of celebration, I'll visit White Horse Manor and terminate the engagement. Having made up his mind, Cameron stepped into the hall. A servant approached. Head, everything is prepared. Cameron nodded, raising his glass to the gathering center. Instantly, the bustling hall fell silent. All eyes turned to him. Cameron laughed heartily. Ladies and gentlemen, my daughter Sabrina has lived up to our ancestors' expectations, honored by Kaiyuan sect and ranked among their true disciples. Such an honor is a blessing for the Chan Shao family. Hence, we hold this celebration. I thank you all for gracing us with your presence. Let's toast to this momentous occasion. Cameron raised his cup. Guests followed suit, ready to join him. Congratulations, Mr. Hong. Their smiles spread wide, fully aware of the Chan Shao family's growing prominence. Thus, they hurried to build relations with the Chan Shao family. Abruptly, a cold flash darted past. Swish. The fierce movement evaded everyone's notice, striking directly at Cameron. A scream pierced the hall. Everyone snapped out of shock, staring in horror at the central scene. Cameron's right arm, holding the wine cup, lay severed on the ground. Hashtag Chapter 7. 5 Peaks? 3 Dogs. What happened? In the blink of an eye, everything transpired so quickly that no one around them had time to react. By the time they came to their senses, they saw Bellamy, who had been smiling with pride just moments ago, now clutching his severed arm as fresh blood pooled on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone involuntarily gasped in shock. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. And Bellamy himself, pupils constricted. What a painful strike. What a swift sword. What a terrifying aura. The person who wielded the blade must be at least at the peak of the 4th peak realm. And this person was now his enemy. How could Bellamy feel any joy from earlier? His mood had plummeted to its lowest point. Enduring the relentless pain from the sword energy ravaging his body, Bellamy pushed through the crowd and looked toward the direction from which the sword light had come. There walked a figure with steady steps. A cold voice resonated for all to hear. The newcomer was young, wielding a long sword, with icy eyes and boundless killing intent. As if emerging from the depths of hell itself. Xander? The exclamation conveyed their shock and disbelief. Xander? Those who didn't know him were even more bewildered. This was Xander, the fiancé of Leslie? That famous big waste of Donghua City? One by one, shocked and disbelieving gazes fell upon Xander, and Bellamy stared with wide eyes. Due to the massive loss of blood, his face appeared pale. But even in that paleness, it was clear he couldn't believe or express his shock. Bellamy couldn't comprehend how that supposedly deadly strike could have been delivered by Xander. This wastrel, this unchanging wastrel since birth. How could he possibly possess such power? Kill him, someone. Suddenly enraged, Bellamy's voice roared almost like a wild beast. Even before his words faded, several figures positioned themselves in a triangular formation around Xander and attacked. These three were all vassals of the Xianxia family, each at the 5th peak realm. Reckless scoundrel. How dare you disrupt the peace of the Xianxia family? Die! The powerful might of the 5th peak instantly shattered the entire hall. Guests nearby paled and hurriedly backed away, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Facing the killing move of the 5th peak experts, Xander showed no emotion, simply raising his hand to deliver an ordinary punch. Yet this punch seemed like a towering mountain. Overwhelming force surged forward, leaving the 5th peak expert helpless as his flesh and bones were torn apart into a bloody mist, vanishing before their eyes. Not even a cry of agony escaped him. Just like that, a 5th peak died? The onlooker's pupils contracted. Impossible. Impossible. Xander was a renowned wastrel. How can he be so terrifying, destroying a 5th peak expert with just one punch? Under the exclamation, the guests' understanding was completely overturned. They now looked at Xander with sheer fear. But Xander paid no attention to their reactions. After killing the first 5th peak, Xander did not stop. The remaining two 5th peak experts attempted to plead for mercy, hoping to buy time. But clearly, Xander would give them no chance. His left hand sliced them into countless pieces, while his right hand pierced their chests and crushed their hearts. Their cries for mercy lingered in the air. In mere moments, all three 5th peak experts of the Xianxia family met their end at Xander's hands. Impossible. This is impossible. Upon witnessing this scene, Bellamy's heart raced to the extreme. Intense fear spread through him. 5th peak experts were undoubtedly Bellamy's greatest reliance, but now, his strongest weapon was worse than useless. Not even enough time to delay his escape. Before Xander, 5th peak experts seemed no better than pesky mosquitoes. Meaningless. This reality left Bellamy utterly despondent. Xander, what grudge does your family have with mine? Why are you acting so madly? Have you forgotten that my daughter Leslie is still betrothed to you? If we speak of the future, I am your father-in-law in name. But now, you suddenly barged into our celebration, killing openly and severing my arm. What do you intend? Listening to Bellamy's venomous accusations, Xander's smile widened. Such amusing words. No grudge. Future father-in-law? Ha ha ha. Xander narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Future father-in-law? You want to know why? Ask your darling daughter then. She made this day possible for you. Then, without giving Bellamy a chance to resist, Xander snapped the rest of his limbs and grabbed him by the neck. He strode away, shouting back at the remaining people. Tell that bitch Leslie, I'll give her 3 days. Either she comes to me, or I'll send Bellamy's head flying over to see her. Xander left. Those remaining were left trembling in shock. What a fearsome wolf. What did Leslie do to earn such hatred from Xander? How did this Xander, once a complete waste, become so strong? I heard that when the entrance to the Place of Nowhere opened a few days ago, Xander went in too. Place of Nowhere? Could it be that Xander found some celestial opportunity there? Leaving the Xianxia residence, Xander listened to the system report. Though it appeared he obliterated the 3 5th peak experts, he actually collected their bodies into the falling heaven coffin for burial. Ding! Successful burial of Gustavo, 5th peak realm. Congratulations, owner received 1,000 low-grade crystals. Triggering enhancement, gaining 10x multiplier, earning 10,000 low-grade crystals. Ding! Successful burial of Finley, 5th peak realm. Congratulations, owner received 1 year of cultivation. Triggering enhancement, gaining 10x multiplier, earning 10 years of cultivation. Ding! Successful burial of Yarden, 5th peak realm. Congratulations, owner received a 5th grade weapon Shanghai sword. Triggering enhancement, gaining 10x multiplier, earning a 6th grade weapon Qingyuan sword. Xander's expression barely changed. 10 years of cultivation only meant minor progress to him. As for the 10,000 low-grade crystals, they were insignificant. And a 6th grade weapon like the Qingyuan sword, he would have plenty of in the future. All rather uninteresting. After leaving the Xianxia residence, Xander directly brought Bellamy to the Hall of All Affairs. Welcome, young Master Davon. Adeline, dressed nicely, greeted humbly. Upon seeing Xander's icy demeanor and Bellamy dragged like a corpse behind him, she blanched. Abel waved her hand, strengthening the shielding wall as soon as Xander entered. Young Master Davon, did you go hunting? Quite a catch. Xander smiled. Lady Hallmaster, I hope the Hall of All Affairs can distribute a message through the 100 Matters communication network. Announce that Xander of White Horse Manor has arisen in anger and wiped out the Xianxia family in Donghua City. Holding the current head of the Xianxia family hostage, he threatens to cut off Bellamy's head in 3 days and sacrifice it to the heavens at White Horse Manor. Abel tapped the desk. To repay such a returning customer as young Master Davon, a discount will be given. 3,000 low-grade crystals, very kind. Xander paid promptly. Abel turned and came back after just 2 minutes. It's done. Xander reached into his pocket with one hand and took out the 100 Matters communication network device. He tapped it open and read. Hot news. Hot news. Massive bloodbath in Donghua City. Today, the family of Leslie, who has just been designated as a true disciple by Kaiyuan sect, was almost completely wiped out by Xander from White Horse Manor. Xander also made a bold claim that in 3 days, at White Horse Manor, he will chop off Bellamy's head and offer it to the heavens. Xander nodded, then dragged Bellamy away from the Hall of All Affairs. Hashtag Chapter 8, The Immortal Map. Master, do you understand what this young Master Xander intends to do? Adeline asked curiously as she stood beside Domenico, only after Xander's aura had completely vanished down the long street. Her beautiful eyes still held traces of shock and fear from witnessing Bellamy's tragic fate, especially the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Xander. Domenico smiled slightly. Xander of White Horse Manor will undoubtedly be a key figure in any future tales told about Donghua City. Today, it was heard that the Xianxia family is holding a grand celebration to commemorate Leslie being listed as a direct disciple by Kaiyuan sect. It's surely a joyful day for them. But Xander chose this exact moment to infiltrate the Xianxia residence, kill, kidnap, and take Bellamy as a hostage, then post the news on Beishadong. His goal, of course, is to see Leslie. Not exactly a romantic reunion drama, like newlyweds reuniting, he chuckled. Adeline's pupils constricted. Master, does this mean young Master Davon intends to kill even Leslie? Domenico nodded. But why? Is there some hidden story between them? Why go through such lengths just to bring Leslie out? Adeline wondered aloud. Domenico laughed softly. Who knows? These youngsters are overly dramatic. Love always leads to conflict and bloodshed, making things less peaceful. But let's enjoy the show. Go, fetch me a cup of tea. Adeline replied with a "Him," and turned to leave. Dragging Bellamy behind him, Xander returned to White Horse Manor. Trent approached with surprise. Young Master, who is this? Isn't this the patriarch of the Xianxia family? Trent's astonishment quickly turned to shock when he realized the nearly lifeless body being dragged by Xander was indeed the Xianxia patriarch, who had been enjoying unprecedented power in Donghua City recently. What happened? Why is the Xianxia patriarch in such a state? Trent inquired, his face still incredulous. Xander smiled faintly. Just settling old scores. Jeffrey, keep an eye on this half-dead man. He is destined to die, but not yet. In 3 days, it will be his time. With that, Xander dropped Bellamy and left without another word. Trent's brow furrowed as he struggled to process the situation. Bellamy, who had been barely conscious, woke up sharply from the rough treatment and roared angrily. This startled Trent back to reality. Xianxia patriarch. I'm not sure what transpired between you and our young master. Thief Xander. He invaded my family's home, killed 3 of our top experts. And here you stand, pretending to know nothing, dog slave. Bellamy spat. Trent's mood grew even more restless. What nonsense. Xander killed 3 Xianxia experts? Those were 5th-level mountain experts. How did Xander manage that? Trent recalled Xander's proactive proposal to venture into the Void Place, and his transformation upon returning. He pondered deeply. It seems our young master truly gained much during that journey into the Void Place. Destiny indeed favors those who are prepared. Trent straightened up, a rare smile spreading across his face. Xianxia patriarch. What you say is incorrect. I don't know the full details, but from my perspective, our young master has always been clear about love and hate. If your family hadn't done something to provoke him, why would he have acted so harshly? You're talking rubbish. How could we possibly wrong him? This heartless beast shouldn't have agreed to this marriage in the first place. Just wait until my son returns. We'll ensure White Horse Manor ceases to exist in Donghua City. The terror of Kaiyuan sect is not something little Xander can handle. Bellamy's rage was palpable. Trent frowned. Kaiyuan sect, a formidable force renowned even in Adrian, possessed terrifying power. If they backed the Xianxia family, it would indeed be troublesome. Trent shook his head. Our young master handled this matter too rashly, too impulsively. Looks like we need to seek help from Taiping Wei to avoid further trouble. Thinking this, Trent knocked Bellamy unconscious and secured him away without needing to strip his cultivation. Xander had already taken care of that. Returning to his room, Trent rummaged through until he found an ancient, ornate iron chest. He then headed towards Xander's quarters. Xander had just unfurled the immortal map when he heard the system notification. The immortal map has been upgraded. Functionality details. 1. Scanning range increased to cover all of Adrian. 2. Increased white value accumulation, allowing automatic locking onto the nearest strong corpse. Despite no visible changes, the map's functionality had indeed improved, becoming easier and more intuitive. With just a glance, several markers appeared. Names, Qiu Qi Siyuan, a supreme elder of the Huabei sect, dead. White value requirement, 10,000. Names, Amadeus, the ancient leader of Qinglian sect, dead. White value requirement, 30,000. Names, Bryson High, an upper seat at Hanshan Courtyard, dead. White value requirement, 50,000. All information was clearly recorded, burial location, cultivation realm, and required white values. However, specific locations needed white values to unlock. White values could be understood as a form of energy, currency, or consumable resource primarily used to support the immortal map scanning and location locking functions. Gaining white values involved various events like cultivating, changing status, founding organizations, initiating wars, losing treasures, or plundering others. The methods to acquire them were numerous. Xander sighed. Indeed, nothing in this world comes easily. To benefit from the system, he would need to make an effort. The system's assistance was undeniable. Even the best divine blessings might only equate to what the system offers. But if the host slacked off and did nothing, no matter how powerful the system, it couldn't save him. Ultimately, everything depended on Xander's actions and his desire to become stronger. Of course, Xander harbored no intention of slacking. This world wasn't one that respected relationships. Even arranged marriages came with dark curses behind closed doors. Human hearts were unpredictable. If he chose to slack off, he wouldn't even know how he'd die. So, since the system set the standard, he would aim for it, earning enough white values. He needed an event, cultivating, founding an organization, killing, or arson. As Xander contemplated, a knock sounded at his door. Come in. With permission, Trent entered, carrying an oak-like object, which raised Xander's eyebrow. ####Chapter 9. The Roar of the Gigantic Ming. Jeffrey, what have you brought here? Trent smiled. Master, this is something that Lord Davon specially left for you. Lord, that would be father, right? An heirloom? Xander blinked. His memories from when he was transported to this world were fragmented. All he knew about his father, Davon Binglong, a renowned figure in Ankingju, was that his father worked for the Great Peace Defense and possessed immense power. However, Even with such strength, he passed away many years ago. Xander didn't know what kind of heirloom his father might have left for him. He opened the sturdy-looking chest. Inside the chest, there were only 3 items. First, a token of ordinary size. Second, a sword that exuded sharpness. Third, a blood-red jade piece as wide as 3 fingers, curved and adorned with intricate patterns resembling blood vessels. In the past, your grandfather was the chief of the Demon Investigation Pavilion of the Great Peace Defense in Engsub, holding a position of great power and authority. In terms of strength, he reached the formidable level of 6th Mountain. If not for an unexpected event, given his capabilities and reputation, he could have been appointed as the Divine Luo Inspector of the Great Peace Defense by now. Trent sighed involuntarily. He was getting old, and seeing these old relics made him reminisce. Xander pursed his lips, forming a more vivid impression of his father. He reached out and took the sword first. As it was unsheathed, an aura of killing intent enveloped the room, revealing the owner's grand demeanor. This sword is called White Bull Exploring the Peak, the most favored weapon of your grandfather. It is a rare 8th class weapon, Trent explained. Xander marveled inwardly. No wonder, serving under Davon Binglong, Trent indeed knew much about him. The White Bull Exploring the Peak sword was far superior to the Cheng Yuan sword bestowed by the system. But still, Xander wasn't entirely impressed. Next, he picked up the token. It felt metallic and ice-cold, inscribed on both sides, proclaiming peace on one side and eradicating evil on the other. Unsurprisingly, this should be Davon Binglong's status symbol from his high-ranking days. This token is extremely important, Master. Do not lose it. This token represents your grandfather's lifetime glory and past identity. Should you join the Great Peace Defense in the future and reach the 6th Mountain Realm, you can directly inherit the position of Chief of the Demon Investigation Pavilion through this token. Many years ago, Grand Governor Ferdy of the Great Peace Defense in Engsub had an agreement with your grandfather. With this Demon Investigation Pavilion token, you will receive protection from the Great Peace Defense. Over the years, no one has taken the chief position due to the existence of this agreement. Trent's tone was solemn. Xander examined the token. Engsub, Great Peace Defense, Chief of the Demon Investigation Pavilion. Following in his father's footsteps and reviving the past glory? Not a bad idea. Moreover, considering his current strength, securing the position of chief shouldn't be too difficult. More importantly, transforming from a forsaken young master of Bema Manor into the chief of the Great Peace Defense would be a tremendous leap, earning him significant white value points. Xander put down the token and picked up the last item in the box, a scorching hot jade piece that felt like molten iron at 1,000 degrees. What's this? A cultivation technique? Xander asked. Trent nodded. Yes, it looks like jade but isn't quite. It's a heart bone from an ancient giant beast named Gigantic Ming. On it is engraved a powerful spell called Roar of the Gigantic Ming. In ancient times, Gigantic Ming could swallow mountains with a single breath, making this spell exceptionally potent. Back then, your grandfather used this technique to become unbeatable. According to his account, cultivating this method allows one to forge their spirit akin to the Gigantic Ming, achieving immense strength once perfected. When fully mastered, striking or pushing a mountain apart becomes trivial. However, although powerful, it is not easy to cultivate. Even someone as talented as your grandfather took over a decade to achieve just partial mastery. But even partial mastery can unleash considerable power. Trent was visibly excited. Clearly, he held the Roar of the Gigantic Ming in high regard. After hearing the introduction, Xander poured his spiritual energy into it. Immediately, a burst of crimson golden light appeared. Ding! Do you wish to learn Roar of the Gigantic Ming? Learning requires consuming 100 white value points. This system really comes in handy, but Xander did not rush to learn it immediately. Yes, I will carry on my father's legacy and bring back his glory. Time waits for no one, Jeffrey. I wish to meditate and understand the secrets of this technique deeply. Please do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. Trent acknowledged and left, even setting up a barrier to ensure privacy. After Trent departed, Xander retrieved the Cheng Yuan sword from his system storage. A 6th class weapon like the Cheng Yuan sword was good for ordinary people, while on his left hand, he had a better 8th class weapon, the White Bull Exploring the Peak. He chose to smelt them. Ding! Smelting 6th class weapon Cheng Yuan sword successful, gaining 60 white value points. Ding! Smelting 8th class weapon White Bull, Exploring the Peak successful, gaining 80 white value points. Ding! Consuming 100 white value points to learn Roar of the Gigantic Ming. Ding! Learning successful. Congratulations, owner. The Roar of the Gigantic Ming has been raised to the introductory stage. Xander closed his eyes, visualizing numerous insights about the ancient Gigantic Ming within his mind. Even at the introductory stage, Xander felt significantly stronger. The reputation of the ancient beast lived up to its name. Great technique. Since the technique was learned, he decided to melt down the heated blood-red bone. Ding! Smelting one piece of the ancient Gigantic Ming's heart bone successful, gaining 400 white value points. Then, using 500 white value points, Xander upgraded the Roar of the Gigantic Ming to partial mastery, achieving what Davon Binglong had accomplished long ago. Looking at Xander's current stats, 8th Mountain Realm, Cultivation Method, Sea of God Scripture, Mastered Skills, Songyuan Palm Technique, Roar of the Gigantic Ming. Possessing treasures like the Falling Heaven Coffin, Immortal Map, and Primordial Gemstone for invincible physical form, holding the Demon Investigation Pavilion token ready to be utilized. Although burdened with accursed poison, the Scarlet Dragon Divine Pill grants longevity of 10,000 years. Xander clenched his fist. The next step was to wait while cultivating. He awaited the arrival of Leslie. Xander closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. While Xander was engrossed in cultivation, his actions stirred the entire Dahan city and even the whole Xintianzhou High. The famous Kaidayuan sect, which recently announced a new true disciple, saw Leslie's family wiped out shortly after. The perpetrator, identified as Xander of Bema Manor, fearlessly spread the news via the 100 News channel. Despite many being unaware of where Bema Manor was, curiosity around the audacious Xander grew exponentially. Chapter 10. The Ultimatum. In the city of Donghua, nestled among its bustling streets, lies one of the prominent families, the Davon family. The prosperity of the Davon family has endured for several centuries. Whether in terms of resources or strength, it holds a significant place within Donghua City. No, to be more precise, with control over the majority of Donghua City's resources, calling the Davon family the city's hegemon is not an exaggeration. At this moment, deep within the heart of the Davon family's domain stands a grand hall named Zhonggong Hall, visible from afar. The hall's majestic presence symbolizes the authority and power of the Davon family. It represents their rights, status, and serves as a symbol of the clan. As the doors creak open, revealing the solemn interior of the hall, elders of the Davon family are seated inside, all bearing heavy expressions. Some lower their eyes, but beneath the drooping eyelids lies not laziness but anger. Others display a mix of fear and unease. Among this assembly of elders, a middle-aged man with a stern appearance stands out. This man is Davon Mingbei, the current patriarch of the Davon family. As the head of the Davon family, Davon Mingbei has ascended to the fifth mountain realm and made considerable progress. In the vast expanse of Donghua City, he is undoubtedly counted among the strong. However, the expression on this powerful figure's face matches that of the surrounding elders, furrowed brows filled with anger and concern. Why were they all so tense? Because they had learned about what happened at the Xianxia family residence. Don't remain silent. Speak up. What should we do regarding this matter? And Xander? Breaking the oppressive silence was none other than Davon Mingbei. Upon hearing his words, the elders around him furrowed their brows even deeper. Master, in my opinion, Xander's actions have been reckless and audacious. For such great crimes, he should be immediately removed from the clan registry, forever severing ties with our family. Xander truly has a brain like pig feces. By sheer luck, he obtained some minor boon and reached the fifth mountain realm. Yet instead of being content, he presumed himself important and directly attacked the Xianxia residents, leaving bloodshed in his wake. This boy is indeed incredibly arrogant. Consider the talent of Alfred from the Xianxia family. His rapid cultivation led him to be chosen by the Kaiyuan sect as a true disciple. With this fortune, the Xianxia family's prosperity was predictable. But now, with this sudden misfortune, how can it go unnoticed by the Kaiyuan sect? The Xianxia family, being the relatives of a true disciple of the Kaiyuan sect, if the sect decides to investigate thoroughly and exact punishment, how could the Davon family bear the consequences? Therefore, the best course of action now is to sever ties with Xander before the Kaiyuan sect acts, lest their wrath fall upon us, dragging us down unnecessarily. After an elder finished speaking, Davon Mingbei silently looked at the others. What do you think? Master, Elder Three's words are true. We should expel Xander as soon as possible for the safety and peace of mind of our family. Master, I agree with Elder Three's view. He's absolutely right. Xander is arrogant and disrespectful. If we let him remain, even if we avoid the Kaiyuan sect's wrath this time, he will bring bigger trouble in the future, dragging the Davon family into ruin. It's better to act decisively now rather than regret later. Yes, Master, the prosperity of our family cannot be hindered by someone like him. Elders chimed in one after another, agreeing. Davon Mingbei looked toward the most vibrant elder present. Imran, what do you think? Master, remember, the 500-year cycle is approaching. At that time, a heavenly tribulation will test us. If we survive, we will receive blessings. Otherwise, we will cease to exist. In such a critical moment, every helping hand counts. Hearing Imran mention the heavenly tribulation, everyone, including Davon Mingbei, became grave. The heavenly tribulation is one of the trials set by the divine law of the Xinguang world. Families like the Davons must endure it every 500 years. Success brings immense benefits. Failure means total annihilation. Even larger forces face this with utmost caution, as it's no small matter if mishandled. While the heavenly tribulation is fearsome, it's not a reason to keep Xander. Master, please consider carefully. Xander is peculiar and dangerous. Keeping him is detrimental. Yes, Master, you know he publicly revealed everything on Beishitong, which is immensely popular. Word of this has spread far and wide. People from the Kaiyuan sect will likely visit us within 2 days. How can we escape blame then? Our family can't afford this. Elder 3 reiterated, prompting more agreements. Master, Elder 3 is right. Expelling Xander is the only way. You're right. If the Kaiyuan sect blames us, we might be swallowed by their wrath long before the heavenly tribulation. What more hesitation, Master? Expelling Xander is paramount. Amidst the clamor, Davon Mingbei nodded. Fine, since everyone agrees, let it be proclaimed that Xander is hereby expelled from the Davon family, severing all ties. Elder 3, you'll personally visit Beishitong to announce this and ensure the Kaiyuan sect sees our stance. Also, inform the White Horse Manor. Elder 3 left cheerfully. Faced with this scene, Imran sighed inwardly. Even if he wanted to retain Xander, he couldn't. If the Kaiyuan sect's wrath falls, the Davon family might be obliterated before the heavenly tribulation. Sacrificing Xander seemed inevitable. Events at the Davon family's Zhonggong Hall were intense. Meanwhile, Xander at White Horse Manor remained oblivious. When he learned of it, Elder 3, Davon Pimu, had already visited Beishitong and arrived at White Horse Manor. Seeing Davon Pimu, Trent was taken aback. Since Master Davon Binglong's death, when had any Davon family members step foot here? Elder 3, unexpected visit today. Any specific arrangements? Trent forced politeness, but his expression was grim. Davon Pimu sneered coldly. Bringing orders from the family master. Xander's arrogance and recklessness have been unanimously condemned. From today, Xander is expelled from the Davon family, severing all ties. Trent flared up in anger. Davon family, do you have any shame? When Master was alive, he always prioritized the family's interests. Now, you're expelling his only son. Your conscience has been devoured by dogs. But facing Trent's anger, Davon Pimu remained indifferent. Follow the order. Remember not to use the Davon family name. With that, Davon Pimu dropped an ultimatum and left. Trent clenched his fists, his fury turning into a helpless sigh. He picked up the ultimatum and went to find Xander. Just as he was about to knock, Xander's voice came from inside. Keep this ultimatum safe, so the Davon family won't deny it in the future. The Davon family? Buffed. He didn't even think much of them. Note: the translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as requested. Chapter 11. Leslie's Revenge. Just one day later, a unique brilliance of a spacecraft tore through the sky. The spacecraft was clearly not cheap, far beyond what small families could afford. This spacecraft came from afar and arrived directly above Donghua City. There were naturally people aboard the spacecraft. One of them was a woman, whose appearance was beyond reproach. It would be fair to call her the top beauty of Donghua City. Yet, this woman exuded a cold and distant demeanor, as if she wasn't easily approachable. The other was an elderly man, dressed and looking rather ordinary, but he radiated immense power, with the aura of a formidable warrior. Who else could these two be? Naturally, they were Leslie, the pride of the Xianxia family who rushed over from Kaiyuan sect upon hearing the news, and Alwyn, an internal officer of Kaiyuan sect. After piloting the spacecraft into Donghua City's territory, they immediately headed for the former residence of the Xianxia family. As a renowned noble family in Donghua City, the Xianxia estate now bore no resemblance to its former glory. In ruins, it was overshadowed by dark clouds. Everything within sight was desolate and forlorn. It seems, as rumors say, that your Xianxia family has faced great calamity. Alwyn's tone remained calm, but Leslie was far from calm. Already known for her stern beauty, her eyes now resembled 10,000-year-old ice, filled with chilling killing intent. Xander, great job, my wonderful fiancé. Leslie clenched her fists tightly, her anger evident. Shall we go straight to find this little brat named Xander? Leslie shook her head. We will go to the Davon family of Donghua City first. They are a major clan, and in terms of resources, they surpass even the Xianxia family. With Xander being a member of the Davon family, how could the Davon family remain unaware of his daylight massacre of our clan? Even if Xander is indeed a fool, without sufficient backing, how dare he act so recklessly? Even though her father Bellamy had been captured, with his fate unknown, Leslie still maintained a composed mindset. However, Alwyn seemed indifferent to Leslie's cautious approach. Just a local scoundrel. Even if given the chance to fly, how high can he possibly fly? Now that Kaiyuan sect stands behind you, why waste time on such caution? Having said that, the spacecraft blasted off again, heading towards the residence of the Davon family. Not long after, at the grand hall of the Davon family, Leslie and Alwyn had arrived. The uninvited arrival of the spacecraft made both the patriarch Davon Mingbei and the other elders visibly uneasy, their eyes filled with fear and dread. Where is the villain Xander? Alwyn sat confidently in the main seat, interrogating everyone coldly. With respect to officer, Xander committed heinous crimes. Not long ago, our family's council of elders unanimously decided to expel him to preserve our family honor. From that point on, whatever happens to this criminal has nothing to do with the Davon family. Currently, this rogue resides in the White Horse Manor, which his father Davon Bing long established. This place has no ties to the Davon family. In the manor, only an old servant named Trent attends to him, a cultivator of the Fifth Mountain Realm. It is speculated that through some luck, Xander also possesses the strength of the Fifth Mountain Realm. Davon Mingbei answered respectfully. They fully expected Kaiyuan sect to come demanding justice, hence they prepared thoroughly, expelling Xander from the family and having a ready explanation to sever all ties with him before Kaiyuan sect arrived. Otherwise, the Davon family might have met the same fate as the Xianxia family. Upon hearing this, Alwyn sneered disdainfully. Just two weaklings of the Fifth Mountain Realm, hardly worthy of his attention. In that case, lead us to the White Horse Manor immediately. Xander dares to defy the authority of Kaiyuan sect in broad daylight. If we don't quickly suppress this rogue, won't it embolden more people to disregard Kaiyuan sect in the future? The murderous intent in Alwyn's eyes nearly solidified. Davon Mingbei agreed repeatedly and personally led the way to the White Horse Manor. Indeed, the all-knowing messenger was incredibly well informed. But even without the all-knowing messenger, the upheaval involving the Xianxia family was too significant to escape notice. At this moment, there were already many people gathered around the White Horse Manor. Ordinary citizens dared not get involved in such commotion. Thus, those who came were all cultivators. Each person had wide eyes and pricked ears, focusing their attention entirely on the White Horse Manor. When Leslie and Alwyn appeared, the crowd began to stir. Many looked at the two with awe, but Alwyn ignored these ants. With a wave of his sleeve, a powerful force erupted into the air amidst swirling winds. The protective formation and main gate of the White Horse Manor were simultaneously blown away. Alwyn humphed, then strode forcefully into the White Horse Manor. Immediately upon entering, Alwyn saw a young man sitting in a chair with closed eyes, seemingly meditating amidst heaven and earth, radiating a detached and transcendent aura. Contrasting sharply with this young man was another person kneeling at his feet, disheveled and covered in blood. Father! Even without seeing his face, Leslie recognized him instantly and exclaimed in shock. Yuer, is that you? You're back. Hearing the familiar voice, Bellamy burst into tears. He tried to lift his head, gazing at his daughter with eyes wide open, unable to hide his surprise and joy. And following her must be a high-ranking expert dispatched by Kaiyuan sect. What fortune! With Kaiyuan sect's help, he might finally be saved. Although Bellamy's limbs were broken, his heart felt like an invisible fist was squeezing it. The humiliation and resentment accumulated in his heart were finally released. Xander, you scum. Today? A sudden gust of wind cut Leslie's words short. A cold, merciless light flashed as Leslie's head spun in the air before falling to the ground. Noisy. Your value ends here. That indifferent tone came from Xander's lips. Heaven forbid. How could he cut down Bellamy in one stroke? So ruthless, without any hesitation. Wasn't Bellamy a hostage? How could he just kill him? Was it true that some people suspected he kept Bellamy alive to lure Leslie here? Wait, surely he wouldn't kill Leslie as well? Sharp intakes of breath echoed in the crowd. At this moment, they were completely stunned by Xander's ruthlessness. And this devastating move utterly shattered the last remnants of Leslie's composure, her mind overwhelmed with fury and grief. Leslie screamed in a berserk rage. Xander, I will kill you. I will see you dead. I will tear you apart and scatter your bones to the winds. I will make sure you have nowhere to rest your corpse. Amidst Leslie's irrational fury, Alwyn sprang into action. The power of a mighty warrior burst forth. It was a massive greenbacked saber slicing through the air. With one blow, the entire White Horse Manor could be effortlessly reduced to rubble. As an officer of Kaiyuan sect, Alwyn, at the 6th Mountain Realm, found killing a 5th Mountain Realm cultivator as easy as a tiger crushing a mouse. A smile crept across Alwyn's lips. Die, insect. Facing this terrifying strike from Alwyn, Xander stood up, his expression calm. He let out a thunderous roar. This was not a lion's roar technique where sound booms from the mouth but a roar that reverberated like a furious beast with each punch and palm. Visible distortions rippled through the air, accompanied by a roar that seemed to tear souls from bodies. Alwyn's mountain-splitting strike was obliterated. Yet, the horrifying shockwave continued unabated. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed. All the onlookers watched in disbelief as a massive hole, large enough for a small child to crawl through, blossomed on Alwyn's chest. Blood no longer flowed from it. Instead, the internal flesh visibly turned gray and withered. You, how can this be? Alwyn's eyes bulged, his pupils quivering. Fear, shock. These were the only emotions left in his mind as he faced imminent death. Alwyn could not fathom why Xander could be so powerful. He was a formidable warrior at the 6th Mountain Realm. Why couldn't he withstand even a single blow? But who else could contain their shock besides Alwyn? Every one of the spectators, all those cultivators watching from the sidelines, felt their eyeballs almost pop out. They wanted to slap themselves hard, doubting if they were dreaming. This Xander, truly by the heavens above, how could he become so powerful? The terrifying force seemed capable of toppling mountains. Earlier, it was rumored that Xander had gained immense fortune after entering the place of nothingness and was no longer a waste. Now, looking at him, he was far beyond merely being no longer useless. He had leaped straight into boundless power. Just one move. Only one move to kill a high-ranking expert of the Kaiyuan sect. How strong was he? 6th Mountain Realm? 7th Mountain Realm? The buzzing whispers of astonishment were drowned out by Xander, who remained oblivious to them. Killing Alwyn was just incidental. Xander stared intently at Leslie, advancing step by step. Hashtag Chapter 12, Azure Dragon Sword. Could Xander really intend to kill Leslie? Those around him couldn't help but shiver from the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Xander. Fear erupted within them. How terrifying this person was. Even an official from the Kaiyuan sect, someone so high and mighty, couldn't withstand a single move from him. One strike, and he was dead. Xander was now truly terrifying and ruthless. Leslie was his fiancée. Who knew what deep-seated hatred lay behind their relationship? TSK, truly lamentable. What should have been a joyous affair ended up in such a dire situation. How regretful, how pitiful. Were Leslie and Xander a perfect match? You actually believe that? They aren't even remotely compatible. Quickly shut your mouth. Do you also want to die here? People around who couldn't control their tongues whispered amongst themselves. But Xander didn't hear any of it. Step by step, he finally stood right before Leslie. The close distance and the formidable pressure Xander emitted made even Leslie, whose mind was filled with anger, unable to hold back her fear and panic. She was utterly bewildered. She had assumed that with the support of Alwyn, a 6th Mountain expert from the Kaiyuan sect, she could eliminate Xander when he unexpectedly encountered an opportunity. But she never imagined that Xander's gain would be so terrifying. A former nobody had suddenly grown into a horrifying realm where even 6th Mountain experts could be killed with one palm. With Xander's current frightening strength, how could she, at the 4th Mountain level, possibly resist? So her fear was justified. Even her cold and stern face was now completely overwhelmed by vulnerability. Xander's sword pressed against Leslie's neck, making her feel death clearly. How about giving me a reasonable explanation? Explanation? Upon hearing Xander's words, Leslie managed to suppress her instinctive fear and actually smirked. It seems you're quite clear on it. Ha! Indeed, you were extremely fortunate in the Vanishing Land, rising to such heights overnight, which I never expected. Fine, since you want an explanation, I'll tell you. The reason is simple. Because you were the waste everyone in Donghua City knew, while I am a pride of heaven, destined for greatness. I don't want my life, which should be glorious, to be ruined by a mere arrangement. So you deserve to die. You must die. Only if you die will there be no stain on my bright future. Therefore, I curse you. I curse you not to die well. Leslie's face turned pale, and she laughed bitterly. I thought I had calculated everything to kill you without anyone knowing, using curses to make you die suddenly. At that time, our marriage contract would fade into nothingness, allowing me to spread my wings and indulge myself. Ha, how unjust is heaven. Heaven does not love me. How could I have thought that you, a dead man who should have died already, could still rise again and stand before me, threatening my life? I'm truly curious about what happened to you in the Vanishing Land with its myriad possibilities. Fate. Perhaps this is just fate, but I do not regret it. Even if given another chance, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, I would still curse you, wishing you dead. Cold light flickered in Leslie's eyes. She didn't believe her actions were wrong. She firmly believed that her current predicament was due to heaven's lack of favor, not because she was wrong. The bystanders watching her speech all widened their eyes. Is this woman insane? A madwoman, utterly insane, willing to curse Xander to death just for this. Heaven, throughout history, those cursed to death had their souls forever trapped in eternal suffering. What a venomous heart indeed. Truly the most venomous of hearts. How malicious her scheme was. If it weren't for young Master Davin's timely discovery and his immense fortune in the vanishing land, leading to his incredible reversal of fortune, this madwoman would likely be laughing at young Master Davin's funeral right now. The spectators murmured and sighed. As outsiders, they hadn't expected this seemingly perfect wedding to end in such a tragic manner. This was supposed to be a happy event, yet now it has turned into mourning, great mourning. And these two people who were supposed to be newlyweds, Leslie harbored deep resentment and actually cursed her fiancé. While as her fiancé, Xander acted decisively, realizing Leslie's moves and then directly wiping out her entire family. These two were clearly not meant to be a couple. They were like wolves devouring each other. If they were really married, their wickedness would only grow worse, leading to unimaginable consequences. Fortunately, things had come to a resolution. Seems these are your last words. Farewell then. Then, the sword flashed. Leslie's head did not only fly into the sky but scattered in midair, blood and bone fragments blooming like a gruesome flower. The scene deeply shocked the onlookers. How ruthless. How incredibly ruthless. Many started backing away, genuinely fearing that if Xander lost control, he might slaughter them as well. But Xander had no interest in killing them. He simply focused on cleaning up the bodies. Ding. Successfully escorted the body of 6th Mountain Alwyn. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 20 years of cultivation. Triggering enhancement, tenfold increase. Gaining 200 years of cultivation. Ding. Successfully escorted the body of 4th Mountain Bellamy. Congratulations, Master. You have gained a pill, the rejuvenation pill. Triggering enhancement, tenfold increase. Obtaining pill, origin rejuvenation pill. Ding. Successfully escorted the body of 4th Mountain Leslie. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a supreme weapon, the Hongfei Sword. Triggering enhancement, tenfold increase. Obtaining dragon weapon, Azure Dragon Sword. Following the system notification, Xander felt his cultivation significantly enhanced by the 200 years of cultivation infused into him. However, he was still limited by his physical constitution. To become even stronger, much improvement was still needed. Next, Xander opened the information on the Origin Rejuvenation Pill and the Dragon Weapon for inspection. The Origin Rejuvenation Pill was an excellent grade medicinal pill. It was said that anyone below the 8th mountain who consumed it wouldn't die, illustrating its tremendous power. As for the Dragon Weapon, the Azure Dragon Sword, it was a supreme treasure. Not only was it incredibly sharp, but it also contained the Azure Dragon Dao. Each stroke added a bit of the Azure Dragon essence. It had a spell, Azure Dragon Breaking Sky, which could overturn the heavens, a transcendent divine technique. The Azure Dragon Sword, white as jade, was perfect for soaking in blood. When drawn, it exuded boundless dragon might, its aura shaking the white horse manner, causing the clouds and wind above to tremble. Undoubtedly, it was a divine weapon. Such a fine sword naturally belonged to him. With the Azure Dragon Sword in hand, the Azure Dragon Breaking Sky spell reached mastery instantly. The sword's cold light shattered mountains alike, wielding divine authority. Chapter 13. Mo Fei Wei. Hussein was killed. Then he examined his current state. He, an 8th mountain cultivator, practiced profound techniques such as the Roar of Great Enlightenment and Songlong Duan Clement, wielded the Songlong Sword, and possessed treasures like the Yuan Chun Pill. His lifespan could now span 10,000 years, and the fatal curse had vanished into nothingness. Upon confirming this, Xander felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. The heavy burden in his heart finally lifted. Finally, a steady start. Xander murmured to himself. Xander's actions directly caused great fear and bitterness within the Davon family. The elders, including the patriarch Davon Mingbei, had all misjudged the situation. They thought that by expelling Xander, the Grand Administrator of the Kaiyuan sect would certainly kill him. But instead, the 6th Mountain Grand Administrator of the Kaiyuan sect was killed. And it only took one move. Such an outcome was beyond their imagination. This was a 6th Mountain cultivator from the Kaiyuan sect, one who mastered countless divine powers and methods. Yet, before Xander, he couldn't withstand even a single blow. How powerful must Xander be now? They found it hard to imagine. The Davon family now faced an overwhelming sense of sorrow and worry. The stronger Xander became, the more trouble the Davon family would face if he decided to take revenge for being wronged. Someone snorted coldly. What's there to fear? If he wants to act arrogantly, let's see how he survives the Kaiyuan sect's retribution. These words were spoken by Elder 3, Davon Pimu. He despised Xander, so even though he misjudged Xander, he still blamed everything on him. Davon Pimu did not feel guilty about anything. Expelling Xander was, in his view, the right decision. The more powerful Xander became, the more reason there was to get rid of him. Otherwise, leaving someone like him in the Davon family would mean no peace. It was better to cut ties early than to regret later. After matters settled down, Trent found Xander. The old servant still showed signs of shock, but his face was filled with excitement and joy. Master, you are truly blessed by heaven. With your strength now at least 6th Mountain, heaven has not abandoned us. Xander nodded. Trent clenched his fists in excitement. Heaven is merciful. Heaven is merciful. After mumbling these words, Trent continued. Master, the person you killed was Alwyn, a Grand Administrator of the Kaiyuan sect. This incident has already spread through Bai Shirtong. Given the reach of Bai Shirtong across the 9 realms, it is common knowledge now. The Kaiyuan sect will definitely send strong hands to deal with you. The old servant fears we cannot withstand them. Perhaps we should seek refuge in Enkingju's Taiping Guard? However, Xander's face did not show any fear. He calmly waved his hand. As for matters concerning the Kaiyuan sect, don't worry about them. I will handle it. For now, I need to stay in Donghua City for a few more days. After a fortnight, I will follow your advice and join the Engsub Taiping Guard. Trent nodded respectfully and left the room. Xander closed his eyes. His intention to stay longer in Donghua City was deliberate. He wanted to see the Kaiyuan sect's reaction. The killing of the sect's Grand Administrator, Alwyn, was undoubtedly a challenge to the Kaiyuan sect. Logically, the offended Kaiyuan sect would send even more formidable experts to Donghua City to eliminate him. If the Kaiyuan sect did indeed respond that way, it would perfectly suit Xander's wishes. Xander dared to swear that anyone sent by the Kaiyuan sect would meet their end at his hands. The coffin of Luo Clement never gets full. The more he killed, the stronger he grew. Killing to achieve enlightenment. Xander checked his newly bought by Shirtong device and saw the top headline. Shock. Kaiyuan sect Grand Administrator Alwyn killed. True disciple Hussein decapitated. Perpetrator identified as Xander from Donghua City. Although the title was shocking, the content was straightforward. But the news spread incredibly fast. Just moments after the killings, it was already making headlines. Xander smiled and shook his head, then returned to his cultivation. Over the next half-month, this major headline stirred waves across the 9 realms. It became a hot topic among countless people. Especially regarding the little-known Xander from the small city of Donghua, people's curiosity grew intensely. They particularly wanted to know how strong Xander really was. Unfortunately, even the highly informed Wan Shitang couldn't gather specific information on Xander's realm. His mysteriousness naturally drew even more attention. But Xander paid little heed to these matters. He remained absorbed in cultivation. Although mere days wouldn't make much difference, Xander loved cultivating. What disappointed Xander was that the expected fury and retaliation from the Kaiyuan sect never came. Clearly, the Kaiyuan sect wasn't easily provoked. They would investigate thoroughly before taking action. In short, Xander wouldn't face immediate confrontation from the Kaiyuan sect. This fact was disappointing. However, his disappointment was soon interrupted. Trent knocked on the door and said, "Master, representatives from the Engsub Taiping Guard have arrived." Xander's disappointment halted. Was this turning out to be a trade of one disappointment for another? Who has come? Amo Feiwei named Braxton, inviting you to join the Taiping Guard, possibly to succeed your father's position. Amo Feiwei. Yes, exactly. Trent's tone revealed his excitement. Taking up his father's legacy. What greater satisfaction could there be? Xander thought for a moment and decided to meet this Amo Feiwei. In the spacious reception hall of the White Horse Manor, a young man with sharp features awaited. This young man was a 5th mountain cultivator. Given his age and strength, he was clearly seen as a prodigy by many. Braxton of the Engsub Taiping Guard, reporting to Master Davon. Xander gave a slight smile. You've come all this way just to invite me? Indeed. Not even 2 weeks ago, Master Davon displayed godlike prowess, killing Kaiyuan sect's Alwyn in one move and treating true disciple Hussein as nothing. Thanks to the extensive network of Wan Shitang, this news has spread far and wide. Your might, Master Davon, is well known. Being a deity-like figure, the Taiping Guard naturally wishes to recruit you. I am here by order of Shenluo Inspector Ferdi to invite you to Engsub Taiping Guard, where you will take over your father's role as head of the Chamo Pavilion. It would make for a beautiful story if it becomes widely known. Braxton smiled. Xander responded, I only know my father served in the Chamo Pavilion. Tell me more about the Taiping Guard. Braxton began his introduction. Engsub Taiping Guard was a significant force under the Fuhai Hoidam, responsible for maintaining peace and stability within Engsub. The Taiping Guard comprised the Shenluo Inspector, 4 deputy inspectors, 8 pavilion heads, earthly fiend protectors, numerous administrators, and tens of thousands of guards. The current Shenluo Inspector was Ferdi. After Braxton's explanation, Xander gained a clear understanding of the Taiping Guard structure. If I take the head position at Chamo Pavilion, can I advance further? Of course. In the Taiping Guard, promotion is based on merit and cultivation. With enough capability, even the position of Shenluo Inspector is achievable. Xander nodded. Simple rules, I like that. I accept your invitation and will join the Engsub Taiping Guard once matters in Donghua City are settled. Braxton, hearing this, smiled and took his leave. Xander then gave instructions to Trent. In a few days, he would go to join the Taiping Guard as an official. Come to think of it, isn't the Davon family destined for calamity in a few days? Trent nodded in response. Xander smiled slightly. Where there is calamity, there must be death, and his funeral business would have work to do again. Upon hearing this, Braxton smiled and took his leave. Xander then gave instructions to Trent. In a few days, he would be taking up his post at Taiping Wei. Now that we're talking about it, isn't the impending calamity for the Davon family also going to happen in a few days? Trent nodded in agreement. Xander smiled faintly. With calamity from above, there will inevitably be death. His funeral business would have work to do again. ####Chapter 14. The Heavenly Grace Examination. Several days later, inside the Davon family's central hall, Davon Mingbei sat at the head of the gathering, surrounded by the clan members. Not a single face displayed any joy. Instead, they were all heavy with worry. Their eyes reflected trembling hearts, restless anxiety, and an uncontrollable sense of fear. Why were they acting this way? Naturally, because today was a significant day for the Davon family. Heavenly peril awaited, a test unavoidable to anyone living in this world. Passing it would bring them everything they desired, abundant resources and enhanced abilities for the clan. However, failing would result in dire consequences, deaths, and the destruction of the clan, which could not be escaped. Hence, today was exceptionally important. The fate of the Davon family's existence within Donghua City hinged on today's outcome. In the central hall, Davon Mingbei spoke in a low voice. Imran, are we prepared? Imran affirmed him. This heavenly peril descended every 500 years. Thus, a century ago, the Davon family had begun preparations for this inevitable event. This day would never be delayed, nor would their plans. At this moment, they must mobilize everything they had to withstand this heavenly test. At present, our family has over 10 experts at the 5th mountain realm, along with ample supplies, elixirs, magical treasures, and divine weapons. We await only the favor of heavenly grace. Imran reported their readiness, but his aged face did not display a hint of ease or relaxation. After a brief hesitation, Imran suggested further. Head, given the critical nature of this moment for our Devon family's survival, wouldn't it be prudent to invite Xander back to prevent unforeseen incidents? Imran's words carried a hint of probing, but Devon Mingbei shook his head immediately. No need. The heavenly peril is our own affair. Heavenly grace is something that cannot be interfered with by outsiders. Now that Xander has been expelled and removed from the family registry, he no longer counts as one of us. Even if we were to seek him out, do you think he would agree readily? Imran couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Well, what about offering him the position of external protector? Haha, do you really think he'd be so kind-hearted? Before Devon Mingbei could respond, third elder Devon Pimu interrupted with a sneer. Head speaks correctly. Seeking heavenly grace is our family's matter. There's no place for outsiders. Moreover, I don't believe that our Devon family's 100-year accumulation and preparation won't withstand this heavenly trial. Confidence radiated from Devon Pimu's face. His presence emanated power, making everyone around him glance at him sideways. 5th mountain realm perfected. Even Devon Mingbei, as the clan head, was visibly surprised by Devon Pimu's strength. None had expected that Devon Pimu had quietly reached the peak of the 5th mountain realm, standing out among the current generation of the Devon family. Third elder, truly a prodigy of our Devon family. With your achievement of the 5th mountain realm perfection, our family is bound to pass this heavenly grace examination safely. Devon Mingbei praised aloud, completely forgetting about the hidden motives behind Devon Pimu's concealed strength. Following this, led by Devon Mingbei, the Devon clan members exited the central hall. Restlessness and unease lingered as they waited interminably. Suddenly, the sky above shook with thunder. Blinding flashes carrying immense power tore through the heavens. The patterns of lightning seemed to bear the might of deities. Above all, the divine pressure bore down on everyone, making hearts sink and breathing labored. Heavenly peril. It was here. Inside the White Horse Manor, Xander observed the phenomenon too. Lightning illuminated the distant horizon, disturbing hearts amidst the heavenly grace examination. Master, Xander responded calmly, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Devon family. The examination comes once every 500 years, bringing immeasurable blessings to the survivors and endless calamities to the deceased. Who knows what fortune or misfortune awaits the Devon family this time? But even if it's a great calamity, after a century of preparation and enormous sacrifices, they should still survive. If the Devon family is unlucky enough to draw a great disaster, this might be the end of the Devon family in Donghua City, disappearing into nothingness. Listening to Davin's spontaneous musings, Xander blinked. He hadn't expected that the heavenly peril had different levels. However, indeed, the heavenly peril varied by level. Pure luck and heavenly will decided the outcomes. Great fortune brought peace, great misfortune required a price, and a major calamity led to utter annihilation. Throughout history, numerous prestigious families had fallen during their prime due to failing the heavenly grace examination, vanishing without a trace. However, Xander didn't care about the Devon family's fate. He just hoped they would bury their dead peacefully. Now, the 500-year heavenly grace examination had arrived. Under the tense gazes of the Devon family members, a ball of divine light emerged from the cracked sky, splitting into nearly 10 balls in midair. These 10 glowing orbs offered choices to the people below. Each member of the clan could make their choice. The method of selection was simple, channeling spirit energy into the orb. The entire process was highly democratic. Even the clan head could not monopolize it. This was a vote determining the fate of the entire clan, and each member had the right to freely choose their destiny, life or death, success or failure. It all depended on heavenly will. Devon Mingbei made his choice first, followed closely by others. Despite debates and discussions, it didn't take long to finalize the decision. Moods began to shift, tension remained, but there was also anticipation. One by one, the glowing orbs in the sky shattered. Only one orb remained intact. As it became the sole surviving orb, it disintegrated, forming luminous words. Upon seeing those dazzling, radiant characters in the sky, the Devon family froze. They couldn't believe it. Cold shivers ran down their spines, because those two characters read, Great Calamity. Impossible. This can't be. Someone roared uncontrollably. Faces paled. How could it be a great calamity? How could it be? Damn it. I don't believe it. Great calamity. Ha ha ha. The Devon family is doomed. Heavens, what have we done to offend you? Cries of despair, shouts of anguish, cries of agony, and cries of sheer terror filled the air around the Devon family. Even clan head Devon Mingbei couldn't stop his body from trembling, and the once confident Devon Pimu now stood frozen, speechless with fear. Chapter 15. Seeking help. This can't be. Why? At this moment, Devon Pimu could not utter a single word. His body trembled with fear, and his eyes showed no trace of calmness or confidence. Just moments ago, he had believed that with his peak 5th mountain prowess, he could still play a crucial role. But that was only under less severe circumstances. Perhaps the Devon family still stood a chance then. Now, however, it was a dire calamity. What is a dire calamity? It is hell on earth. Once the celestial favor examination falls, the fate awaiting the Devon family leaves only one possibility. From now on, there will be no more Devon family in Clemente City. The Devon family's painstaking preparations over a century were like mere clouds in the face of such a level of celestial favor trial. Despair. Absolute despair. It flooded Devon Pimu's heart, causing his sanity to crumble. Others were in a similar state. having considered many possibilities, but never expecting that the Devon family would have such terrible luck under the will of heaven. And at this moment of despair, could there be something even more hopeless? Indeed, there was. In an instant, all the Devon family members received a message in their minds. They had only 3/4 of an hour left. Within these 3/4 of an hour, the celestial favor trial would descend. And these 3/4 of an hour were the countdown to death. Elder's pupils were bloodshot from emotional agitation. He looked up at the sky, muttering to himself, "Heaven, is the existence of the Devon family truly so intolerable?" Suddenly, Elder remembered something and called for an attendant. "Quickly go to the White Horse Manor and fetch Xander. He once killed an open Yuan sect 6th Mountain deacon with a single move. He must have the power of at least a fully developed 6th Mountain. With Xander's help, even in the face of such calamity, our Devon family might still have a glimmer of hope." The attendant responded, intending to leave, but Elder stopped him. Elder frowned. "This matter is urgent. I should go myself. I hope Xander still cares about kinship and is willing to lend a hand. Otherwise..." Elder sighed and hurried off, racing toward the White Horse Manor at top speed. Watching Elder's swift departure, Devon Mingbei clenched his fists inwardly. His heart was filled with helplessness towards celestial favor and anticipation for Elder's actions. If the 6th Mountain Xander could step forward, even if only a fraction of the Devon family survived after this, it would be better than losing the ancestral lineage. The Devon family faced a celestial favor trial. This was traditional in this world. Everyone in Donghua City was now watching intently. While recent days had been dominated by the Xianxia family's news, today's headline was undoubtedly the Devon family. Among the observers was Trent. Facing a dire calamity, Trent shook his head repeatedly. Xander, however, smiled inwardly. Celestial favor calamity. It seems the Devon family forgot to prepare for good fortune amidst their 100 years of preparation. After a casual murmur, Xander returned to his room to meditate. Just as Xander entered, Elder arrived at the White Horse Manor. Upon arriving, Elder Devon Hongqiang asked immediately, "Is Xander here?" Trent pretended not to hear and countered, "So it's the great elder of the Devon family. Given the vast expanse of celestial favor, shouldn't you be dealing with disaster at home instead of coming here? You're not trying to send our young master back to the Devon family to die, are you?" Trent's voice grew cold. "To put it bluntly, before the celestial favor calamity, you should return quickly to share life and death with your clan. Our young master is focused on cultivation and cannot be disturbed." As soon as Trent finished speaking, Devon Hongqiang fell to his knees. Trent raised an eyebrow. "What is the great elder doing? Celestial favor calamity has struck, and our Devon family is at the brink. 100 years of preparation cannot withstand such ferocity. We can only ask Xander for help. With the assistance of a 6th Mountain expert, our Devon family may stand a chance of survival. If Xander is willing to help, the Devon family is prepared to pay." But Devon Hongqiang's words were interrupted coldly by Trent. "Himph, great elder. You know how to seek help now? Hadn't you all conspired to expel our young master from the family register? Now facing trouble, you come begging with your tail between your legs? Do you think we're made of clay, without a shred of temper? Still, remembering past connections, I'll endure criticism and speak to the young master. But his response isn't up to me." Trent went directly to Xander's room. "Young master, great elder Devon Hongqiang is kneeling outside, pleading for your help." From inside the room, Xander's voice came through. "The great elder has leisure time amid celestial favor calamity to clean our doorstep? Since he bothers to visit, let's acknowledge his effort. Tell the great elder that once everything settles, I'll personally handle the cleanup of the Devon family corpses." Trent turned and repeated Xander's words at the manor gate. Hearing this, Elder Devon Hongqiang's eyes went blank, and he lost all strength. "Handling the dead," Trent said coldly. "Great elder, time is tight during a celestial favor calamity. Don't waste it here. Return quickly. It's better to die quickly than to watch your family perish slowly. The journey is long. Goodbye." The White Horse Manor gates closed. Kneeling on the ground, tears streamed down Devon Hongqiang's face. Devon family is doomed. Devon family is doomed. After wailing in sorrow, Devon Hongqiang stood up shakily and headed back to the Devon family. In the core of the Devon family, upon arrival, Elder Devon Hongqiang was surrounded eagerly. What did Xander say? Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Devon Hongqiang's eyes blurred as he shook his head. Xander says that, considering old ties, he will come once everything settles to bury the Devon family dead. To bury the dead? This was wishing for their deaths. Anger and hatred replaced everyone's hopes. Some burst out cursing. Boom! A sudden thunderclap silenced all curses. The rage in their hearts instantly dissipated, replaced by immense fear. Above them, majestic power descended, commanding submission from all directions. The Devon family members knelt, unable to rise under the weight of celestial favor. In the sky, a luminous sword hovered, multiplying into myriad blades with each gust of wind. Instantly, endless sword chi swirled and enveloped the skies above the Devon family. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why is it a dire calamity? Why does it fall on us? What did we do wrong? Celestial favor is unfair. Unfair." Pressed by the force, they could only scream silently within their hearts. Fear and despair shattered their reason. Like the thunder overhead, chaos ensued. The first flashes appeared as expected. These were heavenly sword chi. The first sword chi was merely 3rd Mountain, harmless. The second was 4th Mountain, manageable. The third was 5th Mountain, barely resisted. The fourth was 6th Mountain, far beyond the reach of their strongest 5th Mountain peak warrior. A short, sharp cry echoed. Note: the original text ends abruptly with short, sharp cries, which indicates a critical point of impact, likely followed by significant loss. Amidst the ravaging heavenly sword chi, one body after another lay sprawled. In just a brief moment, in the heart of the Devon family territory, only a few remained: Devon Mingbei, Devon Pimu, Davon Hongqiang, and others. At this moment, they no longer held the dignity of fifth mountain experts. They were gravely injured, barely clinging to life. The scene was filled with corpses, blood everywhere. Davon Mingbei's eyes reflected his shattered heart. Our Davon family. No more. But at that moment, someone appeared. It was a young man with an indifferent expression, flashing into view. Xander. A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the few remaining members of the Davon family. But their hopes were quickly dashed, for Xander simply waved his hand, producing a large bag, and proceeded to toss the scattered bodies of the Davon family members into it, one after another. Note: the translated text maintains the paragraph structure, line breaks, and tone of the original Chinese text. It accurately conveys the events and emotions described in the scene. ####Chapter 16. The End of Heavenly Favor. You beast. What are you doing? Seeing Xander so brazenly walk over with a large sack to collect the corpses, Davon Pimu erupted in fury. This young beast didn't even prepare a proper coffin, just using a tattered bag. In stark contrast to Davon Pimu's anger was Xander's calm voice. Why? Didn't I say that I would come to collect the bodies of your Davon family members? As he spoke, Xander's eyes never left the corpses. He carefully picked up the mutilated flesh and threw it into the sack, a move that was purely for show. As soon as the corpses entered the bag, they were immediately sent away. Ding! For sending off Davon Yiping's corpse, congratulations on gaining 10 years of cultivation experience. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase. Received 100 years of cultivation experience. Ding! For sending off Davon Jin's corpse, congratulations on obtaining 100 low-grade crystals. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase. Received 1,000 low-grade crystals. Ding! For sending off Davon Mafeng's corpse, congratulations on obtaining the spell, Lightning Fist. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase. Received the spell, 5 Directions Lightning. Ding! System notifications sounded one after another, offering everything from cultivation pills, powerful weapons, and various spells. Xander felt genuinely elated. Is this what it feels like to make money? Meanwhile, not far away, Davon Mingbei and the others watched Xander's actions with rage, despair, and hate. Beast! Xander! You beast! I curse you! I curse you to die without peace! Another angry shout from Davon Pimu rang out. His heroic roar caught Xander's attention, who was engrossed in his task. He lifted his head, turned toward Davon Pimu, and walked over. Davon Pimu's heart skipped a beat, assuming Xander was coming to kill him. So he prepared himself to fight to the death. But obviously, Davon Pimu had overestimated the situation. Xander approached but did not get too close, stopping at an appropriate distance. His face remained expressionless, but there seemed to be a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Davon Pimu suddenly recalled something, or, rather, his body instinctively sensed danger, causing him to look up. And in that instant, a blinding sword light fell from the sky. An unstoppable, terrifying sword chi. Davon Pimu's pupils dilated in shock as the light engulfed him. His life faded along with his vision. This was the absolute suppression by a 6th-tier mountain sword chi over a 5th-tier mountain cultivator. No matter how strong a 5th-tier mountain peak might be, they were nothing more than ants. Thus, Elder 3 of the Davon family, Davon Pimu, died. Under the sword chi, Davon Pimu's once formidable physique lost dozens of pounds, leaving only a vague outline. But it was enough. Xander picked up the fresh corpse of Davon Pimu and tossed it into the large sack. Ding! For sending off Davon Pimu's corpse, congratulations on obtaining the treasure, Ferocious Fire Fruit. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase. Received Heavenly Favor Treasure, Golden Fire Fruit. Golden Fire Fruit? Xander blinked. Another Heavenly Favor Treasure. The introduction stated that this fruit, born from the heavens, not only offered a rich taste but also granted the eater the ability to see through illusions and locate treasures hidden in the world. It allowed one to observe celestial phenomena and gaze upon the netherworld below, discerning reality from illusion. This was the Golden Fire Eye, the eye of a deity. Impressive. Who would have thought such a treasure could drop from someone as insignificant as Davon Pimu? A treasure capable of granting the eye of God. This ferocious fire fruit was clearly extraordinary. No wonder Davon Pimu, despite his mediocre talent, managed to rise to the peak of 5th-tier mountain. Old man, you had luck. Unfortunately, it was only dogs hit luck. Xander was delighted. While Davon Pimu's fortune was fleeting, it was a pure windfall for him. After dealing with Davon Pimu, Xander's gaze turned expectantly to Davon Mingbei and Davon Hongqiang. He maintained the same optimal distance and stood still. Davon Mingbei and Davon Hongqiang could only sigh in resignation. Well, at least we won't rot outside. It's a small mercy. Before they could react, the sword chi from the sky claimed their lives. In the blink of an eye, the last 2 survivors of the Davon family perished. The history of the Davon family in Donghua City came to an end at that moment. Xander observed everything up close but had nothing much to say. After confirming that the influence of heavenly favor had dissipated, he quickly collected the 2 bodies into his sack. Ding! For sending off Davon Mingbei's corpse, congratulations on obtaining the spell, Thunder Assault. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase. Received the spell, Lightning Charge. Ding! For sending off Davon Hongqiang's corpse, congratulations on obtaining the treasure, Elixir of Longevity. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase. Received treasure, Grand Elixir of Longevity. Listening to the final system notifications from the Davon family, Xander closed his eyes, feeling the wisdom of Lightning Charge. Swift as thunder and swift as lightning, it was a perfect fit. Wonderful. Moments later, Xander used Lightning Charge to disappear from the Davon family estate. Indeed, it was fast. Back at Bema Manor, Xander swallowed the golden fire fruit as soon as he arrived. As promised, the taste was otherworldly, indescribably delicious. Too bad there was only one. While the taste of the golden fire fruit lingered, its divine power began coursing through Xander's body. The power surged like rivers and oceans, eventually converging into two glowing orbs, his eyes. Xander no longer had his mortal eyes. Now, when he opened them, he saw through the eyes of God. Blinking to adapt, Xander marveled at the divine sight. These eyes of God truly reveal the mysteries of the world, boundless powers above and below, proving that legends were no exaggeration. Compared to his previous bloodshot eyes, these divine eyes made them seem like those of a blind man. Xander closed his eyes and meditated. Half an hour later, Trent knocked on the door. "Master, it's time to leave." The timing had been set by Xander long ago. Trent was merely the alarm clock. Inside, Xander opened his eyes. "Everything is ready?" "Of course. Then let's go." To Anqing Prefecture, Taiping Guard. For this journey to Anqing Prefecture, Xander carried very little. The numerous items obtained from the Devon family were mostly converted into white value points, except for a few useful items like the 5 directions lightning. So, Xander gained some white value points. Though only a few hundred, better than nothing. Then, a streak of light flashed across the sky of Donghua City, the first flying vessel since the heavenly favor disaster at the Devon family estate. Chapter 17. Flying Dragon City. How vast is Anqing Province? It encompasses dozens of provincial regions. How large are these provincial regions? They are like countries within a country. The territory of Anqing Province lies amidst mountains that reflect light, in the direction where the sun shines. On one side, it borders an endless ocean, deep and profound. On the other side, it is covered with withered vines and dead trees, making it difficult for even the dead to find their way. Looking around, only this expansive area of Anqing Province can accommodate bustling human activity and the lively throngs of people. Since the emergence of the sea cover Hoitam, the Peacekeeping Guard appeared shortly thereafter. The Peacekeeping Guard has the responsibility to subdue demons and maintain order. However, its more significant duty is to serve as the military force of the kingdom, preserving peace in the world. Today, how difficult can cultivation be? It's not far off to say that this is an era where anyone can cultivate. One can imagine that without a strong power to maintain stability, wandering cultivators would create tremendous upheaval. Especially now, with rumors of unrest in the dynasty, inevitably, powerful figures will rise from the ground up. Amidst all this, there's an atmosphere of bleak winds sweeping the land, requiring even greater stability. However, the Peacekeeping Guard, though long established, no longer holds its original intentions. Today's Peacekeeping Guard, just like the rest of the world, reveres strength. This ancient rule cannot be changed. Having seen enough of the scenery in Dan River City, Xander arrived here. He was not alone. Following in his father's footsteps, he took on the position of the Devil Investigator Bureau Chief, holding immense authority. In the entire Anqing Province Peacekeeping Guard, only the Supreme Commander and Deputy Supreme Commander of Shenlu overshadowed him. Even so, it didn't matter much because the Peacekeeping Guard manages different regions differently. Anqing Province consists of several provincial areas, which have been divided among various bureau chiefs. As long as he was strong enough in his region, even if the Shenlu Supreme Commander came, they would have to suppress their anger and speak politely. Everything depended on strength. This straightforward and simple rule appealed to Xander. Through Trent's introduction, Xander learned about the administration of the Devil Investigator Bureau. Due to the long-term absence of a bureau chief, the Devil Investigator Bureau is currently the weakest branch in the Anqing Province Peacekeeping Guard, barely holding any power or resources. The Devil Investigator Bureau oversees Beifeng, Chongping, and Ding'an provinces. Beifeng Province borders the edge of the province near the vast wilderness and sea, frequently facing beast tides and invasions by different races. Currently, half of its territory has been lost, making it the most devastated region. However, the most devastated doesn't mean the most chaotic. That title belongs to Chongping Province. Whether due to poor feng shui or something else, this place attracts numerous villains and outlaws who disregard orders from the sea cover Hoitam. The Peacekeeping Guard can do little against them because they are too strong. Only Ding'an Province hasn't fully fallen into chaos, appearing relatively stable compared to Beifeng and Chongping. But this stability is also limited because it shares borders with the Ningqing and Huangyang kingdoms, leading to constant warfare. From the perspective of the entire Anqing Province Peacekeeping Guard, these 3 regions under the Devil Investigator Bureau are the worst left behind, truly a hot potato. Trent couldn't help but worry about the kingdom given this situation. The challenges faced by the Devil Investigator Bureau cannot be blamed on the previous head, Davon Binglong, Xander's father. Even when Davon Binglong was the bureau chief, he handled things cautiously and carefully. Trent advised Xander to be cautious, to which Xander merely nodded calmly. In the rapid flight of the airship, they arrived. Before them stood a city that seemed to hang suspended in the clouds, akin to a flying dragon. A fitting impression indeed. It was called Flying Dragon City. This place, bustling and prosperous, served as the core of the Anqing Province Peacekeeping Guard. Braxton, whom they had previously visited, was already waiting. "Lord Davon, you've traveled far and must be tired. The vice commanders and other bureau chiefs are already gathered at the Qingyan Hall, ready to welcome you." Under Braxton's guidance, Xander entered the Qingyan Hall. Along the way, many people stared at him. The news of the new Devil Investigator Bureau chief had clearly spread. Many were curious about him, but Xander paid no attention to others' curiosity. He focused instead on the Qingyan Hall, which exuded grandeur and solemnity. Inside, the hierarchy was clear. At the very top sat the Shenlu Supreme Commander. Below him were the vice commanders, all at the 6th Mountain Realm. Among them, the strongest was Remington, who was nearly at the 7th Mountain Realm. Next came the bureau chiefs. Xander noticed an empty seat at the end. Vice Commander, Shenlu Supreme Commander requested the new Devil Investigator Bureau Chief, Lord Xander, who has arrived. Upon hearing Braxton's report, Remington glanced at Xander. The Shenlu Supreme Commander has discerning eyes and identifies talent. For Lord Davon to be recognized must mean he is exceptionally gifted. No need for formalities, please take your seat. Xander felt various gazes upon him. Suspicious, mocking, disdainful, and some even hateful. He remained calm and quietly took his seat. What followed was a feast, a setting Xander disliked, yet the food was indeed delicious, indicating the peacekeeping guard still enjoyed certain privileges. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Remington raised his cup again. Today, thanks to the Xinlu Supreme Commander's wisdom, we finally have capable leadership for our Devil Investigator Bureau, a great fortune indeed. However, besides celebration, we have urgent matters to discuss. The Xinlu Supreme Commander is currently advancing in cultivation, so I will preside over today's discussion. The critical issue is the execution of the Red Sea Demon Head. Red Sea Demon Head. When Remington mentioned this name, even the alcohol in the air seemed to vanish. Xander blinked. The Red Sea Demon Head was a notorious figure, featured prominently in news reports. This demon originated from the Blood-Bone sect, committing unspeakable atrocities, and was undoubtedly a demon of humanity. Allowing such a monster to wreak havoc would cost countless innocent lives, a major concern. Fortunately, the Xinlu Supreme Commander Ferdi, with his mighty prowess, apprehended this demon and set a date for the execution. Given this, wasn't the decision already made? Why was there a need for further discussion? Red Sea Demon Head, the greatest villain of the Blood-Bone sect. Had it not been for the Xinlu Supreme Commander's skill, how could he have been captured? Now that we've caught him, we must execute him. Let's discuss who should be appointed as the execution supervisor. Remington spoke loudly, but the Changyun Hall remained eerily quiet, as if no one dared to volunteer. Clearly, this was not a desirable task. Remington's impatience grew. Don't tell me you're all choked with food, unable even to breathe? Vice Commander, I suggest Lord Xander be appointed as the execution supervisor. Being new to the post, his good luck is at its peak, and the demon's evil nature makes him a suitable match. Killing the Red Sea Demon Head under his supervision will ensure the demon dies a miserable death, descending into the underworld. Furthermore, although we know Lord Davon is favored by the Xinlu Supreme Commander, there may be those who underestimate him due to his youth. Appointing him as the execution supervisor will showcase his authority, ensuring no one dares disrespect him when he resumes his role as Devil Investigator Bureau Chief. A cold voice suddenly interrupted, chilling like ice lodged in the throat. Anyone familiar would recognize the speaker without turning around. It was another Vice Commander, Dev, who was directly superior to the Devil Investigator Bureau. Chapter 18, Dev, Remington. Dev's words made the surrounding senior officials and pavilion masters reveal expressions of malicious pleasure. Naturally, there was still pity and sympathy for Xander, but sympathy aside, if asked to take his place as the supervisor of the execution of the Red Sea Demon, they would certainly decline. This was not a desirable task. If someone had to be responsible for it, then Xander, this newcomer who knew nothing, was the most suitable candidate. Moreover, another reason Dev nominated Xander had something to do with his younger brother. As the superior head of the Demon Investigation Bureau, Dev had always harbored intentions towards the vacant position of chief. In his view, the best person for the position was his own younger brother, Gerald. Unexpectedly, before he could recommend and support his brother, God's Army Inspector Ferdi directly assigned Xander, the son of the previous chief, to succeed his father. While the rule was indeed set like that, Dev's plans were foiled. Naturally, he resented this young Xander. Therefore, Dev nominated Xander for the role to have him killed. Supervising the execution of the Red Sea Demon might sound just, but it was also dangerous. The Red Sea Demon was a major figure in the Bloodbone sect, with vast influence. Supervising his execution was no easier than capturing him. Since the peacekeepers had announced their intent to execute him publicly, the Bloodbone sect would undoubtedly send people to rescue him. If the Red Sea Demon escaped, the new officer Xander would bear the blame without any credit. Using this as leverage, it would be justified to oust Xander from his position. If the Bloodbone sect created enough chaos and killed Xander on the spot, it would be an even better outcome. Dev's ulterior motives were well known within the Anqing state peacekeepers, but Xander, being new, did not know about Dev's brother. Nevertheless, from the looks in others' eyes, Xander understood that Dev wanted him dead for some reason. Vice Director Zhou, Xander is still unfamiliar with our operations here at the peacekeepers. Such a critical task should be given to a veteran official, Remington suggested. Remington knew Dev's thoughts, but did not wish for Xander to die prematurely. However, Dev persisted, Director son, since Director Davon is new, he needs to prove himself quickly. Nothing demonstrates capability better than courage. Our peacekeepers value martial prowess above all else. If Director Davon lacks the courage to supervise an execution, how can he earn the respect of everyone? Our peacekeepers may be large, but we cannot accommodate cowards. But I trust, as chosen by God's Army Inspector, the talented young Director Davon will not tarnish his father's legacy. With firm resolve, Dev emphasized that only Xander was fit for this role. Remington saw through Zhou's true intentions, but refrained from further debate, turning the conversation back to Xander. Ultimately, it depends on your decision. What do you think? Director son, despite my incompetence, I accept the responsibility to supervise the execution under the righteous sky, ensuring the Red Sea Demon perishes, Xander replied resolutely. Hearing this, the others were intrigued by his sudden courage. After a brief silence, Remington nodded. Well then, ensure you perform your duty diligently and maintain our peacekeeper's reputation. Yes, Director. Remington loudly proclaimed. From tomorrow noon onwards, the Red Sea Demon will be executed in Phylong City's Central Plaza. After announcing this, Remington left first, followed by the other vice directors and pavilion masters. Their pitying gazes grew more intense as they glanced at Xander, who was the last to leave. Just as he exited the Grand Hall, Braxton approached. Director Davon, Inspector Lee has already arranged accommodations for you in Luofeng Mansion on Bright Mountain. Should I escort you there immediately, or show you around? Take me directly to Luofeng Mansion. Thus, Braxton led Xander and Trent to Bright Mountain. Luofeng Mansion was peaceful and serene. Braxton lingered as if he had something to say. If you have anything to discuss, please speak freely. Xander sipped wine he brought from Dan River City. Director Davon, I heard you've been assigned to supervise the execution rite after arriving. Do you mean to tell me I've been tricked? I must inform you, Director Davon. The supervisory position seems prestigious, but it's actually treacherous. According to intelligence, the Bloodbone sect will likely attempt a rescue when the execution takes place tomorrow. If things get chaotic and the Red Sea Demon escapes, you will bear the blame. At that point, Vice Director Zhou will have ample reason to remove you. Is Vice Director Zhou so eager to target my position? How could he not? His brother, Gerald, has achieved great accomplishments through rigorous training. Just as Zhou planned to recommend him, Inspector Li appointed you out of nowhere, disrupting his plans. Xander chuckled. So, Vice Director Zhou hates me for this and wants to use the Bloodbone sect to oust or kill me. Ha, now I understand why those officials looked so pitiful earlier. Braxton felt responsible. Had I known sooner, I would have explained the risks earlier and avoided this situation. Xander smiled. No need to feel guilty. In the political arena, I expected to be used as a scapegoat eventually. Instead, I should thank you for enlightening me. Then perhaps you should discuss this matter with Vice Director Sun now? Xander interrupted. Tomorrow's execution cannot be delayed. Braxton blinked, looking at the younger official before him. This was truly venturing into danger knowingly. May righteousness prevail and success follow you. With that, Braxton departed Luofeng Mansion. Luofeng Mansion was well equipped. Entering the room, Xander sat down. The Peacekeeper's fame lived up to its reputation. Such events occurred almost immediately upon arrival. Being manipulated amused Xander rather than frightened him. On the contrary, Xander was particularly excited. The infamous Red Sea Demon, a formidable presence at the 7th level peak. If not for Inspector Ferdy's intervention, even several vice directors of Anqing State Peacekeepers wouldn't be a match. Moreover, slaying such a powerful demon could yield valuable rewards. Xander saw the Bloodbone sect's threats as potential treasure chests filled with opportunities. Opening the system panel, he read the prompt that recently appeared. Because he was now officially employed by the Peacekeepers and had become the head of the Demon Investigation Bureau, Xander's white value increased by several hundred points. And killing the Red Sea Demon would certainly be a major event, which would add even more to his white value. Xander's eyes narrowed with amusement. Red Sea Demon, oh Red Sea Demon, your soul is about to disintegrate and your body vanish without a trace. It seems even heaven wants you dead. Please note, I have maintained the context from the previous passages and kept the names in pinyin as requested. The tone and style remain consistent, and I've ensured the storyline is coherent. Chapter 19. The Execution Ground Raid. Today, because of the news that Taiping Guard had long publicized, they claimed that in broad daylight, on the left heart square of Filong City, they would ensure the notorious Brooks left no remains under everyone's watchful eyes. Thus, every practitioner in Filong City gathered punctually. Similarly mobilized in urgency were numerous Taiping Guards. They stood guard at all entrances and exits of the square, even placing the entire Filong City on high alert to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Tension was thick, urging time to crawl forward, until the heavy sound of chains dragging against the ground pierced through the square's silence. The Taiping Guards marched out, surrounding and suppressing a disheveled figure with tangled hair, who looked worse than a beggar, escorting him into the center of the square. This man looked extremely haggard, his prison uniform stained red in patches. Yet, the terrifying ferocity in his eyes remained unyielding. It still made people shiver, and their legs tremble just by a glance. Brooks, what an intimidating aura. Someone couldn't help but shudder, feeling their arms freeze from this devil's imposing presence. The name Brooks was known far and wide. This devil came from the blood-soaked Bloodbone sect, committing countless atrocities, making him exceptionally powerful. It was said that this Brooks had long reached the 7th Mountain Realm, comparable to Ferdy, the divine Luo Inspector General. To capture this devil, even Inspector General Ferdy seemed to have suffered significant injuries. Nonsense. How could the renowned and mighty Inspector General be harmed by this devil? I know for sure that Inspector General Li is currently focused on breaking through. Speaking of which, today's execution overseer seems to be new, the newly appointed head of the Demon Hunting Pavilion. I've heard he's just a green kid, TSK, who knows what skills he has. There were also rumors circulating that the Bloodbone sect had prepared many elite experts to rescue the Brooks today, whether true or not. Under the gaze of the crowd, after the Taiping Guards delivered the Brooks to his position and forced him to kneel down, this infuriated the Brooks to the extreme. His pupils burst with bloody light as he roared. Ferdy, you animal worse than pigs and dogs, calling yourselves righteous? Using despicable tricks to harm me. You coward, you coward. I refuse to accept it. I demand a fair battle. Ferdy, you coward. All of Taiping Guard are cowards and weaklings. Even if I die, I curse you. I curse Taiping Guard. Ferdy, I swear to kill you. Swear to kill you. The Brooks seemed to have gone mad. He raved furiously, his voice echoing throughout the square, deafening the crowd. People continued to discuss, unexpectedly finding out that even the divine Luo Inspector had resorted to dishonorable means to subdue the Brooks. Is he your father? Why do you believe everything he says? Even if dishonorable means were used, so what? The Brooks was unforgivable, the scum of scums. Confronting him honorably would be too lenient. Humph, this old devil truly is despicable. If he admitted defeat gracefully, he might still count as someone, fitting for an old devil to die as he should. He's too noisy, I wish I could cut him down myself. At this moment, a bright light approached from afar. It turned out to be Deputy Commander Xander and other officials arriving. Their arrival naturally drew attention. Mr. Davon, it all depends on you, please proceed. Remington smiled and pointed to the main seat for the execution overseer. Xander nodded, sat down, and curiously observed the appearance of the Brooks. Contrary to expectations, instead of having 3 heads and 6 arms, he was just a regular-looking man. Nothing special about him. While Xander sized up the Brooks, the crowd did the same for him. The new owner of the Demon Hunting Pavilion was very young. How could such a young person rise to power? Would his subordinates respect him? Do you understand responsibility? If the Bloodbone sect comes today, you'll be the scapegoat. No one knew if this young Master Davon could handle the trouble from the Bloodbone sect. Doubtful. Few were optimistic about the young Xander. In the path of cultivation, youth equates to weakness. Who doesn't need time to accumulate strength? These whispers entered Xander's ears, but he remained indifferent, sitting there with his eyes closed, waiting for time to pass. A short while later, Trent's voice reached him. Master, the time has come. Xander opened his eyes. In the name of justice and witnessed by the grace of heaven, the Brooks has committed unpardonable sins. Today, you shall suffer obliteration. Execution. The Taiping guards announced. Execution. 2 armored guards powered up the soul suppression platform, causing thunderous vibrations. Blinding light enveloped the Brooks. Everyone watched eagerly as this great devil faced obliteration in the storm of lightning. Boom! Suddenly, a white-yellow fast blade flew in, tearing apart the 2 armored guards along with their armor, then colliding with the soul suppression platform. Powerful sword chi clashed with the platform's thunder, completely disrupting the execution site. Crossing the sky, blood bone, endless hatred. With a chilling cry, several terrifying shadows appeared, encircling the Brooks. Damn it! The Bloodbone sect really came. Arrogant. They are openly challenging the authority of Taiping Guard. Seeing these shadows emerge, Remington and the others' expressions darkened. Apart from darkness, there was also solemnity. Because each shadow possessed peak 6th mountain realm strength, just 4 of them couldn't match them. Humph, Xander, you're bound to die this time. The Bloodbone sect spared no expense, sending so many peak 6th mountain experts to save the Brooks. Xander, this is fate's will. Don't blame me when you're obliterated. Unlike Remington's solemnity, Dev was gloating, hoping the Brooks would be rescued smoothly. If Xander died in the conflict, he'd be even more satisfied. Dev narrowed his eyes, eagerly anticipating the ensuing drama. Bloodbone sect members saw the panic among the Taiping guards and couldn't help but sneer. Taiping guard of Anqing State? Haha, nothing but a pile of dog shit. Then, they prepared to leave with the Brooks. Stay there. At this moment, a young, calm voice emerged from the young man seated as the execution overseer. Brat, are you looking for death? Look at the situation carefully. Even your 4 deputy commanders wouldn't dare say a word. Do you want to be the only one speaking out? The Bloodbone sect members disdainfully stared at Xander. Xander blinked. Your preparation looks thorough. Are all your people here now? What do you mean? Xander smiled slightly. Not much, just lazy to make another trip. Since everyone's here, let's end it together. Hearing this, the Bloodbone sect members couldn't help but laugh. They thought themselves audacious, but never imagined Taiping Guard had an even crazier fool. Truly youthful arrogance, ignorant of life and death. Just as one of the Bloodbone sect members was about to kill Xander as an afterthought, Xander made the first move. No one could clearly see what happened. By the time they realized, one of the Bloodbone sect's experts had already been flattened into a bloody pulp. Chapter 20, The Wade's Mansion. In an instant, a chill swept into the minds of everyone around, making their eyes widen in disbelief. What had they just witnessed? An expert from Bloodbone sect, one who had reached the peak of the 6th mountain realm, was killed by Xander in just one move? Looking at the indistinct blood and flesh seeped into the ground, many onlookers turned pale with fear. What a powerful execution overseer. How ruthless the killing intent. This is someone at the peak of the 6th mountain realm, killed in one move. What kind of existence is this Xander? Vice directors like Remington were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend this situation. How could Xander be so powerful? One of them murmured under his breath. Everything happening before them had surpassed all their estimations. Their understanding of Xander had been utterly upended. Yet, Xander's actions were far from over. You will all die. His voice, filled with murderous intent as cold as the netherworld, echoed in everyone's ears. Even before his words fully landed, Xander had already taken a step forward and struck again. Another Bloodbone sect expert exploding into a mist of blood in midair. The notorious Red Sea Demon head was seized by Xander's reverse grip on his neck. Without looking at him, Xander gazed outwards and shouted loudly, "Rebellious demon, your crimes warrant death. Today, there shall be no mercy." Xander then applied force, sending an immense energy surge into the Red Sea Demon head's body, causing it to explode from within, turning into scattered fragments. Such ferocity terrified everyone. Who had ever seen such a ruthless leader of the Demon Investigation Bureau? Compared to this, even the Bloodbone sect seemed tame. Is this the infamous Red Sea Demon head being killed so easily, exploding into mere pieces of flesh? But Xander's slaughter didn't stop. Surrounded by numerous Bloodbone sect experts, he continued his rampage. Every strike sent another peak 6th mountain realm expert shattering into pieces. In a few moments, nearly half of the Bloodbone sect experts who had rushed to the scene lay dead. The lingering bloody stench in the air was unnerving. Even the Bloodbone sect experts, normally brutal individuals, were frightened witless by Xander's display. Where did this savage come from? It's truly terrifying. Run! One of the Bloodbone sect experts suddenly shouted and led the charge in fleeing. Wanna run? Not a single one of you. Kill these demons. Seeing the tide turn and the Bloodbone sect trying to flee, Remington and his colleagues finally saw their opportunity. 4 vice directors from Pingan Prefecture's Peace Guard flew off in pursuit. Xander wasn't far behind, swiftly catching one of the fleeing Bloodbone sect members with his lightning-fast charge. "No, don't kill me. Don't kill me," the man begged pitifully. But Xander showed no mercy. Another blow, and another corpse disintegrated in midair. Luo Clement's coffin feasted once more. System notifications filled Xander's ears. Ding! By entombing the Red Sea Demon head, the master gains a relic, fragment of the divine map of the Dark Forest. Strengthened tenfold, the item obtained is Divine Map of the Dark Forest, 1/3. Ding! By entombing Corbin's corpse, congratulations to the master for obtaining a 7th rank weapon, Daixia knife. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase, the item obtained is 8th rank weapon, Frostwind knife. The term, Daixia knife, seems to be a direct transliteration and doesn't read naturally in English. A more appropriate translation might be, ding. By entombing Corbin's corpse, congratulations to the master for obtaining a 7th rank weapon, Crimson Glow knife. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase, the item obtained is 8th rank weapon, Frostwind knife. This version provides a more natural-sounding name for the weapon while maintaining the meaning and style of the original text. Ding. By entombing Nadia, the master gains a treasure, 1,000-year-old red tranquility herb. Strengthened tenfold, the item obtained is 10,000-year-old red tranquility herb. Xander felt elated by these notifications. Indeed, the bigger the prey, the better the rewards. With a colder expression, Xander charged after the remaining Bloodbone sect remnants. None should escape. Each was a walking treasure chest. Thanks to the Golden Fire God Eye, escape was impossible for the Bloodbone sect members. Chasing them, Xander and Remington eventually stopped at a grand estate. It was opulent and clearly not an ordinary residence. At the entrance stood an iron-inscribed stone that read, Wade, Residence. Xander wondered why Remington and others had halted. You're not pursuing? Remington sighed, motionlessly eyeing the stone. This is the Wade's residence. We can't just enter here without permission. Xander frowned. Why not? Everyone stared at him in confusion. Was he really that naive? Remington explained. Your Excellency, you're new to the court. This is the Wade's residence, an elder to His Majesty. No one enters without imperial approval. Xander coldly snorted. The Bloodbone sect has committed great sins, and one of its demons has fled here. As the peace guards, we must uphold peace and regard such demonic sects as our enemies. How can we let them escape without bringing them to justice? Where would the prestige of the peace guards be then? Remington's face paled. Your Excellency, we mustn't act rashly. If we barge in and anger His Majesty, no one can withstand the Emperor's wrath. Besides, the Wade's residence isn't any ordinary place. It houses 7th Mountain Realm powerhouses. So what? Our peace guard has special rights granted since the founding of the Empire. After capturing first, we report later. Even if it's the Wade, how can he openly harbor demons? If you lack the courage, I do not. Xander gripped the newly acquired Frostwind knife tightly, advancing through the freezing street. Your Excellency. Remington tried to stop him, but to no avail. His expression darkened. Vice Director, why keep persuading? He's young and hot-headed, bound to learn only when he bumps his head. Only then will he understand our well-meaning intentions. Dev's sarcastic voice added fuel to the fire. Remington shot him a glare, sighing. The Wade's residence isn't some casual place. Remington felt helpless. With Xander's personality and strength, he couldn't control the situation. He wondered whether bringing Xander to Anqing Prefecture was a good or bad decision. Remington's mind filled with worries. At the Wade's residence, Xander strode forward with the Frostwind knife. Halt! Who are you? Seeing Xander's murderous aura, the guards trembled, shouting nervously. Xander didn't move, only revealing a badge. Anqing Prefecture Peace Guard, Chief of Demon Investigation Bureau, Xander, here to capture Bloodbone sect fugitives. Peace Guard? Relief flashed across the guards' faces before they waved Xander away disdainfully. Sir, please look carefully where you are. The Wade's residence? Bloodbone sect fugitives? Sir, if you haven't woken up yet, please go back to sleep. Even relying on Baohan Duke's mansion behind them, the mere gate guards dared to be rude to Xander, the chief of the Demon Investigation Bureau. Xander was almost amused by anger. Can demons of the Bloodbone sect be hiding inside or not? Is something that can be decided by swine like you? In an instant, Xander struck out swiftly, sending all the guards flying. For a moment, it was unclear whether they were dead or alive. Note: the translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. Chapter 21. Arrogance. Minister Davon is being too arrogant and disdainful of others. Such brutal methods, if left unchecked, will sooner or later bring about significant trouble for the Anqing Prefecture Peace Guard, Dev muttered, witnessing everything outside Baoan Palace. Really can't understand why Director Santiago chose to recommend this person for such a high position. Dev's tone was filled with dissatisfaction, while Remington and others did not look any better either. This fiery temper, although impulsive, allows Minister Davon to make decisions we hesitated over. If those Bloodbone sect monsters are all hunted down and killed, it would also be a great feat for our peace guard. Our Haishui Hoidam has always been at odds with the Bloodbone sect. If this hot-headed young Minister Davon really catches those fleeing fiends, even Foster wouldn't have much to say, both in public and private. Brantley, another vice-commander of Anqing Prefecture Peace Guard, spoke up. You think well, but what if there are no Bloodbone sect fiends hiding in Baoan Palace? What crime does breaking into the official residence warrant? Dev grumbled again. Remington and the others only frowned silently. They were unsure if the Bloodbone sect fiends had indeed hidden inside Baoan Palace. If it was just due to Xander's misjudgment, and he offended Foster as a result, their Anqing Prefecture Peace Guard would undoubtedly face harsh criticism. Xander stepped into Baoan Palace with his Frostwind blade. With the Fire God Eye, the aura of the Bloodbone sect fiend was clearly visible. The person must be inside Baoan Palace. Moreover, upon entering, Xander made an even greater discovery. An aura even more terrifying than that of the Bloodbone sect fiend, a demon, lurking within the palace grounds. It was located precisely in the rear courtyard of Baoan Palace. Xander narrowed his eyes. Baoan Palace actually harbored a demon. Demons, a great scourge during cataclysms, brought chaos, devoured life, and committed every evil deed possible. Thus, any kingdom's brave warriors could kill demons on sight without hesitation. The main purpose of establishing the Peace Guard was to suppress demons. Demons were a disaster the human world could not tolerate. Xander hadn't expected Baoan Palace to harbor a demon. With a flicker of thought, he smiled. Good, since they've appeared, let's take them all out. In the back courtyard of Baoan Palace, amidst a lush garden, a refined and dignified man and a stunningly beautiful woman were leisurely drinking tea, admiring flowers, and playing chess. Suddenly, the wind shook the blossoms, making them tremble and fall. Foster saw several disheveled figures kneeling before him. They were the remaining Bloodbone sect fiends who had fled in panic. What happened to you all? Foster's expression changed, and the beautiful woman beside him couldn't help but frown. Your Excellency, the Peace Guard found a person from somewhere. Despite being young, he's extremely fearsome. He slaughtered our brothers with a wave of his hand, and only a few of us managed to escape. The operation to rescue the criminal has failed. That Red Sea fiend was utterly annihilated by this new chief inspector. Fear lingered in the fiend's eyes as he recounted Xander's terrifying power. Foster blinked. The new chief inspector? Remembering, he thought of Xander, nominated by Santiago Director Ferdi. Is this person, who wasn't competent until recently, now so powerful that even all of you combined cannot stand against him? Your Excellency, we are not entirely sure how he achieved this, but we can conclude that this Xander is extremely terrifying. He must at least have the strength of Seventh Mountain. Suddenly, a guard rushed in and knelt hastily. Your Excellency, Xander from the Peace Guard has broken in, declaring he intends to execute the hidden remnants of the Bloodbone sect. Upon hearing this, the surviving fiend's breaths tightened, and Foster's face changed instantly. He immediately commanded, "Go into the secret realm first. This newly appointed chief inspector shall be dealt with by this duke. I truly want to know who gave him the audacity to invade my Baoan Palace." Following this, Foster swept his sleeves angrily and strode out of the garden. Before Xander could enter the back courtyard, he was blocked. Two people stood before him, a wealthy and influential man and a stunningly beautiful woman. With the fire god eye and system detection, Xander immediately identified them. The man was Bai Chong'an, Duke of the Covering Sea Hoitdam. He was at the initial stage of Sixth Mountain, yet harbored sinister intentions, secretly raising demons and associating with the Bloodbone sect. His ambitions extended beyond controlling Anqing Prefecture as a base for plotting larger schemes. The beautiful woman, Viola, was Thorn's concubine and also a demon, raised by the Duke. She had claimed thousands of lives over the years. Xander couldn't believe the Duke had chosen a demon as his concubine. The coldness in his eyes intensified. Perfect, no need to chase them down. Viola felt Xander's cold gaze and grew furious, her beautiful face turning frosty. Worried that Xander might have discovered something, Bai Chong'an directly reprimanded him. Arrogant fool, what are you doing here? You defy imperial authority and dare to break into Baoan Palace? Do you know what a serious offense this is? Bai Chong'an tried to suppress Xander with the weight of his title, but Xander merely showed his token. From the Anqing Prefecture Peace Guard, Chief Inspector Xander, pursuing the remnants of the Bloodbone sect here. These fiends' crimes are unforgivable. Allowing them to escape is detrimental to all living beings. In the name of justice, please cooperate, Your Excellency. Cooperate? How dare you? What gives you the audacity to speak such words? Do you know where you are? This is Baoan Palace, not some den of filth. Humph. You, a mere chief inspector, have no right to enter Baoan Palace. If you wish to search this mansion, bring an imperial decree. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no respect to Ferdi and executing you all. An enraged Bai Chong'an unleashed formidable pressure. But Xander remained calm. Since the establishment of the Peace Guard, the suppression of demons takes precedence over imperial favor. No matter who you are, as long as you're on the soil of Covering Sea Hoitdam, you must cooperate. Whether or not your residence harbors filth can only be determined after inspection. If you try to obstruct me, I don't mind taking action. Xander then stepped forward, intending to bypass Bai Chong'an into the garden. You're arrogant, breaking into Baoan Palace. Die! Suddenly, with a cold voice, Viola, who had been silent, attacked, pushing a palm forward. The overwhelming power of Seventh Mountain made the entire palace shake. Xander smiled. Filthy creature, I've been waiting for you. Without drawing his sword, Xander punched directly, sweeping out his fist. ##### Chapter 22. Demons must be slain. Xander, you are arrogant. How dare you lay a hand on my beloved? Riker roared in fury, but inwardly, he was panic-stricken. Who could understand better than he did that the stunning Viola was not a living human but a demon secretly cultivated by him for his grand scheme? If this truth came to light, all his efforts would be in vain, and even his title as Riker might not save his life. Demons were a great threat to humanity, deserving eradication by everyone. Once exposed, even the sea cover Hoitdam could not protect him. Therefore, Riker was terrified, hoping only to use his authority to intimidate Xander into halting his rash actions. Sadly, Xander seemed deaf. A more intense roar echoed in the air. The roar of Jumu shook the heavens and earth. Its terrifying power shattered Viola's attack and then poured onto her body. Only a painful wail followed as she was hurled through the ground, crashing into a deep pit, drenched in blood. Fei. Riker watched the bloodied Viola and bellowed at Xander again. Xander, you insolent fool who defies imperial authority. I will have you torn limb from limb. Riker's rage covered his inner terror. However, Xander chuckled coldly. What jest does his grace speak? Your beloved? Does his grace think the eyes of this pavilion master are mere ornaments? With those words, thunder rumbled around Fengshuang blade. Its sudden surge sent Riker flying backward. Stepping forward, Xander raised the blade, which blazed with radiance. Terrified, Riker shouted, "Stop!" Yet his cries were like a mosquito's buzz, unable to halt Xander's advance. Xander! Threatened by death, Viola's beautiful eyes turned blood red, and a beast-like roar erupted from her mouth, releasing an uncontrollable, terrifying aura. Her exquisite appearance shattered, revealing her true demon form, a multi-headed, multi-armed monster. The monster thrashed its arms, creating hurricanes that threatened to destroy the entire mansion. How dare you? Xander's rebuke was merciless. Ancient divine power surged through his body, combining with Jumo's roaring might. Upon impact, the demon crumbled like an egg hitting a rock. Riker's eyes widened in horror, his chest filled with icy dread. He realized how terrifying Xander truly was. Do you still think this is your beloved, your grace? Xander slammed Viola into the ground again, the fengshuang blade pointing at her like the arm of death. Coldly, he questioned Riker, who slumped to the ground, his dignity shattered, revealing only fear and panic. No, this is not my beloved. It's a demon, a cursed demon. It must have devoured my beloved Feifei. Riker screamed, feigning grief to deflect accusations of harboring demons. Xander sneered. The peacekeepers exist to uphold justice. Since your beloved is actually a demon, we cannot let it live. Exterminating evil is our duty. But this demon was hidden in your mansion. To avoid suspicion, perhaps you should personally execute it to prove your innocence. Riker's pupils contracted, filled with sorrow and anger. To maintain order, if you do nothing, people will suspect you've been harboring this demon. Such rumors could cost you your life despite your service to the sea cover Hoydom. Riker swallowed his hatred and nodded. Fine. For the sake of proving my innocence before the world, I will witness the execution of this demon. Xander's smile grew sincere. Discovering this hidden demon is a pleasant surprise. My original mission was to chase down Bloodbone sect escapees. I believe they infiltrated your mansion. Did you see them? What? Such a thing exists? I will certainly change my guards. Riker quickly distanced himself. He hopes Xander won't find the secret realm within his mansion, he thought. If you haven't seen them, it's best. But the Bloodbone sect demons are just as despicable as demons. I need to search your residence. Please don't take offense. Then, Xander dragged the immobilized Viola toward the hidden secret realm. Inside the secret realm, the Bloodbone sect escapees hid there, feeling anxious. We shouldn't be discovered, right? Not likely. This is Riker's mansion. Even if the peacekeepers are tyrannical, they won't be too audacious here. Another nodded. Moreover, this realm is extremely hidden. Even an 8th mountain entity couldn't detect it. Xander, though strong, is merely 7th mountain and can't find us. Almost instantly, thunder boomed. In one strike, the entrance was violently torn open. The Bloodbone sect members watched helplessly as a figure stepped inside with a drawn blade. Discovered. Let's fight. Kill. Shouts erupted as the Bloodbone sect members attacked simultaneously. Wild ambition. Xander's rebuke echoed, and a powerful force sent them flying, their bones shattered. Why are you pursuing us, Xander? One cried in desperation. Xander sneered. Does righteousness need a reason to eradicate evil? The Bloodbone sect is like demons, and you will face the judgment of the peacekeepers. He dragged the chained demons away. Outside, Riker gaped. Xander had found the secret realm. His heart was now filled with extreme fear. All his actions were in Xander's hands. His fate depended on Xander's words. Xander smiled lightly. The demon is subdued, and the demons captured. You need not worry, Duke, but investigate your subordinates thoroughly. Someone has conspired with the Bloodbone sect and the demon. Whoever it is in your mansion, I assure you, this is unrelated to you. Perhaps everything was coincidental. The demon sought refuge near you first, and then the Bloodbone sect panicked and fled here. Hearing this, Riker blinked and looked at Xander. Pavilion Master Davon, you have keen insight. I will aid you in your endeavors. Xander smiled. There has been significant activity in Phylong City, and demons hiding here. This must be reported to the Emperor. Additionally, although new to office, I find that Deputy Dev of Enkingju Peacekeepers doesn't deserve his position. Riker responded. Those unfit for their positions should not exist. Rest assured, Pavilion Master. I can't influence the Emperor. Xander grinned. At the execution ground, I shall meet you again. Translation completed while maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Then, Xander dragged the demon Viola and the Bloodbone sect devil, striding confidently out of Riker's mansion. Chapter 23, For Luther. Outside, Xander emerged, and those who had been waiting, Remington, Brantley, and the others, straightened up, their gazes instinctively falling behind Xander. They saw Xander holding a silver snow chain that snaked like maggots embedded in bones, linking one person after another together. Those people looked pale and utterly disheveled. Did Xander really manage to apprehend the remaining fiends from the Bloodbone sect who had escaped from the Bowen Duke's residence so brazenly? Remington, Brantley, and the others were incredulous and extremely surprised. Only Dev's face remained expressionless, his gaze growing increasingly filled with dissatisfaction and loathing as he looked at Xander. Sir Davon is truly formidable. I didn't expect the Duke to give you no trouble. Xander smiled slightly. The Duke of Bowen is a royal family member of our Fuhai Hoitdom, upright and full of righteous zeal. How could he tolerate evil and heresy even for a moment? As soon as he learned I was here to hunt down fiends, he cooperated fully. Was the Duke of Bowen really so agreeable? Remington and the others exchanged glances, looking somewhat puzzled. As officers of Anqing Prefecture's Peace Guard, they had direct contact with the Duke, and based on their impressions, the royal relative was far from easy to reason with. However, seeing that Xander had indeed captured the escaped fiends from the Bloodbone sect without apparent conflict with the Duke, they decided not to dwell on their doubts. At this moment, they noticed a woman among the fiends. Viola. Sir Davon, this is? Brantley couldn't help but point. This was the Duke's beloved concubine. Why had Xander also subdued her? Could this be done with the Duke's tacit approval? Brantley and the others found their thoughts spiraling. Xander continued to smile. Indeed, this is the Duke's beloved concubine, Viola. But what stands before you now is not the real concubine of the Duke, but a despicable demon in disguise. What? The famous beauty of Filong City was a demon? Remington and the others' expressions changed repeatedly, their shock evident. As senior officers of the Peace Guard, they knew well how terrifying demons could be. These monstrous creatures were devoid of any moral principles, known for their bizarre, fearsome, and unpredictable nature. A demon inside Filong City? Their hearts now filled with both fear and relief. Thankfully, the demon has been dealt with, thanks to Sir Davin's bravery. Had it stayed hidden, we would have faced unimaginable disasters in Filong City. At that time, we in the Peace Guard would have been held accountable, disaster would have been inevitable. Remington expressed genuine gratitude, while Brantley and the others nodded vigorously. Indeed, we owe it all to Sir Davon. Otherwise, none of us might have survived. Young Sir Davon is valiant and must be reported for his great deeds. Absolutely, once Divine Law Marshal emerges from seclusion, we will jointly report your feats. By then, our Anqing Prefecture Peace Guard can share in Sir Davon's glory. Divine Law Marshal surely sees clearly. Sir Davon, you are the young talent of our Fuhai Hoitdom. The three deputy commanders sang praises, while only Dev remained sullen. Why, Deputy Commander Zhou, are you not happy about this good news? Xander's eyes glanced over. Oh, of course, it's just that the matter is shocking. It took me a moment to recover, but indeed, Sir Davon is a man of great talent. Dev replied with an awkward laugh, hatred deepening within him. Sir Davon, the demon has been vanquished, and the remnants of the demonic sect are under control. What do you plan to do next? Xander sneered. How else? There is no place for evil in this world. They will be executed immediately, under the witness of justice and law, turning to ashes. Xander strode towards the execution ground, followed closely by Remington and the others. In no time, they reached the location. With Xander leading, the silver snow chain dragging the fiends and demons through the city, drawing gasps and curiosity from the crowd. Many civilians followed to the execution ground. Even the rarely seen Duke of Bowen personally arrived on the scene. A demon? Heaven! Everyone said the Duke's beloved was the most beautiful woman in the world. How could she be a demon? She was the Duke's loved concubine. But if the Duke came himself, it must be true. This demon must be incredibly adept at hiding. Luckily, the new demon hunting pavilion chief Xander discovered her. Otherwise, she would have caused unimaginable chaos. At first, many thought Xander was merely decorative, but now he proves to be a youthful hero, an unparalleled talent. Indeed, though blood-drenched and horrifying, this man is truly capable. Amidst the murmurs of the gathered crowd, Xander raised his voice from atop the platform, silencing all. People of Filong City, today marks a great triumph for us. The despicable demon, having killed the Duke's beloved concubine Viola and impersonating her, has already taken the lives of thousands. Her crimes are unforgivable. When we executed the Red Sea Fiend, Bloodbone sect fiends joined forces to rescue them. We fought them off, killing several on the spot. Some escaped like headless flies into the Duke's residence, hoping to hide under his protection. But in doing so, they disturbed the hidden demon, which foolishly revealed itself and attacked the Duke. Fortunately, I arrived just in time, slaying the demon and capturing the fiends. Today, in the presence of justice and witnesses, we will purge the evil and serve as a deterrent. Xander drew his frostwind blade. Human, you are abhorrent, cunning. Viola's red eyes flared with murderous intent, intending to expose the Duke's crimes publicly. But Xander didn't give her the chance. His frostwind blade, infused with the power of Azure Dragon, cleaved her in two. The demon died, revealing its monstrous true form. Multiple heads and arms elicited cries of astonishment from the crowd. The Duke's beloved concubine was indeed a demon. Seeing the grisly scene, the few Bloodbone sect fiends panicked and begged for mercy. Chief! Their cries were cut short as the frostwind blade swept past, claiming more lives instantly. Xander twirled his blade, speaking loudly again. Henceforth, anyone who collaborates with the demonic sects, harbors demons, or opposes our peace guard and the cause of justice will meet the same fate, regardless of their status. I, Chief Davon, will see to it. Hearing this, the Duke's heart trembled with fear. He knew Xander's words were directed at him. Suppressing his fear, the Duke quickly spoke. Chief Davon, a young hero of outstanding valor, has protected Filong City by slaying demons and removing threats. Such heroic deeds shall be reported to the royal court for your commendation. I echo Chief Davon's words. Anyone who dares ally with demons will be my enemy and face dire consequences. Xander wasn't listening to the Duke. His mind was filled with system notifications. Chime. By disposing of the demon Viola's body, congratulations to the owner for obtaining a 7th Mountain Demon Crystal Stone, triggering enhancement, tenfold increase. Obtained 1/8 Mountain Demon Crystal Stone. Chime. By disposing of Yang Gongbu's body, congratulations to the owner for obtaining the spell Thunder Moon Sword, triggering enhancement, tenfold increase, obtained spell, Great Moon God Thunder Sword. Chime. By disposing of Liang Pingshan's body, congratulations to the owner for obtaining crystal coins. Chime. Exorcising demons miles away, maintaining peace and tranquility. Due to the owner eradicating many experts of the Bloodbone sect, preserving the dignity of Anqing Prefecture's Peace Guard, obtained white value. Chime. Demons must be killed. Due to the owner killing 7th Mountain demons, obtained white value. Chime. Admiration from the common people. Due to the owner's generous actions, the people of Filong City have developed admiration for you, obtained white value. A series of notifications made Xander unable to hide his smile. This trip was not in vain. Xander felt a wave of satisfaction as he listened to the continuous chimes. Each notification brought more rewards and accolades, proving that his efforts had paid off handsomely. Chapter 24, Secret Meeting at Crescent Moon Lake. All matters were settled. In the Luofeng compound, Xander sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, meditating on his current state. He was now the lord of the demon hunting pavilion in Taiping Garrison, Anqing State, holding a high position and possessing the strength of the middle 8th mountain stage. His cultivation foundation was rooted in the divine sea scripture, and he mastered powerful techniques such as the giant Mong's roar, azure dragon heaven cutting, lightning charge, 5 directions thunder pass, and the great lunar god lightning sword. He also possessed divine treasures like the primal dawn gem and the heavenly falling coffin. His gains included the azure dragon sword, the mystic forest map, red peace spirit medicine, and demon crystals, all of which enriched him greatly. With an expected lifespan of 10,000 years and more than 1,000 white values, everything was flourishing, much to his satisfaction. After a moment, Xander summoned Trent. Young master. Xander looked at Trent and smiled. Jeffrey, this time, after taking up my responsibilities in the Taiping garrison and eradicating the remnants of the demon sect and their evils, I've made significant gains. Some of these items should aid your cultivation. Then, Xander handed over the 10,000-year-old red peace spirit medicine, the 8th rank weapon Frostblade, and the great lunar god lightning sword. This red peace spirit medicine can help you break through the 6th mountain stage. The Frostblade is also quite useful as an 8th rank weapon. The great lunar god lightning sword, although named a sword, when used in conjunction with the Frostblade, has immense power. For all these years, if not for your care, how could I have reached where I am today? Please accept these as my token of gratitude. Another 10,000-year-old medicine, another 8th rank weapon. Trent widened his eyes and hastily waved his hands. Young master, this is too. Xander interrupted Trent. Jeffrey, now that I am surrounded by enemies, you are my only confidant. Refusing me will only make it difficult for me, your junior. Hearing this, Trent had no choice but to accept respectfully. After Trent left, Xander took out the incomplete mystic forest map and the demon crystal obtained from killing Viola. These 2 items were new to him, but fortunately, he had the system to explain things. The mystic forest map recorded the location of a powerful area divided into parts held by the Fuhai Hoytdom's royal family and the Kaiyuan sect. By piecing together the fragmented maps, one could enter the White Sand's secret realm. White Sand's secret realm, a powerful place. Xander memorized it silently. The demon crystal was the root and source of demonic power, capable of being used to make medicines or directly enhancing cultivation. However, demonic agitation and the evil nature of demon crystals could corrupt the mind, necessitating the removal of demonic aura before use to prevent the loss of humanity and becoming a beast. Xander nodded and asked the system, how much cultivation can this demon crystal provide? The answer was 299 years, approximately 300 years. Xander felt elated. If he used the demon crystal, he could advance another 300 years, surely enough to reach the later 8th mountain stage within a few centuries. To cleanse the demonic nature, it would cost hundreds of white values. Everything could be exchanged for white values, and white values could be exchanged for anything. This was indeed a hard currency. With several hundred white values, Xander closed his eyes, feeling a warm oceanic current flowing within his body as the demon crystal shattered into nothingness. After a while, with the system's assistance, Xander advanced further, officially reaching the later 8th mountain stage. Feeling the surging power within him, Xander opened his eyes, satisfied. Now that he had secured his footing in Taiping garrison, Anqing state, he no longer needed to be courteous to those who harbored ill intentions towards him. First on his list was Dev. This man was narrow-minded and wanted to kill him without cause. Such an evil person must not be allowed to live. However, killing Dev couldn't be too public and had to be done secretly. So, Xander activated the primal dawn gem to create a clone, heading straight to Dev's location. At this moment, Dev had just left his residence, riding a spacecraft rapidly towards the Baima Mountains outside the Taiping garrison. Xander's clone followed the spacecraft's trail closely. Soon, they arrived at a crescent-shaped lake deep within the Baima Mountains, hidden in the dense forest, shrouded in mist. If not for Dev leading the way, it would have been hard to find this place. Sneaking into such a secluded spot must have some ulterior motive. Approaching stealthily, Xander saw Dev and another woman deeper in the lake. In the remote mountains, alone together, something was definitely up. Scanning the woman, Xander identified her as Elisa, the wife of Remington, the deputy commander of Taiping garrison, Anqing state, who possessed 6th mountain-level strength. They had been close in their youth, but were forced apart. Xander blinked in amusement. Remington's wife and Dev were having an affair, and apparently, Remington had been wearing a green hat for many years. Neither Dev nor Elisa noticed Xander's clone lurking nearby. As they met secretly, they began embracing passionately. After a while, Elisa spoke first. I've heard that the new lord of the demon hunting pavilion, Xander, has extraordinary means. He has eliminated demons and purged the remnants of the demon sect, making him the talk of the town. The various deputy commanders, and even the Marquis Bowen, are praising his achievements. If this continues, your position as deputy commander might not be secure. Xander listened intently, then heard Dev angrily reply. Xander is a mere child who deserves death. The position of demon hunting pavilion lord should have been mine, but because of Santiago's supervisor's mention, it went to him. I must devise a way to kill him, or else this anger will never dissipate. Dev's eyes followed his hand movement. Do you have any good ideas? Elisa replied coquettishly. There is one method. Dev perked up. Tell me quickly. Elisa continued. Now that Xander has established himself and holds a firm position in the Taiping garrison, it wouldn't be wise to confront him directly. I know that within the Beifeng province, there's a demon suppression hall guarded by the demon hunting pavilion, filled with vicious demons. If we open the demon suppression hall and let the demons wreak havoc, even if Xander possesses great power, he cannot bear the responsibility. Under the kingdom's wrath, how could he survive? And to set this plan in motion, isn't your younger brother Gerald already serving as the assistant to the pavilion lord in the demon hunting pavilion? What difficulties could arise? Opening the demon suppression hall and releasing the demons? Hearing Elisa's wicked words, Dev's pupils contracted. Considering the savage demons in the demon suppression hall, allowing them to roam freely would cause untold destruction and countless deaths. Doing this would be too cruel. Ha, cruel? Your hesitation will lead to your downfall. When you fail to kill Xander and instead get killed by him, will he think it cruel? Great achievers are not bound by petty concerns. When you act, he will be the scapegoat, being the demon-hunting pavilion lord. Dev said nothing, pondering deeply. Finally, his eyes hardened. All right, as you say, Xander, I will kill him. Overhearing everything, Xander marveled. Truly, the most venomous hearts belong to women. Today was an eye-opener. Since they were so ruthless, dying would be fitting. Xander turned and left the Baima Mountains, not directly killing Dev and Elisa because he had a better idea. How would Remington react upon learning about the long-standing betrayal right under his nose? Haha. Chapter 25. Adulterers, Death. Xander controlled his clone to leave the White Horse Mountain Range and immediately headed for Remington's residence. He arrived silently, secretly observing. He saw Remington sitting cross-legged in meditation, his aura pulsating with his heart, exuding a powerful presence that hinted at the 7th stage. It was clear that Remington was just a step away from the 7th stage. At this moment, while both were still in the 6th stage, Remington's capabilities far exceeded those of Dev. Xander pinched a flying note between his fingers. With a swoosh, it cut through the air like a sharp blade. Inside the room, Remington let out a loud shout. Who? He instantly dashed out of the house, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings cautiously, but found nothing. Furrowing his brows, Remington returned to his room and looked at the paper he had caught. The paper contained a simple map with accompanying text. Wife meets lover in the forest, sweet and tender as can be. Did you not hear outside the window? Pigs break free in your home. Joyful indeed. Their names spread on the wind. Known to all except you. Pitifully. I come today to warn you. This little limerick made Remington squint his eyes. He pondered deeply. He didn't know who could have done this or what the intention behind delivering the message was. Remington felt humiliated. As the first deputy commander of Pingqing State's Taiping Guard, someone had stealthily approached his door and delivered a letter without him even knowing if it was a man or woman. Moreover, the content of the letter stirred him further. Maps and limericks all hinted that he had been cuckolded. Was this true or false? After much contemplation, Remington decided to visit the location indicated on the map, the White Horse Mountain Range. In his mind, his wife, Elisa, had always been affectionate, and they never had any serious disagreements. Remington considered their marital life quite happy. But now, someone had suddenly accused her of being unfaithful. Remington refused to believe it. He did not want to believe it. But what if it were true? What if beneath their harmonious relationship, she had been secretly meeting someone else? If there was truth to this, then Remington had to find out who the adulterer was. Driving his spacecraft, he flew toward the White Horse Mountain Range. Watching the trailing shadow of the spaceship, Xander grinned. He had done his part. Now it was up to how Remington reacted. Not wanting to miss the show, Xander hurriedly followed. Before long, Remington's spacecraft arrived at the White Horse Mountain Range, and Xander closely trailed behind in secret. According to the map on the letter, Remington quickly determined the location. He didn't make a grand entrance. Instead, he carefully landed the ship and approached on foot, maintaining caution as the letter might have been a trap designed to lure and ambush him. Through the crescent moon lake, Remington spotted two figures embracing. He instantly recognized the woman. It had to be his wife, Elisa. The other figure, obscured by mist, was hard to discern clearly. However, Remington no longer cared about the identity of the adulterer. Clenching his fists, his heart ached painfully. Nyener. His Nyener had betrayed him. How Remington wished he could deny this fact, but it was right before his eyes. Even if he tried to pretend it wasn't happening, it was impossible. Remington couldn't understand why. Why? Is there something wrong with me? Have I ever done anything to hurt you? Why betray me? Why humiliate me so? Pain, anger, and disgust welled up inside Remington. The blazing fury could no longer be suppressed. Like a mad beast, he lunged forward. You bitch. His rage seemed capable of igniting the entire White Horse Mountain Range. Remington? Why is he here? Recognizing the voice and seeing a familiar face, Elisa turned pale with fear. With an enraged expression, Remington's glaring eyes sent shivers down her spine. Elisa was about to call out to her husband when a slap landed on her face. Slap. Half of Elisa's face turned red and swollen. Dev, still holding Elisa and enjoying her softness, saw Remington and froze, eyes wide with panic. Deputy Commander son? Stuttering, Dev struggled to form coherent words, feeling exposed before Remington. He wished to hide in a hole somewhere. Deputy Commander son, please calm down, listen to my explanation. Calm down your mother. Infuriated, witnessing his wife secretly meeting a colleague, Remington was overwhelmed by humiliation. Without hesitation, he attacked. The sudden strike left Dev with no time to react. A dull thud echoed as Dev flew backward, spitting blood mid-air. Husband, please calm down. It's not what you think. Caught red-handed, yet she still tried to twist the facts, which only fueled Remington's anger further. He slapped her again with full force. Taking advantage of the distraction, Dev scrambled up and threw his own spacecraft to escape. He would seek the divine aid of Divine Realm Inspector Ferdy. Only the inspector could save him now. Remington roared with fiery eyes. Dev, run all you want. Even if you reach the ends of the earth, you will die. Mark my words. Then Remington flew after him, following close behind. As for Elisa, he wasn't in a rush to deal with her. After dispatching the scoundrel Dev, he would return to handle the slut. Watching Remington and Dev depart one after another, Xander emerged from hiding. It was comical how frightened and distracted Elisa had become that she failed to notice him until he was right before her. Who are you? Elisa managed only that one sentence before a fatal blow ended her life. Another soul vanished from the world. Ding. Congratulations on burying Elisa's corpse. You've received the treasure, Turing Pill. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase. Obtaining the supreme treasure, Supreme Turing Pill. The supreme Turing pill could elevate one to a higher realm below the 8th stage. An excellent item, but he was already at the 8th stage. Having dealt with Elisa, Xander swiftly chased after Remington and Dev. Moments later, Xander returned to Taiping Guard and saw Dev kneeling at the doorstep of Divine Realm Inspector Ferdy. Chapter 26. This governor's heart hurts. Governor. Great governor, save me. Remington is trying to kill me. Terrified, Dev had long forgotten the dignity of being deputy commander of the peacekeepers. He knelt at the door of Governor Santiago like a helpless man with no way out, shouting for help. The loudness of his voice drew the attention of many. Almost simultaneously, Brantley and others arrived on the scene, equally shocked and bewildered by what they saw. What happened? What could have made Dev so desperate as to beg Governor Santiago to protect him, disregarding his own reputation? In their understanding, Dev was a man who cared greatly about appearances. Moreover, it was clear that Dev had been injured. As Brantley and the others were contemplating this, a stream of light descended from the sky. A figure wielding a sword flew down, and in the next moment, a sharp flash pierced through Dev's flesh. The terrifying force pinned Dev into the deep soil, leaving no doubt that he was dead. Ah, so Dev was dead? This sudden turn of events made everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. They quickly followed the murderous intent ascending into the sky and saw Remington. It was Remington who killed Dev. This, deputy commander's son. What exactly happened? Why such cruelty? Breaking the silence, another deputy commander, Eve, frowned and asked. Thinking of Dev, though he had some flaws in character, he was still the deputy commander of the peacekeepers in Anqing Prefecture. Considering his position and status, how ordinary was he not? Regardless of any conflict, killing him in anger was too rash. Furthermore, attacking a fellow member of the peacekeepers, especially with lethal intent, was a grave taboo. Even if Dev committed a capital offense, Remington would also face punishment for taking action directly. So, Eve and Brantley found it even harder to understand. What could have possibly happened? Remington, however, stared intently at Dev, seemingly wishing to tear him apart. I killed him. He deserved to die. I will take full responsibility. Then, under the stunned gazes of Brantley and Eve, Remington knelt at the door of Governor Santiago. Brantley and Eve considered the situation and decided to control the scene to prevent anyone else from getting involved. One should not air dirty laundry in public. Whatever internal conflict occurred, it was best resolved within closed doors. Under the authority of the deputy commanders, only a few pavilion masters remained at the scene, including Xander. Xander witnessed Dev's life force dissipate instantly after Remington's ruthless strike. His expression was one of shock and incomprehension, but inside, he couldn't help but laugh. Remington is truly relentless. Once he decides to go all out, he won't show mercy. Dev, you dog, you're finally dead. Next, they needed to pay attention to Governor Ferdy's attitude towards this matter. Thus, a few of them stood there waiting silently. After a while, the door opened, and a person stepped out. A step away, 8th Mountain Realm. Xander blinked. Indeed, Governor Ferdy, stationed in Anqing Prefecture's peacekeepers, had considerable strength. Ferdy glanced at Xander, then focused on Dev's corpse in the deep pit. His calm gaze showed a flicker of surprise. Ferdy looked at the kneeling Remington. What happened here? Brantley and Eve shook their heads. They didn't understand either. Remington shouted loudly. Great Governor, Dev is dead by my hands. Ferdy asked, is that so? What was the reason? My wife Elisa, whom I thought we loved each other dearly, unexpectedly had an affair with Dev. They met secretly at Crescent Moon Lake in the White Horse Mountains, acting intimately like a divine couple. Haha, so, in my hatred and rage, I killed this beast Dev. The peacekeepers have strict rules. For my actions, I am willing to accept punishment. Remington sighed, looking almost mad. What Remington said made everyone else stare wide-eyed. What? Remington's wife Elisa had an affair with Dev? Well, now Brantley and Eve understood why Remington was so enraged and insisted on killing Dev. If they were unfortunate enough to encounter such a thing, they might not spare any camaraderie either. An unfaithful wife and her lover. It was intolerable humiliation for any normal man. Ferdy paused, then said, how many people know about this? Great Governor, the noise from killing Dev was too loud and has caused a stir among the peacekeepers, but apart from those present here, no one knows the details. From Ferdy's words, Brantley detected another meaning. Ferdy nodded and declared, since then, issue the order. Deputy Commander Dev of Anqing Prefecture has been influenced by demonic energy over the years, causing mental chaos. In a fit of madness, he intended to harm others, behaving crazily. To prevent potential disasters, I, as governor, regretfully killed him personally and warned all that anyone tainted by demons, even comrades, will not be tolerated. Understood. Everyone blinked. The governor was covering for Remington. Remington prostrated immediately. Your subordinate is deeply grateful to the governor. Get up, Ferdy said calmly. Your actions were indeed bold and reckless. As punishment for this incident, you will forfeit 5 years of salary and benefits. Any further offenses will result in dire consequences. Your subordinate understands. Remington prostrated again, accepting his fate. After resolving Remington's personal matters, Ferdy turned to Xander. Young talent, you indeed live up to the saying, a tiger does not sire a dog. Since joining the peacekeepers, your actions and achievements have reached my ears. Though some were quite reckless, the results have been remarkable. As the new chief of the Demon Inspection Pavilion, you have not disgraced us. Brantley, draft an official letter to report Xander's contributions to the Imperial Court. Understood. Ferdy continued, there is another matter. Ning family's ancestor in Phylong City is hosting a birthday banquet soon. You, Xander, will represent me at the Ning family celebration. And regarding Dev, your superior, since he is dead, find a place to bury him. Understood. Xander carried Dev's corpse away. Once Xander left, Ferdy added, you all should be more cautious in future actions to prevent any serious mishaps. Although he shows remarkable ability, Xander is not entirely compliant. With that, Ferdy returned to his room. Outside, Brantley and Eve exchanged glances. Watching Xander, could they really control him? They shrugged and let it go. Let's see how it unfolds. The scene cleared, with no one staying behind. After receiving the order, Xander took Dev's corpse to an isolated spot and buried him promptly. Congratulations. Successfully buried Dev's corpse. Owner gains a low-grade spirit weapon fragment. Activating tenfold enhancement. Reward, medium-grade spirit weapon fragment. ##### Chapter 27. The Terror of Spirit Weapons. It turned out to be fragments of a mid-grade spirit weapon. I underestimated Dev. Who would have thought this guy actually had such good stuff in his hands? At first glance, mid-grade spirit weapons seem ordinary and unremarkable, but in reality, they are truly excellent items. Just like the Azure Dragon Sword obtained from killing Leslie, which was a dragon weapon, the pinnacle of all things. And dragon weapons are also known as spirit weapons. Even the Azure Dragon Sword, being a low-grade spirit weapon, brought Xander immense benefits, making him unable to put it down. It's easy to imagine how powerful a mid-grade spirit weapon could be. For forces like the Kaiyuan sect, even having an Azure Dragon Sword as their sex treasure would be considered fortunate. As for this mid-grade spirit weapon, even if it's just a fragment, its value far exceeds that of a top-grade weapon by 100-fold. Xander beckoned, and a piece of weapon fragment emitting divine light fell into his hand. It wasn't a knife, spear, staff, or cudgel, but rather half of a rhombus-shaped weapon resembling an iron whip or a section of a pagoda. With divine light in hand, the immense power on it directly penetrated through Xander's entire body. How terrifying was the power! Even with his current strength at the latter stage of the 8th mountain realm, Xander struggled to withstand this formidable aura. He couldn't help but loosen his grip. The weapon fragment immediately rolled to the ground. But before it made contact, its terrifying power compressed the earth from a distance, causing the ground to sink deeply. Cracks spread like spider webs instantly, creating a small pit several dozen feet wide. The might of a mid-grade spirit weapon was so tangible that it held the fragment aloft, allowing only the boundless power to wreak havoc upon the land. Truly terrifying, indeed. Xander hurriedly sacrificed the fragment to the system. Otherwise, it would destroy his home. Then he heard the system announce that he had received nearly 2,000 white points at once. Blinking, Xander couldn't believe how much it yielded. Such a small piece of a weapon fragment, not even palm-sized, gave him close to 2,000 white points. How much more would a complete mid-grade spirit weapon bring him? Shaking his head, he guessed it would definitely exceed 10,000 points. Looking at the shattered ground, where the soil was both crushed and hardened, any clump picked up felt more like diamond than dirt. Mid-grade spirit weapons were indeed fearsome. Such immense power, be it 8th mountain or 9th mountain realms, would be hard to handle, even with great luck in obtaining one. Without sufficient ability, the user might be overwhelmed by the excessively powerful weapon, possibly injuring themselves and ending up crippled instead. Only true powerhouses could wield such potent weapons. In weaker hands, powerful weapons would not only fail to provide assistance, but would cause endless trouble. Just from that brief moment of contact earlier, if not for the Tai Chi gym granting him invincibility, Xander would have been annihilated instantly by the terrifying power. He still felt a lingering fear after that encounter. However, considering the gains, this time was indeed profitable. Checking his white points, they were already approaching 3,000. With so many points, he had to use them wisely. Xander knew he would choose to upgrade Rumbling Roar of Jiuming. This spell was his most frequently used and effective one. At his current intermediate level, it already showed formidable power, subduing numerous foes. Imagine if he advanced further, reaching proficiency. Just thinking about it made it sound delightful. In his mind, he heard the system voice announce, "Congratulations, Master. Your spell, Rumbling Roar of Jiuming, has been upgraded. It is now at the proficiency stage." Closing his eyes, Xander absorbed the new knowledge and insights flooding his mind. The ancient roar of Jiuming reverberated within his chest, refusing to fade away. After a moment, Xander pushed his palms towards the ground without physically touching it. The mountains and forests trembled incessantly from the force of his palm wind. Satisfied, Xander smiled. Proficient-level Rumbling Roar of Jiuming did not disappoint. With this divine skill and his realm at the later stage of the 8th mountain, a single slap would make even an opponent at the peak 8th mountain realm struggle to withstand. Marvelous indeed. The taste of growing stronger was indeed addictive, impossible to resist. Glancing around, how much would it cost to further enhance Rumbling Roar of Jiuming? 3,000 points? Never mind. As soon as Xander returned to Luo Fong Manor, Trent approached with something in hand. Trent handed over a wooden box that looked unremarkable, nothing special about it. Xander looked at Trent in puzzlement. "Master, I'm not sure what's inside either. Not long ago, an unknown person left it at the Taiping Guard's entrance, specifically stating that it's for you." Xander raised an eyebrow. "I didn't think I had such attentive friends out there." Improved. Xander raised an eyebrow. "I didn't think I had such attentive friends out there." Opening the wooden box, Xander found nothing suspicious inside. There were just two unremarkable objects, a uniquely shaped small bottle and a piece of paper. The paper read, "In Filong City, there is Aelbert, whose body resembles a demon's. Using body-revealing mist can make his true form appear." Blinking, Xander asked, "Do you know who this Aelbert is?" "Master, he is the eldest son of the Ning family in Filong City, and currently the most outstanding descendant of the Ning family. Despite his young age, he has already reached the 6th mountain realm. Now, he is a distinguished disciple of the Huangbei sect. In a few days, it will be Patriarch Vincent's birthday banquet, and word is that Aelbert will return to celebrate." Touching his chin, Xander examined the poorly legible handwriting on the paper. "How interesting. Could it be that I naturally attract enemies?" Xander waved his hand, turning the paper into dust. He had just received orders from General Ferdy to represent them at Ning family's ancestors' birthday celebration. Now, someone was informing him about Aelbert feeding himself to a demon. Was this person displeased with him or Albert? Xander couldn't figure it out yet, but eventually, this hidden fox would reveal itself. As for the body-revealing mist, also known as reveal spell or magic show, it could expose the original forms of demons and spirits below the 8th mountain realm, making it hard for them to hide. Useful indeed. Temporarily putting it away, Xander turned to Trent. Anything else, Jeffrey? Trent pondered for a moment. Master, while familiarizing myself with Filong City, I encountered a man named Anatole, who claimed to be a former supporter of your father. This man is strong, with abilities at the 7th mountain realm. Are you interested in him? Xander chuckled. Interesting. Not only do we have people delivering messages, but also relatives coming to join us. I never thought I had so many acquaintances in Filong City. A 7th mountain realm expert. Why would such talent end up homeless? Let's see where this Anatole is. Since your father left, Anatole became disheartened and left the Taiping Guard, settling in Filong City and opening his own shop called Wuxia Hall, specializing in funeral services, coffins, and funerals. This piqued Xander's interest even more. They seemed like kindred spirits. Let's go. Exactly, idol. We'll check out this Anatole right now. Chapter 28. Anatole. Where is the Hall of Eternity? Once in Filong City, take the eastern road and you'll see it. With Trent leading the way, Xander naturally wouldn't get lost. The Hall of Eternity, although it looked unremarkable, seemed quite different from the omnipotent Everything Hall. The size difference between the two could be compared to that between a flying dragon and an ox on the ground. It was merely a 3-story building, with cramped spaces between the floors. Inside, it was dim and chilly. What made it even more unsettling were the many coffins and funeral items. It clearly welcomed the dead more than the living. Bosley, Bosley. Trent knocked on the door and called out. Before his words faded, heavy footsteps approached. Soon, a towering figure appeared, extremely robust, almost as if a celestial general had descended. His powerful body seemed impervious to weapons. He habitually held a large broadsword, as big as an adult. This man exuded an aura of menace. One glance told you he wasn't someone easy to deal with. Ah, old ma, you've come. Yet this menacing figure smiled warmly upon seeing Trent. Despite not putting down his sword or shrinking in stature, the seemingly warm smile only made him appear like a ruthless killer showing innocence, sending shivers down the spine. Xander's evaluation was that it was impressive for such a person to exist after thousands of years. This formidable man was not only imposing but also possessed immense strength. In just a glance, Xander discerned all about the burly warrior. This man was none other than Anatole, who ran a Hall of Eternity in Filong City. He possessed the strength equivalent to a mid-7th mountain level practitioner, far surpassing several deputy commanders of the Taiping Guard in Anqing Prefecture. Facing him, those deputies would fall in seconds, marking victory for Anatole. He was incredibly powerful, a high-level cultivator with extraordinary bloodline, the Heavenly General's divine lineage, possessing innate abilities. He cultivated a martial art called the Difficult Divine Technique, which, despite being only upper tier, greatly benefited him. He mastered various potent techniques, such as the Divine Palm Thrust, Divine Rapid Sword, and the Divine Berserk Fist. He wielded a massive weapon named the 3 Months Frenzy Blade, large, powerful, yet beautifully crafted. Most importantly, he was a staunch supporter of Davon Binglong. This combination of traits earned him Xander's praise. A genius. A true genius. Compared to him, Xander felt almost embarrassed about mentioning his own talents. Bosley, this gentleman is Lord Davon's only son, our young master, Xander. The young master is exceptionally talented and has already succeeded his father in heading the Demon Investigating Bureau of the Taiping Guard in Anqing Prefecture. Upon joining, he achieved great success by slaying a demon that had infiltrated Bawangong and subduing the remnants of the Bloodbone sect, including Red Sea Demon Head. But before Trent finished, Anatole suddenly moved. Madness surged within him as he unleashed a punch directly at Xander. Thunder roared through the air. Despite not using full power, Anatole's 7/10 force punch was terrifying enough to overwhelm an ordinary 7th mountain level practitioner. Anatole! Trent shouted in shock. Could anyone intercept a 7th mountain level strike? Seeing Anatole's attack, Xander laughed instead of panicking, delivering a punch of his own. Their fists collided in an instant. In the next moment, Anatole was sent flying back. The impact caused a blinding flash of light in the air. This blow targeted only human life, leaving everything else intact, a precise strike. However, Anatole got up from his daze, eyes wide open. Anatole acted rashly. Please forgive me, young master. Xander smiled lightly. Pride makes one stronger. Only incompetence fails to command respect. Even as Davon Binglong's son, I understand you wouldn't respect a worthless person. High aspirations lead to great achievements. Get up. Anatole stood up and asked. Your punch was so concentrated, making it hard to defend. What level are you at? Xander smiled. What do you think? Well, my punch, though not at full power, isn't something a normal 7th mountain level can withstand. But you not only blocked it, but also returned a punch. You must be at least at peak 7th mountain level. Anatole looked eagerly at Xander, who simply replied. If you wish to join me, we'll have to close the Hall of Eternity. Join the Taiping Guard, where you can fully showcase your abilities. Anatole nodded, and prepared to shut down the business. At that moment, another person entered. Is the boss here? This person wore a cloak and mask, giving off an eerie presence. Anatole frowned. I'm the boss. What do you want? Xander watched this mysterious figure with a sly smile. A big deal worth over 10,000 lower-grade crystals. Interested, Bosley? Over 10,000 lower-grade crystals? Anatole pondered. In all his time running the business, he had never encountered such a large transaction. Ironically, a major deal came just as he was about to close up. Oh, what kind of deal? The mysterious person glanced at Xander. Xander smiled and left with Trent. Now can you speak? The boss specializes in funeral services. So, are you interested in the Ning family's ancestral grounds? Grave robbing? Anatole's eyes widened. That was the Ning family, one of Filong City's most powerful clans, with a history spanning 1,000 years. Its ancestor, Vincent, was a peak 7th mountain-level expert, perhaps only rivaled by the Taiping Guard's god Luo Marshal, Ferdi. For a mere mid-7th mountain-level practitioner to dig into the Ning family's graves would invite disaster. Scared, bossly? Anatole sneered upon hearing this. Of course I'm scared. Vincent is a formidable old lion in Filong City, at peak 7th mountain level. I don't want to die young. If you're suicidal, feel free. Anatole prepared to shoo the intruder away, but the stranger remained calm. Your concerns are valid, but what if Vincent isn't paying attention? He's currently in seclusion and won't emerge for days. It's the perfect time. Whether you agree or not, I'll wait for you tonight at Leopard Hill. Saying that, the man vanished. Anatole snorted. Sneaky and ill-intentioned. Digging into the Ning family's grave? As if I'd jump into that trap? Anatole finished his curses when he saw Xander walk out from the alley. The big deal done? Yes, some madman came asking me to rob the Ning family's graves. It's obvious he thinks my life is too long. Such an obvious trap, I'd refuse it. And now, we're closing down anyway. Anatole added, puzzled. But this guy seems to be from the Ning family. Strange. How sure are you? Smell. I've been inside the Ning estate before, and there's a unique scent I recognized instantly. This man must be from the Ning family. Xander nodded. You're right. He's the 9th member of the Ning family, Diego. That fool, Diego? Anatole was more confused. All from the same clan. Why would he think of desecrating his own family's graves? Maybe he harbors grudges. Indeed, this situation was complex and needed deeper understanding. Anatole was even more confused. What grudge could Diego possibly have against the Ning family? If you're curious, he's waiting for you at Leopard Hill tonight. You'll know if you go and see. Anatole blinked, watching Diego dig up his own family's ancestral grounds. Phew, that would indeed be quite something. Chapter 29, Midnight Breeze. The so-called Leopard Head is a mountainous area, and it is also the ancestral land of the Ning family, where their ancestral tombs are located. It was deep into the night, eerily quiet. Xander led his people to this place, choosing a position not far from the Ning family's ancestral graves, hiding in the dark and waiting quietly. Anatole stared intently at the tombstones in the distant cemetery. Above were inscribed the words, Ancestor, Lorenzo. The handwriting was rugged, as if written by a dragon in flight. Lorenzo, the ancestor of the Ning family, was a renowned figure in the Xian Clement 9 realms 1,000 years ago. Legend has it that he achieved unparalleled spiritual prowess, and the Ning family has endured for a millennium entirely due to the legacy left by Lorenzo. Xander remained silent, finding interest in stories from 1,000 years ago, but he had little interest in hearing tales about the Ning family. Anatole continued. Master, do you really think Germain will come here tonight? Of course. But, Master, Germain is famously worthless within this Filong city. The large Ning family even considers him a disgrace, rarely mentioning him. Yet now it seems that Germain isn't as pitiful as rumors suggest. He appears quite capable. Xander chuckled lightly. In the path of cultivation, everyone has their own destiny. Just as he finished speaking, Xander stopped, Anatole and Trent holding their breath, reducing their presence. Because the person they had been waiting for had arrived. Two figures emerged stealthily in the darkness. Both were cloaked in capes and wore masks, completely concealing their faces and exuding an air of mystery. But this mystery was easily penetrated by Xander's detection. One of these two individuals was Germain. The other was Germain's accomplice named Chris, who had reached the peak of the 6th mountain realm in cultivation. After arriving, Germain looked up, scanning the sky and surroundings before falling silent. Chris remarked, "It seems your plan went awry. Anatole certainly didn't give you much face." Germain chuckled. "If he doesn't, then so be it. In my plan, whether or not Anatole comes makes no significant difference. My goal is simply to make Anatole take the blame. If he foolishly followed us, that would be perfect. Even if he smartened up and didn't follow, I can still accomplish what I need to. Once I succeed, digging up the Ning family's ancestors' graves can still be blamed on him. Why go through all this trouble with the Wanqing Hall? Wasn't it unnecessary? I know that Xander's old servant, Trent, has already met Anatole. If we drag Xander into this, it could cause problems." Chris's voice showed concern. Germain sneered nonchalantly. "Be at ease. Even if Xander finds out, what can he do? Who in this world knows our true identities?" Germain spoke with absolute confidence. "No harm in being cautious. We are taking great risks this time. If we fail, the consequences will be severe." Chris's voice remained full of worry, but Germain paid no heed, urging instead, "The time is right. Let's begin according to plan. As long as we don't deviate, we should be fine." "Hopefully, as you say." Under the deep darkness, Chris removed his cloak and mask, revealing an unexpectedly honest face. He began chanting softly, his fingers moving as if forming a seal. Suddenly, Chris grew taller, becoming robust and muscular. His facial features reshaped like soft clay. In the blink of an eye, Chris had transformed into Anatole's twin brother. These damned scoundrels. They're going to pay. Hidden nearby, Anatole clenched his fists, wanting nothing more than to rush out and beat Germain and Chris into a bloody pulp. Xander gave him a look. "Calm down. There's no rush." Anatole could only suppress his anger, holding back his breath, watching the movements of the two men in the distance. Once Chris transformed into Anatole, the two were ready to act. Without a word, they started. First came a sound like muffled thunder. Then, Germain revealed a peculiar triangular tripod. This tripod was not only uniquely shaped but radiated an ancient and vast aura. It flew through the air, crashing into the mausoleum of Lorenzo like a meteorite. Though the tomb was protected by a secret barrier, it shattered instantly under the impact, leaving only cracks. Xander squinted, amused. "Interesting, it's actually an elite-grade weapon. I didn't expect Germain to have such a powerful item. Elite-grade weapons are just below spirit-grade weapons." Across the entire Xian Clement 9 realms, they are extremely valuable. Even within the Kai Yuan sect, there might only be one elite-grade weapon. All ancient treasures. This Germain has an unusual aura, mixed with an ancient presence. He must have inherited the blessings and powers of some ancient powerhouse. The muffled thunder continued. After shattering the outer protective barrier, Germain manipulated the flying tripod to strike again. This created a huge hole in the tomb. With an entrance now clear, Germain entered first. Chris followed closely behind. Stealing from a grave so brazenly, this was unprecedented. Xander instructed, eyes narrowed. Unless the Nings have lost their heads, how could they not notice this commotion? Stay here and wait. Do not move recklessly. Ignoring Anatole and Trent's response, Xander vanished on the spot. Reappearing elsewhere, he created a doppelganger using the Tai Chu gemstone, following Germain and Chris silently into the tomb. The loud noise from Leopard Head naturally disturbed the Ning family. The ancestral tomb has been breached. Inside the antique-styled house of the Ning family, Calhoun, the current patriarch, stared at the shattered jade tablet in his hands, his expression grim. When the Ning family's tomb was restored, a high-level expert helped set up a warning system. If anything happened to the tomb, he would immediately sense it. The shattered jade tablet meant someone was forcibly breaking into the Ning family's tomb. Calhoun was both shocked and enraged, summoning people immediately to head to Leopard Head. Entering the tomb through the broken skeleton, the interior was spacious. Despite the pitch-black gloom, those above the 6th mountain level could see clearly. Following closely behind Germain, they reached the main chamber. Clearly, Germain was well prepared. He skillfully avoided various hidden traps and fatal dangers within the tomb, as if he knew it as well as his own home. Upon entering the main chamber, Germain wasted no time lifting the lid of the large coffin. The moment the lid flew open, a blinding light mixed with blood surged forth. Chapter 30. A basket full of water. The dazzling spectacle inside the open coffin also drew Xander's gaze. Beneath the beautiful, ominous red twilight-like light, one could see a corpse lying quietly within the coffin. Despite being buried for 1,000 years, the body of this man showed no signs of decay. It remained vividly lifelike, as if it were a living person who had fallen into a deep sleep. The man's hands rested on his abdomen, and beneath them lay the truth behind the ominous aura. It was a gemstone, roughly the size of a quail egg, flattened, and covered with numerous diamond-shaped reflective surfaces, meticulously carved by skilled hands. But this item was definitely not an ordinary luxury. Just a glance at it made Xander feel the overwhelming malevolent aura swirling within the crimson stone like an ocean's tumultuous waves. Surrounded by this aura were hundreds, or even thousands of malevolent spirits, roaring and wailing, chilling the soul. Under double scrutiny, the true nature of the treasure became clear. This item is called Fiendish Heart Demon Stone, a material of the spirit-grade quality. The Fiendish Heart Demon Stone is a natural anomaly born from the world's most extreme malice and boundless resentment, a long-nurtured entity of endless negative thoughts and many evils. If given another 10,000 years, this Fiendish Heart Demon Stone before him would have been able to further upgrade and become an even better treasure material. Even just a lower-class spirit-grade material is incredibly precious. Xander hadn't expected that under the lid of Aryan's coffin, such a valuable material as the Fiendish Heart Demon Stone could be hidden. From its description, although this material was dangerous and evil, affecting one's mental state, corroding one's soul, spreading boundless madness, and igniting widespread slaughter, all these dangers could indeed be achieved by this beautiful yet terrifying gemstone. But even evil things depend on how they are used. If a highly skilled blacksmith combined this inherently evil gem with other materials, it could forge a spirit-grade weapon. However, it was essential to remember that this gem was very dangerous. Even as a fine spirit-grade material, it wasn't something anyone could possess casually. 1,000 years ago, Aryan must have realized how dangerous it would be to leave this stone unattended, which was why he took it with him to his eternal rest after death. Unfortunately, Aryan's good intentions were squandered by his unworthy descendants. Aryan would never have thought in his wildest dreams that one of his descendants would turn out to be a grave-digging creature like Diego. After admiring the beautiful light, Diego revealed a joyous voice. Finally, behind his mask, there was undoubtedly a radiant smile on his face. After a quick inspection, Diego hastily reached out to pick up the Fiendish Heart Demon Stone. The Fiendish Heart Demon Stone, already pulsating with a dark aura, reacted as if triggered by a mechanism upon contact with Diego. A sound like a heartbeat resonated throughout the tomb. What was terrifying was the scarlet light that permeated the entire burial ground. The formidable spiritual-grade power made Diego's scalp tingle, making breathing difficult. Go! Diego quickly placed the Fiendish Heart Demon Stone into a box he had prepared and hastily called Chevy to leave. With the Fiendish Heart Demon Stone in hand, his plot had progressed halfway. As long as he followed ancient secret techniques to absorb the immense demonic power within the Fiendish Heart Demon Stone, his realm would advance rapidly. The vision of a bright future flashed through Diego's mind, and his uncontrollable smile reappeared. Suddenly, another attack appeared. In the instant Diego turned his head, the terrifying strike rushed out from an imperceptible darkness, extremely horrifying. Just one blow, and Diego let out a scream as he was thrown backward. The box slipped from his hand. Who is it? His plans ruined, Diego felt both enraged and terrified. He dragged his injured body up and looked around but saw no one. Heh, thick-skinned enough to survive. A soft laugh echoed. Diego's pupils contracted, sensing the terrifying might rushing towards him. In desperation, he hastily performed magical seals and mentally invoked the transformation of a demonic body. Instantly, he vanished from the spot, fleeing just in time. Before leaving, he clearly saw that his accomplice Chevy was utterly shattered by the terrifying force, leaving not a trace behind. I curse you! I curse you! May you die miserably! A vengeful voice came from afar. At this moment, Diego's heart was filled only with hatred. He had calculated so much for the sake of the fiendish heart demon stone, preparing meticulously, only to be disrupted at the final moment. Like water carried in a bamboo basket, it was all for naught. All his efforts ended up benefiting others. How could he not despise and lament? However, despite the pain in his heart, nothing mattered more than life. At this critical moment, Diego couldn't afford any arrogance. He employed evasive techniques and fled at breakneck speed. Heh, naive mice think they can escape the cat's eyes? Considering you might still be useful later, I will spare your life until then. Xander smirked coldly and sent Chevy's body to the underworld. Ding! For burying Chevy's body, congratulations on obtaining 10,000 low-grade crystals. Triggering the powerful, tenfold bonus, you obtain 100,000 low-grade crystals. Again, crystals. After sending many souls to the afterlife, he no longer lacked them. This seemed to be a guaranteed output, but concerning value, it was probably the least valuable among all his rewards. So, Xander's emotions remained unchanged. His focus was mostly on the box in his hand. Xander first asked the system if this item could be upgraded. The system indicated it could not because this item was not dropped through a burial and therefore did not fall within its operational scope. If Xander returned the fiendish heart demon stone to Aryan and then sent Aryan to the afterlife, what would happen? The system replied that whether the fiendish heart demon stone would be truly dropped during the burial could only be said to have a certain probability, but not 100%. Therefore, returning it was definitely not the right choice. Although the fiendish heart demon stone was full of negative energy and dangerously powerful, it was undeniably a treasure. If he returned it to Aryan without it dropping again, wouldn't he incur significant losses? Xander frowned as he sensed the presence of Ning family members approaching. A faint smile crept onto his lips. Humph, perfect timing. You thought well, Diego, getting others to cover for your despicable act. Then today, I'll fulfill your wishes. Xander immediately transformed his appearance into Diego's and, carrying Aryan's coffin, rushed out of the tomb. Leopard head, the wind tore through the air. In a rush, the Ning family arrived led by Joel. Meanwhile, Anatole and Trent, hiding in the shadows, were taken aback. The Ning family is here. What if they find Xander still inside? Their hearts raced with anxiety. Just as they worried, loud thuds burst from the large hole in the tomb, and a figure carrying a coffin collided with Joel and the others. ####Chapter 31. The Black Sky Demon Hoyt. Something's going to happen. Hidden in the shadows, Trent and Anatole watched the scene unfold with their faces drastically changing. Meanwhile, Calhoun, who was approaching with a group of people, stopped abruptly, staring wide-eyed at the person carrying the coffin. Diego? Seeing the person emerging from the family's ancestral tomb, Calhoun felt a thunderous shock that left his mind blank. His thoughts kept circling around one phrase. Diego dug up the ancestral tomb? Intense fury made Calhoun's body tremble uncontrollably. The boundless rage in his eyes seemed capable of burning everything in sight. Yet, Diego showed no fear in the face of Calhoun's hateful glare. He even smiled. This triumphant smile only fueled Calhoun's anger, almost causing him to lose his mind. You beast. But after smiling, Diego suddenly vanished into thin air while still carrying the coffin, reappearing momentarily at Leopard Head Hill. The speed was incomprehensibly fast. Just as Calhoun regained his senses, he let out a furious roar to the sky. Diego, you beast. You damned beast. This is my Ning family's misfortune. A tragedy for our lineage. Calhoun's face twisted with anger, looking monstrous. The Ning clan members who had followed behind him were speechless, unable to believe that it was one of their own who desecrated the tomb. It was heart-wrenching beyond words. Suddenly, Calhoun roared at them. Remember, don't tell this to anyone outside the family. Order the entire clan to search for Diego by all means. If you find him, do not alert him but report back to me immediately. I will kill that beast myself to appease our ancestors. All the Ning clan members responded affirmatively. They understood the gravity of the situation. In just a few days, it would be the birthday of their elderly ancestor, Vincent. If word got out now that their ancestral tomb was desecrated, it would tarnish the Ning family's reputation. The repercussions would be unimaginable, leaving them unable to hold their heads high in Filong City. Thinking about the consequences deepened their hatred toward Diego. How could someone so heartless and disrespectful have done such an act? They vowed to hunt him down and execute him using every possible punishment to vent their fury. If only he weren't their son, they would have cleansed the family long ago. After this incident, Diego's fate in the eyes of the Ning family was sealed. Death was certain. After the initial fury subsided, the first thing the Ning clan did was restore the tomb to its original state. Once everything appeared to be back to normal, they finally left. Watching Calhoun and his men disappear into the distance, Anatole and Trent, hiding in the shadows, finally breathed a sigh of relief, calming their racing hearts. It had been a tense moment indeed. But what exactly happened? We saw young master enter the tomb, but why did Diego come out? Anatole blinked, asking. Trent, who hadn't understood either, sighed. Perhaps young master has his ways. Trent couldn't help but reflect on how Xander had suddenly decided to go to the never-return land and gamble with his life. Since returning, Xander had changed in ways that even Trent, who had watched him grow up, barely recognized him. What should we do now? Head back to Taiping Guard. What about young master? Aren't you worried? Does young master need your concern? He has countless methods at his disposal. Anatole remained silent, still feeling the lingering pain in his chest. So, the two carefully left Leopard Head Hill without disturbing anyone. Hundreds of miles away from Leopard Head Hill, they arrived at a narrow valley nestled between two mountains, an ideal place to hide. Diego's figure emerged from the void, stumbling and falling onto the ground covered in dust, which turned red with his blood. Coughing, Diego removed the mask covering his face, revealing his pale complexion. Weakness and hatred marked his features. No matter who you are, I, Diego, swear to shred you into pieces, torture you for millennia, and erase you from existence. Diego was both enraged and bewildered. He couldn't comprehend where his plans went wrong, leading to being discovered. And who was the mysterious figure waiting in ambush at the Ning family's ancestral tomb? Too many unknowns weighed heavily on his already injured mind. The Crimson Heart Demon Stone within the tomb, a spiritual grade material, and now, it's gone? Thinking of it, the pain in his heart outweighed the ache in his head. Suddenly, an eerie black light erupted from Diego's forehead, forming a towering, mysterious figure before him. It looked like a divine or demonic presence. Where is the Crimson Heart Demon Stone? My lord, the stone was taken by someone else. Diego bowed, his voice filled with disdain. The mysterious entity paused but didn't get angry. Instead, it said, treasures of the world choose their masters. It seems you were not destined for the stone. Since it has been taken, seek other treasures instead. Under the vast heavens, there are countless brilliant treasures. The loss of one Crimson Heart Demon Stone is insignificant. Then, the entity dissolved back into Diego's body, hidden within his mind. Diego took a deep breath. Sitting cross-legged, he practiced some exercises to stabilize his injuries before rising again, leaving the place with heavy steps. Once Diego was far gone, Xander's clone emerged from the void, a smile playing on his lips. Diego indeed had remarkable connections to communicate with such an existence. The mysterious entity within Diego was none other than the Black Sky Demon Hoyt, a powerful figure from tens of thousands of years ago who fought alongside Emperor Huayanglong in the same era. Ultimately, the Black Sky Demon Hoyt was killed by Emperor Huayanglong. Tens of thousands of years later, while Emperor Huayanglong had passed, the Black Sky Demon Hoyt managed to leave a sliver of his soul attached to Diego, likely planning to use him to revive in this era. Xander mused that despite the Black Sky Demon Hoyt being a grand existence from ancient times, even as a remnant soul, he possessed numerous trump cards unimaginable to a novice cultivator like himself. Killing him would not be easy. Yet, Xander chuckled. He stepped out of the falling sky coffin. Using dual detection methods, only scattered information revealed itself. The falling sky coffin was a divine artifact obtained by Supreme Immortal Emperor from the edge of a great virtue world during the era of gods. Its origins and structure were unknown, unaffected by the laws of nature and unfettered by destiny. Inside this coffin, any powerful being, no matter how mighty, would die instantly. There were many other details that remained obscure, but the information visible was enough to shock Xander. The terror of the falling sky coffin surpassed his imagination. Even the golden fire divine eyes and system scans struggled to decipher its true nature. An emperor-level existence might not be more grand or mysterious than this artifact. Xander needed only to confirm one thing. The falling sky coffin could kill even an emperor. If it could kill an emperor, then what chance did the Black Sky Demon Hoyt have? Smiling coldly, Xander casually tossed Armin's corpse into the coffin. Chapter 32. Time Imprint. Ding. Congratulations on successfully disposing of Armin's corpse. The master has received an item, a fragment of the Xianxia sect's grimoire. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase. You have received a complete ancient grimoire. This book recorded a technique that could be called divine memory. Its name was the time imprint. By using the time imprint, one could stop everything in the universe. If the mind does not move, then nothing moves. Time imprint? Xander's eyes lit up with surprise. He had heard of the name Xianxia sect, whose history stretched far back, once bearing the mandate of heaven. Heaven had entrusted them with a divine book named Mystical Techniques and Divine Powers. This book, commonly known as the Grimoire, contained descriptions of immensely powerful mystical techniques. Back then, the Xianxia sect dominated for countless years, unbeaten in the world, all because of this book. Thus, even just a single night's content, or a single technique from this book was extraordinary, let alone after being enhanced tenfold by the system. He read the detailed introduction carefully. The time imprint technique, passed down through the divine, recorded in the grimoire with the body-sealing imprint, resulted from a tenfold enhancement. It was a divine skill, capable of stopping all things in the world. When mastered to its pinnacle, it could immobilize beings of higher ranks than oneself. Divine skills, Xander blinked, impressive indeed. What did divine mean? These two words needed to be understood separately. Divine referred to heavenly matters, invisible to mortals. Sanctified referred to earthly matters, deities among humans. In ancient families where saints once emerged, they might barely squeeze out a single divine technique. And now he possessed such a powerful divine technique. Indeed, a huge gain. Following that, under the rules of the system, the wondrous techniques acquired through burying corpses were automatically mastered by Xander to their highest levels. Xander felt a sudden chill, as if time itself had paused around him. After the enhancement was complete, he rechecked the specific details of the time imprint. It could already stop a being one rank higher than himself, restraining both soul and flesh. However, the duration was limited. But for Xander, this was enough. The stronger one was, the faster they could decide battles. In conflicts between strong individuals, if one side suddenly couldn't move, even for just a few breaths, it would be fatal. To advance the time imprint further, how many white points were required? Out of curiosity, Xander asked casually. The system's response was, 100 million. Is this a joke? Xander whistled in disbelief. However, the system also explained that divine techniques like the time imprint were incredibly powerful but correspondingly difficult to master. Even a saint would need significant time to cultivate it fully. So while 100 million white points seemed astronomical, it was reasonable. With such power in hand, one could defeat stronger opponents, almost defying natural laws. Xander nodded upon hearing the system's explanation. Indeed, the time imprint was exceedingly potent. Without the system, mastering it would likely be beyond his reach. Xander thought about it, and decided to sacrifice the fiery Wrath Heart Demon Stone. Though it was a treasure, it was useless to him. Thus, he gained 2,000 white points. Another small gain. Next, he checked his current status. Master of the Devil Tower, 8th Mountain Stage. Practicing Sea of God Scripture, proficient in mystic techniques, fully mastered Roar of Juming, 5 Directions Thunder, Azure Dragon Cutting Heaven, Lightning Charge, and Time Imprint. With these techniques at hand, what did he have to fear from peers? His possessions included various treasures like the Skyfall Coffin, Primordial Gem, Azure Dragon Sword, Longevity Elixir, Nether Forest Map, and others. He had only lost a few days of life. No significant changes in his stats panel. Xander directly ordered the system to upgrade Roar of Juming again. White points were once more depleted. However, enhancing Roar of Juming meant laying the foundation for his dominance among peers. So Xander was satisfied despite having only a few hundred white points left. Slowly but surely. In a few days, it would be Ancestor Apsel's birthday, when Aelbert would return for the celebration. If what the informed person said was true, Aelbert had already become inhuman by feeding himself to demons. Then, he, the professional undertaker, could earn another sum. Xander grinned happily, vanishing from his spot. Unaware of what happened to Leopardhead afterward, Diego assumed his actions remained undiscovered. Thus, he would naturally return to the Ning family to avoid arousing suspicion. Meanwhile, Calhoun had already issued orders to apprehend Diego. Returning to the Ning family would be akin to delivering himself into a trap. How would the furious Calhoun react? Xander's eyes narrowed with amusement. Calhoun would likely execute Diego personally. As it turned out, events unfolded exactly as Xander anticipated. Far away in Flying Dragon City, Diego, acting normally, returned to the Ning family. Unaware of developments, his movements were already reported by hidden informants. At the Ning residence, Calhoun's expression was terrifyingly cold, making everyone uneasy. Any news? Everyone trembled at his chilling tone. Sir, we've sent people out but haven't found anything yet. We assume Diego may have left Flying Dragon City. Upon hearing this, Calhoun only growled. If you can't find him, keep searching until you do. I will tear apart the entire covering Si Hoi Dom to catch this beast. I must crush his bones and scatter his ashes to appease our ancestors' anger. This beast is audacious and inhumane, digging up the ancestral grounds without hesitation. My family worked tirelessly through generations to achieve prosperity and renown, only to be trampled by this beast. Remember, we must catch him. Calhoun seemed like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. None dared ignite the fuse. Suddenly, someone rushed in. Report. Sir, he's been found. Calhoun stood abruptly, eyes blazing. Where is this beast now? He is about to return to the Ning family. What? This beast actually dares to return? He doesn't take me seriously at all. Calhoun glared furiously, his aura sweeping away nearby objects. Diego walked into the Ning family residence as usual. Chapter 33, Filial Piety and Paternal Love. A thunderous boom echoed. The moment Diego stepped through the gates of the Ning family estate, he heard it. Turning his head, he saw that the two robust guards had already closed the gates behind him. Before him, stepping forward amidst a crowd of Ning family members, was Joel, radiating a sinister aura. Joel's eyes blazed with icy killing intent, his anger uncontrollable. Seeing this scene, Diego's heart sank. A thought crossed his mind. Why is it like this? Could it be that my grave digging has been discovered? However, Diego couldn't believe that this was possible. Why? Because he had prepared meticulously. He wore a cloak that concealed his presence and a mask that masked his scent. Throughout his actions, not even a glimpse of his true face was revealed. Even Chevy, his former accomplice, was now dead, annihilated by someone else. His deeds should have remained secret. So, why is Joel reacting this way? Diego couldn't figure it out. Little did he know that those who plot against others will eventually be plotted against themselves. With Xander's help, all his actions had already become public knowledge. Seeing that the despicable Diego dared to enter so boldly, Joel's rage reached new heights. He roared in a strained voice. Where have you been? Me? Nowhere much. I just took a walk as usual, Diego replied, revealing his fear. To others, he was still the worthless failure who could never achieve anything in cultivation, thus naturally fearing Joel's authority. But hearing such words from Diego only fueled Joel's wrath further. He swung his weapon at Diego with all his might. A terrifying strike rushed towards Diego. Old man, you want to kill me? At this critical moment, Diego could no longer hide his strength. He punched directly at the weapon. The force was tremendous. He shattered the incoming weapon into pieces. Peak 6th Mountain Realm. So it was indeed you, beast, who dug up our ancestral graves. Diego's exposed strength shocked Joel, but also enraged him further, increasing the killing intent in his eyes. Hearing this, Diego's pupils constricted. How does the old man know? In that instant, Diego decided to flee. However, the Ning family would not let him escape so easily. They unleashed their strongest attacks to subdue him on the spot. Demonic body transformation. Faced with the Ning family's assault, Diego felt a shiver run down his spine. He immediately activated his life-saving skill, intending to use the dark magic bestowed by the Black Sky Demon Lord to escape. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't just the Ning family who wanted him dead. Xander was hidden in the shadows, waiting. Time Seal. As Diego used demonic body transformation, an overwhelming power from time enveloped him, freezing both his body and soul instantly. Diego's eyes widened in horror as a single thread of consciousness screamed within him. Who wants to harm me? Terror, an extreme fear of death, shook Diego's heart in that moment. Beast, I want you dead. Diego's attempt to flee was halted. Joel seized this opportunity, his weapon piercing through Diego's flesh, causing blood to gush out like water. Pain. Excruciating pain surged through his entire body. Diego's face contorted in agony, eyes filled with hatred as he stared defiantly at Joel. You say. Why? Why did you have to dig up the graves? And where did you get all your cultivation powers? Joel paid no heed to Diego's hateful gaze, merely coldly demanding answers. Why? You act confused now, Joel? Since my birth, when have I ever enjoyed the treatment of a Ning family master? Just because I lack talent and am illegitimate, you wanted me dead? Aelbert is your son, clever, a genius, so you had to cut off my path to cultivation? For Aelbert, you personally severed my meridians, making me a lifelong waste. Why? 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 I too am your son. Why do you treat me like this? Diego howled in despair, the pent-up hatred in his heart finally bursting forth. But Joel remained unmoved, replying coldly, because the life you live is one I gave you, and I can decide your fate. Aelbert is our family's most outstanding descendant in nearly 1,000 years. He's already in the late 6th mountain realm, and in the future, he will surely bring prosperity to our family, shining for centuries. And you, compared to him, are nothing more than a worm staring at the moon. Yes, you are my son, but why would I put any affection into you, a worthless being? Would you expect me to rely on you, a waste, to glorify our Ning family? Diego's face, already twisted with pain, became even more tragic upon hearing these words. I am also in the 6th mountain realm, stronger than Aelbert. I too can bring prosperity to the Ning family, yet you still want to kill me. You still want to kill me. Of course I do. You're a wolf-hearted creature, born with rebellious bones. If you truly gained power, internal strife and endless conflicts would erupt, leaving peace for our Ning family impossible. Not to mention your desecration of the graves. It is a huge disrespect. How can I possibly tolerate you? Only with your death can our Ning family find peace. Hearing such cold, utterly devoid of familial love words, Diego suddenly laughed maniacally. He was completely devastated, his heart broken. Joel, finding the noise irritating, pulled out his weapon again, aiming another strike. The Ning family must have peace, without any lingering threats. Seeing the menacing weapon approaching, Diego ceased resistance, closing his eyes, unwilling to see this disappointing world any longer. The weapon was about to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a black light erupted from Diego's spirit, instantly shattering the weapon. It then began to pull Diego away. Xander couldn't let this happen. He immediately activated the power of the falling sky coffin. A storm surged from the sky, and Diego was instantly sucked away. What is this? Ah! Around Xander, screams echoed, but soon they were replaced by system notifications. Ding! Successfully buried Diego's corpse. Congratulations, owner. You've obtained special points 10. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase. Gained white points 100. Ding! Buried a fragment of the Black Sky Demon Lord's intelligence. Congratulations, owner. You've obtained the Moon Tyrant Scroll. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase. Received Great Divine Moon Scroll. The Great Divine Moon Scroll is a one-use secret art. When unfolded and used, it unleashes a strike comparable to a sage. Indeed, a very generous harvest. Xander grinned, then quietly left the scene, leaving the Ning family standing there, utterly bewildered. Chapter 34, Loss. What was it that made Diego die like this? Who did it? Joel's face darkened, like storm clouds over a camp. Head, do you think someone deliberately plotted against Diego? This is aimed at our Ning family. One of the Ning clan members whispered. Joel shook his head. Spread the word. Everyone must be on high alert. Absolutely nothing can go wrong with the ancestors' birthday celebration. As for the mysterious person's motives, we'll set that aside for now. Since the enemy is hidden in the dark and we are out in the open, all we can do is wait and see. The Ning clan members replied affirmatively. Then they heard Joel say, and remember, keep the incident of the ancestral tomb desecration strictly confidential. Anyone who undermines the dignity of our Ning family will be killed. After speaking, Joel stormed off in a fury. The remaining Ning clan members looked at each other and sighed. Their worries had not diminished due to Diego's death. Instead, they felt that the upcoming birthday of their ancestor would only bring more trouble to the peace of the Ning family. As the Ning family dispersed in worry, a brief tranquility returned. Far away in Donghua City, within the Hall of 10,000 Matters, a young man of refined demeanor arrived here, accompanied by an old man exuding an imposing aura. This old man wasn't simple. He actually possessed middle stage 8th mountain cultivation. Master, as per your instructions, the items have been delivered and should now be in Xander's hands. The young man nodded. Indeed, next comes the show. Xander, that kid's viciousness means that once the fact of Aelbert feeding himself to demons is exposed, he won't survive under Xander's hand. When that happens, things will get lively in the Ning family. The youth smiled joyfully, but the old man frowned. Master, please forgive my frankness. You are the true heir of the Kaiyuan sect, the only son of the sect master. In the future, the entire Kaiyuan sect will belong to you. Why must you concern yourself with Xander? If he troubles you, I could eliminate him immediately. It would save much effort. Do you go to such lengths for Leslie? Master, permit me to boldly advise that she is but an ordinary woman, unworthy of your attention. The youth smiled faintly. Uncle Huang, you don't need to understand my thoughts. Just know that what I do is no different from what Leslie does. It's not that I target Xander intentionally. If Xander lives, I might be the one to die. Sadly, I'm just following orders. Upon hearing these words, the old man was taken aback. Jerry, who stood before him, was no ordinary person, true heir of the great Kaiyuan sect, and the only son of its sect master Jerry. An incomparably high status, untouchable. Who could compel Jerry to act so? His heart trembled as he asked again. The curse invoked by Leslie, was it? Jerry lightly nodded. Correct. Otherwise, how could a mere girl from a small family in Donghua City possess ancient killing curses? But Jerry seemed unwilling to explain further as they entered the Hall of 10,000 Matters. They walked directly into a private corridor. Hall Master, guests have arrived. Xiaoxiao's clear voice rang out. I know. Behind a table piled high with books, Domenico peeked out. Jerry, paying respects to Hall Master. Caleb, paying respects to Hall Master. After bowing, both were greeted by Domenico with a smile. What brings you here? Jerry stepped forward respectfully. Hall Master, I wish to inquire about Xander, the head of the Demon Hunting Bureau in Anjing Prefecture. What is his cultivation level? Xander? Hearing the familiar name, Domenico perked up. Sure, but it costs 20,000 lower-grade crystals. Jerry nodded, immediately producing the prepared crystals. Domenico closed his eyes and soon opened his mouth to speak. Xander, his current cultivation is 8th mountain. Suddenly, his voice halted as a terrifying backlash struck his heart. Blood spurted from Domenico's mouth as a supreme thunder rumbled outside, its divine power threatening to extinguish him. Domenico's pupils constricted. The will of heaven is angry. Better stop. This Xander, what sort of being is he? I can't continue, or my life might be at stake. Fear gripped Domenico as he quickly stopped divining. Hall Master, are you alright? Domenico turned pale, alarming Jerry, who hurriedly inquired. Just fine, merely a bit of toxic fire from overexertion. Hearing this, Jerry and Caleb were filled with admiration. They hadn't realized the Hall Master was so diligent, practicing without cease. Seeing Domenico was alright, Jerry continued. In fact, I have another request. Go ahead. To ask Hall Master to post a message on the 100 information channel. In a few days, I want the world to know that Aelbert feeds himself to demons. How much would that cost? Aelbert feeds himself to demons? Domenico confirmed it had nothing to do with Xander and responded. 100,000 lower-grade crystals. Jerry, despite his wealth, was shocked by the price. That's expensive. Xiao, escort them out. Hearing this cold tone, Jerry tensed, hastily explaining. Hall Master, I didn't mean to offend. Here is the 100,000 lower-grade crystals already prepared. Domenico took the money and waved them off. Leave. Before they could respond, they found themselves outside the hall, utterly baffled. They couldn't understand what offense they committed against Domenico. Maybe Hall Master was injured and needs immediate healing, Caleb suggested. Jerry nodded. Perhaps so. Injured people often have bad tempers. Well, let's head to Filong City. Didn't expect Xander to be at 8th Mountain. Truly underestimated him, Jerry muttered as they boarded a spacecraft and left Donghua City. Back at the Hall of 10,000 Matters, Xiao supported Domenico into a quiet room, her beautiful eyes full of concern. Hall Master, are you really okay? All good, Xiao. Only a minor mishap. From now on, unless Xander seeks me out, I shall not meet anyone else. Though worried, Xiao remained silent since Domenico didn't wish to elaborate. Domenico sipped some spirit tea. What a loss this time. Seems any further divination about Xander is taboo, or I'd risk triggering heavenly wrath, potentially needing the grave I've long prepared. Lucky this time. It was just a warning. Next time, those endless thunders might crush me. If I leave a trace of dust, it'll be fortunate. Domenico chuckled bitterly, an eerie feeling he hadn't experienced in years. He dared not guess Xander's background, fearing a misstep that would trigger deadly repercussions. Though undivinable, befriending Xander isn't out of the question. Most importantly, balance today's cause and effect. After contemplating, Domenico had Xiao leave and began recuperating in solitude. Unaware of these events, Xander returned to the Peace Guard after leaving the Ning residence. Chapter 35. The Ning family ancestor's birthday. Several days later would be the birthday of the Ning family's venerable elder, Vincent. At that time, most of Filong City would be enveloped in a festive atmosphere, with many guests surely arriving. Xander, stationed at Taiping Garrison, had long prepared to represent God Luo Inspector Ferdy to extend congratulations to the Ning family. As Xander left Luo Fong's residence, he bumped into Remington and two others. Oh, my regards, Lord Davon. Congratulations. Congratulations. These three were grinning from ear to ear, as if they had just encountered some good news. Xander blinked. I wonder what the vice commander means by his congratulations? Has Lord Davon not received the news? Previously, Duke Baogong and I jointly reported your feats of slaying demons and eradicating remnants of the demon sect to the royal court. I've heard that the Hoyt greatly commends your actions. Under Duke Baogong's strong recommendation, it seems you're to be promoted to vice commander. And this matter is nearly certain. If everything goes as planned, within half a month, you will hear the imperial decree announcing your promotion. Listening to Remington's words, Xander nodded calmly. It appears Duke Baogong does indeed have considerable influence, enough to speak before the emperor of the Fuhai Hoitdom. I must thank the three vice commanders for their care. Lord Davon is too courteous. We all work under the Fuhai Hoitdom, striving for peace and stability, and we belong to the same Taiping garrison of Anqing State. Mutual assistance is only natural. Moreover, Lord Davon's contributions are real and undeniable. And moreover, Dev doesn't deserve the position of vice commander. Such an important high-ranking post should rightfully be held by someone like Lord Davon, a young talent with exceptional capabilities. Why so formal among us? We're all colleagues here. No need for excessive gratitude. They spoke back and forth. Considering Xander's strength, maintaining good relations with him would certainly not be disadvantageous. From now on, one might truly need Xander's help. Is Lord Davon going out to congratulate the Ning family? There's an order from the God Luo Inspector, so I must go. In that case, let us accompany you. Adding Anatole and Trent, the group chatted and laughed as they left the Taiping garrison. The Ning family residence in Filong City was naturally not far from the Taiping garrison. Soon after, the group arrived at the Ning residence. This was Xander's second visit, but today the Ning family home no longer exuded its usual stern and serious air. Instead, it was festively decorated, bustling and lively, filled with music and laughter accompanying the footsteps of guests. Everyone within sight wore broad smiles. A joyous day indeed. Vice Commander Sun, Ma, Northern Commander, and Pavilion Master Davon, your arrival truly honors our humble abode. Please, welcome in, esteemed guests. A steward greeted them respectfully, leading them inside. Inside, there were already many guests present. Upon the arrival of the Taiping garrison members, everyone stood up to greet them, paying particular attention to Xander. Despite his youth, he was now the newly appointed chief of the Demon Investigator Pavilion, gaining significant recognition recently. His great reputation had already spread throughout the city, even reaching the royal court, admired by many cultivators as a demon-slaying hero. But what frightened people most was his ruthless and merciless methods, earning their respect and fear. For someone with such a notorious reputation, neither close nor distant interactions could be avoided. Xander was sensitive to the gazes, but did not overly concern himself. Human thoughts varied widely, yet none mattered as much as his own resolve. After sitting down with Remington and the others, Xander scanned the crowd and spotted Calhoun, the current clan head. Calhoun was busy entertaining guests, his smile contrasting sharply with the cold expression he wore when executing Diego. At the highest seat sat a large and ancient chair, prepared for Vincent. The Ning family, being one of the prominent families of Filong City, naturally hosted many guests of the 6th Mountain Realm, with even some 7th Mountain Realm cultivators present. Suddenly, the gathering burst into applause. An elderly man strode forward. Though his face was weathered by age, his aura was immense, commanding awe from the guests. 7th Mountain Realm, peak. Xander remained silent. This man indeed possessed skill, second only to Inspector Ferdy in the entire city, surely one of the top experts. Where is Fate-Yin? Has he not returned yet? Upon sitting in the main seat, Vincent turned and asked Calhoun without looking back. He is on his way and should arrive shortly, do not worry, grandfather. Hearing this, Vincent didn't respond, merely sweeping his gaze across the room, pausing slightly on Xander as he passed over Remington and the others. Grandfather, this is the new chief of the Demon Investigator Pavilion at Taiping Garrison, Xander. Previously, Lord Davon killed a demon upon assuming office, eradicated the Blood-Bone sect remnants, and earned significant acclaim. Word has it, the royal court has already ordered that Lord Davon will be promoted to vice commander soon. Calhoun whispered introductions. Vincent chuckled softly. Davon Pavilion Master, a young man of outstanding ability. His future holds boundless potential. Xander, however, wasn't interested in exchanging pleasantries. Youthful arrogance does not live up to its name. Vincent paid little mind to Xander, seeing him as merely a capable junior who had killed a few demons and gained fame. How far could such a person possibly go? His limits would be painfully short-lived. Just then, a flash of light descended from the sky, and a flying ship hovered to a stop, revealing a youthful figure within. He carried an extraordinary demeanor, clearly not an ordinary person. Albert has returned. Heavenly talented youth, already 6th Mountain Realm, absolutely a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Ning family. He studied under Huanbiaizong, learning from high masters. Following the murmurs of the crowd, Xander turned his gaze. Using his detection abilities, he sensed a demonic aura and a shadowy, multi-headed beast, more fearsome than Viola from Duke Baogong's residence. By strength alone, it had reached late 7th Mountain Realm. Just as the mysterious individual had said, Albert fed a demon with his own body. Such a person cannot be left alive. What exactly did that mysterious person plan? With Albert now present, the truth would soon be revealed. Descending from the ship and surrounded by admiring eyes, Albert bowed deeply before Vincent. May grandfather enjoy eternal blessings and prosperity. Seeing Albert, a radiant smile finally appeared on Vincent's aged face. Our prodigy has returned. What more is there to wait for? Begin the feast? Anyone could hear the joy in Vincent's voice. However, the guests didn't know that 2 uninvited guests had already infiltrated the premises. Devin observed the festive scene with a smirk. Very well, let the feast begin. He opened his all-knowing device, and as expected, a message popped up. Breaking news. Breaking news. High disciple of Huanbiaizong, Albert of Filong City, uses his body as a vessel to feed a demon, 8-beast blacklight. The show was about to start. Chapter 36. Revealing the true identity. The Ning family, led by Calhoun, all descendants of the Ning family knelt respectfully, celebrating the birthday of their patriarch, Apsel, with presents and warm wishes. The atmosphere was bustling and lively, punctuated by Apsel's booming laughter that echoed for miles around. But just as the festive air reached its peak, a sudden roar broke through the joyous occasion. What? This can't be. Dominic feeding his body to a demon? This cry was louder than thunder itself, causing everyone present to shudder in shock. Heads turned toward a frail young man holding a 100 Affairs scroll, his face contorted in horror, staring up at Dominic with fear in his eyes. Embarrassed by the attention, he hastily pushed through the crowd, fleeing from the Ning residence as if pursued by something terrifying. This unexpected scene left everyone bewildered. They too pulled out their 100 Affairs scrolls to see what news could scare someone to such an extent. Upon seeing it, every person in attendance sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Dominic, how could he feed his body to a demon? This shouldn't be true. Dominic is the pride of the Ning family and a distinguished disciple of the Northern Wasteland sect. Why would he do such a thing? Damn it, daring enough to feed one's body to a demon? What audacity. No way. Really? Am I now among demons? The glaring headline on the 100 Affairs scroll spread panic. Within moments, guests who were previously laughing and enjoying themselves began to distance themselves from Dominic as if they had seen ghosts. Some even fled the Ning residence like the thin youth before. This abrupt change extinguished the festive atmosphere. Calhoun trembled all over, while Apsel stared wide-eyed. All eyes turned to Dominic with disbelief. Hell, for a grand figure like the master of Myriad Affairs Hall to suddenly notice a small fry like me, who could be behind this? Announcing such news in this setting. It's clearly meant to kill me. Dominic raged inwardly. He harbored deep resentment toward whoever exposed his connection to demons. Yet, despite the intense rage boiling within him, Dominic maintained his calm exterior. He knew that showing any sign of panic would confirm the rumors about him. Even though it was true, he absolutely couldn't admit it. Given his coexistence with the Blacklight Beast, even the experts of Ninefold Mountain couldn't ascertain the truth definitively. The people present had limited insight. How could they understand the complexities? The more he thought, the calmer Dominic became. As long as he steadfastly denied it, no one could verify the accusation. Faye Clement, the news on the 100 Affairs scroll claims you are feeding your body to a demon. Can you explain yourself? Apsel's voice was icy cold, his eyes like deep pools, scrutinizing Dominic as if trying to discern the demon within him. Dominic knelt down. Great ancestor, what is written on the 100 Affairs scroll is nothing but nonsense from the Myriad Affairs hall. Could it possibly be true? In this vast world, even street urchins speak of the terror of demons. Who wouldn't fear them? Feeding one's body to a demon is the gravest sin. Not only am I merely 6th Ascension, even 8th Ascension wouldn't dare defy the entire realm. The intelligence on the 100 Affairs scroll must be planted by someone who has approached the Myriad Affairs hall to spread rumors against me. Great ancestor, this is someone plotting my death. However, Dominic's words did not win him much support. Could the Myriad Affairs hall ever disseminate false information? Of course not. Since its establishment, it has never reported falsely. If it's on the 100 Affairs scroll, it must be true. With such grave accusations, wouldn't verification clear everything up? Compared to Dominic, people trusted the Myriad Affairs hall more. Therefore, few believed Dominic's logical defense, maintaining their doubts. Suggestions for a physical examination drew attention to Xander. Known for his ruthlessness, Xander would not hesitate to act upon confirmation. It seems this setup is targeting me. Just then, a voice echoed. Pacifying Guard Commander, Head of Demon Investigation Bureau, Xander. It is said, Sir Davon is extremely sensitive to demons and carries the body-revealing mist which reveals the true form of demons. If we test it, won't we know if Dominic truly feeds his body to a demon? The voice was ethereal, originating from the Ning residence, but untraceable to its source. Xander narrowed his eyes as the primordial gemstone divided into multiple avatars, searching for the speaker. His avatar detected the sound coming from Ashlyn. Sir Davon, since young Master Dominic insists on his innocence, why don't you investigate personally? With the Pacifying Guard's extensive experience with demons, Sir Davon surely can uncover the truth. Xander chuckled inwardly, catching the culprit. After dispatching Dominic, he'd deal with the next one. He stood up. Very well, I shall conduct the examination. Turning his hand, a small bottle appeared in his palm. He approached Dominic. This is the body-revealing mist. While it doesn't kill, it distinguishes humans from demons. A single spray will reveal the truth. Dominic, do you have the courage to try? Xander's cold tone enveloped Dominic in a powerful aura. Dominic felt a surge of panic. Facing the body-revealing mist, how could he remain calm? Dominic, refusing to answer, are you admitting guilt? Are you truly feeding a demon? As he flipped his long knife, grasping it firmly, the cold edge swept through the air, casting a deadly aura over the entire Ning residence. Dominic shouted, what is there to fear? I haven't fed a demon, so why should I be afraid? Fine, let's find out. Spraying the body-revealing mist, Dominic's expression changed drastically. No. Too late. The mist rained down on Dominic, seeping into his skin, burrowing into his bones. Accompanied by a wail, dark demonic energy emerged from Dominic's 8 extraordinary points. A roar, akin to a whale's cry, filled the air as a multi-headed demon revealed its true form. Those around shuddered in terror. Wielding his blade, Xander roared, Dominic, how dare you? Before the echo of his words died down, Xander's swift blade was already slicing through the air toward Dominic. Chapter 37. The Old Man. Facing Xander's attack, the already demonized Aelbert dropped all pretenses. His entire body erupted with a fierce aura. The terror of the demon darkened the surrounding air. Demon. Just as Mr. Know-All had said, Aelbert indeed harbored a demon within him. This man actually used his own body as a breeding ground for the demon. Truly horrifying. It was hard to believe that this very person, hailed by everyone in Phylong City as a prodigy, secretly nurtured a demon, intending to bring disaster upon humanity. Just imagining the ferocity and malevolence of this demon made one wonder how many innocent lives it had taken. As the saying goes, those who harbor demons must be executed without hesitation. The moment Aelbert's true demon form was exposed, immense fury and anger replaced the initial fear in the hearts of the onlookers. Harboring a demon was tantamount to declaring war against the world. Everyone who saw would try to eliminate the threat. The gazes of those around drilled into Aelbert, wishing that Xander's sword could tear him to pieces right then and there. Aelbert, now fully transformed into a demon, exuded an ominous black light and possessed incredible strength and thick skin like a diamond-hard beast. After revealing his true demonic form, Aelbert's power skyrocketed to the latter stages of 7th Mountain Realm, exuding terrifying murderous intent. However, under Xander's blade, he seemed no more significant than nothingness. A single slash from Xander, and Aelbert, despite being in the latter stages of 7th Mountain Realm, crumpled like fragile paper, flying backward, spitting out blood. A deep gash appeared on his heavily armored chest. Had it not been for his demon's hardened body, that one strike would have reduced Aelbert to dust instantly. Oh, he's still alive? Xander was surprised. He had used 3/10 of his strength with that blow. He had expected the blow to be fatal, but the muscular demonic body proved unexpectedly resilient, able to withstand even the killing intent of a typical 8th Mountain Realm warrior. Xander took a second step forward, preparing to finish Aelbert with another swing of his blade. Stop! At this moment, a furious roar sounded, and Vincent blocked Xander with his sword drawn. Aelbert harbored a demon and must be punished severely. You, from the Ning family, do not wish to cover up for him, do you? Xander coldly stared at Vincent before him. Vincent's face twisted in struggle, his eyes filled with boundless pain. Aelbert, harboring a demon, has committed unforgivable crimes. Even if he is a rare genius of our Ning family, I cannot shield him. I came here to stop you because I wish to ask Director Davon for mercy and personally execute this rebellious descendant to honor our ancestors. Was Vincent going to personally kill Albert to prove their innocence? Everyone was stunned by these words. They couldn't believe that this elderly man was so resolute, willing to clean house with his own hands. However, while the guests around him were shocked, Xander's eyes only reflected a cold sneer. Do you truly wish to take action yourself to prevent future calamity and uphold justice? Yes. Our Ning family has long detested the harm caused by demons. Whoever commits such a crime must die, without exception. As he spoke, Vincent's sword pierced through Albert's chest. Albert's demon form regained some consciousness and stared disbelievingly at Vincent with red, bloodshot eyes. Grandfather, why? Why won't you save me? Despair permeated Albert's scream. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the demonized Albert closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone's hearts shook deeply. Sigh. Indeed, he was killed just like that. This old ancestor of the Ning family is also quite ruthless. SK, what a pity for such a talent. Really can't understand why he chose this path instead of walking the righteous path. Ha, this beast died just like that. Too lenient. Should have locked him up and subjected him to various tortures. As Albert died, discussions among the crowd ensued, but few felt sympathy for him. Only sighs of regret were heard over the fate of a great talent choosing the wrong path. Truly incomprehensible. In the middle of the scene, Xander's icy gaze remained unyielding. Bring Albert's corpse away. Vincent seemed to have aged instantly, both angry and sorrowful, issuing the order. Several people came forward, ready to carry Albert away. Stop. Xander spoke up, cold eyes fixed on Vincent. Vincent looked at Xander with sad yet infuriated eyes. Director Davon, now that Albert is dead, he is still a member of my Ning family. Do you mean to say we don't even have the right to claim his remains? The elder's roar stirred emotions, but Xander only sneered. Albert is dead? You say he is dead, so he is dead? These words sent shivers down the onlookers' spines. What does he mean? Doesn't this imply that Albert isn't really dead? Hearing this, Vincent trembled imperceptibly, his eyes brimming with growing resentment. Director Davon, are you questioning me? Everyone saw me kill Albert myself. He is dead, his life completely gone. I did this to cleanse the Ning family of any connection to demons. My actions stem from despair. Now, after I've done all this, you still question whether he's dead. Are you deliberately making things difficult for us, shaming me, Vincent? Vincent's voice dripped with indignation, and the aura of his peak 7th mountain realm pressured the surroundings intensely. But Xander was unfazed. You say Albert is dead? Fine. Did you sever his head yourself? Demons often feign death, hiding their true forms. They excel at this. Only if you, Vincent, dare to behead Albert in public will I believe you truly intend to cut ties with your family. At that time, I may even apologize to you. The hatred in Vincent's eyes could barely be concealed. He wished he could kill Xander right then and there. Why are you saying this? Aren't you afraid? Calhoun snarled beside him. Director Davon, he is already dead. Respect the dead. Why do you insist on mutilating his body? Is it only satisfying when he's torn to pieces? Feeling Calhoun's hateful gaze, Xander laughed aloud. Indeed, tearing him to pieces satisfies me. You think your small tricks can fool me? Albert's demon form. Where is there any sign of human heart left? A stab through the chest, what difference does it make? Who would be foolish enough to believe a 7th mountain realm demon would die from such an injury? Hearing this, the crowd burst into commotion. Everyone glanced back and forth between Vincent and Albert on the ground in disbelief. Could Albert really be faking his death? Probably, given that Xander specialized in dealing with demons. If unsure, shouldn't a test blow be given to verify? Fearing that Vincent might not dare. If he doesn't, wouldn't that confirm Albert's deception? This old man actually tried to deceive everyone and save Albert at this crucial moment. How contemptible. The looks people gave Vincent changed, no longer filled with reverence as before, and not the pity or sympathy they showed earlier. Vincent's body trembled uncontrollably. I. Faced with the crowd's words, Vincent raised his sword, ready to strike. But a blade moved faster than his sword. A chill flashed past. A wretched scream followed. And Albert's grotesque head rolled to Vincent's feet. #### Chapter 38. Deserved. Flying to the heavens. The speed of the blade was incomprehensible. It moved so fast that only after the head rolled to his feet did Vincent realize what had happened. Instantly, his pupils turned red, and his eyes filled with boundless grief and fury. His aged body trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't believe it. Ning family's future, the most outstanding descendant in their 1,000-year history, was dead. Dead right before his eyes, and he could do nothing. Seething hatred stirred within him. In his menacing gaze, there was only one name, Xander. Equally filled with intense hatred toward Xander was Joel. He also bore an infinite hatred for Xander. All because of Xander. If not for Xander, how would Albert have been discovered nourishing a demon with his own body? If not for Xander, how would Albert have met his end right here, on Ning family's own grounds? All because of Xander. Xander destroyed the Ning family's prospects and shattered its future. This grudge and hatred must be paid for. However, while Vincent and Joel were consumed by vengeance, other cultivators present at Ning family's gathering felt no such anger. Instead, they were stunned. Albert indeed didn't die as Xander had claimed, and this old man, Vincent, actually planned to deceive everyone, knowing full well that Albert nurtured a demon inside him. A fact so shocking, it seemed Vincent still intended to protect Albert, allowing him to escape from the Dead Sea. How despicable. This act was tantamount to defying the entire world. Unfortunately for them, while Vincent and the Ning family thought their schemes were cunning and foolproof, they underestimated Xander. In his eyes, justice still prevailed, and their feeble attempts were nothing but ridiculous antics. Xander lived up to his reputation. He was ruthless and powerful, decisive and fearless. Everyone felt that Albert's death was justified. After all, he was foolish enough to ruin his bright future by treading down a dark path. His death was deserved and did not evoke any sympathy. Moreover, few pitied Vincent and Joel for losing their son and grandson, given that these two people planned to protect a demon. But they couldn't help but feel some sorrow over Ning family's current plight. No one could have imagined that the joyous celebration of Ning family's long life would turn into this. Aelbert, once hailed as a prodigy, turned out to be a genuine devil, an enemy of humanity. Hadn't Aelbert been concealing himself all along? Who knew his demonic identity would be exposed today? Indeed, if fate wills it, even if you try to avoid it, it still comes to pass. It was destined to be so. Asked Ning family. Wasn't Aelbert's fall due to his own choices? This, indeed, is called self-inflicted punishment. After killing Aelbert, Xander dragged the corpse, preparing to leave. You stand still. What are you going to do? This is my son's body. Where are you taking him? Joel's roar was piercing and ear-splitting, his expression more demonic than a demon, wanting nothing more than to tear Xander apart on the spot. But Xander only sneered coldly. Aelbert is a demon avatar. Leaving his corpse behind would release waves of demonic energy, corrupting nearby living creatures. The lingering demonic energy might even attract other demons to Launching City. As a member of the Taiping Guard, I must consider the purity of the realm. There's no need to thank me. I'm more than happy to perform such righteous deeds. Without waiting for Joel's response, Xander dragged Aelbert's corpse and left Ning family's residence. Watching Xander walk away arrogantly, Joel seethed, his eyes almost bursting from rage. Others naturally left quickly too, having seen the drama unfold. Within moments, the bustling Ning family compound became eerily empty. Only Vincent and Joel remained, overwhelmed with grief. Xander, I will kill you. I will kill you. At this moment, Vincent finally erupted, his fury shaking the entire compound. He blamed everything on Xander. Order everyone to keep an eye on Xander. I will surely kill him. Xander, unaware of Ning family's wrath, did not care. However, Remington, who left Ning family's residence with Xander, was concerned. Lord Davon executed Aelbert today for the sake of justice, which was truly impressive. You are indeed a model of our Taiping Guard. But the Ning family will likely hold a grudge against you. Just now, I saw burning anger and hatred in Vincent's eyes. They will likely seek retribution in the future. Remington sighed, never expecting that attending a birthday celebration would lead to such events. Brantley and others from Northern City also looked worried. Deputy Sun has a point. Lord Davon should be cautious over the next few days. Stay in the Taiping Guard headquarters if possible. Yes, even if Vincent is furious, he won't dare attack the Taiping Guard. Xander didn't worry about Vincent internally, but he nodded politely. Thank you for your concern. Don't worry. Vincent isn't competent enough to handle me. Anatole, Jeffrey, you both return with the officials. I have other matters to attend to. But what if Vincent comes directly? Nothing to fear. Then, Xander left with the corpse. When he reached a secluded place, Xander extracted the demon crystal stone from Aelbert's body. Taking it out beforehand was essential. Who knows if it would still be retrievable after the funeral rites. If it weren't retrievable, it would be a huge loss. Next, he carried out the funeral, gaining several hundred white points, though insignificant. What mattered was the demon crystal stone. Though it could only advance cultivation up to the 7th level, it was still useful to Xander. Checking the system, the demon crystal stone added over 200 years worth of cultivation progress. After using the white points, Xander felt himself getting closer to the peak of the 8th level. Ending his cultivation, Xander narrowed his eyes. The other matter he referred to involved Devon, the dog. Though they weren't acquainted, Devon targeted him unprovoked, intending to cause his demise. With Xander's character, he wouldn't allow such treachery to go unpunished. Based on the tracker clone, Xander set off directly toward Devon. Chapter 39. You fool. Young master, are we heading straight back to the Kaiyuan sect now? Why the rush? This Filong city has a long history and an ancient charm. Since it's not easy to come here, why not take in the sights for a while? It's delightful, isn't it? Besides, we shouldn't leave yet. Everything is going according to plan. Xander revealed Aelbert's practice of feeding himself to demons in front of all the guests, even killing him with his own hands. Given the personalities of the Ning family, especially Vincent and Aziel, they will definitely hold this grudge against Xander. They'll conclude that the cause of their current misfortune isn't Aelbert's audacity in practicing demonic arts, but rather Xander's presence at the Ning residence. Xander's so-called actions have led to this. Haha, for old man Vincent to climb any higher, it's incredibly difficult. Knowing he can't advance, he'll focus more on his hatred. How will Xander react to Vincent's fury? Such a good opportunity. I must see it unfold closely. Devon smiled as he spoke, though without a fan in hand, everything remained firmly under his control. However, Caleb by his side appeared less confident, voicing his concerns. Young master, in my view, it's best to cut off the trouble at its root, kill Xander quickly and be done with it. But Devon wasn't concerned. Uncle Huang, you worry too much. Just one Xander. What if he does have some skills? I have the vast Kaiyuan sect behind me, along with the highly mysterious Bentley. Even if Xander is formidable, he'll certainly die when faced with me. So, Uncle Huang, wait and see. Watch how Xander ends up being just a grasshopper in my hand, ultimately dying a miserable death. Devon talked confidently, oblivious to the pair of eyes watching him from the void. That was Xander, tracking them. Hearing Bentley, Xander paused. He didn't expect there to be a hidden card, leaving him baffled about what he had done to warrant such intense enmity from strangers. With plans matured, Xander decided to reveal himself. Instantly, Xander lunged out, putting all his strength into a massive roar directed at Caleb, drawing upon the terrifying might of the ancient, gigantic Hmong. The mountain-shaking force shook even the mid-level 8th Mountain Realm practitioner Caleb, filling him with instinctive dread. Watch out, young master. Caleb tried to resist, but it was too late. The roar struck, instantly turning Caleb's flesh, bones, and marrow into nothingness, vanishing on the spot. For a mid-level 8th Mountain Realm practitioner, that was it. Huang uncle. Impossible. Events unfolded so swiftly that Devon could only witness Caleb's destruction. Fear filled Devon's face, his heart racing as he instinctively attempted to flee using his escape technique. But suddenly, he found his body frozen in place like a statue, unable to move. Then a hand emerged from the void, lifting him off the ground, shredding his bloodlines and flesh inch by inch with overwhelming power. Under intense agony, Devon was rendered a cripple, likely the most worthless person in the world. Who are you? Devon barely managed to squeeze out these words, before he was whisked away to an unknown location. Facing him, the attacker finally revealed his face from the void. Xander? Shocked and paralyzed by pain, a thunderclap erupted in Devon's mind. Extreme fear gripped his soul. Xander's smile remained cold. I'm really curious. Are we not very acquainted? Why go through such lengths to target me? Did you think you were clever, planning to use the Ning family to kill me? Do you think you're smart? Before Devon could respond, one of his legs hit the ground, snapped by Xander's vice-like grip. The excruciating pain sent another shudder through Devon. So let me tell you, you're not smart. You're a fool. Fools should act foolishly. Answer my questions truthfully unless you have some special taste for more severe pain. Now answer. Why target me? It's not me, not me. Devon lost his other leg as well, crying and wailing. It really isn't me targeting you. It's Bentley. He wanted to target you. Bentley? He's real, not a made-up story? Yes, it's Bentley. He's a curse master, extremely terrifying. Brought from the dead by my father. He cast a curse on us. He wants you dead. Curse master. Xander narrowed his eyes. Curse masters were incredibly mysterious and sinister, capable of silently stripping away lives. It was said those targeted by curse masters would suffer terribly, intact bodies being the best possible outcome. So the curse of Xianxia, you wishing me a short life, granted by this Bentley? Yes. Bentley seems he won't live much longer, so he ordered us to kill you. Knowing Xianxia Yu is your fiancé, Devon suddenly stopped, realizing he wouldn't live much longer. What value did a captive without useful information hold? Xander chuckled softly. So Bentley loves me. Where is he now? In Kaiyuan sect. I should thank him properly for caring so much. Yes, Bentley is right. Devon's voice stopped abruptly as his head exploded in midair. Xander muttered to himself. I still need him to clarify. Why does he hate me so much? Was it something like disturbing his ancestors' graves? Kaiyuan sect. Xander tossed Devon's corpse into his bag, taking no immediate action for his burial. Seeing the time, Xander boarded a spacecraft, transforming into a streak of light, heading directly for Donghua City. Upon arriving in Donghua City, Xander went straight to the Wuxia. He was promptly greeted by Adeline, the same girl. Young Master Davon, do you have business with our director? For some reason, the girl seemed afraid of him. That shouldn't be the case. He was quite handsome. Xander laughed. The director of Wuxia, omniscient over all matters. He must know I've come. He knows. In fact, the director has been waiting for you. For the past few days, he ordered no visitors except you. Xander blinked. That's flattering indeed. Adeline led Xander through winding paths into a tea room nestled among the mountains and water. Wuxia was expansive, with all kinds of rooms available. Domenico was lounging leisurely, sipping tea and reading. ###Chapter 40. The Sunlit True Art. Director, it's been a while. Yet your grace remains undiminished. Upon hearing the voice, Domenico finally looked up from his book. It's Lord Davon. I haven't congratulated you on your promotion yet. Just carrying on the family legacy. No need to congratulate until I've achieved something more. Domenico set down his book and invited Xander to sit. During this meeting, he found Xander increasingly inscrutable. Xander, for his part, was similarly puzzled. Despite possessing dual detection abilities, even his eyes revealed little about Domenico. Clearly, the director of Wuxia was also an extraordinary individual. I know, Lord Davon, you've come seeking answers. Your keen insight is impressive. Recently, I've encountered repeated covert attacks. Director, could you tell me who's behind this? 10,000 lower-grade crystals. Xander raised an eyebrow. Had Domenico changed his nature? Previously, he had charged 8,000 lower-grade crystals just for information about the strongest person in Xianxia. Bentley, mysterious from the start, had barely added 2,000 lower-grade crystals more. Could Wuxia be having a special sale? That would indeed be a bargain. Xander handed over the money without hesitation. The matter you inquire about concerns the previous generation. The one repeatedly targeting you, wishing you dead, is named Fabio. He, too, hails from Enkingju's Taiping Guard. Decades ago, both he and your father, Davon Binglong, each held significant positions within the guard. They were colleagues, but they were also rivals for love. Many years ago, your father, Davon Binglong, and Fabio both joined the Taiping Guard. Their fates intertwined with countless grievances over time, eventually turning them into enemies. Your mother, Shay, played a crucial role in their rivalry. Throughout history, matters of the heart are the most hurtful. One failed assassination plot against your mother, Shay, exposed Fabio. Furious, your father, Davon Binglong, pursued him relentlessly. After a long chase and intense battle, Fabio was driven into a place of certain death by your father, disappearing thereafter. Yet, Fabio proved to have extraordinary luck. Falling into that deadly place did not kill him. Instead, he received an ancient curse master's legacy and advanced further in his cultivation and capabilities. After mastering the mystic arts, Fabio sought revenge. Not long ago, he encountered Jerry, the leader of Xianxia. Jerry rescued him from the dead zone, and subsequently, Fabio resided at Xianxia. Having been isolated for so long, upon emerging, he sought information first about your father. However, no one could have predicted that your father had already passed away due to an accident. Unable to avenge himself against your father, he turned his attention to you, believing you should pay for his decades of hatred. Observing Xander's expression, Domenico noted that Devon showed no emotional response, as if listening to someone else's story. Continuing, Domenico said, Fabio confirmed your whereabouts thanks to Kaishuzong. He planted curses on Jerry, Devon, and through the woman Leslie, he placed a mind-controlling curse on you. Jerry suggested simply killing you outright, but wouldn't that be too merciful? Fabio wanted to slowly torment you, venting all his hate and anger on you before finally ending your life. He seeks to make you suffer so much that living becomes worse than dying, so he rejected Jerry's proposal. Even if you hadn't ventured into the voidless land, Fabio wouldn't let you die easily, as that would be too lenient. However, your brave entry did impact his plans. Xander listened calmly, merely remarking that he hadn't realized such events had transpired. Director, I heard that Fabio is in poor condition, possibly not long for this world? Domenico nodded. Indeed, though Fabio survived the deadly place by chance, his flesh and soul were long corroded by its deathly aura. Moreover, obtaining the ancient curse master's legacy subjected him to curses. His survival to this day is already a miracle, but this miracle will soon end. Within a month, Fabio will die. Domenico chuckled softly, continuing. If Lord Devon wishes to seek vengeance, it is not impossible. Just be cautious of his curses. Coincidentally, I recently acquired the Sunlit True Art, which grants the Great Solar Golden Body, an unparalleled secret technique. This art can cleanse all evil spirits and malevolent forces. As a member of the Taiping Guard tasked with eradicating demons, this method might prove useful. As he spoke, Domenico produced a jade slip. Sunlit True Art? Xander's interest peaked. The initial gemstone could protect his body, but his spirit remained vulnerable. Taking the jade slip, he saw its contents. Sunlit True Art, divine and miraculous method. Though incomplete, it remains extraordinary. Passed down from ancient times, it originated from the realms of immortals. Practicing this art can achieve the Great Solar Golden Body, subduing evil and impervious to all forms of harm and corruption. It includes the Great Solar Fist, where punches shine like the sun, illuminating eternity. Evil cannot exist where light persists. The great sun endures. Divine and miraculous, Xander felt a tremor of excitement. With Xianxia alone, he already considered himself formidable. To encounter something of such high caliber, especially immortal level, was unexpected. Had Domenico, the all-knowing director of Wuxia, truly overlooked its immense value? Xander's breathing grew heavy, but he maintained composure. Director, this treasure is beyond my worth. Honestly, Xander couldn't grasp Domenico's motives. In the real world, there were no free favors. Every gain required a price. Free gifts were often the most expensive. Especially considering the immense value of Sunlit True Art. Xander desired it but feared accepting it, unsure what future troubles it might bring. Domenico chuckled again. Why worry, Lord Devon? Do I seem the type to orchestrate hidden plots? Offering you this Sunlit True Art is simply my genuine wish to forge a friendship and build a good relationship with you. While valuable, I obtained it by chance. If Lord Devon still feels uncomfortable receiving it, how about granting me a favor in return? Should I ever need assistance in the future, could you lend me a hand? Naturally, this favor would be within Lord Devon's capability. Xander listened, growing increasingly bewildered but genuinely tempted. If so, whenever director needs assistance, send word, and I shall be there. The translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural, fluent English and coherent storytelling. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 41. I will kill you, Xander. Xander chose to accept this favor. From that day on, everything can be entrusted to Lord Devon. Abel smiled as he spoke, and then produced another item. It looked like a book, but was actually composed of separate sheets of paper. These pages appeared unremarkable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one could discern the spiritual aura coiling around them with intricate spirit scripts drawn on them. Xander blinked. This thing was no simple artifact. This object, known as the Transparent Book, was created by Abel, the head of Myriad Affairs Hall. The term, transparent, refers to its ability to span thousands of miles. Writing in it allows the content to be transmitted instantly over vast distances. One page per message, it's essentially a cultivation version of a fax machine. Abel is indeed an impressive figure, having devised such an invention. No wonder he makes so much money. Hall Master, what is the price for this? Lord Devon is interested? One page costs 10,000 low-grade crystals. Then give me enough for 1 million low-grade crystals. Xander waved his hand and pulled out a large sum of money. Most of these crystals were accumulated from the additional spoils when he gathered the remains after the Devon family's massacre. To Xander, these crystals are the lowest grade. He found swapping 1 million low-grade crystals for a transparent book very worthwhile. After all, within the entire Adrian, it was unlikely any other place besides Myriad Affairs Hall sold transparent books. Spending 1 million low-grade crystals on this item would provide him plenty of utility. Lord Devon seems curious. Soon, I plan to leave Adrian and go elsewhere. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me through this item. I wish to be friends with Lord Devon. As a friend, it's natural to keep some things confidential. Should anyone ask about Lord Devon in the future, I will remain silent. Xander blinked. Though he didn't fully understand why Abel said this, it wasn't a bad thing for him. Abel, with his abilities to probe heaven and earth, held secrets as nothing. If Abel could refrain from speaking, Xander would naturally feel more at ease. Thank you for your sincerity, Hall Master. It's an honor to make your acquaintance as a friend. Xander quickly left, piloting his spacecraft away from Dan River City. Inside Myriad Affairs Hall. Hall Master, are we leaving? Yes, Adrian is beautiful, but staying here may not be peaceful. I prefer a quiet life, so let's move somewhere else. Abel foresaw that as Xander rose to power, Adrian would likely descend into chaos. Many would come asking about Xander's affairs. With Xander's background protected by Heavenly Tao, any breach in secrecy could bring thunderous consequences. Keeping silent was necessary to preserve Myriad Affairs Hall's golden reputation. Thus, it was best to leave early. So where are we going after leaving Adrian? Central Plains. Adeline's eyes brightened, as if thinking of something enjoyable. That's great. Adeline rushed off to pack, while Abel calmly flipped through a book, showing no haste for moving. Kaiyuan sect is a major force in Adrian, with a history spanning 2,000 years. Its resource accumulation is immense. Situated in Yunshan State, it's quite distant from Anqing State. However, with a spaceship's speed, light traveled swiftly, and Xander reached there in less than half a day. The customs of Yunshan State were no different from those of Anqing State. Upon arriving, Xander first inquired about Kaiyuan sect to avoid unpreparedness. He believed in thorough preparation and understanding one's enemy. This time, his main goal in Yunshan State was Fabio. After making preparations, Xander wielded the Azure Dragon Sword and charged towards Kaiyuan sect. Under the scorching sun, Kaiyuan sect disciples were fully engaged in cultivating, their chi forming beautiful illusions in the air. The scene was grandiose. Suddenly, an object fell from the sky, crashing among the people and splashing blood onto many faces. What? A corpse. Who? This looks like Brother Jiang. Jerry, Brother Jiang? In an instant, cries of alarm spread, drawing a crowd who stared in disbelief at the mangled corpse embedded in the ground. How did Brother Jiang die? Who did this? Quickly, inform Lord Sect Leader. The fact that Jerry's body was thrown from the sky indicated the perpetrator wanted attention. The killer must be nearby. Search immediately and do not let this rogue escape. Oh heavens, Brother Jiang dead? He is the sect leader's only son. His death will enrage Lord Sect Leader. Who is so ruthless? The corpse of Jerry was grotesquely mutilated, with every meridian crushed and his dantian shattered. His limbs were severed as well. If Jerry were still alive, he'd be a useless cripple worse than any mortal. What kind of person could be so brutal to Jerry? Xander observed the panic among Kaiyuan sect's disciples with interest, though he had no real interest in these insignificant ants. Throwing the corpse was meant to draw out someone specific, Jerry, the sect leader of Kaiyuan sect. As soon as Jerry's corpse landed, a disciple rushed to report the incident. Soon, Jerry arrived on the scene. Seeing the mangled remains of his son, the sect leader froze in shock, tears rolling down his cheeks. My son is dead? Jerry's pupils contracted, his heart collapsing. Jerry was his only son and the future of Kaiyuan sect. But who would have thought that this journey outside would end in death? Fury shook the entire square. Who killed my son? Jerry roared, his shout causing the disciples to flinch in fear. Lord Sect Leader, Brother Jiang's corpse was deliberately thrown here. We've sent people to search the surroundings but haven't found anything yet. The murderer cruelly crippled and mutilated Brother Jiang before killing him. Upon hearing this, Jerry's eyes turned red with rage. Xander! Xander! Jerry shouted the name with fury. Jerry had gone to kill Xander in Filong City, but now, Huanglong Mountain was empty, and Jerry's corpse lay before him. It had to be Xander. Xander, I will kill you. I will tear you apart. After venting his rage, Jerry didn't immediately pursue Xander, but focused on collecting his son's remains. At the moment Jerry turned with the corpse in his arms, Xander, hidden in the shadows, suddenly struck. A deafening roar erupted as Xander revealed his deadly attack. Chapter 42, Fabio's Scheme. The deadly intent of Xander surged with incredible speed. The surrounding disciples of the Kaiyuan sect, lacking sufficient power, could not react in time, let alone give a warning. However, as the leader of the sect, Jerry quickly responded to the terrifying murderous aura that erupted behind him. As Xander's devastating attack came crashing down, a palm-sized tower-shaped weapon flew out, enveloping Jerry in divine light and shielding him entirely. Naturally, Xander did not stop there, striking with all his might. The collision reverberated through the square, sending shockwaves that scattered the disciples surrounding it. That was an exquisite weapon, the Yuanshang Tower. One disciple who remained conscious despite his high cultivation level lay on the ground with wide eyes, exclaiming in shock. The Yuanshang Tower, the legacy weapon of the Kaiyuan sect master, belonged to the elite category of defensive weapons. A 7th mountain practitioner holding it could block an 8th mountain assault, while an 8th mountain wielder could handle a 9th mountain onslaught. Possessing this weapon meant invincibility at the same level. In response to Xander's sudden attack, Jerry immediately used the Yuanshang Tower for protection. As expected of the renowned Yuanshang Tower, it did not allow Xander's full-powered strike to obliterate Jerry directly. However, Xander was no ordinary man. Despite being only in the latter stages of the 8th mountain realm, his combat prowess made him invincible among peers. One strike from him sent Jerry flying, bloodied and torn. The sect master is down? A single strike broke through the Yuanshang Tower, nearly shattering their revered master. How terrifying must this person be? At least at the peak of the 8th mountain realm. This terrifying scene sent chills down the spines of the Kaiyuan sect disciples. This was an exquisite defensive weapon, the Yuanshang Tower, yet it could not withstand a single blow. Who is this fearsome villain? Their fearful gazes focused on Xander, but he showed no interest in these insignificant ants. The Kaiyuan sect indeed has some substance. The Yuanshang Tower is commendable, managing to block my strike. But you still have to die. Xander instantly appeared before Jerry, pushing forward with another powerful strike. Despite trying to resist, Jerry's efforts were futile. Under the overwhelming force, the Yuanshang Tower and his arm wielding it were blasted away. Jerry's body disintegrated under the supreme pressure. The lingering force of Xander's strike swept backward, leveling several mountains until nothing remained in its path. Thunder rumbled in the sky as a result of this terrifying scene. The Kaiyuan sect disciples were petrified by the sight of their once mighty sect master, Jerry, unable to withstand 2 blows. A monstrous killer. How brutal, how fearsome. Without further ado, Xander proceeded deeper into the Kaiyuan sect, determined to retrieve Jerry's remains in the Yuanshang Tower. He then followed the evil aura detected by the Golden Fire Divine Eye to a hidden chamber, where Fabio resided. Aware of the danger of curses, Xander transformed into a clone using the Tai Chu gemstone, entering the dim, cold room filled with ominous vibes. In the center stood an altar with a figure draped in wild hair and an eerie presence, the evil sorcerer Fabio. Years ago, he had been Davon Binglong's adversary. Now, Fabio, in the latter stage of the 8th Mountain Realm, practiced black magic and controlled numerous curses. The curse master faced Xander now. Just as predicted by the master of Wan Tang, Fabio's days were numbered. He had less than a month left, weakened by the severe backlash of his own curses. Indeed, what he deserves. Killing intent flared in Xander's eyes. He prepared to unleash the ancient roar of the giant Ming, tearing Fabio apart. But suddenly, purple light enveloped Fabio, and a voice rang out. Davon Binglong. Davon Binglong. Ha ha ha, too bad you died too early. Otherwise, seeing your only son perish would have been priceless. The little brat born to Davon Binglong. Come out, your foul stench cannot escape my notice. Fabio's voice was hoarse yet passionate. Hearing this, Xander froze. Had he been discovered? No, Xander did not believe such an old man could sense him. He waited, observing Fabio's reaction. Time passed quietly. Finding no immediate threat, Fabio frowned. Realizing the curses on Jerry and Leah had vanished, they were already dead. The commotion outside was definitely caused by Xander. Yet, the little brat seems just as cowardly as his father, too afraid to confront me directly. Is he fearing my curses? Ha ha ha. Fabio's raspy laugh turned into a piercing cackle. If the little brat is so terrified, I'll give him a surprise. Laying curses here, so if he dares approach, he'll be cursed and die without fail. Even if I perish, I'll take him down with me for company. In reality, Fabio had already set the curses. He merely bluffed, suspecting Xander was eavesdropping. But Xander, with his golden fire divine eye, had sensed the anomalies from the moment he entered. As Fabio prepared to activate the curses, intending a mutual destruction, a horrifying suction erupted, pulling both Fabio and the entire altar into oblivion. Another agonized scream echoed near Xander's ear, and then all was silent once more. Hashtag chapter 43. Jethro, not invincible. Ding. Congratulations on successfully interring Fabio's body. Owner, you have obtained the heavenly curiosity, soul radiance. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase, resulting in obtaining the heavenly curiosity, soul leaf. Asterisk. There was another gain as well, from smelting the ancient altar, which yielded 10,000 white points. What a huge profit. Xander reviewed the information. The soul leaf is a heavenly curiosity. By planting it within one's soul, it can protect the soul from destruction. Furthermore, after planting the soul leaf, the holder's soul strength will surpass their own realm by 3 major levels. Under the protection of the soul leaf, attacks targeting the soul can be resisted without issue. The soul leaf can be nurtured and grown. When it matures into a soul tree, it can grant eternal existence to the soul, making it immortal and indestructible. Amazing. Forget the primordial gem's soul-specific version. This item was incredibly useful for him. With the primordial gem already making his physical body invincible, no attack could penetrate it. Now, his previously weak soul had also been strengthened. Since achieving invincibility in his physical form, Xander had always been worried about potential damage to his soul. Now, he didn't need to worry anymore. Fabio, your death wasn't in vain. Xander immediately planted the soul leaf within his soul, spending all 10,000 white points earned from smelting the ancient altar. But it didn't matter. White points could be earned again. Xander closed his eyes, focusing inwardly. He noticed that within his chi, the glow of the soul leaf was vividly pulsating. Under the protection of the soul leaf, his soul was far stronger than before, more than just 2 or 3 times its original strength. The system informed him that his current soul strength matched that of an 11th level mountain holy law being. An 11th level mountain, indeed, a towering presence, an ocean of power. Heavenly curiosities were truly remarkable. Xander marveled and took advantage of this moment to inter Devon and Jerry's bodies as well, hoping they would bring more surprises. Ding. Successfully interred Devon's body. Congratulations on obtaining 300,000 lower grade crystals. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase, resulting in obtaining 3 million lower grade crystals. Asterisk. Well, the substantial amount of lower grade crystals spent at the 10,000 Affairs Hall was returned, and even multiplied several times over. As for Jerry, he was not particularly valuable, yielding only a few thousand white points, even after the tenfold enhancement. But this Devon was truly worthy of being a young master of an eminent sect like Yuan Kai sect. The pockets of this son of the sect leader indeed contained considerable wealth. He was practically a money-generating kid. If there were more people like Devon around, wouldn't Xander already be financially free? Unfortunately, so far, he had only encountered one. Devon and Jerry did not bring any major surprises upon being interred. Lower grade crystals were the least valuable to Xander, and the few white points Jerry provided were insignificant compared to what Xander had spent. Having something was better than having nothing. White points could be earned quickly, but they were also spent quickly. Shaking his head, Xander decided to focus on earning more. Suddenly, the roar of thunder outside the chamber erupted suddenly. Upon hearing this noise, Xander knew it was Grand Elder Jethro who had been summoned. When Xander was still in Dan River City, he considered attacking the Yuan Kai sect. He specifically asked at the 10,000 Affairs Hall who the strongest person in Yuan Kai sect was. Grand Elder Jethro, 8th level Mountain Peak Realm. Absolutely formidable. But so what if he was strong? Stronger opponents only meant more rewards. Xander chuckled softly. Since you dare to show yourself, then let's die together. Controlling his avatar, Xander instantly left the chamber. Outside, he saw his true self being attacked by Jethro, with the sheer force leveling the mountainside. Jethro held back no mercy, only because Xander's true body was invincible. Otherwise, the murderous intent from Jethro would have turned him into minced meat. But the time for Jethro to unleash his fury was coming to an end. The avatar vanished, and Xander's consciousness returned to his true body. Rebel, die. A thunderous roar shook the entire Yuan Kai sect. Jethro's rage intensified when he realized he couldn't harm Xander at all. He raised his hands, and from the void, golden light burst forth. It revealed a massive disk, resembling a full moon, radiating immense power, instantly sinking the terrain of the entire Yuan Kai sect several dozen meters into the ground. The sky above danced due to the powerful force, with strange phenomena and dark clouds pressing down. This weapon was a spirit weapon, a lower-grade spirit weapon. Its might was even greater than Xander's Song Zang Sword. Although the large disk's power was overwhelming, careful observation revealed that it was incomplete and not in peak condition. Even so, its power was extraordinary, far beyond what top-tier weapons could match. The Great Moon Disk of Yuan Kai. Xander's eyes shone brightly. Despite the lower-grade spirit weapon being damaged, its quality was extremely high. How could he pass up such a treasure? With the Great Moon Disk activated by Jethro, it seemed as though the moon itself had fallen, aiming to crush Xander under its infinite pressure. Without hesitation, Xander called upon the primordial gem, releasing sacred power that instantly elevated his realm by a major level. From late 8th level mountain, he leaped directly to late 9th level mountain. Feeling the surging power throughout his body, Xander emitted a roar akin to that of an ancient beast, the genuine call of the gigantic Ming. Roar of the gigantic Ming. The entire Yuan Kai sect was reduced to powder by this roar. Many disciples were instantly crushed and disintegrated. Terror surged into the sky, smashing the great power of the Great Moon Disk. Jethro's face changed drastically, his eyes bulging. This is impossible. 9th level mountain. Overwhelming fear climbed into the heart of this strongest Yuan Kai sect member. His pupils reflected trembling fear. Such immense shock and terror rendered him dazed. Nothing is impossible. These murmurs reached only Jethro's ears, snapping him out of it. But whatever action he wished to take was too late. The power of the gigantic Ming tore through his flesh. No! Anger and wails echoed in the sky. In that moment, bound by the time seal, Jethro could only watch helplessly as the terrifying force came. Then, his body burned away like paper in flames, vanishing like smoke. The strongest member of the Yuan Kai sect, dead. The remaining Yuan Kai sect disciples, now in a devastated scene, were frozen in fear. The Grand Elder, the invincible Grand Elder of the sect, actually died like this? 8th level mountain peak realm, holding a spirit weapon, yet easily killed with one blow. They were paralyzed, not even needing the restriction of the time seal. Some disciples lay on the ground, eyes staring at the vast sky. The sky was indifferent, still beautiful. The disciples of the Yuan Kai sect sighed bitterly in their hearts. It seems heaven wanted to destroy the Yuan Kai sect. After Jethro's death, Xander glanced at the ruined Yuan Kai sect. He didn't leave immediately but used his golden fire divine eye to find the sect's treasure vault. Coming here, how could he leave empty-handed? The treasure vault should have been protected by restrictions. However, those protections were shattered by the devastating blow that annihilated the entire Yuan Kai sect. Xander sifted through the now-ruined treasure vault, gathering items. He discarded useless items into the system for smelting, and eventually obtained several tens of thousands of white points. Chapter 44. True Spirit Large Moon Disk. He took another look at his personal panel. In the latter stages of the 8th mountain, the main cultivation techniques were Divine Sea Scripture, and the newly learned No Sun technique. The spells he mastered included Great Completion of Juman's Roar, Great Completion of Azure Dragon Severing Heaven, Great Completion of 5 Directions Passing Thunder, Great Completion of Lightning Charge, and Great Completion of Time Seal. There was no need to elaborate on the treasures he possessed. Just weapons alone were piled up in heaps. Xander nodded contentedly. Since coming here and reversing his fate, not much time had passed, but he had already transformed from a well-known waste in Dan River City to an unmatched expert at the later stage of the 8th mountain realm. Such an achievement would likely be hard for anyone to believe if told. This was worth it after all the hustle and bustle with funeral preparations. See, doing good indeed brings rewards. Xander then threw Jethro's remains into the coffin. Ring. Funeral ceremony for Jethro's body successful. Congratulations, Master has obtained an inferior spirit weapon, the Kaiyuan Large Moon Disk. Triggered upgrade. Tenfold enhancement. Upgraded to medium spirit weapon. True Spirit Large Moon Disk. Oh, unexpectedly pleasant surprise? Xander blinked repeatedly as he retrieved this treasure. Initially, it was only palm-sized, perfectly round and smooth like jade. There were no patterns or engravings on its surface. It was sleek and beautiful. If an unknowing mortal saw it, they might think it was merely a valuable gemstone. But for ordinary humans, even getting close to this spirit weapon was a distant dream. Examining the information, the True Spirit Large Moon Disk is a medium spirit weapon with low quality, belonging to the lowest rank among medium spirit weapons. It originally belonged to the high-quality category of inferior spirit weapons before being upgraded from the Kaiyuan Large Moon Disk. Holding the True Spirit Large Moon Disk allows one to collapse mountains and shatter regions with its immense power. However, this True Spirit Large Moon Disk was also damaged, apparently inheriting the damage from the Kaiyuan Large Moon Disk. Such damage can naturally be repaired using the omnipotent white value points. Medium spirit weapons have supreme power. This must be the most powerful weapon he possessed, having been acquired through burying bodies. Though it was of the lowest quality, could the power of a medium spirit weapon be compared to that of an inferior spirit weapon? A simple wave of his hand could likely crush the power of an inferior spirit weapon. Regarding the same grade quality classification of weapons, such distinctions certainly existed. At the level of spirit weapons, higher quality signified greater mystique. Simply put, bigger and higher meant better. How many white values would it take to repair this True Spirit Large Moon Disk? Over 20,000. Xander felt his teeth ache. He had just plundered the treasured spot of Kaiyuan sect and only obtained tens of thousands of white value points. But now he had to spin most of them almost immediately? System prompts kept popping up. To be honest, if not repaired, the true spirit large moon disk might deteriorate due to continuous energy eruptions, leading to irreversible destruction. So it couldn't go unrepaired. Xander clutched his waistband, feeling heartache. Because he had just acquired the no-sun technique, Xander inquired about the consumption required to enhance it. One layer of the no-sun technique would cost 10,000 white value points. Money hungry, so money hungry. But, Xander understood. After all, what level was the no-sun technique? It was divine level technique. Even holding the ordinary human manual, achieving progress required exceptional talent and effort. Depending on his own aptitude, if he gritted his teeth and diligently practiced, he might still never master it within his lifetime. Believe it or not, Xander did. Given his current white value accumulation, enhancing the no-sun technique wasn't cost-effective since it required him to reach the preliminary understanding stage before he could unleash the great sun golden body. Spending all his savings could only get him to the second layer, still falling short of the preliminary understanding stage. Would there be improvements? Definitely yes. But these improvements wouldn't benefit Xander as much as an intact medium spirit weapon. So, over 20,000, so be it. Closing his eyes, Xander confirmed the decision. The system worked swiftly, with prompt confirmation. Ring. White value restoration successful. Congratulations, Master has obtained an undamaged medium spirit weapon, True Spirit Large Moon Disc. Examining the appearance of the True Spirit Large Moon Disc, he noticed that the inner faint shadows disappeared, making it more transparent and almost translucent. The pressure of a medium spirit weapon made Xander's limbs numb. With a medium spirit weapon in hand, Xander felt that for him, surpassing ranks and killing became a routine matter. There were still a few white value points left. After spending over 20,000, he didn't hesitate. Spend away, big deal, make more. Based on preference and frequent use, Xander chose to enhance the roar of Jumit. Xander admired the grandeur of ancient Jumit even more. After this enhancement, without needing others' evaluations, the system informed him that with his current strength at the latter stage of 8th Mountain combined with the power of ancient Jumit, he could match early 9th Mountain warriors, perhaps even stand invincible. Invincible at the same level, capable of fighting above his rank. The system's evaluation carried significant weight, trustworthy. Xander raised an eyebrow. Only able to clash swords rather than suppress and kill? 8th Mountain to 9th Mountain, quite a gap. But Xander wasn't too disappointed, because transcending ranks was already impressive. He wasn't someone who cultivated for 10,000 years to achieve such standards. This level was enough to be proud of. For the already destroyed Kaiyuan sect, Xander had no lingering attachment. Having sorted out his gains, Xander operated the spacecraft again, flying straight towards Anqing State, Filong City, Taiping Guard. At Filong City, Taiping Guard Luofeng residence. Light suddenly flashed in the sky, descending from the air. As soon as Xander jumped out of the spacecraft, Anatole and Trent, who had been waiting, approached him. Master, you're finally back? Yes, we were worried about your trouble, fearing it might be the Ning family's revenge. Xander chuckled. These two still treated him like a child. The Ning family? Not worthy. You don't need to worry about me. During the journey to bury that Aelbert, I saw beautiful scenery and stopped to admire it. Xander walked into the Luofeng residence while speaking. I've seen enough scenery around here. Filong City has history but isn't our permanent residence. Beyond Filong City lies great beauty for us to enjoy. So, prepare accordingly. I plan to leave Filong City soon. Anatole and Trent nodded. They had no desire to stay in Filong City either, especially Anatole, who was long tired of it. Anatole, your 7th mountain strength is still too insignificant. Fortunately, I have a Taishang Turing pill, which is quite potent. Take it, and do not disappoint me in the future. Xander casually handed an item to Anatole. Taishang Turing pill. Anatole's heart trembled, eyes gleaming with joy, hurriedly kneeling. Thank you for your gift, master. Xander smiled, entered the room, closed the door, and started cultivating. Chapter 45. Xander, if you don't die, how can I rest easy? Within the Ning family, due to a vast network of spies deployed, news of Xander's return to Taiping Wei was swiftly received. The ancestor, Xander has returned. Where did that thief Xander go? Do we have any clues? Joel shook his head. While the spies had been tracking Xander, he vanished en route. Given the spies' capabilities, how could they determine his destination? Continue monitoring him. Xander is a despicable creature, ruthless and cruel. He killed our Ning family genius. If this grudge goes unavenged, where will the dignity and future of the Ning family lie? This old man will devour his flesh and drink his blood alive. Joel felt a bit anxious. But ancestor, that scoundrel Xander. All matters will be arranged by me. You may leave now. Joel bowed and withdrew, while Vincent flashed away to the back mountain of the Ning residence. There was a secret room there, old and decaying. After standing in silence for a moment, Vincent decided to enter the chamber and remove the cloth covering a star map within. However, what lay beneath was not a map but a statue. A grotesque face, neither fully human nor beast. Beishan Dalu. The Ning family had an ancestral decree. Beishan Dalu should not be worshipped unless absolutely necessary. Recalling 1,000 years ago, the Ning ancestor, Forest, achieved greatness after finding this Beishan Dalu statue in an ancient relic. This formed the foundation of the Ning family's legacy. Over generations, it was said, Beishan Dalu, a great demon lord, omnipotent and supreme, whose divine spirit resided beyond the heavens. To the world, Beishan Dalu was akin to a deity. By offering one's life force and soul through worship, one could gain terrifying power from Beishan Dalu. Has the Ning family faced any mortal threats over these past 1,000 years? Of course. It was precisely because of Beishan Dalu's protection that the Ning family survived and thrived. Though the cost of such sacrifices was enormous, even terrifying, Beishan Dalu's power was boundless. To kill Xander, Vincent was willing to exhaust every means possible. He would offer his soul and face an inglorious death. Even a 7th mountain peak expert would feel fear at such a price. Yet, Vincent's infinite hatred overshadowed his fear. Xander must die. Otherwise, the Ning family would never find peace. Vincent knelt before the Beishan statue. With clasped hands, he pushed his chi to seep out through his pores like water, forming a bridge. True spirit above, mercy of Dulu, I beg for supreme power to descend upon the world. Upon reciting for the 33rd time, the Beishan statue responded. In an instant, an overwhelming aura forced Vincent to the ground, unable to raise his head. Then came the divine words from within. Mortal, what do you seek? Great Lord Dulu, I seek immense power. Yes, but you are over 500 years old, with no remaining lifespan. You must offer your soul. Great Lord Dulu, pardon my boldness, but how much power can I obtain with my soul? 8th mountain, beginner level. Vincent's heart trembled. He hadn't expected so little. Offering his soul would only advance him a small step forward. He hesitated. Mortals are foolish. Your soul is insignificant to me, not worth mentioning. Due to your long devotion, I deign to speak. If not for this, how do you talk to me? Decide within 3 breaths, or I shall take half your soul. Vincent's limbs turned cold. This was different from the stories passed down by ancestors. Now on a tightrope over an abyss, he had no way back. Moreover, his endless hatred urged him forward. His eyes hardened. Great Lord Dulu, I humbly offer my soul. Instantly, he felt a jolt in his heart. Your soul is mine from this day forward. Half a month to settle affairs. Once time is up, I shall collect. Vincent widened his eyes, feeling himself advance from the 7th mountain peak to 8th mountain beginner. Beishan Dulu was indeed terrifying, far beyond his comprehension. Leaving the chamber respectfully, Vincent turned, brows still furrowed. Even as an 8th mountain beginner, invading Taiping Wei remained challenging. Ferdy, the military supervisor, couldn't be underestimated. A preventive plan within half a month was unlikely to succeed, let alone killing Xander. Thus, another strategy was needed. Vincent remembered that Xander, renowned for his achievements, was to replace Dev as deputy governor of Anqing Prefecture. This presented an opportunity to manipulate Duke Baogong. Xander was vicious and arrogant, having stormed Duke Baogong's mansion and killed his beloved. Would Duke Baogong not hate him? Changing appearance, Vincent headed straight for Duke Baogong's residence. At the Duke's mansion, Vincent's arrival sent ripples through Duke Baogong. Everyone in Filong City knew Xander had killed Aelbert at the Ning family's birthday celebration. The Ning family probably wished to tear him limb from limb. Now, Vincent sought him during this tense time. Yet, Duke Baogong gave him the benefit of the doubt. Respected Sir Ning, what brings you here today? Duke, I come seeking help to assassinate Xander. Duke Baogong felt a chill. This, Sir Ning, your enmity with Xander is known to all. If you wish to kill him, you can act on your own. Why come here? Surely, you don't mean to drag me into it? I do. That scoundrel Xander is vicious and merciless. He killed your beloved, didn't he? Could you possibly not desire vengeance? Didn't she mean everything to you? Duke Baogong's expression changed. I do not understand, Sir Ning. If there is nothing else, please leave. But Vincent stayed, releasing his 8th mountain aura, shocking Duke Baogong. Duke, this humble servant has achieved 8th mountain through favor. With your assistance, killing Xander will be easy. Duke Baogong fell silent. Had Vincent remained 7th mountain, Duke Baogong would have dismissed him. But an 8th mountain expert changed everything. Didn't he harbor hatred towards Xander? Might this be his chance? Still uncertain, he asked. How does Sir Ning propose I help? I heard the imperial court intends to make Xander deputy governor of Anqing Prefecture. A grand banquet awaits. As Duke, you host the banquet. When the time comes, I'll handle Xander. Vincent produced a porcelain bottle. Inside is powder of powerlessness, undetectable, tasteless, and odorless. It disperses cultivation. Once Xander consumes it, he'll be powerless. Is there an antidote? Yes. Flipping his hand, 2 small pills appeared. Duke Baogong pondered deeply, then nodded firmly. So be it. I will try. Vincent smiled, leaving swiftly. After Vincent departed, Duke Baogong held a teacup. Xander, if not for your arrogance, why would I kill you? Without your death, how can I sleep peacefully? Finishing his tea, Duke Baogong summoned aides. Go to the imperial court immediately. Urge them to hasten the decree appointing Xander as deputy governor. Understood. Smiling inwardly, Duke Baogong felt everything was under control. Chapter 46. Wishing Deputy Commander Davon a bright future. Soaring to the 9th heaven, within just a few days, royal favor descended. His Majesty decrees that Xander, the master of the Magic Inspection Pavilion in Taiping Garrison of Anqing State, has greatly served humanity by eliminating evil and suppressing demons. His valor has glorified Taiping Garrison and protected the people. In recognition of his contributions, all officials commend him. He is hereby appointed as Deputy Commander of Taiping Garrison in Anqing State. The resounding announcement echoed throughout Taiping Garrison. General Ferdy of Santiago and Deputy Commander Remington were present, listening respectfully. The announcer was an elderly man with no beard, white eyebrows, squinted eyes, and a warm smile. This person was named Davon Qingqing, residing within the Hoyt's Court Pavilion of the Fuhai Hoytdom. Although his rank was not high, his strength was considerable, reaching the 8th mountain level. Congratulations to Deputy Commander Davon, a young talent. The king highly praises you. We hope you will perform diligently in this important position and live up to the king's expectations. Davon Qingqing spoke while scrutinizing Xander with narrowed eyes, as if trying to see through him. But nothing useful could be gleaned from Xander's expression, causing Davon Qingqing to frown slightly. Davon Qingqing had traveled far to Anqing State's Taiping Garrison not only to announce the king's decree but also to personally observe the new head of the Magic Inspection Pavilion, rumored to be ruthless and decisive. He thought his seasoned eyes could easily reveal any secrets the young man might hide. But after meeting face to face, he realized he had underestimated Xander, who turned out to be even more extraordinary than expected. Your servant humbly thanks the king for this honor. Xander calmly accepted the decree, long accustomed to such scrutiny and not at all bothered by it. Haha, General of Santiago, it's nice to see you again. Anqing State is truly blessed. Another dragon rises from here. With Deputy Commander Davon by your side, General's work will surely become easier. No doubt the king often thinks fondly of you. Davon Qingqing's words seemed to have deeper meanings, but Ferdy remained calm, merely nodding without responding. Clearly, he did not like this official from the Hoyt's court pavilion. The awkward atmosphere was interrupted by the thorn. Deputy Commander Davon's promotion is well-deserved and widely supported. Today is a joyous occasion. To celebrate his ascension, I have prepared a feast at the Immortal Pavilion. Please join us for drinks and merriment. Naturally, we must welcome Lord Davon with a warm reception after his journey from the capital. The Duke smiled warmly, though Xander found it somewhat peculiar. An additional voice echoed in Xander's ear. The Immortal Pavilion is our pride of Anqing State. Its food is exquisite, rich in spirituality, and highly effective. As a newcomer to Filong City, you'd miss out if you don't visit. The owner of Immortal Pavilion claims visitors leave as celestial beings after dining there. While it's just a saying, the place indeed feels like a heavenly paradise. Hearing the Duke's enthusiastic invitation, Xander grew intrigued. Another voice added, since Duke sincerely invites you, Deputy Commander, why hesitate? He praised you highly before the court. Davon Qingqing chimed in, then I shall not decline the Duke's kind offer. Xander nodded in agreement, and the Duke beamed. Let's go. Lead the way, everyone. They departed Taiping Garrison in a lively procession. However, General Ferdy was absent, busy with cultivation. Hearing this, the Duke was elated. Truly a blessing from the heavens. To experience the grandeur of Filong City, a visit to the Immortal Pavilion was enough. It stood majestically in the city, as if suspended in mid-air. Like a moonlit shadow or a celestial abode, it was breathtaking. Beautiful place. Xander marveled, admiring not just the scenery but the spiritual energy layout, visible to his golden fire divine eyes. The entire Immortal Pavilion functioned as a massive spirit energy processing machine, filled with dense spiritual energy that made mortals feel ethereal and cultivators refreshed. Cultivation inside would be twice as effective. Such exceptional design must have been crafted by a powerful expert. The Immortal Pavilion was no ordinary place. Deputy Commander, please enter. Inside, it was surprisingly lively and vibrant. All guests were cultivators, none ordinary mortals. They were neither weak nor poor, given the high prices at Immortal Pavilion. Duke, are the 4 renowned rooms occupied today? Remington inquired curiously, preferring quieter settings. Not at all. I deliberately arranged this for Deputy Commander Davon's grand celebration. Enjoying time with the people shows his benevolence. In truth, the Duke planned a public setting for his assassination plot. Xander smiled. Engaging with the people, Duke understands me well. The Duke laughed heartily. My admiration for you can't be expressed fully. As they took their seats, despite being in a public area, the food was top tier. Despite the Immortal Pavilion serving wine already, the Duke brought out another flask and personally poured for Xander, showing genuine appreciation. This wine isn't simple, Remington noted, his eyes reflecting surprise. The liquid in the cup shimmered like flowing gems, containing brilliant stars, exuding subtle power. I've heard that hundreds of years ago, the great master of the Hoyt's court pavilion killed a 1,000-year-old demon dragon. Its blood was refined into dragon flight wine, beneficial for cultivators. Could this be it? The Duke's delight increased. Indeed, this is dragon flight wine, specially granted by my brother when I was younger. I've kept it hidden, but today, celebrating Deputy Commander Davon's promotion, I bring it out to toast Deputy Commander's success and glory. The Duke raised his glass. Wish you a bright future, soaring to the 9th heaven. With that, the Duke drank gracefully. Xander lifted his own cup. Dragon flight wine, refined from a 1,000-year-old demon dragon's blood, strengthens one's constitution and boosts spiritual energy below the 9th mountain level. But this cup contained non-gong powder, rendering cultivation ineffective. A clever plan, Xander thought, smiling and standing up. Chapter 47. Explanation. My lord? Flying dragon wine. Made from the essence and blood of a flying dragon, it can invigorate one's vitality and spiritual energy. For us cultivators, it is indeed a wonderful thing, a great treasure. Xander raised his cup in admiration. His voice was not low, attracting many gazes. The eyes of those present were filled with both curiosity and longing. Lord Nate smiled. Wine for heroes, red joy for grand occasions. The flying dragon ascends to the clouds, heralding a future that reaches the sky. Deputy Commander Davon, please? Xander did not move but smiled. The flying dragon wine is precious. Today is my promotion and celebration, but why should I alone enjoy this fortune? My lord is generous. If you fill up an entire pitcher of flying dragon wine, naturally my share will not be lacking. Today, under your lordship's lead, we should share this joy with the people. Would it not be fitting to share this treasure with everyone here? Although I am not a beauty, let me join in the festivities by mimicking a marriage contest game. Who among you today can drink a full cup of flying dragon wine without becoming intoxicated? If anyone succeeds, this official will reward them with 3,000 crystals. This announcement stirred up immediate excitement in the hall. However, Lord Nate's expression darkened. To ensure everything went as planned, he had laced the entire pitcher of flying dragon wine with power-diminishing powder. If it were now shared, wouldn't it expose his plot immediately? Nate could not afford any slip-ups. Deputy Commander Davon, this flying dragon wine. What? Does my lord think I'm stingy and wish to raise the stakes? That's a misunderstanding. I'm not stingy, but after years of cultivation, my wealth has indeed dwindled. However, the house of Lord Nate, being close to the royal family, must certainly be affluent. If my lord wishes to add more crystals for the reward, enhancing the festivity, I have no objections. Not. Xander narrowed his eyes. If not, then why does my lord hesitate? Could it be because you just proclaimed sharing joy with the people, yet now you cannot bear to part with a single cup of flying dragon wine? Or perhaps, as a high-ranking noble, you fundamentally look down upon these brave heroes gathered here. Nate was at a loss for words, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He desperately sought a way out. But Xander's voice rang again. Haha, just a joke. With my lord's broad-mindedness, how could you possibly look down on them? And you, heroes, are you all so timid that you even fear drinking a cup of flying dragon wine? A challenge ignited a response, as a man stepped forward, reaching the peak of 6th Mountain Realm, the highest among the spectators. He bowed. I may be unworthy, but I will gladly accept my lord and deputy commander's favor and face the might of the flying dragon wine. Excellent. Cheers to our hero. With a swift motion, Xander sent his cup flying through the air, the wine inside not spilling a drop. It was caught steadily by the peak 6th Mountain cultivator. He raised the cup. Thank you, my lord and deputy commander, for this wine. Then he drank it in one gulp. Nate panicked. No. But his cry came too late. As soon as the flying dragon wine entered his system, he exclaimed. The power of the flying dragon wine lives up to its name. He seemed to savor it deeply, but suddenly his face turned pale, and his spiritual energy began to drain uncontrollably. His cultivation level plummeted visibly within moments, dropping from peak 6th Mountain to 5th Mountain and still falling. No. My cultivation. What's happening? Why is my cultivation retreating? The man's eyes widened in horror as he realized something, smashing the cup on the ground. This flying dragon wine is poisoned. His gaze burned with hate toward Lord Nate. Why? We have no grudges or enmity. Why would you harm me? Lord Nate, how cruel and heartless you are to lace the flying dragon wine with power-diminishing powder, stripping away my cultivation. His angry roar echoed through the High Xian Pavilion. Poisoned flying dragon wine? Hearing this and seeing the man who now knelt on the ground, pale as death, the other cultivators shuddered with terror. Power-diminishing powder was the most deadly poison to cultivators, instantly robbing them of their hard-earned cultivation. Lord Nate, how wicked you are. Do you have any conscience left? Thankfully, I wasn't the one who stood up. Watching one's cultivation vanish right before one's eyes is truly terrifying. Can Lord Nate still be considered human? Why would he do such a thing? Voices of disdain and hatred erupted. Instantly, Lord Nate transformed from a revered royal figure into a despised villain, hunted by all. Drowned in curses and accusations, Nate struggled to respond, feeling utterly helpless and guilty. Nate hadn't anticipated that his meticulously laid plans would be foiled by Xander's feigned generosity. Now, while Xander remained unharmed, he found himself on the brink of disaster. Suddenly, Nate felt a chill run down his spine as Xander's icy gaze locked onto him. My lord, what is this about the flying dragon wine? Why is it laced with power-diminishing powder? Didn't you know that for cultivators like us, power-diminishing powder is lethal? How could you not know? What were you planning to do? Were you intending to make me a cripple on my celebratory day? No, Nate was still trying to form a coherent explanation when, unexpectedly, another hidden figure burst out from the crowd, wielding a long-wind sword with terrifying speed, aiming directly at Xander. Xander, you beast, die! The voice, brimming with hate, reverberated through the audience. Forrester? Recognizing the attacker, Remington and others shrank back in shock. They didn't expect Forrester to be lurking here. Davon da run. This phrase seems to be a direct transliteration and doesn't read naturally in English. It should be adapted for a native English-speaking audience. Here's the edited version. Davon. Or if you want to keep a sense of formality or respect, you can use Lord Davon or Master Davon, depending on the context and how Davon is addressed in the rest of the document. Before they could shout a warning, Forrester's sword was already inches from Xander's face. No one else could react in time. They watched in horror, expecting Xander's imminent death. But instead, a blood-curdling scream pierced the sky. On closer inspection, Forrester's fatal strike was caught barehanded by Xander. Trying to advance even a millimeter proved impossible. Meanwhile, Xander's other hand swept out with terrifying force, striking Forrester brutally. The powerful blow obliterated a significant portion of Forrester's flesh and bone. It's not possible. 8th Mountain. Forrester, near death, stared disbelievingly at Xander. Shock and fear were evident in his eyes. To assassinate me? You dare? Xander grabbed Forrester by the head and, with a slight squeeze, crushed his skull. Brains, blood, and bone fragments splattered everywhere. Bold scoundrel Forrester, how dare you attempt to assassinate me in public? Unforgivable. Recalling the Ning family, first, Ninfei Clement served the devil. Next, Forrester tried to conceal his death. Now, attempting to assassinate me. Does the Ning family deserve its status as one of the major clans of Filong City? Anatole, immediately take men to the Ning residence, arrest every single member, and execute them all tomorrow. At once. Anatole bowed deeply and left the High Xian Pavilion, a murderous aura surrounding him. Xander flipped his wrist, revealing a knife. Do you have an explanation, my lord? The knife already pointed at Lord Nate, dripping with killing intent. Chapter 48. Quick, pick up the Duke. Sir Davon, Sir Deputy Director Davon, this is truly a misunderstanding. I have always admired you, Sir Deputy Director Davon, over these past few days. How could I collaborate with Callum to plot against you today? Do you not remember that on the execution grounds, I loudly declared before all the people of Filong City that I am irreconcilable with all conspiracies and evils? Dover was in utter panic. He knew and had witnessed Xander's killing intent and ruthlessness. Even if he didn't fully grasp how cruel Xander could be before, Callum's exploded head clearly demonstrated it. If Xander's suspicions were confirmed, today, his status as Dover might not save him from death. Therefore, Dover hurriedly explained, trying to clear any association. Xander smiled. Does His Grace mean to say this was just a coincidence? Yes, exactly so, Sir Deputy Director Davon. Think about it. The Ning family's hatred toward you due to Lord Aelbert's affairs is common knowledge. How could I not know this, let alone collaborate with them? That would be pushing myself into a pit of fire. Though I may not be a pillar of strength, I'm not stupid enough to seek my own demise. It must have been Callum. This villain was consumed by thoughts of vengeance against you. The Ning family has deep roots in Phylong City with many informants. It must have been Callum who found out I intended to host a banquet for you, and thus laid an ambush here, plotting your harm. As for me, I knew nothing of this matter. Dover spoke with apparent grievance, like a victim. Xander laughed loudly. How impressive His Grace's acting skills are. What a waste that you didn't pursue acting. Before anyone could react, Xander's knife severed one of Dover's arms, which flew through the air. Beside him, Davon Qingqing burst into anger. Xander, how dare you? The Duke belongs to the royal family. Any offenses should be addressed by the Emperor himself. You, a mere deputy director of Taiping Guard in Anqing State, have no authority for such actions. Davon Qingqing did more than shout. He attacked too. His eighth mountain power erupted as he rushed at Xander. Xander struck him back with a single palm, smashing Davon Qingqing into the wall. This blow wasn't lethal but was enough to cause pain. Sir Davon, even the delicacies of Xianxia Pavilion can't stop your blabbering. Why do you insist on interfering with my affairs? Davon Qingqing coughed, his blood rushing to his heart, leaving him momentarily speechless. Xander shouted. Our Taiping Guard serves the peace of the world. By special order, we strike first and report later. Dover conspired with Callum using Phylong wine to assassinate me. If I were to die suddenly, wouldn't the demonic aura in Anqing State exploit this opportunity? The Duke's residence previously harbored demons and evil beings, raising many suspicions. However, considering his royal lineage, I spared further investigation. But today, he escalated things by attempting to murder me. Do we need evidence to judge Dover's wicked intentions? Sir Davon, given your age, if you wish to live longer, avoid acting as a sycophant hindering my enforcement of justice. You're threatening me. Xander met Davon Qingqing's gaze. Yes, what will you do? The disdain in Xander's eyes infuriated Davon Qingqing. Yet, Xander's attention wasn't on him but focused back on Dover. Your Grace, though Sir Davon speaks little sense, he's right that you're a royal relative. Your faults should be addressed by the Emperor. So, if you openly confess everything in front of everyone, I won't kill you. Your fate will be decided by others. These words brought joy to Dover. If judged by the Emperor, he might escape death. Dover then spoke. Fine, I'll tell you. This was all Callum's scheme. After Aelbert's death, Callum sought revenge. He approached me with this banquet plan, intending to break your cultivation with power powder and then kill you to vent his anger. Callum had reached the 8th mountain stage. I couldn't resist, so I complied. Now, I admit my fault, aligning with evil, but the true criminal is Callum. Dover's confession shocked everyone around him. Callum seemed utterly mad, willing to coerce even a royal relative for revenge. Remington's expression worsened. They almost drank the Phylong wine and became crippled themselves. Dover looked at Xander. Sir Deputy Director Davon, I've told you everything. Will you not trouble me further? Xander showed a gentle smile. How could I be so dishonorable? Tonight, I promised not to touch you, Your Grace. If you have no other matters, please go back. Relieved, Dover felt less anxious. So, I can leave now? Your Grace, please do. After triple-checking, Dover didn't hesitate, fleeing quickly. Just as he reached the door, he froze. His body stood still, but his head rolled onto the ground. Someone had acted. The culprit was Trent. Xander's smile remained unchanged. Your Grace, I said I'd hand you over to others, not specifying that those others would be the Emperor. Xander walked over, picked up Dover's head, and repositioned it on the decapitated body. Your Grace, if only you had been as obedient as a dog earlier, this wouldn't have happened. This shocking scene unnerved Davon Qingqing. Xander was vicious and terrifying. A major threat that needed immediate reporting to the Grand Master for swift action. Panicked, Davon Qingqing scrambled up and left hastily. He feared being the next victim. As Davon Qingqing boarded his flying ship, it suddenly exploded mid-air. Everyone in Xianxia Pavilion rushed out upon hearing the explosion. Davon Qingqing, dead? All eyes turned to Xander, who opened his eyes, feigning surprise, as if unaware of returning from his clone. Why is Sir Davon dead too? Such an unrestful night. Why look at me like that? Are you suggesting I caused Sir Davon's death? Voices rose in defense. That's impossible. Indeed, Sir Deputy Director Davon never lifted a hand. We all saw it. This old rogue must have had other grievances and set up an ambush. Humph, that loyal dog dying abruptly deserved it. Blaming Davon Qingqing's death on some imagined figure, the crowd dispersed. Deputy Director son, tonight is far from peaceful. We must beware of another Callum. Let's return, Xander suggested to Remington. They nodded hurriedly. Tonight indeed was anything but peaceful. Leaving Xianxia Pavilion, they encountered Anatole. Deputy Director, the Ning family villains have been arrested. Family head Ning Byron resisted and was killed on the spot. Well done. Anatole continued. Deputy Director, during our search of the Ning residence, we found a secret chamber. Inside, there was something sinister, emitting an evil aura akin to remnants of demons. Really? The Ning family deserves 10,000 deaths. Lead me there immediately. Anatole led the way to the secret chamber. Upon entering and uncovering a cloth, they beheld a demonic statue. Beishandalu? Xander narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the statue emitted dark light, radiating a terrifying presence that fell from above. Chapter 49. Finite. O mortals, dedicate your souls, and in return, receive divine power, endless and sublime. A majestic voice resonated through the air, overshadowing everything beneath. The crown was unfazed, but Anatole trembled uncontrollably, his robust physique shaking with instinctive fear and panic that couldn't be hidden. He was on the verge of collapsing to the ground, prostrating himself. Humph! The crown angrily shouted, flinging Anatole out of the secret chamber. Immediately, the true spirit great moon disk struck out, its formidable power colliding directly with Ayush's statue. A deafening roar shook the Ning family's underground structure for hundreds of meters, turning the soil into powder as if it were silt, causing walls and buildings to sink gradually like quicksand. Visible cracks spread across Ayush's statue. Intermediate-level spirit weapon. A mere insignificant soldier, yet harboring great fortune. Such must be devoured by me to enhance my strength further. Ayush's voice turned menacing, his terrifying aura materializing into a black-armored warrior wielding a blade, slashing forward. Just you. A mere stray dog, let's see who slays whom today. The crown swung the true spirit great moon disk again, showing no mercy as an ancient devil. Even just a wisp of his will was hard to suppress with an intermediate-level spirit weapon. The black-armored warrior split the disc and continued his assault, when suddenly, a powerful suction force emerged. What is this? Before the black-armored warrior could react, both he and the statue were swallowed whole by the falling sky coffin. Even an immortal emperor cannot fathom the mystique of the falling sky coffin. What could mere Ayush use to resist? After a mournful cry in his ears, came the system notification sound. Ding! Successfully entombed a strand of Ayush's consciousness. Congratulations! Owner has obtained treasure, the Beishan Scroll. Activated enhancement, tenfold increase. Obtained treasure, the Great Spirit Scroll. Moreover, the statue itself was valuable. After melting it down, Xander gained nearly 10,000 white points directly. Indeed, worthy of a supreme devil, so wealthy. Xander quickly focused on the Great Spirit Scroll. The title Great Spirit wasn't something just anyone could bear. He read its description. Great Spirit Scroll, obtained after enhancing the Beishan Scroll. Permitted by a Great Spirit, holding this scroll allows entry into Finite City with the highest honors. All expenditures within Finite City enjoy a 10% top-tier discount. Authorized by the Great Spirit, symbol of the 10,000 worlds, most desired by all living beings. Finite City, created by the supreme exalted being of nothingness, named finite yet capable of purchasing the entire human realm. What an incredible place. Only one who commands such might can create a city where one can buy the entire human realm. Of course, it was worth a visit. But could he simply open it to use? Xander examined the small scroll in his hand, not much larger than a teenager's palm. More like a special jade tube than a scroll, the material didn't seem entirely jade, with ordinary texture, bearing engraved insignias. All spirits supreme, countless finite. Xander tried to open it, but found no way to start. He thought for a moment, then channeled true chi into it. In the void above, a grand scroll unfolded, glowing divinely. Was this Finite City inside? Entering in person would be too risky. Closing his eyes, Xander blinked, and beside him appeared another figure. Controlling his avatar, Xander leaped into the scroll. Blinding divine light followed by darkness, and when brightness returned, he found himself elsewhere. Before him stood a city, finite in name but infinite in view. Heavenward, its height indiscernible. Sideways, its boundaries unknown. Xander froze in place. If not for the protection of the primal gemstone, the overwhelming presence would have shattered his flesh into pieces countless times. After some time, Xander regained his senses, still in awe of the gods moving around, radiant light everywhere. A world beyond imagination. Brother, are you a first-time visitor to Finite City? A friendly voice brought his wandering gaze back. It was a man, handsome and dignified, with features so captivating they could charm even animals. The man looked at him curiously. Ah, forgive me for looking confused. May I ask your name? Elmo, I guide newcomers here. I've done this job for several tens of thousands of years, familiar enough with Finite City. I see brother is also new here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will answer anything within my knowledge. However, this is work, and it comes with a fee. Elmo spoke politely, despite his powerful aura, adopting a demeanor more suited to a salesman. This was due to the unique nature of Finite City. Everyone entering Finite City was a transcendent genius, world-dominating titans, supreme existences unmatched for eons. Picking any at random, none could be offended lightly. As a guide in Finite City, Elmo held a white grass scroll, the lowest level of scrolls, relegating him to just a guide. For tens of thousands of years, Elmo had wandered Finite City, and while his accumulated wealth was modest by the city's standards, each item outside would be an unparalleled divine treasure. Thus, entering Finite City was already a once-in-a-lifetime miracle, worth rejoicing about. But Xander didn't understand these nuances. Momentarily dazzled, sorry. I heard that in Finite City, one can buy the entire human realm? Is that an exaggeration? Elmo smiled and nodded. Not at all. While Finite City is named finite, buying is indeed possible. But transactions between heaven and earth require a fair exchange. With enough spirit coins, the vast human realm can be purchased, though the price would be astronomical. Then, Elmo asked, besides the human realm, what else are you urgently seeking? Xander thought for a moment. Could Diegonin please show me around for a bit? Of course, but please understand that my authority only extends to the first layer of Finite City. Above this, I cannot go. Diegonin, lead the way. Xander smiled and followed Elmo into the wonders of Finite City. ##### Chapter 50, Ezekiel. So, I still don't know your surname? Ezekiel. Xander bluffed effortlessly. In this mysterious Finite City, teeming with life and hidden secrets, such behavior was all too common. After all, who knew if knowing someone's true name might inadvertently invite a curse? Cursing techniques were well within the grasp of people like Fabio. Thus, it never hurt to be cautious. If something went wrong accidentally, finding someone to complain to would be an impossible task. Brother Ezekiel, your name sounds like you gallop across the seas with extraordinary grace. Splendid. Baker complimented casually. Of course, he could tell that this was a pseudonym, but it didn't matter. Everyone in Finite City was powerful in their own right, and revealing one's real name exposed a potential vulnerability. Therefore, newcomers here usually gave false names. Everyone was skilled at hiding, concealing all their true information tightly. Brother Ezekiel, today is your first day in Finite City. As your guide, I should properly explain the rules here to prevent any future mishaps. Thank you for educating me, Deegan. The two strolled down the streets of Finite City while listening to Baker's explanations. Finite City has many regulations, but there are several prohibitions everyone must remember. Violators face expulsion from Finite City, or even total annihilation, losing the chance to be reborn. These prohibitions include, first, no fighting, no quarrels, no killings, and no violence. Second, all transactions must be conducted immediately without credit or IOUs. Third, holders of white grass scrolls must not stay more than 1 day, except for guides who can exceed this limit. Fourth, all trades must center around Finite City, with no secrecy allowed. Fifth, the mysteries of Finite City must not be revealed to mortals. Sixth, strictly abide by the rules and understand your authority level. Don't go where you shouldn't. Seventh. Baker spoke fluently, having repeated these warnings countless times. Xander listened intently, as this was his first time hearing them. With Baker's introduction, Xander gained a preliminary understanding of Finite City. This place was indeed a convergence point of worlds and a trading hub. But that was all. Do you want to discuss the second layer, Deegan? The limitations on permissions? Baker smiled. In Finite City, everyone entering has different permission levels which cannot be exceeded. Using realms as an analogy, the first layer of Finite City is restricted to those at the Dangfeng level, commonly known as Clement D. As you ascend, the second layer houses immortals, the third the kings among immortals, and the fourth, the emperor of immortals. Xander was stunned. The first layer was already at the Clement D level? Finite City's prestige was indeed incredibly high. Xander couldn't help but marvel. He had underestimated Ayush, whose strength far surpassed his imagination. Even in Xintianju High, or the Divine Light World, Ayush would be a supreme ruler. Yet, describing Ayush's exact strength left Xander speechless. Brother Ezekiel, Finite City indeed harbors many talents and abilities. Since there are people, there will always be competition. Brother Ezekiel, do you need a set of stealth attire? Baker began pitching, holding up 2 items, a mask and a cloak. Wasn't this the same set as Germain's? These 2 items, the bodiless cloak and the faceless mask, are common in Finite City. Wearing this outfit ensures nobody can see through you. They'll see you as though seeing air. Considering our rapport, how about I give you a discount? 1 billion lower grade spirit coins. 1 billion? Lower grade spirit coins? Xander was dumbstruck. He was just a small fry from Eightfold Mountain. Where would he get that much money? Brother Ezekiel, you don't have 1 billion lower grade spirit coins in your pocket? Baker's expression turned strange. For him, this sum was nothing. In Finite City, even a single transaction often cost more. Cough, came in a hurry and forgot. What? Come to Finite City without money? Baker looked at Xander, unsure if he was lying. Well then, let me lend you this set temporarily. Remember to bring the money when you come back? Xander accepted gratefully. Thanks, Deegan. Haha, it's just a little money. Let's be friends. Perhaps I'll need Brother Ezekiel's help in the future. Baker dismissed it, but Xander remembered the favor, vowing to repay it if he ever had the means. Putting on the suit, Xander continued following Baker. Along the way, he was truly enlightened. Just as Baker said, every item here would be an ultimate treasure in the Divine Light World, enough to drive emperors mad. Brother Ezekiel, what are you looking for? Shall I show you so it's easier next time? Deegan, do they have anything suitable for mortals? Mortals? Baker blinked. Yes, indeed, though limited. There's a special area for mortals on Hongchong Street. Suddenly, Baker produced a high-spec spaceship, ready to zip over to Hongchong Street. But then, a resounding bell tolled, halting them. The Supreme Authority reverberated, stopping everyone. What's that? Seeing the serious look on Baker's face, Xander asked. This, unexpectedly, the Great Spirit Bell has rung again. Big things are happening in Finite City, Baker explained. Noticing Xander's curiosity, Baker elaborated. Brother Ezekiel, this divine artifact, the Great Spirit Bell, only sounds for significant events in Finite City. The last time was eons ago. Its sound today is no simple matter. Baker's eyes remained fixed on the vast sky as he explained. In the void above, the bell sounded. Truths transformed into sacred texts, written by the Great Way with the heavens as pages, echoing ancient chants down to the present day. The sky lit up suddenly with divine light. Gao Yan, by order of the Honorable City Lord, a new Great Spirit has been born in Finite City. Holder of the Great Spirit Scroll, enjoy the highest privileges. This sudden divine light was merely a notice, but the words Great Spirit made everyone in Finite City widen their eyes in awe. Today, all knew. Another Supreme Great Spirit had appeared in Finite City. Hashtag Chapter 51, Xianxia Hall. In the realm of Great Spirits, endless are the ages, and finally, there is another Supreme, worthy to be called a Great Spirit. Baker murmured with reverence, almost as if he wanted to prostrate on the spot. Xander blinked. Deegan, what exactly does Supreme among Great Spirits mean? Though Xander knew that the Great Spirit Scroll was extraordinary and had significant origins, that's all he really knew. When it came to discussing the specifics or the meaning behind Great Spirit Scrolls, Xander was clueless. Baker explained. Limit City is divided by permissions, which also serve as proof of power. Starting from the lowest White Grass Scroll, to the Red Stone Scroll, Greenwood Scroll, Long River Scroll, Northern Mountain Scroll, and ultimately, the Supreme Great Spirit Scroll. Limit City introduced a simple yet practical privilege, discounts on purchases. Of course, as the lowest rank, the white grass scroll offers no such discounts. Xander listened intently to the hierarchy of permissions. He blinked again, realizing how immensely powerful Mateo must be, falling just below the Great Spirit and above all else. It was quite intimidating. After a brief moment of admiration, Baker resumed piloting the spaceship, swiftly heading towards Hongchang Street. Limit City was so vast that even Xander's advanced spaceship struggled to keep up with the pedestrians here, let alone match the speed of the local spacecrafts. Despite its speed, it still took several minutes to reach their destination. Hongchang Street was a bustling commercial area stretching endlessly into the horizon. This is it, Brother Ezekiel. Almost anything a mortal desires can be found here. And don't worry about counterfeits. Anyone caught selling fakes would lose their soul. They disembarked and began strolling through the streets. Xander asked, Deegan, do you know if there are any spiritual objects here that can enhance one's potential? Baker blinked. Of course, in Limit City, you can find everything you can imagine, as long as you have the money. Let's go to Xianxia Hall. They have a wider variety of items. Though their prices might be slightly higher, it's certainly convenient. Xianxia Hall looked rather ordinary compared to the stunning Limit City, lacking any striking features. Emperor too clement. Upon their arrival, a sharp-dressed man greeted them. Hurley, is your boss available today? Yes, please come this way. Baker led the way, with Xander following half a step behind. Deegan is an emperor? Haha, just scraping by. In Limit City, throw a brick, and you'll likely hit a dozen emperors. Do mortals not say that emperors only appear once in eons? How can there be so many emperors? Baker waved dismissively. Brother Ezekiel, mortals are pitiful. Ordinary emperors can be created with a snap of the fingers. Moreover, in those extremely depleted worlds, emperors might be highly praised, but in advanced worlds, they are hardly different from mortals. Emperors are just like mortals? Xander felt his heart race. Thinking back to Shanguang world, emperors were mighty figures. Yet, in Baker's eyes, they were insignificant. Did this mean Baker came from an advanced world? Could Shenguang world be considered subpar? Lost in thought, they entered Xianxia Hall. Inside, it was dazzling with countless treasures and rarities. Outside, it seemed unremarkable, but inside, it was truly mesmerizing. Deegan, what are we buying today? The speaker was presumably the owner. This gentleman is Castor, the manager of Xianxia Hall. Tell him what you want. He has practically everything a mortal could desire. Castor was a chubby man with clear-cut features and skin as smooth as jade, radiating a faint fragrance. Mr. Zhang, I'm looking for items that can improve potential without adverse side effects. Sure thing. What specific grade are you looking for? There are treasures that can grant imperial potential, celestial emperor potential, and even immortal or sovereign potential. Wow, the first step is already at the level of imperial potential? Seeing Xander's silence, Castor smiled. How about I show you some items? Go ahead. Castor clapped his hands, and several treasures floated out. A burst of spiritual energy filled the air. Xander scanned over them. Long Dragon's Sacred Bone. A relic from ancient sacred dragons, merging with humans to transform them into divine beings. Upon cultivation completion, the holder can embody a roaring sacred dragon, commanding all living creatures. This bone, extracted from a long dragon holy sun, guarantees effectiveness, ensuring the user possesses imperial potential. Price, 10 billion lower-grade spirit coins. Heavenly elixir. Created during the genesis of advanced worlds, purifying the body and forging a heavenly deity form, granting celestial emperor potential. Price, 1 trillion lower-grade spirit coins. Heaven's blood. The essence of the heavens from intermediate worlds, cultivated for 10,000 years. Infusing oneself with it can achieve the body of heaven's overlord, bestowing immortal potential. Price, 10 trillion lower-grade spirit coins. Xander was overwhelmed by the prices. He began to wonder if billion in Limit City equated to just a few dollars. Otherwise, the casual mention of billions made things seem less prestigious and almost devalued. Regardless of whether a billion was worth so little, Xander couldn't afford any of it. Seeing Xander still silent, Castor laughed. No rush. We have a wide range of top-quality items. Take your time choosing. We'll find something suitable. Baker spoke up, aware that Xander didn't carry much money. Does Xianxia Hall have the true heart elixir? I've heard it grants celestial emperor potential, unparalleled strength. Do you still have any? Xander perked up with curiosity. Celestial emperor potential? Castor's confident expression faltered. Not available? No, not at all. However, the true heart elixir isn't just one pill. It's a set. To achieve celestial emperor potential, one must consume 9 pills. After 9 doses, one attains celestial emperor potential. But since this requires increasingly precious materials, we currently have only 1 pill. The first level of the true heart elixir, suitable for the mortal stage. For the second pill, you'd need custom orders, which is inconvenient. Castor summoned another item. Inside a box lay a divine pill. True heart elixir, level 1. Bestows multiple times increased potential for mortals, reaching the peak of excellence. Price, 5,550 lower-grade spirit coins. Xander was speechless, genuinely awkward. He realized even the cheapest items in Xianxia Hall were beyond his means. Hashtag Chapter 52. Ascending Cloud Pavilion. A single pill of True Heart would cost 5,550 lower-grade spirit coins. Even with the privilege granted by his Xander status and the substantial discount from a large spirit scroll, he still had to fork out 500 lower-grade spirit coins. But the problem was, Xander didn't even have 500, let alone 5 lower-grade spirit coins. Visiting Limited City revealed to him what he already suspected. He was penniless. Xander bitterly smiled to himself and reluctantly moved his gaze away from the pill of True Heart, preparing to leave the Curiosity Hall. Suddenly, Baker's voice rang in his ears. Wrap up this pill of True Heart. I'll buy it. Baker paid the 5,550 lower-grade spirit coins without hesitation. Castor blinked. Didn't expect Deegan to be interested in this as well? I know a successor with imperial potential. If he had this pill of true heart, he might even see the Emperor of Heaven. After all, it's quite a bargain, Baker chuckled. Castor glanced at Xander, thinking deeply but not saying anything. Speaking of which, how long would it take and how much would it cost if I wanted to customize the second level of the pill of true heart? Time? Let me think about a year. As for the price, starting from the second level, the required materials become more expensive. The most important ingredient is a truth flower, which needs 5,000 years of growth from a truth grass, and an experienced alchemist to refine it. If you need it halfway through, it would cost 55 million lower-grade spirit coins. What do you think? Xander raised an eyebrow. 5,000 for the first level and 50 million for the second. How many lower-grade spirit coins would the third and fourth levels cost? It might even surpass the value of lower-grade spirit coins then. I was just asking. Whether to buy or not depends on my situation. After that, the two men left the curiosity hall. As soon as they stepped out, Baker handed over the box he held. Brother Ezekiel, it's a gift for you. Xander gave a bitter smile. Deegan, I'm broke today. I can't pay you. Baker laughed heartily. What's a few thousand lower-grade spirit coins? Can it really be called money? I've given you priceless items like the bodiless cloak and the faceless mask. What's a mere fly's leg compared to those? You can repay me when you have the chance. Xander laughed. Deegan, so generous. Are you not afraid I'll deny knowing you and become a deadbeat? If I leave Limited City and never come back, what will you do? Baker shook his head. If that were true, spending this small amount to understand someone's character would be worth it for me. Deegan is so kind, but you and I are just passing strangers. Brother Ezekiel, you're mistaken. Meeting by chance is also fate. My biggest hobby has always been making connections, meeting heroes and monsters. I believe everything in this world has a cause and effect. If I cultivate connections with people, they might help me when I'm in trouble. Mutual assistance leads to further advancement. Besides, I don't see Brother Ezekiel as someone pitiable at all. Xander fell silent, touched by the kindness of a stranger. Since you've come all the way to Limited City, why not stay and explore its wonders? There's still time. How about I show you around this interesting place and enjoy the grandeur of Limited City? Oh, Limited City seems vast already. Is there something bigger? Not size-wise, but significance-wise. This place is called Ascending Cloud Pavilion, owned by the Ascending Cloud Society. It's the most prestigious auction house in the first layer of Limited City. Today, they host a major auction featuring rare and extraordinary items hard to find elsewhere. And the auction itself is like a war. Participants must use their identity and wealth to compete. Absolutely one of the highlights of Limited City. Moreover, this auction supposedly has some extremely rare treasures. It's perfect timing for your visit, Brother Ezekiel. Baker spoke with great enthusiasm, almost dancing with excitement. Xander did not want to leave just yet. He was curious to witness what kind of treasures were being auctioned in Limited City. So, with Baker piloting the ship, they sped towards a destination. They arrived at a place high above the ground, a majestic floating triangular tower made of platinum. Its design was simple yet beautiful, grand in every aspect. The surroundings buzzed with activity. Divine lights converged, each representing powerful ships, within which resided mighty deities and heavenly beings, radiating awe and authority. Let's enter. Exiting the ship, Baker and Xander joined the crowd entering the Ascending Cloud Pavilion. Outside was the towering platinum spire, but inside was an entire small world. Gods and spirits filled the seats, having waited for this moment. In the center of the auction hall stood a high platform, like a mini tower within a tower, rising majestically. While others could see clearly due to their advanced vision, Xander struggled due to the distance. Baker and Xander barely sat down when they encountered an acquaintance. Deegan, what a surprise. You're here for the auction too? A chubby, good-looking man, none other than Castor. Haven't heard of excellent treasures? I came to broaden my horizons. Who knows, maybe I'll shout a bit and snag a deal. Castor smiled. Then you came at the right time. Today's highlight is Jade of Immortal Spirit. Hearing this, Baker's eyes lit up with eagerness. Jade of Immortal Spirit? So this is the treasure related to achieving immortality? For a heavenly emperor to ascend higher, transcending mortal form requires obtaining lower, middle, or upper grade Jade of Immortal Spirit. Are you selling middle grade? Yes, the middle grade Jade of Immortal Spirit. Middle grade? Remarkable. This auction will be fiercely competitive. Only those with immense power will dare to participate, paying exorbitant prices. Xander pondered. It seemed that only the formidable forces in Limited City could afford such participation, either born of elite backgrounds or wielding significant influence. Such auctions likely involved immortal organizations, as economic battles relied heavily on solid backing. With strong support, winning was virtually guaranteed. Baker, judging by his appearance, didn't seem short on resources. Xander focused on the distant stage, waiting for the auction to begin. With a chime, silence descended upon the hall. Then divine light exploded in the sky, creating a stunning display like fireworks and ethereal clouds. Finally, the light formed into a colossal figure, a celestial maiden, towering over all, visible even from afar. Projection or avatar, but so massive, every detail was magnified. Divine clouds formed the celestial maiden, unparalleled in beauty, enormous and unmatched, her golden eyes showering raindrops, defying human imagination. Chapter 53, Countless Treasures. Applause and admiration filled the air at the sight of the goddess. Kira, the first goddess of the Upper Cloud Assembly, had actually come in person. Was it really her? Isn't Kira usually responsible for managing the Flying Heaven Pavilion on the second level? Why has she suddenly come to the first level? This vast Upper Cloud Assembly belongs to them. They can come up or go down as they please. Some say that Kira has already become a celestial being after only practicing for less than 300 years. A celestial being? So beautiful, truly a heavenly maiden? Xander blinked his eyes, feeling his heart flutter. Reflecting on his career, he'd met many powerful figures like Dorian, Black Heaven Devil Hoyt and Brody, but when he encountered them, they were either corpses, remnant souls, or wisps of divine consciousness. Never did he meet their true selves. Thus, it was challenging to comprehend the terrifying power these true forms possessed. Today, however, is his first time encountering an immortal, and this celestial maiden became one in merely a few hundred years? Xander thought about how, after several centuries himself, he still couldn't even break through the 8th mountain. Sighing inwardly, he mused, truly, comparing people makes one angry. Her talent must be extraordinary, and the resources available to her might be astronomical. As the old saying goes, some people are born in Rome. Choosing the right parents is indeed an art. The towering celestial maiden stopped the commotion. For today's grand gathering, I shall preside over the rules of the upper cloud assembly. The highest bidder wins, no credit allowed, no backing out, no deceit. After this brief opening, the auction began immediately. The first item shone with divine light. It was a sword. The Grand Victory Divine Light Sword, forged by Gage, ranks as a superior celestial weapon. Starting price, 10 trillion upper-grade spirit coins. Gage, wasn't he a supreme powerhouse from ancient times? Legend has it that just forging the Grand Victory Divine Light Sword took millennia, and this sword had been missing all along until now. It seems the upper cloud assembly found it. It appears the celestial spiritual jade may indeed be real. Baker narrowed his eyes. Xander marveled at the scale of the upper cloud pavilion, just starting with a superior celestial weapon, looking across the divine light world. Who could dare think of it? 11, 12, 13. Bidding swiftly escalated. From the omitted trillion, Xander confirmed that for these bigwigs, 1 trillion really was like $1. Damn, these billionaires. In an instant, the bid reached 20 trillion upper-grade spirit coins. Upper-grade spirit coins and lower-grade crystal coins couldn't be lumped together. Xander couldn't calculate how valuable those 2 trillion were. I bid 50 trillion. A voice abruptly shouted, overshadowing all other bids. It came from a higher position, suggesting a formidable organization. 60. Another voice from a higher position joined in. 80. The first voice from the higher position responded instantly, adding 20 trillion, showing determination. TSK, TSK, TSK. Money does burn a hole in your pocket, Baker teased. Xander asked curiously, is the Grand Victory Divine Light Sword worth so much? Well, it's a top-tier celestial weapon with Gage's name attached. At most, it's worth around 100 trillion. So, 80 trillion isn't a bad deal. But if there's real interest, prices could soar even higher. People rarely escape the control of their feelings, Xander remarked, raising an eyebrow. This guy had ulterior motives. Facing the 80 trillion bid, there was silence on the other side for a moment. 90. 100. No one dared contest that. Finally, the Grand Victory Divine Light Sword sold for 100 trillion upper-grade spirit coins. But the auction continued. The second item was introduced, Divine Light burst again. This time it was a crystal bottle with liquid flowing inside like life itself. This is Heaven's Tear, capable of extending lifespan. It contains 5 drops. 1 drop can extend life by 13,500 years. All beings below the Heavenly Emperor can benefit from it. Selling price, 100 trillion upper-grade spirit coins. Extend lifespan? What a treasure. Even 1 drop surpasses the Red Dragon Divine Pill Xander once consumed. Bid 111. 112. High-quality goods never lack for buyers. Prices of Heaven's Tears skyrocketed rapidly. 300. Even at 30 trillion, bidding didn't stop. Finally, the bidder who failed to get the Grand Victory Divine Light Sword made the final call. 1,500 trillion. Thus, Heaven's Tears sold for 150 trillion upper-grade spirit coins. The third item appeared. A uniquely shaped medicine the size of a fist, resembling a specimen of some living being. This is Huan True Spirit Medicine, capable of breaking through the Emperor level gate, ascending to the rank of Heavenly Emperor. Selling price, 30 trillion upper-grade spirit coins. Xander watched intently, but Baker remained somewhat uninterested. With time passing, one expensive item after another found new owners, culminating in the highlight. This is the finale, an intermediate-grade celestial spiritual jade named Inshan Lingjong. All eyes intensified upon hearing this. The Inshan Lingjong was a jade fruit, exquisitely beautiful, radiating divine energy. This was celestial spiritual jade? Such a treasure. Inshan Lingjong. If obtained, it would ensure immortality. Baker, who had been disinterested, now widened his eyes, leaning forward eagerly. Deegan is interested? Not just interested. This is celestial spiritual jade, intermediate grade, rarely seen on the first level of Xianxia. And I happen to be at my cultivation limit. With this, I can advance further. Baker started calculating his assets. He was ready to go all in. Intermediate grade celestial spiritual jade, Inshan Lingjong, starting price, 100 million upper grade spirit stones. Spirit stones? Xander blinked, knowing that only beings above the Heavenly Emperor could utilize such precious resources. Starting with a price tag of 100 million spirit stones, many Heavenly Emperor organizations would find it tight on the purse strings. For Emperor-level forces, selling everything wouldn't cover the cost. Truly extravagant. The bidding competition had already begun. Voices rang out. 101. 102. 108. 200. Amidst the excitement, the price quickly climbed to 500 million. 550. Baker couldn't hold back. From the higher positions came responses. 600. 700. Baker clenched his teeth. He wasn't willing to give up. 800. 900. Baker couldn't help but curse. His fists tightened, unwillingness burning in his eyes. He eventually slumped in his seat, watching others bid fiercely. Curious, Xander asked. Why did you stop bidding, Deegan? Is your reserve not enough? Baker smiled bitterly. Yes, despite saving for long, 10 billion spirit stones cannot compete with others. Xander blinked. 10 billion should be enough. What? Baker was momentarily confused, wondering what was enough. Xander didn't explain, focusing instead on the intense auction. Bid after bid emerged. Before he knew it, the price of Inshan Lingjong soared to 30 billion. And it was the one who won the grand victory Divine Light Sword. Chapter 54. Fearless Flight. Deegan. Brother Davon ever follows. Deegan, do you know what price the likes of Inshan Spirit Seed reached in past auctions? Xander asked. Baker thought for a moment and replied, the value of such treasures isn't fixed. For those ascending from Heavenly Emperor to Immortal Body, the effects vary at each level. Last time, I believe it fetched a sky-high price of 80 billion spirit stones. 80 billion? Xander nodded. By this point, the bidding war among the upper-tier parties had escalated to a fever pitch. 40 billion spirit stones. The wielder of the great victory Divine Light Sword was clearly under pressure, his voice tinged with anger and determination. But the other two didn't back down either. 50 billion. I offer 60 billion. Everyone watched in awe, their eyes wide as they observed this display of extravagant wealth. After a brief pause, the bidding continued. 70 billion. 80 billion. Last time, even the divine treasure only sold for 80 billion. This time, it's an intermediate grade divine treasure, so these 80 billion spirit stones might not be the end. Such fierce competition, even a Heavenly Emperor organization would find it challenging to come up with 80 billion spirit stones. I think the conclusion will be within 100 billion, 85 billion, 88 billion. Facing this relentless escalation, the central party in the upper position muttered a curse. Damn. Clearly, they were financially drained and had to give up. Onlookers marveled, understanding that no organization could withstand such astronomical bids. It seemed the Inshan Spirit Seed would go to the left-hand party, who offered 88 billion spirit stones, a sum even ancient Heavenly Emperor organizations would have to strain to produce. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Kira's cool voice floated through the air. Yet, silence filled the room. But Xander showed a sly smile. Keep going 90 billion. Hearing this, Baker was dumbfounded. Brother Ezekiel, are you serious? Xander chuckled lightly. Baker's face was bitter. Brother Ezekiel, I have only 10 billion spirit stones to my name. At 88 billion, adding more is simply beyond me. Does he really want the divine treasure? Baker wondered. He certainly does, but poverty restrains him. Just keep calling out the bids. Leave the rest to me, said Xander. Baker was baffled. How can someone who doesn't even carry 5,000 lower-grade spirit coins be so confident? Where did his confidence come from? Brother Ezekiel, do you really want to bid? You understand that if we can't produce enough spirit stones later, Limited City will issue us a permanent banishment order. I'm fully aware. So, Deegan, if you truly desire this treasure and trust me, follow my lead. If not, it's your choice. Baker pursed his lips, torn internally. 88 billion spirit stones. Any higher bids? Just as Kira was about to ask for the third time. 90 billion. A bold declaration broke the silence. Everyone thought the Inshan Spirit Seed was bound to belong to the upper party, but this sudden voice shifted everyone's attention. In that moment, Baker became the focal point, even surpassing the interest in the Inshan Spirit Seed. Castor, seated beside him, widened her eyes. Not you, Deegan. 90 billion high-grade spirit stones. Deegan, have you lost your mind? Castor couldn't believe it was Baker breaking this impasse. Having known Baker for a long time, she couldn't imagine him having 90 billion. Others recognized him too. Was this guide so wealthy? It was astonishing. TSK, he couldn't be just throwing out random numbers. Limited City's rules were clear. No one dared defy them. So, this guide must not be ordinary. Baker was indeed famous. Many knew him. But precisely because of this fame, the commotion was immense. Unbelieving gazes threatened to drown him. Baker felt utmost tension. He could only hope Xander had some way out. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. Even Kira showed surprise at the 90 billion spirit stone bid. While it wasn't much to her, it was undoubtedly sky-high in the first tier, far beyond most organizations' means. Guide Baker bids 90 billion. Any higher bids? 92 billion. The upper party gritted their teeth, unwilling to give up. Baker's pores stood on end as he turned to Xander. Continue. 93 billion. Baker shouted at the top of his lungs. 95 billion. Xander's smile deepened. Bid directly to 100 billion. Baker's pupils constricted. His brain nearly stopped functioning as he forced himself to shout. 100 billion. The entire auction hall held its breath for a moment. Countless gazes then fell upon Xander in utter silence. They weren't blind. It was obvious that Xander was driving Baker's bids. Who was this person to wield such terrifying financial power? Completely unknown. TSK, looks like Guide Baker hit the jackpot today. 100 billion spirit stones, all high grade. What a frightening amount. From the high platform, Giant Fairy Kira's voice echoed. 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. Any higher bids? Silence. 100 billion. Sold. Congratulations to this esteemed guest on acquiring the Inshan Spirit Seed. With no objections, the hammer was brought down. Baker remained standing, feeling utterly drained but unable to sit down. His eyes were fixed pleadingly on Xander, hoping for a solution. 100 billion. It was unfathomable. A masked giant approached, holding the treasure reverently. Noble guest, please pay 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. Brother Ezekiel. Baker's voice trembled. Can we get a discount? Discount? This question made everyone pause again. Then came endless curious stares focused on Xander. Limited City's privileges were simple, discounts. But privileges depended on power and rank. Those who could get discounts were significant figures. Even Giant Fairy Kira's expression grew serious. The giant said, of course. Please show your scroll, and Cloud Pavilion will honor Limited City's rules, granting you the appropriate discount. His voice was increasingly respectful. Those who could get discounts were formidable and untouchable. Ezekiel brother, you have higher clearance? Baker could barely form coherent words. Originally, Baker viewed Xander as a newbie with a white grass scroll, newly entering Limited City. Who would have thought Xander wasn't just that? Under countless gazes, Xander revealed his scroll. A divine light appeared, causing the giant to prostrate, half his height below Xander. Fear in his eyes couldn't be hidden by the mask. Chapter 55. Lowly creature, greetings to the Supreme. Lowly creature, greetings to the Supreme. The Supreme? The Great Spirit Supreme? Everyone stared at the glowing scroll. The Great Spirit Scroll? They couldn't believe what they were seeing. In all of Finite City, the most revered and prestigious existence was the Supreme. The Great Spirit Supreme, until now, numbered only 8. Today, there was one more, and the announcement from Finite City was still ringing in their ears. The person before them was actually the new Great Spirit Supreme. Upon realizing this, everyone wished they could burrow into the ground and prostrate themselves. Lowly creature, greetings to the Supreme. A chorus of voices resounded. Even Kira, the fairy from the Cloud Ascension Society, had to kneel on the ground, her heart filled with fear. Lowly creature, greetings to the Supreme. Before the Great Spirit Supreme, everything in the world seemed insignificant and must prostrate itself. Great Spirit. Baker's eyes widened. He never imagined that Xander's solution would be this. The Great Spirit Supreme in Finite City enjoyed a 10% discount, so the billion high-grade spirit stones for the Favor Mountain Spirit Seed would cost just 1/10, a mere 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Indeed, it was a good method, but terrifyingly effective. Beside him, Castor trembled even more. The Supreme. It was actually the Supreme? Fortunately, he hadn't blabbered anything disrespectful while in the treasure chamber. Otherwise, what would have happened? Castor didn't dare to think about it. He simply remained prostrate on the ground, his heart filled with reverence and fear. Xander surveyed his surroundings, marveling at the grandeur of the Great Spirit Supreme. This is the Supreme. Even a mortal standing before him would seem insignificant, barely worth mentioning. Haha, the rules of the auction house must be followed. Let's continue with the transaction. As you command. The giant operator bowed deeply to the ground as he worked, not daring to look directly at the Great Spirit. As for the possibility of a counterfeit Great Spirit scroll, anyone who dared think such thoughts had already met their end, leaving no trace behind. Finite City privilege, the Supreme enjoys a 10% discount. This Favor Mountain Spirit Seed costs only 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Then pay up, Xander said, finally snapping Baker out of his shock. Hastily, he pulled out the money, then once again prostrated himself, not daring to raise his head. After counting carefully and finalizing the transaction, Xander turned around. It's time to leave. The boundless greatness of the Great Spirit Supreme was exhilarating, but being obsessed with something that wasn't his own was not Xander's pleasure. Xander stepped away from Cloud Ascension Pavilion, Baker carrying the Favor Mountain Spirit Seed, following humbly behind. For a long time after Xander left, the people inside Cloud Ascension Pavilion remained tense. They slowly rose to their feet, feeling numb in their legs. Never in their lives did they think they would have the chance to see the legendary Great Spirit Supreme. That eternal and supreme greatness was something unforgettable. Cloud Ascension Pavilion would forever bask in the glory of the Supreme's visit, giving them something to boast about for millions of years to come. Even Cloud Ascension Pavilion's fortune couldn't compare to Baker's luck. Indeed, this guide Baker was extraordinarily fortunate to lead the Supreme, a legacy perhaps accumulated over hundreds of lifetimes. By being in the presence of the Supreme, he would gain great fortune, potentially ascending rapidly. Inside Cloud Ascension Pavilion, discussions continued, but Xander was far away, unaware. Under Baker's quick farewells, Xander returned to where he started. There, it was quiet, unlike the bustling city. Xander glanced at the seemingly infinite Finite City. Such places existed in the world. Today was truly eye-opening. I'll take my leave. If I return next time, there will surely be another opportunity to meet. With that, Xander used the Great Spirit Scroll to open the path to his departure, unfolding the scroll to create a passage. Supreme, your treasures. Baker bowed low, offering them with both hands, his mind devoid of any other thought. What are you talking about? The invisible cloak, faceless mask, and true heart pill. Deegan has been generous, and I should repay you. These items will be more useful to you. Do not waste time. Strive to become an immortal soon. With that, Xander disappeared, and the celestial scroll vanished too. Only Baker stood there, staring dumbfounded at the Favor Mountain Spirit Seed in his hand. His mind was still reeling. It all felt like a dream. Not even in his wildest dreams would he have imagined something like this. Baker stood there, dazed, until eventually, he realized he was surrounded by people. Their gazes were either filled with reverence or intense envy. Among them was Kira from the Cloud Ascension Society, now back to her normal size. Mr. 2, we've met. Kira stepped forward, bowing. Baker was nervous and responded quickly. Fairy, you honor me. I'm just a guide in Finite City. How can I possibly deserve your respect? Why shouldn't you? Mr. 2 deserves it. You guided the Supreme, a great honor to all. From now on, everyone in Finite City will respectfully call you Mr. 2. Your future is immeasurable due to this connection. Kira continued to praise. Baker waved his hand, knowing he didn't deserve such treatment. Mr. 2, here is our society's new premium membership card. With this, you enjoy a 50% discount at all our establishments. We offer this as a gift, hoping to make friends with you. Please do not refuse us. It was an exquisitely designed card, neither gold nor jade, its material unknown but clearly crafted by specialists. Baker's heart skipped a beat. This seemed suspicious, like a fox bringing gifts to chickens. Of course, Baker understood their motives. If he knew someone close to the Supreme, he would also rush to build a relationship. But understanding didn't mean agreement. Fairy, my luck is extraordinary, built over countless generations. Meeting the Supreme once was already unlikely. How could it happen twice? Mr. 2, I seek friendship, not favors. Your refusal makes it seem like you look down upon the Cloud Ascension Society? Baker was in a bind. having little choice. Very well, I will accept this gift as a token of friendship. Thank you, fairy. It is indeed an honor. That is an honor for me too. Kira then lowered her voice. Did the Supreme visit the treasure chamber with you? Ah, this was the true purpose. Baker nodded. Yes, the Supreme seemed interested in a disciple and went to the treasure chamber to pick up a true heart pill. Unfortunately, only one exists, kept by the first school. It might be hard to obtain again. With that, Baker bowed. I recall some urgent matters. Excuse me, fairy. Goodbye. Then, Baker rushed onto a flying ship and fled like lightning. Kira's eyes gleamed. The true heart pill. Chapter 56, poor as dirt. Waves rippled through the air. Then, figures emerged from the void. Miles Davon glanced around. He was still in the secret chamber hidden within the great Luo statue on North Mountain. Drawing a breath of this world's air only deepened his contemplation. Like the proverbial dream of Duke Koryang or Zhuangzi's butterfly dream, nothing could compare. Limited City truly was an enchanting gem that left him in awe. The grandeur of the divine scroll there was simply unbelievable, and its impact on him remained as vivid as ever. This visit to Limited City had been worth it. Yet, one realization lingered. The acknowledgement of just how poor he was. Before entering Limited City, Miles Davon didn't consider himself destitute. Need crystals? He had plenty. Short on cash? Bothering the funeral escort always solved his problems. But after visiting Limited City, he realized that crystals were mere pennies. They weren't even worth mentioning. What Limited City wanted were spirit coins and spirit stones, items used by immortals. In Limited City, he couldn't even afford the cheapest treasure in the Precious Oddities Hall. Searching his pockets wouldn't yield a single low-grade spirit coin. He was indeed dirt poor, too ashamed to admit it even to himself. So, he needed to earn more and work harder. After adjusting his state slightly, Miles Davon left the chamber. Vice Commander, are you alright? Anatole had been waiting outside. What could be wrong with me? We should head back. Deal with the Ning family tomorrow and inform all creatures of Filong City about the consequences of crossing lines. Understood. The two swiftly returned to Peaceful Guard. At the Luofeng compound, Miles Davon took out 3 items in his room. The Soul Truth Pill, Level 1. The Bodiless Cloak and the Faceless Mask. These treasures were among the finest in the entire Divine Light world, especially the Bodiless Cloak and the Faceless Mask. No one else could produce them except him. However, the most useful for Miles Davon was the Soul Truth Pill. His talent limitation had long troubled him. Today, he intended to break free from it. The pill entered his belly, sparking an overwhelming force that reshaped his body. It felt as though his body turned into putty, being molded at will. Once the power settled, Miles Davon hurriedly channeled the Sea of God's scripture, infusing his body with formidable energy. Compared to before, this improvement was several times greater, perhaps tenfold. Delighted, he marveled at the treasure's prowess. The Soul Truth Pill brought immense joy. Just level 1 was so powerful. How much stronger would it be if he continued? Eyes gleaming, he was astonished by the Soul Truth Pill's terrifying effect. Higher mountains awaited beyond the current peak. Level 1 already multiplied his talent tenfold. Consuming level 9 would elevate him to the ranks of immortal emperors. Truly terrifying. Miles Davon clenched his fists. He must return to Limited City again, but first, he needed to earn money. He knew cultivation was a marathon, not a sprint. Patience was key. As for the Bodiless Cloak and Faceless Mask, they were extraordinary. Invisible, untraceable, unknowable. Thus, they were the true divine treasures. Deegan certainly gave generously. With these 2 treasures, concealing his identity became effortless. Filong City now held no urgent matters. It was time to fulfill his duties as head of the Demon Investigation Bureau. Though now a high-ranking vice commander, stabilizing the turbulent regions under his jurisdiction would garner both achievements and points. He blinked. Having become deputy commander of Anqing State's Peaceful Guard, why hadn't he received any notifications? Checking the system revealed automatic crediting without announcements. Checking the points, it was only a few hundred. TSK, seems the deputy commander position isn't valuable. Opening the immortal map, now with sufficient points, it was time to perform professional tasks. Among various options, he chose Arsene, the supreme elder of desolate northern sect. Unlocking his location cost 10,000 points. Expensive, but rewarding. Spent. Using the points revealed Arsene's location in Yuanping Island, upper city of Xintian 9 Seas. Further details required a personal search. Miles Davon couldn't help but rub his hands together excitedly. He really enjoyed this kind of work. Yuanping Island, upper city, wasn't far, considering his experience in Limited City. But not today. The next day, Trent and Anatole were summoned. Miles Davon smiled. I have some matters to attend to. I might return in a few days, or up to half a month. In the meantime, you two will head to Chongping Province. When I'm done, I'll join you there. Understood. Chongping Province, one of the Demon Investigation Bureau's jurisdictions, posed no issues for their capabilities. After making arrangements, Miles Davon departed. Piloting his spaceship, he soared skyward, marveling at the increasingly slower feeling yet enjoying the scenery. Sometime later, within visible range, a city appeared. That was Upper City, situated on Yuanping Island. Miles Davon donned the bodiless cloak and faceless mask. Upper City was ancient, known nearly 10,000 years ago when Upper Sect dominated Xintian 9 Seas. Now, however, times changed. Today, Upper City belonged to Flying Horse Sect. Landing and entering Upper City, he followed the Immortal Map's guidance. After a while, he reached a bustling street. Despite the throngs of people, Miles Davon's gaze fixed on a peculiar figure. Clad in tattered robes, carrying a duster, eyes crusty, reeking of alcohol, he leaned against a coffin, sipping from a wine flask. A flag behind him bore the word, wind. Hashtag chapter 57. This is truly a talent. This appearance, this demeanor. It wasn't just Xander who noticed him, who wouldn't cast a second glance at him while passing through the Upper City. Many people even stopped to form a crowd around him, whispering amongst themselves. How on earth could such a person exist in this world? Digging up and selling their own ancestors. This was truly despicable, more beastly than any beast, 1,000 times worthy of death. Humph, indeed. How does such a beast still have the nerve to live? A gentleman loves wealth, but he acquires it righteously. This creature actually digs up graves for money. Even heaven cannot tolerate this. Conscienceless. Worse than pigs and dogs. The curses grew louder and fiercer. However, that scruffy man seemed oblivious, as if his ears were stuffed with dung. He continued to lean against the coffin, savoring the freedom and comfort brought by a sip of liquor. Xander squinted his eyes. After using his dual probing techniques, information about the scruffy man was revealed. His name was Adiel. He had a disheveled appearance, never dressed up or kept himself clean, so he was also called Scruffy Ghost, reminiscent of a villain from children's channels. But this person's identity and actions were indeed those of an antagonist. First, Adiel had several identities. His first was as a tomb raiding relative from central China, meaning he came from a family specializing in tomb robbing. His second identity was as part of an organization called Wuxia, where he was known as the Tomb Raider of Wuxia, having expanded his family's expertise. His third identity was less sinister sounding, as an outer disciple of Beihai Clement Song. Although his behavior was reprehensible and his identity sordid, he was not to be underestimated, possessing cultivation equivalent to the initial stage of the 9th mountain tier. Moreover, he had a unique pair of eyes called Northwind Eyes. The foundation of his cultivation was a book titled True Spirit of Earth and Water, mastering various magical skills like invisibility, disguise, passing through walls, and all kinds of escape techniques, truly making him a professional tomb raider. The tools he carried were all specialized for tomb raiding. The only non-remarkable aspect about Adiel was his lifespan. He only had a few months left to live. And speaking of his character, he was daring, loving nothing more than digging graves and robbing tombs, fitting perfectly into the mold taught by his family's traditions. Practicing the cultivation method of True Spirit of Earth and Water meant that the more graves he dug, the faster he advanced in cultivation. But this act of grave robbing went against the laws of heaven, breaking his lifespan over and over again, leaving him with only a few months. However, this man had no remorse. He remained arrogant, thinking no grave on earth was beyond his reach. Seeing this lengthy stream of information, Xander almost applauded. This guy was truly talented. Approaching him, guided by the immortal map, Xander deduced that the coffin inside likely contained arsen. It was unimaginable that this elder of the Huabei sect had barely been dead before someone dragged his coffin out into the sunlight to dry. Adiel certainly knew how to show off, digging up someone's ancestral grave and then parading it around for all to see. Tell me, what's the price for you selling your ancestor? Xander spoke normally, needing no deliberate effort to disguise his voice under the cloak and mask's power. At the sound of a voice, Adiel opened his squinted eyes wider upon seeing Xander. Heh, here was a fellow traveler. You're buying? Why would I ask if I'm not? Hee alright fine, but the ancestor in this coffin is no ordinary one. While alive, he practiced formidable cultivation methods, and who knows what treasures he might have in his embrace or stomach now. Besides, this is my ancestor, bound by blood ties. How can I cheaply sell them? If you really want it, bring 10,000 superior crystals, and my ancestor along with the coffin will be yours. 10,000 superior spirit coins. Indeed, you have quite the nerve. Xander squinted. He definitely didn't have that much money. Seeing Xander's silence, Adiel chuckled. If you don't have the money, there are other ways. I'm a reasonable person. Trading items for items is also a deal. If you can bring something valuable enough to catch my eye, I'll trade my good ancestor for it. How about that? Xander blinked. While he didn't have money, he did have some treasures. He took out the elixir of longevity. What do you think of this? Seeing the elixir of longevity, Adiel's eyes lit up. Damn, this was precisely what he lacked now. If he could take this elixir, he'd gain more time to dig more graves and enjoy dancing with corpses. Trade. Come. Adiel eagerly snatched the elixir from Xander, his face beaming in a way uncharacteristic of a tomb raider. Even his gaze towards Xander held a touch of gratitude. Brother, you truly have a heavy fortune, with a bright future ahead. I'm sincere. In transactions, I am meticulous. Since you've given me your treasure, my ancestor and the coffin will be yours. But let me give you a word of caution. Don't let the Huabei sect see my ancestor's coffin. TSK, they are a bunch of dog scum, harboring grudges against me. Instead of targeting me, they always think of seizing my ancestor. Tell me, aren't these beasts despicable? Seeing Adiel earnestly spout such words, Xander struggled not to laugh. The Huabei sect trying to snatch your ancestor? What shamelessness, digging others' graves, and yet still trying to justify it. While smiling inwardly, Xander spoke seriously. In the future, if you have such deals, remember me. My greatest hobby isn't wealth, women, or power, but collecting other people's ancestors. Whether male or female, old or young, whole or incomplete, I want them all. Hearing this, delight flashed in Adiel's eyes. His smile widened in understanding. I haven't misjudged you, brother. Indeed, we are brothers in spirit. To be honest, my greatest joy in life is digging up others' ancestors. If we were a man and a woman, we'd be a match made in heaven. Alas, today we can only exchange as kindred spirits. Xander nodded. Just as Adiel was about to say more, a powerful aura descended from the sky, enveloping the entire upper city. Millions must not let the vile old beast escape. Ashes must be scattered. Roaring voices surged into their ears. Adiel's face changed. Damn it, that Huabei sect truly breeds dogs. Brother, I'll leave first. We'll meet another day. With that, Adiel vanished instantly. Moments later, many figures with murderous intent descended from the sky, surrounding Xander, their glaring eyes fixed on the coffin. Chapter 58. We are both outstanding individuals. It's the ancestor's coffin. The people of Northern Wasteland sect had a light of excitement in their eyes. Ever since that detestable thief, Huaglin gang, dug up this tomb, it caused shock within the whole Northern Wasteland sect, prompting everyone to come out searching for Alexei. Despite their luck leading them here, though they couldn't catch Alexei, they managed to find this elder's coffin. If they could bring the coffin back, it would be a great achievement. Immediately, one person stepped forward, intending to carry the coffin away. Before he got 3 steps close to the coffin, a terrifying aura surged towards him. In an instant, he felt as if his flesh and blood were separating, and there was barely any pain. He turned into nothingness, disintegrating on the spot. "How dare you touch what is mine?" said Xander coldly. The people from Northern Wasteland sect were both alarmed and furious. They were alarmed by Xander's brutal methods, and angered by what he said, considering it nonsense. "Rubbish. That is the coffin of my Northern Wasteland sect ancestor. How can you call it yours?" An angry old man stared fiercely at Xander. Xander chuckled lightly. "Why not? I paid money and received the goods. It's a fair trade recognized by all. This thing is mine." His words further infuriated the Northern Wasteland sect members. "The hell? You're just an accomplice of that beast. Let's die together." The enraged old man cursed loudly, but moved faster with his hands than with his mouth. He was Addison, an officer of Northern Wasteland sect, reaching the peak realm of 9th level mountain. In all of Yuanping Prefecture, he stood among the peak practitioners. With everyone present being 9th level mountain cultivators, capturing Xander seemed easy. Addison attacked with the terrifying power of his peak 9th level mountain realm, aiming to crush Xander's skull. His movement stopped abruptly, as a quicker and stronger killing move came right up to his face. His soul flew out as he saw his head turn into dust. Then, an even more terrifying gravitational force tore apart his body, causing him to disintegrate like disappearing from existence. This time, Addison saw clearly how he died. Others also witnessed this, changing colors. "Quickly retreat. Go find the elders." Northern Wasteland sect disciples hesitated to escape, but death came before they moved. Too late. Their bodies were swallowed by the wind even before they took a step, turning into notifications in Xander's ears. "Chime. Successfully sent Arvid's corpse. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining an item. The scroll of Northern Wasteland sword light formation. Triggered reinforcement, tenfold amplification. Obtained the long wind sword formation scroll." Then, white value points and crystals appeared. Thousands, tens of thousands. Xander blinked, surprised by the low drop rate. Only Arvid offered significant rewards while others gave few or no crystals at all. This suggested that sending off corpses didn't guarantee 100% yield. It showed today wasn't his lucky day. Xander shook his head, glancing briefly at the long wind sword formation scroll description. It was a good item, better distributed among these dozen people without significant loss. This highlighted Arvid's high value. Even higher was the value from immortal diagrams. Each time, Xander never lost. The treasures gained matched his investment. Xander returned to reality, finding someone suddenly standing in front of him, examining him incredulously. None other than Alexei. "Oh my, brother, truly keeping your true self hidden until now. Showing yourself frightens everyone." Think of Addison. Though just an officer, he's in peak condition at 9th level mountain. High level indeed. Yet, he couldn't withstand you in one move, ending up soulless and fleshless. Amazing, really? Alexei chattered nonstop. "How about business? Returning means trouble," Xander joked. "Not so fast, brother. My business isn't reversible or returnable. I returned out of concern for you, which turned out unnecessary." These words sounded reasonable. Yet if Xander believed them, he'd be a fool. He had finished his task for Arvid and needed to leave. So Xander ignored Alexei and walked away. Unexpectedly, Alexei called out, "Brother, wait, don't rush." Xander paused, feeling a chill. Alexei smiled nervously. "Don't misunderstand. I admire your abilities and tastes. Thus, I have a deal, hoping you're interested." "A deal?" Sounded much like Diego. These scoundrels act alike. Alexei chuckled. "You collect ancestral relics, risking condemnation by many. But I, sharing the same high tastes, understand and want to introduce you to a business. A place better than Northern Wasteland sect's ancestors. Interested?" Xander narrowed his eyes. "Which family's grave caught your eye?" "Just aiding others. Imagine treasures buried underground. A waste. Wouldn't predecessors be pitiful sitting there? I help them see daylight again." Xander nodded. "Truly kind-hearted." "Yes, a true good deed. Sadly, few understand. Northern Wasteland sect's lot are impolite, pursuing me instead of thanking me. They deserve their end. Now, let's talk business." Alexei continued. "Heard of Shangfang sect?" "Of course, renowned across the 9 realms for millennia. How can I not know?" "Glad you know. Back then, Shangfang sect was incredibly powerful, with numerous strong individuals, including those equal to Arvid. Yet, time passed, turning it into Fimag sect territory. But I have the secret lead on Shangfang sect's grand burial site. Want to collaborate?" Alexei looked straight at Xander, waiting for his response. Chapter 59. Long Dragon Ascending Sword. Hearing Damien's words, Xander smiled. "I'm naturally interested in the ancestral grounds of the Zhongshang sect. But with so many heroes in the world, why are you so certain that I am the chosen one?" Damien laughed heartily. "As you said, there are countless heroes in this world. But who else could have such a connection with me like you? I already have a strong premonition that working with you will bring great fortune and unlimited prospects. Of course, besides our connection, it's also because of your strength. There are people like those from the Huanglei sect who don't appreciate kindness and may turn against you. For safety, finding the right partner is essential, and you, brother, are indeed a formidable force. With your prowess and my expertise, ask yourself, which ancient tomb or secret place would be off limits to us?" Xander continued smiling. "I don't have lofty ambitions like yours. I don't enjoy doing good deeds for others. I only care about pure benefits." Damien praised on. That's excellent. The relationships in this world are like clouds above us, sometimes as beautiful as a golden sunset, sometimes dark and oppressive, unpredictable. And frankly, I agree with you. Helping others is good, but not at the cost of starving ourselves. So, rest assured, I will only do things that benefit me. Considering the once glorious Zhongshan sect, even if its heyday has passed, part of its legacy must still be buried underground. Damien lowered his voice. According to my intel, beneath this city lies not only the grand burial site of the Zhongshan sect, but also the potential for medium spirit armaments. Medium spirit armaments? Xander became intrigued. Do you really believe this information? Do not doubt my professionalism. The Zhongshan sect's records abruptly ended in history books. Many treasures within the sect haven't surfaced in thousands of years. Among them, the heirloom medium spirit armament Zhongshan Yunjin should be resting in this grand burial, waiting for brave souls like us to free it and see the light again. Xander chuckled. If what you say is true, then this deal is indeed worth pursuing. Damien grinned, knowing Xander couldn't resist. But the grand burial site of the Zhongshan sect is hidden in a secret place. To enter, one needs the relic Long Dragon Ascending Sword, a gift from an ancient king bestowed upon the sect, symbolizing its 1,000-year legacy. Unfortunately, the Zhongshan sect faced calamities and fell into ruin. The Long Dragon Ascending Sword was broken into pieces scattered across the 9 seas of Xianxia. Today, 3 factions, the Huanglei sect, Xianxia sect, and Jianhua Pavilion, possess fragments, yet none can enter the remnants of the Zhongshan sect. Xander blinked. Are the fragments incomplete? Damien took a sip of wine. The Zhongshan sect has been gone for a long time. Many people know the Long Dragon Ascending Sword is a key, but few realize the true importance lies in its sword spirit. Without the spirit, the sword is just a shell, incapable of opening anything. Xander raised an eyebrow. Is the spirit of the Long Dragon Ascending Sword in your hands? Damien gave a mysterious smile. The answer was obvious. So, you're planning to invite all 3 factions and enter the Zhongshan sect's grand burial together? Yes. To open the door, both the body and the soul are needed. Moreover, with 3 parties entering, you and I will gain more. His words were filled with ulterior motives, but Xander liked it. You're right. This trip won't be in vain. Heh, now we just need to wait for the rabbits to jump into the trap. Once the news of the sword spirit spreads, the Huanglei sect, Xianxia sect, and Jianhua Pavilion won't hold back. We'll wait here in the city for the distinguished guests. Then let's wait. I'll look forward to your good news. Xander stepped into a tavern to enjoy himself. Damien gritted his teeth, finding a formidable ally. But he didn't say much, instead putting on gear to hide his identity and heading out to spread the news. Staying in the tavern, Xander savored the local cuisine. The chef's skills were commendable. No wonder the business was booming. After a couple of days, the city became bustling with activity. People on the streets were discussing one thing. The grand burial site of the Zhongshan sect. News spread quickly, becoming a hot topic across the 9 seas of Xianxia. Many eyes turned toward the city. Indeed, Damien had considerable influence. A while later, Damien appeared in the tavern, smiling confidently. The Huanglei sect, Xianxia sect, and Jianhua Pavilion have dispatched their forces. Our wish is about to come true. Xander nodded with a smile, gazing outside. In the sky, streams of lights approached, one ship after another, each carrying powerful figures. They've arrived. Damien hastily finished his drink before standing up. People entered the tavern. The great elder of the Huanglei sect, Daniel. The deputy head of the Xianxia sect, Robert. The master of Jianhua Pavilion, Gerald. Seeing these living powerhouses, Xander felt a pang of insignificance compared to the small fry in Ankingju. These 3 were genuine powerhouses. 8th mountain and 9th mountain levels. They far surpassed any greatness perceived by the peacekeepers in Ankingju. They weren't even fit to tie their shoes. The gap widened too fast, almost impossible to catch up. But if he could bury all these big shots, Xander couldn't help but rub his hands in anticipation. Once inside a quiet private room, Robert immediately asked, "Where is the sword spirit?" True to form, Robert spoke curtly, every word laced with murderous intent. "The sword spirit is in my possession," Damien smiled. "I gathered everyone here for a collaboration. Each faction holds a fragment of the Long Dragon Ascending Sword, and I have the spirit. All 4 elements are indispensable. Working together, we will enter the grand burial site of the Zhongshan sect. Life and death will be determined by fate. What do you think?" Agreed. They seemed eager, without unnecessary words. "You're all straightforward. Let's act swiftly. Based on my knowledge, the Zhongshan sect's grand burial site lies beneath Fima sect's ancestral grounds. It seems Fima sect learned of this and chose that location specifically to claim the Zhongshan sect's remnants in the future. So, if we want to achieve our goals, we must first break through the doors of the Fima sect." Robert snorted. "The treasure is paramount. Whoever stands in my way, dies." With his impatience, he directly shot into the sky, heading straight for the Fima sect. Chapter 60. Pegasus sect, no more. Seeing Robert escape, Gerald and Daniel couldn't hold back either and left right after. True to their nature as powerful individuals, they were truly self-assured, charging into the sect alone. Meanwhile, Adiel's smile grew even broader. "Speaking of which, I still don't know your name, brother." "Clement Shank. Wow, your parents must be quite something, naming you with such an overwhelmingly dominant name. Unlike me, who not only lacks a good name but is also known by all as Messy Ghost, rather than by my actual name." Reflecting on this, Adiel handed over a scroll. This is a concealment scroll. Using it grants invisibility, undetectable even by those 3 powerful entities earlier. How perilous are the burial sites in Upper Sect? Not one among the Northern Wasteland Sect, Bright Body Sect, and Swordheart Pavilion is easy to deal with. When things turn ugly, no one will show mercy, so you and I should be wary. Xander blinked. Don't worry, would Clement Shank fall from the heavens? Then the 2 followed closely behind the 3 mighty figures, dashing straight into the Pegasus sect. As dawn broke, the Pegasus sect exuded tranquility. Commoners seeing it would often marvel at its heavenly beauty, a paradise of immortals, wondrous beyond words. But suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky, turning large numbers of Pegasus sect disciples in the square into puddles of blood. The entire land shook under the impact, and this horrifying change instantly plunged the serene Pegasus sect into chaos. Elders' faces changed drastically, trembling legs unable to support them against the formidable aura from above. Who is it? An elder at the peak of the 8th mountain realm tried to question, but his voice was cut short as he was flattened mid-air, disintegrating into dust. The Pegasus sect disciples were stunned with fear, and then, the terror from above became visible. Leading the charge was Robert, burning with rage and unmasked killing intent. Following him closely were Daniel and Gerald. The Grand Elder of Northern Wasteland sect, Daniel, Deputy Head of Bright Body sect, Robert, and Master of Swordheart Pavilion, Gerald. Pegasus sect members gaped in horror, tears streaming down their faces. What was happening? Heaven, why suddenly annihilate the Pegasus sect? The Pegasus sect disciples were almost losing their minds, extreme fear making it difficult for them to stay calm. Against these fearsome presences, the Pegasus sect was merely ants, easily wiped out. Robert, can't you change that temper of yours? Why kill innocent people? The widespread bloodshed made Gerald frown deeply. Robert sneered coldly. Just insignificant ants, dead and gone. They're not in short supply. Perhaps they should consider it a blessing to die by our hands today. As for cruelty, you make jokes indeed. Speak of cruelty to the demonic sects? My Bright Body sect leaves no trace. Ants either submit or die. Just the sound of his voice killed many lower-ranked Pegasus sect disciples outright. So terrifying were these strong individuals. Gerald was annoyed, but did not intervene. The priority now was the upper sect burial site. There was no time to argue over such trivial matters. Their quarrel would only benefit others. Heh, playing at false concern. Aren't you ashamed? Facing Robert's ridicule, Gerald acted as if he hadn't heard. At that moment, someone landed, protecting the remaining survivors of the Pegasus sect. It was a young-looking yet steady demeanor individual, none other than the master of Pegasus sect, Johnny. Johnny raised his head and called out, "May I know why these esteemed beings have suddenly descended upon our Pegasus sect? The upper sect burial site, are you unaware?" Robert's cold gaze made Johnny's face twitch. He knew the matter had been exposed. When the Pegasus sect first settled here, he had a premonition that the entrance to the upper sect burial site could not remain hidden forever. But he never expected it to happen so soon. Esteemed ones, if you've come for the upper sect burial site, we, the Pegasus sect, naturally have nothing to say. We won't interfere with your actions. We only ask for kindness, to stop harming the Pegasus sect further, even if this place is shattered into nothingness. Johnny sighed and turned around, saying, "Now, everyone, leave here. Master, they killed so many." Silence. Though furious inside, Johnny stopped the outcry. His heart burned with anger, but he must suppress it now. Saving lives was paramount. Thus, everyone urgently retreated. Seeing all the surviving members of the Pegasus sect leave, Johnny finally felt relieved. "Master, the upper sect burial site is truly a place of great calamity." Calamity indeed. It was because of a rare chance to obtain the upper sect's fortune that we reached this point. But today, due to the remnants of the upper sect, we lose everything. Perhaps it is heaven's will, unwilling for us to stay here. Johnny sighed, closing his eyes. The glory of the Pegasus sect paled before the likes of Robert. The gap was too immense, far too vast for any resistance. Thus, Johnny, as the master, could only ensure the survival of his remaining disciples, minimizing casualties. Letting the disciples distance themselves from Upper City until the turmoil passed, they would return later. Robert, this demon, was merciless. Wherever he went, life vanished, leaving only chaos. Once the disciples left, Johnny led the remaining elders away swiftly, fleeing from Upper City without looking back. Witnessing the Pegasus sect's hurried escape, Robert laughed. "What did I say? Ants are just ants, afraid of death, lacking courage. Such worthless beings deserve to die if they choose to." With a wave of his hand, he launched a glowing sphere that struck like a falling meteor on the Pegasus sect. Instantly, the ground erupted, and towering mountains were reduced to rubble within moments. Amidst the ruins, the peaceful prosperity of the Pegasus sect vanished entirely. Only in the deep burial pits lay numerous coffins, the resting places of Pegasus sect ancestors. Crying silently, they testified to the demise of Pegasus sect's glory. "Ha! What use are piles of corpses?" With another wave of his hand, a gust blew all the ancestral coffins away. Xander, quick on the draw, gathered the corpses from the coffins into his system backpack. Robert was not only manic, but also utterly wasteful. Please note, I translated the chapter as requested, maintaining the structure and style of the original text. If you have specific sections or elements you want to modify, please let me know. Chapter 61. The Upper Sect's Grand Burial. Xander's actions naturally drew the curiosity of Robert, Daniel, and Gerald. All three powerhouses turned their gazes toward Xander. Upon careful inspection, they realized that with their abilities, they could not see through Xander as if he were not part of this world. This piqued their interest. Robert chuckled. "You're quite unique, aren't you? To be interested in these ant-like coffins?" Xander laughed. "People have peculiar tastes. You like killing for fun, don't you? My hobby is collecting other people's ancestors. The older and more numerous, the better. No gender or age restrictions. As long as they are ancestors, I will take them. If you gentlemen ever have business in this area, feel free to come to me first. Guaranteed no refusal." Upon hearing this, Daniel and Gerald almost couldn't contain themselves. Collecting other people's ancestors, did he think he was being funny? What kind of joke was this? Or was he serious? If so, his hobbies weren't just peculiar but a bit twisted, right? As for Robert, had he been able to discern Xander's true identity immediately, his short temper would have certainly led him to act upon Xander's disrespectful words. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Adiel quickly stepped in. The Flying Horse sect has already evacuated completely. The entrance is right before us. Is it really necessary to waste time on such trivial banter? Robert gave a cold snort and said nothing more. The three individuals took out their fragments of the long dragon flying up sword. These three fragments emitted divine light and converged mid-air, forming a low-grade spirit weapon sword. Adiel also timely revealed his sword spirit, a small jade-green light shaped like a dart-sized sword. In an instant, it shot into the long dragon flying up sword. Ripples immediately spread out from the long dragon flying up sword, clearing away surrounding mountains and turning extra earth into nothingness. After 43 consecutive ripples, the long dragon flying up sword transformed into a streak of light and plunged deep underground. Robert and the others hurriedly followed after. Your turn. Remember to be cautious. These three powerhouses are not easy to deal with, Adiel warned again before both followed swiftly. Now, underground, beneath the ancestral land of the Flying Horse sect, in sight was an ancient doorframe without a door. Everything was dark except for the light emanating from the long dragon flying up sword, standing tall mid-air as if wielded by a celestial hand. Suddenly, light exploded within the darkness. An entryway opened within the doorless frame. Ancient aura burst forth. The upper sect's grand burial. Everyone's spirits lifted. They had indeed found the right place. After the accumulated stale air dissipated, Gerald, Daniel, and Robert plunged inside. Xander and Adiel closely followed. Just entering, they felt three terrifying waves of killing intent descend from above, a supreme being's full force pressing down on them. Damn, they're real scum, tearing down the bridge once we've crossed it. Adiel cursed, transforming Soil into puppet clones to block and using an invisibility scroll. Don't kill who? Robert's cold voice echoed. Do you really think I'm generous enough to share with a bunch of ants? At the moment of impact, Adiel's puppet disintegrated into dust. Robert widened his eyes, scanning for any trace of the two, but there was none. Daniel smiled slyly. Seems like not only we had plans, these two were prepared too. Skillful, to slip away under our noses. Gerald's beautiful face grew icy. They won't leave us to dominate the situation easily. Failure to kill them means future difficulties. They're in hiding while we're exposed. We must be cautious of their ambush. Robert breathed fire. Damn ants, should have killed them earlier. Gerald and Daniel exchanged glances. With their preparations, do you think acting outside would have succeeded? Indeed. Not to mention, if we acted outside, they would grow wary and we wouldn't even enter the grand burial. Gerald and Daniel wanted to kill Adiel and Xander too, but now they had no choice. Why did they need to kill? Still because of limited resources. Even though the upper sect's grand burial held many treasures, they were countable. Fewer people meant a larger share. Thus, the three temporarily allied. If ambushing failed, what next? Proceed together or part ways and each seek fortune? The upper sect's grand burial is uncharted. Let's go together first. Based on the inscriptions on the long dragon flying up sword, this burial has three paths. Only the central path leads to great fortune. Yet, how peaceful can the burial site of a powerful sect from 10,000 years ago be? It's said that the upper sect kept flying dragons, hence the name Long Dragon flying up. This dragon was their guardian beast, symbolizing longevity. Though nearly 10,000 years have passed, whether it's dead or alive remains unknown. If it's still alive, its strength must be terrifying. Despite our abilities, we must proceed cautiously. A 10,000-year-old flying dragon might exist? Gerald and even Robert felt a chill. Gerald said, let's proceed together. Remember not to fight among ourselves. This place is dangerous. No one wants to die here without taking a single treasure. Robert grunted, but didn't object. Following the long dragon flying up sword's inscriptions, they ventured deeper into the upper sect's grand burial. After the three vanished, a shadow emerged where none should be. Adiel laughed. Bastards thought they could ambush me? I've been to more tombs than you've had meals. TSK, so-called powerhouses, all cowards. By the way, where's Brother Davon? Adiel turned around and saw Xander silently appear behind him, startling him. For God's sake, Brother Davon, must you scare me like that? Planning to stab me secretly? If I wanted to kill you, why bother sneaking? Adiel laughed heartily. Makes sense. Luckily you're fine. I thought you'd turn to dust like my clone back there. I assure you, even if you died, I would be fine. Adiel nodded. Brother Davon, your humor. Maybe talk less. I fear I might punch you. Then, staring at where the three powerhouses had gone, Adiel smirked. These bastards, failing to trap us, now it's their turn. With a 10,000-year-old flying dragon in the upper sect's grand burial, unimaginably terrifying, maybe we'll reap rewards chasing after them. Adiel handed Xander a new scroll and hurriedly pursued them. Hashtag chapter 62, Dragon Pool. Above sect's grand burial site, now just a desolate ruin. A grand burial, grand indeed. The sorrowful history of above sect seemed palpable in the present. Robert, Gerald, and Daniel followed the long dragon flying sword's guidance and successfully entered above sect. Xander and Andreas trailed closely behind, gazing at the shattered remains of above sect's grand burial site. Even after nearly 10,000 years, the terrifying aura still lingered here, making it hard to imagine what had transpired in this place. Driven by curiosity, they could not resist advancing. Reaching the third gate, they finally paused. Before them lay an expansive pond. Dragon Pool. Although the stone steel beside the dragon pool was shattered, the serenity of the dragon pool caused visible changes in Robert and company's expressions. The dragon pool of above sect, where once the flying dragons were nurtured. Dragons, with their longevity, would possess unimaginable power if any had survived until today. The vast dragon pool obstructed their path. Shall we fly across? Robert spoke first but was met with disdain from Daniel and Gerald. Fly across? You're brave to even suggest it. The dragon pool is silent. Who knows if the ancient flying dragons are still alive? Robert replied with killing intent. Humph. 10,000 years ago, the mighty above sect could not escape its destruction, so how could a mere flying dragon survive? Even if that flying dragon did miraculously survive the calamity, so what? Any who dare block my path shall die. Feeling that talk without action was mere pretense, Robert immediately released a beam of light into the dragon pool. The water churned violently. Daniel and Gerald's faces changed dramatically. Are you crazy? Robert, you bastard. Don't drag us along if you want to die. Both hastily retreated. Robert mocked them. Haha, whether the dragon pool is safe can be known only by testing it. How can cowards like you accomplish great things? Indeed, so-called prestigious sects are merely cowardly hypocrites seeking fame. Ignoring Robert's mockery, Daniel and Gerald remained at a distance, unwilling to move. They feared that dragons might still reside within the dragon pool. However, Robert's light beams stirred no dragon cries. Only silence prevailed like stagnant water. To be safe, Robert shot more beams into the dragon pool, releasing devastating power. Yet, the flying dragons remained dormant. Tisich, afraid of mere stagnant water, such behavior makes you true cowards. With arrogance, Robert drew his heaven-splitting saber, emitting a powerful aura as he leaped across the dragon pool. In an instant, Robert reached the other side unharmed. Seeing this, Daniel and Gerald exchanged glances, easing their tensions. 10,000 years have passed. The flying dragons must not have survived, sighed Daniel. Gerald nodded in relief. If there were indeed flying dragons in the dragon pool, Robert's actions would have surely summoned them. Given that nothing appeared, the dragons must have perished long ago. Robert had proven the dragon pool was safe. Thinking thus, Daniel and Gerald hesitated no longer, leaping across the dragon pool towards their destination. Let's go. Andreas was about to follow when Xander grabbed him. Do you want to die? Startled, Andreas's face changed. No way. You saw how large-scale Robert's attacks were. The dragon pool must be empty. Xander sneered. Just because he flew across safely, do you think the flying dragon is dead? Do you really think a 1,000-year-old dragon is easy to handle? Xander's words implied that the flying dragons of above sect were still alive. Andreas blinked. But, suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and the previously tranquil dragon pool exploded. A massive, majestic flying dragon surged forth, charging straight toward Daniel and Gerald. Unicorn flying dragon. Impossible. How can it be alive? Daniel's pupils constricted while shock spread across Gerald's face. Not only was the dragon alive, but it was a unicorn flying dragon, even more formidable than ordinary flying dragons. F***CK, Mountain 12. Gerald cursed, deploying his defensive weapon. An emerald heart suit of armor, a lower-grade spiritual weapon. Desolate shield. Daniel hurriedly deployed his shield, forming a protective barrier. A lower-grade spiritual weapon enveloping his body. Given their cultivation levels and the strength of their weapons, such defenses should have been unbreakable by their peers. But for the unicorn flying dragon, these defenses were like paper. Roaring angrily, a single scream created cracks in their defenses. Instantly, the dragon claws broke through the air, lightning fast. The unexpected attack struck close to their faces. A cry of agony erupted from Daniel as his desolate shield nearly shattered on impact. The unicorn flying dragon is truly terrifying. Is this what the 12th heavenly ascension is like? Its ferocity is unmatched, leaving even lower-grade spiritual weapons unable to withstand it. Hidden and cloaked, Andreas watched in astonishment. Ancient dragons, with their formidable life force, were already fearsome. The unicorn flying dragon, being a rare breed, far surpassed human cultivators of similar rank. To expect Gerald and Daniel to face it was akin to expecting two commoners to outsmart Zhuge Liang. Mere fantasy. Now, these two were simply easy prey before the unicorn flying dragon. Just as Daniel was flung away, Gerald also suffered a heavy blow from the dragon's claw. Bloody red streaked across the sky. His lower-grade spiritual armor shattered, leaving Gerald broken on the ground, clearly beyond saving. Powerful beings fell to a single strike, illustrating the terrifying might of ancient flying dragons. Human ants, so audacious, to dare disturb my slumber, you deserve death. I have gone thousands of years without tasting flesh or blood. You insects deliver yourselves to my door. Today, you will satisfy my hunger. An enraged voice echoed over the dragon pool as the colossal dragon loomed menacingly, ready to devour both. Unexpectedly, a powerful suction force yanked Gerald and Daniel away, causing the unicorn flying dragon to bite air instead. The sound of clashing teeth reverberated like metal striking stone. A furious roar instantly resounded throughout above sect's grand burial site. Chapter 63. The Pitiful Xianxia Sect. Who? The one-horned flying dragon was livid as it watched its meal being snatched away right under its watchful eyes. It had been nurtured by the Xianxia sect in the dragon pool for 10,000 years, finally reaching the 12th mountain stage, and now it had found fresh prey. It was about to satisfy its hunger when someone snatched its meal away. Humiliation and indescribable anger filled the one-horned flying dragon's mind. Who? Come out, come out, come out. I will tear you limb from limb. I will shred you into pieces. Into pieces. The one-horned flying dragon raged wildly. Its terrifying aura shook the surrounding scenery, creating an intangible tsunami that further ravaged the already devastated Xianxia sect. Hidden in the shadows, Hugo was utterly astonished. Damn, does he have to be so obsessed? That's a 12-mountain stage flying dragon, a powerful one-horned species, risking its life just to snatch a corpse. Is this guy really tired of living too long and thus courting death repeatedly? Hell, I've learned something new today. Seeing such madness is unprecedented. I thought I was crazy, but compared to you, I am absolutely sane. Hugo muttered to himself, almost babbling incoherently. His mind was still stunned by Xander's bold move and struggled to react properly. If that one-horned flying dragon sees through the invisibility scroll, could they withstand its attack? Not even great powerhouses could resist a single strike from it. What Hugo felt most relieved about now was that although Xander was crazy, he wasn't crazy enough to openly dispel the invisibility scroll and jump out to fight the one-horned flying dragon over the corpse. On the other side, Robert, who was standing on the opposite bank of the dragon pool, saw Daniel and Gerald fall victim to the one-horned flying dragon within moments. Shocked, he took a step back. This can't be. Inside the dragon pool, there really is a flying dragon, and it's a one-horned flying dragon at that. Living for 10,000 years, how did it not die? How could it not have died and even reached the 12th mountain stage with such awe-inspiring power? If it were me who had gone last, then Robert didn't dare think any further because he knew all too well that the outcome would definitely be tragic for him. Therefore, he was extremely grateful that he was still alive and hadn't met the same fate as Gerald and Daniel. However, his relief quickly vanished as the enraged dragon's eyes locked onto him. Shit. Suddenly, lightning surged from the dragon's claws. The terrifying force would surely leave him crippled or dead if hit. In a panic, Robert fumbled for a scroll, disappearing instantly. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the Xianxia sect. Yet, the roar of the one-horned flying dragon remained clear in his ears, watching its massive form rapidly approaching him, not slower than his precious escape scroll. Damn it, do I really have to die here? Robert roared inwardly in frustration. He tried his best to flee, but the one-horned flying dragon's terror left no room for escape, striking with its lightning-clawed attacks. Death was imminent. Faced with the terrifying assault of the one-horned flying dragon at the 12th mountain stage, Robert's powers seemed laughable. Frozen in place, his pupils constricted as he faced certain death. But at that moment, a coffin suddenly flew out from nowhere. This colossal weapon erupted with immense power, smashing into the body of the one-horned flying dragon. The roaring dragon cry turned into a wail of agony. Under Robert's startled gaze, the unstoppable one-horned flying dragon was sent flying. It's that person. Seeing the coffin, Robert immediately recalled Xander, who loved collecting ancestors' remains. Besides him, Daniel and Gerald, only Xander and Hugo remained in this burial ground of the Xianxia sect. So, the one who struck with the coffin was likely Xander. Why would he help me? Robert was bewildered, but given the urgency, he had no time to dwell on it. Taking advantage of the one-horned flying dragon being thrown off, Robert mobilized all his strength and escaped the Xianxia sect burial ground at top speed. After slamming the one-horned flying dragon, the coffin vanished back into the void. Xander, hiding in the shadows, made no further move. However, the one-horned flying dragon, continuously thwarted, was enraged beyond control. Who? Which beast is it? Its furious roars and the resulting tremors gradually turned the Xianxia sect burial ground into rubble. Despite the one-horned flying dragon's rage, Xander had no intention of revealing himself to fight it. Beside him, Hugo was thoroughly confused. Miguel, what are you thinking? Robert was about to die. Why save him? Such a despicable creature deserves to die countless times. Hearing Hugo's question, Xander grinned wickedly. You can't say that. One dead Robert isn't anything noteworthy, but a living Robert could attract more powerful figures for my collection. Which do you think is more beneficial? Hearing this, Hugo laughed. Miguel truly sets a fine example, with lofty ambitions and brilliant intelligence. Absolutely, absolutely. Now, with the Xianxia sect burial ground open and news spreading throughout the 9 seas of Xintian, if the people from Huabei sect, Yangshan sect, Jianhui Pavilion learn of this, they'll send their powerhouses here. We just need to wait and capture them all. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Miguel, you're truly a genius. Hugo praised profusely, looking at Xander with renewed admiration. Xander soon regained his composure. Whether Robert fulfills my wishes remains uncertain, but since we don't see powerhouses from Huabei sect and others yet, why not search the burial ground thoroughly? This place is in ruins, reflecting the calamities and blessings the Xianxia sect once endured. Despite its strength, it couldn't withstand the heavenly trials, leading to its eventual demise. But although the Xianxia sect disappeared from history, many treasures like this agitated one-horned flying dragon must have survived the heavenly tribulations and remained until today. Heavenly tribulations? Hugo chuckled. So the Xianxia sect was indeed unfortunate. Despite its flourishing status worthy of praise in the vast expanse of the 9 seas, it was not allowed by the heavens. However, if it hadn't perished, how could we profit from it now? With the special protection of their invisibility scrolls, they avoided the rampaging one-horned flying dragon and ventured deeper into the burial ground. Chapter 64. Black Sand Unbreakable. After some time, Xander and Adiel proceeded forward, evading many hidden dangers along the way. They finally reached the deepest part of the Supremacy sect's ancient burial site. Before their eyes lay a scene of shattered walls and ruins. What once were magnificent structures now stood in desolation, remnants of the past glory reduced to mere corpses. However, even after nearly 10,000 years, a powerful aura still enveloped this area. That aura, that's a low-grade spirit arm. Adiel squinted his eyes in delight. For a tomb raider, nothing was more exciting than discovering treasures. Moreover, it wasn't just one treasure. Within the heaps of ruins, Adiel's sharp eyes could clearly see numerous valuable items buried beneath the rubble. Among these many treasures, the most formidable power made Adiel feel a chill. It was the terrifying and glorious presence of a low-grade spirit arm that couldn't be easily suppressed. Buried deep within the earth and under the ruins must lie ultimate treasures. Among them is the medium-grade spirit arm from the ancient Supremacy sect, the Supremacy Cloud Sword. Without waiting for further words, Adiel vanished, diving into the ruins with great urgency. Almost immediately, sounds of wild laughter filled the air. Amidst the thunderous noise and flying dust, Adiel wielded a pickaxe, smashing down with all his might. In an instant, spiritual light burst forth, illuminating the heavens and earth. Crystal coins, numerous crystal coins, paled in comparison to the dazzling light emanating from the treasures around them. Besides the spirit elixirs, secret martial arts manuals, various materials, and countless other treasures. Some had deteriorated over time due to their inability to withstand the ages, but others remained intact. 10,000 years ago, the supremacy sect was vast and formidable, dominating the entire Xianxia 9 seas with its grandeur. Its legacy truly proved to be immeasurably rich and not to be underestimated. But how laughable, no matter how ancient and powerful a sect, if heaven does not allow it to live, it shall perish. To improve fluency and naturalness in English, 10,000 years ago, the supremacy sect was majestic and formidable, ruling over the entire Xianxia 9 seas. Its wealth and power were indeed boundless and awe-inspiring. Yet, how tragic, it doesn't matter how ancient or mighty a sect is. If heaven wills its end, it shall meet its doom. Xander murmured in admiration as he stepped into the depths of the ruins. At this moment, Adiel was like a mole, working diligently with all his might. His pickaxe was incredibly effective, its power overwhelming even the low-grade spirit arm. Xander raised an eyebrow, using dual detection methods to reveal the true nature of the pickaxe. This item was called Black Sand Unbreakable, a precious heirloom passed down among tomb raiders in the Central Land. Its destructive power was extremely fearsome, turning even the most impregnable defenses into mockery. It was a supreme treasure specifically designed for destruction. No wonder it was a cherished heirloom of tomb raiders. It was indeed remarkable. Such terrifying destructive power could likely be compared to that of a medium-grade spirit arm. Adiel was indeed a professional among professionals. The tools of the tomb raiding trade were advanced and sophisticated. Collaborating with him didn't seem too bad at all. Of course, regardless of how effective the pickaxe was, Xander had no interest in it since he wasn't a tomb raider. Leaving Adiel to his own devices, Xander continued deeper into the ruins. At the very bottom of the ruins, upon his arrival, he could feel a terrifying aura assaulting him. The aura of countless sword energies and cold lights, as if ready to tear everything into pieces. Lifting his gaze, he saw a corpse nearby, next to which lay a sword. Half of the sword blade was embedded in the ground. Yet after so many years, it showed no signs of decay. Its graceful and brilliant luster remained vibrant. This was the medium-grade spirit arm of the ancient supremacy sect, the Supremacy Cloud Sword. Once a treasured possession of the sect, it still radiated divine light, shining brightly with its past glory. A medium-grade spirit arm. Xander stepped forward and reached out, pulling the sword out effortlessly. Instantly, it was as if a sleeping dragon had awakened. The terrifying power unleashed in a breath seemed to tear apart the surrounding area. Xander did not marvel at the sword's overwhelming power, but calmly first sent the adjacent corpse to rest. Suddenly, the system notification rang in his ear. Ding! Successfully sent off the body of Spencer. Congratulations, owner. You have gained 100 years of cultivation experience, triggering a tenfold boost. Total gained 1,000 years. With the influx of 1,000 years of cultivation experience, Xander instantly reached the peak of the 8th level mountain. Feeling the surging true chi within him, Xander smiled with delight. The 9th level mountain was right before him. Just this increase in realm made the visit to the ancient supremacy sect worthwhile. Taking advantage of the downtime, Xander also sent off several corpses he had collected earlier. Upon sending off the bodies of Daniel, Gerald, and others, Xander didn't gain any treasures, only a few more years of cultivation experience and a few thousand white points. As for the large number of ancestors' corpses from the Flying Horse sect, they turned out to be truly poor, yielding nothing. The continuous notifications of no gains left Xander feeling rather irritable. Was this a sign that his good luck for the day was already depleted? Just as Xander felt speechless, the system issued another notification. Dear owner, please note that the system will enter an update state during which functions cannot be used. Please wait patiently. System update? It actually connected to the network. Xander blinked and asked the system about the update duration. Fortunately, it would take approximately 1 day to complete. Following this, Xander noticed that the system had shut down, unable to respond to his calls. Encountering this situation for the first time, Xander clicked his tongue. Without the system's companionship, he felt quite unaccustomed. Mostly, without the heavenly falling coffin by his side, he lacked a sense of security. However, Xander remained calm. 1 day was just a short period. With his current strength, even if he sought death recklessly, he wouldn't necessarily die. Meanwhile, outside the ancient burial site of the Supremacy sect, there was a stir. Due to news spreading that the Supremacy sect's ancient burial site was open, many cultivators had gathered around where the Flying Horse sect once resided. They came to watch, but none dared to enter the ancient burial site willingly. Yet, they were also filled with anticipation, wondering what kind of treasures could be brought back from the Supremacy sect's relic dating back 10,000 years. Thus, they waited here eagerly. Suddenly, a figure emerged, looking utterly disheveled, crashing onto the ground in panic. That's Robert of the Young Body sect. Those outside gasped in shock. Heaven, how could a deputy sect master and great sage end up in such a pitiful state? What terrifying thing lay inside the Supremacy sect's ancient burial site? What did this great sage encounter? A great terror. It must have been something terrible. A revered great sage, thoroughly terrified. Too frightening. If even great sages fear it, maybe I should leave. There must be a presence even stronger than a great sage within the Supremacy sect's ancient burial site. People discussed the incident, filled with curiosity about Robert's ordeal. Robert himself let out a long sigh of relief upon escaping the ancient burial site, but he didn't dare stop. Summoning a spacecraft, he fled in a flash of light, as if afraid of the great terror inside chasing after him. Numerous cultivators witnessed this scene. Thus, the news spread throughout the Xianxia 9 seas. With the strength of the desolate North sect and the Sword Embrace Pavilion, they naturally obtained first-hand information, because the life tokens placed within their sects had shattered. Chapter 65. the life token shatters. At this moment, it was happening at Huabei sect. As Grand Elder Daniel's life token shattered right there, Second Elder Denver rushed in to urgently seek out sect leader Skylar, his voice reaching before him. Sect leader, emergency? Emergency. Our sect's Grand Elder Daniel's life token. It has shattered. Denver's voice pierced through the air, causing Skylar, who had been immersed in cultivation, to widen his eyes in shock. His pupils shot out a look of surprise that swept away all gathered spiritual energy. The life token shattering? What is a life token? It is an object equal in importance to one's life. A congenital artifact coexisting with a person from birth. It requires the congenital spirit of a person as a guide and uses various wondrous methods to imbue this person's trace of innate chi onto the token, thus forming the life token. As long as the life token remains intact, the soul remains safe. If the life token shatters, it means that the person is dead, truly dead. If it were someone else dying, Skylar wouldn't have been so shocked. But now, the one who died was Daniel, Huabei sect's Grand Elder. A genuine powerful cultivator. If such a powerhouse could be killed, it speaks volumes about the terrifying nature of the assailant. Skylar knew what Daniel had been doing outside. 10,000 years ago, Xianxia sect had once flourished. Unfortunately, fate was merciless, and Xianxia sect ultimately fell. For several millennia afterward, legends spread among mortals. Though Xianxia sect perished, its treasures remained. Just the sect's treasured weapon, the mid-level spirit sword Xianxia Cloudsword, was enough to make countless heroes hustle around. Legends say this sword was included in Xianxia sect's grand burial. Recently, news suddenly came that the grand burial site was known, and the stakes for opening it were ready. Thus, Daniel took with him 1/4 of the key, the dragon flight sword fragment, and went to explore Xianxia sect's grand burial site to uncover history 10,000 years old. This journey was supposed to return safely even if no gains were made. However, not long after he left, his life token shattered. He was already dead. There must be great terror within Xianxia sect's grand burial. Skylar frowned deeply. Daniel was a powerhouse. His death weakened Huabei sect's strength considerably. Sect leader, the news just arrived. That Gerald of Jinhui Pavilion also met the same fate. This time, the three powerhouses who went to Xianxia sect's grand burial, only Robert of Yangxin sect survived and fled amidst much chaos and fear. Clearly, there must be great terror within. And exactly what that is, only Robert might know clearly. Denver was equally frowning deeply. Such a sudden occurrence was not something anyone wanted to see. Skylar pressed his lips tightly. This matter is significant and cannot be taken lightly. Soon, I will personally visit Yangxin sect. Daniel is dead, but we must find out how he died. Denver nodded. The sudden violent death of the sect's grand elder must be investigated thoroughly, or else Huabei sect would suffer greatly. Far away, at Jinhui Pavilion. Grand Pavilion Master Gerardo's pupils widened. Gerald actually died? Gerardo's face turned grim instantly. How could a powerhouse suddenly die like this? What did they encounter in Xianxia sect's grand burial? After some contemplation, Gerardo boarded a spacecraft heading toward Yangxin sect. He needed to get to the bottom of this. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Yangxin sect was heavy. Robert knelt on the ground, facing the leader of Yangxin sect, Unkit. The horror of the unicorn-corn flying dragon still lingered in his mind. The unicorn-corn flying dragon, ha ha ha, it truly shows that heaven spares some beings. Even under the heavenly calamity, the dragons in Longqi survived by chance and live until today with their divine might undiminished across 12 layers of mountains. Heaven blessed us by preserving the remnants of Xianxia sect and sparing the unicorn-corn flying dragon. The dragon hid within Xianxia sect's grand burial and instead advanced further, likely due to celestial treasures. Indeed, as the legend goes, though Xianxia sect fell, its treasures remain. Unkit's gaze was sharp with joy. Leader, the unicorn-corn flying dragon is terrifying, matching the strength of a 12th-layer human cultivator. It's extremely formidable, hard to defeat unless with potent weapons. Robert spoke softly without arrogance. How can the unicorn-corn flying dragon's terror be overlooked? I will handle it appropriately. Previously, you, the representatives from Huabei sect and Jinhui Pavilion, and the sword spirit holder all entered Xianxia sect's grand burial. Within moments, Daniel and Gerald were killed by the unicorn-corn flying dragon while you barely escaped. What about the fate of the others? This was the most intriguing question for Unkit. Earlier, upon hearing about the long dragon sword spirit's involvement, he had wondered about the identity of the sword spirit wielder. Now, with these sudden developments inside Xianxia sect's grand burial, what was the outcome for the mysterious figure? Robert hesitated before responding. Leader, I do not know the origin of the sword spirit holder. We initially planned to overpower them together, but he was well prepared and managed to escape. Later, the unicorn-corn flying dragon struck, first killing Daniel, then Gerald. As my situation became dire, a strange man who collects ancestral remains intervened. Without his intervention against the unicorn-corn flying dragon, I would have become its prey. Speaking of this, Robert shivered uncontrollably. Huh, a man who collects ancestral remains? Unkit frowned. Who is this mysterious person, and why did he help you escape? To be honest, I don't fully understand either, Robert admitted. Unkit shook his head. Leader, should we reconsider entering Xianxia sect's grand burial again? According to legends, numerous treasures await within. If we delay, Huabei sect and Jinhui Pavilion may take the initiative. I have plans. With the entrance open, many can enter, but the unicorn-corn flying dragon is a formidable threat. I will summon our sect's mid-level spirit weapon and personally subdue it. Robert was astonished. Leader is going to take action and summon a mid-level spirit weapon. Unkit was already a powerful being at the middle stage of the 12th level. With Yangxin sect's treasures, the unicorn-corn flying dragon would certainly meet its end. The remaining treasures of Xianxia sect would then belong to Yangxin sect. Robert felt better immediately. Leader, we need to move quickly. That mysterious person might still be inside. If we're too late, they might clean everything up, leaving us with nothing. Unkit nodded. Of course, I will set off now. Suddenly, powerful presences approached Xianxia sect from all directions. Skylar and Gerardo arrived. Sector leader, people from Jinhui Pavilion and Huabei sect are here. Stall them. I'll go first. Unkit vanished on the spot. Robert composed himself and went to welcome Skylar and Gerardo. ##### Chapter 66, Killing and Burning. Robert came out to greet them. Oh, it's a distinguished guest. I didn't expect two powerful figures like yourselves to grace my Xianxia sect. What brings you here? The Xianxia sect was a demonic cult, while the Huangbei sect and Jinhui Pavilion were righteous sections. Naturally, their relationship wasn't good, so Robert's attitude wasn't particularly respectful either. Donovan? Master is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. I am the deputy sect leader. If there's anything important, you may tell me. Robert wasn't the least bit afraid. After all, this was his territory. Showing fear would only diminish his standing. But Skylar and Gerardo didn't take Robert's arrogance seriously. We've come to understand what happened at the Supernal sect burial ground. Why did Elder Daniel of our Huangbei sect suddenly die? And how are you still alive? Skylar stared intently at Robert, enveloping him with terrifying pressure. Daniel, Gerald, and I indeed met up. We each held a key and entered the Supernal sect burial ground. But once inside, they didn't trust me, and naturally, I didn't trust them either, so we split up. I have no idea what happened to them. That place was vast beyond imagination, filled with unpredictable thunder. The concern of you two powerful figures is understandable, but rushing here is like a fly running around frantically, going astray. If not for your visit, I wouldn't even know that Daniel and Gerald had died. The horrors within the Supermal sect burial ground surpass what we can imagine. If it weren't for my great luck, I might not have escaped. In that case, you two would hear news of my death instead of discussing theirs. Robert shook his head, seemingly sighing deeply, but inside, he was very pleased. The Huangbei sect and Jinhui Pavilion were enemies of the Xianxia sect. The deaths of these two great experts would weaken their power, which was a huge advantage for the Xianxia sect. Upon hearing this, Skylar and Gerardo both looked grim. They didn't believe Robert for a moment. Fine, since you're beating around the bush and refusing to reveal the truth, our sect can only conclude that Daniel's death is connected to you. Skylar's expression turned fierce as he unleashed a terrifying attack that instantly shook the entire Xianxia sect. Intermediate spirit armament? Robert's eyes widened with sheer terror. The spirit armament's power made his blood flow backward. Himph, then Gerald's death from our Jinhui Pavilion must also be your doing? Gerardo likewise struck, sending a crimson moon sword flying out. Robert's eyes nearly popped out, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Who dares to disrupt my Xianxia sect? Amidst thunderous sounds, an elder soared over. It was another peak level 12th mountain expert. The elder waved his hand, and the overwhelming force from the two intermediate spirit armaments was instantly suppressed. Tears welled up in Robert's eyes as he hurriedly prostrated himself. Welcome, Grand Ancestor. This elder, Augustus, was one of the Grand Ancestors of the Xianxia sect, extremely formidable, having reached the peak of the 12th mountain realm. Augustus's appearance changed the dynamics. Skylar and Gerardo's expression shifted, but they showed no fear. They each held an intermediate spirit armament, and were at the peak of the 12th mountain realm. While victory wasn't assured, they could certainly fight. Today, your Xianxia sect will give us an explanation. Otherwise, or what? Augustus's face darkened. Skylar glared coldly. Otherwise, our Huangbei sect will wage war against the Xianxia sect. Hemph, if we don't get answers, our Jinhui Pavilion won't shy away from waging war on the Xianxia sect either. As their words carried through the air, several powerful figures emerged, each at the 12th mountain level. Augustus narrowed his eyes. These were elders from the Huangbei sect and Jinhui Pavilion. If a real war broke out, the Xianxia sect would surely suffer heavy losses fighting both the Huangbei sect and Jinhui Pavilion together. Silence fell. Skylar broke the silence again. We've only come to understand what happened to Daniel and Gerald within the Supernal sect burial ground and what lies inside. As long as Robert tells us, conflict isn't something we desire. He gave them a chance to back down. War. Though they spoke of it grandly, no one truly wanted a war. Augustus harumphed, his gaze locking onto Robert. What happened inside the Supernal sect burial ground? Grand Ancestor, within the burial ground lies immense terror. 10,000 years ago, a lucky dragon survived within the dragon pool. It has now transformed into a horrifying unicorn dragon. Even Daniel and Gerald couldn't withstand it. Robert recounted everything that happened inside the Supernal sect burial ground. Skylar and Gerardo furrowed their brows. This wasn't what they had anticipated, but they realized Robert wasn't lying. Now that the truth has been revealed, we shall take our leave. They left immediately after. Once they were gone, Augustus interrogated Robert again. Where's Donovan? Grand Ancestor, Master has already set off. Augustus nodded. A quick start means more speed ahead. If the legacy of the Supernal sect falls into our hands, both Jinhui Pavilion and Huangbei sect will become mere underlings. The Xianxia sect will rise to dominance. Did Master take anyone with him? Master went alone, but took an intermediate spirit armament. Augustus nodded. He's cautious, but the matter is urgent. I must see this for myself. Without delay, Augustus vanished from the Xianxia sect. In Upper City at the same tavern, Xander and Andreas had already plundered the Supernal sect burial ground. Now, they waited for the big catch. Robert served as the bait, quickly luring in Donovan, along with Skylar from the Huangbei sect and Gerardo from the Jinhui Pavilion. Several 12th mountain experts and 3 intermediate spirit armaments. A major windfall. Xander's eyes gleamed. Huailing gang, full of greed, mused, big fish, big fish. This city is indeed the perfect fishing spot. Brother Clement, what's the next move? Clement's plan will unfold upon arrival. Let's follow these fish into the pool. Humph, today, even if the Jade Emperor comes, they must die. Their corpses and weapons will be ours. Huailing gang grinned widely. Wonderful, wonderful. Ancient wisdom holds true. The path to promotion and wealth runs red with blood. They concealed themselves again, following these formidable experts back into the supernal sect burial ground. Soon, they arrived at the dragon pool. Thunder rumbled as Donovan battled fiercely with the unicorn dragon. Chapter 67. Earth Water True Spirit Great Technique. The dragon pool trembled. Donovan was engaged in a fierce battle with the one-horned flying dragon. Holding an intermediate-level spiritual weapon, Donovan unleashed formidable power that shook the void. Previously, the one-horned flying dragon had been exceptionally strong, but now under Donovan's relentless attack, it was retreating step by step and had been completely suppressed. Its massive body was riddled with cracks formed from bloodstains. The once domineering one-horned flying dragon now only evoked pity. Xander's eyes gleamed brightly, as the treasure of the corpse was within reach. Adiel's eyes shone even brighter. Well, Brother Carnell, should we finish them off now, or wait for the others to arrive and capture them all? Adiel asked. Xander narrowed his eyes. If we wait for the others to come, there might be unforeseen changes. Let's kill Donovan first and make some profit. Xander's arrogance stemmed from his reliance on the only treasure that exploded from Caitlyn's corpse, the scroll of Longfeng Sword Formation. This scroll could kill a 12th mountain peak cultivator. Of course, if it were a peak 12th mountain cultivator augmented with an intermediate-level spiritual weapon, their explosive power would surpass the 12th mountain level. In that case, the scroll of Longfeng Sword Formation would be useless. So, he aimed to take out one first. Group battles were unwinnable. Xander pulled out his killing tool just as he was about to move when Adiel whispered into his ear. Brother Carnell, can you leave them with a last breath so I can absorb their life force? Absorb? Xander blinked. Then Adiel explained, don't laugh at me. Though I help people daily, the heavens are heartless and cut my lifespan short. Yet, the heavens, though heartless, also show mercy. They gave me a method to steal lifespans. As long as I'm in this tomb, I can absorb the life force of others. Heh, so why not let me eat until I'm full first, and then you collect their corpses? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Half of what he said was false because Adiel relied on the Earth Water True Spirit Great Technique, rather than any innate ability. Xander nodded. Fine. You're truly my lucky star, Brother Carnell. Adiel rejoiced. But Xander focused on the battlefield where Donovan and the one-horned flying dragon were fiercely battling, reaching a climax. Seizing this moment, Xander couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Scroll of Longfeng Sword Formation. Activate. Instantly, an earth-shattering force erupted into a vast net, encompassing both Donovan and the one-horned flying dragon like a meat grinder. With a single strike, the dragon pool vanished. The surrounding light flared up, causing Donovan's face to change dramatically. Damn, there's someone else. It was that strange fellow who loved collecting ancestors. Boom. The sound echoed across heaven and earth. Countless sword sounds merged into thunderous clamor, fierce and filled with boundless murderous intent. The meat grinder started. Though Donovan possessed 12th mountain strength, his defensive technique and intermediate-level spiritual weapon could not withstand this onslaught. Within moments, his flesh was torn apart by wounds. Blood gushed from Donovan's eyes as he attempted to activate his spiritual weapon to break the sword formation. Sadly, his cultivation was too weak. Even with an intermediate-level spiritual weapon, he could barely match a peak 12th mountain cultivator. How could he hope to destroy the sword formation? Within 2 breaths, the terrifying one-horned flying dragon and Yang Xianzong's master, Donovan, were critically injured. They didn't die because Xander deliberately left them a thread of life. Xander reached out, snatching away the intermediate-level spiritual weapon from Donovan's hand. Such a treasure was too good for a cripple. Indeed, Donovan was now just a crippled man, his skin torn and lying prostrate on the ground, no longer possessing the dignity of a sect leader. He clenched his eyes tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks, shouting furiously. Who is it? Who has harmed me? Show yourself. Show yourself. Xander ignored him, but a pair of hands suddenly lifted Donovan's head. Earth Water True Spirit Great Technique. Absorb. Adiel muttered incantations, and instantly, countless black root-like tendrils sprouted from his palms, enveloping Donovan's body. No. Xander watched intently as Donovan's lifespan shortened, transferred into Adiel's body. The Earth Water True Spirit Great Technique absorbed others' lifespans. The absorption process couldn't be interrupted, and the target could not resist. This powerful technique could only be performed in tombs or places of death. A marvelous and formidable technique indeed. Had he possessed such power back then, he wouldn't have needed to rely on a Crimson Dragon God pill to extend his life. The world was indeed full of wonders and brilliance. Xander marveled continuously. Now he understood what true talent meant. Adiel was a natural-born thief. Not only did he possess a character obsessed with tomb robbing, but heaven had endowed him with everything necessary. Techniques, equipment, and various skills, all designed for tomb raiding, ensuring this menace stayed alive. Amazingly, this menace was now living much longer. When Xander first met Adiel, he only had months to live. Then, using the immortal life medicine, Xander exchanged for Caitlyn's corpse, which provided the critical weapon, the scroll of Longfeng Sword Formation. And the few months that Adiel had were extended by decades through the immortal life medicine. Now, those decades were further extended by over a decade in just a breath's time. An alarming rate. The power of the Earth Water True Spirit Great Technique was terrifying beyond imagination. Before Xander's eyes, Adiel greedily absorbed Donovan's lifespan like a hungry Tautai until it was drained dry. At this point, Adiel's lifespan soared to nearly 1,000 years. A 12th mountain human powerhouse could easily live for thousands of years. Xander had seen before that Donovan could have lived for around 2 millennia, but in the blink of an eye, 2,000 years of life were siphoned off, giving Adiel another millennium. So the conversion rate of the Earth Water True Spirit Great Technique seemed to be roughly half. Was this low? Hell no, this was terrifyingly high. The Earth Water True Spirit Great Technique was against nature, truly against nature. Chapter 68. a pest that will live for thousands of years. Refreshing, truly refreshing. After devouring all of Donovan's lifespan, Hugo revealed a joyous smile. His voice resonated with newfound vigor due to the increased lifespan. However, it wasn't time to rest yet. Hugo cast his gaze upon the unicorn flying dragon. The dragon's roars turned into mournful cries as countless roots emerged and wrapped around its massive body. Hugo's lifespan surged again. The unicorn flying dragon, being at the 12th mountain peak level, possessed longevity far beyond imagination. Despite having existed since 10,000 years ago, it still had several thousand years left in its lifespan. At this moment, under Hugo's relentless absorption, the dragon's thousands of years of longevity quickly vanished. In return, Hugo's lifespan soared straight to 3,000 years. This meant he could live for another 3,000 years. Even Xander, who had seen much, could only marvel at the terrifying power of the water spirit cultivation technique. Indeed, it was a terrible force that prolonged one's life for millennia. Hugo, this menace, would not merely linger for 1,000 years. Congratulations, congratulations. I assume you will now live to be 1,000 years old. Hugo couldn't contain his happiness. Brother Clement, what do you mean? Today should be a joyous day for both of us. While Hugo spoke politely, his heart was filled with excitement. Suddenly gaining 3,000 more years of life, he could now proceed with digging graves and selling coffins without fear, knowing there would be no retribution from heaven. Thinking about the day's great fortune, Hugo's greedy gaze darted toward the distance. There were still a few big fish waiting for him to savor. If he devoured all of them, how many more millennia would his lifespan soar? Greed shone in Xander's eyes as well. Now that the patriarch of the positive body sect, Donovan, is dead, and the unicorn flying dragon is no longer a threat, only the people from Sword Heart Pavilion and the Wasteland North sect remain. Among them are certainly several terrifying entities at the 12th mountain peak level. We must be cautious. I can sense powerful auras approaching. Come, let's dig some holes first and wait to bury them right here. Upon hearing Xander's domineering words, Hugo's eyes gleamed. Brother Clement is indeed a man of emotion. The two companions hastily cleaned up the battlefield before disappearing into the dragon pool, heading towards where they had detected moderate-grade spirit weapons. In a blink, more figures rushed to the dragon pool, exuding powerful auras. Their presence made even the surrounding air heavy. Skylar surveyed the scene, narrowing his eyes. The battle's aftermath, the dragon pool evaporated. It must have been Donovan. No wonder Qianhuang Pavilion was strangely quiet on the matter. The remnants of overwhelming sword chi and the lingering aura of a moderate-grade spirit weapon indicated that it could only be Donovan. Casey glanced at Beita Hong, who had also rushed over, then scoffed. Indeed, members of the demon sect always have deep intentions, leaving one unable to let their guard down. The dragon pool had vanished, leaving only a devastated battlefield. There was nothing else worth seeing. The group continued forward, heading deeper into the Upper Fong sect's burial grounds. Beita Hong, however, frowned deeply. As a peak-level entity of the 12th mountain peak realm, his senses were unmatched. He could detect the traces left by Donovan and the remnants of the positive body sect's moderate-grade spirit weapon. Being the ancestor of the positive body sect, he couldn't possibly mistake it. But the more certain he was, the more uneasy he felt. Hoping for the best, he guessed that Donovan must have killed the unicorn flying dragon and then proceeded to collect treasures. He didn't want to consider the worst-case scenario. Deep within the Upper Fong sect's burial grounds, Xander retrieved the Upper Fong Cloud Sword and reinserted it. What are you doing, Brother Clement? Hugo blinked, momentarily confused. Xander chuckled softly. Who fishes without bait? The Upper Fong Cloud Sword is the best lure here. It can draw in the powerful forces of the Wasteland North sect, Sword Heart Pavilion, and the Positive Body sect. If they unite, we won't stand a chance. So, we need to set them against each other. Once they start fighting among themselves, that's our moment to strike. Hugo nodded repeatedly. Yes, that makes sense. You're quite clever, Brother Clement. Only one Upper Fong Cloud Sword existed, and the three organizations, already antagonistic towards each other, would surely fight over it. What could be more entertaining than watching them tear each other apart? Xander and Hugo hid deeper, patiently waiting. Almost instantly, a formidable presence arrived. Skylar and Casey appeared. Seeing the devastation, someone immediately changed their expression. TSK, we're too late. Someone beat us to it. Skylar snorted. Patriarch Nanning is so generous. He eats the meat himself but doesn't even leave a drop of soup. Beita Hong retorted. If you were in his position, you wouldn't have been so generous either. Stop pretending to be a righteous gentleman. Beita Hong was formidable and had nothing to fear from Skylar. Moreover, in his mind, the treasure of the Upper Fong sect belonged to the Positive Body sect. Donovan had merely returned it to its rightful place. Feeling satisfied, Beita Hong pushed away his previous concerns. He didn't disappoint me. Casey took the lead, stepping forward. Upon reaching the deepest part underground, his frown deepened. Where's Donovan? This question didn't bother them for long, as something far more captivating caught their attention. The Upper Fong Cloud Sword, once the supreme treasure of the Upper Fong sect and an extremely high-grade moderate spirit weapon. The Upper Fong Cloud Sword surpassed the moderate-grade spirit weapons held by the Positive Body sect, Wasteland North sect, and Sword Heart Pavilion. Holding this sword could bring dominance over the 9 seas and skies in no time. Greedy glances turned red. Skylar activated a moderate-grade spirit weapon. Casey also acted swiftly. The two fearsome weapons clashed mid-air, sending shockwaves through the area. Chun Maliang. Skylar glared angrily. Casey responded directly. The Upper Fong Cloud Sword is a supreme treasure. Everyone present deserves a share. Do you plan to take it all for yourself? Who said I wanted to keep it all? Casey laughed bitterly. Oh, you don't? Then why did you rush to act? I simply wanted to suppress the sword first. It's a highly powerful relic. With just my moderate-grade spirit weapon, it's insufficient to suppress it. Only together can we succeed. But you're too narrow-minded to understand cooperation. Casey's pupils contracted. Narrow-minded? Skylar shifted the topic. Do we really need to argue about this? Let's work together to subdue the upper Fong Cloud Sword first, then we can discuss ownership. Casey reluctantly agreed. Fine, let's hope this is true cooperation. Together. Both released their moderate-grade spirit weapons almost simultaneously, ready to suppress the Cloud Sword's overwhelming power. However, someone hidden nearby seized the opportunity. Both weapons disappeared before they could even reach the upper Fong Cloud Sword. Chapter 69. Our good fortune runs deep. Who? Watching their mid-grade spirit weapons vanish into thin air, Skylar and Geradog froze for a moment before their enraged screams shook the entire upper sect burial ground. The terrifying power of the 12 Peaks raged uncontrollably, further devastating the area. However, the invisibility scroll was truly formidable. The experts from the 12 Peaks were unable to locate Xander and Ernest. As this anger spread, Xander suddenly made his move. The long-wind sword formation scroll flew out, transforming sword energy into light, which then expanded into a vast net that covered down from above. Not good. Someone cried out in alarm, but it was already too late. Even someone as powerful as Augustus, at the peak of the 12 Peaks realm, could not escape Xander's grasp. Countless strands of sword energy churned like a meat grinder, tearing through flesh and soul alike. Skylar, Geradog, and numerous other strong individuals were ensnared in the sword formation, forced to watch helplessly as the overwhelming terror approached them. No! All signs of calm vanished from their faces as they realized the dire situation. Intense fear gripped their bodies. The more powerful they were, the clearer they understood just how horrifying the long-wind sword formation scroll truly was. It exceeded their wildest imaginations, turning these formidable beings into nothing more than meat fed into a machine. Death loomed near. This terrified Skylar immensely. Geradog and Augustus screamed in despair. They had been completely outmaneuvered. This was a trap prepared long in advance, designed specifically against them. Donovan! Geradog roared angrily, but deep down, no one really believed Donovan was responsible, considering Augustus was also involved. In this moment, every second felt like an eternity. What seemed like moments outside felt like years of torture to them. The excruciating pain immobilized them first, stripping away their dignity as 12 Peaks experts before disappearing entirely. From nowhere, Ernest emerged joyfully. Fishing? Who said fishermen would come up empty-handed? Nonsense. These are all big fish from the 12 Peaks, thanks to Robert. Of course, your greed played a part too. If you weren't so greedy, mighty experts wouldn't have ended up like this. But I understand, after all, the treasure is Upper Sect Cloud Sword, a mid-grade spirit weapon among mid-grade spirit weapons. Its allure is such that even if I told you about the danger, you might still have ventured toward it. Skylar and Geradog lay paralyzed on the ground, their bodies unmoving, death only a breath away. Geradog asked hoarsely, "You've already taken the spirit weapon. Why finish us off?" Ernest laughed. "Why not seize the opportunity? Besides, who says my goal was the spirit weapon? True, it's valuable, but it's far less important to me than your bodies." These words sent chills down their spines. Ernest wasted no time explaining further and moved immediately. He started with Augustus. Ah! Augustus's anguished cries filled the air as his lifespan rapidly drained away. Within moments, he became a lifeless corpse. Ernest sighed contentedly. At the peak of the 12 Peaks, yet ultimately an old thing. Your lifespan pales in comparison to a younger man's. Augustus's death barely increased his own lifespan by 500 years, a trifling amount. Ernest's gaze turned to Skylar and the others. "You, do not disappoint me." Their hearts skipped a beat in shock. Skylar roared. "You heaven-defying beast. You desecrated my Northern Wilderness sect ancestors." Ernest cackled. "Ah, you recognized me. How careless of me. But what can you do now? Respecting your ancestors indeed commands respect. Very well, today I shall be a benevolent soul. I'll send you to meet your ancestors, fulfill your filial duties." In an instant, countless tendrils enveloped Skylar. Within mere breaths, Skylar followed Augustus's fate. Ernest didn't stop there. Amidst Geradog's fearful shrieks, he drained each of them one by one until all the big fish were gone. With that, Ernest's lifespan soared past 6,000 years. He laughed wildly. "Heaven hasn't forsaken me. Heaven favors me. It's time for me to go mad. Ha ha ha." Compared to Ernest's exuberance, Xander was more restrained. While he shared in the victory, he refrained from maniacal laughter. It was simply too extreme. Storing the bodies of multiple powerful 12 Peaks entities and acquiring 4 mid-grade spirit weapons, including the Upper Sect Cloud Sword, made Xander's haul even greater than Ernest's. The Upper Sect Burial Ground, once a place of ancient Upper Sect peril, now serves as a fountain of our fortune. Alas, such a treasure can only be reaped through greed once. After his jubilant laughter, Ernest expressed regret. He truly wished for more chances like today. However, this was merely a fantasy. With the bitter lessons learned, the Xianxia sect, Jianhua Pavilion, and Northern Wilderness sect would likely designate the Upper Sect Burial Ground as forbidden territory. Setting ambushes or traps here again would be impractical. Reflecting on this, Ernest nodded deeply at Xander. "Brother Carnell, today we owe everything to your strength. Without the ferocity of your terrifying scroll, I could never have outwitted such formidable 12 Peaks experts. You're too kind. We helped each other. Besides, without your remarkable invisibility scroll, even my fierce sword formation couldn't have trapped them perfectly." Ernest chuckled. This partnership has been a true match made in heaven, born to work together. So, I wonder if Brother Carnell would consider accompanying me further? I know a place, extremely dangerous, but teeming with prey. Large fish like Donovan aplenty. Normally, I dare not approach it. But with Brother Carnell, even Dragon's Lair and Tiger's Den can be boldly ventured. I'm also part of an organization of extraordinary individuals and strange events. Xander's interest peaked. Where is this place? Ernest teased him. In due time, I offer you an invitation to be delivered once I clear some matters. At that time, this invitation will be our token. Xander took the proffered scroll, and earnest bid farewell, vanishing instantly. Chapter 70. The True Spirit Great Moon Disc, the greatest and strongest. Leaving so quickly. Is this the professional conduct of grave robbers? Never staying in one place for too long? Xander curled his lip, looking at the scroll in his hand. It was the same as the Grand Spirit Scroll, a palm's width wide with characters sealed on top. Non-life. Obviously, it was related to the non-life organization that Colm had just joined. Smart guy, trying to keep him guessing. Unbeknownst to him, under dual detection, secrets couldn't be hidden. From Colm's own special characteristics, it could be determined that this non-life organization was very extraordinary. If there was time to communicate with them, it would indeed be great. When Xander opened the scroll, he saw nothing but blankness inside. No matter how many times he looked, no words appeared. Clearly, they were waiting for Colm to notify him. The effect of this thing might be similar to the transparency book of the Universal Hall. Colm had left in a rush, but Xander wasn't in a hurry to leave. He was invincible and didn't need to worry about being caught and beaten like some grave robber. Xander took the upper sex grand burial site, where no one dared to enter temporarily, as a temporary resting place. He found a relatively intact, peaceful spot to stay. After a short wait, Xander received a system notification indicating that the system upgrade was complete. This upgrade made several changes. 1. Regarding funerals, previously, Xander buried anything casually, even cats and dogs. Now, only beings of a realm higher than Xander's could provide any benefits when buried. Those below this standard could still be buried, but no gains would be obtained. 2. A new function was opened, synthesis. Essentially, it allowed him to refresh items, keeping good attributes while discarding bad ones, ultimately refining through mass consumption. 3. Separating corpse spirits, similar to Colm's method of absorbing lifespan. Xander could also enhance his cultivation through this method. 4. The funeral messenger team, totaling 12, who are immortal, eternally loyal, and can be strengthened using white points. Xander muttered, guess I'll continue burying cats and dogs. Whether or not they dropped anything was not important. What mattered was the ritual sense. If he wanted to choose burying others for equipment and items, only beings of the 10th mountain realm would satisfy him at his 8th mountain peak. That's fine. What came from the 10th mountain, Xander could definitely use. So, although the threshold seemed higher, the earnings remained the same. As for the new synthesis function, Xander took out all 5 medium-level spirit weapons he had, enough to drive major sects mad. Just as Xander suspected, one piece of equipment or item could serve as the core, improving by consuming other equipment or items. If given a choice, it had to be the true Spirit Great Moon Disc. The other medium-level spirit weapons would be recognized by people. Select Synthesis. Beep. Master, you don't have enough white points. Damn, I'm such a pauper. Xander shook his head and started smelting directly, melting all the resources gathered from the upper sect's grand burial site. A pauper must be willing to spend. These things were far less valuable to him compared to white points. Through the smelting, he directly gained hundreds of thousands of white points. After synthesizing, most of them were spent. Indeed, white points earned much but sent away more. They never accumulated. Xander felt pained but hoped for a return on investment. Moments later, Xander heard a voice. Divine light formed golden stones, colliding in an incredibly harmonious and beautiful rhythm. When the rhythm peaked, Xander felt a jolt in his heart. Without the system's prompt, he already understood. The artifact was successfully refined. Pulling out the treasure, instantly, the entire grand burial site became luminous and clear, the debris on the ground turning into shimmering gems. This treasure transformed the world's brilliance, captivating the eye, commanding the earth's power. Its presence commanded reverence, even dust submitting to its dominance. This treasure, named True Spirit Great Moon Disc, was the pinnacle of medium-level spirit weapons, created from 4 upper-level cloud swords essence after countless fusions and refinements. With this true spirit, all things in a region bowed down. With this great moon, medium-level spirit weapons rendered me invincible. With this divine disc, heavenly grace turned into holy water, chasing time, making immortality possible, surpassing even celestial blood. It sounded abstract, but it was simple, powerful, dominant, unmatched, the peak of medium-level spirit weapons. Xander willingly spent tens of thousands of white points. This weapon belonged in the system space to avoid damaging his divine soul. Then, there was the new device for handling corpses. It was a pot. The pot had coiled dragons, their heads unseen. Named Coiling Dragon Hot Pot, it could transform bodies, extracting spirit essences into liquid form, converting them into precious elixirs. Coiling Dragon Hot Pot, the name alone made one hungry. Whether spicy or savory, it didn't matter. He liked both. Xander smiled, not because he was greedy for food, but because low-realm bodies, like those consumed by the falling sky coffin without spitting out grape skins, now had another purpose. Coiling Dragon Hot Pot, professional stew. For instance, refining one body from the 5th mountain yielded minimal spirit essence. But if it were 100, 1,000, or 10,000 5th mountain corpses, quantitative change leads to qualitative transformation. With enough numbers, the extracted spirit essence could significantly enhance his cultivation. What a shortcut on the path to cultivation. Coiling Dragon Hot Pot. I hereby proclaim you the greatest pot in the world. What delighted Xander most was the low-grade suffix on the hot pot, meaning it could be upgraded. The system confirmed it, needing white points for upgrades. White points, truly a universal currency. You could do without anything else but not white points. Sighing, Xander shifted his thoughts to the other changes. Give me the details on the funeral messengers. Funeral messengers were the master's servants, immortal, eternally loyal, totaling 12, unmatched in the greater realms. Among them, Ilium led, being at the beginning of the 9th mountain, capable of killing even peak 9th mountain beings, standing unbeaten against 10th mountain foes. With a thought, A group of warriors materialized before Xander. Chapter 71. A successful start. Envoy Elium pays respects to the master. Led by Elium, over a dozen funeral envoys knelt in unison on the ground. Though they were kneeling, an overwhelming aura of lethal power and dominance radiated from them. This was Elium, the leader of the funeral envoys, standing at the initial stage of the 9th mountain realm, invincible within his major realm, indestructible, eternally loyal. Powerful indeed. No wonder these are system-generated creations. With this entire team of funeral envoys, Xander's funeral business would naturally thrive. How magnificent. Rise. Xander had everyone stand up before he pulled out the Azure Dragon Sword and handed it over. Though this sword is only a lower-grade spiritual weapon, it can still be used adequately. In the future, I will provide you with better equipment. Thank you, Master. Elium accepted the Azure Dragon Sword, and his already formidable presence grew even stronger. Xander felt increasingly satisfied. The funeral envoys generated by the system might seem artificially synthesized at first glance, but in reality, they were no different from beings born of heaven and earth. They possessed their own will, thoughts, and understanding of the human world, as well as a desire to comprehend it. However, in addition to these normal traits, they harbored an indelible loyalty to Xander. Xander looked towards the exit. It was time to return. With his current realm strength, the small peacekeeping force in Anqing Prefecture was no longer suitable for him to show his prowess. Should he take a big step forward? Xander nodded, and then led the funeral envoys aboard the spacecraft, setting off. Now he didn't have to pilot the spacecraft himself, which was a great relief. After some time, Xander's spacecraft had long passed Anqing Prefecture's peacekeeping force, but Anqing Prefecture was not his destination. He continued controlling the spacecraft and headed towards Chongping Province under the jurisdiction of the Demon Investigation Bureau. Before heading to Yuanping Island, Xander had dispatched Trent and Anatole to go ahead to Chongping Province to gather information on the local situation. Some time had passed, and he wondered if they had made any progress. Chongping Province, nominally part of the covering Sea Hoitum's territory, was a gathering place for notorious individuals from the kingdom and surrounding regions, including the entire Xintian Nine Seas. It was a chaotic place where lawlessness prevailed. In such a disorderly area, even the royal family of the covering Sea Hoitum held little sway, let alone a minor peacekeeping force like the one in Anqing Prefecture. Anyone who had made a name for themselves in this region could easily suppress such forces. Therefore, the once representative of Justice peacekeeping force had been reduced to a laughingstock, unable to stand up again. The chaos here had become deeply entrenched, akin to a terminal illness, difficult to suppress. And Xander loved stirring things up. This chaotic place was sure to be more entertaining than Filong City. The spacecraft streaked through the air, revealing a massive city ahead. This was the capital of Chongping Province, the most chaotic city within this disordered region. Brutality, savagery, and reckless rogues abounded here. Even from afar, one could faintly sense black miasma forming dark clouds above the city, casting a gloomy shadow over the heart. Upon entering the city, the danger became more palpable, striking fear into the heart. The smell of death, the scent of blood, the roar of conflict, and the joy of slaughter filled the air. Corpses served as the best introduction to this city. Most people here thrived on inflicting violence upon others, as if each of them suffered from manic tendencies. Any slight irritation could lead to bloodshed, and new corpses would appear whenever violence erupted. In this city, the greatest courtesy was not swearing while killing someone. Not bad, Xander said with a smile, leading the funeral envoys forward. His gaze swept across the sky, where a tall building stood. Whether it was a clock tower or something else didn't matter to Xander. What caught his attention were the two people hanging on the building. Naked, covered in wounds, they looked pitifully miserable, clearly having endured torture. Yet, they were still alive, perhaps left that way to deliberately humiliate them, exposing them to public ridicule. Xander narrowed his eyes. Seeing Anatole and Trent hanging there, it was clear this was a message meant for him. It was a way to show him that the peacekeeping force was nothing in this city. Arrogant. Xander waved his hand, sending out a surge of turbulent true chi that shattered the building. Trent and Anatole were immediately freed. Since they were still alive, there was hope. Xander produced 2 essence spring pills and fed them to the 2 men. The pills worked wonders, rapidly healing their numerous injuries and restoring their weakened vitality. Master! After regaining their composure, the 2 bowed low, heads lowered in shame. They felt humiliated and dared not meet Xander's gaze. Xander's actions naturally drew attention. Many curious eyes turned towards them, filled with a mixture of amusement and schadenfreude. There was never a shortage of entertainment in this city. Who knew which family's madman had the guts to do this? Oh, indeed. How audacious. Don't tell me you don't recognize them? TSK. This gentleman here is none other than the newly appointed head of the Demon Investigation Bureau in Anqing Prefecture and the newly promoted Deputy Director, Lord Xander, son of the former Bureau Chief, Davon Binglong. Oh, so it's Lord Davon. That explains why he saved those 2 clowns. Seems like this Lord Davon has a cloudy mind, sending these useless men here, not caring whether they live or die. Lord Davon follows in his father's footsteps, rising rapidly. Such a sheltered flower hasn't seen much of the world. Although he may be somewhat foolish, he certainly looks handsome. Hearing the unabashed mocking and discussion around them, Trent and Anatole felt even more ashamed. They were filled with immense humiliation. Xander looked at the 2. Do you know who did this? No, we do not. Xander blinked, and his icy killing intent made them kneel deeper. Master, that person's power was terrifying. We didn't even see clearly when we were captured, leading to this situation. We have disgraced you, Trent admitted, his face red with shame. How embarrassing. Haha, you see what I mean? Truly useless. They don't even know how they died. Just this, and they dare come here? Like insects unfamiliar with elephants, they got squished by mistake. Serves them right. Lord Davon, Deputy Director Davon, nothing special. Cowards under a cowardly master. Just leave. Xander raised an eyebrow. Enough noise. Ilium understood and drew the azure dragon sword. A cold gleam flashed, followed by a dragon's roar. Blood spilled, and bodies lay prostrate on the ground. How formidable. Truly worthy of being produced by the system. With this entire funeral envoy team, Xander's funeral business would naturally thrive even more. How splendid indeed. Rise. Xander ordered them to rise, and then fished out the azure dragon sword, handing it over. This sword, though merely a lower-grade spirit weapon, is still useful. In the future, I will provide you with better ones. Thank you, Master, for your gracious gift. Ilium received the azure dragon sword, his aura of dominance intensifying. Xander grew increasingly satisfied as he observed them. Although these funeral envoys created by the system initially seemed artificial, in reality, they possessed their own will, thoughts, and understanding of the human world, desiring comprehension from within. However, on top of these normal traits, an unwavering loyalty towards Xander had been ingrained into their very being. Indelible loyalty. Xander glanced toward the exit direction. It was time to make a return trip. With his realm now elevated, the small peaceful guard of Anqing Prefecture was no longer sufficient for him to display his true abilities. Should he take a bold step forward? Nodding his head, Xander led the funeral envoys aboard the spacecraft, setting off on their journey without having to pilot it himself, a most comfortable situation. After some time, Xander's spacecraft had already passed Anqing Prefecture's peaceful guard, but that wasn't where he intended to go. Instead, he continued directing the spacecraft towards Chongping Province, under the jurisdiction of the Demon Inspection Pavilion. Before heading to Yuanping Prefecture, Xander had already dispatched Trent and Anatole to arrive ahead of time in Chongping Province to gather information on the local situation. Some time had now passed, and it was unknown if these two had made any progress. Considered nominally part of covering Si Hoitum's territory, this region was frequented by extremely dangerous individuals from all parts of the kingdom and its surroundings, even encompassing the entire mystical heavenly nine seas, regularly gathering here. In such a chaotic place, even the royal family of the covering Si Hoitum found it difficult to command respect, let alone a minor entity like the peaceful guard of Anqing Prefecture. Anyone who gained renown in this area could easily overshadow the peaceful guard. Thus, after the supposed representatives of justice, the peaceful guard, were trampled beneath foot and unable to rise again. The chaos here became a grave ailment, worsening beyond control. And Xander loved nothing more than joining in on the excitement. This chaotic land would undoubtedly offer more entertainment than Flying Dragon City. As the light stream from the spacecraft streaked through the sky, a massive city appeared before them. This was the capital of Chongping Province. It was also the most chaotic city in this tumultuous region. Violent, cruel, unruly elements thrived here. Even from a distance, one could sense the faint presence of dark miasma clouds hovering overhead, creating a somber atmosphere. Upon entering the city, the sense of danger became increasingly intense, deeply stirring the heart. The scent of death, the smell of blood, the roars of struggle, and the joy of killing filled the air. Corpses were the best way this city introduced itself. Most people living in this city were brutal thugs born to bring destruction upon others. They seemed perpetually plagued by mania. At the slightest displeasure, they might erupt into violence. And once they acted, new corpses would appear. In this city, the greatest courtesy shown was not cursing while murdering someone. Not bad. A smile tugged at the corners of Xander's lips as he led the group of funeral envoys forward. Then, his gaze swept across the sky, spotting a tall building. Whether a bell tower or something else, it mattered little to him. What Xander cared about were the two figures hanging on this building. Naked, bruised, covered in wounds, looking utterly miserable from apparent torture. But they were still alive, perhaps left so deliberately as an intentional humiliation, exposing them publicly for everyone to see. Xander narrowed his eyes. Trent and Anatole hung there. It was clearly a direct provocation against him, an attempt to give him a warning and to show that the peaceful guard was a joke in this city. How presumptuous! With a wave of his hand, Xander unleashed his turbulent energy, which transformed into sharp blades and shattered the building. Trent and Anatole were thus freed. They weren't dead, so there was still hope. Xander took out 2 essence spring pills and placed them in their mouths. These pills had significant effects. The extensive wounds on their bodies rapidly healed, their fragile life force revitalizing. Master! Once their energy surged back and spirits revived, the two prostrated themselves on the ground, heads lowered. Not because they dared not look at Xander, but out of shame and embarrassment. Xander's rescue naturally drew attention, with many curious eyes scanning them, mostly filled with amusement and schadenfreude. This city was never short of those seeking entertainment. Who knows which family's madman this was, with such audacity? Ah, indeed, this stranger certainly acted arrogantly. Do you not know who this person is? TSK. He is the newly appointed head of the Demon Inspection Pavilion in Anqing Prefecture and the new deputy commander, Sir Xander, son of the former pavilion head Davon Binglong. Oh, so it's Sir Davon. No wonder he saved those clowns. It looks like Sir Davon, being new to this role, made a mistake sending these two incompetents here. It's no surprise they didn't even know how they would die. Sir Davon, inheriting his father's position and advancing rapidly, seems quite sheltered, doesn't he? He may be foolish, but he's still good-looking. Hearing the open ridicule and mocking comments around them, the kneeling Trent and Anatole felt even greater shame and dishonor. Xander looked at the two. Do you know who did this? No, we do not. Blinking his eyes, Xander's icy killing intent caused Anatole and Trent to kneel even deeper. Master, that person was terrifyingly powerful. We barely saw anything before being captured, leading to this predicament. We have brought you shame, Trent admitted, his face flushed with humiliation. What fools. Haha, just as I said, truly ignorant of their impending doom. How dare they come here? Small insects unknowingly stepping into the path of an elephant deserve their fate. Sir Davon, Deputy Commander Davon. Ha, worth nothing. Cowards serving cowards, get out quickly. Xander's brow twitched. Enough chatter. Understanding Xander's intent, Ilium unsheathed the azure dragon sword. A flash of cold light and a dragon's roar resonated as bloodied corpses lay strewn around them. Chapter 72. Reese. In an instant, the cacophony vanished, leaving a profound silence. Those who remained at a distance, untouched by that terrifying strike, now dared not to speak, only letting out silent gasps of shock. That one blow must have equaled the force of 9 mountain layers, and it was just from a servant. Miles Davin's true power must be even more mysterious and formidable. Xander poked his ears. Let's go back to Taiping Wei. Yes, my lord. Anatole and Trent quickly put on the clothes handed over by Xander and led the way. Inside Huizhuan building, all the opulence had faded away. Each dance here was worth a fortune. It was paradise for men. Amidst this lavishness in the first tower, a handsome young man sat leisurely watching the dances, as beautiful women twisted their waists to entertain him while he sipped his wine. What bliss! Suddenly, Knox interrupted the revelry. After receiving a response, a hunched figure with heavy black hair hanging down like a veil entered the room. Deputy Commander Xander of Taiping Wei in Anqing Prefecture has arrived. Trent and Anatole were rescued, and many onlookers were killed by one blow from his servant, resulting in hundreds of casualties. The servant possesses early stage 9th mountain layer strength, while Xander's strength is undetectable. The handsome young man narrowed his eyes. Since he's come, let's proceed as planned. Go, send an invitation to Taiping Wei, inviting this deputy commander to my wedding. Don't forget to prepare some healing items to console his subordinates. This way, when I tear him into pieces, I won't feel guilty. The hunched man frowned. Xander was once known as a useless person in Donghua City. In 20 years of cultivation, he achieved nothing. But after entering the Return Nothing Land, which opens every 3,000 years, he underwent a transformation, rising meteorically. He also revealed a brutal nature. Since then, he has been extremely arrogant, showing no respect even to royal relatives. We should be cautious. The handsome young man chuckled. What do we need to be cautious about? Are we really going to kill him ourselves? No, wrong again. The Bloodbone sect will take care of that, and behind them stands the mighty Yangshan sect. So what if Xander gained much fortune in the Return Nothing Land? He can't rebel against the Yangshan sect. Just follow the plan without any tricks. As long as everything goes according to plan, our Northern Shun family's flames will burn brighter, and both of us will be heroes in that fire. Still, the hunched man did not relax. But, Era, you talk too much. Stop wasting time, and get to work. What's the point of 9th mountain layer power compared to our Northern Shen family's centuries of accumulation? The handsome young man confidently urged. The hunched man finally said nothing, being merely a subordinate following orders. Turning to leave, he was called back. Hold on. What's the name of that deputy from Chamo Pavilion? Isn't it Gerald? I remember he loves luxury. Now he's in Huizhuan building. Tell him to detain this person and spread the word that the deputy director of Chamo Pavilion indulges himself in Huizhuan building but can't pay, trying to run away without settling the bill. The news must reach Davongwa's ears, telling him that if the debt isn't paid, we'll kill him. Haha, I just want chaos, the more, the better. Let the whole capital laugh at Taiping Wei and Xander. Hearing the almost manic laughter, the hunched man nodded and left the room. After he left, the handsome young man pulled the silk ribbon, drawing the dancing beauty into his arms. An earth chicken wanting to fly to heaven. Isn't that funny, my dear? Trent and Anatole led the way to Taiping Wei without any incidents. In the capital city of Chomping Province, Taiping Wei was a base of Chamo Pavilion. Yet, buildings bearing the Taiping Wei name had little presence in this city. Looking at the dilapidated building, Xander felt its shabbiness and squalor. Compared to Filong City's Taiping Wei, this place seemed fit only for beggars. Where was the dignity and majesty that Taiping Wei should exude? Is this the status of Taiping Wei here? Xander shook his head and stepped inside. A peculiar smell lingered, probably from something moldy. Everything was eerily quiet, like stepping into a ghost house. The few living people visible were elderly men near death, looking like living mummies. No able-bodied guards around, he noted. Master, many personnel here fled out of fear, and others are already dead. Either they fled, or they died. Xander shook his head again. What about Gerald? I took over his brother's position. If I'm here, why didn't he welcome me? Could he also be dead? Well, Gerald isn't dead, but he frequents Huizhuan building. Ah, seeking pleasure? Despite never having been to such places, Xander understood just by the name. Yes, Huizhuan building is a famous luxurious spot in this city, where money buys unparalleled experiences. It's like a paradise on earth, if you have the money. Xander clapped. Sounds great. Now I understand why this deputy director didn't come to greet me. Immersed in a world of pleasure, understandable. Losing his brother and support, it's normal to avoid reality. As he walked forward into the main hall, Xander saw a young man sweeping the floor. Just second mountain layer strength. No wonder he was sweeping floors. Reese, come meet the deputy commander. Anatole called out, and the young man hurried over, kneeling before Xander. This humble one, Reese, greets the commander. Seeing the prostrate youth, Xander smiled wryly. No secrets could hide under his gaze. Reese, a prince from the Fuhai Hoitdom, currently second mountain layer, with great kindness swordbone, but tragically dug out. At nearly 100 years old. His lifespan was less than 40 years. Once a prodigy, betrayed in childhood, his sword bones stolen, and banished from the capital to fend for himself. Such a protagonist archetype. Starting so tragically yet growing up despite everything. Quite impressive. Stepping past him, Xander sat on the high seat and waved a hand. Get up. Must I help you? Reese immediately stood. Now, tell me, do you know anything about this place? Master, the city now has 3 major powers, Bloodbone Sect, Longfeng Tower, and White Horse Hall. They are evenly matched, with countless thugs under their command. Allegedly, they are supported in secret by Yangshan Sect, North Desert Sect, in Jianhui Pavilion. Xander squinted, unfathomable. Outside, the sound of airships grew louder. Hashtag Chapter 73, Hui Yun Tower. Francis, Reuben, specially comes to pay respects to Vice Captain Davongguan of the Peacekeeping Guard. A voice rang in his ears. Beichin. Davongguan glanced at Li Ma. Master, the Beichin family is one of the powerful forces in this capital city, with a long and profound heritage. It is rumored that there are terrifying entities within the tenfold mountain range in their estate. Tenfold mountain range, huh? Davongguan waved his hand, and someone rushed off to welcome Reuben into the grand hall. The man bowed deeply, though he carried himself with remarkable dignity. With a smile on his face, he greeted, Ambassador Reuben pays respects to Vice Captain Davon. Ambassador? Is there something specific? Reuben presented a golden-backed invitation with both hands. Vice Captain, as you can see from the invitation, the Beichin family has heard of your distinguished reputation, making you a rare talent in our kingdom. You have killed demons upon joining the Peacekeeping Guard, setting an example for all. In a few days, the Beichin family will celebrate the marriage of young Master Kanal. We've specially sent me to extend an invitation to you, hoping you will grace us with your presence. Additionally, hearing about the challenges you've faced, we have prepared high-quality healing treasures and medicinal elixirs. Reuben clapped his hands, and several attendants entered carrying large chests, each filled with healing treasures and medicinal herbs. Davongguan smiled. Indeed, no wonder you're one of the capital's prominent families. Your generosity far surpasses what someone like me from a small place can imagine. Since your household has such joyous news and you've invited me, how could I not come? Rest assured, I will attend. Reuben felt relieved, and his smile became more sincere. With so many matters to handle, I won't trouble you further. On that day, the Beichin family will welcome you wholeheartedly. Finishing his words, Reuben turned to leave, but suddenly stopped. Vice Captain, there's another matter that may or may not be worth mentioning. Davongguan kept smiling. Since you're here, please don't hesitate. Speak freely. It's just hearsay, but as I came, I heard that Deputy Director Troy of the Demon Hunting Bureau seems to be detained at Hui Yun Tower. Apparently, he was short on money after playing around. Hearing this, Li Ma and Ma Donglai reacted first. Li Ma's eyes widened, surprised that Troy was capable of such audacity. Meanwhile, Ma Donglai couldn't help but shake his head, finding it embarrassing and reflecting poorly on them. Li Ma thoughtfully said, Ambassador must have misheard. Troy is the deputy director of our bureau, holding a high position. How could he possibly run out of money during leisure time? Even if he forgot, sending someone back would solve the issue. Isn't this commotion ridiculous? Reuben, under Li Ma's piercing gaze, merely shook his head. My apologies, sir. I just overheard this on my way here. As for whether he truly ran out of money and was detained, only Mr. Zhou knows. Regardless, this story is already spreading throughout the city. Many people await the peacekeeping guard's reaction. I have other business to attend to. Goodbye, sirs. Reuben forced a smile and walked away. Sir, Troy might be stupid, but not to this extent. This is clearly an orchestrated move against the peacekeeping guard, intentionally targeting you. They want to embarrass you. Li Ma clenched his fists, recalling being hung up in disgrace. Now, with Troy allegedly owing money for pleasure, people would naturally connect the dots. This aimed to make Davongguan look foolish. Consequently, Li Ma and Ma Donglai had uneasy expressions. Sir, this incident targets you and concerns our bureau's reputation. How should we respond? Should we expel Troy from the bureau and sever ties? Davongguan shook his head. I'll consider the situation. For now, you two can take your leave. They left reluctantly. As soon as they departed, Davongguan retrieved the clear book and sent a transmission to Bai Daikyu, who was far away. He had been targeted multiple times since arriving in Chongping province, which made him curious. Who was always out to get him? To uncover the truth, he needed to consult the best expert, the head of Wancher Hall, Bai Daikyu. First question. Who tormented Li Ma and Ma Donglai severely, stripping them and hanging them outside? Second question. Who detained Troy with malicious intent? After writing these queries, the letters transformed into sparkling dust and vanished. After a while, the words reappeared. First, Bloodbone Sect, eldest son Hai Xiaoqing. Second, Chongping Province, Beichin family, Kanal. Note, Francis, demons, tenfold mountain. Reading the reply, Davongguan shook his head. The clear book did its job, then burned itself, leaving not a trace behind. Indeed, Wancher Hall's expertise was unparalleled. Davongguan leaned back in his chair, tapping the armrests thoughtfully. Beichin family, Kanal. What a deceitful little brat, accusing others while being the culprit. How lucky am I? Wherever I go, there's always drama awaiting. Davongguan smirked to himself. Since you want a taste, let me show you why inviting trouble is easier than getting rid of it. Davongguan reined in his murderous thoughts as he remembered something pleasant. What was it? During the burial ceremony of Shangfangzong, he hadn't properly buried the corpses he had collected. Those were mighty beings of the 12-fold mountain, surely containing valuable spoils. Ding! Successfully buried Nanjingcheng's corpse. Congratulations, owner. Received spell, eye control technique. Triggered tenfold amplification. Received spell, mind control technique. Ding! Successfully buried Huang Xiangchong's corpse. Congratulations, owner. Received item, Sea Essence Pill. Triggered tenfold amplification. Received item, True Sea Spirit Pill. Plus, thousands of points and life years. The latter came from the unicorns, indeed long-lived, rewarding lifespan. Living a few thousand extra years, who wouldn't be content? All these gains from the burial were satisfying. The most notable among them was the mind control technique. By controlling minds directly, one could manipulate others invisibly, even commanding suicide. This skill was the epitome of stealth killing. However, such a potent skill had its limitations. 1. Short duration, mere breaths. 2. Could only control weaker beings of lower realms. Despite the flaws, Davongguan was satisfied. He must test this extraordinary skill. He's summoned by Huang'an. Sir, rumor has it that our deputy director was detained for unpaid pleasures. Lead the way. I'll investigate Huiyun Tower. Bai Huang'an bowed. At once. Chapter 74. Arrogance. The Huiyun Tower was located right in the heart of the capital city. Not just the tower itself, but the entire area around it was a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Countless cultivators frequented this bustling district, making it one of the most prosperous spots in the city. As the spacecraft landed, Xander stepped out and looked up. Well, this really is a wonderful place. In terms of style, it somewhat resembles the Haitian Pavilion in Filong City. Could it be by the same designer? Led by Reese, Xander arrived at the main entrance of Huiyun Tower. The grandeur of Huiyun Tower was impressive. The main gate featured a dead dragon pillar. Originally, it was a coiled dragon pillar, but with the dragon's head severed, body dismembered, and flesh stripped away, it became known as a dead dragon pillar. Such a sight might seem ominous at first glance, yet there was a reason behind it. Just like how the sinking of a whale can nurture the 9 seas, the death of a dragon signifies wealth piling up mountains high. Hanging from this dead dragon pillar was a living person. Gerald. Crowds gathered around, pointing and whispering among themselves. Ha, this gentleman is no less than the deputy director of the Demon Investigation Pavilion. Isn't it funny? I remember that previously 2 servants of the pavilion's director were hung up as dried meat. Now, it's the deputy director's turn. How disgraceful for the Demon Investigation Pavilion. There are even more embarrassing stories. Do you know why Gerald is tied here? He didn't pay after playing with women. Is that true? As a deputy director, could he really lack money? That's surely an excuse. Someone must be deliberately targeting the Demon Investigation Pavilion. Whatever, it's entertaining to watch them suffer. Hey, do you think Director Davon will come? Who knows? They were indifferent to Gerald's fate, but had a strong interest in watching the commotion. No matter whether Gerald was framed or not, the responsibility would ultimately fall on the Demon Investigation Pavilion. If they didn't intervene, their reputation in Chongping Province would be lost. But if they did, they would surely face severe consequences, a lose-lose situation. Xander lifted his gaze, attracted by the chimes above him. A beautiful woman danced gracefully. She was exquisite, beyond words. The only downside was the presence of 2 old men beside her, which somewhat ruined the mood. Though ugly, these elders were terrifyingly powerful, each at the peak of the 9th mountain realm. That's Lacey. Hey, isn't Lacey here to hold an inquiry? Gerald must have some influential connections. Huiyun Tower often spread rumors about having a powerful backing. Director Davon of the Peace Guard probably won't fare well here. Does it matter if he comes or not? His reputation has already been tarnished. Who is Lacey? Her real name is Imelda. Born not from Adrian, she possesses incredible strength, reaching the initial stage of the 10th mountain realm. Even in the capital city, she is a notable figure. But in Xander's eyes, she's merely a green onion, maybe a prettier one. With his entourage, Xander strode into the crowd. Imelda was smiling sweetly at Gerald. Deputy Director, time waits for no one. If the Demon Investigation Pavilion doesn't bring the full amount owed, I'll have no choice but to follow the rules and take your life as compensation. Despite the gentle tone, her words were icy cold. Gerald shivered. Gao, please spare my life. I truly don't know what happened. I was just playing as usual. How could it cost 1,000,000 crystal coins? What, Deputy Director, do you think our Huiyun Tower has wronged you? Imelda continued. We're in business, after all. We wouldn't do such things. Rules are rules. I understand your reluctance and your attempts to avoid responsibility. Unfortunately, I only acknowledge the rules, nothing else. Bring 1,000,000 crystal coins, or prepare yourself. Rest assured, we'll ensure it's quick when the time comes. Well, Director Gao, you sure are a rare kind-hearted person in this city. A voice rang out from outside. Everyone turned to see who spoke. A handsome figure appeared, smiling warmly and walking toward them. Xander had arrived. Excitement filled the air. Had he come to rescue someone? Really? 1,000,000 crystal coins? Can the Demon Investigation Pavilion afford it? All eyes were on Xander, waiting for a comedy to unfold. Imelda's beautiful eyes locked onto Xander. She couldn't detect any hostility from him, but his followers exuded menacing auras, indicating they were dangerous individuals. Was Xander confident because of them? Imelda shook her head dismissively. Just another 9th mountain realm cultivator, hardly noteworthy. Well, Vice Director Davon, I've heard much about your talents. It's an honor to finally meet you. You're indeed as skilled as rumored. I imagine you've come here today to clean up the mess left by Deputy Director Zhou? You wouldn't have traveled far just to enjoy the scene and pass time, right? Xander chuckled. Not at all. Ask around in Filong City, and you'll find I'm extremely protective of my people. Even if Zhou Deputy Director caused trouble, I'd still help him, regardless of my pride. After all, he's not just an underling. His elder brother, Dev, once worked under me and treated me kindly. Now that Zhou has passed, his younger brother is like a younger brother to me. So, it's just 1,000,000 crystal coins, right? Here. With a wave of his hand, stacks of crystal coins piled up on the ground, catching everyone's attention. Oh, 1,000,000 crystal coins. He really handed it over so easily. No one expected Xander to pay up without a fight. They thought he would cause a scene. Who would have guessed that Xander would part with 1,000,000 crystal coins without batting an eyelid? Even Imelda was surprised. But rejecting money would be foolish. With a gesture, she collected the coins into her pocket. After the glittering coins disappeared, murmurs began again. What's happening? All this anticipation for nothing? Ha, I thought Vice Director Davon was something, but he's a coward. Indeed, the Peace Guard is useless, even worse than dogs facing strong opponents. Ignoring the jeers, Xander kept his focus on Imelda. Now, since I've paid, will you release him? Of course. Let's follow the rules and free Deputy Director. One of the elders behind Imelda approached the dead dragon pillar, ready to untie Gerald. Mind control spell. Using the Taichu gemstone, Xander forcibly boosted his realm and then used the mind control spell. The elder's eyes flickered, and his body moved instinctively to obey the mental command. Kill Gerald. The elder struck with terrifying force, crashing through the dead dragon pillar and directly hitting Gerald's body, causing it to burst apart instantly. No. What's going on? Why kill Gerald? Xander already paid. And now, he orders a murder? What happened to Huiyun Tower's strict adherence to rules? Shock-filled gazes turned to Imelda, who was equally bewildered. She hadn't ordered the killing. What? I clearly paid, and you dare to act recklessly. How arrogant. Seize this lawless ruffian who dared to attack a member of the Peace Guard and the deputy director of the Demon Investigation Pavilion. Her furious shout refocused everyone's attention. Then, Lawrence and the other Undertakers rushed forward in unison. ##### Chapter 75. Killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. How did I end up killing someone? The elder looked at his blood-soaked hands in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He had not received any orders to kill anyone. He was simply here to untie Gerald. How could he suddenly turn around and kill Gerald? Suddenly, an idea struck the elder. For a moment earlier, something felt off. Could it be that someone else was secretly working against him? At this thought, cold sweat dripped down his back, but his face turned even colder. His first instinct was to blame Xander. It had to be him. It had to be Xander who did this. But before the elder could loudly condemn Xander's actions, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura pressed right up against his face. Peak Ninth Mountain Realm. Feeling this powerful presence, the elder's pupils contracted sharply. In front of him stood the funeral messengers, 3 of them surrounding him, their bodies unbreakable, their attacks coming from all directions with murderous intent. Oh no, there was no time to hesitate. The elder quickly wielded his spiritual weapon and engaged in fierce combat. Clang, clang, clash. Sparks flew. Although both sides were at the peak of the Ninth Mountain Realm, the funeral messengers were not ordinary humans. Their bodies were indestructible, showing no fear or damage from the attacks. Therefore, they focused solely on offense, making their onslaught more intense by the moment. This pressure caused the elder's face to pale as he retreated step by step. The might of the peak Ninth Mountain Realm was evident. Even within the same realm, one cannot withstand the principle of 2 springs can't beat 4 hands. A wail of agony rang out. A decisive strike like a venomous snake bit through the elder's veins and bones in an instant, utterly destroying his fighting ability. Witnessing this scene, the numerous cultivators surrounding Huizhuan Tower gasped in horror. What kind of terror is this? They couldn't even get injured. What terrifying physical strength. What kind of background do these people have? And how did Xander gather such individuals? The murmurs and astonishment did not cease. The funeral messengers' unparalleled defense surpassed their comprehension. They were not human. This was not normal. That elder was a genuine peak Ninth Mountain Realm powerhouse, yet he was reduced to rubble in an instant, his veins and bones shattered, rendered completely useless. How terrifying are the funeral messengers? On the other side, Lawrence, the leader of the funeral messengers, displayed explosive combat power. Holding the Azure Dragon Sword, though his own realm wasn't high, his terrifying combat strength was enough to go head-to-head with a 10th Mountain Realm powerhouse. Facing Lawrence's impervious body, Karen, 10th Mountain attacks were like gentle breezes, having no effect whatsoever. However, each of Lawrence's strikes hit her like meteorites crashing into the earth, incredibly heavy. In this deadlock, Karen naturally fell back, retreating continuously. After all, no matter how strong a 10th Mountain Realm powerhouse was, they were still flesh and blood. Karen couldn't hold on much longer. Her inner voice screamed in frustration. Why is their physical strength so terrifying? Karen was utterly terrified. She didn't want to fight anymore. If she kept this up, she would eventually fall to these invincible devils. She needed to escape, to withdraw from the battlefield and save her life. Indeed, the action speed of a 10th Mountain Realm powerhouse was explosive. Karen immediately activated a secret technique for evasion, just as immense power surged through her body, ready to vanish her from the capital city. Unexpectedly, Time Seal. Before the power of a deity-like force, all evasion techniques are mere turtle crawls. That momentary pause was enough for Lawrence to catch her. Azure Dragon Sword. Listen to the dragon's roar. No. Karen's eyes widened. She was frozen in place, watching helplessly as the fatal blade pierced her chi. Instantly, her beauty turned pale as paper, her expression like that of a demon. Xander. A hateful glare locked onto him, but Xander ignored it. Huizhuan Tower, what arrogance. On my kingdom's land, you dared to publicly kill a deputy leader of the Taiping Guard and harm our kingdom's integrity. Do these lawless ruffians have any regard for heavenly authority, human laws, or my majesty? Audacious ruffians, you must not be allowed to live. Today, I will enforce justice and execute Karen and her gang publicly as a warning. Hearing these deadly words, the onlookers shuddered. Behind Huizhuan Tower stood a major organization. Even in the chaotic province of Chongqing, no one dared to provoke Huizhuan Tower. But now, Xander wanted to make an example out of them. Real or fake? This Xander is mad. How dare the Taiping Guard be so arrogant? Xander is truly arrogant. The murmurs and gossip around him were beneath his notice. Execute them and display their heads publicly. Xander gave the order directly. The funeral messengers acted immediately. Blood splattered across the sky. 3 pu sounds later, several heads soared high, their agonized faces lingering briefly in the air before falling to the ground, adding new scars. For a moment, only the sound of rolling heads entered their ears. No other sounds remained. The onlookers held their breath, afraid to speak. Witnessing several peak Ninth Mountain powerhouses decapitated, they were dumbfounded. Xander's terrifying presence made their souls tremble. Inside the top room of Huizhuan Tower, Dom and Jada watched everything unfold from beginning to end. Their vantage point gave them a clear view. Watching Karen and others' heads fly off and roll without dignity, they realized that Ninth Mountain powerhouses had become corpses in the blink of an eye. Their hearts skipped a beat. How could he dare? Dom's mind was filled with questions. Huizhuan Tower and Karen had the backing of a large organization beyond the Xintian Nine Seas. In Chongqing Province, no one dared offend Huizhuan Tower. How could Xander dare to do this? When the disbelief subsided, Dom's limbs were already ice cold. All that remained in his heart was fear of Xander. Jada's hand whitened from gripping. Xander is ruthless. If he finds out we were behind this, then Jada could imagine what would happen next. Karen's fate was the best example. The deed is done. There's no point in regretting now. There's no need to worry. We've always been discreet, and few people know about this. Xander won't find us. As long as we act normally, nothing will happen. Dom said calmly to suppress his fear. Jada could only nod, hoping it was true. Dom suddenly stood up. We can't stay here long. With Xander killing Karen, the forces backing Huizhuan Tower will not sit idly by. We must leave this place quickly. Then we can watch the tigers fight from afar. Xander's gaze swept over the surroundings. And any who disregard the Taiping Guard's authority will meet the same fate. His cold voice echoed, as the funeral messengers lifted the headless corpses and followed Xander. Silence lingered in the field for a long time. Chapter 76. It's decided, you. In the capital city of Chongqing Province, at the Demon Investigating Pavilion, Xander sat in his high seat, listening to concerned voices. Master, Huizhuan Tower is no ordinary establishment. Behind it stands a powerful organization. If we behead and publicly display Myra and others, their powerful backers will likely seek retribution. Trent spoke while Anatole remained silent, both visibly worried. Xander chuckled. It's just a minor issue, not worth fretting over. On a more important note, I have uncovered who was behind the humiliation you both faced. It was directed by Cliff from the Bachin family. Cliff? Anatole and Trent were initially stunned, amazed at Cliff's audacity. Such a shameless act must require skin as thick as city walls, they thought. Next came fury. That beast. If given the chance, I'll kill him. Anatole was far more irascible than Trent, his murderous intent barely concealed. Although Trent didn't voice his anger aloud, his indignation matched Anatole's. To think that after living for so long, he had never been humiliated like this. Even an inanimate object has its limit. How much more so a man? Xander felt the air stirring with their rage. My men can't be bullied just like that. More importantly, Cliff insulted you too because he wanted to get to me. This humiliation cannot go unavenged. But master, the Bachin family is a prominent clan in the capital. Xander waved a scroll toward them, which Anatole caught. This artifact is precious. The scroll can render one invisible. Even the 12 mountains cannot detect it. In a few days, isn't Cliff getting married? They've sent us invitations. When we attend, there will undoubtedly be many guests present. At that time, before all those guests, you must return the humiliation Cliff bestowed upon you, lest others say that our peacekeepers lack etiquette and don't know gratitude. Anatole's anger dissolved into a sneer, revealing a hint of Alan's mischief. Master, you are truly brilliant. Imagine Cliff exposed and naked in public during his grand wedding. He might even clutch his chest like a bashful maiden. Trent nodded approvingly. Perfect, utterly perfect. Not avenging such humiliation would be unworthy of a man. Cliff will pay. Xander waved dismissively. If there's nothing else, you may leave. After expressing their gratitude for Xander's generous gift, they left. Once they were gone, Xander retrieved Myra's corpse. Despite being dead, her beauty still stirred hearts. Alas, Xander found little interest in something that could not resist him. Such a beautiful woman should be buried respectfully. That would be the proper way to honor her. Chime. Successfully honored Myra's remains. Xander blinked. The reward was 1,000,000 crystal coins, but of superior quality. Could this be the old saying beauty is priceless? Indeed. While such wealth means little to true great organizations, it was quite substantial for Xander. These resources are invaluable. Poverty is indeed a sin. Xander shook his head, imagining limited city, where even spirit coins are casually spent, making mere crystal coins seem trivial. That kind of wealth is what he truly aspired to. But Xander knew how to manage his mindset, ensuring negative emotions didn't overwhelm him. Meanwhile, the two elderly bodyguards of Myra had already transformed into essence. In an instant, both corpses were drained of all nutrients, converting into essence consumed by Xander. Feeling his cultivation improve slightly, he checked his personal information. Nothing significant had changed except that his accumulated white value had increased by tens of thousands, a considerable amount. Viewing these vast reserves brought a sense of urgency to use them. Xander asked the system if he could upgrade the Sun's Hengogong using the tens of thousands of white values, only to be told that even with this amount, it still wasn't sufficient. The Sun's Hengogong would only balfa its divine might after being cultivated to a certain level. Note, burst into power is changed to unleash its divine might for smoother reading, and gong was duplicated in the original sentence, which seems like an error, so I omitted the second gong. Xander sighed, realizing the eternal scarcity of white values, justifying the name. He opened the immortal map instead. Since he lacked funds, he'd need to earn more. He had another method to gain more funds, the immortal map. Previously, Xianxia was chosen, gifting him a potent tool. Now, he had two options, Huang Changhong and Jiang Dongbai. Both were ancient figures, extremely powerful. Due to limited intel, their descriptions were vague, powerful, extremely powerful, without specifying exact realms. Just like Xianxia, whose strength was revealed posthumously as peak 12th mountain realm. No wonder they were recorded in the immortal map, capable of producing such valuable items like the long wind sword formation scroll. He must have been exceptional in his prime. And here, Huang Changhong and Jiang Dongbai, requiring even more white values, suggested greater strength, beyond 12th mountain. The rarity and value of their remains and artifacts were beyond words. Given limited white values, Xander decided to send off the cheaper option first. Huang Changhong, a towering figure from millennia ago and the leader of the Qinglian sect. A massive amount of white values vanished, and the map displayed the path. Black Bone Mountain Range, burial ground. Burial ground used to be called Donghua, ancient place, once a blessed land. War and barbarism turned it into a burial ground, now synonymous with death and instability. Blackbone Mountain Range was close to Northwind Province and known as one of the most perilous places in the Nine Seas. It harbored half-humans or wild men, also known as savages, fierce and cruel. Despite its grim reputation, Burial Ground retained some allure from its past as a blessed land. Its opening would attract many powerful beings, creating opportunities for Xander. Marvelous. What better scheme could there be? Xander nodded approvingly. However, he needed to address the matter with the Bachin family first. Days later, Xander led his men toward the Bachin residence. Chapter 77. A day of great joy. The entrance to the Butler family's mansion was still very distinguishable. After all, as a prominent clan in the capital city with a long and storied history, even sects like the Kai Yuan sect could not compare. To have endured the trials of time, the family had its own unique strength. The might of the 10-layer mountain peak powerhouses within the clan stood as testimony to this. Looking across the entire Xian Clement Nine Seas, how many individuals could claim the prowess to reach the level of the 10-layer mountain peak? When Xander arrived with his entourage on the flying ship, he saw that the Butler residence was filled with festivity. Banners hung under spring breezes, and colorful decorations fluttered everywhere. Guests came and went, all wearing smiles. Great joy indeed. This day marked great happiness for the Butler family. Vice Governor Davon. Honorable guests have arrived. Please come in quickly. A hunched man who had previously delivered an invitation, Jada, spotted Xander immediately and hurried over to warmly welcome him inside. This shout drew many curious, surprised, and closely watching gazes toward Xander. This was because throughout the capital city, Xander's name had long been renowned, especially after his bold actions at Huiyan Tower. Not being famous would have been the anomaly. However, regardless of others' views or thoughts, Xander only cared about himself, remaining indifferent with a calm demeanor. Jada, bending forward, led the way from the main gate into the formal event venue where the wedding ceremony would soon take place. Xander's seating position was notably up front. Due to his presence, many guests focused their attention on him. Vice Governor Davon's grace. It is our honor and privilege. A formidable-looking man approached, beaming with welcoming smiles. This was Bertrand, the current patriarch of the Butler family, standing tall and proud at the peak of the 9th-layer mountain realm, a far cry from a weakling in the capital. I feel even more honored to have been invited to witness such a grand occasion for the Butler family. Congratulations on having a distinguished and talented son, Patriarch Butler, Xander responded. Behind him, Trent presented the gift, a top-tier weapon. Vice Governor Davon, please, take your seat. Bertrand's smile widened. Little did he know that the secrets hidden behind Butler's family facade had already been uncovered by Xander. Bertrand was busy receiving other guests as Xander took his seat. His gaze swept around, aware of Anatol's invisibility scroll, but it couldn't escape the tracking of a divine eye. At this moment, Anatol had already used the scroll to blend into the lively crowd unnoticed. Has Anatol arrived yet? Xander blinked. Trent looked curiously but found nothing. Xander pointed to a specific spot, but even when Trent focused all his senses, he could not detect anyone hiding there. He could only marvel at the power of the invisibility scroll, realizing its incredible potential for covert operations. Trent eagerly anticipated the events that were about to unfold. Time flew swiftly like birds in the trees, and before they knew it, the wedding ceremony was about to commence. First came the resounding music, followed by a bell to silence the room. All eyes turned outward. To the accompaniment of festive music, the bride and groom began their procession. Butler's young master, outstanding among peers, was strikingly handsome. Butler's young master, already reaching the 7th-layer mountain peak realm at such a young age, was undoubtedly a once-in-a-thousand-years talent. Even those from prestigious institutions like the Quang Bei sect and Jianhui Pavilion would praise him highly. Bearing the glory of the Butler family and exceptional talent, his future was boundless. And the bride was breathtakingly beautiful, like a celestial bird descending to earth, bringing color and vibrancy to human life. Butler's young master's great joy was cause for celebration and envy. Not only was the bride incredibly beautiful, she was also a true disciple of the Shuegu sect, Star, whose talents shone brightly among mortals. Such a match of virtue and beauty was truly enviable. Human bliss couldn't be better than this. Congratulatory voices flowed endlessly like a surging sea. The festive mood soared with each blessing. The time has come, reported a servant respectfully. Bertrand nodded. The wedding ceremony begins. As the couple entered the hall, the master of ceremonies loudly announced, "Today is a joyful day. May blessings last for 1,000 years." Boom. Loud drums and fireworks filled the air. Eyes were fixed on the new couple, brimming with anticipation and joy. The corners of Bertrand's mouth curled upward, his head instinctively lifting higher. He felt incomparable happiness. At this moment, everything wonderful belonged to him. Now, we bow to heaven and earth. First bow to the 9 heavens above. May the gods bear witness. May the matchmaker God bring joy. The master of ceremonies spoke loudly, and the couple bowed as instructed. Dom knelt gracefully while Star hesitated momentarily but followed suit. Second bow to parents, for generations of blessings. Another call from the master of ceremonies. Dom led Star to kneel before Bertrand, to show respect to parents. Bertrand's smile never faded, making his usually stern face appear much gentler. He gazed upon the newlyweds with blessing and anticipation. What a wonderful day. Witnessing his beloved son take responsibility and build a family was every parent's pride and happiness. Besides Bertrand's genuine blessings, the guests also showered the couple with well wishes. Except for one person, an unseen individual, Anatol. At this moment, Anatol hid in the shadows, barely holding back from cursing the couple out of spite. As the ceremony neared its final bow, Anatol waited like a hunter ready to strike. Having completed the first 2 bows, respect for the future, let peace reign now and always, third bow, the couple bow to each other. The master of ceremonies announced, This voice seemed to drain everyone's energy as all eyes locked onto the scene. The two exchanged a deep bow, symbolizing their union. Bertrand was almost trembling with excitement. Finally, he witnessed his son's wedding. The future was his. Guests clapped excitedly. Witnessing such a joyous occasion was fortunate indeed. But just as everyone applauded, an unexpected scream pierced through the air. Who? Everyone turned to see. There, instead of the handsome groom, stood Dom naked, facing his beautiful bride, surrounded by incredulous stares. In Chapter 77. Please provide feedback or additional sections you need translated. Chapter 78. Informing. At this moment, the once lively wedding ceremony had lost all its vibrancy. Silence reigned supreme as if they were in hell. Apart from the beating hearts, there was no other sound. Everyone stared with wide eyes, disbelief etched on their faces as they looked at Cliff, whose skin was still fairly tender and white. Who is it? Cliff's heart was stiffer than his face, filled with humiliation. The shame of being stripped bare before everyone on what should have been his happiest day was incomparable. Cliff's anger surged, but someone was even more furious. That person was Bill. Today, no one valued or anticipated this wedding's success more than he did. However, now the wedding was ruined. The initial shock quickly turned into blazing rage. The terrifying aura of a peak 9th mountain realm practitioner swept out like a giant beast running, or a mountain moving. Who are you, audacious fool? Bill, enraged beyond control, looked left and right, trying to catch whoever was hiding and ruining the wedding. But how could Anatole, who used the invisibility scroll, be discovered by him? Bill could only stare helplessly. He couldn't see the bubble dragon at all. This only fueled Bill's anger further. Watching Bill vent his fury, Trent felt an incredible sense of satisfaction. This is karma. This is exactly what he deserved. Trent was elated. He wished he could play music and dance in joy. What a scene today. This was Cliff's just reward. If not for Cliff initiating the humiliation first, harboring such despicable thoughts, would they have disrupted such a happy occasion? An ancient sage once said, "To repay grievances with virtue, what then shall we use to repay virtue? Repay grievances with honesty, and repay virtue with kindness." And this was their way. The torment of being exposed and humiliated naked on display had now been returned in full. Trent felt as if he had grown younger by a decade. After this day, he must certainly drink together with Anatole and celebrate thoroughly. With the great vengeance avenged, it was truly exhilarating. The master of ceremonies, let's move young master away first. That thief is invisible and hidden. It's unsafe here, a servant whispered in his ear as a reminder. These words pulled Bill out of his rage. He immediately gave instructions. Hurry, escort the young master and young lady away. As for the wedding that hadn't completed the rituals, it definitely couldn't continue. The primary concern now was ensuring Cliff's safety to prevent him from being harmed by evildoers. Bill's arrangements were prompt. However, someone else issued orders even faster. Kill them. A voice sounded in his mind. Hidden Anatole was taken aback, but his face revealed uncontainable delight as he understood and drew his weapon, unleashing a fatal blow with all his might. A scream echoed. How tragic. In the bustling Bachin family residence. Looking over, Cliff now had a hole through his chest, lying on the ground with blood gushing out. Guests shuddered in fear. This hidden villain was incredibly ruthless. Publicly humiliating Baek Shang wasn't enough. He also killed Cliff to satisfy himself. What grudge could drive someone to such viciousness? How cruel. How ruthless. My son. Bill, coming back to his senses, saw his beloved son die with a chest wound. A louder roar tore through the sky than the previous scream. The Bachin family, adorned with lanterns and packed with guests. It was a joyous day. Joy at its height. But it suddenly plunged into deep sorrow. What a tragedy. They hated this hidden villain fiercely. What kind of heartless person would disrupt another's joyous day? Yet, they were even more terrified, afraid of becoming Cliff's next victim, struck down by an unseen attack. Indeed, the unexpected had occurred. Instead of the matchmaker arriving today, it was death. Such an ending surely meant someone had been offended. Otherwise, without enmity, why would it come to this? How poisonous. How savage. This person was so adept at hiding, killing without anyone knowing who the murderer was. Quickly leave. This place isn't safe anymore. Amidst the murmurs, some guests had already left the Bachin residence. Chaos had descended, and staying any longer seemed unwise. Xander rose, shaking his head. Seeing many gods above, do they understand earthly peace? Clan Chief Bachin, please accept my condolences. Then, Xander planned to silently retreat, only to feel a surge of murderous intent. It was the funeral envoy. Master, an urgent report from the peacekeepers states that the Bachin family harbors demons. A letter was handed to Xander. What did you say? Xander was stunned and hurriedly opened the letter. Others stopped due to the sudden event, turning their gaze to Xander. Even Bill, mourning his dead son, froze, fear surpassing sorrow. Who is secretly targeting the Bachin family? Those hidden demons? I, as the overseer, knew nothing about it. How did outsiders find out and inform the peacekeepers? This clearly means death for us. Bill's heart pounded, his face twisting. Meanwhile, Xander frowned as he read the letter, his expression growing grave. 10 Mountains demons actually hiding within the Bachin family. Hearing Xander's alarmed exclamation, everyone's expressions changed. 10 Mountains demons. What a terrifying presence. Captain Do, could it be a misreport? Right, how could the Bachin family hide such terrifying demons? Their demonic aura would be impossible to conceal. This letter might be maliciously crafted. Perhaps, it aims to target the Bachin family using the peacekeepers. Many voices chimed in. Many people found it hard to believe that the Bachin family hid such terrifying entities. If those demons erupted in fury, the guests wouldn't suffice as food. Xander frowned deeply. As you guessed, this letter may be a misreport. But for our peacekeepers, even the slightest hint cannot be overlooked. We must investigate thoroughly. Demons are serious matters and require caution. Poor clan chief Beichin has just lost his son, but I hold an important post with heavy responsibilities. Send people to thoroughly search. If the Beichin family truly harbors demons, justice demands they be stopped. Wait. A voice called out to stop him. It was a young man. From Bloodbone sect, Akash. Xander narrowed his eyes. Are you obstructing me from carrying out justice? Sir, my name is Akash. The claim of the Beichin family hiding demons is clearly a setup, intended to target the Beichin family via you. That hidden villain must be reveling now. Please reconsider, and don't be used by villains. Akash stared intently at Xander, his eyes warning. Before Akash could speak further, Xander lunged with a killing intent. Chapter 79. This is Luther. Akash, the son of Bloodbone sect's patriarch, was also a prodigy with extraordinary talent far beyond what ordinary people could attain. At such a young age, he had already reached the late stage of the 8th mountain. In the vast expanse of the Adrian, what defined a genius? Indeed, someone like him. As Xander's lethal attack approached, Akash's expression changed abruptly, and he let go. A lower-grade spirit weapon flew out immediately. Spirit weapons were invaluable and extremely rare. Only formidable powers with a rich legacy could possess spirit weapons. Even though this lower-grade spirit weapon wasn't of high quality, the strength of a spirit weapon was never to be underestimated. The moment it appeared, there was a thunderous roar. Its resplendent aura dominated the scene, leaving everyone around stunned. However, Xander acted as if it wasn't there. With a deafening roar from Guman, he unleashed his full power. The immense force of the primordial gemstone rendered the lower-grade spirit weapon nothing more than a helpless mantis trying to stop a chariot. Upon impact, a thunderous sound shattered the mind, and the lower-grade spirit weapon was blasted away. Akash, who controlled the spirit weapon, turned pale and spewed blood from his mouth. His vital energy had been weakened by 6/10. Before the blow, the great prodigy of Adrian was now almost a cripple. Half his body was shattered. Don't you dare teach me how to act? Impudent. The Imperial Guard enforces justice. You intend to obstruct this? What is your motive? Guards, seize this insolent fool. Immediately, an envoy stepped forward. In one swift move, Akash screamed in agony. His sea of chi shattered, leaving him devoid of cultivation and truly crippled. Blood smeared Akash's face as he tried to speak. But before he could utter a word, a terrifying pressure 10 times that of gravity pressed down on him, forcing him to kneel helplessly on the ground, gasping for breath. He wanted to invoke the might of the Bloodbone sect to intimidate Xander, but he didn't even have the chance to speak. Suddenly, Akash's eyes, blazing with fury, lost their light. An envoy had simply crushed his neck with a single step. His head rolled away, and his decapitated body fell limp. Witnessing this, the others shuddered and felt their hair stand on end. This was Akash, the eldest son of the Bloodbone sect. He had just been killed. His head twisted off so cruelly. It was too savage, too brutal. First, Huijin Tower. Then, the Bloodbone sect. Was there anything Xander feared in this world? So terrifying, so terrifying. Xander was utterly fearsome and untouchable. Many people whispered, but they kept their voices very low, fearing that this monstrous Xander would notice them. But Xander did notice. How could his ears miss the murmurs from Haludio, eldest son of the Bloodbone sect, Akash, HMPF? I thought he was something special, a demon offspring born from a devil sect. Under the banner of justice, do you still consider yourself human? Originally, this official believed that with the Beichin family's prestige in the capital, it would be unlikely for any demons to hide within. Now that this wretched Akash has suddenly appeared to hinder my lawful duties, it gives off the distinct impression of protesting too much. Today, I will not only investigate but thoroughly cleanse. After seeing Akash die right before him, Bill dared not allow Xander to search. Given Xander's brutality, if any trace of evidence was found, would the Beichin family have a future? So in desperation, Bill didn't just try to stop Xander with words. He attacked directly. A horrifying aura from the peak of the 9th mountain surged towards Xander. Arrogant. Without retreating a single step, Xander countered with a palm strike. Guman roared ancient and viciously. Bill's attack at the peak of the 9th mountain was ferocious. But in front of Guman's overwhelming power, he became a rag doll flying backward. His momentum completely dissipated, along with most of the Beichin family's opulence, which was all shattered into ruins. The terrifying scene left everyone silent. No one dared to say another word. They wished they could stop breathing and disappear. Xander narrowed his eyes. He sensed demonic aura. Stepping forward, Xander released intangible aura that broke through the earth, charging straight into the depths of the Beichin estate. A loud crash sounded, indicating something being struck. In the sudden silence, black smoke billowed up. A terrifying presence descended from the heavens, actually suppressing the envoys. Who dares destroy my Beichin family? The voice shook like an enraged dragon. Amidst the ferocious tone, a brilliant light soared into the sky, followed by a murderous aura sweeping towards Xander. It was another lower-grade spirit weapon of good quality. Combined with its wielder's prowess, the explosive power was unimaginable. The old man wielding this spirit weapon was none other than the current patriarch of the Beichin family. Honest. At the late stage of the 10th mountain, he finally took action. The formidable power of the 10th mountain, combined with the fine quality of the spirit weapon, created a fearsome burst of combat prowess. But Xander's gaze was icy cold. Looking at Honest, it was as if he were looking at a dead man. With a divine pill in hand, Xander's cultivation surged instantly to its peak. A single swing unleashed infinite power. The lower-grade spirit weapon, against Xander's might, was like paper scraps. It was immediately suppressed into the ground. Xander vanished, reappearing with his hand gripping Honest's head. Honest's sealed pupils dilated, and his heartbeat slowed for a second. It's impossible. How can you be? Level 12? Honest couldn't believe it, but now, he no longer had the chance to speak or resist. Xander's gaze was merciless under the aura of death. With a slight squeeze, the formidable late-stage 10th Mountain Honest exploded into countless specks of blood and dust scattered into the wind. Humph, level 10? Just garbage. Xander scanned the surroundings with a chilling glare and bellowed loudly. Demons, dare to hide any longer? Honest, the ancestor of the Bachin family, was killed on the spot, leaving no remains or soul behind. But this was far from enough. With renewed vigor, Xander unleashed another attack. 5 directions thunderstrike, mountain-shattering and earth-breaking. The entire Bachin estate sank into the ground. The mountains behind it were obliterated into dust that spread across the sky. Then came a furious roar, piercing the heart and soul. The roar stirred a storm, turning the dust into a twister, and dark light surged from the depths of the earth, enveloping the twister and revealing a massive form. Extremely evil, terrifying, and powerful. A demon. A demon. The crowd was shocked, hearts racing. They turned and ran without hesitation, not daring to stay. A level 10 demon. A terrifying existence. Run, run, run. Everyone fled, except for Xander. He ignored their escape. Such terror made their flight instinctive and reasonable. But Xander couldn't flee. He was of the Imperial Guard, upholding justice. Moreover, the terror of the demon meant nothing to him. Alas, the world is pitiful. Death come. With a single strike, Xander unleashed an incomprehensibly powerful attack. The massive demon body rushed toward him swiftly, disappearing just as quickly in an instant explosion, dissipating into thin air. The world has mercy, the people are fortunate. Yet demons corrupt humanity, going against heaven, justice, and the hearts of men. The Bachin family harbored countless renegades, committing unspeakable crimes by secretly raising demons with sinister motives. They must all be annihilated to show the world peace. With another palm strike, Xander utterly crushed the Bachin family. Thus, the Bachin family was erased from existence, leaving only a desolate and silent world. Chapter 80. Scheme. Walking on the road, strangers stepped back as if encountering demons or fierce gods. Xander asked, "What's the name of the Bloodbone sect's patriarch?" Trent nodded. "Master, his name is Connor. The Akash you killed is this person's own son." Xander smiled. "Connor probably doesn't know me yet." Lawrence. Present. "Now go and deliver Akash's head and body to the Bloodbone sect. Tell them that Connor has a disobedient son, who dared to obstruct my administration of justice and shielded demons. Suggest he should have another one?" "As you wish." Lawrence moved with explosive speed, immediately dragging Akash's body away without even preparing an extra coffin board. Trent blinked. "Master, are you sure about this approach? Holding grudges without retaliating isn't chivalrous. They humiliated you and Anatole, damaging my reputation, all under the guise of targeting me. Butler may just be a public pawn, but Akash was truly after me. Now that Akash is dead, we don't need to give any face to the remnants of the demon sect. Remember Jeffrey, once killing starts, it must be thorough." Trent and Anatole felt their hearts jump. This clearly meant open conflict with the Bloodbone sect. "Master, Trent suddenly felt extremely guilty for causing today's incident. Similarly, Anatole blamed himself. If he were stronger, they wouldn't have been humiliated. If only he had reached the 10th level mountain stage, things would be different. Thinking of when he chose to follow Xander to repay Davon Binglong's kindness, he realized he had done nothing beneficial, achieving nothing except causing Xander to make enemies with large organizations. Alongside guilt, both were filled with gratitude. Anatole swore within himself, "In the future, I will give my life without hesitation." Xander was contemplating something. Should he leave Taiping Guard? The current level of Enqing State's Taiping Guard was too low for him. Even Enqing State's divine supervisor, Ferdy, was merely an ant in his eyes. Staying here brought no benefit except for enduring disdain at every turn. Most importantly, the environment limited his growth speed. If he really left Taiping Guard, how should he proceed? After careful thought, Xander believed the best strategy was to control Chongping Province's capital city. Given its chaotic and lawless nature, he could unify the region and establish his own territory. He could dominate and build an organization from scratch. Soon, instead of seeking out others, people would come to pay homage because of his renowned power. Xander thought it made perfect sense. "Xander, go and search North Star family thoroughly, remember. Not a single detail should be missed." Anatole turned around instantly upon hearing the order. "Jeffrey, you can also start working on other tasks." Trent nodded, feeling prouder than ever. "Master, are you watching from heaven?" Master looks like a godly warrior. Outside the capital city, the Bloodbone sect was half a day's journey away for powerful cultivators. In front of Blood Mountain lay a courtyard. 2 men stood inside. One exuded authority, glaring fiercely and instilling fear. Clearly, he possessed the demeanor of a sect master. The other sported a slender beard. His squinting eyes radiated warmth and sincerity that might easily win anyone's trust. "Master Amin, it's been a while." Master Amin smiled warmly. 55 years and 5 days. Connor chuckled. "You remember precisely. Not seeing me daily? Isn't that unusual? Tell me, why did you come here now?" "The burial ground, a blessed land with treasures. Want to explore together?" Connor shook his head and made a move on a chessboard. "Previously, you disliked Bloodbone sect and joined Yangshan sect. After several decades, your cultivation isn't better than mine." Yangshan sect was tumultuous but fruitful. "I obtained a treasure map recently, indicating great fortune. This visit is about that." Connor narrowed his eyes. "I find it hard to believe you. If it's true, why think of me? To shame you. If you don't believe me, see for yourself." Amen flipped open the treasure map. It showed clear routes and detailed information. This map leads to treasures, original divine essence set by ancient powerhouses, condensed into primal formations. It takes 1,000 years to form a tiny bit, Original divine essence can purify the body, optimize roots, accelerating cultivation by 100 times when refined. If time permits, participating in Xianxia sect's competition and advancing to the 11th mountain stage would increase your chances, and you too can advance further. By then, this vast city will be yours. Original divine essence. A true treasure. Eyes shining, Connor scrutinized the map but found nothing due to incompleteness. Only half of it was visible on the table. For such a significant matter, why seek me? Xianxia sect has many strong members, far more capable than me. Why choose me? Among the 9 heavens, only you are trustworthy. Primal formations accumulated essence over time, needing our help. We must bring peak 10th mountain helpers at least. Connor closed his eyes, pondering deeply. After a moment, he opened his eyes and nodded. Seeking old friendship. Inviting me for the treasure. How thoughtful. To decline seems heartless, especially with original divine essence tempting me. To seek additional helpers, consider the masters of Longfeng Tower and Bai Ma Hall, both at the peak 10th mountain stage. Inviting them, they won't resist such temptation. Master Amin smiled knowingly. We must utilize these days well. I'll return at burial ground. Farewell. With that, Amin left, leaving behind half the map. Just after Amin left, a frantic Bloodbone sect member rushed in. Patriarch. Master, your eldest son was killed by Xander. Thunderstruck, Connor's thoughts scattered. He shrieked. What did you say? The disciple trembled. Eldest son was killed by Xander, decapitated. His body was sent here. Only upon second repetition did Connor realize it fully. His son, Akash, was dead. Connor shot up, determined to see Akash's body with his own eyes. Chapter 81. Determination to kill Xander. The Bloodbone Hall. This is the most solemn and revered place in the Bloodbone sect. It is ancient and magnificent. Within the hall, a corpse lay decapitated, its eyes wide open in death. To the left and right were shadows of people, each exuding formidable auras, their faces grim and brows furrowed. Without exception, these were all strong Bloodbone sect elites, the high-ranking members of the sect. They had rushed here immediately upon receiving news of Akash's death. Then they saw the body, and the message conveyed by Xander. Xander, this outrageous insult to our Bloodbone sect. One of the elders bellowed in fury, his murderous intent causing the wind to howl. Xander, this rogue, is arrogant and has no respect for the Bloodbone sect's dignity. He has targeted us multiple times. He must be sliced into 1,000 pieces to make an example of him. They had heard that in the capital city, Xander had mercilessly hunted down demons and even raised the Bachin family. The patriarch of the Bachin family, Honest, was killed with a single move, and even the demons of the 10-layer mountain couldn't match him. Could such a person truly have such power? Could he, who could kill demons of the 10-layer mountain, be at least on par with the sect leader? Given this consideration, dealing with Xander might require careful planning. Suddenly, the doors of the Bloodbone Hall burst open. As a figure streaked in, it was Connor. Upon seeing the scene, everyone greeted loudly. Sect leader. Leader, if we do not kill Xander, how can we relieve our anger? Xiaoqing had limitless potential, but his future was destroyed by this villain. How infuriating. We must surely avenge him. However, Connor didn't hear any of this. His gaze fixed on the lifeless body before him, severed head still attached. A bone-chilling feeling of despair crept up his spine and into his heart. The mighty peak cultivator of the 10-layer mountain realm now walked like an elderly man at twilight. Each step was labored. Trembling, he approached Akash's body, mere inches away yet unreachable. His son, dead. Silence enveloped the entire Bloodbone Hall. After what felt like an eternity, a hoarse voice broke through the silence. My son is dead. We must bury him properly. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the Bloodbone sect carefully carried away Akash's body. Without lifting a hand, Connor continued. Everyone, leave me to grieve in peace. Everyone obeyed, leaving Connor alone in the hall. Rumble. The massive mountain shook with his rage. Inside the Bloodbone Hall, Connor raged like a madman, his hair disheveled as he wildly smashed everything around him. Xander. 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 I will definitely kill you. I'll grind your bones and scatter your ashes. You will pay for my son's death. The entire Bloodbone sect trembled under the force of his fury. After an unknown amount of time, the Bloodbone sect returned to silence. When Connor emerged from the hall, his expression was calmer, though his eyes still simmered with murderous intent. Just then, 2 figures descended from a flying ship. Seeing them, Connor's pupils constricted. Aaliyah Barnabas, what brings you here? Are you here to mock me? Connor's words were sharp and filled with hostility. Just as his son had died, these leaders of the Chongfeng Tower and Bai Ma Hall rushed over. What could it be for? The relations between the Chongfeng Tower, Bai Ma Hall, and the Bloodbone sect were not friendly. Connor, while our factions aren't exactly on good terms, am I so detestable? Everyone knew Xiaoqing's potential. His sudden death has caused deep sorrow throughout the world. As senior cultivators, we mourn the loss of talent. How could we possibly come here to mock you? Connor narrowed his eyes. If you're so lofty, why come to offer incense for my son? Offering incense is trivial. Can it soothe Xiaoqing's vengeful spirit? If we want Xiaoqing to reincarnate peacefully, only one thing must be done, to eliminate Xander. He is terrifying, creating chaos in Chaping province within a short time. If left unchecked, countless lives will be lost. That's why Ma and I are here. We must kill Xander, remove the threat, and avenge your nephew. And if we don't act now, it may be too late. Aaliyah spoke passionately. Connor stared at them, then turned back into the Bloodbone Hall. Inside the Bloodbone Hall, you've come with just intentions, and I apologize for nearly misjudging your purpose in my moment of grief. What you say aligns with my thoughts. Xander is indeed detestable. If I don't kill him, I won't rest. But killing Xander requires a plan. I have devised a strategy. If you assist me, my plan will ensure Xander's demise, and you will gain a tremendous opportunity. With these cold, emotionless words, a precious map unfolded on the table. What is this? It's an ancient treasure map, extremely valuable, detailing a heavenly artifact known as the primordial true spirit. This true spirit can greatly enhance cultivation, increasing speed tenfold. Time is running out. What do you think? Would you join me in pursuing this treasure and rebuilding the foundation of spirit? Primordial true spirit, tenfold enhancement. Could there be such a powerful treasure? Aaliyah and Barnabas exchanged startled glances. A treasure of such magnitude truly comes from the heavens. However, why is only half of the map here? This matter is crucial, and sharing it ensures safety. The other half is with a friend. If you're willing to join, you'll need to invite Xander along. Aaliyah and Barnabas blinked. Why invite Xander? Certainly not to share the opportunity. I invited him to kill him. How? Connor's eyes flashed dangerously. Xander hails from a small town in Dancheng City. Born as nothing but trash, he rose to prominence due to a stroke of luck in the Wuxia region. With his mediocre talent, he cannot advance normally. If he knows about the primordial true spirit, he won't let it slip. As long as he enters the burial ground, I'm confident in sending him to his doom. Aaliyah and Barnabas nodded. How will it be done? The plan is confidential for now. Trust me or not, it's up to you. Aaliyah smiled. Killing Xander requires caution. Since you are confident, we trust you. Just clarify that when killing Xander, we must remain united and swear not to attack each other within the burial ground. Barnabas nodded. For major plans, this is reasonable. After swearing the oath, Connor said, My brother, inviting Xander falls on you. Aaliyah nodded, accepting the map, ready to use it as bait. Moments later, they separated, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Xander was cultivating and taping away. A few days later, the Bachin family's resources were finally thoroughly cleaned up. Chapter 82. White Value, a White Value. The Butler family truly lives up to their reputation as a prominent clan in the capital. They indeed have substantial assets. Unfortunately, none of these accumulated resources would be of any use to Xander. The best way to utilize them would be to convert all these piles and piles of resources into white value. Of course, considering future development and the need to take care of lower realm cultivators like Anatole and Trent, Xander retained a portion of the resources and then refined the rest. This massive influx of resources enabled Xander's white value balance to break through 6 figures for the first time. This was no small amount, a 6-figure sum. 6 figures. Xander felt deeply moved by this achievement. It had not been easy at all. With money now available, the first thing to do was upgrade the Sun True Power to its divine realm. Mortal level Sun True Power. First breakthrough. Second breakthrough. Third breakthrough. Following the system's consecutive prompts, Xander finally succeeded. The Great Sun Golden Body infused his flesh and blood. Having enough white value feels incredibly satisfying. Xander closed his eyes, savoring the changes brought about by the successful cultivation. With the Great Sun Golden Body, righteous energy surged like water from an opened floodgate, instantly rushing through his entire body, making his chi swell with each breath. It was as if he were breathing clouds and spitting out mists, just like the golden crow of the Great Sun. Under the Golden Body, evil could not exist. Although, considering his current level of Great Sun Golden Body, it was still quite weak. However, having one was still different from not having one, and the Great Sun Golden Body would only get stronger over time. His future was bright and radiant. Of course, most importantly was accumulating white value. White value is powerful and versatile. However, accumulating it was akin to trying to fill a vast ocean with a teacup. One could never earn as much as they spent. Like now, although Xander still had plenty of white value left, he lacked the resources to further advance the Sun True Power or thicken the Great Sun Golden Body anymore. So he decided to put it to use elsewhere. The Messenger of Funeral was a loyal tool. With this in hand, many tasks could be simplified. Enhancing the Messenger of Funeral's strength also offered numerous benefits. First, he needed to boost the Messenger of Funeral's leader, Lawrence, elevating Lawrence's cultivation realm to the initial stage of 10 Peaks realm. Watching Lawrence's aura explosively burst forth, becoming increasingly terrifying, powerful energy swirling around him as he breathed in and out. Lawrence, at the initial stage of 10 Peaks realm, could engage in combat against someone at the third gate of the 11th Peak realm, Cycle realm. Speaking of the 11th Peak, this realm is special, also known as the Cycle realm. After this comes the second gate, third gate, etc. The 11th peak was distant, with distinctions between the first gate and 9th gate between the initial, middle, and peak stages. In essence, the minor realm differences equate to major realm disparities. With Lawrence becoming even stronger, it was naturally good news, but there was also bad news. His white value had run out again. And if he wanted to further enhance the remaining messengers of Funeral and elevate their levels, it would require hundreds of thousands of white value. He couldn't bear the expense. Xander felt immense pressure. But what could he do? He could only sigh and temporarily suppress his desires. The messengers of Funeral would have to wait. Putting aside these depressing thoughts, Xander looked at the demon's corpse. This was a demon from the 10 Peaks realm, a great boon for humanity. Directly, Dragon Coiling Hot Pot. Cook, cook, cook. The Dragon Coiling Hot Pot cooked everything, specializing in corpses and flesh. Under the meticulous preparation of the Dragon Coiling Hot Pot, the massive body of the 10 Peaks demon was reduced to powder. This pile of dust was molded by supreme power into a ball and squeezed into an essence liquid. Xander's body, opening wide, greedily swallowed the essence liquid. His 8 extraordinary meridians and internal organs became filled with energy. His head soared as if ascending to heaven, his eyes flying with vitality. Just momentarily, thunderous sounds echoed, as if a god of thunder roared. A shockwave spread across Xander's body. His cultivation realm advanced to the 9th peak. Another shockwave. Mid-stage 9th peak. The My Heart Pill, first gate, certainly had remarkable effects. Had he relied on his previous talent, even with such a rich source from a 10 peaks demon, breaking through to the 9th peak would have been difficult, let alone directly advancing to the mid-stage 9th peak. Talent was crucial. Feeling the fullness of energy within him, Xander was very satisfied. The Butler family died meaningfully. Outside the capital city of Chongqing province. In the sky, there was a streak of light that, if it were an ordinary spacecraft, wouldn't have drawn attention. But this spacecraft radiated a terrifying presence, the heavenly majesty, resplendent and awe-inspiring. Master, people from the royal court have arrived. Hoyt Amerigo has issued an order for you to accept it. Hearing Anatole's report, Xander raised an eyebrow. Well, Amerigo did react quickly. After all, the seabed Hoydom had a king who ruled the land. Raising the Butler family was a significant move. If it hadn't reached the king's ears, the seabed Hoydom might be near its end. Though Xander had already planned to carve out his own path, since the royal court's command had come, he would pay some respect and hear it out. Xander brought Lawrence to the Grand Hall. In the Grand Hall, there were already people present. One was the royal envoy, with silver hair and red face, elderly yet plump, giving off a youthful appearance despite his age, an inscrutable figure. Unfortunately, under Xander's scrutiny, this envoy had no secrets to hide. The envoy was at the initial stage of the 10 Peaks realm, placing him among the skilled few capable of entering the capital. The other two were even more formidable, Austin and Isaac, both serving in the royal court pavilion and standing at the peak of the 10 Peaks realm. As soon as Xander arrived, 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes landed on him. Ancient City Deputy Captain Xander, His Majesty commands. Xander took a step and sat at a high position, looking down at the trio. If you have something to say, then speak. I'll listen. This arrogant attitude outright trampled on the authority of the Hoyt Amerigo of the seabed Hoydom. How could the envoy not feel angry? Deputy Captain Davon, in front of His Majesty's authority, shouldn't you kneel and greet? Xander smiled. Kneel? Did Amerigo forget to look in a mirror this morning? Or should he take a piss and look at himself? What is he to make me kneel? Now, it's already giving him ample face for me to bother listening to his nonsense. If you're unhappy, you can leave. These words infuriated the envoy. Xander, how dare you? What are you saying? Are you planning to rebel? Xander smirked. So what if I rebel? Does Amerigo have the guts to stop me? Fine, let him try and see if he can halt my journey. Now, scram and remember to tell Amerigo what I said. Reckless madman. Beside the envoy, Austin from the royal court pavilion attacked immediately. The peak level 10 Peaks realm unleashed terrifying force. Yet it abruptly halted before him. A cry of agony was drowned by the piercing sound of sword chi cleaving through air. Upon looking, Austin lay dead in 3 pieces. His head still flew through the air. Chapter 83. The officials resolve. What? Death had occurred too swiftly. Austin, a peak practitioner of the 10th mountain realm, had been reduced to a mere lump of flesh under Lawrence's hands within the blink of an eye. This sent Conway into shock, his anger instantly replaced by astonishment and fear. And without having lifted a finger, Thomas felt a chill run down his spine. A peak 10th mountain realm powerhouse was trembling like a clown. It wasn't that Thomas was cowardly. It was simply too inhumane. Austin was at the peak of the 10th mountain realm. In the entire capital, he was undoubtedly one of the top experts. Only someone with the strength of at least the 3rd gate of the 11th mountain could effortlessly kill such a powerhouse. If Austin could be killed by Lawrence, how hard would it be for him to take out the two of them? The specter of death clamped down on their breathing, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. They were terrified, fearing that Lawrence might lose control and end them as well. But what use would Xander have for lifeless corpses? He reached out and seized the imperial order from the ground, studying it closely. Rebel. Interrogation. You wish to capture me? Conway fell to his knees immediately, prostrating himself on the ground. My lord, this is all the emperor's decision. I merely followed orders. As Conway kowtowed repeatedly, his face was etched with endless fear. Xander blinked curiously. It's just the death of a prostitute from Hue Yun Tower and a demon from the Bachin family. Anyone associated with demons is beyond redemption. In my opinion, what I did was both reasonable and just. Why does Amerigo want to interrogate me? What is he afraid of? Conway stuttered in response. My lord, you don't know. Hue Yun Tower comes from beyond our Adrian territory, an affiliate of the Red Maple Leaf Alliance. That alliance is vast and powerful. We Fuhai cannot possibly contend with it. The emperor fears the wrath of the Red Maple Leaf Alliance, hence. Conway dared not continue, but Xander completed his sentence for him. So Amerigo plans to use me as a scapegoat? Ha, not bad for a king who understands how to sacrifice small for greater gains. Pity his judgment is poor. Xander knew of the Red Maple Leaf commerce. It was a colossal entity rooted in the red soil. Though it once thrived over 10,000 years ago during the zenith of Zhongshangfang, today, Zhongshangfang had long since perished 10,000 years ago. Yet the Red Maple Leaf Alliance still existed after a span of 10 millennia. That span of time, incomprehensible to common folk, saw the passing of countless generations. Such a massive entity far surpassed anything Fuhai Hoydom of Adrian could match. But while Amerigo was fearful, Xander was not. To rule without ambition leads to the scattering of the people and the collapse of the nation. Demons lurk beneath the surface, and everyone lives in perpetual fear. Amerigo is no true king. Upon hearing this, Conway and Thomas felt their hearts skip a beat. They understood that Xander intended to overthrow the dynasty. Then Xander's voice echoed again. In the kingdom of Fuhai, what level do you call peak? Pressured by the situation, Conway had no choice but to answer. My lord, the strongest are the royal guards of the imperial court, members of the imperial lineage and foundation of the kingdom. Each has the formidable strength of the 6th gate of the 11th mountain, with at least 10 royal guards. Over 10 individuals at the 9th gate of the 11th mountain? Xander blinked. Fuhai is pitiful, lacking prosperity due to its incompetent ruler. It should indeed undergo change. I intend to reform it. Will you follow me? This was a real coup. Conway's face turned white with fear, but Xander urged him. Silence means refusal? Aye. If you refuse, you're no longer useful. Lawrence. Hearing Lawrence's name, Conway knelt and kowtowed heavily. I am willing to serve under your excellency, striving for your glory and brilliance. Xander smiled. A wise man knows the tides of the world. However, you are dogs sent by Amerigo. To follow me, you must pay a price. Will you swear undying loyalty to me or suffer obliteration and eternal damnation? Conway and Thomas's pupils contracted. This was asking them to become slaves. But under the threat of Lawrence's weapon, they could only nod. We will strictly obey your commands. Xander waved his hand, and the messenger of burial escorted the two away. Then he called by Huang'an over, arranging for the immediate burial of Austin's body. Ding! Successfully buried Austin's corpse. Congratulations, master. You've obtained a treasure, an ancient mechanical puppet from the third gate of the 11th mountain. Activation boost, tenfold enhancement, resulting in the treasure, an ancient mechanical puppet from the 6th gate of the 11th mountain. The ancient mechanical puppet was crafted by engineers of old. Xander's current puppet would likely break down after several uses, but it was an excellent device, capable enough for Lawrence to kill Austin. So Austin must have encountered this technology before. Xander summoned the ancient mechanical puppet. Standing 7 feet tall, human-like and slender, its elegant lines held a weapon, sharp spikes extending from its left arm. Despite lacking eyes or facial features, it exuded cold, deadly intent. Even Xander felt pressure upon witnessing the puppet. The ancient mechanical puppet was truly formidable. At this moment, Bai Huang'an entered the hall tentatively and prostrated himself. My lord. Xander looked at Bai Huang'an and smiled. Now I need your input on a matter. Imagine if the strong were to rule above others. Would you have the heart to become a king? A king? Bai Huang'an froze as if struck by lightning. Was this joy? To him, it was terrifying. And my lord, do you really mean, do I have the courage to be a king? Bai Huang'an couldn't grasp Xander's intentions, disbelief coloring his words. Xander smiled warmly at Bai Huang'an. Why not? You come from the royal bloodline, possessing both heritage and destiny. How great, bearing the mark of divine providence despite your suffering. You've survived and found me now. Now, let me tell you, destiny has arrived, and I am that fate. Seeing the kingdom in disarray, I desire to establish a new king. If you wish, there's a candidate ready. But, my lord, I am crippled, barely clinging to life. What merits do I possess? Crippled? Ha ha ha. Haven't I said I am destiny? Whether you're crippled or not isn't determined by the heavens, but by me. Hearing this resounding and self-assured statement, Bai Huang'an's heart shook profoundly. The long-suppressed desires, aspirations, and flames rekindled with warmth. Bai Huang'an bowed deeply and declared aloud. All decisions rest with you, my lord. Xander nodded. Good. Follow my orders diligently. Later, join the officials at the capital, and I shall bestow this 6th gate of the 11th mountain mechanical puppet for your protection. Hashtag chapter 84. A special invitation. An ancient automaton? Hoyt Davon smiled. This automaton can engage in combat with the 6th gate of the 11th mountain. On your trip to the capital this time, with your meager strength, even a sneeze from a powerful warrior could harm you. But with the automaton protecting you, you won't have to worry about threats. In fact, you might even be able to threaten Amerigo. Make it clear to this king that you are not someone to be trifled with. And your ultimate goal is to become king, a new king. To become a new king, how can you not have control over the capital? You should establish roots in the capital first, and then the subsequent arrangements will be decided by this official. 11th mountain, 6th gate. The automaton before him was actually so powerful? Reese widened his eyes, not out of shock, but out of excitement. He was born a prodigy, blessed with the great grace of sword bones, pitted by the heavens. However, fate was capricious, and he had never been able to display his genius fully before everything was taken away from him. He had since fallen into destitution, yet due to the mercy of the heavens, he did not die and survive to this day. Now, he resided in the capital city of Chongping province. To be honest, he didn't know much about cultivation, but even ordinary people should know what the 11th mountain represented. The 6th gate of the 11th mountain, the strongest in the entire covering Si Hoi Dam, the pinnacle realm. I am willing to serve your excellency faithfully and remain at your beck and call. This time, Reese bowed with heartfelt willingness. Hoyt Davon was so generous and valued him highly. In Reese's eyes, this was no less than a second life. Hoyt Davon raised his hand, an invisible force lifting Reese up. Why should a future king bow? In the future, as king, you should be wise, work for the country and its people, and be willing to sacrifice yourself. Only when you are dedicated to protecting your citizens will they wholeheartedly support you. Do you understand? Reese replied loudly. Even more so, I dare not forget your excellency's great kindness. Obedient. Some things, if Hoyt Davon said them himself, would lose their impact. Very good, very good. He liked such obedient followers. Now, you may go. Follow Yanni and others to the capital. They have already sworn loyalty to me and will only obey my commands. They will be your reliable assistants. Reese nodded, filled with hope as he left the hall. Not long after, a spacecraft soared through the sky, leaving Chongping province's capital for the kingdom's capital. Hoyt Davon narrowed his eyes. Whether Reese was capable material or not still depended on him. However, if Hoyt Davon truly wanted to replace him, he could do so at any time. Prodigies were rare, but he could create them. Loyal followers were hard to find, but he could seek more. With the vast expanse of the world, was there really anything to worry about? Now that he had killed Austin and had the automaton guarding the capital, Amerigo should understand that this side wasn't to be messed with. He wouldn't dare to lay a hand on Reese. Once the matter of the burial ground was settled, the covering Si Hoi Dam would collapse. Seizing Anqing Prefecture and occupying land as king, The system should not be stingy and give him more white value. Of course, if Amerigo didn't know better and was eager to invite death, Hoyt Davon would grant him that wish. Besides violence, what else was Hoyt Davon best at? Half a day later, a messenger reported back. The head of Longfeng Tower, Alia, had come. Longfeng Tower was one of the 3 major organizations in Chongqing province's capital. However, Hoyt Davon wasn't familiar with them. Why the sudden visit? Invite him in. Thus, Hoyt Davon saw the man, a gentlemanly figure, resembling a scholar who might teach in a school, exuding no hint of a mighty warrior. The head of Longfeng Tower pays his respects to Deputy City Governor Davon. Please take a seat, Lord Tower Master. In Hoyt Davon's eyes, Alia's true motives were exposed, and Alia was trying to gauge Hoyt Davon's depth based on his experience. Unfortunately, with his insight, he couldn't fathom Hoyt Davon's depth. To Alia, Hoyt Davon felt like a foggy shadow, known to exist but unknown in truth. This made Alia even more wary. Hoyt Davon was no simple person. He must not let this troublemaker live, or there would be endless disasters. What brings Lord Tower Master here today? Hoyt Davon asked straightforwardly. Alia smiled. Today's visit to Deputy City Governor Davon indeed concerns extremely important matters. As you maintain justice in this city and are busy with affairs, I wonder if you have heard of the burial ground? Hoyt Davon blinked. The burial ground, once a celestial paradise, now a sea of blood and caves. Why bring this up suddenly? Alia explained. The burial ground is perilous, but within lies a great opportunity, a heavenly blessing. Fortunately, a few days ago, a friend visited unexpectedly. After just a few words, he revealed a treasure map. According to this map, the burial ground houses an unparalleled treasure. It's called the Primal True Spirit, a terrifying entity capable of altering one's aptitude, transforming an ordinary body into a prodigy, enhancing it 100-fold. Such a treasure. Would Deputy City Governor consider joining me in the burial ground? A treasure that boosts aptitude. Hoyt Davon narrowed his eyes. This hit close to home. If the Primal True Spirit truly existed, after a 100-fold enhancement, he too would be a prodigy. How much easier would cultivation be then? Is such a treasure real? My friend, though rarely seen, shares a common mind and can be trusted. He wouldn't deceive me. Moreover, Deputy City Governor, renowned for subduing demons, surely isn't the type to enjoy being tricked. Here is the treasure map. Please examine it, Deputy City Governor. Alia produced the map. It flew to Hoyt Davon's face, revealing ancient inscriptions about the burial ground containing the original array, within which lies the Primal True Spirit. Even a single strand can significantly enhance aptitude, 100-fold. However, half of this map resides with disciple Xianxia from the Yinshan sect and Master Amen. One can only enter with a single strand of Primal True Spirit. So this treasure did exist. Hoyt Davon looked at Alia. Indeed, it's a treasure map, but why involve others? Why not retrieve the treasure alone? The burial ground is perilous. Going alone would be difficult. My friend and I will certainly go, but coming out unharmed is no easy task. Faced with such dangers, even treasures can't compare to one's life. With your prowess acknowledged throughout the city, I specifically invited you. Alia spoke sincerely, but Hoyt Davon couldn't trust a word. Ancients say, unsolicited favors hide deceit. Alia definitely had ulterior motives. Yet, Hoyt Davon was indifferent. The primordial gem made him unbeatable, and with the great solar golden body, what did he fear? No matter Alia's intentions, Hoyt Davon wouldn't back down. Fine, Lord Tower Master sees fit to invite me to share this treasure. How can I refuse? However, this mission is crucial. Can you tell me about your friend? What's his background, strength, and reliability? We don't want any stragglers. Rest assured, we understand the dangers. Before inviting you, I gathered 4 others, all at the peak of the 10th mountain. Hoyt Davon nodded. Indeed, Longfeng Tower's reputation is well deserved. Multiple peak 10th mountain warriors make this venture reassuring. I believe we'll return with full success. Hearing Hoyt Davon speak optimistically, Alia was pleased. It worked. When the time comes, we shall embark together. After exchanging a few more words, Alia left, unaware that a concealed gaze from the void was closely following him. Please note, the translation maintains the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text while ensuring it is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. Chapter 85. Xander, you're dead. After leaving peaceful Guard City, Alia did not return to the Longfeng Tower. Instead, he headed straight for the Bloodbone sect. Hidden in the void as his doppelganger, Xander narrowed his eyes. Good kid. You really have ill intentions. The Bloodbone sect, you've only just sent someone there for a courtesy visit. This hatred has been brewing long enough. Yet, it's hard to imagine that relations between Longfeng Tower and the Bloodbone sect were suddenly becoming cordial because Connor lost his son, leading Alia to change his attitude towards the Bloodbone sect. That seems unlikely. 2 people who previously didn't get along suddenly becoming close friends? There's only one explanation Xander could think of. They must have found mutual benefits that overlap. Only common interests can reconcile old grievances. The final goal that brought these 2 together must be connected to Alia's invitation. Xander could only conclude one possibility. They intended to kill him. But it wasn't surprising, considering he had just lost his son, which would naturally fuel his thirst for revenge. As for why Alia wanted to kill him, a fierce dragon had suddenly emerged under the watchful eye of the local tyrant. If the local tyrant could sleep soundly through this development, he wouldn't be a local tyrant at all. Xander's rise was too rapid. To maintain the previous 3-way power balance in Chongqing province's capital city, they now needed to ensure Xander's death for peace of mind. Otherwise, the North Chun family serves as a cautionary tale. Xander understood this reasoning. If he were in their shoes, he would also strike decisively. After all, how could one allow a potential threat to rest comfortably by one's side? However, Xander was curious. What gave Connor and Alia the confidence that they could actually kill him? Xander continued following Aaliyah until they reached a courtyard. Connor was already there. Is everything ready? Aaliyah nodded. Of course, with such a treasure at stake, who could resist? As you said, when Xander heard about the power of the original true spirit, his desire was like a waterfall. Connor chuckled. Heh, after all, he is a born failure. Such desire is deeply rooted in his bones. Connor clenched his fist tightly. Xander, I will kill you. Now that the plan is nearly complete, once we enter the burial grounds, Xander will surely die. I will make you suffer tenfold for the loss of my son. Xander. Despite the turmoil in his heart, Connor kept his face calm and composed. Remember, we must follow the plan exactly. My friend will join us when the entrance to the burial grounds opens, and I will act accordingly to avoid arousing Xander's suspicions. When we enter the burial grounds, it will be Xander's end. Confidence shone brightly in Connor's eyes. It's good you are confident, but Brother Hai, I still don't understand where this certainty comes from. Are you really so sure you can kill Xander? If anything goes wrong and Xander escapes, given his vengeful nature, do you think he'll let us off easily? It will surely end in a deadly battle. Connor stared at Aaliyah. Why worry? I say he dies. It's 100% certain. Yet the more confident Connor appeared, the less reassured Aaliyah felt. I think, Brother Hai, you might as well reveal a bit more. Otherwise, I cannot be at ease. You know Xander better than I do. This man is ruthless and brutal. The power he displayed while suppressing the Butler family suggests he could be at the 11th level. If he somehow survives, we will inevitably have to fight to the death. Note, Butler is used instead of Northchun to maintain fluency in English. So, Brother Hai, I'm quite timid. If you continue hiding things, no matter how great the treasure of the original true spirit, I dare not participate in your plan. Aaliyah turned to leave. Brother Ma, why the rush? Connor called out to stop Aaliyah. Turning back, Aaliyah awaited an answer expectantly. With a sigh, Connor produced something that made Aaliyah recoil in shock. Even hidden in the shadows, Xander's pupils constricted. It was a curse. The curse was named Death Below Gods, crafted by ancient sorcerers. As its name implies, regardless of any extraordinary talent or genius, under this curse, one becomes a cripple. Xander felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, it's this thing. Death Below Gods, Death Below Gods. Xander's breathing grew heavy. He felt incredibly fortunate that he had been cautious enough to follow them. Otherwise, he would have unknowingly headed to the burial grounds. Surely, he would have suffered greatly. Even with the protection of the Tai Chi gemstone, making his body indestructible, the curse could reduce him to an ordinary person. Considering his meager natural aptitude, how long would it take for him to recover to his current state? All his hard work, accumulated over countless deaths and sacrifices, could vanish in an instant under this curse. Without the Tai Chi gemstone, he would surely die. Very well. Connor, you're seeking your own demise. If you want to kill me, then I'll kill you first. Connor remained completely unaware of Xander's murderous intent. He looked at Aaliyah, radiating supreme confidence. Brother Ma, didn't you want to know the source of my confidence? This is what makes me so sure. Aaliyah's expression changed dramatically. A curse. Anyone, even a fool, knew the terror of curses. Regardless of the type, once afflicted, it often led to death, or worse, a living nightmare. Earlier, Aaliyah had been extremely curious. Now, he was genuinely hesitant. He didn't want to get too close to Connor. Now, Brother Ma, do you still doubt my confidence? Aaliyah managed a strained smile. How can I doubt it? Everyone knows of Brother Hai's prowess. I'm just amazed by the power you've concealed. Honestly, if not for the allure of the original true spirit, Aaliyah would have left without hesitation. Absolutely not cooperating with Connor. Curses, if accidentally affected, his life would be ruined. Unlike Aaliyah, who was visibly fearful, Connor admired the curse in his hand as if it were a lover. If not for my son's tragic death, why would I use such a powerful item? Before this curse, gods below must die. Once Xander is cursed, whether he is at the 11th or 12th level, he will become nothing, reduced to an ordinary man. In the terrifying burial grounds, he wouldn't survive even if we did nothing. Aaliyah nodded. Indeed, Xander was certainly doomed. Is Brother Ma now free of worry? Aaliyah smiled awkwardly. All concerns have vanished. We shall follow Brother Hai's arrangements. Connor chuckled. You can now look forward to Xander groveling at our feet, begging for mercy. But even if he kneeled before me, offering to be my slave, it wouldn't deter my resolve to kill him. Aaliyah replied quickly. As Brother Hai says, Xander is definitely dead. Once the plan succeeds, we shall reunite. I have some matters to attend to. Goodbye. Aaliyah turned and fled. A spacecraft disappeared in a flash. Connor watched with a sinister smile. Xander will die, and then it will be your turn. Do you deserve the original true spirit, the ultimate treasure? Suddenly, a terrifying force emerged from nowhere, piercing Connor's chest and snatching away the scroll and the bloodied hole in his chest before Connor could react. Chapter 86. Even the heavenly Hoyt cannot detain. No. Connor's pupils constricted, his face contorted with agony and unwillingness, his eyes bulging as if trying to force himself to remain in this world. Unfortunately, Xander would not give him that chance. Once Xander made his move, it was a lethal strike. The terrifying power snatched the curse from Connor's hands, and more importantly, took his life away. Just a moment ago, Connor was plotting to kill Xander. In the next second, he had become a corpse without any clarity. The one who kills will always be killed. Don't blame me. Xander appeared in the air, long accustomed to delivering fatal blows. In this vast world, one must act for oneself, or else it's all in vain. As soon as Connor died, Xander proceeded to bury him. Ding! Successfully buried Connor's body. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the strange technique of face change. Upon triggering an enhancement, you gain tenfold increase in the divine skill, rebirth. Rebirth is one of the miracles of heaven and earth. It's not about bringing someone back from the dead, but about transforming their appearance and mannerisms to look completely like someone else. Rebirth indeed, the god of disguise, like death reborn. However, while divine skills are powerful, attempting to surpass multiple major realms above oneself should be approached cautiously. Rebirth. It turns out to be such a good thing. Xander nodded happily. With this divine skill in hand, many future actions would be much more convenient. After learning the divine skill, naturally, he wanted to try it out. Xander's first rebirth target was the just-buried Connor. Feeling his body change, within the blink of an eye, the standing Xander vanished, replaced by a seemingly resurrected Connor. Same appearance, demeanor, voice, tone, even the indelible killing intent between his brows. Even if the real Connor were alive, meeting himself now would feel like looking into a mirror. Xander stretched his limbs, moving his body around. He still felt like himself internally, yet visually, he became Connor, every strand of hair identical. The skill of rebirth was indeed marvelously effective. To understand its true power, he needed to test it further among the Bloodbone sect. Lord Patriarch. Upon Xander's appearance, every Bloodbone sect disciple respectfully saluted, their voices filled with fear. Uncertain whether Connor's usual brutal temperament was due to his son's death, everyone feared anger clouding his judgment, causing him to take out his frustration on irrelevant targets. Regardless, no one noticed that the Connor before them was an imposter. Mastering the divine skill rebirth, Xander grew more confident. He narrowed his eyes, plotting internally. At the burial ground, he could transform into Connor and let Aaliyah and the others experience what black eats black truly means. Xander continued exploring the Bloodbone sect, heading straight for their treasure vault. It was only reasonable for the sect's patriarch to use its resources. If he couldn't do that, he might as well retire. Entering the treasure vault, the rich aura of treasures made Xander's breathing heavier. The Bloodbone sect, one of the three powers in Chongqing province's capital, with an ancient heritage, accumulated immense wealth. Even compared to the capital's prominent family, Bachin, the Bloodbone sect stood unmatched. These treasures could easily boost his white value balance past 6 digits. However, the treasure vault was heavily guarded, and even the patriarch couldn't empty it entirely. Now wasn't the time to confront the Bloodbone sect head-on. Xander flipped his hand and took half of the resources. Despite this, some of the elder guards frowned. Lord Patriarch, what are you doing? Xander responded harshly. Xander is an abominable villain who deserves 100 deaths. Yet this damned scourge is exceedingly powerful. How else could he disrupt the city's peace so quickly after arriving? The Bachin family, and the demon hiding within, proved with their lives that Xander possesses at least third gate of 11 mountain strength. Alas, my son met a miserable end, and the city is in chaos, but I lack the ability to avenge him. Could using up all these treasures help me achieve third gate of 11 mountains? Even then, could I really defeat Xander? I can't afford to gamble. I don't want to gamble. To kill Xander, I will exhaust all possibilities. Since I lack strength, I will seek help from the Yangshan sect's experts. With supreme power, they can directly suppress Xander. Thus, I will have no worries. This decision is final. If anyone opposes, they will taste my wrath. The Guardians fell silent. Everyone knew the Patriarch Connor was obsessed with killing Xander. Having put on quite a performance, Xander turned and left, returning to Taping Way. He immediately refined the resources he had taken. Another nearly 10,000 white values. Xander clenched his fists. Brilliant. Taking just half could rival the Bachin family. The Bloodbone sect was indeed wealthy, fitting as one of the capital's 3 great powers. With white values, they naturally needed to be used. Xander once again upgraded Juming's roar, pushing its power further. The white values gained from refining were almost entirely spent on enhancing Juming's roar. This upgrade was substantial, elevating Juming's roar to a new level. With only middle 9th mountain cultivation, if Juming's roar reached peak completion, Xander's attacks would rival those of a peak 9th mountain realm expert. However, to truly slay such foes, it would be difficult. For an enemy advancing beyond the 9th mountain realm, Xander needed more power. Fortunately, the system was potent, and white values were versatile. Originally, this method was a legacy of Davon Binglong, limited but not extremely high. Otherwise, why would Davon Binglong stay as merely the chief of a small taping way in Qingzhou for decades? Using white values to elevate the intrinsic quality of Juming's roar pushed it to a new level, costing significant white values but providing greater power. Completing this upgrade, Xander wielded Juming's roar like a peerless master in the 9th mountain realm. Compared to before, the improvement was massive. Moreover, this gave Juming's roar new limits. Ancient Beast Divine might grew ever stronger. Xander closed his eyes, feeling the surging knowledge in his mind and flesh, understanding the intricacies. With such divine prowess, endless battles awaited. When Xander reopened his eyes, he had already mastered Juming's roar as if practicing for centuries. Chapter 87, the capital city. Watching the white value disappear again, Xander shook his head. Got used to it. The Imperial Guards in the capital city were in a state of disrepair, so Xander planned to relocate. Where to? The area around the Bachin family was quite good. It just so happened that the Bachin family's property had already been destroyed under his command. Building new structures was an easy task, especially with low-ranking cultivators lending a hand. Their speed and efficiency far surpassed ordinary people. The new capital city's Imperial Guards were grand and imposing, fitting for Xander's power. Seated in the new Grand Hall, Xander looked at the few people before him, Lawrence and Anatole. Chongqing province has a once celebrated sacred land called Burying Grounds. It harbors great treasures, but as you are still weak, venturing there could lead to trouble. Therefore, while I'm out, you will stay here and guard the capital. Don't feel dissatisfied. Sacred lands are plenty in this world. Once you have the strength, there will be ample opportunities for adventure. If anyone looks for me during my absence, tell them I'm not here. Anatole and Trent both nodded. After making all necessary arrangements, Xander left the Imperial Guards. As soon as he stepped out, the figure named Xander vanished, replaced by Connor of the Bloodbone sect. Since Aaliyah and others were plotting against his life, he would play along with their game today. In the Bloodbone sect, Xander waited patiently. Unknowingly, time passed. Meanwhile, in the distant covetous Xihoidom, the capital city, under the pressure of time, Thomas and others finally arrived with Reese. The capital city, the royal palace. The grand hall was imposing, radiating authority. The most powerful ruler of the entire kingdom sat at the top. His gaze was sharp and commanding, requiring no words to establish his dominance. Clad in imperial robes, his identity was evident. He was none other than the ruler of the covetous Xihoidom, Hoyt Amerigo. As a king, he naturally possessed formidable power. Amerigo's cultivation was at the third gate of the 11th mountain realm, a true powerhouse. Despite its grandeur, the hall now exuded solemnity. Besides Amerigo sitting high above, another person stood beside him, dressed in black. His depth was unfathomable. His face was pale, eyes sharp and piercing. Though he appeared younger than Amerigo, resembling a subordinate, his status was significant. He was the esteemed advisor of the covetous Xihoidom, Willie, a mysterious and inscrutable figure. At this moment, a heavy step broke the solemn silence. Willie, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them, fixing his intense gaze on Reese, his expression slightly altered. "I bow to your majesty. The minister pays respects to your majesty." Ellis, the messenger, and Thomas hurriedly bowed. "No need for formalities after your long journey. Please rise," said Amerigo coolly, his gaze falling upon Reese like wind brushing over water. "Who is this person?" Ellis quickly replied. "Your majesty, this is Reese, our prince." Upon hearing this name, Amerigo's indifferent demeanor changed slightly. He stared at Reese more intently. "Reese, my son." Ah, he did have this son, but he never expected him to still be alive. Years ago, Reese was exiled from the capital, and Amerigo assumed he had died long ago. Yet here he was, back in the grand hall of the royal palace. Reese's cultivation was too low to hide. Only at the second mountain realm? It seemed that though Reese survived losing his great sword bone, he had become utterly useless. Living past 100 years would be fortunate. Advancing further in cultivation was beyond hope. Although Amerigo knew the person before him was his long-lost son, his gaze grew colder. As king, he was supreme, and offspring were plentiful. A worthless one? Even if buried, he wouldn't grieve. Still, Amerigo was curious why Ellis and others had brought Reese back. "Your Majesty, Prince Reese wandered outside the capital for many years. Now he serves in the Chongping provincial capital, the Imperial Guards of Tapingwei, under Xander, the deputy commander. During our visit, we found the prince in a perilous position, hence bringing him back. One reason is that since we've found the prince, it brings peace to your Majesty's mind. Secondly, being near Xander poses extreme danger. Xander is cruel and ruthless, showing no respect to your Majesty. Our trip ended tragically when Party Fenglong was killed by the faction loyal to Xander over a disagreement. Xander even boasted that sending Reese back to the capital was to replace the current king and reform the government. If anything happened to Reese en route, he threatened to flatten the capital and establish a new city. He also said..." Ellis's voice faltered, revealing immense unease. What else did he say? Amerigo's voice rose, showing anger. Ellis and Thomas trembled. He said, "to sacrifice the old king and proclaim a new one using your head to declare it to the world." Ellis immediately prostrated himself on the ground, too scared to get up. "Insolent fiend." Amerigo roared in rage. "A mere deputy commander of Tapingwei disregards my covetous Xihoidom? He even dared to threaten my life. Arrogant, incredibly arrogant. What does Xander think he is? I am the pillar of this nation, above countless subjects. Does he think he can kill me at will?" Amerigo seethed, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Reese. Xander said he would flatten the capital if you were harmed. Today, let's see how much power he truly wields. The terrifying aura of an 11th mountain third gate cultivator swept through. Reese was about to be crushed, his body obliterated. Ellis and Thomas were terrified. "Your Majesty." But how could they stop Amerigo's wrath? Yet, Reese showed no fear. "Do you even deserve to be king?" With those words, an ancient mechanical puppet appeared. The mechanical puppet's power shattered Amerigo's attack. Its momentum didn't stop, directly colliding with Amerigo's flesh, causing his internal organs to shudder and meridians to scream in agony. Amerigo's expression drastically changed. The mechanical puppet was a terrifying existence. "Amerigo, if you wish to die now, try to see if I can't end your life with my own hands." Cold words echoed through the grand hall. Hearing Reese's declaration, Amerigo's face contorted. Then Reese continued. "Humph, Amerigo, even you cannot match the might of Lord's treasured gift. How do you dare to challenge him? Lord has important matters, and doesn't wish to concern himself with you. If you wish to live a few more days, refrain from empty threats. Otherwise, today will be your day of death. You. Amerigo clenched his fists, his aura raging uncontrollably. As a king, when had he ever been so insulted? Chapter 88. What does he think he is? Emil's anger flowed like water drops. However, Reese did not care at all. Born a genius with an extraordinary sword bone, he had never expected that before he could grow into his full strength, his sword bone would be taken away. Subsequently, as the prince, he was banished from the capital city and left to fend for himself. Who was to blame for all this? It was none other than his biological father, Emil. Struggling to survive in exile, Reese had long since lost any trace of filial affection by now. If not for the worry about the crown plan, he would have already ordered the mechanical puppet to suppress Emil directly. Seeing Emil seething with anger but saying nothing, Reese coldly said, "If you wish to die, then go straight to the Crimson Palace." The Crimson Palace was where his mother resided. In the past, after his talent was taken away, his mother was executed on orders. The hatred of his mother's murder was something Reese dared not forget. Now that he had returned to the capital, he would certainly seek revenge and torture anyone who had humiliated or caused him pain to vent his fury. Reese strode out of the royal palace hall, followed closely by Ellis and Yanni. Rebellious son. Only then did a shout of reproach emerge from Emil's mouth. The might of the 11th layer peak third gate practitioner shook cracks into the ground of the royal palace hall. After a long time, when his heart finally calmed down, Emil turned to look at Willie. Imperial teacher, can you tell me how to kill Gorin? Willie smiled. Your majesty is burning with anger. Moving your emotions now could be unwise. Emil's voice deepened. Imperial teacher is well versed in destiny and understands heavenly omens. Have you seen anything unfavorable regarding me? Is your majesty asking for honest advice or flattery? Willie came from mysterious origins. Even as the ruler of the country, it was difficult for Emil to track him down. Emil's expression changed again. Please, imperial teacher, speak frankly. Although Willie was mysterious, Emil trusted him greatly due to the immense assistance he had received. Thanks to Willie's expertise in divination and understanding of heaven's will, Emil managed to achieve the status of a ruler and ascend to the 11th layer peak. But Willie shook his head. The truth can hurt, but if your majesty wishes to know, I shall not hide it. I foresee bloodshed for your majesty. If you want to avoid it and preserve your life, you should appoint Reese as the new king. Upon hearing this, Emil's pupils contracted. Giving up the throne to Reese was the only way he could live? Emil looked at Willie. Imperial teacher, are you not deceiving me? If your majesty doesn't believe me, why ask? No, it's just that what the imperial teacher said is indeed shocking. I am the ruler of a kingdom, blessed by heaven's mandate. How could I be inferior to a traitor plotting rebellion? How could appointing Reese as king make any sense? As a cripple, even if he truly sits on the throne, how could he convince anyone with his strength at the 2nd layer peak? Willie sighed. Your majesty, I have spoken my piece. If you wish to defy fate, you must stabilize Gorin first and prevent rash actions. To stabilize Gorin, first announce to the kingdom that the lost Prince Reese has returned, with great gratitude and celebration lasting 3 days. Reese should be accorded the proper respect due to a prince. Secondly, although Reese speaks angrily, your majesty must remain calm and not retaliate. If you can summon strong warriors to eliminate Gorin, do so. But if not, consider abdicating the throne to Reese. After all, you share blood ties. Reese won't really kill you. Emil closed his eyes, deep in thought, and finally sighed. If it must be so, then let it be according to the imperial teacher's advice. First stabilize Gorin. Emil sighed again. Announce to the world, as per the imperial teacher's guidance, the return of Prince Reese. Furthermore, confess my sins, express my shame for the past, and apologize to the world, retiring in peace. Having acknowledged his crimes, Emil looked at Willie. Imperial teacher, considering today's events, perhaps you should visit Reese. Willie stood up. Your majesty, rest assured, I shall go now. As Willie left, Emil gathered his thoughts. Now, only the Huabei sect could be summoned. Feihai Hoidam depended on the Huabei sect. Perhaps only they could deal with Gorin. Emil hurriedly ordered someone to deliver his personally written plea to the Huabei sect. What Willie said filled Emil with great fear. The secret guards dispatched by the royal court hastened out of the palace, but did not go far. A lethal blow engulfed one guard entirely, leaving no trace, not even ashes. Far away, Willie put away his hand and turned around as if nothing had happened. The palace contained numerous halls, among which the Crimson Palace stood out. Following the emperor's order, Willie arrived here. Inside the palace, everything felt deserted. Standing there, Reese stared at a painting in the hall. Depicted was a woman, smiling gently. Ellis whispered, Imperial teacher has arrived. Reese snapped back to reality and saw Willie smiling. Willie's smile made Reese wary. Anyone in Feihai knew that Imperial teacher Willie was enigmatic. Imperial teacher, is there something you need? Reese tried to maintain composure, but seeing Willie, his heart raced uncontrollably. Willie exerted a pressure that not even a third gate 11th layer master could impose. Prince, don't worry. I'm here to help you. These words stunned Reese. What do you mean, Imperial teacher? Exactly what it sounds like. To become the new king, you'll need strategists. I volunteer myself to assist you in achieving greatness, replacing the incompetent ruler. Separated, each word made sense. Together, they were perplexing. I've persuaded the emperor to confess his sins publicly and restore your honor. The emperor seeks aid from the Huabei sect, but no worries, his messenger is dead, leaving no trace. Without news, the Huabei sect cannot act, allowing you free reign in the capital without external threats. Reese's expression grew increasingly solemn. Why do this, Imperial teacher? Naturally, because you possess exceptional talent. Huh. Reese was more confused. He didn't see himself as especially talented. Imperial teacher, I am worthless. Only through your regard did I have any influence earlier. Without you, I'm still a nobody. You think I'm talented and want to assist me? Imperial teacher, did you find the wrong person? Willie shook his head. Not at all, Prince. This statement made Reese understand. This imperial teacher was not valuing him but targeting Gorin. Chapter 89. Be the commander, not just a pawn. I understand what the national master means. However, your visit seems rather circuitous, Reese said, frowning. No, not at all. Willie replied with a smile. As you said, I could approach Minister Davon directly. But will he truly need my help now? Being by your side offers far more potential than merely being with Minister Davon. Reese's brow furrowed further. So, how should I proceed according to your advice? Willie began his analysis. Minister Davon specially sent you back for a purpose, to bring about a new era and establish a new ruler. You possess royal blood, were reborn in youth, and have an opportunity to thrive. Your qualifications as a king have been recognized by Minister Davon, and it is also due to his divine cultivation. With everything I have now, it's because of the minister's benevolence. No matter where I am in the future, my gratitude towards him will never diminish, Reese said solemnly. He was fully aware that only by reclaiming the throne could he break free from his current plight and restore his glory. Willie nodded in agreement. Well said, Prince. Even in adversity, you remember his kindness. With such loyalty and wisdom, there's no doubt you will accomplish great things. Frankly speaking, aiming to be just the ruler of Fugai is underestimating you. Becoming the ruler of Fugai wouldn't be difficult. Once Minister Davon arrives at the capital, Fugai can be taken over instantly. Then you would naturally assume a high position. However, if that happens, though you become Fugai's king, you might still be considered less critical by Minister Davon. So before Minister Davon reaches the capital, you must take action. Show him that despite your injuries and limited cultivation abilities, your ambition and intelligence remain intact. You are not someone who can't be uplifted. There's still a tiger within you, and you aim to devour much more than just Fugai. Reese's eyes gleamed with intensity. National Master, do you have a plan to help me? Willie shook his head. Prince, do you know what it takes to be a sovereign ruler? Without waiting for a reply, Reese's previously submissive posture straightened up. A true king must command respect. He asked almost commandingly, please, National Master, help me? Willie nodded. To assist the prince, I depend on Minister Davon. He is a celestial god and an earthly dragon. In the future, the land under his leadership will be vast. Eventually, when he seeks immortality, someone must manage this enormous territory. And I hope that person is you, Prince. To catch Minister Davon's attention, you must achieve something significant. Before his arrival, you should establish a new regime in Fugai and ascend the throne as the new king. This way, you'll earn his recognition. There are many plotting against the throne. All of your brothers, without exception, have designs on it. But the throne belongs to only one. First, you need to eliminate competition. If you are the only heir in Fugai, what can Amerigo do? We must leave him no excuse to avoid confrontation. Secondly, we need to ensure Amerigo doesn't prolong his reign. With his level of cultivation, he could rule for another 1,000 years. Therefore, he must die. Once you're the only remaining heir, who else would the new king be but you? Reese clenched his fists. Such a direct and brutal method. Eliminate everyone, and there will only be me left. Willie continued calmly. Do you find it hard-hearted? Remember, only those with resolve can reach high positions and attain wealth and honor. Harshness makes one rise above others. Reese took a deep breath. If killing is necessary, how should it be done? Willie smiled. Since I've suggested it, I have a plan. Rest assured, I will personally arrange everything. Not only other heirs, but even Amerigo's life cannot be saved. Once you ascend the throne, no one will stand in your way. Reese blinked. National Master is learned indeed. This capital city is a heavy responsibility, and I shall rely on your wisdom in the future. If you offer such immense help without any request, it troubles me. Willie laughed. No one acts without motive. My wish is to become the Hoyt's tutor. Reese's expression changed. If you help me to become the true king, I will appoint you as my Hoyt's tutor. Thus, following Willie's plan, Reese shifted from a passive to an active role, slowly taking control of Fugai before Xander arrived. Meanwhile, Xander awaited the right moment at the Bloodbone sect. After a few days, a light from the sky approached. When the spacecraft opened, out stepped a kindly-faced figure, Master Amin. Xander, upon seeing this, knew immediately the information about Amin. Aaliyah from Longfeng Tower and Driscoll Shan from White Horse Hall. Weren't they supposed to come together? Why aren't they here? Xander sipped his tea. Missing appointments isn't befitting their prestigious status. Master Amin sat down with a smile. Soon, another spaceship approached, revealing Aaliyah and Driscoll Shan, both looking unhappy. Why the long faces, gentlemen? Xander asked. Sigh, Xander tricked us. He agreed but skipped out. That day, I invited Xander to enter the burial grounds. He confirmed it, but when we went to Taiping Way, he was nowhere to be found. By hi, you know Xander best. Do you think he realized something? Or did he rush there alone for the treasure? Aaliyah looked frustrated. Seeing Aaliyah's expression, Xander inwardly smirked but outwardly harumphed. Xander is ruthless and cunning. It's not surprising he'd betray trust. This conversation puzzled Master Amin. Who? Just an enemy we all despise. We planned to kill him in the burial grounds, but he escaped our trap. He can be killed later. Time doesn't wait, Master Amin said. Xander nodded uncomfortably. Let's go. Perhaps he rushed there greedily. Several spaceships took off into the sky. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 90. A bunch of despicable beings. In the Black Bone Mountains, if you looked up, you would not see a blue sky or white clouds. This place seemed abandoned by sunlight, beauty, and the vast expanse of heaven and earth. But such a desolate land once harbored a paradise. Today, there were visitors here. Xander and his party were merely a small part of the many guests. Countless cultivators accompanied them to this place of bones and graves. Upon arriving, Xander looked up at the sky. There were people above, countless numbers of them, and spaceships beyond count. Among these ships were 3 extraordinarily grand and luxurious ones that caught everyone's attention. These 3 spacecraft certainly didn't belong to ordinary organizations. Jadendi Sect, Wasteland North Sect, Sword Embrace Pavilion, Tisk, TSK. Aren't these the 3 major powers of the Xintian Zhuhai? Indeed, they never miss out on such exciting events. This display is impressive. Not surprising for the Xintian Zhuhai Titans, their heritage is truly profound. Even after the grand funeral of Shangfang sect and the loss of several 12th Mountain experts and their sect master, they still don't appear defeated. They still maintain their dominant stance over the Xintian Zhuhai. Xander inwardly admired and eyes twinkled with admiration. The grand funeral of Shangfang sect had left him with unforgettable memories. Now, this burial ground might bring unexpected benefits as well. The allure of this burial ground was even greater than the grand funeral of Shangfang sect. There were numerous 10th mountain experts, and even a few awe-inspiring 12th mountain beings leading the way. Despite being inferior in talent, he thought if he had the chance to throw them all into a coiling dragon hot pot, the essence condensate obtained could help accumulate even a tiny cup of liquid. With just a small cup, entering the 10th mountain would be within reach. Xander squinted his eyes and started brainstorming how to make a perfect hot pot stew. Just as he was fantasizing about the funeral procession and delicious hot pot, sudden thunder roared. Boom! It pulled Xander's thoughts back from his imagination. Focusing, he saw a rift tear open between the heavens and the mountains, expanding wider with an inner windstorm until it formed a massive gateway. An ancient, stern aura rushed out, overwhelming like stampeding beasts, causing immediate turmoil. The cries of ancient battles echoed in everyone's ears, instilling dread and a sense of imminent death. Yet despite the fear, excitement, longing, and greed surged within them. This was the burial ground. The gates were open. As despair crept through their flesh and bones, it couldn't suppress the overwhelming joy, yearning, and greed. Legends said this place was once a paradise and the stronghold of several terrifying sections. Time had accumulated incalculable opportunities and blessings. Among these treasures was the Yiming Pond, created by an ancient sage, known to contain so much essence that even a 12th mountain existence could be reborn and regenerate its spirit. There was a legend about someone who entered as an 11th mountain 9th gate expert and emerged as a god mountain entity, achieving the 12th mountain realm. Hearing such tales made Xander's heart leap. Beside him, Master Amin chuckled. If your heart sets on the Yiming Pond, I advise you to set your expectations low, he said, drawing several blinks from the group. Many heroes vie for heavenly treasures. Why shouldn't we enter the Yiming Pond? Driscoll asked, frowning. Master Amin sighed. The burial ground opens only occasionally. It attracts significant attention from Jadeni Sect, Wasteland North Sect, and Sword Embrace Pavilion, who are very opportunistic. The Yiming Pond within the burial ground is worth the most contention. Do you think those sects will kindly let outsiders feast in their domain? If any of you can overpower the 12th mountain entities of the 3 major organizations, then all the treasures of the burial ground can be yours. Listening to these somewhat mocking words, Aaliyah and Driscoll remained silent, knowing Master Amin spoke the truth. In this world, strength reigned supreme. They held territories in Chongping province because they were peak 10th mountain experts. Now, faced with the burial ground, they dared not enter the Yiming Pond due to their limited power. The harsh reality dampened their spirits until Driscoll broke the silence. The Yiming Pond sounds wonderful, but if we can't go, we won't. But surely, the primordial true spirit won't have so many people competing for it, right? Master Amin smiled. If it were so contested, I'd have given up long ago. If the supreme treasure were exposed, it would already be on the tables of the 3 major powers. So rest assured, my unique treasure map leads to an exclusive array and key. No one else knows about it. However, this journey is perilous, so please stay vigilant. Aaliyah and Driscoll relaxed. Any danger paled compared to human conflict. As long as no one challenged them, it would be fine. Otherwise, with their meager strength, they might not survive the perils of the burial ground. When do we enter? Asked Driscoll. Let's wait for the 3 major powers to go in first. Before Master Amin finished, a mighty figure blocked the entrance. Xander's eyes narrowed. Robert, his wealthbringer. Unaware of Xander's presence, Robert's formidable strength shook the area, and his killing gaze swept around. Cave Heaven's paradise. Wait a few more days. His words sparked outrage. Was the burial ground owned by the Jadeni Sect? How could the 3 major powers monopolize the entire place? Robert silenced dissent with a single strike, scattering corpses everywhere. My words are orders. Bones fell from the sky, blood splattering the forest. All arguments ceased. Robert sneered, a bunch of despicable beings, only obedient when beaten. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying force tore through the void. Chapter 91. Scum like him deserves to die. Robert had just turned around when he was caught off guard. His chest was pierced through by a terrifying force that seemed to penetrate the heavens and earth. Only an existence at the 12-fold mountain stage could wield such power. The multitude of cultivators present couldn't help but tremble. Even the 3 major powers 12-fold mountain experts had a grave expression on their faces. Robert's pupils constricted. His heart didn't have time to beat as the terror before him instantly shattered everything. A powerhouse from the 9th gate of the 11th mountain, deputy head of the Xianxia sect, Robert, was instantly reduced to powder that scattered in the air. Who killed my Xianxia sect member? The furious voice came from a 12-fold mountain expert of the Xianxia sect, whose enraged aura warped the very air around him. He was clearly a terrifying existence at the peak of the 12-fold mountain realm. His icy, angry gaze swept across the area, trying to pinpoint the murderer to subdue them mercilessly. However, the angry gaze paused, sensing something coming from afar. Moments later, an ear-piercing sound shook the mountains. Points of light rapidly approached from the sky, startling many with this sudden intrusion. As the light grew closer, it became clear. It was Hugo. Hugo dashed for his life towards the entrance of the bone burial grounds. Hugo wasn't in good shape. His clothes were even more ragged than before, covered in blood and wounds. Blood trailed behind him as he flew through the air. Behind him were several figures closely pursuing him, each one a terrifying existence at the 12-fold mountain stage. They were chasing after someone who, logically, should be easily dispatched with a single strike. Upon seeing these familiar figures, Xander's heart raced. This guy really has a way of making enemies. He thought they wouldn't meet again so soon after parting ways during the Xianxia sect's grand funeral. Yet here they were, unexpectedly meeting again in the bone burial grounds. The first time they met, Hugo was being hunted. Now, in their second encounter, the situation was eerily similar but even more perilous. Hugo sure had guts, digging graves but not knowing which ones he shouldn't touch. Now he had run into something hard as diamond. Xander was curious about what kind of organization could commandeer so many 12-fold mountain experts to chase Hugo. And although Hugo wasn't of high cultivation, his survival skills were unparalleled. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. But now it seemed even his invisibility scroll wasn't effective anymore. Narrowing his eyes, Xander observed secretly. Hugo was escaping with all his might, fast enough to narrowly evade attacks from the 12-fold mountain experts. After dodging a lethal blow, Hugo activated an invisibility scroll, disappearing instantly. Even the 12-fold mountain experts couldn't detect him. But among those pursuing him was a woman who extended her hand and released a doll-headed round mirror. The mirror emitted beams of light that fell like raindrops, revealing the round light mirror. Xander's pupils constricted, a remarkable artifact capable of piercing Hugo's invisibility. Unfortunately, the one used here was only a replica, not the genuine article. As a result, Hugo's invisibility was immediately exposed, leaving him with no place to run. Hugo, kneel or die. Hearing the cold voice, Hugo only sneered. Die? I'll spew all over your face. Dogs of the divine law, you think you can scare me? Even if your master crawled here, I wouldn't be afraid. Who can stop Grandpa from leaving? With a roar, Hugo plunged into the bone burial grounds. More people rushed forward, and the Xianxia sect's peak 12-fold mountain expert tried to stop them. Bone burial grounds, you may not enter. Before he could finish his sentence, a horrifying attack slammed the peak 12-fold mountain expert into the ground, shaking the mountain. His body was heavily injured by the attacker, another terrifying 12-fold mountain existence. Up close, Xander noticed they wore uniform attire. Commoners, get lost. Divine Law Guard approaches. Divine Law Guard. It was the Southern Shore Divine Law Guard. Innumerable people stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Overwhelming fear welled up inside them, pressing down their backs in awe. What kind of powerful force is the Divine Law Guard? Someone whispered. What background do they have? Master Amin spoke in a low, cautious voice. The Southern Forest Divine Law Guard is the tyrant's whip of Red Earth and Divine Law Nation. Comparing it to the Great Peace Guard, the latter isn't even fit to lick the shoes of the former. The Divine Law Guard is incredibly powerful and domineering. For the sake of Divine Law Nation, they will do anything. They won't hesitate to kill everyone in Red Earth except for the Divine Law Nation itself. Divine Law Nation is ancient and enduring, with the Divine Law Guard existing alongside the nation. Wherever the Divine Law Emperor points his sword, these hounds will tear through every obstacle. These few Divine Law Guards are 12-fold mountain experts. In the entire Southern Forest Divine Law Guard, their status is equivalent to mere guards. They are just the bottom tier. And even at the bottom, they are fearsomely powerful, forcing even the Xianxia sect to back down. Xander murmured, what if we offend the entire Southern Forest Divine Law Guard? Master Amin shook his head. Your soul will be annihilated without any trace. Hugo was dead for sure. Such a rogue offended the Southern Forest Divine Law Guard. Even if he were a demon, he would die 1,000 deaths. Xander blinked. This is too good of an opportunity to miss. Let's go in. But the Xianxia sect's powerful beings. The Xianxia sect's powerful beings are still on the ground. When the Southern Forest Divine Law Guard enters, we follow right after. I don't think the Xianxia sect will be so audacious. As long as we don't go to Nightbright Pond, how can they hunt us all over the skies? With that said, Xander darted out. Master Amin and the others hesitated, but then followed closely behind. Indeed, they weren't going to Nightbright Pond. Was the Bone Burial Grounds owned by the Xianxia sect? Xander led Master Amin and the others in pursuit. Other cultivators couldn't contain their excitement and followed suit. A huge benefit and treasure trove awaited within the Bone Burial Grounds. How could they possibly miss it? The Northern Wilderness sect and Sword Embrace Pavilion watched coldly. They couldn't resort to killing like the Xianxia sect. Seeing that the situation couldn't be stopped, a 12-fold mountain expert waved his sleeve. Enter Nightbright Pond. Many cultivators rushed into the Bone Burial Grounds, accompanied by booming sounds, the aftermath of Hugo desperately fending for his life amid explosions. Chapter 92. Wanna kill me? Amidst the thunderous roar, several terrifying figures from the South Bank Divine Law Guard instantly surrounded Hugo, unleashing their formidable powers to crush him. The overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire area, forcing everyone who had rushed into the burial ground to retreat cautiously, not daring to get close, fearing that they might also be killed by the oppressive force. The cultivators' pupils contracted in shock. Were the South Bank Divine Law Guards truly this terrifying? They were even more astonished that Hugo managed to survive such an encirclement. Facing simultaneous attacks from several peak 12th Mountain Realm experts, Hugo was pulling out all stops. With a flick of his wrist, a light like dust suddenly exploded into brilliance, protecting his vulnerable flesh and blood. Under the grayish-yellow glow, no matter how the South Bank Divine Law Guard's many 12th Mountain Realm experts attacked, they couldn't breach his defenses. White Oak Precious Pagoda. A yellow-grade spirit armament? Surprise flashed across Xander's eyes. While all spirit armaments were powerful, yellow-grade armaments were a significant step above ordinary ones. Heaven and earth, profound and mighty. These were the pinnacle among spirit armaments. Hugo's White Oak Precious Pagoda, though only a low-tier yellow-grade spirit armament, was of supreme quality. As a defensive weapon, its formidable protective power had already been revealed. Even the 12th Mountain Realm experts could not inflict any damage on it. Given Hugo's humble realm, he wasn't even able to utilize its full power. Yet, the effectiveness of the yellow-grade spirit armament was undeniable. Through double probing, Xander discovered that Hugo's lifespan was plummeting at an alarming rate. Just whose grave did this guy dig up? Although it hadn't been long since he last saw Hugo, the latter had undergone significant changes. Previously, Hugo was merely at the 9th Mountain Realm, but now he had directly ascended to the 11th Mountain Realm, an incomprehensible leap. His lifespan had also been halved, losing several millennia compared to after the Great Harvest at Shangfangzong's funeral. Moreover, Hugo's inventory now contained multiple yellow-grade spirit armaments, including the white oak precious pagoda. Damn, did this guy rob the royal tomb of Shenluo Huidong? Struggling desperately, Hugo mobilized the white oak precious pagoda to resist the relentless killing intent from the 12th Mountain Realm experts of the South Bank Divine Law Guard. Employing secret techniques, despite enduring severe damage to his lifespan, losing centuries within moments, he still stood firm against several 12th Mountain Realm experts. Hugo, hand over what you have or die. What qualifications do you have to control a yellow-grade spirit armament at your current cultivation level? If you surrender now, you can live a few more days. Otherwise, you will eventually die from the backlash. The speaker was also at the peak 12th Mountain Realm. However, Hugo roared in anger. Go to hell. With those words, Hugo activated another secret technique, instantly losing a millennium of his lifespan while surging directly to the peak 12th Mountain Realm. His chaotic aura ignited the entire area, making the air stiflingly hot. Hansen, you want me to surrender? Go to hell. If you don't want me to live, then we'll all die together. Hugo had gone berserk, wielding both a shield and a war saber, two yellow-grade spirit armaments. At the peak 12th Mountain Realm, his terrifying burst instantly brought him right before Hansen. The war saber unleashed an unparalleled storm, splitting clouds and shattering earth with unmatched might. A peak 12th Mountain Realm expert, risking everything to fight for mere days of life? Foolishness. Idiot. Hansen sneered coldly. Fierce power erupted from his fists, countering Hugo's attack. Hansen, too, had employed some secret art, his aura swelling to twice its former strength. Xander watched intently, marveling at the incredible spell Hansen used. Even after increasing his power several times, there was still room for improvement. However, this was the limit Hansen could currently achieve. Nonetheless, Hugo was genuinely extraordinary. After Hansen boosted his combat power several times using secret techniques, Hugo also roared, once again activating a secret method. His lifespan burned like dry kindling, and he instantly broke through the restraints of the 12th Mountain Realm, ascending to its peak. You die. Eyes blazing with fury, Hugo swung the war saber. The terrifying blade wind forced Hansen to retreat immediately and instantly killed 3 12th Mountain Realm experts of the Divine Law Guard, extinguishing them on the spot. Madman. Hansen's face changed drastically. He had underestimated Hugo's madness. The latter really dared to trade his life for theirs. Haha, a madman is perfect. A madman is perfect. You dogs, want to kill me? Then you must die too. Die, die, die. Enraged beyond measure, Hugo's power soared to the 13th Mountain Realm as he charged toward the remaining Divine Law Guards. Be careful. Hansen roared in warning. Simultaneously, as Hugo attacked again, Hansen crushed a scroll. A terrifying force suddenly struck from nowhere, sending Hugo flying despite the protection of the white oak precious pagoda. Blood spurted from his mouth, setting the forest ablaze upon landing. 13th Mountain Realm. Hugo's pupils contracted sharply. The scroll contained a strike from the 13th Mountain Realm. Even with his lifespan drained and his power pushed to the 13th Mountain Realm, he was still insignificant before a 14th Mountain Realm expert. Kill him. Hansen bellowed furiously. In that moment, Hugo's aura completely collapsed, his lifespan nearly depleted. Without needing Hansen's reminder, everyone understood the danger Hugo posed. As soon as his aura fell, they unleashed every available means. The combined attack from the 12th Mountain Realm experts caused Hugo's pupils to whiten. Damn it. Hugo felt deep regret. He didn't want to die. You die. One 12th Mountain Realm expert, wielding a massive saber, slashed down with a ferocious swing. Only by cleaving Hugo in two would satisfy him. Hugo attempted to gather strength, but pain shot through his wounds, causing him to spit out more blood. Helplessly, he watched as the saber neared his face. Just as the blade was about to split him in two, suddenly, a blinding white-red divine light emerged from nowhere, striking the assailant with overwhelming force. Caught off guard, the attacker was instantly struck. Chapter 93, Supreme. The terrifying power of the Supreme burst forth upon contact, and even the formidable physical bodies of the 12-layer mountain peak warriors crumbled like dust before a storm, unable to withstand its might. In an instant, blood mist surged into the sky. Countless fragments scattered. Supreme Spirit Weapon. Everyone's pupils trembled as they sensed the overwhelming dread of the Supreme Force. They never imagined such a shocking turn in what was already a heaven-shaking event. Especially the Nanan Shenluo guards were shocked, bewildered, and filled with rage. Who dares oppose the Shenluo guard? But in response to this fury, no one answered. As for Hugo, who narrowly escaped death, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Miguel? Korengang whispered, a voice that was loud enough for powerful ears to catch. Suddenly, from nothingness, a figure appeared. The supreme weapon hovered around him, a terrifying yet perfect cloak protecting him. Who could this person be? Countless eyes focused on the figure, all curious about which madman would dare challenge the Shenluo guard. How does it feel now? Can you live a few more years? Came the familiar taunting voice. Despite the pain, Korengang smiled through gritted teeth. A few more years? I damn well want to live for tens of thousands of years. The figure chuckled lightly. Well, it's great to have a comrade in arms like you. It wouldn't be pleasant if someone so bold and audacious died here. Holy brother, you actually came here. Looks like we're not just kindred spirits but destined partners. Xander laughed softly. We're quite the divine match. If I hadn't come, you would have been smashed to pieces. Korengang grinned sheepishly. Seems I didn't get smashed after all. Without another word, Xander pulled Korengang away from the battlefield. Facing a combined attack from multiple 12-layer mountain peak Shenluo guards, Korengang's defeat was inevitable. So, Xander had already prepared, harnessing the power of the Taichu gemstone to create illusions and remain hidden, ready to strike when the time was right. His purpose was clear, to save Korengang. Despite being a despicable person who dug up graves, Xander valued Korengang highly. He needed Korengang to help locate tombs. What the hell? Who is it? Xander and Korengang vanished directly from under their noses, infuriating the Shenluo guards. They intended to kill Korengang at all costs, only to have him slip away from a group of elite warriors. Their reputation was tarnished. Captain, Marissa rushed over, looking anxiously at Hansen, whose chest was bruised black and red, his face pale like death itself. My injuries are severe. That deadly blow from Korengang almost killed me on the spot. Though I took medicine immediately, my condition won't improve soon. I fear I don't have many days left. The guards' faces changed dramatically with concern. Captain, let's return home first. Things will be better once we're back. No, my injuries are secondary. Capturing the rogue Korengang is the top priority. The Emperor's anger can incinerate the earth. If we fail this mission, it's not just me who'll die. You will also pay the price. Quick, summon the Yuan Guang realm. Dig every inch of this burial ground until we find Korengang and his accomplice. Failing them means our deaths. With severe injuries, Hansen sounded urgent. He couldn't afford any delay. If Korengang and Xander escaped the burial grounds, finding them again would be like trying to fish out a fish in the ocean. Yes. The female guard clenched her jaw and closed her eyes, invoking her powers. The Yuan Guang realm's divine light spread across the land. But despite the extensive reach, she found no trace of Korengang. They can't have escaped. Not possible. The threat still exists. Korengang must be somewhere within these grounds, hiding to evade us temporarily. Another guard with a slender head narrowed his eyes, then suddenly opened them with a gleam. Over there, quickly follow. With those words, he moved, and others carried Hansen in pursuit. In the void, Xander and Korengang kept moving swiftly, distancing themselves from the Shenluo guards. But Xander wasn't worried, asking curiously while running. Korengang, you really can't sit still. Who did you disturb this time to provoke the South Shore Shenluo guard? You look like you've unearthed something big. Oh, just a marquee tomb, replied Korengang nonchalantly. Xander blinked. Is the Shenluo Emperor so protective that a single marquee warrants such a huge reaction? That's not just any marquee. Rumor has it, he was the Emperor's illegitimate son, a rare genius who died tragically. The Emperor buried him lavishly with many treasures. Poor treasures, to accompany a dead body to decay. I couldn't help but assist them in seeing the light again, though the Shenluo people lack gratitude. So casual. I think you'll end up dying because of your own recklessness. Such shameless behavior, thought Xander, wouldn't surprise anyone if Korengang got beaten daily. But Korengang had other thoughts, aiming for longevity, even if death meant a romantic end pursuing his passion. Thank you, Miguel. This time, I owe you big time. Don't mention it. If you live, remember to bring me more business. Korengang smirked. Got it. I'll report you to the higher-ups. When things are ready, I'll take you to a great place. Your collection will expand immensely. They continued chatting. Suddenly, Xander's expression changed. Here they come. How did they track us? These dogs have sharp noses. What do we do now? Don't panic. Even the sharpest nose has limits. Xander tore off his invisible cloak and gave it to Korengang. This treasure conceals your presence, even from the Shenluo Emperor himself. Use it to evade them, but it's not a gift. I need you to use it temporarily while I handle other matters. An invisible cloak, so powerful? Korengang put it on immediately. Where do we meet? Nightbright Pond. I hear it has beautiful scenery. With that, Xander vanished. Nox unfurled a Yinsun Zhenzhou, stealth scroll, and sprinted towards Nightbright Pond. Edits made. 1. Changed Korengang to Nox for consistency in character name translation. 2. Translated Yinsun Zhenzhou to stealth scroll for better readability in English. Chapter 94. Exploration. Where did everyone go? The man furrowed his brow, feeling puzzled. Given his unique condition, he had always possessed an extraordinary sense that was exceptionally sensitive to auras. Relying on this ability, he was usually an expert in tracking. Just now, he had been following a trail, but suddenly, as he felt he was about to catch up with Adiel, not only did he fail to see Adiel, but even the lingering traces of his presence had vanished completely. This outcome caused several members of the Santiago Guard to wear grim expressions. After all, if they couldn't capture Adiel, they would face dire consequences. Under the Emperor's wrath, they could die 1,000 times over, and it would be entirely within expectation. Conroy, try again. Are you certain you can no longer track him? Hansen's voice sounded weaker than before. Indeed, his condition was worsening by the minute. Earlier, I was indeed able to trace Adiel's aura, but it disappeared abruptly. Adiel likely possesses some secret treasure that can even isolate his aura, Conroy said through gritted teeth. So, what do we do now? Liana, can you coordinate the Yuan Guang realm to possibly capture Adiel? The female Santiago guard shook her head. If she could have done so, Adiel would already be dead at their hands. Captain, how should we proceed? Shall we fly around aimlessly like headless flies? The skills of 2 top trackers were now rendered useless. This result only deepened the gloom among the group. Hansen bit his lip, his complexion pale, accentuating the somber expression on his face. Just one more blow. They had been so close to killing Adiel and presenting his severed head as proof of their success. But because of the sudden interference, their efforts came to naught. The cooked duck flew away. If they returned now and confessed, not only would they face the Emperor's fury, but also would have no way to explain themselves to the Chief Overseer. If we return empty-handed, the Chief Overseer will kill us first. We absolutely cannot allow this. Let's continue searching. You said Adiel's aura vanished here, which means this scoundrel is still nearby and must have used a hiding technique. The Yuan Guang realm allows us to perceive everything under heaven and earth. It permeates the void. I don't believe his hiding method can be used non-stop without pause. Once we find his tracks, he is as good as dead. No one, not even the heavenly Hoyt, can save him. Hansen spoke with a heavy voice, issuing orders. These words revived some hope in the group. There was still a glimmer of hope. If they managed to capture Adiel now, they would accomplish a great feat. Not only would they escape death, but there would be many rewards awaiting them. Liana, from now on, the responsibility lies with you. Liana nodded vigorously. For her own life, she would do her best. The few members of the Santiago Guard began searching anew. Xander disbanded his clone and returned to his main body, appearing on Connor. Where are the bodies? Xander's eyes swept the area, finding nothing but emptiness, and he couldn't help feeling disappointed. This was the 12th level mountain, a place of immense rarity. Had he known, he would have taken the bodies directly earlier. Hi brother, these are the corpses of the Santiago Guard. You shouldn't entertain any ideas, Master Amin warned. Even if the Santiago Guard left their comrades behind carelessly, plenty of 11th level mountain experts are still around. With our current abilities, watching from afar is fine, but if we dare to act, we won't know how we'll end up dead. By now, the bodies might already be claimed by someone else. Let's not think about it. Hearing Master Amin speak, Xander sighed deeply. These were bodies from the 12th level mountain. Even if just one of them dropped something valuable, it would be a huge gain, let alone with the Theodore Hotpot involved. Regret was now inevitable. Master Amin smiled. If High Brother has time to sigh, you might as well focus more on our mission. The three major powers of Adrian are already vying for the Yiming Pond. Let's seize the opportunity to get the original true spirit, as the opening of the burial ground is time limited. As Master Amin spoke, his brow subtly furrowed in worry, hoping that this time everything would go smoothly. So, the few people continued their journey by ship. Xander opened the immortal map, finding that the burial location of King Liangio's Amadeus, whom he targeted for the funeral mission, was along the same route as the map to the original true spirit. Could Amadeus have died while searching for the original true spirit? But Xander thought this unlikely. During Amadeus's era, there was a massive war. As a powerful figure, there was no reason for him not to participate. Therefore, Amadeus's death here might have other reasons. As the ships pulled away from the main fleet and continued forward, the scenery outside changed dramatically. What started as lush greenery became increasingly desolate. The landscape was bleak, with countless wastelands and the cruel remnants of battles everywhere. Staying in such a hellish place for too long would surely affect one's mind. Following the map, after an indeterminate period, they came across a large ruined structure before them. It looked like an ancient palace, both decrepit and filled with a heavy, ominous atmosphere of death. Look over there. Aaliyah's voice drew everyone's attention. He pointed to the entrance of the palace, where an old door hung. Although seemingly worn, it appeared robust. Strung on the door was a corpse, impaled by a weapon that remained sharp even after thousands of years. The person looked as though he had just died yesterday. Xander knew who this was. This was none other than Amadeus, the leader of King Liangio. However, something felt off about Amadeus's death here. Xander's dual probing revealed as much. Unfortunately, this detail escaped others. Some saw nothing unusual, while others felt a sudden urgency. Untouched by time, this is a precious artifact. Driscoll couldn't contain himself and moved with incredible speed towards the door. Don't! Master Amin's warning came too late. Driscoll reached the door in an instant, gripping the weapon's handle tightly. His eyes gleamed with greed. Desire and greed clouded Driscoll's judgment. Even if Master Amin's warning had been complete, it wouldn't have stopped him. As Driscoll gripped the weapon, its latent power reawakened after centuries, and simultaneously, strange colored smoke erupted from it, seeping into his flesh and blood. Chapter 95. The Ultimate Treasure. No. Barnabas's heart trembled violently as he attempted to throw the weapon in his hand, but it was too late. It was like the young lady had already entered the bandit's lair, and regret was of no use. That eerie glow instantly enveloped him, and a wicked, powerful force shattered Barnabas's soul. Only a blood-curdling scream erupted from his throat as Barnabas's soul was directly crushed and devoured, leaving not a trace behind. Thousands of years. Thousands of years. Finally. Heart Demon God Technique. Infinite in its wonders. An eerie voice emerged from Barnabas's throat. Great Master Amin and Elias stared with wide eyes. Cursed. Barnabas has been possessed. Great Master Amin reacted the fastest, immediately fleeing at top speed. Aaliyah also ran without delay, not daring to linger for a moment. Escape? Can you really escape? A hissing sound surged through the air. Having come here, seen by my eyes, you shall remain, all entering my heart. Remember this well, it is your honor. The voice grew louder, like a drumbeat rising in intensity, already reaching the 11th level of mountains. Even if it was only the third gate of the 11th mountain level, could the formidable power, surging to the heavens, be withstood by Aaliyah and Great Master Amin? A terrifying attack pressed down upon them, clearly awakened after several thousand years of slumber and waiting. Simply devouring Barnabas was not enough to satisfy it. Amadeus intended to consume them all to make up for the losses of several thousand years. Unfortunately, Great Master Amin and Aaliyah were terrified. But there was Xander. Time Seal. Under the time deity technique, all living beings are equal. Amadeus's power suppressed Aaliyah and Great Master Amin. However, Xander had silently approached from behind. A single shout froze Amadeus's body. He tried to speak, but could not utter a word, his soul trembling with fear. Death. Impending death. Amadeus struggled to break free, but his resistance was futile. Past spirits depart. A cold voice pierced his ears. Terrorizing might burst forth, shattering Barnabas's flesh and blood into a mist. Ah! Kill you! Kill you! The eerie light re-emerged, emitting a beastly roar more frightening than any human sound, rushing towards Xander. It aimed to possess Xander's body as well. But did Xander fear? Allowing Amadeus to enter his body. Upon entering Xander's chi-si, it immediately disturbed the seed of soul within. In an instant, divine might reappeared. akin to a true immortal approaching Amadeus. No, impossible? Amadeus screamed in terror, trying to flee again. But once inside Xander's chi, how could Xander let such prey slip away? Divine light erupted once more, turning Amadeus into ice near a raging fire. Instantly, he melted away completely. The eerie light vanished, leaving only the pure soul force absorbed into Xander's chi, enhancing his own soul even further. After accomplishing this, Xander returned to reality, walked over, and collected Amadeus's corporeal body and weapon, tossing them into his system bag. Great Master Amin and Aaliyah, who witnessed everything, were left speechless. Had Connor actually killed that powerful entity? Aaliyah's eyes widened in shock. Great Master Amin was equally stunned. For Connor, Great Master Amin felt an increased sense of vigilance. They waited for some time before regaining their distance from Xander. Hi brother. You've subdued that eerie remnant spirit? Naturally, otherwise wouldn't I be dead like Barnabas? Barnabas sighed. Brother Chin acted rashly. But still, it's unknown who this person was. Despite the passage of time, he exhibited such terrifying power. He must have been extraordinary. This person was indeed extraordinary. He was the leader of the Azure Lotus sect from several thousand years ago. Leader of the Azure Lotus sect? Aaliyah's heart trembled, feeling even more fortunate. Though he had desires earlier, he hadn't been as agitated as Barnabas. If not, Barnabas's fate would have been his, devoured, with no soul remaining. The thought alone was horrifying. Who cares what kind of sect leader he was? He's dead now. Let's not be shocked by a dead man. Don't forget our goal. Failing to kill Xander here isn't ideal, but we must obtain the original true spirit. This place is strange. We need to be even more cautious and take Barnabas's cautionary tale to heart. Aaliyah and Great Master Amin nodded in agreement. Thus, the three followed the treasure map's instructions, entering the ruined building. Cautiously exploring, they eventually stood before a towering mountain. It was a mountain, yet it was bizarre, as if the earth extended a finger upward, reaching for the sky, covered in scars. Once a place of beautiful scenery. But wars and magical battles had destroyed this area. Around the Finger Mountain were ordinary hills, which seemed flat by comparison due to the towering height of the Finger Mountain. Xander's gaze swept over the scene. The forest was beautiful yet held a mysterious allure. Indeed, this place was a magic array. The original true spirit is atop it. Great Master Amin looked excitedly at the top of the Finger Mountain. Why wait any longer? The three started ascending. Fortunately, they were all 10th level cultivators. Otherwise, climbing such a high mountain would have been exceedingly difficult. Finally reaching the summit, normal mountains appeared like clouds beneath their feet. Yet, they paid no mind to the view below. Their gazes were entirely captivated by the stone stele at the top. On the stone stele were large characters. Original true spirit. The stele was surrounded by floating, shimmering lights, like mists or ribbons. Incredibly beautiful, captivating one's heart and soul. Original true spirit. Great Master Amin and Aaliyah's pupils dilated, and Xander's double detection confirmed the information. The original true spirit, a relic created by ancient masters using the original array, accumulated over millennia, providing immense strength with just a single strand of true spirit. What a treasure! Xander's eyes gleamed with divine light. Hi brother, now that the true spirit is within reach, is there still danger? Aaliyah asked, barely containing his eagerness. Before Xander could respond, Great Master Amin spoke with a serious expression. How can such an ultimate treasure be left here so openly without being taken? It seems too unusual. Great Master Amin then sent out a powerful palm strike, sending vibrations through the air, echoing through the mountains. But this powerful strike disappeared instantly upon contact with the original true spirit, as if annihilated by an invisible force. There truly is something amiss. Amin tested several times, and confirmed that there was a trap surrounding the original true spirit. Human beings, why seek the unattainable? With your meager strength, how can you possibly break the ancient original array? This sudden voice came from behind the three, causing them to turn sharply, only to see a woman standing before them, her ethereal presence reminiscent of a fairy, seemingly materializing from thin air. Her calm gaze fixed on the void, looking at them, as if seeing straight into their hearts. ##### Chapter 96, Battle. Who is this? How did she suddenly appear? Faced with such a celestial beauty, both Aaliyah and Master Amin were stunned by her silent approach. They felt fear creeping in. If this woman had attacked them just now, they would have been even more helpless than facing Hongba Chong. Without knowing how powerful she was, if she could have killed them with a single move, their tension grew as they imagined it. Xander, however, was not tense but only surprised. With his dual detection ability, the information about the woman appeared before him. This woman's name is Alice, a goddess of the primordial deity race. She is at the demigod level, and Xander had no real grasp of how high this realm truly was. After all, she was a deity. Such a realm made her cultivation and talent far beyond what he could achieve, even if he consumed several more, only true heart pills. A deity like her must have come from a divine race. The numerous divine powers and treasures she wielded made Xander covetous, wishing he could melt them down right there. But what caught Xander's attention the most was the system's prompt. This woman was currently in a reincarnated state, specifically on her 10th rebirth. Xander squinted his eyes. He had seen a divine being before, Berkeley of the ancient dragon divine race, along with other divine lords and ladies. At that time, he was merely an 8th layer mountain clone. Now, meeting her for the second time, it felt excessively opulent. And if this lavish panel was just for her reincarnation, how ancient and powerful must she have been in her previous lives? The three people stared at Alice while she naturally stared back, like looking into an abyss. Alice observed the three mortals before her. Master Amin and Aaliyah weren't worth her attention, but Xander was somewhat special. Surprised, she scrutinized him closely. The silence was broken by Master Amin. May I ask who you are and why you're here? Master Imin clenched his left fist, ready to flee if necessary. Alice finally turned her gaze away from Xander. My name is Alice. Master Imin's heart skipped a beat, pointing at her. Chang Daoist friend. Are you also here for the primordial true essence, the supreme treasure of heaven and earth? Master Imin's mood darkened. Originally, the primordial true essence had 3 strands. Driscollshi's death meant each of them could have 1 strand without unnecessary conflict. But now, with Alice's appearance, it became complicated. She seemed formidable, likely here for the same reason. Without confirmation, Alice said, the primordial true essence is the essence of the universe. In ancient times, my ancestors preserved it within a grand array. By rights, this place belongs to our clan. The true essence, though a supreme treasure, is protected by the primordial array. Mortals like you, with your limited abilities, can never breach the array, let alone take the primordial true essence for yourselves. To pass through the primordial array, one needs a key, a drop of blood from our divine race, along with a map. Without effort, the treasure map held tightly by Master Imin flew out of his grip, despite his peak 10th layer mountain strength. He could only watch helplessly as Alice caught it. Instantly, the map emitted a dazzling light, blindingly bright. In that moment, an ancient, profound presence spread, as vast as a falling Milky Way, shaking the air with its antiquity. Mortals trembled in awe, feeling the urge to kneel and worship. Chang Daoist. Having wandered for millennia, unknowing of distant ages, now reunited with my hand, peace should reign again. After reciting this verse, the oppressive aura lessened. The primordial true essence is rare. I need only 1 strand. The rest, those who are destined, may take it. With a flick of her finger, a drop of blood struck the invisible barrier. It instantly materialized into a golden web, spreading systematically. With a loud pop, it exploded like a burst light bulb, sending a gust of wind through the forest as the true essence soared into the sky. The 3 strands of primordial true essence took flight like living birds. Alice, with practiced ease, caught one. She glanced at Xander, seemingly memorizing his face before disappearing like a cloud. 2 strands of the true essence still hovered in the air, about to fly away. Xander wouldn't let them escape. Time seal. Xander acted first, harnessing the power of time to immobilize 1 strand of the primordial true essence, which he then effortlessly caught. Aaliyah and Master Imin were enraged. 2 strands vanished in a blink, one taken by Alice. She clearly wasn't someone they could challenge, especially since she had already disappeared. As for Xander, given his mysterious nature and see Reversal Mountain's sinister curse, neither dared challenge him either. Thus, the remaining strand became the object of contention between the 2. Just moments ago, they were allies, but now they fought ferociously, determined to the death. Xander couldn't leave. He was waiting for their funeral. Both Aaliyah and Master Imin were at the peak 10th layer mountain realm, but when it came to the final clash, Master Imin emerged victorious after using every trick in the book. A chilling scream followed as Aaliyah's head and half his body were cleaved in 2 by Master Imin. Xander promptly secured the corpse, then fixed his gaze on Master Imin. Despite Aaliyah's demise, Master Imin was gravely injured, his strength waning rapidly. See Reversal Mountain. Before Master Imin could finish, a bloody hand pierced his chest. You. How could you? I shouldn't have. Xander withdrew his hand coldly. I don't understand what you're saying, but maybe see Reversal Mountain will. Hearing this, Master Imin's eyes widened in shock, realizing his mistake. You. Not. Xander smiled. Not see Reversal Mountain? I never said I was, did I? My name is Xander. Next time, be wary if you have another life. Now, die. Master Imin tried to speak but couldn't, his head exploding under Xander's blow. Taking a deep breath, Xander completed his task. Farewell, farewell. Note. Maintaining the original tone and style, ensuring smooth translation and coherence. Chapter 97. Sudden wealth, rapid progress, amazing. After sending off Master Imin, Xander's cultivation increased by several hundred years, bringing him directly to the peak of the 9th mountain realm. However, he shook his head, deeming it too slow. After sending off Aaliyah, he gained a few thousand white points. For the peak 10th mountain realm, this was quite a price. Finally came Xander's true goal. Ding! Sent off Amadeus's corpse. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a treasure, the scroll of primordial peace sword formation. Strengthened effect activated, tenfold enhancement, resulting in obtaining the scroll of great tranquility sword formation. Apart from these 3 corpses, there was also the original true spirit that could be refined. What was its value? 1 million? No, 10 million. A whopping 10 million white points. Xander's eyes widened. Truly, objects that required the essence of heaven and earth to form were invaluable. But which was more important, the original true spirit or white points? Of course, white points. With sufficient white points, Xander had everything he needed. Although the original true spirit was undoubtedly a supreme treasure, its versatility couldn't compare to that of white points. Moreover, the laws of nature dictated that living beings could only utilize a thread of the original true spirit. Since he had an extra thread now, leaving it idle would be wasteful. Only by offering it as a sacrifice could it serve its greater purpose. Under the system's might, even heavenly treasures like the original true spirit couldn't escape refinement. As Xander gazed at his 10 million level white point balance, indescribable joy welled up within him. What bliss! What happiness! If not for the intangibility of white points, Xander would have lain within them, swimming, soaring, savoring them fully. So, the question arose, how should he use so many white points? 10 million was a lot. However, when Xander examined the aspects needing upgrades, he realized 10 million might not be enough. The soul seed, the key element in defeating Amadeus, and the divine needle protecting his soul. These should be upgraded. The sun true art, dispelling evil, and the golden body of the sun, which offered boundless benefits, also deserved attention. Learning various blade skills required upgrading to enhance their power. The funeral messenger, his strongest helper, should be upgraded too. Looking at it this way, 10 million white points might fall short. Xander first checked with the system about upgrading the soul seed. The soul seed's growth had distinct stages. To pass the first stage required spending 100,000 white points. The benefits were genuine. If reaching the 10th step where the seed transformed into a tree, it wouldn't resist curses but could withstand spiritual attacks on a celestial level. Very useful indeed. But let's hold off on upgrading it for now. For the Sun True Art to reach its peak human realm, nearly 10 million white points were required. This offered immunity to curses and evil entities. Both the Soul Seed and Sun True Art were indeed excellent. If Xander had 10 times as many white points, he'd upgrade both without hesitation. But since he had only 10 million, he had to choose. After deep contemplation, Xander decided to prioritize upgrading the Sun True Art because of Haifishen's curse-based techniques that unnerved him. Curses were unpredictable and could strike any time. Hence, achieving the golden body of the sun would prevent such trouble. While the Soul Seed was also valuable and beneficial when upgraded, it could wait until he accumulated more white points later. With Xander's confirmation, piles of white points were fed into the system. A surge of formidable power erupted within Xander's body, akin to millions of hammers striking refined steel. After countless refinements, the system announced, "Ding! Master, the white points consumption is complete. The human chapter of the Sun True Art has reached its peak. The golden body of the sun shines brilliantly, resisting curses and evil forces. You are now immune and can rest assured in tranquility." For this notification, Xander spent several million white points. Yet, the visible changes in his body made it worthwhile, from bones and muscles down to cellular essence. His breath, spirit, meridians, flesh, and even his chi integrated with a special substance, a firewall against all malevolence and curses, rendering him impervious. Of course, this effect would be achieved once other chapters of the Sun True Art were perfected. His journey was far from over. Cultivation requires patience. Through the system, Xander could acquire new chapters of the Sun True Art, but they were expensive. He breathed deeply, then asked the system about using the original true spirit. This supreme treasure was a miraculous medicine, yet strong medicines could be toxic. Thus, precious things must be absorbed slowly. Given his current talent level, absorbing a thread of original true spirit would take decades. Thus, Xander turned to the system. Under its power, what would normally take decades could be done in an instant. The difference was enormous, but it came at a hefty price. Absorbing the original true spirit required 1 million white points. Was it worth it? 1 million white points. That much could equal the strength of a peak 10th Mountain Realm practitioner. Yet, what choice did Xander have? Refusing this opportunity could result in losing centuries of cultivation later. So, he bit the bullet and paid up. In an instant, the original true spirit became myriad essences enhancing his talent. Following this immense boost, Xander finally qualified as a genius. Not a major genius, just a minor one. He opened his personal panel, seeing how his formerly labeled waste evaluation transformed into a rate much higher than average cultivators. Xander smiled wryly. Small though it was, he was genuinely a genius now. How good it felt. Talent. Xander clenched his fist. Hell yes, he was a genius now. Not bad at all. Hashtag chapter 98. Repeating the trick. Now that I think about it, I haven't checked what Amadeus dropped yet. Xander suddenly recalled. The Taiping Sword Formation Scroll. Its format naturally reminded Xander of the Chongfeng Sword Formation Scroll. After retrieving the item from his system inventory, sure enough, it was a treasure in the same format as the Chongfeng Sword Formation Scroll. Taiping Sword Formation Scroll. An enveloping and annihilation scroll weapon, immensely powerful, capable of slaying entities at the peak of the 13th Mountain Realm. Indeed, it was similar to the Chongfeng Sword Formation Scroll. Ingenious, truly ingenious. From Caitlin of the 12th Mountain Realm, he obtained the Chongfeng Sword Formation Scroll, enabling him to suppress terrifying existences at the peak of the 12th Mountain Realm. And now, from Amadeus of the 13th Mountain Realm, he had obtained the Taiping Sword Formation Scroll, allowing him to suppress beings at the peak of the 13th Mountain Realm. It all came down to the system. The treasures recorded by the immortal map were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. It was only natural for extraordinary treasures to be dropped here. Xander nodded in satisfaction. Venturing into this burial ground had yielded such bountiful rewards, making him feel extremely content. First, he acquired the primal true spirit, then the Taiping Sword Formation Scroll. His combat strength and offensive capabilities had reached another level. However, Xander wasn't in a hurry to leave. This burial ground still held treasures. The Yiming Tan must contain plenty of people and hidden treasures. He could continue to progress. Xander immediately shot off towards the direction of the Yiming Tan. The Yiming Tan lay at the heart of the burial ground. This vast expanse of land did nothing to conceal the obvious presence of the Yiming Tan. What is Yiming? It means a bright moon on the earth. Even if one didn't seek heavenly treasures, merely coming here to admire the scenery would make a lifetime worthwhile. The water within the Yiming Tan surged with spiritual energy, like lively fish leaping and frolicking. Surrounding the Yiming Tan were countless people, cultivators sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in concentration, fully focused on their cultivation. Every pore on their bodies was wide open, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy surging from the Yiming Tan like insatiable devourers. At the center of the Yiming Tan, where the spiritual energy was most concentrated and the cultivation effects optimal, it was monopolized by the three major powers of Xuantianjiuhai, Yangshan sect, Sword Embrace Pavilion, and Huangbei sect. Their people controlled the core area, dividing it among themselves. They devoured the abundant spiritual power of the Yiming Tan, their cultivation rapidly advancing, their chi seas growing ever fuller. Not far from this scene of intense but silent cultivation, a pair of eyes secretly observed from the shadows. In ancient times, they say those who meditated in the night bright circle attained immortality. Truly a blessed place. But alas, this blessed place is stingy, showing no favor towards someone like me. Elmer shook his head. He cultivated the earth-water true spirit divine technique, which had countless wonders but also significant limitations. Normal cultivation paths were useless for him. Even a place like the Yiming Tan, a paradise for ordinary cultivators, was now just a beautiful tourist spot in his eyes. Because it had no practical use for him, his path was destined to be intertwined with tombs forever. Elmer frowned. Where was Brother Xander? Why hadn't he arrived? His invisibility technique was potent but time-limited. Eventually, it would expose him. If exposed, how could he hide from the pack of wild dogs from Nan and Shenluo Guard? They would definitely come after him, causing him serious trouble. Thinking of this, his wounds throbbed with pain, his mood growing increasingly restless. He continued waiting. After some time, he felt the presence of Nan and Shenluo Guard getting closer. Finally, Xander reappeared. Brother Davon, if you didn't come soon, I was planning to visit your grave. Xander chuckled. You wish to live 10,000 years, so wouldn't I have to live millions? Have there been any unusual occurrences? Elmer grimaced with a bitter smile. Of course. Those dogs from Nan and Shenluo Guard won't rest until they get what they want. I can clearly sense their dog stench nearby. Fortunately, you returned in time. Otherwise, you wouldn't see me again. Those dogs would have devoured even my corpse. Xander's arrival bolstered Elmer's confidence. You invited me here specifically because of the Yiming Tan, right? Its water is a celestial essence, invaluable to cultivators. Indeed, we should experience the wonder of the Yiming water. But first, we need to deal with Nan and Shenluo Guard. Elmer's eyes lit up. How do we handle them? We'll repeat the grand funeral plan. We lure them here, and I have the Taiping sword formation scroll. Once this treasure is activated, Nan and Shenluo Guard will be nothing more than clay chickens and straw dogs, scattering instantly. Great. Brother Davon, you always have good ideas. Elmer grinned mischievously. With their keen sense of smell, let me deactivate my invisibility. They'll chase after us in no time. Xander nodded. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Xander unfolded his hand, revealing the exquisite scroll lying quietly in his palm. Seeing Xander ready, Elmer deactivated his invisibility. Not far from the Yiming Tan, Roman and his group had been searching for Elmer tirelessly. Suddenly, their spirits lifted as they caught sight of him once more. There he is. Bella exclaimed with excitement. Hurry, don't let him escape again. Remember, surround the entire Yiming Tan. This time, we ensure he doesn't escape alive. Roman snorted coldly, and they sped off. The formidable strength of the 12th mountain realm erupted. The group spread out in a pincer formation, closing the net tighter. The commotion sent ripples through the crowd, startling the cultivators. These were the Nan and Shenluo Guards. What were they doing? Such heavy killing intent. The cultivators from the three major powers became wary, sensing impending danger. Suddenly, someone shouted, over there. They turned to see Elmer emerging from thin air. Damn it, how did this thief end up here? No wonder the guard's killing intent was so intense. Was he finally exposed? Everyone scrambled away, fearing collateral damage. Now he's doomed for sure, someone sneered. Realizing a great battle was imminent, everyone, including the cultivators from the three major powers, began to evacuate. Afraid of being caught in the crossfire, they moved quickly. Elmer appeared, cursing loudly. Damn this invisibility. He pretended to run. Don't let him escape. Kill him quickly. Roman roared, his voice torn with urgency. The other guards were already prepared to obliterate Elmer. Their combined strength of the 12th mountain realm descended upon him from all directions. Elmer's face paled as he braced himself for death. Suddenly, he smirked. Just kidding, Brother Davon. Xander. That accomplice. He was also here. The guards' faces changed drastically. But the overwhelming might had already unleashed. A massive sword formation appeared out of nowhere, surrounding everyone. Xander hovered in midair, fingers flicking lightly. A torrent of sword chi rained down from the heavens. Hashtag chapter 99. The Great Stew. The Great Stew. Tenfold Mountains. Run. A sudden surge of intense danger flooded Hansen's mind, causing him to scream frantically. However, it was already too late for them to escape. The terrifying aura and the boundless sword array had encircled them from all directions, above and below. We can't escape. Use all your strength. Hansen's pupils constricted. With no way out, they could only mobilize all their power to forcefully create a gap. Unfortunately, this was only a plan. It wasn't reality. The numerous 12-fold mountain experts, Shenluo guards, Yangshan sect members, Jianhui pavilion adepts, and Huangbei sect disciples trapped within the sword formation all struck at once. Their powerful 12-fold mountain strength surged like cannons against the encroaching sword array. They exerted themselves to the utmost, but the outcome did not match their expectations. No matter how well coordinated or how much power they used, the approaching sword formation and boundless sword chi were an endless flood, continuously flowing in, unstoppable. Hansen and the others' faces turned pale with unspeakable fear. Hurry! Use the secret treasures. Hansen suddenly remembered something and shouted the order. The other Shenluo guards also recalled and immediately pulled out white jade plaques. These were instant body stones, crafted by high-ranking individuals among the Shenluo guards. As their name suggested, they were treasures for instantaneous escape. Although these instant body stones weren't top grade, they still possessed the ability to travel thousands of miles in an instant. Most importantly, they could bypass the restrictions of formations and be used anytime. Inside the Taiping sword formation, this was the perfect opportunity for the Shenluo guards to break free by shattering these stones. But Xander would never let them run away so easily. It wasn't easy catching fish in the net. Allowing them to escape now would be too embarrassing. Xander had anticipated the Shenluo guards' actions long ago. Given their background, how could they not possess powerful instant movement techniques? Yet even if they had such techniques, they needed the right moment to use them. Xander waved his hand, and a vast moon emerged, radiating immense force that blazed across the sky. Under the overwhelming pressure of this supreme power, everything, the night lake, its surroundings, living beings, and air currents, all seemed frozen in place, unable to move. Even the instant body stones couldn't withstand the targeted suppression of the supreme power. Before they could be activated, they were shattered by even more ferocious forces. The Shenluo guards' hearts turned cold. Damn it! Extreme fear and shock enveloped them. It was almost painful to raise their heads, but they managed to lift their eyelids just enough to see the great lunar disk above them, the source of the supreme power. It's a supreme spirit weapon. A supreme spirit weapon. Hansen's pupils dilated, blood vessels in his eyes ready to burst. At this moment, they understood how deeply planned this was. He had calculated their every move and intended for them to die from the start. How hateful. How despicable. Now, they despised and hated Xander to the core, as their last glimmer of hope was snuffed out. I curse you. I curse you forever. You will die too. You must die. Beast, you will surely perish. Why? What enmity do we, the Huangbei sect, have with you? Various shouts of anger echoed together, shaking the heavens and stirring the mountains. Those bound within the Taiping sword formation had lost all reason, driven mad with rage and curses, wishing death upon Xander for countless generations. But Xander paid no heed. Now that the fish were caught, it was time to close the net. Ignoring their cries, he manipulated the great lunar disk, suppressing all life. One hand controlled the Taiping sword formation, with infinite sword chi surging forth to decimate the enemy without mercy. The wails of the dying filled the air, spirits dispersing on the wind. Blood spattered everywhere, and screams rent the sky. Regardless of who it was, the three great powers of Adrian, the 12-fold mountain experts, or countless disciples, they met the same fate when the sword chi stirred and winds blew, leaving nothing but dismembered bodies and red-stained grounds. When the sword chi finally ceased, there were no survivors left. Beryl, who had been lurking nearby, watching this gruesome scene and feeling the gusts of blood, couldn't help but hold his breath, his heart trembling. Brother Heaven, he thought. He came from heaven, showing no human sentiment. How decisive, how merciless, how ruthless. Such wolfish savagery, only someone from the heavens could act this way. Who would dare defy him? Beryl shook his head inwardly. He resolved to always maintain good relations with Xander, ensuring never to earn his enmity, for the consequences would be dire. After finishing off the fish, Xander turned to Beryl, his icy gaze suggesting he might kill him next. Beryl believed it entirely possible that Xander would go through with it. Now, what's your plan? But instead of attacking, Xander simply asked. All the Shenluo guards are dead. Unless reinforcements arrive soon, you're safe for now. Will you leave the bone burial ground or stay? Beryl shook his head. I'll be in greater danger outside, so I'd rather stay here. I'll wait until my injuries heal before moving. Xander chuckled. You sure are brave. Aren't you afraid the Shenluo guards will come after you again? They definitely have soul tokens to track you. Once their reinforcements arrive, what will you do then? Why don't you leave quickly? Don't you belong to some organization? Contact your superiors. They should have a safer place for you to hide. Beryl blinked. True. In my panic, I forgot about that. Since that's the case, I'll leave now. Brother Heaven, see you later. With that, Beryl donned his cloak and vanished from the spot. Once Beryl was gone, Xander prepared to use the Theodore hotpot to stew the corpses of Hansen and others, extracting essence fluid. As for disposing of the bodies, to be honest, Xander already had plenty of treasures and trump cards. His greatest shortcoming now was his low cultivation realm, so the most urgent task was to elevate his realm. The Theodore hotpot was the best choice for processing the bodies. Closing his eyes, Xander focused on operating the Theodore hotpot. Under the steaming power, a booming sound like drumbeats echoed in his ears, thump, thump, thump. Each drumbeat extracted a thread of essence fluid from the corpses. Thread after thread gathered into a river of essence fluid, which flowed into Xander's body. Despite the Theodore hotpot being the lowest grade in his possession, the sheer quantity made up for it. The strength of Hansen and others was formidable, and the number of people killed in the Taiping sword formation was immense. Cumulatively, this amounted to a large volume of essence fluid. Under the continuous refinement of the vast essence fluid, Xander's cultivation realm began to rise. Thunder rumbled within his body, and Xander broke through to the tenfold mountains realm. Early stage tenfold mountains. Xander took a deep breath and reopened the Taiping sword formation to protect himself while meditating cross-legged inside. He focused on cultivating according to the divine sea scripture. Spiritual energy surged through his 8 meridians, enhancing Xander's realm bit by bit. Holding his breath and focusing intently, Xander dedicated himself to cultivation. Time passed swiftly. Chapter 100. Sea Covering Affair. Far away in the sea covering Hoytdom's capital, within the grand hall of the royal palace, atop the highest dais sat the lord of the sea-covered lands, Hoyt Amerigo. Yet despite his elevated position and the countless people below him, at this moment, Amerigo had lost all semblance of regal dignity. His gaze was heavy, eyes filled with a somber sorrow, stirring a deep-seated grief within him. All because of the recent chaos in the capital. In the sea covering Hoytdom, specifically within the royal family, particularly his sons, one by one they met sudden and untimely deaths, some killed outside, others even inside the palace. They were all dead, every single one. If only 1 or 2 had died, it could have been brushed off as an unfortunate accident. But one after another, within a short span of time, all of his sons perished. Such calamity, such agony. How could these possibly be accidents? There must be someone behind this, someone targeting him. As to who that person might be, Amerigo already had his suspicions. One of them was Reese. This rogue bore an intense grudge against him, making it very possible he was responsible for such treachery. The other suspect was Xander. This villain was so ruthless and cruel that Amerigo did not doubt for a moment that this evil man would go as far as decapitating him, washing his head to use as a wine cup. But who exactly? Reese? Amerigo thought it unlikely. It wasn't that he doubted the depths of this man's cruelty. Rather, ever since Reese entered the capital, he had been under constant surveillance and remained confined within the Crimson Palace without stepping out. How could he have carried out these killings? Therefore, the recent string of tragic events must be the work of Xander. Xander, to take my kin's life, I will tear you apart into 10,000 pieces and scatter your ashes to the winds. Amerigo's rage shook the entire royal hall. After a long time, Amerigo's anger did not subside but only grew more profound. He summoned Willie and, with a hoarse voice asked, Master of the nation, this fiend Xander is so ruthless. How do we kill him? Willie nodded. My hoyt, haven't we already sent envoys to the Northern Wasteland sect for assistance? Amerigo faltered, then sighed again. There is no remedy. I've continuously requested aid from the Northern Wasteland sect, asking them to send strong warriors to suppress this villain Xander. But despite sending many messages, there hasn't been a single response. Clearly, the Northern Wasteland sect doesn't care about this matter. Amerigo spoke with increasing bitterness. For years, his kingdom had relied on the Northern Wasteland sect, paying tribute and offering resources year after year. What was the point if the sect didn't offer protection when needed? Now, in the face of crisis, they turned a blind eye. How despicable. Willie offered a suggestion. My hoyt, perhaps the Northern Wasteland sect is facing its own troubles. Oh? What trouble could a great sect like the Northern Wasteland sect possibly have? Amerigo asked, shaking his head. That's a significant trouble. The main patriarchs of the sect, along with a peak 12th Mountain Realm Elder, have all perished. Such heavy losses have left the sect shaken. Moreover, the Tombland has recently opened, and the treasures within are attracting powerful factions. The Northern Wasteland sect, too, needs to compete there. Thus, their focus isn't on our plight. But Amerigo couldn't accept this explanation. Even with the Northern Wasteland sect's resources, they can't spare a single warrior. They are clearly abandoning us to die. Willie remained silent. Amerigo gritted his teeth and suddenly stood up. Given the Northern Wasteland sect's indifference, we cannot rely on them anymore. We must find a way ourselves. Willie blinked. What plan does my hoyt have in mind? We have many princes and princesses, but there is one who is unknown to the public. Her name is Suki. Since birth, she has been taken as a disciple by Master Myling. Not long ago, I learned that Qinger diligently practices and possesses remarkable talent. She is now at the 6th gate of the 11th Mountain Realm. Her master, Master Myling, is also advancing towards the 13th Mountain Realm. They say success is imminent. The weight on Amerigo's heart lifted slightly. Willie blinked. My hoyt, you intend to call Princess Suki back to kill Xander? Yes, Amerigo confirmed. Though Princess Suki is a genius, she is only at the 6th gate of the 11th Mountain Realm. Facing Xander in Chongping Province is akin to leading a lamb to slaughter. Xander is a formidable opponent. Amerigo shook his head. Master, you worry too much. Qinger may only be at the 6th gate of the 11th Mountain Realm, insufficient to deal with Xander, but Master Myling is immensely powerful, with several formidable servants at his side, including those at the 12th Mountain Realm. If we can get just one of them, eliminating Xander would be effortless. I don't believe it. Xander couldn't possibly match a 12th Mountain Realm expert. In Amerigo's view, if Xander were truly as terrifying as a 12th Mountain Realm expert, why would he remain in Anqing Prefecture, hiding as a vice commander in a small garrison? Surely he would have stormed the capital and usurped the throne long ago. So Xander, though troublesome, definitely isn't as fearsome as a 12th Mountain Realm expert. With Suki's ability to mobilize one of Master Myling's powerful followers, Xander would surely meet his end. Regarding Amerigo's plan, Willie inwardly sighed in exasperation. Such naivety deserved the downfall of his dynasty. But outwardly, Willie maintained his calm. My hoyt, what if something happens to Princess Suki as well? That is impossible. My daughter is smart. How could she be killed by Xander? But my hoyt, we must always be prepared for any eventuality, however unlikely. If that happens, it will prove heaven itself is blind, allowing such a rebel to harm our kingdom. But it's impossible. If anything should happen to her, Master Myling will certainly intervene. After murmuring this, Amerigo left. He was becoming obsessed. Willie silently shook his head, using his own talented daughter for revenge, disregarding her safety. It was both pitiful and detestable. It was a shame for Suki, who had potential to rise high but would meet her doom here. Amerigo, it wasn't heaven's will but rather heaven's indifference toward him. A little while later, Willie secretly entered the Crimson Palace. Master! Prince Reese, Amerigo plans to send Suki to Chongping Province to plot against Xander. In a few days, once matters at the Tombland conclude, Xander will personally visit the capital. Now is the time to seize the throne and usher in a new era. Reese was momentarily stunned. Who is Suki? Willie smiled. She is a lesser-known princess, having become Master Myling's disciple at birth. She's now at the 6th gate of the 11th Mountain Realm. Such a genius, alas, she'll likely perish in Chongping Province. You should set out now. Reese nodded. All actions depend on your wisdom, Master. Willie agreed. Prince, please wait calmly. Amerigo's death is imminent. Then, as the last surviving heir, you should prepare to ascend the throne and reign over the sea-covering Hoydom. ##### Chapter 101. Knowing the Will of Heaven. A few days later, a spacecraft soared through the sky. Inside this sizable craft were 3 individuals. An elder, a young man, and a beauty. This beauty was none other than Suki, the princess of the Fuhai Hoydom, whose royal lineage remained unknown to most. The spacecraft descended into the capital city of Chongping Province. From her vantage point inside the spacecraft, Suki gazed down coldly. Beside her, the young man and the composed elder were both formidable in their own right. Suki, the disciple of Master Mingling, possessed innate talent and had already reached the 5th gate of the 11th mountain. The young man, even stronger, had advanced to the 6th gate of the 11th mountain, needing only a small step further to reach greater heights. And the elder was an awe-inspiring powerhouse at the peak of the 12th mountain. When these three stepped out of the spacecraft and entered the capital city, they could not help but draw attention. Their powerful auras and the stunning beauty of Suki naturally attracted curious onlookers. Many people turned their gazes toward them, filled with curiosity. Suki seemed absent-minded, but the young man beside her looked around with keen interest. I've heard that this place is known as Adrian, infamous for its chaos and harboring countless vicious beings who defy all laws. But now that we're here, it seems overrated. Not even a cultivator from the 10th mountain can be seen. Even my mountain servants surpass them. As he spoke, the young man suddenly focused his gaze on a particular spot. Like a cat catching an intriguing toy, his figure vanished instantly and reappeared at a street stall. This humble stall sold fortunes, fortune-telling, to be precise. A simple, ordinary stall with a banner proclaiming Heaven's Destiny and a shopkeeper accompanied by a child. Such a setup wasn't particularly unusual, yet what was astonishing was the continuous stream of customers queuing up before this shabby little stall. After receiving their fortunes, they all displayed an air of reverence towards the fortune teller. Some even disregarded their dignity as cultivators and bowed deeply in respect, an uncommon sight indeed. Intrigued, the young man approached to observe the spectacle. In his heart, however, he believed that anyone claiming to know the will of heaven was likely a fraud. Cultivators, after all, should challenge the heavens and fight for their lives against fate, not accept preordained destinies. If one's future could truly be calculated and understood, wouldn't life become meaningless? Thus, Barry decided to test this supposed fraud. Sitting down without hesitation, he radiated a strong aura that silenced any objections about cutting in line. Staring at the stall owner, a mere 8th mountain cultivator, he remarked sarcastically, "With your meager cultivation, you dare claim to know the will of heaven? Such audacity." Barry was increasingly convinced that this person was nothing more than a thick-skinned fraud. "The will of heaven is unpredictable, but tracking clues and uncovering parts of it is within my capabilities," the fortune teller responded calmly. "Huh, big talk. Let's see if you can do it. How about showing me?" Onlookers gathered, but Barry paid them no mind. He didn't believe anyone could truly predict destiny, even partially. Murmurs spread among the crowd. Another fool challenging Tony's authority. How brave. I hope he keeps this spirit. Destiny is fickle indeed. More people joined, intrigued by the famous fortune teller who had earned a reputation across the entire capital. Known as Tony, he was said to foresee all events and understand the intricacies of fate. His real name remained a mystery. Since he set up shop here, several cultivators had attempted to challenge him, either ending up humbled or facing tragic outcomes. Now, the crowd watched nervously as Barry stood ready for whatever might happen next. To blend in, Suki and the elder used spells to mask their true identities, looking like ordinary 8th mountain cultivators. One question about birth, another about death, a third about the entirety of fate. What would you like to ask? Tony spoke not as a question but a statement, as if he already knew everything, including what Barry would ask and the answers. Hearing this arrogant response, Barry sneered. "If you can know the will of heaven, then solve my confusion. I have a few questions I want answered." Tony remained silent while the child raised a finger. Barry narrowed his eyes. What does this mean? 10,000 high-grade crystal coins per question, the child announced loudly, sending ripples through the crowd. 10,000 high-grade crystal coins was an enormous sum, causing Barry's face to darken. "Do you charge everyone this much just for a reading?" Barry doubted such wealth existed here. The child clarified. "No, our master charges based on each individual. Since destiny and power vary, the fee adjusts accordingly. For someone of your status and strength, 10,000 high-grade crystal coins are appropriate. If you think your fate isn't worth it, please leave." This left Barry in a precarious position, making him even more irritable. He couldn't admit that his fate wasn't worth the price. "So be it. As long as you're accurate, 10,000 high-grade spirit coins are nothing," Barry declared, his murderous aura intensifying. "But if you lie or misjudge, don't blame me if blood is shed today," he added threateningly. Tony remained silent, implicitly agreeing. Barry posed his first question. "When can I advance from the 6th gate of the 11th mountain?" Gasps erupted from the onlookers upon hearing this revelation. They knew the youth was powerful but not this powerful. After a pause, Tony finally responded. "According to your destiny, this is as far as you will go. You cannot advance further." Barry was furious. Bullshit. Enraged, he flipped the table. Yet Tony remained unmoved, along with the calm child. Suki intervened, restraining Barry. "Brother, why not hear this fortune teller's explanation first?" Barry clenched his fists. "Fine, let's hear it. Convince me why my fate is to stop advancing." His eyes burned with hostility. Tony met Barry's gaze. "You won't progress because you will die, and soon." Barry's fury grew. This damned liar was clearly cursing him. ##### Chapter 102. Adhering to heavenly will. "You damned liar. You dare defy me so boldly." Barry was seething with rage, feeling increasingly disdainful. He thought he had wasted his time and ruined a perfectly good mood just to listen to this liar's ramblings. However, in the face of Barry's volcanic wrath, Josue remained unperturbed, showing no significant emotional fluctuation. Onlookers began to glance at Barry with peculiar looks. TSK, 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 a powerful warrior from the 6th gate of 11-fold mountains is about to die? Mr. Josue is such an esteemed figure. If he says someone will die, then they surely will. Heh, as I suspected, such arrogance naturally leads to an undesirable end. In fact, I noticed earlier that this person has dark eyebrows and eyes, a sign of impending calamity. The crowd murmured, showing great respect for Josue. After Josue's pronouncement, they believed. Barry, who had been full of bluster, was now as good as dead. Pity, how can one not mourn the sudden death of a powerful warrior? Is there any possibility that Josue could have miscalculated? No, it's impossible. Josue, being a master, never makes mistakes. But Barry did not believe it. To trust even half of Josue's boasts would make him a fool. Seeing himself, a master of the 6th gate of 11-fold mountains, in perfect condition with no ailments, why should he suddenly be doomed to die? This liar was spouting nonsense without a hint of credible reasoning. Barry clenched his fists, ready to teach Josue a lesson. Just then, the young boy spoke loudly. Our master calculates fates like dragons. He has never been wrong. When master says you'll die, you cannot live. At this moment, instead of seeking our master's advice to reverse your fate, you intend to assault a revered sage. Humph. You from the 6th gate of 11-fold mountains might practice martial arts, but not wisdom. If you die, it will be well deserved. Hearing this, Barry's eyes nearly bulged out. You insolent child. Do not think your youth grants you impunity. Have you not heard what my master, Clementine, said? I came here to break through to the 9th gate of 11-fold mountains. The word of Clementine carries weight. Could it be false? Clementine indeed had said those words. Thus, Barry became more convinced that Josue was a liar spewing nonsense. Suki, the elder woman, frowned upon hearing this. Being told she would die upon entering the city was not pleasant. But being polite, she bowed and asked, Master, could you elaborate on the details of my imminent death? Josue looked at her and said, Death will come within 3 days. It will be noon when your soul disperses into thin air, leaving no trace or rebirth. This wasn't just death. It was complete annihilation, with no hope of rebirth. Master, is there any way to avert this? Josue was silent. Cleveland raised his second finger. Suki understood, handing over a crystal coin. Please throw the stone. Fate is unpredictable, intricate, and easily influenced by the smallest change. So, life is uncertain. If you wish to live, leave quickly, far from this place and its peril. There may be a chance to avoid bloodshed. Leave? Leave the capital? Barry laughed derisively. Little sister, don't listen to this liar's nonsense. Look around this city. Encountering a realm-level cultivator is rare. How could he possibly threaten my life? Not killing him is already generous of me. Josue remained calm, but the boy retorted. Whether the prediction is true will soon be clear. When you die, do not regret. These words enraged Barry further. Fine. In 3 days, if I'm alive at dusk, you'll all be dead. Run if you want, but fast. Hemph, fate is predetermined. Why should we run? The boy said. Barry stared at Josue. So, letting the boy talk, are you mute? Josue looked at Barry and replied with a single word. Yes. Barry smiled. Fine, fine. You accept the challenge. Everyone heard it. In 3 days, if I survive, you prepare your own funeral. Then, Barry turned and left. Suki followed. Josue waved his hand, and the crowd dispersed. After everyone left, the boy asked curiously, Master, how will that person die? Do you want to know? Hee. Despite his bad temper, his skills aren't negligible. To die suddenly like that piques my curiosity. And he isn't weak. His state is perfect. He must have been killed. But I haven't seen anyone in this city capable of killing a 6th gate practitioner. Josue showed a rare smile. His name is Barry, the foremost disciple of Clementine, undeniably talented. If nothing else, achieving the 12th gate is his destiny. But he chose death over life. Once in the capital, his fate is sealed. Yes, this city lacks any high-level cultivators capable of killing him. Yet, there are many unpredictable events. Seemingly ordinary things can hide countless dangers beyond resistance. Cleveland was puzzled. Not a high-level cultivator, yet able to kill one. Who could that be? Josue refused to elaborate. Seeing his silence, the boy thought for a moment and asked about something else. Master, I observed the beautiful female cultivator. She's not simple. Josue nodded. Heaven has sunny and cloudy days. The moon has waxing and waning phases. She possesses the crescent moon body, exceptional even among lesser realms. But alas, it's a pity. Cleveland blinked. Why is it a pity, master? Josue remained silent. The wind is strong today. Let's return. Cleveland pouted. This, master loves to keep us guessing. Leaving the fortune-telling booth, the elder, the young man, and the beauty walked aimlessly. Barry didn't believe Josue's nonsense. However, Suki showed concern. Brother, what should you do next? What do you mean, what should I do? That Josue predicted your death, and you accepted his challenge. You need to prepare. Barry frowned. Sister, you believe this nonsense? But Suki sighed. If spoken, there must be reason. We should remain cautious, no harm in it. Though annoyed, Barry conceded. All right, let's stay in the capital. Find a place to settle for a few days. No one will come chasing to kill me. Suki agreed. Fair enough. Brother, find a place to stay. Let's visit the peace guard to check on the crown matters. Suki started to part ways, but Barry clung closely. Sister, how cruel. The capital is quiet. Am I to be left alone to bore myself to death? But, no buts. Didn't that Josue say danger only comes after 3 days? Today's only the first day, so the peace guard is safe for us now? Suki thought and nodded. As for finding the peace guard, it required no directions. It was obvious where to go. ##### Chapter 103, Reconnaissance. A short while later, the three arrived at Taiping Wei. This was once the location of the Butler family in the capital city. The newly established Taiping Wei was just as grandiose, if not more so. During their journey here, they had naturally heard of Xander's exploits. He had first killed the owner of Huizhou building and then flattened the Butler family. Acts that were nothing short of tyrannical. Ha, he does have some ability, Barry chuckled, completely unimpressed. While Xander's actions might have caused a massive stir and garnered much attention in the capital, to Barry, they amounted to nothing. Such trivial matters could be resolved with a mere wave of his hand. If it were him, he would handle it far better, more thoroughly, and more powerfully. Xander couldn't hold a candle to him. Xander seems to have gone out. He's not here at Taiping Wei. I imagine he must have gone to the burial grounds hoping for a stroke of luck. But, Master Sister, Do we really need to come here since Xander isn't even around? Precisely because Xander isn't here, we need to come and gather information. As Suki spoke, several beams of light shot from her hands, landing all around, enclosing the entire Taiping Way. Red and yellow quadrilateral formation? Barry recognized it instantly. This formation, characterized by its red and yellow hues, symbolized breaking heads and shattering bones. It was an elegant name for something brutal. Another name for it was the red and yellow carnage formation, a quadrilateral ambush that could kill any living creature within its boundaries. This formation was both cruel and powerful, capable of trapping even peak 12th mountain experts, let alone terrifying 13th mountain existences who could barely stand up against it. Barry knew this well. This formation was his master Rolf's favorite. Unexpectedly, it had now fallen into Suki's hands. Barry felt displeased and envious. After all, as the foremost disciple under Master Rolf, why should all the treasures and benefits go to Suki? Was this fair? As Barry pondered this, resentment built up inside him. Master brother, this red and yellow quadrilateral formation is borrowed from our master specifically to eliminate Xander. Once Xander is dead, we will return the formation, as it is our master's beloved item. As disciples, we should not harbor such ambitions. Moreover, if anyone can inherit this formation, it would logically be Master brother first. Master cares for you the most. After hearing this, Barry was taken aback. Master sister, you misunderstand me. I'm merely impressed by the formation's brilliance. Considering your superior talent, your future prospects are unimaginable. If Master bestowed this formation upon you, it would be only fitting. As an elder brother, I congratulate you. Listening to Barry's pretentious words, Suki smiled without saying anything more. After setting up the red and yellow quadrilateral formation, the three entered Taiping Way together. Who dares intrude on Taiping Way? As they entered, a man with an almost monstrous figure, extremely robust, appeared brandishing a knife and questioned them loudly. This was Anatole. Anatole's booming voice drew Trent and Lawrence along with the other mourners towards the scene. They surrounded the three intruders, their expressions unfriendly. The trio led by Suki glanced at them. Insects. Barry's gaze swept past Anatole, pausing briefly on the mourners, but only for a moment. Among the mourners, only Lawrence was at the 10th mountain level, which wasn't worth mentioning either. Just another insect. You, what do you want? Lawrence's eyes were cold, his Moluo Sword trembling slightly, like ice from the underworld, devoid of human warmth. Suki smiled. We were traveling through the Xintian Zhouhai when we heard about the Deputy Commander Davon of Taiping Way, renowned for his heroism and remarkable deeds. So we came to pay our respects. Visiting? Anatole and Trent exchanged glances, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Lawrence replied coldly, the Lord is not here, leave. So, if you've come and Deputy Commander Davon is not here, we'll wait until he returns and visit again. With that, the trio left. Watching them depart, Trent frowned deeper. These people don't seem trustworthy. Anatole blinked. Not trustworthy? Them? Trent nodded. They aren't here to visit. They came openly to assess the strength of Taiping Way. From the brief encounter, they likely have a good idea of our situation. Anatole felt uneasy. If that's the case, should we follow them? Follow them to our deaths? These three entered with complete confidence, and you didn't notice the young man's look at us as though we were insects. Their strength is formidable. Following them could lead to exposure and worse consequences. Trent pondered. The young master has been away for days. We should wait for him to return before deciding on further actions. Trent felt uneasy, sensing immense pressure from the three visitors. Anatole blinked. Why don't we find the young master and inform him directly? Do you know where the young master is? Anatole shook his head. Trent sighed. So, all we can do is wait. Close the gate and turn visitors away. After leaving Taiping Way, Barry sneered. Master sister, this Taiping Way is nothing special. Even if Xander is at peak 10th mountain, being cautious like this seems excessive. Could he possibly threaten the royal family of the Fuhai Hoidam? Barry genuinely didn't see what made Taiping Way special. Neither did Suki. But the issue lies with Xander himself. He's the key. Only by eliminating him can we ensure no lingering threats. Barry sneered. Xander is as good as dead. The red and yellow quadrilateral formation can withstand 13th mountain beings. How could he possibly be a match? For now, let's find lodging and wait for Xander's return. They settled down near Taiping Way. Far away at Yimingtan within the burial grounds, Xander breathed in and out, like a flying dragon exhaling and inhaling. Vast spiritual energy surged into him, nurturing his 8 orifices. After long-term cultivation, he finally ascended to the first gate of the 11th mountain. Yimingtan truly was a treasure trove. The burial grounds were indeed a paradise of wonders. Xander opened his eyes, feeling the newfound strength coursing through him. This journey had been incredibly fruitful. Breaking through his original true spirit and achieving enlightenment had been entirely fulfilling. But now, it was time to return. Xander's eyes flashed with determination. His spacecraft sped away, exiting the burial grounds instantly. Hashtag Chapter 104. Great danger. Great danger. Xander had just returned to the capital city of Chongping Province. Suki and his group, who had been waiting there for some time, immediately received news of this. Xander piloted his spacecraft straight toward Taiping Way, while the three people were already under surveillance. Xander, nothing extraordinary, Barry scoffed, unable to see anything special about Xander. However, the old man, Suki, had a different opinion. Xander is no ordinary person. Hearing this, Barry was taken aback. How is he not ordinary? Do you not see? This person seems shrouded in boundless mist, making it impossible to probe his cultivation or innate talent. Both are deeply concealed. Such a person cannot be simple. Furthermore, observe his actions. Without any ancestral lineage or master's guidance, he managed to single-handedly cause an emergency in the Fuhai Hoidam, giving the ruler headaches. His skills and tenacity are evident. The old man narrowed his eyes. He was a peak strength practitioner at the 12th level, yet he could not fathom Xander. Barry blinked and observed again, realizing that indeed, it might be true. So what if he's capable? If he dares to return today, then this Chongping provincial capital will be his place of death. The red-yellow array is terrifying. I don't believe he can withstand it. If he were truly powerful, wouldn't he have stormed Fuhai's capital long ago and overturned the regime? Why stay in this insignificant little place of Chongping province? Evidently, his abilities are insufficient. From my observation, he is at most at the 6th gate of the 11th level. The old man agreed with this analysis. What should we do next? Attack directly? Not exactly. You two remain here while I go to investigate Xander's capabilities. If he's merely at the 11th level, I'll kill him outright. But if he's beyond my capacity, Xander's prowess must far exceed our imagination. In such a case, run as soon as things look unfavorable. Suki and Barry nodded in agreement. One more thing. According to Ardle's prediction, you are to die today. Time is approaching. Don't wander around recklessly. Better safe than sorry. I am aware. Rest assured. Barry nodded. No matter how frivolous his personality, he would not joke with his life, even though he did not believe the ramblings of Ardle, the dead cheat. Nonetheless, time had not yet passed. Afterward, he could confront Ardle and make him understand the consequences of deceiving a mighty practitioner. Thinking about the cheat's reaction filled Barry with anticipation. After giving instructions, the old man took a step and flew off towards Taiping Way. Upon returning, Xander gathered everyone. While I was away, did anything happen? Trent responded. Master, there weren't any significant issues. However, a few days ago, a young man, an old man and a woman came, claiming they were passing by and heard of your reputation. But I suspect they might harbor ill intentions and are here to gather information. Xander blinked. In these past days, did you gather any information on their background or strength? Trent shook his head. We feared they might be too strong and didn't dare alarm them prematurely. They only claimed they would visit again in a few days. Xander chuckled. They're clearly targeting me. Fine, let's wait and see what kind of background they have. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from afar, causing the air pressure to drop dramatically in Taiping Way, shaking the newly constructed buildings. Xander's face darkened. Peak 12th level. A formidable figure descended from the sky, exuding overwhelming presence and ferocity. Trent shouted loudly. He's here. Xander grunted. Such audacity, daring to tear down my residence in Taiping Way. You are Xander. Yes. I have come to kill you. The old man emitted murderous intent like a red ghost emerging from its cage, cold and merciless, attacking instantly. It was the terrifying force of a peak 12th level practitioner, unleashing all at once, aiming for a one-hit kill. He aimed to leave Xander no room for resistance. But Xander was not the same as before. As the old man's killing intent approached, Xander unfurled a scroll, the Taiping Sword Formation Scroll, activating it. Innumerable swords surged forth, covering the sky and earth in every direction. An overwhelming river of terror devoured flesh and shattered souls, leaving no trace of bone or blood. The sky parted, creating a horrifying spectacle. The peak 12th level practitioner's all-out attack was reduced to mere bubbles in the air, dissipating instantly. No way. The old man's expression changed drastically, death looming over him. He knew escape was futile and used his last breath to shout, "Run!" Before his voice faded, the peak 12th level practitioner was completely obliterated. Xander's cold gaze scanned the distance. Accomplices? Under dual detection, no living being could hide from Xander's scrutiny. There were young men and women, precisely as Trent described. The princess of the Fuhai Hoidam, Suki, Mingling Master's disciple leader, Barry. Xander's eyes flashed. Good, very good. Truly, like a rabbit offering itself to a yellow weasel. Die! Xander waved his hand, releasing countless sword auras that broke through the clouds, forming dragons. Meanwhile, Barry, watching from the shadows, felt his pupils contract, fear overtaking his mind. How can he be so strong? That was a peak 12th level practitioner, yet in a moment, he was utterly annihilated. Barry's contempt for Xander vanished instantly, replaced by sheer panic and fear. His heart trembled, losing all composure. Xander has discovered us. Bad. On the other side, Suki, seeing the deadly gaze directed at her, felt her complexion pale and her heart race. Barry was frozen in terror, unable to move forward. Suki quickly grabbed Barry and fled at top speed, simultaneously activating the pre-prepared red-yellow arrays to buy time for their escape. Terrorizing sword auras swept across but were suddenly met by a glassy red glow, like rubies, surging from all directions and colliding with the numerous sword auras. Xander raised an eyebrow. Red-yellow arrays? Quite useful. This Mingling Master was worth collecting. The red-yellow arrays were formidable, capable of countering even a 13th level practitioner. Yet, Xander remained unafraid, even recalling the Taiping Sword Formation Scroll, making the sword auras vanish. The ruby-red light collided with his body but was like eggs hitting stone, shattering instantly while Xander remained unharmed. Xander flipped his hand, revealing the great moon disk. Unimaginable power infused the void. At that instant, the heavens echoed, and the formidable red-yellow arrays shattered into pieces. Unimaginable power? Unimaginable power. Barry's soul nearly escaped his body. He never expected Xander to possess such a terrifying weapon. More terrifying still, this formidable enemy was now chasing after them. Translation complete, maintaining the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and coherence with previous content. Hashtag chapter 105. It's time to go. Senior brother. Barry was still dazed. I have a way to shake off Xander. Suki's whisper pierced his ears, snapping Barry back to reality. What method? As he regained his senses, he saw Suki's extremely cold expression, looking at him as if he were already dead. Senior brother, I need to borrow something from you. With this item, we can be free from Xander's pursuit. What is it? Your life, senior brother. Barry's pupils contracted. He was so angry that he almost laughed. Little sister, you must be confused. At such a critical moment, how can you still joke around? I am of the 6th gate at the 11th mountain level, and you? Your cultivation is far inferior to mine. How could you possibly? Before he could finish the word, life, Barry froze. He watched as Suki rose into the air. She wasn't inferior to him at all. She had clearly reached the 9th gate at the 11th mountain level, far beyond their previous comparisons. This can't be. How did you? Suki spoke softly. This is my true level of cultivation. In the past, out of respect for our master, I endured and let you have your way. Today, I ask senior brother to indulge me just once, allowing me to take your life to help myself escape from Xander. Once I am free, I will certainly erect a monument in your honor. With her words barely finished, Suki launched her attack directly at Barry. Her formidable power sent Barry flying straight towards Xander. Meanwhile, with her other hand, Suki unfurled a scroll, and a radiant gate appeared in midair. The flying Barry roared in anger. Wretched woman, may you not die easily. But the terrifying force, an overwhelmingly powerful strike, came from behind, and with a stifled groan, Barry was utterly annihilated. The entire scene was witnessed by the people below the capital city. They watched as a mighty warrior fell from the sky. His body exploded in a blast, and blood mist turned into a rain of blood. The crowd was horrified, while Suki's beautiful face was covered in panic. She didn't stay for even a moment, rushing through the fully unfolded radiant gate. Can you really escape? Xander's voice was icy cold. Unfolding the Taiping sword formation scroll again, a supreme sword chi formed into a massive arrow, which shot straight into the radiant gate, carrying an unstoppable momentum. A wail echoed, and a streak of blood trailed in the wind before falling. Xander clearly saw that the sword chi arrow had pierced Suki's chest, tearing through her flesh. Then the radiant gate vanished, and Xander lost sight of her. But Xander concluded that Suki, struck by the Taiping sword formation's supreme sword chi, was definitely dead. To come after me, one must be prepared to be torn apart. Xander's cold voice reverberated on the scene. The terrifying killing intent left everyone shaken. With the disappearance of the radiant gate and the deaths of the 3 intruders, Xander put away the large moon disk, glanced indifferently at the people on the ground, and then disappeared. Seeing Xander vanish, the people who had witnessed everything finally had a chance to breathe. However, their hearts still raced, and the shock in their eyes remained unchanged. The strong warrior of the 6th gate at the 11th mountain level was reduced to a victim of the terrifying spiritual weapon within moments, leaving no trace of remains. Indeed, Xander was a vicious killer, an extremely dangerous man. What incredible power! What divine might! To think I could witness such supreme power in my lifetime. If speaking of divinity, Mr. Ardle is truly divine, predicting that this person would die today, and it happened exactly as he said. Chuckles could be heard. Had they listened to Ardle earlier and left, they would still be alive. But what about these 3 individuals? Why did they suddenly engage in a fierce battle with Xander? They attacked Taiping Wei immediately upon arrival. Though their origins were unknown, it was clear that they were targeting Xander. However, instead of killing him, they were killed by him. 3 against 1, and yet they were still outmatched. Did they even know how to fight? People continued to discuss the events, not knowing when to stop. After all, they were there to watch the spectacle. Did they feel sorry for Barry, the 6th gate warrior at the 11th mountain level, who died like that? Of course not. This was the capital city of Chongqing province, a chaotic place. The people here wouldn't be so kind-hearted as to lament over such a death. So what if he was a 6th gate warrior? Strong warriors meet their end when it's time. Even the heavens can't save them. And the greatest gain from this battle. It gave them a clearer understanding of Xander, the deputy captain of Taiping Wei, who was incredibly powerful and ruthless. Living next to such a vicious person truly made them realize just how dangerous the world could be. At one corner of the capital city, in a pavilion, someone else had also witnessed the battle that shook the entire city. Sir, was that fearsome person indeed Xander of Taiping Wei? Yes. How frightening, how powerful. That Barry, a 6th gate warrior at the 11th mountain level, seemed like an ant in front of him, crushed in mere moments. That lunar spirit weapon must be an extremely rare supreme spirit weapon. Xander has been active for quite some time, but I've never heard of him possessing such a weapon. The child muttered to himself, his voice trembling, part fear, part excitement. Because for the child, this was the first time witnessing such an exhilarating and awe-inspiring battle. It was all too stimulating. Strong warriors battling each other, and within moments, flesh and bones were torn apart. It was thrilling. Sir, that female cultivator seems to have escaped using some means. The radiant gate opened wide, so she must have gone far. Yes. The child blinked. I saw Davon deputy captain send the sword chi dragon straight into the radiant gate, which then disappeared. Could the female cultivator have died? Is this matter closely related to you? The child pouted. I'm just curious, is it wrong to ask? I'm not God, how should I know? If you want answers, ask the heavens. Don't expect everything from me. Want to know more? Figure it out yourself. Now, we should leave this place. The child's face twisted into a bitter expression. Leaving already? Do you want to stay alone? The child shook his head vigorously. No. I just think that Davon deputy captain is really impressive and fierce. No matter how many or how powerful the attackers, he simply kills them without hesitation. If I could be as powerful as Davon deputy captain, that would be amazing. If we leave now, it might be a long time before we see Davon deputy captain again. Sigh. Mr. Ardle gently tapped the child's head. Stop daydreaming. Pack up and let's go. Back at Taiping Wei, Xander immediately sent a message to Beginner Chi through the Enlightenment book. The Taiping sword formation scroll was formidable, and Suki must have died. But since there was no body, Xander felt uneasy. So, he sought bacon and cheese confirmation, as he knew everything. Did Suki die in today's battle? Light shimmered on the pages of the Enlightenment book. No. Xander squinted. So, even the supreme sword chi of the Taiping sword formation couldn't kill you, huh? Hashtag chapter 106. Indeed interesting. Xander narrowed his eyes. This Suki sure has remarkable abilities. In the face of the supreme sword chi from the Peace Scroll, even a peak 12th Mountain Realm powerhouse would have to perish willingly. And yet, this Suki, despite having her chest pierced, is still alive. Interesting, truly interesting. He had underestimated this woman. Xander summoned another clarity book and asked, if she's not dead, where is she now, and where does she reside? The words on the clarity book flew swiftly, transmitting 100 Autumn's response. She is at Red Earth, Cloud Mountain Sword Academy. Xander blinked. Cloud Mountain Sword Academy. He had never heard of it before. He indeed lacked sufficient knowledge about Red Earth, but he could infer that the Cloud Mountain Sword Academy must be one of the significant organizations in Red Earth. However, Suki, do you really think that running to the Cloud Mountain Sword Academy will save your life? Do you think they can protect you? Cold light flashed in Xander's eyes. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me. But for now, I'll let you live a few more days. Once I deal with my current matters, you'll be waiting for death at the Cloud Mountain Sword Academy. Xander reined in his murderous intent and continued writing on the clarity book. Hallmaster knows everything. I rely on Hallmaster to resolve my confusion. When we meet again, there will be no delay in payment. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it, 100 Autumns replied nonchalantly. However, Xander valued favors received and believed in reciprocating them. It was his principle. Pausing the communication through the clarity book, Xander blinked. His visit to the burial grounds had been fruitful. Now that the burial grounds were closed, who knew when they would reopen? What he needed to do next was to thoroughly plan out his territory. Chongping Province, Anqing Prefecture, and even the entire covering Si Hoidam. He wanted all of it. But this was just the first step. The covering Si Hoidam alone wasn't enough, far from it. In the future, the entire 9 seas of profound heaven would belong to Xander. Of course, such territorial expansion must proceed gradually. Now, Xander had several million white value points left. He decided to upgrade the strength of the burial envoys like Lawrence, who were immortal and capable of fighting across realms. The stronger they were, the more helpful they would be to him. On average, upgrading each burial envoy cost tens of thousands of white value points for just one level. After spending a large sum, over 1 million white value points, most of it was gone. However, Xander didn't care at all. He had seen someone with tens of millions of white value points. This was a trivial amount to him. With a heavy expenditure of white value points, Lawrence and the other burial envoys' levels soared rapidly, beyond imagination. In just a blink, they reached the 3rd gate of the 11th Mountain Realm. Lawrence, as their leader, could battle against the 6th gate of the 11th Mountain Realm. With their immortality and ability to transcend realms, their strength was terrifying. Xander was satisfied. At this level, conquering the capital city would be more than enough. Xander issued direct orders. Lawrence, what you need to do is simple. Lead your people and sweep through the 3 major powers in the capital city. I want the names of Bloodbone Sect, White Horse Hall, and Longfeng Tower to become history today. From now on, the capital city can only have one master. Me, Xander. Suppress everyone. Seize their resources. If anyone resists violently, kill them immediately. I only give you 1 day. Is that enough time? Lawrence drew his Azure Dragon Sword. Obeying Master's command. Then, he led the burial envoys out of the Peace Guard, their killing intent palpable. Anatole, here. Go and spread the message. Starting tomorrow, I, Xander, will be the master of the capital city and Chongping Province. As the master, I naturally hold absolute power. Here are my decrees. First, there will be no more conflicts, killings, or riots in the capital city. Violators will be annihilated. Second, all citizens of the capital city will be protected by me, Xander. If anyone dares to harm my people, I will ensure they never reincarnate. Third, I need great artisans to renovate the capital city and eliminate corruption. Fourth, I declare that from now on, the capital city belongs solely to me, Xander, not any other force or organization. Anatole memorized each decree carefully and quickly left with Trent. They knew they had a lot of work ahead. Once everyone left, Xander's gaze returned to his personal interface. His interface was already luxurious, filled with powerful techniques, longevity, and wondrous treasures. But it wasn't enough. It could still improve and enhance. Xander wanted to upgrade the Roar of Jimin, such a useful divine skill. How could he not upgrade it? After reaching its current level, the Roar of Jimin had significantly improved. To upgrade further required a much larger expenditure of white value points, hundreds of thousands per level. Indeed, the Roar of Jimin alone had become a major consumer of white value points. Earning more, spending more. It couldn't be avoided. Only by becoming stronger could he earn more. As long as his strength steadily increased, everything was worth it. After spending hundreds of thousands of white value points, the Roar of Jimin underwent a qualitative transformation. Xander could wield greater, stronger power. Before, while the Roar of Jimin was powerful, its damage output remained fixed regardless of Xander's realm advancement. This meant that if Xander didn't upgrade it, the attack intensity would remain unchanged whether he was at the 8th or 9th mountain realm. Although the Roar of Jimin's base power was formidable, it felt unnatural over time as his own strength grew. Now, after this upgrade, the fixed power changed. The Roar of Jimin's damage output now scaled with Xander's realm and level. The stronger Xander became, the stronger the Roar of Jimin would be. This upgrade raised the upper limit of its power. Clearly, this was a good thing. The system truly understood him, enabling him to unleash even more terrifying combat prowess. A truly powerful divine skill should grow alongside its user, complementing each other for increasing strength. Spending hundreds of thousands of white value points on this upgrade was indeed worthwhile. But it also meant that Xander once again found himself nearly broke. Being broke was frustrating, so he needed to continue conducting funeral services. Otherwise, watching a pile of upgradable items without funds would be torturous. Xander spent the remaining few thousand white value points, not for upgrades, but to unlock the clues on the immortal map. Funerals were profitable only when conducted for strong individuals. Chapter 107. Oh, you're Cao Cao too? Bryson arrived, seated in the courtyard of Han's Han. His power was formidable, having transcended life and death. He died somewhere in the East Ocean, within the Skull Territory. However, a few months later, there would be a bone gate in the East Ocean. Entering this gate would allow one to access the Skull Territory. Entry into the territory was restricted and required permits. The Skull Territory. Xander's brows furrowed yet again, as this was another place he had never heard of. Moreover, visiting this place required permits. Xander waved his hand, summoning the all-knowing scroll. All-knowing scroll, knowing all matters. The secret realms of the human world were naturally documented here. Sure enough, information about the Skull Territory appeared on it almost immediately after opening. The Skull Territory is an ancient small world that was once vast but fragmented due to a disaster. One fragment fell into the red earth, merging and intertwining with it. Tens of thousands of years ago, the fall site suddenly cracked open, revealing a sea of skulls filled with boundless evil. Living creatures entering this area could easily turn into demons if they weren't careful, thus becoming no longer human. The Skull Territory is now managed by the Master of Red Earth, who owns everything within this realm. Though perilous, it contains great treasures. Valuable treasures are tempting, but entry has restrictions. This time, only several thousand individuals may enter, limited to cultivators at or above the 9th gate of the 11th mountain peak level. Entering the territory to slay demons, eliminate evil, and destroy skeletons can boost one's cultivation beyond 100 years of hard work, truly nourishing. These words were enticing, evoking endless imagination. But Xander noticed something else at the end. This time, the Skull Territory allows only a few thousand people to enter. These quotas are distributed differently across various regions. The Xianxia 9 seas have only dozens of quotas. Isn't this looking down on us? Xander shook his head. From the quota allocation, it was clear what the status of Xianxia 9 seas was. Red Earth has over 10 major sectors, with Xianxia 9 seas being one of them. Yet, the Master of Red Earth gave only dozens of quotas to Xianxia 9 seas. It's as if saying you're too weak. Even if we give more quotas, you can't make use of them. Conversely, those given more quotas generally have greater overall strength. For instance, the Donghua Highlands receive the most quotas. They are clearly the strongest, standing in complete opposition to Xianxia 9 seas. Xianxia 9 seas quota is merely a fraction of theirs. Quite embarrassing indeed. Nonetheless, this event involves thousands of strong cultivators at or above the 9th gate of the 11th mountain peak level. Among them, there are many geniuses. If he deploys the Skyfall Coffin, it will undoubtedly bring significant benefits. However, this basic requirement of the 9th gate of the 11th mountain peak level caused some discomfort for Xander. Limiting cultivation level is quite impolite. Strong cultivation doesn't necessarily mean powerful, right? Xander wasn't anxious since there was still time. With a few months left, it wasn't impossible for him to advance further, reaching the 9th gate of the 11th mountain peak level. Effort and determination always create opportunities. After confirming his next destination, Xander casually glanced at other headlines. One was about the covered sea Hoitdom. In Xianxia 9 seas, the covered sea Hoitdom, its king Amerigo, succumbed to his old injuries and died. For a while, the kingdom was leaderless until Prince Reese stepped up, accepted public support, registered as king, and became the new king of the covered sea Hoitdom. On the day the new king was inaugurated, Willie was appointed as the royal tutor. Xander raised an eyebrow. Oh, the young man became king directly? Impressive. This development certainly deviated from Xander's original plans. He intended to personally intervene in the covered sea Hoitdom upon returning from the burial grounds, using force to push Reese to the throne. Little did he expect this kid to take charge on his own, saving him the trouble. Nice, truly a pleasant surprise. From a young genius stripped of talent and cast out, yet persistently fighting without giving up. This young man indeed has potential, deserving higher expectations rather than just being seen as a puppet. And who is this Willie? Upon ascending the throne, Reese promptly appointed Willie as the royal tutor. Clearly, Reese relied heavily on this person's strategies during his rise to power. Perceptive and astute, joining sides early to avoid death, indeed clever. If there's a chance, it might be worthwhile meeting him. Xander silently remembered this name. Anything that reduces his burden is beneficial. After all, his energy and time are limited. Continuing with the headlines. The second news item was equally surprising and also local news from Xianxia 9 seas. In Xianxia 9 seas, the Yangxin sect's new leader, Amir, suffered a setback in cultivation, resulting in a sharp drop in his realm and severe injuries. Reluctantly, he resigned from his position as sect leader. Elders of the Yangxin sect convened and decided to recruit strong cultivators across Xianxia 9 seas through examination. Any successful candidate can assume the role of sect leader. Has the Yangxin sect deteriorated to such an extent? That can't be. While previous battles caused many deaths, it shouldn't have depleted all suitable candidates for leadership. Anyway, Xander didn't believe it. Something must be amiss. If he could uncover the secrets, Xander genuinely wanted to investigate. At that moment, a subordinate reported, "Lord, guests have arrived in Devandu." "Oh, what kind of guests?" "This person claims to be Willie, the royal tutor." Xander chuckled. "Are you also called Cao Cao? You showed up just when mentioned." Moments later, led by subordinates, a person was brought before Xander. At first glance, he seemed like an ordinary village school teacher, nothing special. But a closer look revealed remarkable depth. "Willie pays homage to your highness." Upon meeting, Willie immediately bowed deeply and knelt. Xander was genuinely amused. Others might need 2 looks to notice Willy's exceptional nature, but not realize precisely where his strengths lay. For Xander, just 1 look sufficed to discern everything about Willy. Willy was the royal tutor of the covered sea Hoidam. However, this was only his first identity. His second identity was a disciple of Xiaobai Mountain, albeit an abandoned one. A prodigy at the peak of the 12th mountain peak level, destined for greatness. Born into the white bird divine race, although his divine bloodline had been eradicated. Skilled in many secret techniques and possessing numerous treasures. Eligible for immortality, but with only a few months left to live. Originally a true disciple of Xiaobai Mountain, Willy was expelled and had his cultivation severed for peeking into the forbidden book, Xiaobai Records. Under Xiaobai Mountain's ban, his cultivation, fortune, and lifespan were significantly reduced. Angered by the breach, the white bird divine race stripped him of his lineage. Xander raised an eyebrow, reading all this information. ##### Chapter 108, Acquiring Talent. What was going on? Could it be that he had recently offended the divine race? Just when he met Alice, another person named Willy appeared. The divine race. Weren't they supposed to be rare, only seen occasionally like glimpses of dragons? Yet, here they were, appearing in front of him as casually as common folk, even when he didn't want to see them. And what about this Xiaobai Mountain? What was its background? However, any sect that could accept members from the divine race must be extremely extraordinary. And this restricted book, Records of Xiaobai, naturally piqued Xander's curiosity. From the initial information he gathered, Willy indeed possessed records of Xiaobai, but whether it was a rubbings copy or a complete version remained unknown. Regardless, for Willy to take such action and possess such talent, he was definitely someone not to be missed. If he could recruit him, the benefits would be substantial. Willy was also sizing up Xander. He had a unique pair of eyes that could glimpse traces of fate in others, even the slightest hints. However, Xander bore no trace of fate. This shook Willy to his core. An individual unbound by fate. One who wasn't constrained by the heavens. A person with boundless possibilities. Such an individual would either fade into obscurity, leaving no mark in history, or shine brightly across generations, becoming a legend that endures through time. Xander definitely wouldn't fade into obscurity. Just in the vast Clement Zhuhai, his name had already gained recognition. Willy inwardly praised his own wisdom for following Xander. He would allow Xander's influence to affect his destiny, thus breaking free from his current fate and achieving change. By guiding Reese to become the new Fuhai Hoyt, everything was aimed at catching Xander's attention and earning his approval. Now, standing before Xander, whether he could seize the opportunity depended entirely on himself. Xander, on the other hand, was contemplating how to persuade Willy to work for him. Both parties were unaware of each other's thoughts, yet one wanted to recruit talent while the other sought to serve. This truly was a matter of fate that couldn't be resisted. Haha, I didn't expect the illustrious Master Davon to grace us with his presence. In today's vast Clement Zhuhai, who doesn't know the name of Master Davon? What brings you here to Chongping? Xander spoke first. Willy immediately bowed again. Great Master above, your servant comes here for the sake of the new king. With the king's explicit command, the old king's incompetence can be eradicated, and the Fuhai kingdom restored under the protection of your divine might. As long as the king remains on the throne, all of Fuhai will submit under your authority, leading the charge and placing utmost respect in your hands. Moreover, as the new king must officially face the world, he plans to host a grand celebration and specially invite you, Great Master, to grace us with your presence. Willy then presented a lavish invitation letter with both hands. Xander reached out, and the invitation floated over to him. Opening it, the first line read, Honorable Grace, Your Majesty Reese. Xander smiled and shook his head. This young man was indeed talented and quite perceptive. For such a perceptive subordinate, he would give face. Rest assured, report back that the new king ascending to the throne and sweeping away the shadows over our kingdom is a significant event. How could I miss such a celebration? I will attend. Attendant, grant Master Davon a seat. As Willy cautiously took his seat, Xander narrowed his eyes. The new King Reese has endured much humiliation and shown commendable resolve. But regarding true intelligence, he lacks something. To smoothly replace the old King Amerigo required considerable planning. Surely, Master Davon played a crucial role in strategizing? Great Master flatters too much. The new king is inherently wise, and my words are merely supportive. All actions were the king's own doing, Willy replied humbly. He was being very respectful, which made Xander smile. Master Davon, don't be modest. When I see you, I see a man of great capability. Although the new king is also a young talent, compared to you, he's like a new soldier paired with a precious sword, a bit wasteful. So, Master Davon, would you, the precious sword, consent to be wielded by me? Willy blinked. May I ask, Great Master? Xander spoke frankly. Chongping, our capital city, needs a thorough reorganization to serve as our main hub. In the future, it will lead the world and subdue all heroes. To symbolize its future prosperity, it cannot do without a competent manager. I believe you are the ideal person for this task. Subdue all heroes. Hearing Xander calmly express such ambition sent ripples through Willy's heart. Indeed, this was a man of global talent. May I ask, Master Davon, what are your intentions? Willy immediately bowed again. I am willing to follow you, Great Master. Xander chuckled. With your help, my grand plan will surely succeed. From this moment forth, by my decree, I honor Master Davon as the Chancellor of our capital. In the heavens and on earth, only my commands will be heard. All else is irrelevant. As Chancellor, you shall oversee all resources, planning, and coordination in the capital. Willy bowed deeply. I shall not disappoint you, Great Master. Thus, Xander successfully recruited this talent. He smiled, easing the somewhat serious atmosphere. Have you heard of the skeleton territory? Yes, I have. I heard that entry requires a quota. Where can one obtain this quota? Great Master, the skeleton territory is a special realm in Hongtu, accessible only by those of at least the 9th level of the 11th mountain realm. The quotas are distributed by the Hongtu Celestial Palace. When the realm opens, representatives from the Hongtu Celestial Palace will come to Xianclement and set up arenas for everyone to compete for the quotas based on their skills. If entering the skeleton territory requires thousands of quotas, only dozens may actually be available. Among these dozens, many are taken by alien races. Hongtu Celestial Palace. Xander continued. If one enters, are there limits on cultivation levels? Yes, the minimum is the 9th level of the 11th mountain realm, and the maximum is the 14th mountain realm. The skeleton territory mainly serves as a place for Hongtu's elites to train and seek opportunities. However, it is filled with countless dangers, including endless skeletons, rampant demons, and rampant evil energies. A single misstep can lead to infection and corruption. Xander asked again. I heard that one of the 3 major forces in Xianclement, Xianxia sect, is currently recruiting capable individuals to be its leader. How did such a prominent sect in Xianclement end up in such a sorry state that it can't even find a suitable leader? Great master, not exactly. Despite various mishaps that led to the death of many of Yangtian sect's powerful figures, the sect's accumulated strength has not been completely depleted. Seeking outsiders is merely an excuse. The real goal of Yangtian sect is to find a scapegoat. A scapegoat? Xander raised an eyebrow. Yes, great master. I've heard that within less than a month, Yangtian sect will receive the Heavenly Grace Blessing. Heavenly Grace Blessing. Hearing this term made Xander's eyelids twitch. Heavenly Grace Blessing is a cosmic law that occurs every 500 years. The stronger the organization, the greater the pressure it bears. But it also depends on luck. If fortunate, the organization can safely pass through 500 years. But if unlucky, even a mighty organization might crumble instantly. Heavenly Grace Blessing always affects the organization as a whole, either bringing life or death, unity of purpose. How could Yangtian sect think of pushing the leader forward to bear the entire sect's calamity alone? Xander was puzzled. Chapter 109. Heavenly Bestowal. Your Excellency, the heavenly bestowal can vary in nature. Some bring both honor and humiliation, while others bear the calamity of the entire sect on the patriarch's shoulders. As long as this person can withstand the heavenly bestowal safely, they will gain great fortune, and their sect will also benefit greatly. I know that when the Yangtian sect was established, they used special methods to swear an oath with heaven and earth. They vowed that future sect leaders would be the targets of tribulations, thus leading to this distinctly different second type of heavenly bestowal. Xander listened in surprise. Could there actually be such operations? He had always assumed that the heavenly bestowal was a predetermined event, but now he realized it could still offer different methods for handling the calamities. Willie continued. Because all beings exist within this universe, the heavenly bestowal is destined to happen. Hence, many organizations have found clever ways to choose how they face these tribulations. While these methods might seem clever, they are indeed cruel, as one person has to bear the collective calamities of an entire organization. Their suffering is unimaginable. Xander shook his head. In the end, losing one person is better than total annihilation. But if one can pass through this so easily, does the heavenly bestowal still hold any power? If a sect like Shangfang's sect were to be destroyed by the heavenly bestowal, wouldn't that be too foolish? Willie smiled. If anyone could be a scapegoat, then the heavenly bestowal wouldn't strike fear into everyone. Not just anyone can handle the heavenly bestowal alone. First, the chosen individual must be recognized by the way of heaven. Only if heaven deems them worthy can things proceed. Xander nodded, feeling this explanation was more reasonable. So, the Yangtian sect suddenly opening recruitment for a new patriarch is purely a desperate measure. And Amir genuinely encountered cultivation issues? Not quite. Amir knew that even if he was chosen by the way of heaven, he couldn't endure the heavenly bestowal. His death or disappearance would be pitiful. So, he ruthlessly cut his own cultivation, dropping to merely the 11th realm. This way, due to his low cultivation, he naturally couldn't be the patriarch. Although his cultivation plummeted, he preserved his life. Xander chuckled, sacrificing the small for the greater good without greed. What a waste not to make him a patriarch. Xander pondered for a moment and then said suddenly, what do you think if I went to the Yangtian sect now and became the patriarch? Willie's heart raced. Do you mean it, Your Excellency? Why? Do I look like someone who jokes around frequently? Willie replied seriously. Your Excellency, the Yangtian sect is vast. The heavenly bestowal, being a catastrophic event for a sect, is incredibly terrifying. Heaven won't let me die. Why should I fear? Xander spoke boldly, but only he knew that his words weren't boasts but facts. With the Tai Chi gem enhancing his body, he was invincible physically. A sect-wide calamity? Even immortals and immortal kings couldn't harm him. Could the Yangtian sect compare to an immortal? Clearly not. Therefore, Xander wasn't afraid at all. The Yangtian sect is one of the 3 major powers in Xintian 9 Seas. If I become its leader, I can naturally incorporate it into my domain. With the Yangtian sect as my chess piece, I can conquer the Northern Desolate sect and Jianhui Pavilion bit by bit. One day, all of Xintian 9 Seas will belong to me and respect me as their ruler. Light flashed in Xander's eyes. Willie thought for a moment and said, with your Excellency's intentions, I shall support you. However, please be cautious. The heavenly bestowal is incredibly terrifying and cannot be treated lightly. If you choose to confront it, prepare thoroughly and meticulously. Absolutely do not be negligent. Xander smiled. Don't worry. I am not one who courts death recklessly. Without absolute certainty, why would I get involved? Since you've arrived in the capital and taken the role of Prime Minister, you must immediately begin your duties. There are countless matters waiting for you to plan. In a few days, we'll head to the royal capital together to witness the coronation of the new king. Your command is obeyed. After Willie withdrew, Xander also left. He needed to focus on cultivation. Time flowed like water, passing swiftly. Chongping province's capital city had recently become extremely lively. Firstly, a wave of violence erupted. Led by Lawrence, a group of funeral messengers transformed into a meat grinder, causing bloody turmoil across the entire capital city. Everyone was repulsed by the carnage. And where this wave of violence struck, the Bloodbone sect, Longfeng Tower, and Bai Ma Hall, the original three major powers of the capital city, were directly obliterated, becoming history. While the citizens were still in shock, a new decree was heard. Xander declared himself king, becoming the Lord of Chongping and renaming the capital city as the primary residence. Various edicts followed, and the capital city fell silent, unlike its former bustling prosperity. Behind this extensive renovation of the capital city stood a mysterious figure with profound methods. It was said that merely by nodding his head, the capital city would tremble. Changes in the city caused ripples among its inhabitants. Some, fearing execution by Xander, fled under the cover of night. Others, however, rejoiced, planning to settle down. Among Willie's orders was the establishment of the capital garrison, comprising over 10,000 soldiers tasked with maintaining peace in the capital city. This new army became an effective broom, sweeping away the shadows over the city within days. The capital city, rebuilt into the primary residence, became larger and more civilized. As the final decision-maker, Xander rarely interfered. Seeing the results, Xander was very pleased with Willie. Indeed, he is a true talent. The Master's Palace, Taiping Residence. These were two architectural complexes after the Taiping Guard was split and reformed. One was Xander's palace and residence for personal use. The other served as his command center for military affairs. Inside the Master's Palace, Xander leisurely perused confiscated treasures. These came from the Bloodbone sect, Longfeng Tower, and Bai Ma Hall. He kept some useful items he didn't need personally. The rest were converted into white points. The Bloodbone sect contributed the least, having already been looted once by Xander. Longfeng Tower and Bai Ma Hall each provided over 100,000 white points. In total, nearly a few 100,000 white points were added. Not much but not insignificant. With the white points available, Xander upgraded his lightning dash skill, and he did so 3 times in a row. With a massive influx of white points, the lightning dash became faster than lightning itself. In a single step, Xander could travel miles. With this speed, where in the world could he not go? At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. It was Willie, holding a large sheet of thick paper. Hashtag chapter 110, New Hoyt. Sir, here is the plan for the capital. Willie unfolded the blueprint in his hands. Xander glanced at it and nodded. Not bad. I didn't expect you to understand architecture so well. The blueprint detailed inner and outer cities, along with various district configurations. The final result would be several times larger than the current capital, rivaling even the grandeur of the sea-covering Hoydom's capital. As Xander examined the plans, he noticed something unique. From an aerial view, 5 lotus petals formed a massive hexagram. What does this mean? Is it an array? Indeed, sir. This is the 6 stars fate array, designed to condense luck. Xander raised an eyebrow. Condensing luck? Sounds powerful. This 6 stars fate array can be described as a marvel of heaven and earth, unique to this place. Xander blinked, and Willie continued. As for its wonders, first, it condenses luck like a dragon coiling around the entire capital, bringing prosperity. Second, the concept of fate is intertwined with all living beings. If the capital thrives with activity, the array will grow stronger, becoming more majestic and awe-inspiring. Third, once activated, the array will expand gradually according to your goals. It can cover not just the capital but even provinces, states, or an entire nation. This unity of fate and people, combined with condensed luck, creates unbreakable bonds. Protected by the blessings of heaven, it far surpasses seeking shelter under a major sect. Willie couldn't resist mocking the late Brecken. What foolishness, relying on others for protection. Xander nodded in agreement. This array indeed sounded beneficial. With it, he could boldly expand territory without worrying about internal collapse or external threats. And fourth, as luck accumulates, it affects all living beings within the realm, enhancing their cultivation paths and physical and mental attributes. Even souls can be purified. Fifth, once the array is complete, it becomes the root of a blessed land, naturally producing treasures over time. Wonderful. Truly marvelous. Xander praised enthusiastically. But how costly would it be to construct such an array? Willie's expression turned grim. Sir, constructing this array is currently beyond our reach. Oh, why is that? Are we lacking materials? Indeed, sir. To build the 6 stars fate array, we need a treasure capable of stabilizing luck. Only an extraordinary artifact can concentrate luck without dispersion, allowing for countless benefits. An artifact to stabilize luck? Xander narrowed his eyes, understanding the difficulty. He had encountered many wondrous treasures since activating the system, but none that could stabilize luck. Sir, regarding this artifact, I have an idea. In the scarred lands of the foreign races, there's a legendary relic, a seal called Heaven Measuring from the northern wolf Hoytom 10,000 years ago. This seal can stabilize luck. If we acquire this seal, a critical requirement for the 6 stars fate array will be met. The northern wolf Hoytom 10,000 years ago. Xander's eyes gleamed. Where exactly are these scarred lands? The scarred lands have become a secret realm, lost to the foreign races for thousands of years. Recently, they've been close to recovering it. If successful, the lands will reappear, giving us a chance to obtain the Heaven Measuring seal. So, when do you estimate their success? Within a month for sure. Xander smiled. Then I'll visit at that time. 10,000 years ago, the northern wolf Hoytom. The potential for strong remains was intriguing. After discussing future capital construction, Xander changed the subject. It's time. Prepare to go celebrate the new king. Yes, sir. Xander led Willie and Lawrence, flying aboard a spacecraft until they reached the bustling capital city of the sea-covering Hoytom. Upon entering, they were greeted. Thomas and Ellis knelt. Sir, where is the new king? Sir, the king is busy preparing for the coronation. We apologize for our absence. Xander laughed. Understandable. Important preparations must be made. Let's proceed. Xander wasn't petty. Thomas and Ellis stood and guided him forward. Reaching the palace, the royal city was indeed magnificent. Unfortunately, if the ruler lacked dignity, even the grandest structures would be mere decoration, as Brecken had shown. In the throne hall, Rhys knelt upon Xander's arrival. Prince Rhys greets sir. Xander nodded. Good etiquette. Do not devalue yourself as a puppet. Maintain your dignity. Yes, sir. Surveying the hall, Xander said, you've surpassed expectations. Managing this kingdom without my interference shows you're competent, not just a puppet. You've done well. No disappointments. You're suited to be the sea covering Hoyt. All credit goes to sir for guiding me. And thanks to the Minter's wisdom, the transition was smooth. Xander chuckled. Credit where it's due. As the king now, speak with authority. Don't be overly modest. Remember, I'm your support. If you face issues, don't hesitate to contact me. Rhys bowed. I'll ensure minimal trouble for sir. Xander approved. Your coronation is crucial. Continue preparing. Just then, a rapid light streak approached. A fast spacecraft landed, and someone shouted, Sea covering Hoyt, come to welcome. Ellis explained, Sir, envoys from the Northern Desert sect have arrived. The Northern Desert sect? What for? They oversee the coronation to demonstrate their power and warn the world that sea covering Hoydom is subordinate to them. Rhys paused, looking at Xander, who encouraged him. Go ahead, act accordingly. I obey, sir. Sir, I will go too. Willie hurriedly followed Rhys after bowing. Chapter 111. The gift is light, but the sentiment heavy. Carter stepped out of the palace hall and looked up to see a man hovering in the sky, clad in the attire of the Northern Desert sect. With thick brows that seemed like thunderclouds resting on his face, this person stood proudly with arms crossed behind his back. Beside him, Ellis whispered quietly, Your Majesty, this man is Buster, Deputy Patriarch of the Northern Desert sect and a formidable peak stage mountain cultivator at the 12th level. You can tell from his appearance alone, he has a volatile temperament and isn't easy to deal with. Carter walked a few more steps forward before saying, I am Carter, the new ruler of the covering sea Hoydom. It's an honor to meet you, Deputy Patriarch Zhang. High above in the sky, Buster's sharp gaze fell upon Carter. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he couldn't resist mocking. Is the covering sea Hoydom truly deteriorating? Though previous rulers might not have been strong, they were still capable. But now, it's just you, a mere second-level cultivator. Has everyone talented in this kingdom died off? And how is it possible that a useless person like you can sit above so many beings? Buster's mockery was laced with anger. He was unsatisfied because the covering sea Hoydom, after all, was under the dominion of the Northern Desert sect. If word got out that the king was merely a weak second-level cultivator, it would bring shame to the Northern Desert sect as well. Such humiliation wouldn't make Buster, the Deputy Patriarch, happy either. This displeasure naturally intensified Buster's disdain for Carter. Carter wasn't blind, or rather, even if he were, he could feel Buster's intense contempt. But Carter's heart remained unmoved. For one, he had endured countless insults and oppression since childhood. Secondly, the Northern Desert sect had long ceased to be a force to reckon with. Carter replied coolly, Since Deputy Patriarch Zhang came to congratulate me, why are you still hovering in the sky? Please come in. Saying this, Carter turned around and walked into the palace hall, completely ignoring Buster. You're insolent. Already enraged, Buster couldn't hold back. He immediately unleashed his power at the 12th level to suppress Carter and teach him a lesson about the authority of the Northern Desert sect. However, Buster's powerful strike was casually waved aside by Willie, who stood nearby. Willie's move was like swatting away a mosquito. Casually dismissive, he said. Quite a temper, Deputy Patriarch Zhang. Do you think this place is somewhere for you to act as you please? This is the capital palace of the covering sea Hoydom. How dare you behave so rudely here? Buster's eyes widened in shock. A peak 12th level cultivator. How could this be? The covering sea Hoydom was just a remote, rural place. Why would such a terrifying existence exist here? Could this be the royal advisor of the covering sea Hoydom? The royal advisor was always shrouded in mystery. No outsider had ever seen him in person. Who knew he'd be a formidable master? But so what if he was a peak 12th level cultivator? The tiny covering sea Hoydom, insignificant and narrow-minded, really thought it could do whatever it wanted with a powerful advisor like this? Insolent. I will report this back and let them know the true might of the heavens when the Northern Desert sect comes down hard on them. Buster raged inwardly. He resolved to ask the sect elders to turn Willie into dog food upon his return. On his face, however, only panic and silence showed. Willie smiled. Today is a joyous day for our kingdom. Since Deputy Patriarch Zhang has come to offer congratulations, please control your temper and join us. Buster humphed but followed obediently into the palace hall. However, he silently vowed to get revenge on Willie. Upon entering the palace hall and looking up, Buster froze. Someone was seated on the high throne. A young man, eyes closed, slightly opened his eyes as Buster entered. He asked softly, and who might this be? Seeing Carter's respectful demeanor, Buster felt a pang of foreboding. Could this be? Your Excellency, this is Buster, Deputy Patriarch of the Northern Desert sect. The person on the throne is my benefactor, and also the benefactor of the covering sea Hoydom. Since Deputy Patriarch Zhang is here today, I want to inform you. Henceforth, the covering sea Hoydom will no longer be a vassal state of the Northern Desert sect. Hearing this, Buster flew into a rage. You dare defy us? What makes you think you can challenge the authority of the Northern Desert sect? You are nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness of the world. His voice reverberated like thunder throughout the palace hall. Today, Buster had come to showcase the Northern Desert sect's might, yet he faced multiple humiliations. After accumulating fury and hearing Carter's bold words, Buster couldn't hold back any longer. After a bout of scathing criticism, he turned and stormed out. However, Carter suddenly said. Your Excellency, today is my enthronement, a time of national celebration. I believe it should be even more joyful. Let this ceremony declare to the entire covering sea and its billion souls that from now on, we will no longer be subjugated to the Northern Desert sect. The Crown Prince smirked. How do you plan to do that? Few people know the truth. Only blood can leave a lasting impression. Since Deputy Patriarch Zhang has come all the way to congratulate us, why not offer him as a sacrifice to heaven? His blood and flesh will announce to the world our determination to sever ties with the Northern Desert sect. Willie blinked, and the Crown Prince's eyes lit up. Wonderful idea. Approved. Buster's pupils dilated in horror. Dare you kill me? Before he could react, Buster found himself immobilized. An icy voice echoed in his ear. I came unprepared with gifts today. Since the new king has such a request, I shall offer your head as a grand gift. Buster's defenses collapsed instantly, leaving him defenseless like an ordinary mortal. Then he saw Carter punch him. His vital energy shattered, and his body became ruined. Blood trickled from Buster's mouth as he became incapacitated. Unable to speak or shout curses, he heard Carter wipe his hands and say quietly, Take Deputy Patriarch Zhang away. When the ceremony begins, use his life to declare our resolve to the world. Yes, your majesty. Ellis and Thomas dragged him away. Cleaning the blood from his hands, Carter bowed again to the Crown Prince. Your Excellency, I'll prepare for the ceremony now. The Crown Prince nodded as Carter left. Excellent work indeed. Willie laughed. Your Excellency, the recent affairs have kept me preoccupied. I've never lost focus. The Crown Prince also laughed. Indeed, you're naturally suited for this role. Chapter 112, A Great Day. After intensive preparations, the grand ceremony was finally about to begin. Outside the palace hall lay a vast plaza, the ascension platform of the flooded sea Hoitdam, exclusively used for heavenly offerings. On either side of this platform stood the ministers and officials of the flooded sea. To the left were the civil ministers, and to the right, the military generals. The civil ministers were solemn, while the military generals exuded an air of sternness. All the officials gathered here today to witness the enthronement of the new king. The auspicious moment has arrived, the heavens are boundless, and the world is clear and open. Let the grand ceremony begin. A sonorous voice echoed through the clouds. Hail the new king. The imposing doors of the palace hall swung open, revealing a single figure within. Dressed in royal regalia, this person radiated authority. He was surrounded by a splendid entourage, marking him as the supreme monarch. Amidst the gazes of countless officials, Reese, the new king, ascended step by step, standing atop the ascension platform. He gazed up at the sky and then cast his eyes over the people below. Thousands of citizens had gathered here to witness this historic event. To rule over the kingdom, it began with Hoyt Douglas. Hoyt Douglas's might spread across the vast ocean, governing with the hearts of the people, thus bringing peace and prosperity. Joyous celebrations abounded. Through the passage of time, we came to the previous king, Clarence. Though he also possessed talent worthy of his ancestors, alas, fate can be unpredictable. Death came swiftly. Under the sudden storm, Hoyt Clarence met his end. But even as Clarence's body passed on, his spirit remained. Thus, our new king, Huang'an, has ascended to power amidst turmoil. However, by divine decree, he stands before us to serve the people and restore greatness. With this oath, sworn under heaven, may heaven's blessings rest upon Reese, the new king of the flooded sea Hoitdam, watched by all, and peace reigns. The new king, with his sharp edge, will protect and flourish the land. The sonorous voice paused, and an attendant hastily knelt to present a large seal. The sonorous voice resumed. Ancestors laid the foundation. This seal measures the world. With this one seal, it governs the lands, witnessed by immortals, completing the new king's ascension. The seal shall endure through the ages. Let the heavens bear witness, covering all. The ceremony is complete. All bow down and greet the new king. Instantly, thousands bowed, their movements resonating like thunder. First prostration, to honor the heavens. Thud thud thud. Second prostration, to greet the king. Thud thud thud. Third prostration, to lead the land. Thud thud thud. 3 prostrations witnessed, heaven and earth have decreed. The land and people are entrusted to the king. Rise everyone. Thus, the crowd rose, but the looks on the faces of the officials varied. Scorn, fear, worry, confusion. Change happened too fast. If anyone had eyes to see, who wouldn't recognize that the sudden demise of the old King Amerigo was linked to Reese? And wasn't the death of numerous princes and princesses also tied to Reese? But what could they do if they saw it? Dare they speak out? Could they openly criticize Reese's actions? They dared not because those who dared had already been erased. The new king ascends, seen by all. This day is filled with great joy and must be celebrated by heaven. So today, in front of all, we offer sacrifices to heaven. As Ellis spoke, everyone saw a massive cauldron being carried upward by dozens of men. The cauldron was heavy, filled with treasures and precious herbs. And there was another person being brought up. Wait, that is? It seems to be Buster, deputy head of the Northern Wilderness sect. Yes, it's him. How could this happen? Buster is a formidable existence of the 12th mountain realm. How could he be dragged up like a pig? What is happening? Is it going to sacrifice Buster's blood to the heavens? Someone voiced this speculation aloud, freezing the air around them. Everyone was stunned. No way. Impossible. Reese just became the new king. How could he be so rash? Doesn't he fear the wrath of the Northern Wilderness sect? This king is insane. The murmurings ceased as Reese spoke from the ascension platform. Throughout history, our flooded sea Hoitdam has been powerful yet lacking dignity, subservient to the Northern Wilderness sect, serving as their dogs. We've been exploited day by day, losing any sense of honor or sovereignty. It's humiliating and laughable that after existing for so long, our kingdom has never truly known dignity. But today, everything changes. I, from childhood, struggled to survive, blessed by destiny, narrowly escaped death, and found my strength. Gratefully recognized by the Lord of Chongping, I transformed from destitution to majesty, regaining my dignity. Chongping Heights is not northern wilderness. We are not their dogs. Our flooded sea deserves its own dignity and prosperity. Today, I proclaim to the world that our flooded sea Huidam severs ties with the northern wilderness sect. To prove my intentions, witnessed by heaven and earth, I will use Buster as the grand offering, sacrificing his blood to the heavens and using his soul as a pin, warning all that our flooded sea has changed, no longer to be driven by mere northern wilderness. Oh, so he really intends to sacrifice Buster. Just a moment ago, this was only a daring guess. Now, it became reality. Officials trembled in fear. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. No, no. For generations, the Northern Wilderness sect has helped and protected our flooded sea, ensuring its prosperity. Breaking this tradition would be disastrous. Old ministers rushed forward, kneeling and crying. Your Majesty, such defiance will bring calamity. It must not be done. The Northern Wilderness sect is a giant among the 9 seas. If you kill Buster and offer his blood, their wrath will descend upon us, leading to untold destruction. Please, have mercy on the people. Revoke your order. Your Majesty, think again. Your Majesty, Buster cannot be killed. Your Majesty, please revoke your order. Elder ministers kneeled and pleaded loudly. Buster laughed bitterly. Reese, you ignorant fool, less knowledgeable than your own subjects who understand your true nature. If you're wise, release me now, and perhaps in gratitude, I will lessen the destruction awaiting your flooded sea. Reese sneered. Help and protection, nonsense. The Northern Wilderness sect has leached off our kingdom. Until they are eradicated, true prosperity will elude us. Yet, when I try to do what benefits the people, you cry out, unworthy as you are to serve our kingdom. But some elderly ministers still cried, Your Majesty, if you don't listen, we will kneel here until death. Reese laughed coldly. Well, since you wish to witness the rebirth of the flooded sea with your own blood, how can I deny you? Bring them all away, behead them, mix their blood with Buster's, and offer it to the heavens. Constables led by Chongpan who advanced. You tyrant. Reese, how can you murder us? Reese, you tyrant. The kingdom falls by your hand. Seeing death imminent, the ministers screamed and cursed. But Reese remained silent. What are you waiting for? They're eager for their final moments. With a command, heads rolled, and blood spilled over the field. Hashtag chapter 113. Master mingling. In the blink of an eye, the heads of several ministers rolled to the ground. The gory scene was both poignant and terrifying. Each head seemed to exude a cold aura as they fell. Every face in the crowd showed shock and horror. At this moment, if one word could describe Reese, it would be tyrant. Nothing but a complete tyrant. However, did Reese care about the opinions of these inconsequential people? His icy gaze swept across the assembly. Are there any loyal ministers of my Fuhai kingdom who are willing to shed their blood for its new birth? Silence enveloped the room. Not even the chirping of birds could be heard. No one dared to speak. They all lowered their heads, not daring to move a muscle, fearing that any inappropriate action might provoke the tyrant's wrath and lead to their immediate execution. Hmph. It seems that the loyalty I've accumulated over the years is only from a handful. Emperor Clarence, you are truly incompetent. But starting today, for the rebirth of Fuhai, only under my rule shall this be so. And may you all work tirelessly without fail, lest history repeats itself. Since no one has anything more to say, bring forth the decree of life, and let it be seen by heaven. Heaven bears witness, the eyes of the masses see all. A century of subjugation ends now. From this day forward, the Huidam of Fuhai will no longer bear the humiliation of being the lapdog of the Huangbei sect. We will no longer honor the Huangbei sect as our master. Instead, I will take precedence. From this day forward, we will stand on our own, grow stronger, and expand. From me onward, through 100 generations, let us never forget. Fuhai's present prosperity and rebirth owe everything to the benevolence of the ruler of Chongping. With Chongping as the master, I as the subordinate general, this great favor cannot be forgotten. In the future, anyone who dares to restore the old order and submit to the Huangbei sect shall meet with death without pardon. His voice echoed through the heavens, shaking the earth and stirring the hearts of the people. It also piqued the curiosity of the commoners. Who was this ruler of Chongping? How powerful must he be to give the new king the confidence to openly defy the authority of the Huangbei sect? Is this Chongping's crown prince? Is the new king submitting to him, Hoytmiles? In the crowd, one person muttered silently. This person was Ferdi, the divine military inspector of Taiping Guard in Anqing Prefecture. As the divine military inspector, he naturally came to personally congratulate the new king. But he had not anticipated such a dramatic and intense coronation ceremony, leaving him nearly speechless. Ferdi already knew that Xander was no ordinary individual, but he hadn't expected that in such a short time, Xander would rise from the small city of donghua to reach this position of power. His future prospects were incalculable. Only his audacious and arrogant demeanor remained unchanged, still defying traditional norms. Ferdi chuckled bitterly to himself, thinking how wise it had been to refrain from overly constraining Xander in Taiping Guard. The world changes too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the deputy commander of Taiping Guard became history. Now, the ruler of Chongping was the new reality. Well, a dragon destined for the heavens must soar. May he fly higher and attain immortality. Though your father is dead, he can rest peacefully in the afterlife. Ferdi thought to himself. Xander stood amidst the scene, but was distracted by the continuous system notifications in his ears. Becoming the rightful ruler of Chongping had granted him hundreds of thousands of white value points. Conquering the Huidam of Fuhai added even more. Was it much? Not really. However, it allowed Xander to experience the joy of conquering territories. With the white value points, he naturally needed to use them. He upgraded his soul seed by 3 levels, enhancing its power. After the 3rd level, the soul seed transformed into a soul flower, which looked cute at first glance but exuded terrifying power. Moreover, with enhanced divine perception, he could see up to 1,000 miles away within the blink of an eye, almost like a deity. While sensing his new abilities, Xander suddenly paused. He noticed a special individual in the distance, whose gaze was fixed upon him. The person's information instantly revealed itself. His name was Derek, also known as Master Mingling, the chief teacher of Carmen. Additionally, he was a disciple of Yunshan Sword Academy, a cultivator at the first rank of 13 layers. Among his many cultivation skills, the Yunshan sword technique was particularly intriguing. He had nearly 1,000 years left in his lifespan. He became a disciple of Yunshan Sword Academy due to his merit in recommending and training Carmen. Under Xander's divine perception, Derek seemed to notice something and vanished from his spot. Trying to escape? Can you actually run? Xander immediately used lightning charge to chase after him at incredible speed. Although Derek was a powerful existence at the 13 layers, his speed was no match for Xander. Before Xander reached him, the terrifying power of the Taiping sword formation scroll stopped Derek in his tracks. Why do you obstruct my path, sir, when we have no enmity? Derek frowned slightly, feeling some tension. The murderous intent emanating from the Taiping sword formation was deadly serious. Xander smiled. No enmity? Are you sure? Do you know who I am? My name is Xander, ruler of Chongping. Xander? Derek's expression changed. Although he had never met Xander, he recognized the name. Now Derek understood why Xander blocked his path. So, you came here to shed blood? Derek's eyes flared with menace. Xander chuckled lightly. Have you nothing to do with Amerigo and Carmen? They made stupid mistakes, not you. So, it doesn't have to end in bloodshed. It depends on your choice. What do you mean? Don't understand? I'm now the ruler of Chongping, and with territory comes the need for more capable hands. You, Master Mingling, are a well-known figure at the first rank of 13 layers, with commendable cultivation. If you agree to serve me, death can be avoided. The Taiping sword formation exploded with lethal force, shocking Derek deeply. You are fearsome and cannot be defeated. Why would someone as strong as you consider me as a subordinate? Why should I ask your permission? Remember your situation. You have 2 choices, submit to me or die here. Come on, Master Mingling. I believe you're a smart man. Xander spoke with a smile, but it sent shivers down Derek's spine. I know I have no choice. Everyone fears death, even a 13 layers cultivator. Derek knelt immediately. Xander nodded. I knew you wouldn't make the wrong decision. Of course, though I said I'm short on manpower, you should return to Yunshan Sword Academy. Remember to do one thing. If Carmen is alive, report her actions to me in detail. If possible, kill her yourself. Kill Carmen? Derek was stunned. So, this was Xander's true intention. Xander continued. However, given your capabilities, killing Carmen might be difficult. Also, the teacher-student bond remains. Perhaps you won't be able to do it. Use this to inform me of her actions. Don't worry about killing her yourself. She's slippery, and it's better I handle it personally. Handing over the clear enlightenment scroll, Xander vanished on the spot. Chapter 114. The World's Chronicle. Returning to Fuhai, naturally, it was to stew the corpse. Then, Xander looked at Reese with a smile. Jiangbei sect will certainly be enraged this time. I'll stay here for a few more days to ensure they don't send dogs after us. During these days, if you need any help, just let me know. Reese will do his utmost to quickly take full control of every detail in the kingdom of Fuhai. Xander nodded. Willie, and you should also stay behind and assist our new king properly. Don't let the young buds of Fuhai wither before they even bloom. As the Lord commands. After giving a few instructions, Xander waved his hand to dismiss everyone. But before leaving, Reese suddenly stopped. Lord, actually, there is one more matter. Oh. Reese stepped forward and presented an item. Lord, when we arranged the late Amerigo's affairs and sorted through his belongings, we found this object, which seems to be a national treasure of Fuhai. However, I have no knowledge of its purpose and respectfully offer it to you as gratitude for your kindness towards both me and Fuhai. The item was a wooden box that felt like it was made of steel alloy. Inside, supposedly, it contained a national treasure. Xander's interest was piqued. He used his fingertips to open the precious box. Inside, in an instant, no golden light burst forth. Not only was there no golden light, not even a single crystal coin could be seen. All that lay within was a single sheet of paper. Could it be something used by the first Fuhai Hoyt to wipe himself? This thought was only a fleeting jest. Although the box contained just a piece of paper, it was definitely not ordinary. Because even if given 10,000 chances, Reese wouldn't dare deceive Xander. So, what about this piece of paper was special? Willie scrutinized it carefully. His eyes were sharp, and he was well-versed and knowledgeable. Yet, despite examining it from all angles, he saw nothing but a plain piece of paper, extremely unremarkable. As for Xander, with his double detection ability, many things would be transparent to him. But from this paper, he could only glean minimal information. It was named The World's Chronicle. Its rank was unknown, and its origin was obscure. There were only a few abstract and commanding descriptions available. First, The World's Chronicle. Holding it means holding the world and owning the universe. Second, all beings' wishes are recorded herein. It helps fulfill their desires and assists all sentient beings. Third, all beings shape the world, and the world reflects them. The World's Chronicle? Just from its name, one could tell it wasn't simple. And from its description, it was more than just unique. It was exceptionally extraordinary. Seemingly ordinary, yet, it was an extremely remarkable treasure. And now, this treasure was in his hands. Xander held the piece of paper with both hands, yet it appeared exceedingly unremarkable. To understand how to use it, he needed to ask someone. Or rather, the system. It had always been responsive and all-knowing. To find out how to use the World's Chronicle, Xander needed to spend 100,000 white points. His eyelid twitched. Was this treasure really that amazing? Based on past experience, the more white points something required, the more powerful it was. To learn how to use this, spending 100,000 white points was necessary. That meant it was truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, Xander didn't have enough white points, at least not quite. Should he go through Fu Hai Hoitum's treasury? He decided to do just that. Xander swiftly headed to Fu Hai's treasury and transferred roughly 2/3 of its contents into his pocket. Reese expressed no dissatisfaction, even saying openly, "All resources can be used by the Lord." A sycophant, but tactful. To clarify, unless absolutely necessary for Xander, the kingdom's welfare should still be prioritized. Xander wasn't like Jiangbei sect, a greedy miser. Fu Hai was his territory. For the kingdom's development, substantial resources were essential. Taking too much would undermine its stability. Why did Fu Hai defect from Jiangbei sect? Why did Reese make those grand declarations under heaven's witness? What would be gained? After converting the resources, Xander obtained around 150,000 white points. It seemed Fu Hai's treasury wasn't as rich as the big three in the capital. Understandable. The big three were local powerhouses with personal wealth. Fu Hai, on the other hand, struggled to save anything privately, likely due to the wealth being drained by Jiangbei sect. Despite this, the fact that the world's chronicle remained showed the efforts of generations of Fu Hai kings, including Amerigo. Or maybe Jiangbei sect simply overlooked its value. Moreover, the big three were rooted in the capital, whereas Fu Hai had ongoing expenses. Squeezed from both ends, saving money was incredibly difficult. Regardless, Xander intended to use his white points. Spending 100,000? He would. A notification sounded. Master, congratulations on achieving the first soul binding with the world's chronicle. Through it, you can overview the wishes of all beings across the Nine Seas region. The system's notifications never got old. It reminded Xander of Adeline, the sweet-talking lady who accompanied Luciano, her voice always respectful and melodic, truly delightful. Not artificial sweetness, but genuine charm. Following the notification, the once unremarkable paper changed. Divine authority emerged. Xander's eyes nearly popped out. He strained to keep them open as words began to appear on the paper. Name, wish, fulfillment, region, along with heavenly sensory rules. First, if you hold a wish, it must come true. Second, once wished, fulfillment cannot be undone. Third, fortune favors those who steadfastly pursue their wishes. Xander invoked spirit chi to soothe his tired eyes. Could the world's chronicle be rebranded as the help platform or bounty rewards? You pay, I work. Even a ride-hailing service would fit. Amusing indeed. Previously, there was the omniscient forum, now there was the help platform via the world's chronicle. An idea struck Xander. If he set the reward for fulfilling wishes as the bodies of strong individuals, wouldn't this become a platform for acquiring corpses? Brilliant. Although immortal maps were precise, historical wisdom always suggested that quantity leads to quality. On the help platform, or the world's chronicle, user identities were casual, with no real name verification. So, Xander chose a new identity. Previously, he introduced himself to Clayton as Carnell Ku, Heavenly Guest. Now, he would be Aslan, Night Breeze. Heavenly Guest wields boundless power. Night Breeze fulfills dreams. Brilliant. For rewards, he'd start with the bodies of powerful beings from the 13 levels mountains. Deliver a corpse, and he'd grant your wish. After finalizing the details, no immediate commissions came in. Why? Wishes arise with the wind. Haste does not bring results. Sip tea leisurely, rest briefly, and they shall come. The system was getting poetic? Simply put, don't rush. Wishes would match requirements automatically. Once matched, commissions would appear for Xander to fulfill. And Xander could choose whether to accept or decline each request. But remember, once accepted, completion was mandatory. Retracting was absolutely forbidden. Raising an eyebrow, Xander decided to meditate since waiting couldn't be helped. Time passed effortlessly for a cultivator. Unseen by Xander, divine power spread across the 9 seas, seeking matches for the wishes. Chapter 115. What dare I not do? Mount Daong. This place is the forbidden territory of the Yangshan sect. Mount Daong houses the bodies of the ancestors of the Yangshan sect through generations. It is the ancestral mountain of the Yangshan sect. At the peak of Mount Daong, an elderly man sat cross-legged, gazing into the distance. His face, etched with the marks of time, was clouded with worry. This elder was named Dovey. He was one of the current patriarchs of the Yangshan sect and one of the 12 peak level elders of the sect, a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of the 12 peaks realm, just half a step away from the 13th peak. To this day, Dovey had been cultivating quietly on Mount Daong for several decades. Time is running out. Only a few days remain. Dovey sighed. The few remaining days troubled him deeply, for he worried about the future of the Yangshan sect's leader, Benjamin. Heaven's blessings would not be delayed. If they couldn't find a suitable, steady new leader, the foundation of the Yangshan sect would surely crumble within days, making it impossible to restore in the future. Who in the Yangshan sect could escape the terror of heaven's blessings? Who wouldn't end up dead and unburied? Only by finding the right person within these few days could the Yangshan sect's future continue. If successful, no one would die, and instead, the sect would receive divine protection, growing stronger than ever. Unfortunately, the idea was sound, but finding the right person was incredibly difficult. With just a few short days left, even searching across the vast expanse of Xintian Zhouhai would yield nothing if they couldn't find a suitable candidate to lead the Yangshan sect. When heaven's blessings arrived, it would mark the end of the Yangshan sect. The more Dovey thought, the more anxious he became. Heaven whispers to you. Listen to your heart. In Xintian Zhouhai, there is a celestial messenger who fulfills wishes and dreams. Known as Aslan, he clears away all troubles for those who sincerely pray, offering sacrifices to fulfill their desires. What Aslan requires is the body of a 13th peak level strongman. Do common people, upon hearing, become moved? Think of the messenger. Let your heart be calm. The voice was extremely ethereal, as if coming from the depths of hell or from the heavens themselves. Who is it? Dovey was startled, instinctively releasing his terrifying aura, sweeping across the surroundings. But everything remained tranquil. Dovey's frown deepened. As a peak-level elder of the 12 Peaks realm, his senses were formidable. Clearly, he was the only living being in sight. Yet the whispered voice in his heart was undeniably real. An expert of his level could not experience auditory hallucinations. Who are you? The invisible presence, able to silently enter his mind, unnerved him further. Do common people, upon hearing, become moved? Think of the messenger. Let your heart be calm? Suddenly, the voice repeated itself, clearer this time, resonating like thunder in his heart. Such an existence, indescribable and incomprehensible, made Dovey nervous. He felt like a chick on an expansive plain, under the gaze of a monstrous bird spreading its wings over half the sky. Knowing the monster was there, but unable to locate it intensified his anxiety. However, after a moment of silence, no terrifying attack came. This relieved some of Dovey's tension. If this indescribable existence didn't mean to kill him, then perhaps it truly intended to help resolve his dilemma? A celestial messenger seeking the corpse of a 13th peak-level strongman as payment? Dovey was not stupid. He understood the message clearly. Yet, understanding only increased his inner turmoil. Firstly, he was astonished by encountering such an indescribable existence unexpectedly. Secondly, he was shocked by the messenger's bizarre demand for a corpse as payment. But thirdly, his heart yearned. If this celestial messenger could truly grant his wish and save the Xianxia sect, shouldn't he try? Dovey looked toward the distant highlands, where the graves of Xianxia sect's ancestors lay, including the founder himself. While the Xianxia sect no longer had any living 13th peak-level experts, the corpses definitely existed. Dovey struggled internally. He needed more time to consider. Moments later, two figures appeared before him at lightning speed. What's going on? Summoning us with a sound transmission talisman so suddenly? These two newcomers were also elders, Grant and Destin, both peak-level experts of the 12 Peaks realm. Dovey's urgent summons had them believe someone was attacking the Xianxia sect. They rushed over only to find Dovey calmly seated. Grant's expression turned grim. You old coot, are you just amusing yourself at our expense? Destin didn't look much better. Amusing ourselves? Even if I'm bored, why would I play tricks on you old men? There's something truly urgent to discuss. Imph, you sit here like a statue all day. What important matters could you have? Dovey chuckled lightly. If I told you that the peril of heaven's blessings has been averted. Upon hearing this, Grant and Destin's expressions changed dramatically. You found a suitable successor? Destin asked excitedly. Grant urged him. From where did you get this information? How did you manage to find anyone without leaving the mountain? Dovey shook his head. As far as I know, this entity claims to be a celestial messenger named Aslan. If I offer a 13th peak-level corpse with sincerity, my wish will be granted, to save the Xianxia sect from heaven's blessings. Their faces paled. Are you talking nonsense? Dovey recounted the events. I might be old, but I'm neither deaf nor blind. How could I be speaking gibberish? Facing such an existence, I feared for my very soul, yet I survived. If this entity isn't here to kill me, then its words must be true. But, digging up the ancestral tombs, are you really willing to do that? Dovey's eyes hardened. The dust buried there is nothing compared to the future of the Xianxia sect. No matter the cost, we must act. Destin stood up abruptly. But they are the forefathers of the Xianxia sect, including our teachers. Will you disturb their peace just for what sounds like delusions? Dovey scoffed. This is a matter of life and death. I won't miss any opportunity, however small. Using a dead body to ensure the glory of the Xianxia sect. What a bargain. Grant's pupils contracted. Only the founder Ushvin entered the 13th peak in our history. Could you really be considering? Dovey replied resolutely. If the spirits of our ancestors agree, they would understand my decision. Is there a better plan or candidate from either of you? Speak now if you have one. But Grant and Destin remained silent. After a pause, Destin's voice cracked as he broke the silence. Why don't we try? Grant trembled but nodded reluctantly. Thus, the three decided. They headed deeper into Mount Daong. This translation captures the original tone and structure while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Let me know if you need any adjustments or additional translations. Chapter 116. Excavation. Deep within Mount Daong lies a grave. The tomb, too, stands high and imposing. If it were someone else's grave, they would simply wave their hand to unleash a thunderous attack to blast it open. But when it comes to their own family's graves, one must personally take the tools and carefully excavate. Moreover, they dared not. The tomb was heavy with an oppressive aura. This was where Ushvin, the founder of the Xianxia sect, was buried. Grant and Destin felt their limbs turn cold. Do we really have to proceed? Dovey scoffed. Scared now that it's right before your eyes? Too late. Destin's expression darkened. Scared? Am I scared? We're about to desecrate the founder's grave, a treasonous act. If word gets out, where in this world will we three find refuge? Grant shook his head. Word getting out? With only us three here, who would idly betray themselves like that? Given the situation, do we have any choice? Today, we dig this grave. If the news leaks, we'll just be branded as traitors. Isn't the thief who dug up the Huabei sect's ancestor still alive and well? But if we don't act today, in a few days, all of us will join our ancestors in hell. Whether our bodies will remain intact is anyone's guess. Do you want to die? Even if you do, I don't. With those harsh words, Grant swung his hoe down, starting by shattering the tombstone. To hell with it. For us to live, our ancestors must make sacrifices. Dovey nodded vigorously, also busying himself. Destin opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent, joining them. The trio grunted and puffed as they worked. Despite not using their magic power, these formidable beings at the peak of the 12th mountain level could produce immense strength effortlessly. In no time, a deep passage was excavated. The stagnant, decaying air inside the tomb surged out like tidal waves. They put down their tools, switched to weapons, glanced at each other, and entered simultaneously. Inside the tomb, it was spacious and even bright, illuminated by luminous crystal coins. As long as the spirit energy remained, the light would persist. They swiftly ventured deeper and soon reached the massive chamber containing a coffin secured by iron chains, as if locking a dragon. Despite millennia, the chains looked new. That inside is Ancestor Ushvin? Destin's voice trembled. According to records, our ancestor Ushvin emerged dominant, founding the Xianxia sect with formidable prowess. His strength had already surpassed the 13th mountain level, reaching the 14th. Later legends claimed he transcended the 14th during the sect's first century, achieving even higher realms. Hearing this, Grant and Destin's hearts raced. Beyond the 14th mountain level, that meant the 15th. How terrifying. Of course, they believed it. After all, Ushvin was a prodigy whose cultivation reaching the 15th mountain level was entirely possible. At that level, he'd rank among the elites even across Red Earth. But alas, even such a fearsome existence couldn't escape death. Everyone has their end unless they achieve immortality. Under fate's cruelty, whether at the 14th or 15th level, Ushvin was bound to stay at this stage, unable to progress further. After a brief silence, Grant suddenly spoke. Could there be treasures inside the ancestor's coffin? At this, Destin and Dovey's hearts pounded. With our ancestor's exalted status and formidable strength, his burial must include precious artifacts. Well, shall we see? I agree. Since we are taking the body, why not look? If there are buried treasures, they can invigorate our sect. Grant raised his giant sword and cleaved down. Sparks flew, shattering the chains. As Destin stepped forward, rumble, 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 a sound emerged from the coffin. Grant's giant sword had already pried open the lid, releasing a horrifying pressure. Instantly, the three turned pale. A corpse transformation. Without hesitation, Dovey lunged to drag Grant away. But it was too late. A skeletal hand crushed Grant's heart, swallowing him whole, leaving only his scream echoing. Outside, Dovey and Destin heard bones crunching and flesh tearing. What do we do? Destin panicked, but Dovey remained calm, signaling Destin. You get the coffin. Seeing what Dovey held, Destin nodded heavily. Both disappeared almost simultaneously. Next moment, the large coffin lid slammed back down. Dovey pressed a talisman onto it, restraining the creature inside. The oppressive aura lifted, and both breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, how did this happen? Dovey shook his head. Who knows, maybe after all these years, Ushvin's spirit still lingers, preventing complete death. Destin's eyelids fluttered. Over 1,000 years without fully dying. What a monster. So, is it truly subdued now? Dovey shook his head. My talisman only brings temporary stability. For true peace, we must remove the restless corpse. Destin hurriedly agreed. Let's do it, immediately. Dovey closed his eyes and murmured as instructed. Xianxia sect's Dovey requests Heavenly Messenger Yelelong's assistance using the founder Ushvin's body to ensure our sect safely navigates this heavenly blessing. Suddenly, thunder roared from above. Xianxia sect's Dovey's wishes confirmed, ensuring the Xianxia sect's safety through this heavenly blessing. Upon completion, the reward for fulfilling the wish will be the body of the founder Ushvin. While Goran didn't hear the thunder, he saw these words appear on the heavens record in the Fuhai Hoitum's palace. Chapter 117. Ushvin. Ah, it's still a wish from the Xianxia sect? Xander was genuinely surprised. He never expected to have such a strong connection with the Xianxia sect. Soon after Xianxia Yuji started operating, it received a wish from the Xianxia sect. The wish asked for the sect to safely endure the celestial blessing, and for revenge, against none other than the founder of the sect. Xander clicked his tongue in admiration. Truly fitting of a demonic sect, their style is as brutal as it gets. They're willing to dig up their own ancestral graves, and not just any grave, but that of their most revered ancestor. It seems that just when they needed help, it arrived right on time. He had initially planned to look for a way to apply, but now, there was no need. A high-paying invitation had been extended, allowing him to join early. This Ushvin, however, was a formidable opponent at the 15th mountain level. What does that mean? Whether the body would be buried or stewed in a coiling dragon hot pot, Xander could feel his throat itching just thinking about the potential benefits. For this wish, approval was all it took. The moment Xander agreed, a beam of light shot out from Xianxia Yuji, drawing a door in the void beside it. The door was pitch black, like an endless abyss, absorbing even the faintest light. Extremely profound and mysterious, almost terrifying. Deep within Dayang Mountain, inside the tomb of the Xianxia sect's founder, Ushvin, Dovey and Destin waited anxiously. Could they not be worried? If they dug up the ancestral grave and failed to summon the celestial savior, their losses would be immense. Their reputation would be ruined, and they might even die. A catastrophic loss. Suddenly, within the tomb, a deep, dark door opened as if the abyss itself had awakened. When the door opened, the entire coffin containing Ushvin was swallowed into it. Dovey and Destin were stunned by this sight. Is this celestial messenger some kind of monster? Not figuratively, but literally. A real monster that consumes the bodies of powerful individuals? Your wish has been granted, your gratitude accepted. The will of heaven bears witness. The celestial messenger hears you. It is witnessed and fulfilled. In a few days, the celestial messenger shall arrive during the celestial blessing. But it is merely the wind. Dovey heard the voice of the indescribable entity. This time, his face lit up with joy. It's done. Haha, it's done. The celestial messenger Wesley has agreed to help us realize our wish. A few days later, when our Xianxia sect is besieged by the celestial blessing, the celestial messenger will descend and help our sect survive this great calamity. With those words, Dovey felt a wave of relief wash over him, finally relaxing after being on edge. Destin, standing beside him, also showed a glint of excitement in his eyes. That's good. That's very good. Heaven has not forsaken our Xianxia sect. They exchanged a glance, both smiling happily. Of course, they should be happy. If exchanging the corpse of Ushvin for centuries of prosperity for the Xianxia sect was truly worth it. Now, what we need to worry about is no longer the celestial blessing. Destin nodded in agreement. With the assistance of the celestial messenger Wesley, the celestial blessing, which could destroy the Xianxia sect, was no longer a concern. But were the only threats to the Xianxia sect just the celestial blessing? No, there were others, the two powerhouses of the Adrian, Huabei sect and Jianhui Pavilion. If the Xianxia sect suddenly disappeared, they would surely laugh with joy and celebrate. Would they simply watch as the Xianxia sect faced life and death during the celestial blessing without doing anything? Even they wouldn't believe it if someone said that. So, after resolving the issue of the celestial blessing, they must also prepare for potential attacks from these hostile forces like Jianhui Pavilion and Huabei sect. If these forces attacked, they would deploy elders of the 12th mountain level. For them, this was a battle that could influence their survival. They had to be cautious to avoid any missteps. In the capital city of Wuxia, inside the royal palace, Xander watched as the abyssal door opened wide. Blinking, a large coffin emerged from the darkness, carrying a talisman meant to suppress the corpse. The talisman looked freshly attached, untouched by much death chi. Xander raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Ushvin, who died over 1,000 years ago, hadn't fully passed on and turned necrotic immediately after being dug up? Xander clenched his fist, delivering a punch that emitted a wave of light, causing the coffin to explode mid-air. But in reality, it merely deformed, scattering the coffin planks. As the coffin planks flew, a terrifying aura surged forth. It felt like a flood of death chi sweeping over him. And the source of this death chi was the corpse. The corpse still retained fresh blood despite becoming a skeleton. Despite this, it remained towering. This was Ushvin, the founding master of the Xianxia sect, who had survived for over 1,000 years without his physical body perishing completely. After dual detection, all information about Ushvin came into view. He was the founding master of the Xianxia sect and a terrifying existence at the 15th mountain level. He practiced donghua guijing, an ancient cultivation technique. At the brink of dying from old age, he sealed himself in a coffin, preserving a thread of true spirit while invoking celestial energy to rejuvenate his body nightly, reshaping it. Donghua guijing was an ancient cultivation technique enabling rebirth through transformation. Upon completing it, one could elevate their cultivation drastically, flying straight into higher realms. Ushvin diligently practiced donghua guijing, spending over 1,000 years across 3 mountains and 4 seas. Passing through the earth bridge, ascending to the sky bridge marked success. From then on, he soared into the sky, reinvigorating his body, opening infinite possibilities. Unfortunately, his 1,000-year efforts turned to dust. The ancient technique truly was powerful, capable of rebirth and significant advancement post-completion. Ushvin indeed lived up to his status as the founding master of the Xianxia sect. Only those with vision and resolve could establish a sect. But alas, Ushvin miscalculated the treachery of his descendants, daring to desecrate his grave. Despite the sorrow, letting Ushvin's corpse go was absolutely impossible for Xander. His hard work was all for this. Should he bury it or stew it? Xander chose the latter, tossing Ushvin into the coiling dragon hot pot. Vast death chi vanished instantly, replaced by extremely pure spirit energy. The essence condensed into liquid threads entering Xander's body. Ushvin, a terrifying existence at the 15th mountain level, had practiced donghua guijing for over a millennium. Even though the hot pot's rank was low and the extracted essence suffered a significant discount, the gains were substantial. Xander directly advanced 2 minor levels. Note *I maintained the original structure and tone, translating directly from Chinese to English. The story remains coherent and retains the style and essence of the original narrative. Chapter 118. The Peril of the Xianxia Sect. My lord, you mentioned before that you were considering applying for the position of head of the Xianxia Sect. But now, the day of heavenly favor is only a few days away. On this day, Willie said. Xander chuckled lightly. Applying? Not necessary. Once the heavenly favor arrives, I'll go to the Xianxia Sect to watch the spectacle. Willie blinked but didn't say anything more. Then Xander added. At that time, you will accompany me. Your command shall be followed. Xander squinted his eyes and asked, has Reese managed everything properly these past days? My lord, everything is stable. The new king has proven capable. Fuhai Hoidam is merely a small territory, not something to worry about. The new king, being someone who values gratitude, will never forget your kindness. I can assure you that as long as the new king reigns, the entire kingdom will remain loyal to you. If the new king is both capable and obedient, with your guidance, he could become a reliable ally in the future. Xander smiled. If he's talented, I won't neglect him. All right, go back to your duties. Retiring from your presence. As soon as Willie left, Xander immersed himself back into cultivation. A few nights passed like the rapid beating of a hummingbird's wings, hardly experienced before they were left behind. A large spacecraft emerged from the capital of Fuhai Hoidam. Aboard were Xander, Lawrence, and Willie. The spacecraft transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the Xianxia sect. Today was the day of the heavenly favor for the Xianxia sect. Moments later, the spacecraft finally arrived, unveiling the landscape of the Xianxia sect. By now, countless cultivators had already gathered outside the sect, forming a massive crowd. All of these cultivators had heard the news and come specifically to witness the event. One of the 3 great powers of Xintian 9 seas, the Xianxia sect, was about to undergo the heavenly favor. Rumors had it that this time, the celestial tribulation would be extraordinarily terrifying. The Xianxia sect couldn't find anyone suitable to take the role of sect master to face the calamity. Chuckling, by the end of today, the 3 great powers of Xintian 9 seas might become 2. Let's refrain from discussing matters of the great powers. Heavenly favor indeed. It's a blessing if you pass through it, but a tribulation if you fail. Whether it's a tribulation or a favor, It all comes from the heavens. Both small city forces and colossal powers must tread carefully. No room for carelessness. Whether the Xianxia sect can survive this ordeal depends on its fate today. In my opinion, the Jinhui Pavilion and Huabei sect are probably already making their moves. Afraid? They certainly should be here. Indeed, people from these two factions are likely already on their way. Discussion buzzed nonstop, but Xander remained indifferent within the spacecraft. With the heavenly favor imminent, inside the Xianxia sect, every disciple and elder looked worried and tense. Under the heavenly favor, no matter if you're a 12th Mountain Realm powerhouse or a 2nd Mountain Realm novice, all will be treated equally. If they can't withstand this heavenly favor, whether they're elders or disciples, none will survive. Leaving intact corpses is uncertain. Elder, will there really be an expert helping us so that our Xianxia sect can endure this heavenly favor? The elder asked hopefully, looking at Dovey. Dovey nodded firmly. There is an expert, and we've made arrangements. Once the heavenly favor begins, this expert will appear. You needn't worry. Instead, focus on the Huabei sect and Jinhui Pavilion. Today is a time of peril for our sect, and these two sects, though claiming to be noble, have despicable intentions and will exploit our weakness. Understood. Hearing Dovey's assurance, the Xianxia sect elders breathed a collective sigh of relief. Compared to the heavenly favor, the Jinhui Pavilion and Huabei sect didn't seem worth the worry. Hardly had the words ended when powerful auras arrived with spacecraft. Huabei sect. Here to witness. A loud voice resonated throughout, revealing several 11th Mountain 9th Gate experts, led by an elder, exuding a peak 12th Mountain Realm aura. That's Elder Jameson of Huabei sect. Everyone was shocked. To see such a terrifying peak 12th Mountain Realm elder accompanied by 11th Mountain Realm experts, claiming just to watch, no one believed it. Jinhui Pavilion, here to witness. Another loud voice echoed right after. Sure enough, another spacecraft surged forward. Within it was another elder leading numerous experts. This elder was named Lucius, the patriarch of Jinhui Pavilion, also a peak 12th Mountain Realm. Seeing the intimidating arrival of Huabei sect and Jinhui Pavilion, everyone murmured. This scene spelled disaster for the Xianxia sect. With the Xianxia sect's demise, Xintian 9C's three great powers would become two. Their actions were understandable. Originally, the three great powers kept each other in check. Now, with the opportunity to destroy the Xianxia sect and divide its resources, why would they miss out? Missing such an opportunity would be unforgivable even by heaven. Inside the Xianxia sect, watching the powerful auras approaching from the sky, Humph knew those two sects wouldn't miss this chance. Dovey and Destin muttered with grim faces. What did Jameson and Lucius want? Their intentions were obvious, but it was too underestimating the Xianxia sect. The Xianxia sect was one of the three great powers of Xintian 9Cs. Such preparations had been made beforehand. Once the heavenly favor ends, they would exact revenge, using the blood of their enemies to celebrate the rebirth of the Xianxia sect. Dovey thought. Far away in the sky, aboard the spacecraft, Willie whispered in Xander's ear. My lord, what an excellent opportunity. Should we act as the mantis stalking the cicada? Xander's eyes narrowed. Mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits behind. Indeed, let's do it. Since these three factions dislike each other, let them fight first. After their exhausting battle, I'll make my move. By then, none will escape alive. In Xander's mind, Elders Jameson and Lucius were already dead men, merely materials for his next step. Xander closed his eyes and waited calmly. Time moved forward. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from the sky, like a tolling bell, signaling the arrival of the heavenly favor. After the first strike of the bell, thunder roared endlessly across the sky. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flickered continuously, crackling loudly, shaking the nine heavens. Human flesh would disintegrate upon contact. Before the awe-inspiring heavenly power, who among the living could avoid trembling in fear? Especially the members of the Xianxia sect, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, felt despair creeping into their hearts. At this moment, the Xianxia sect still lacked a leader. Ancestor. What should we do now, Ancestor? Ancestor. Even Dovey and Destin felt unease. Their expressions, though calm from years of cultivation, hid the inner turmoil. The heavenly messenger's wind, once it arrives, dreams are fulfilled. But please, don't let it be a lie. Otherwise, Dovey watched the endless thunder overhead. Otherwise, today the Xianxia sect would cease to exist. The thunder grew closer, denser, emitting white mist, gathering in midair, forming a heavenly soldier's phantom image, dignified, majestic, and extremely noble. Its voice, resounding like the heavens, commanding attention, overpowering even thunder. 500 years have passed, heavenly favor awaits. Xianxia sect master, come and receive the grace. Instantly, every member of the Xianxia sect froze, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Countless trembling gazes focused on Dovey and Destin. Hashtag chapter 119, Despair and Madness. Beichen. In the face of the awe-inspiring heavenly authority, Destin couldn't stop trembling. Previously, he had tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but what he had seen earlier was merely a glimpse of heavenly might. Now, Destin truly understood how insignificant and pitiful he, a peak 12th Mountain Realm powerhouse, was compared to the heavens. Under the eyes of the heavens, who among the mortals is not but an ant? Heaven grants blessings. Heavenly calamity descends. How can mere ants survive? Only by enduring the great tribulation and receiving heavenly grace could they live. Otherwise, they would die without a place to bury their bodies. At this moment, their only hope lay with the heavenly messenger, Aslan, in the sky. No one knew if he truly came from the heavens, but his mysterious and extraordinary methods were undeniable. Wait. Dovey gritted out a single word through clenched teeth. Destin was drenched in sweat. When will that Aslan finally come? The majestic heavenly authority has already questioned us. If we wait any longer, We'll be dead. Destin's voice was hoarse and low, his face contorted with rage. To survive, to secure the future, even the founder of Xianxia sect, Ushfin's tomb, had been dug up and sold. All for the sake of inviting the mysterious Aslan to help Xianxia sect through the heavenly tribulation. But now, the heavenly tribulation rumbled. Yet where was Aslan? This filled Destin with extreme anger and fear. Dovey shared the same feelings, madly imploring Aslan, 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 please show yourself quickly. But did it matter? Not at all. His plea was like a piece of paper thrown into the sea, causing not even a ripple. Could it all have been a lie? To beg for your help, I didn't spare even my ancestors' tombs or remains. Now, after all this effort, am I doomed to such a fate? Aslan, Aslan, if you still have any sense, please appear quickly. Dovey whispered and begged bitterly. In this situation, they had no hope except for Aslan. Whether Xianxia sect could see tomorrow depended on just one person. TSK, look at this. It seems Xianxia sect hasn't found a suitable successor as its head. Haha, what a laugh. Without a sect leader to receive heavenly grace, Xianxia sect has violated the agreement with heaven and earth. In the wrath of the heavens, only total destruction awaits them. Oh wow, what incredible luck, to witness the downfall of one of the three major forces. And some people are even luckier. Soon, we might get to feast on the remnants of this fallen giant whale. Xianxia sect has no one left to rely on, so death is inevitable. What a spectacle. Whispers of amusement spread among the onlookers. On the field, only the members of Xianxia sect were filled with intense fear, as if already dead, unable to find any sign of life in their faces. 500 years have passed. Let the Xianxia sect master accept heavenly grace. From the heavens above, the divine general roared again, sending thunderous words and overwhelming might directly towards Xianxia sect. The terrifying celestial might was too much for the disciples with lower cultivation levels. Many spurted blood from their mouths and died on the spot, while others' heads exploded outright. Even powerful figures like Destin and Dovey spat blood, feeling a violent tremor within their bodies. The wrath of the heavens. 3 times the heavens had called, and with no response, the true wrath of the heavens descended. After that moment, only flatland would remain where Xianxia sect stood. Seeing the collapse and despair of Xianxia sect, Rex and Gallagher couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia sect cannot withstand heavenly grace, so it is only a matter of time before everyone dies here. This place will belong to Huabei sect. Rex thought to himself. Sword Pavilion's Gallagher shared similar thoughts. However, neither realized that someone else was secretly plotting. Xander asked the system telepathically inside the spaceship. Since heavenly grace is hard to resist, why doesn't Xianxia sect just dissolve itself right here? Wouldn't that allow it to avoid the heavenly trial? Xander thought this way because when the Devon family faced heavenly grace, he avoided the calamity by being expelled from the family. Is Xianxia sect really that foolish, considering this precedent? The system replied, heavenly grace didn't target you because you weren't originally a member of the Devon family. Xander was speechless. What did that mean? Was he the son of old Devon? Poor Devon Bing Long. No wonder the Devon family looked down on him. He was an illegitimate child. Not exactly, master. It's because you're a visitor from another world. Xander's wild thoughts came to a halt, and he felt somewhat disappointed. What kind of melodrama is this? Just because he was a time traveler? If it had to be said this way, it made sense. After all, he didn't retain many of the original Xander from the Devon family's memories. This explanation clarified things. It wasn't that the Xianxia sect was foolish or unaware of better methods. Rather, his personal situation was unique and couldn't be considered a common case. No matter what, Xander rubbed his hands together, ready to make his move. Cloaked in an invisible hood and faceless mask, this time Xander himself would go as his clone's frail physical body couldn't withstand the pressure. At this moment, everyone in the Xianxia sect had already succumbed to despair. Dovey and Destin's hearts had sunk into the abyss. Otto, please appear. I can bear any cost if you can help the Xianxia sect through today's calamity. As the old saying goes, heaven's anger comes thrice. And before the third inquiry from heaven, Dovey was already on his knees. At this moment, none of the dignity of being an elder of the Xianxia sect, or the pride of a peak 12th mountain realm powerhouse mattered. He just kowtowed frantically. Similarly, Destin prostrated himself. The rest of the sect members were bewildered by the sudden actions and words of their 2 elders. Otto, who is he? Could it be that the Xianxia sect had truly found someone who could shoulder the heavenly blessings? But neither Dovey nor Destin cared about the whispers now. They only kowtowed wildly in hope. 500 years have passed. The Xianxia sect leader, quickly accept the heavenly blessing. From the heavens above, divine voices thundered for the 3rd time. Millions of thunderbolts formed divine spears. Held by celestial generals, these spears were hurled with unbridled fury. In one terrifying instant, the entire Xianxia sect crumbled, sinking into an abyss of despair. Dovey and Destin stopped their kowtowing, faces pale, hearts sinking deeper into despair. All hope vanished, leaving only madness. Ha 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 ha, indeed. One cannot believe in miracles from the heavens. One cannot believe in falling pie from the sky. Dovey laughed maniacally to the sky, closing his eyes, ready to embrace death. Meanwhile, Lu Lincio, Gallagher, and the others watched intently, eager to see the downfall of the Xianxia sect, their eyes gleaming with greed. They were ready to pounce the moment the sect perished, to claim whatever spoils remained. Everyone had concluded that the Xianxia sect was doomed without a doubt. But suddenly, an unexpected figure appeared out of nowhere, declaring loudly, Otto, here to accept the heavenly blessing. If that's the case, then it makes sense since he barely remembered anything from his original life as Xander. That explained it. Xianxia sect wasn't stupid. It simply couldn't apply common solutions due to the special circumstances. Regardless, Xander readied himself to act. He donned the invisible cloak and mask. This time, Xander would personally go, as his clone was too frail to endure the pressure. Xianxia sect was now in complete despair. Dovey and Destin's hearts plummeted into the abyss. Aslan, please appear. I will pay any price if you can help Xianxia sect survive today's disaster. The heavens only questioned thrice. Before the third call, Dovey knelt down. Now, he disregarded the dignity of Xianxia sect's ancestor and the pride of a peaked 12th mountain realm powerhouse. He just bowed continuously. Destin did the same. The sudden actions of Xianxia sect's two elders bewildered everyone around them. Aslan, who is he? Did Xianxia sect really find a patriarch capable of enduring heavenly grace? But Dovey and Destin paid no heed to the murmurs, only bowing frantically. Bow, bow, bow. 500 years have passed, and it is time for the Xianxia sect master to receive heavenly grace. Appear immediately. From the heavens above, the divine general roared for the third time, his fury evident. 1,000,000 thunderbolts formed a divine spear. The divine general hurled the spear with uncontrollable rage, striking Xianxia sect with terrifying power. Instantly, the ground where Xianxia sect stood sank into a hollow. Facing this terror, despair consumed Dovey and Destin. They stopped bowing, their faces pale, their hearts defeated. Hope was gone. Only despair and madness remained. Ha 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 ha, indeed, believing in the goodness from the heavens is unwise. Don't believe in manna from the sky. Dovey laughed maniacally, closing his eyes to meet his death. Outside, Rex, Gallagher, and the rest stared intently, eagerly watching Xianxia sect's demise. Their eyes gleamed greedily like wolves, ready to pounce once Xianxia sect fell apart. Everyone concluded that Xianxia sect was surely doomed. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere, shouting loudly, Aslan, come to receive heavenly grace. Chapter 120. Otto. Otto? What's his background? As soon as the voice sounded, all eyes naturally turned toward the source. Who is this person? Where did he come from? Otto? Never heard of him before? Was this the same Otto that Dovey was fervently praying and calling out to just now? So, this is the new patriarch that the Jadindi sect has found? Humph, let's see what he can do. There were whispers of discussion and furrowed brows. Rex, Gallagher, and others couldn't help but frown. Their gazes shot over, trying to pierce through the mysterious figure that had suddenly emerged. But even with their capabilities, how could they possibly see through the hooded cloak, featureless mask, and crown adorning this figure? Even a human emperor would find it hard. The moment the crowned figure appeared, Dovey, who had been utterly despairing, immediately rushed over at full speed, kneeling in reverence. Meet the heavenly messenger. Dovey kept his head low, but the joy on his face couldn't be hidden. It's true. It's true. Our Jadindi sect will be saved. Similarly overwhelmed with emotion was Destin. He was so moved that tears streamed down his cheeks. After practicing for countless years, who would have thought he'd experience such an emotional roller coaster? First, complete despair, then a sudden hope. Too thrilling. Apart from the two patriarchs, everyone else in the Jadindi sect also felt overwhelming joy. Could it be they wouldn't die after all? Dovey quickly spoke up loudly. This is the new master of our Jadindi sect, Otto. What are you all waiting for? Quickly kneel to your new patriarch. In an instant, everyone from top to bottom within the Jadindi sect prostrated themselves on the ground. The great sun shines brightly. We greet our patriarch. Although no one knew who Otto really was, did it matter? Not at all. As long as Otto could help them survive this divine wrath and heavenly blessing, he would be their legitimate patriarch. Among the spectators, some laughed derisively. Ha, looks like the Jadindi sect remembers to use toilet paper only after shitting their pants. Indeed, how many people throughout history, scrambling at the last minute, have ever ended up well? This Otto seems pretty mysterious. I wonder where Dovey found him. Can this person really save the Jadindi sect from heavenly retribution? Many were discussing. Quite a few were skeptical, but the miled figure only looked toward the celestial warriors above. Otto, accept the heavenly grace. Suddenly, the divine spear, which had been hanging oppressively in the air, piercingly menacing, vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Dovey breathed a huge sigh of relief. The divine spear didn't fall further, indicating they had passed the first test. Otto's identity as the leader of the Jadindi sect was recognized by the heavens. Thus, Otto could officially assist the sect in enduring the calamity. However, there was still a problem ahead, because the results of heavenly grace depended on luck. Fortunate, perilous, greatly perilous, extremely disastrous. If it were fortunate, it would be the best outcome. A favorable blessing from the heavens would truly be a blessing, not a veiled disaster. If it were perilous, they would need to pay a certain price, but they might still get through safely. If it were greatly perilous or extremely disastrous, then it would be a true heavenly calamity. Thunderstorms of divine wrath, almost guaranteed death. Dovey's heart was in chaos, and not just him. Everyone in the Jadindi sect awaited the selection with bated breath, hoping the Miles would pick the best option. If luck ran out and selected greatly perilous or worse, the Jadindi sect might not escape their doom. Therefore, everyone held their breath. Tension, intense tension. Meanwhile, the choice had already descended from the heavens. Facing the options provided by the heavens, even with dual detection methods, the Miles couldn't reveal anything. What kind of luck does the Jadindi sect have this time? Fortunate or greatly perilous? Leaving one's life and fate in the hands of a stranger for decision? Foolish, incredibly foolish. If it's greatly perilous, that'll be entertaining to watch. By the sidelines, many mocked and gloated. For Rex, Gallagher, and others, nothing would delight them more than the Jadindi sect's misfortune. This way, they wouldn't need to lift a finger against them during the terrifying heavenly calamity. Since even dual detection couldn't tell what was coming next, they decided to leave it to chance. Spiritual energy condensed into pebbles, casually thrown out. Words appeared in the sky. Disaster. Great disaster. Every heart in the Jadindi sect trembled. Some even spat blood. Their faces were pale and haggard. The flicker of hope that had just ignited in their hearts was instantly doused by an icy bucket of water. Disaster! Great disaster! Oh heavens! Do you wish to destroy the Jadeni sect? Dovey fell to his knees. In the face of great disaster, almost certain death. Otto! Could they still count on him? All eyes of the Jadeni sect were fixed on Otto. At this moment, he was their only hope. Even the Miles figure was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to draw such an immediate and grim result. Unfortunately, this world had no lottery system. Otherwise, he would have definitely bought hundreds to liven things up. Above the heavens, countless divine thunderbolts broke through the sky. Frightening power burst forth from the torn sky. The thunderbolts transformed into searing divine spears, falling instantly, accurately striking the Miles figure. Deafening explosions shook the earth, shaking the mountains. But instead of seeing the Miles figure disintegrate as everyone expected, the divine spears dissipated upon contact, vanishing like raindrops into the sea. The Miles figure didn't flinch, didn't take a step back. This can't be possible. Some eyes widened. Others sucked in cold breaths. Otto, what sort of terrifying physical body did he possess to withstand divine punishment directly? Those spears were beyond what even peak practitioners could endure. They would obliterate anyone completely. Yet, Otto stood unharmed, unwavering. Such a formidable being. Where did Dovey find him? Shock turned to fear in everyone's hearts. Too frightening. Resisting divine calamity with sheer physical strength. Absolutely terrifying. Rex and Gallagher's faces changed drastically. They had intended to reap the benefits after the Jadeni sect crumbled under heavenly punishment. Yet, Otto shattered all their hopes. What sort of origin did such a powerful physique have? Rex exchanged glances with Gallagher, both considering cooperation. Boom, boom. Celestial thunder rumbled ceaselessly. More terrifying divine spears, capable of destroying any lesser being, struck Otto continuously. The fury of the heavens unleashed, aiming to consume the Miles figure. However, Otto merely stood firm, not resisting, not retaliating, defying all. Letting the divine spears brush his body without a single scratch. Everyone stared in disbelief. The Jadeni sect members couldn't hold back their cheers. Done. With Otto here, they had survived the heavenly grace. Smiles returned to their faces, joy flooding their hearts. Amidst the relentless bombardment, even the final, most terrifying spear failed to harm the Miles figure. The thunder in the sky gradually subsided. Hashtag chapter 121. Very well. The heavenly blessing had successfully endured the celestial tribulation, which naturally brought about exuberant celebrations among the members of Xianxia sect. Their faces were filled with smiles as they joyfully knelt down under the lead of Dovey. Long live the sect leader. May he live for 10,000 years. The thunderous chants echoed through the sky, reverberating through the heavens and stirring everyone's hearts. Night Breeze. He was the one who saved them all from certain doom. He gave Xianxia sect a glimmer of hope for tomorrow. Facing the grateful gazes of the Xianxia sect members, Xander merely remained calm and composed. Wishes fulfilled, tasks completed. There's no need for excessive gratitude. The heavenly blessing has come and gone. I am not your sect leader, and you should be at peace. I shall take my leave now. With that said, Xander's figure vanished on the spot, without concerning himself with what the Xianxia sect members thought. As Xander left, their appreciative gazes turned to Dovey. It was only thanks to the patriarch's prowess that such a formidable presence could be summoned. Otherwise, Xianxia sect would have been in grave danger. However, this jubilant atmosphere was in stark contrast to the grim expressions of people like Jameson and Guido. When Xander spoke before leaving, his words left them in shock. Follow wishes and leave after fulfilling them. What did it mean? What kind of method did Dovey use to summon such a powerful being? Night Breeze's strength was terrifying, resisting even the celestial tribulation. What if he truly intervened? How frightening would that be? It was simply unimaginable. What price did Dovey offer to move such an entity? One question led to another, creating confusion. They felt there must be something significant behind this, and if understood, it might bring benefits. But this secret was something Dovey definitely wouldn't reveal, even if he wanted to. He himself didn't know much either. He had no idea how to contact that mysterious existence, or the background of Night Breeze. Just as Night Breeze said, since his wish was fulfilled and he received payment, he came as promised to save Xianxia sect and left without staying. True to the name Night Breeze, he came like the wind and left without a trace. Dovey couldn't help but feel regretful. If such a powerful person could lead Xianxia sect, Dovey would sleep with a smile on his face every night. Alas, Xianxia sect was still too small to hold such a mighty dragon. But Dovey's regret didn't last long because the true blessings followed after the celestial tribulation, an unprecedented fortune that could turn the tide. As the divine lightning dispersed and the overwhelming heavenly power dissipated, brilliant light like a golden rain fell upon every member of Xianxia sect. Their cultivation rapidly advanced under this light. First among them were Dovey and Destin, the only two remaining Grand Patriarchs, breaking through directly from the peak of the 12th level to the 13th level. And the 9th rank of the 11th level practitioners also reached the 12th level. I've broken through. 12th level. 11th level 9th rank. Just one step away. I've also broken through. A whole realm higher. Celebrations and cheers erupted around them. Their despair had turned into excitement. Xianxia sect's joy contrasted sharply with the fear and darkening expressions of others, especially those from Huabei sect and Jianhui Pavilion. Previously, Xianxia sect was considered equal to the other two sects, but now, with the heavenly blessing, they far surpassed the others. Two terrifying 13th level beings now resided in Xianxia sect. How could they possibly compete? Looting while the house is on fire? Sitting back to reap the rewards? Even surviving amidst these sharks was uncertain. Go! Both Jameson and Guido issued orders almost simultaneously, realizing the situation was dire. They commanded their vessels to accelerate and escape from Xianxia sect. But Dovey and Destin, both 13th level masters, would not let them leave so easily. Now you want to leave? Where do you think you are? Dovey roared, unleashing a devastating blow from his 13th level prowess. In an instant, Huabei sect's vessel shattered, plummeting to the ground, and Jameson, caught mid-air by a powerful spirit arm, was terrified. What will you do? Of course, use your blood to congratulate Xianxia sect's rebirth. Dovey squeezed Jameson until he burst, blood splattering everywhere, an extremely brutal scene. Meanwhile, Jianhui Pavilion was in chaos. Destin's overwhelming strength made the old patriarch Guido seem helpless, a mere chick in front of a raptor. With Guido dead, the rest of Jianhui Pavilion met a similar fate, torn apart mercilessly by Destin, blood splattering everywhere. How savage, how brutal, how strong. Witnessing this, everyone else stared wide-eyed, trembling with fear. Too terrifying, too terrifying. The true heavenly blessing. From now on, in the Adrian, Xianxia sect would have the final say. Destin and Dovey were both 13th level, a huge gap that made anyone lower than that, like 11th and 12th levels, incapable of resistance. The imminent threat to Jianhui Pavilion and Huabei sect was evident. Many were in shock, unable to believe the sudden change of fortunes. One moment, Xianxia sect faced uncertainty. The next, they soared to greatness, crushing their rivals. Simultaneously, they were envious. Heavenly blessing, realm advancement. Even Willie aboard a vessel marveled at the sight. Night Breeze, the celestial messenger, truly lived up to the hype. His physical resistance against the celestial tribulation and his unfathomable origins are indeed extraordinary. Willie glanced at Xander, noticing the faint smile on his lips. Xander smiled naturally because he shared in the bounty of the heavenly blessing. Even though he was a temporary helper who finished his job and left, without him, the blessing couldn't have been secured. Therefore, as the greatest contributor, he would not be overlooked during the reward distribution. Under the heavenly blessing, Xander instantly reached the 9th rank of the 11th level. He was very satisfied. Sir, should we intervene? Dovey and Destin are already 13th level, supported by 11th and 12th level adepts. Shouldn't we retreat and reconsider? Xander shook his head. How can we miss out on such a grand opportunity? Xianxia sect, I've set my sights on you. With that, Xander flicked his wrist, and the scroll of the Taiping sword formation flew out, enveloping the entire Xianxia sect in an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Then, supreme sword chi exploded in an instant. Chapter 122, Today, Tragic. What? In just an instant, the terrifying sword chi had already surrounded them. The crowd, still reveling in their joy over the blessings of heaven and their enhanced realms, froze mid-smile. A strong sense of unease crept into their hearts. Even the two venerable elders of Xianxia sect, Dovey and Hendrik, who were at the 13th level of cultivation, paled dramatically due to the sheer terror of this sword chi. Dangerous. Life-threatening danger spread across everyone's minds. The overwhelming murderous intent made their pupils constrict. Who is it that plots against our Xianxia sect? Hendrik roared, his eyes sweeping all around. The onlookers hastily scattered away from this horrifying sword chi, for they dared not remain nearby. Should they become innocent casualties, there would be nowhere for them to weep. Where could this person come from, wielding such a terrifying sword array? Just as Xianxia sect had barely survived the perilous heavenly blessings with the mysterious aid of Otto, another existential threat was upon them without even a moment to catch their breath. How swiftly this murderous intent arrived, right after the heavenly blessings. It must be true. Someone has long harbored nefarious intentions toward Xianxia sect. Xianxia sect is indeed extremely unfortunate. Some people were shocked, while others sighed at the sect's bad luck. Just as they escaped the tiger's mouth, they faced wolves once more. This was Xianxia sect's fate. Faced with such terrifying sword chi and its clear intent to annihilate Xianxia sect, would Otto appear again to help Xianxia sect endure this calamity? Everyone looked around, trying to locate the one controlling the sword array. Ultimately, almost all eyes focused on one person, Xander. The reason was simple. Everyone else, fearing being caught in the crossfire, quickly withdrew and distanced themselves from the scene. However, only Xander and his companions, who emerged from the spaceship, stood there without fear, seemingly unmoved by the sword chi. What kind of person are you? What grudge or feud do you have with our Xianxia sect? Hendrik, trapped within the sword chi, noticed Xander and the others' unusual demeanor and sharply questioned them. Xander smiled lightly. Ruler of Chongping, Xander. Ah, this was the ruler of Chongping? Many people's pupils contracted. Even Dovey and Hendrik felt a stir in their hearts. The story of Fuhai Hoitam had gained renown in Xintian 9 seas. Thus, the name of Chongping's ruler, Xander, was known to many. Originally, figures like Hendrik and Dovey would not give Xander a second thought. But now, faced with this terrifying sword chi, they could no longer maintain their previous views of him. Chongping ruler. It's our first meeting. Our Xianxia sect has never been involved in the affairs of Chongping and has no enmity or grievances. Why has your excellency suddenly arrived today with sword chi arrayed, intending to kill us? Dovey asked. Xander chuckled. Does every attack in the world need a reason rooted in old grievances or feuds? Whether I want to kill someone depends on my will. If I must find a reason, it's because I think your Xianxia sect has impressive strength. Therefore, you have two choices today. First, the Xianxia sect ceases to exist from this day forward. Second, from this moment onward, the Xianxia sect shall become the fangs and claws of Chongping, serving me faithfully without complaint. Hendrik coldly snorted. Why should we submit to you, Chongping? Before his words even faded, countless strands of sword chi coalesced into a meteor, and in a flash, Hendrik's physical body was torn apart and turned to powder. Xander's gaze grew colder. Do you need any other reason beyond the fact that I want to kill you and did so? With just a wave of his hand, Hendrik, a formidable 13th level cultivator, was utterly wiped out. Surrounding spectators stared at Xander, fear mounting in their hearts. Dovey also trembled in fear. In mere days, he, Dovey, was the sole remaining elder of Xianxia sect. A voice echoed in his ears. My patience is limited. After 10 counts, anyone who does not submit will die. The Xianxia sect disciples remained silent. They naturally harbored hatred and anger towards Xander for killing their elders and trying to take over their sect. However, none of them dared to argue or resist. Hendrik, at the 13th level, had been killed so easily. With their inferior strength, stepping forward would only mean their own destruction. Many eyes fell on Dovey, hoping he would make a decision. Dovey opened his mouth. He clearly understood that if Hendrik had been instantly killed, he himself had no chance of resistance. Therefore, he had only one choice from the start. Dovey knelt down and spoke with a trembling voice. I pledge my submission to Chongping and will serve as its loyal hound. The other disciples naturally had no second option. Led by their elders, they all prostrated themselves. Death was the greatest fear. No one could escape it. Xander nodded with a smile. In the future, you will surely appreciate this decision today. Be grateful for your decisiveness. Since you are now my claws and fangs, follow my orders to the Sword Heart Pavilion and Huabei sect. From today onward, Xintian 9 sees no longer needs 3 major powers. He intended to destroy Sword Heart Pavilion and Huabei sect. Dovey responded in a solemn voice. Understood. Michael, ensure loyalty among those under your command. I cannot trust them. Only a contract will soothe my concerns. I understand. Michael waved his hand, placing slave contracts on all of Xianxia sect's members. This was a soul-binding contract, ensuring death upon any act of defiance. Do not think me cruel. Once the Chongping array is completed, I will release you from slavery. For now, fulfill my orders diligently. As soon as he finished speaking, Xander disappeared. Venerable Elder? Once Xander left, the Xianxia sect disciples cast sorrowful glances at Dovey. Dovey sighed deeply to the heavens. The world laments for Xianxia sect. Alas, in matters of life and death, survival comes first. We shall comply with his wishes. Dovey's heart sank. He had believed that after enduring the heavenly blessings, Xianxia sect would enter a new era of prosperity. Yet, who could have predicted Xander's sudden appearance and subsequent blow? Bound by the slave contracts, their souls were held captive. From now on, they would serve Xander as his loyal hounds, obeying his every command. Dovey inwardly lamented. Apart from sighing, what else could he do? They were powerless against Xander. Moments later, a Xianxia sect spaceship soared into the sky, heading straight for Huabei sect territory. Xander listened quietly to the system prompts. Conquering one of the 3 major powers of Xintian 9 seas, the Xianxia sect, earned him hundreds of thousands of white points. Opening the treasure vaults of Xianxia sect and dedicating them earned him even more white points. Truly worthy of being one of the 3 major powers of Xintian 9 seas. Indeed, wealth abounds. With these points, it was time to upgrade. First, he upgraded Ilium despite the high costs. Upgrading was essential. Otherwise, he would always need to personally manage everything, which would be exhausting. He aimed to be the leader, not to endlessly run errands. In a few moments, the Xianxia sect spaceship flew toward Huabei sect territory. Chapter 123, Hidden World. Simon, one of the 3 major powers in the 9 seas of Xintian. Not far away, a spacecraft could be seen shuttling about and finally stopping at the entrance to Simon's mountain stronghold. Inside the spacecraft were 2 individuals. One had a striking appearance and an extraordinary aura. He was none other than Arden, the son of the current patriarch of Simon. The other person had a rugged face with brows that seemed to pierce through the heavens. He did not exude an overbearing presence, but seemed quite unremarkable at first glance. Brother Zhang, this is the land of Simon. Brother Zhang, you have come all this way, so please stay for some time. Let us share wine and conversation to our heart's content. Arden said this with a hearty laugh. Anthony only smiled and complimented. Simon truly lives up to its reputation. The mountains are picturesque, and it's rich in spiritual energy, a true treasure land. The 2 then exited the spacecraft. They proceeded together to the Great Hall of Simon. The current patriarch of Simon, Alexander, had already gathered a host of elders, including the ancient ancestors residing on the 12 peaks of Simon. Murmurs filled the air until Arden and Anthony entered the hall. The whispers ceased as everyone turned their gaze towards them. Ancestors, patriarch, elders. Arden bowed as soon as he entered, and Alexander asked, Leishan, who is the remarkable figure beside you? Patriarch, during my travels, I befriended someone. This is Anthony, a young master from Hualiang City. Hualiang City. A shockwave rippled through Alexander as he sat upright, barely able to contain his surprise. Not only was Alexander taken aback, but even the ancient ancestors on the 12 peaks showed visible changes in expression. This was because Hualiang City was no ordinary place. Across the 9 seas of Xintian, many would say there were 3 major powers, Xianxia sect, Simon, and Jianhui Pavilion. However, these were the openly acknowledged ones. What about those hidden beneath the surface? These massive entities lurking in the shadows were known as hidden organizations. Hualiang City was one such organization. Compared to a place like Hualiang City, Simon, Jianhui Pavilion, and Xianxia sect, the 3 openly acknowledged major powers of the 9 seas of Xintian were actually in an awkward position. Many people believe that within the 9 seas of Xintian, these 3 were the strongest. Across the entire realm, no one could rival them. Thus, among countless organizations and cultivation groups, these 3 were considered the paramount leaders of the 9 seas of Xintian. In reality, however, there were stronger entities, the hidden organizations. Being hidden meant they seldom revealed themselves or got involved in the public disputes of the 9 seas of Xintian. Therefore, despite their formidable strength, few knew about them. For instance, if we were to speak of the strongest cultivation in Simon, it would naturally be the ancient ancestors. The 12 Peaks realm was terrifyingly powerful, but in a place like Hualiang City, the 12 Peaks realm was commonplace. Any individual with the title of genius would surpass the 12 Peaks, typically reaching at least the 13th peak. As for the ancient ancestors of such hidden organizations, their cultivation levels were unfathomably deep and fearsome. Therefore, compared to the three openly acknowledged major powers of the 9 Seas of Xintian, Xianxia sect, Jianhui Pavilion, and Simon, the numerous hidden organizations, whether families, sects, or others, were the true foundation and strength of the 9 Seas of Xintian. Facing their power, even the openly acknowledged 3 great powers had to tread carefully, for offending them could turn the 3 great powers into 3 dead chickens. Never did he expect that Arden's trip outside would bring back a prince from Hualiang City. Patriarch Alexander of Simon greets you, young master. Your presence here is a great honor for our sect. Please take your seat. Alexander quickly made space and welcomed him warmly. Anthony simply smiled. Patriarch Yin, you are too modest. By friendship, I am but friends with Lei Shan. How can I act superior? With that, Anthony casually took a seat nearby. Alexander marveled inwardly, not surprising that someone from a hidden background had such admirable qualities. Arden then asked, Patriarch, I noticed everyone seemed heavy-hearted earlier. Is something significant happening? Hearing this, Alexander's expression darkened again. Yes, indeed there is. Earlier, we were discussing matters concerning Yangxin sect in the Chongping region. Yangxin sect? Isn't Chongping just one province among many? Why would it warrant such discussion? Arden was puzzled. Was an elephant meddling in ants' affairs? Alexander shook his head. While you were traveling, didn't you hear any news? Yangxin sect received the blessings of heaven today. Our ancestor Hagen has led people to assist them if needed. Together with Jianhui Pavilion, we aim to utterly destroy Yangxin sect. As for the Chongping region, have you heard of Xander? This young man is incredibly arrogant. Not only did he seize control of Fuhai Hoitam, but he also ignored our Simon. Now, with Fuhai in turmoil, Amerigo dead, and the new King Reese ascending the throne, he declared on the first day of his reign that Fuhai was separating from Simon and bowing down to Xander. Hearing this, Arden frowned deeply. He hadn't heard about these developments because he had been traveling outside the 9 Seas of Xintian. What about the matter with Yangxin sect? Has there been any word? No response yet. And Chongping? Why not send a strong force to subdue the troublemakers? Arden spoke as if it were the most natural solution, but Alexander felt a headache coming on. If it were that simple, would it be left to you to decide? Consider the ruler of Chongping, Xander, whose cultivation level is unknown and whose strength cannot be gauged. During Reese's coronation, as a declaration of Fuhai's separation from our sect, they sacrificed our deputy patriarch Buster to the heavens. Xander is not someone our Simon can easily suppress. Really? Was Xander that powerful? Arden stared wide-eyed. Initially, he thought Chongping province was merely a small dog barking loudly. To suppress it, a mere step would suffice. But now, this region seemed far more dangerous than he imagined. So, what plans do the patriarchs and ancestors have for dealing with this situation? Can we just let this rogue continue to defy us? If there's anything I can do to aid Simon, I'm ready to do my duty without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Alexander nodded appreciatively. Your heart warms me, but don't be hasty. Once we have a plan, you will surely have a chance to show your capabilities. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in frantically. Patriarch! Disaster! Disaster! Some powerful figures came to Yangxin sect's aid, named Wesley, extremely terrifying. They resisted heavenly tribulation, aiding Yangxin sect in breaking free from the celestial calamity. Heaven bestowed blessings upon them. The ancient ancestors of Yangxin sect, Dovey and Destin, have now reached the 13th peak. The disciples of Yangxin sect also received blessings, rapidly advancing in cultivation. Many have instantly ascended an entire major realm. What? Yangxin sect wasn't destroyed by the heavenly tribulation? Instead, they benefited from it? Dovey is now at the 13th peak? Alexander and others' faces changed dramatically. Who is this Wesley? Not clear. It said he was found by Dovey. Just then, another disciple burst in. Patriarch! Urgent report! Urgent report! The people of Yangxin sect have been subdued by the ruler of Chongping, and now, led by Dovey, they are heading straight for our Simon. Chapter 124, Anthony. The disciple's voice had barely fallen when a powerful aura surged up into the sky, sweeping over everything. Many ships immediately blocked the entrance of the Northern Wilderness sect. Encircle them. Not one should escape. A chaotic roar shook the 10 directions. The people of the Jadindi sect immediately spread out to encircle the entire Northern Wilderness sect, their menacing intent blanketing it completely. Lord Sect Master, Dovey has already arrived and blockaded the entrance, cried the disciple in alarm. Alexander and others paled with anxiety as they rushed out of the main hall. Indeed, every single person from the Jadindi sect exuded an imposing aura far surpassing that of the Northern Wilderness sect. In the face of heavenly blessings, today's Northern Wilderness sect was no match for the Jadindi sect. At the forefront, it was none other than Dovey, the Grand Elder of the Jadindi sect. Alexander cursed. Dovey, you dare show such audacity and lead an attack on our doorstep? Are you mocking us by thinking we have no capable warriors? Yet fear also gripped Alexander. Dovey's aura was as vast as the heavens, truly formidable at the 13th stage. Such a powerful opponent was beyond what the Northern Wilderness sect could handle. Do you really think you can resist me? Your Northern Wilderness sect is now just like a worm crawling around. Where do you get the courage and ability to oppose my Jadindi sect? Alexander, listen well. Surrender now or face complete annihilation. Dovey looked down from above, his gaze icy cold. Surrender? Alexander sneered. Do you take me for a fool? If you have the guts, come and see how I crush your dreams of destroying the Northern Wilderness sect. Alexander was indeed brave, showing no signs of retreat before a terrifying 13th stage warrior. Upon hearing this, Dovey's expression darkened further. Very well. Since you seek death, let me grant you your wish. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying power of the 13th stage unleashed across the scene. Lord Sect Master. Arden's cry pierced through. With Alexander merely at mid-12th stage, how could he withstand a 13th stage strike? Desperate, Arden prepared to intercept the attack for Alexander. But at that moment, a hand reached out and, with a flick of a finger, dissipated the devastating attack effortlessly. Brother Zhang. Arden rejoiced internally. Dovey was stunned as his gaze fell upon Anthony, another 13th stage powerhouse. Dovey's eyes widened. He was shocked. That attack had been delivered with full force, yet it was nullified so easily by Anthony, indicating he might be even later stage 13th. Where did the Northern Wilderness sect find such a formidable ally? Feeling pressure mounting, Dovey asked hoarsely, "Who are you?" Anthony smiled. "No particular origin. I'm just passing by as a guest." Dovey couldn't possibly believe him. "You celestial beings follow the order of the Lord of Chongping, right? Unfortunately for you, I am visiting the Northern Wilderness sect today. How could I stand by idly and watch its destruction? Please give me the courtesy of sparing them and leave." Anthony finished speaking casually, but then his aura soared, overwhelming the entire scene. 14th stage? Dovey's heart raced. How did the Northern Wilderness sect recruit such a master? With a 14th stage being present, there was no way Dovey could annihilate the Northern Wilderness sect today. In fact, he wanted to flee. "Fine. Since you have stood up for the Northern Wilderness sect today, I will grant you the courtesy. Let's go," Dovey commanded. In the blink of an eye, the Jade Indie sect members vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Alexander and others breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt some regret. "Why not kill them all?" suggested Arden. Alexander nodded hesitantly. This was what many thought. Had Anthony destroyed the Jade Indie sect, the future would be secured. But with the Jade Indie sect bound to return, the situation could repeat. Thinking about Anthony leaving, everyone grew somber. Observing the dejected Northern Wilderness sect members, Anthony shook his head. "Not because I'm unwilling to help, but Hualiang City has its rules. If I were to slay them, I would have nowhere left to stay in Hualiang City. Today, I acted only for Brother Leishan. From here on, the future of the Northern Wilderness sect depends on your decisions. Brother Leishan, farewell." With those words, Anthony piloted his ship and disappeared. Once he left, the Northern Wilderness sect felt adrift and aimless. "Lord Sect Master, the Jade Indie sect may return tomorrow or the day after. Perhaps we should disband now and scatter to avoid conflict?" Hearing the elder's suggestion, Alexander sighed. What do the Grand Elders think? Although losing the sect's dignity, it's a viable strategy. Our strength cannot match theirs. Another attack by the Jade Indie sect could mean our doom. Better to disperse now and wait for a better time. If necessary, we will rebuild. We can't lose all hope, agreed the Grand Elders. Taking a deep breath, Alexander nodded. Very well. Send out orders. Scatter our disciples to various hiding places. We'll regroup when the time is right. Understood. Orders were quickly relayed, and the disciples began packing hurriedly, dispersing like birds fleeing the nest. Soon enough, the once bustling Northern Wilderness sect became desolate and quiet. Far away, Grand Elder, the Northern Wilderness sect members have scattered and fled. Nonsense. They had a powerful guardian. The powerful presence left as soon as we departed, replied the disciple. Dovey's face turned grim. Hastily, he ordered the forces to turn back, but upon their return, the Northern Wilderness sect grounds were already deserted. Damn it. Feeling more pressured, Dovey pondered how to explain this to Xander. Let's directly attack Jianhui Pavilion before they run away too, someone suggested. Yes, go immediately to Jianhui Pavilion. This time, we mustn't fail. The Jade Indie sect's ships sped off. Fortunately, Jianhui Pavilion hadn't heard the news yet. After a swift massacre, all resources were seized. Surveying the ravaged Jianhui Pavilion, Dovey finally felt relieved enough to return to Chongping. ##### Chapter 125, Pauline Gang's message. Xander was seated on the high throne, his eyes closed as he listened to the system notifications. His subordinates had wrecked Jianhui Pavilion, and one of the three major powers of Xintian Zhuhai had perished. Thus, Xander once again received hundreds of thousands of white points. With the Xintian Zhuhai triad essentially defunct, Chongping became the surface-level top organization, no longer one of the three major powers, but rather the supreme power. For this, he was specially rewarded with hundreds of thousands more white points. Adding it all up, his white points exceeded 1 million once again. But what about the Huanbei sect? Where did that huge Huanbei sect go? With Dovey's current realm suppressing the 13th mountain peak, he could single-handedly level the Huanbei sect, not to mention bringing along the Yangshan sect's forces. Yet they went after the Huanbei sect and ended up destroying Jianhui Pavilion instead. What happened to the Huanbei sect? It wasn't clear. Could there have been some sudden development? Did Dovey encounter trouble? Your Excellency, Dovey has returned, Lawrence reported. Xander blinked. Oh, so he didn't run into any trouble. Bring him in, I'll question him. As you command. Immediately, an extremely terrified Dovey rushed forward and fell prostrate before Xander. Your Excellency, I bow to you. Ningbeck Hin prostrated fully, trembling slightly. Xander held his chin thoughtfully. This mission was for you to re-establish the skies of Xintian Zhuhai by first destroying Huanbei sect and then pacifying Jianhui Pavilion, thus making me the sole dominant force. So why, when you return, do I only hear of Jianhui Pavilion's destruction? What about Huanbei sect? Could it be that you have some old connections with the Huanbei sect and let them off at a critical moment? Your Excellency already knows? Dovey's pupils dilated in shock, growing even more terrified. Your Excellency, it's not because of any connection I have with Huanbei sect. An unexpected situation occurred. Originally, following your order, we directly entered the Huanbei sect with the intention of leveling it, thereby eliminating the three major powers of Xintian Zhuhai. But unexpectedly, a terrifying being at the 14th mountain peak emerged from within Huanbei sect. Given their intimidating presence, we realized we couldn't stand against them, so we retreated. Later, feeling Bugan, reluctant, we returned to Huanbei sect only to find it deserted. Everyone had fled with all resources. Revised. Your Excellency, it wasn't due to any connection with the Huanbei sect. An unexpected situation arose. Initially, we followed your orders and stormed the Huanbei sect, intending to destroy it and eliminate one of the three major powers of Xintian Zhuhai. However, a terrifying entity at the 14th mountain peak suddenly appeared within the sect. Their overwhelming power forced us to retreat as we could not contend with them. Later, feeling reluctant, we returned to the Huanbei sect only to find it completely deserted. Everyone had fled with all resources. As Dovey spoke, he wished he could bury his head in the ground. Xander frowned. Huanbei sect actually has someone at the 14th mountain peak? And they fled? Do you really need to flee if you have someone at the 14th mountain peak? Your Excellency, this is no exaggeration. Their aura was heaven-shaking, undoubtedly indicating a 14th mountain peak expert. Then what is the origin of this person? On this, we are unclear. Dovey momentarily fell silent, recounting every detail of the event meticulously. After hearing this, Xander raised an eyebrow. Willie beside him added, Your Excellency, this 14th mountain peak figure merely called themselves a guest and didn't make things difficult for Dovey. It seems they aren't close allies of Huanbei sect. If they were, Dovey and his men would be dead already, beyond help. How could they return to report to you? Xander sighed. The Huanbei sect fled. This means another 1,000,000 white points gone. That's quite a loss. Your Excellency, perhaps we should search throughout Xintian Zhuhai for traces of the Huanbei sect members. They are numerous and dispersed, so there must be clues. Xander waved a hand. Don't overexert yourself. I'll handle the matter of the Huanbei sect myself. Dovey, organize all seized resources and ensure everyone falls under my authority in Chongping. Anyone who resists, kill them. This task is yours, and if the results disappoint me again, you know what will happen. Your Excellency, I will act immediately and not let you down. Dovey responded grimly. I prefer actions over mere words. Xander waved Dovey away after receiving the materials he brought. Other subordinates were also dismissed. Alone now, Xander held the Tongming book, ruling over Xintian Zhuhai and aspiring to dominate. The three major powers united, yet the Huanbei sect harbored a surprise. A fearsome 14th mountain peak expert. Who could this be? The Tongming book quickly responded. Xintian Zhuhai has a hidden legacy. Under Hualiang City resides a noble named Anthony. Hualiang City. A hidden legacy indeed? Xander knew well about the legends of such hidden legacies. Hualiang City had an ancient lineage, standing strong through time. Its strength and resources accumulated over eons, making it immensely formidable. Anthony. Huh? The heir of a hidden legacy sure is generous. Losing over 1,000,000 white points due to him the first time I hear of him. Next time, I'll make sure to reclaim that loss from you. Xander narrowed his eyes. He quietly remembered this person. Next, Xander opened the Xianxia UG, wondering if there were more wishes for him to fulfill. But there seemed to be none. Xander felt somewhat disappointed, but suddenly wasn't anymore as an idea flashed in his mind. An item appeared in his hand, a scroll left by Hualin Gang. Previously, Hualin Gang mentioned taking him somewhere with many corpses of strong warriors. Now there's news? Opening the scroll, he saw the previously blank surface now inscribed with words. Miguel, I am embarking on a journey to Hualiang. Hualiang City is vast and full of wonders. I invite you to join. Will you have the leisure? Together we can undertake great deeds. Once achieved, your collection will be filled, greatly enriched. On this trip, even the weakest of those corpses belong to 14th mountain peak experts. Hualiang City? Xander smiled. Hualin Gang, you truly read my mind. How can I miss such a wonderful opportunity? Haha, with Miguel beside me, I feel invincible. Let us embark together, but please precede me and wait in Hualiang City. I still have preparations here. Once everything is ready, we will rendezvous. Miguel, prepare well. This affair is significant, and not without danger. At the very least, you should bring treasures capable of countering threats from 15th mountain peak experts. 15th mountain peak? What does this kid plan to do? Surely not to rob the ancestors' graves of Hualiang City? This thought came but was quickly dismissed by Xander. While Hualin Gang is crazy, he isn't capable enough. Attempting something like that would certainly end in death. However, given Hualin Gang's repeated instructions, Xander needed some preparation. After refining Jianhuai Pavilion's resources, he received a large number of white points, which he used to upgrade Lawrence to the 15th mountain peak level. He then upgraded other funeral envoys to the 11th mountain peak 9th gate level. With this done, he consolidated the territories of the former Xintian Zhuhai triad under Chongping. Finally, Xander was ready to set off for Hualiang City. Chapter 126, Hualiang. Sometime later, the territories of the three major powers in Xintian 9 seas, Huangbaizong, Yangshanzong, and Jianhuage, had been fully consolidated. After giving clear instructions to Dovey and others, Xander set out with his trusted subordinates Lawrence and Willie directly towards Hualiang City. The spacecraft sped along rapidly. Naturally, Hualiang City was located within the Xintian 9 seas. It was situated on the edge of the Eastern Ocean. One of the tributaries branching off from the Eastern Ocean was named Hualiang, hence the city's name. Willie continued speaking. The Eastern Ocean has ancient roots, so naturally, Hualiang is also an ancient place rich in history. The establishment of Hualiang City within Hualiang itself has reaped many benefits. Today, Hualiang City has become an ancient organization, a hidden power in its own right. In terms of strength, most of its inhabitants are at the 13th level mountain realm. We're coming here at just the right time. What used to be unseen for 1,000 years, the Ling Bridge, will soon appear within days. At that time, the whole of Xintian 9 seas will once again be shaken by this monumental event. Not only that, but among the vast expanse of the red soil world, the talented young generation and outstanding creatures, according to ancient legends, can ascend to heaven simply by crossing the Ling Bridge. Ling Bridge? Xander raised an eyebrow. What makes it so remarkable? Willie smiled before explaining. Sir, the Ling Bridge was created by an ancient powerful being. According to legend, the Ling Bridge appeared when the heavens first opened. On this bridge, there are 5 paths, each representing different aspects, a different test of one's power, talent, fortune, heart, and destiny. Passing through any one of these 5 paths can bestow divine blessings from the heavens. The legend goes that passing one path on the Ling Bridge signifies a world-class hero. Passing 2 paths indicates divine prowess. Passing 3 paths signifies sainthood on the horizon. Passing 4 paths signifies saintly virtue. Passing all 5 paths means becoming a great emperor. Throughout history, anyone who could ascend the Ling Bridge and reach its end was without exception an illustrious hero of our divine light world, whose fame shook the universe. As for Hualiang City's Ling Bridge, it is merely one manifestation of the Ling Bridge, which is like a giant tree whose roots spread far and wide. Whenever the Ling Bridge appears in the world, it acts as a stage for all cultivators to compete upon. Only the greatest warriors can stand out and receive supreme, heavenly blessings. Being part of the divine race and a true disciple of Shaobai Mountain, Willie had much more detailed knowledge about the Ling Bridge than Xander did. Listening to Willie's explanation, Xander asked, since it appears only once every 1,000 years, and then only briefly, does that mean there'll be a massive crowd? Are there any restrictions for participation? There are indeed restrictions. To attempt the Ling Bridge, participants must be under 30 years old and possess cultivation not lower than the 9th gate of the 11th level mountain realm, Willie replied. This requirement was quite high. The 11th level at age 30 was no small feat. Xander blinked. How many people have ever succeeded in passing all 5 paths of the Ling Bridge? Few indeed. Waiting for thousands of years might yield only one person. And that person would be the unrivaled genius of the era, destined to become a great emperor in no time. A great emperor. The pinnacle of power in the divine light world, the most formidable existence since ancient times. If one were to talk about geniuses, throughout history, extraordinary talents have never been scarce. Yet, how few truly became great emperors? In the vast divine light world, the number of great emperors could be counted on one hand. This was because the slots for becoming a great emperor in the entire divine light world were limited. Unless a previous great emperor fell and the heavenly Tao granted an opening, no new great emperor could rise. But Xander didn't focus on these limitations. His sights had already surpassed even the great emperor. He had seen immortals in limited city. A great emperor, merely an ant in the city. Xander was confident that he too could become a great emperor given enough time. Sir, besides the opening of the Ling Bridge, there's another interesting event over the next few days, the corpse retrieval activity in Hualiang. Xander blinked again. Corpses? Surely he hadn't heard wrong. What kind of event is this? Sir, Hualiang's corpse retrieval involves fishing for corpses in Hualiang itself. Due to its ancient origins, legends say countless heroes and strong figures have sunk into Hualiang. Only when Hualiang opens widely do the preserved remains of these powerful individuals resurface. These corpses represent opportunities. If one can acquire one of them, they might very well gain immense power. Xander's eyes lit up. Hualiang City sounds like a marvelous place indeed. With both the Ling Bridge and the corpse retrieval activities, this place seemed tailor-made for him. The spacecraft zipped through the sky. After some time, they finally came within sight of Hualiang. A large city stood beside it, strikingly visible like a giant's eye. Though its aura was subdued, danger emanated from it. Due to the Ling Bridge and corpse retrieval activities, the number of practitioners visiting Hualiang City had increased 100-fold compared to usual. However, what caught Xander's attention more was Hualiang itself. Hualiang resembled a coiling black dragon, exuding immense, terrifying power and hiding extreme dangers within. Even Xander's divine consciousness was almost swallowed by the terror when he approached. No wonder it was called ancient slumber. It was like an abyssal tentacle, leaking madness and mystery. Sir, we should check out the corpse retrieval. During this time, many scavengers will be active. If they make a catch, they often sell items from the corpses right there and then. With so many people involved, it can form a special marketplace. If we're lucky, we might find some excellent treasures. Taking Willie's suggestion, Xander ordered the spacecraft to proceed. Near Hualiang, a bustling area had formed, practically a city outside the city, or perhaps part of Hualiang City. Shops and houses lined up, and business thrived. Many looked toward Hualiang while ghostly lights floated above it, although they were not real ghost fires but ship lanterns. Special boats, unlike ordinary wooden ones, floated on Hualiang. People wearing black bodysuits jumped into Hualiang from these boats, surfacing after a while. So this is corpse retrieval? Xander chuckled softly. Looks like they aren't getting much. Under Xander's observation, despite numerous ghostly lights and corpse retrievers, few managed to fish out bodies. Those retrieved weren't particularly strong either, weaker than the retrievers themselves, let alone meeting Xander's standards for a proper burial. Sir, Hualiang's ancient waters are extremely perilous. Even with precautions, dangers abound, and accidental deaths are common, explained Willie. Corpse retrievers finding dead peers happens frequently. Therefore, unless driven by sheer desperation, no one would willingly undertake such a dangerous task. Even if one does overcome the fear, successfully retrieving the body of a powerful figure relies largely on luck. Aware of Hualiang's terrors through his dual detection methods, Xander observed silently. Suddenly, noise erupted nearby. Could it be a big catch? Moved by curiosity, Xander led his people toward the commotion. Chapter 127, Danilo. Immediately following the commotion, they arrived at the trading market square. This area was usually spacious and open, but now it was packed with cultivators. In the crowd stood a young man dressed in plain hemp clothes. Under everyone's gaze, this young man carried a corpse out of the terrifying Hualiang waters, step by step, onto the square. After dropping the corpse on the ground, he fished out a bag. It was a spatial pouch containing various items. Weapons that had witnessed historical ages, bones fragmented from unknown individuals, materials missing large sections, as well as medicinal pills that had endured the ravages of time. All these items, due to the passage of time, no longer possessed their former mystical qualities and seemed rather ordinary. they probably would not be useful anymore. Danilo sure had good luck. To get the flesh and blood of a rank 14 powerhouse, impressive. From within the crowd came words of admiration, mixed with envy. To retrieve anything from the Huailiang waters, one must wait for the deep water gate to open, when ancient submerged corpses resurface. Who knew if one could grab them or not? How many people have met their end in those waters? The Hoid of Hell himself might want you back soon. Hee, let's not even talk about the toxins in Huailiang water. But Danilo, are you afraid? He was born different, black clouds covering his destiny. How can you fear such waters? Exactly, this guy was born for this. Thinking about it, for so many years, this kid has dived into the water yearly and always had some harvests. Considering opportunities, shouldn't he have some? So what if he does? No matter how hard he tries, the fact that he was abandoned by the Zhang family remains unchanged. Indeed, the Zhang family has wronged him. Listening to the whispers and comments around him, Xander blinked. He noticed that this emotionless, seemingly numb young man had a pitiful background. Coincidentally enough, this young man turned out to be from the Zhang family of Huailiang City. The Zhang family is the only Zhang clan in Huailiang City, Willie asked the cultivator. Who is this Danilo? The cultivator shrugged. Not only that, but his past identity wasn't simple either. Among the Zhang family's few princes, Danilo was one. Unfortunately, after his father lost a power struggle within the clan, they were all expelled. Not just that, his father, mother, and even his betrothed wife all passed away because of this. Now, only he and his younger sister, Lydia, survive, struggling to live near Huailiang City. They've reached this state, yet it still cannot be separated from the Zhang family's doings. Willie blinked. Pitiful indeed, but why the rumors about him being inauspicious and causing calamities? Well, there is a story. They say Danilo, from the moment he appeared in his mother's womb, caused flowers to wither and life to recede throughout the Zhang family. It's even rumored that an ancestor died suddenly because of him. And they say he's innately inauspicious, deeply intertwined with malevolent spirits. Because of this, what's terrifying to us normal people, like the Huailiang waters, means nothing to him. There's also a rumor that wherever he goes, misfortune follows, leading to disasters. That's where the notion of being inauspicious comes from. And since Danilo was born different, it made sense for the Zhang family to cast him out. But in my opinion, it's all meaningless rumors. Danilo may be extraordinary, but he grew up in Huailiang City without causing any disasters or misfortunes. It's merely fabricated by the Zhang family to justify their actions. The cultivator shook his head, clearly disapproving of the Zhang family's behavior. Many agreed that even if Danilo did have unusual phenomena surrounding his birth, it was likely just lies told by the Zhang family to expel him. Xander's attention focused on Danilo, a peak rank 12 cultivator, a rare talent with the 10,000 yin soul body, practicing the heaven and earth chi method. Possessing many skills and treasures, he lived for over 1,000 years with unbroken fortune. The 10,000 yin soul body, fearless of evil and mysticism. The heaven and earth chi method allows him to absorb celestial chi and the chi of others. Truly a person blessed by heaven. Xander raised an eyebrow. Well, this young man isn't simple at all. He can actually snatch other people's fortunes. Naturally talented, yet buried under the Zhang family's shadow. The Zhangs in Huailiang lack talent-recognizing abilities. However, Danilo has kept his true self hidden well. At first glance, he appears ordinary, like an average person. He gives off no intimidation. Even if he has cultivation, it probably doesn't exceed rank 3 or 4, a mere ant realm. Without Xander's dual-sensing ability, he might have been fooled by this appearance. Sir, Danilo is not ordinary. With proper guidance or patronage, he could achieve much. He should not be underestimated, Willie added. Xander chuckled lightly. Indeed, he's not an ordinary person. Why would someone like him risk diving for corpses in the Huailiang waters? Huailiang City is just a small place, unsuitable for great dragons. For a dragon, the vast sky is the stage. Do you intend to guide him? Xander shook his head. Fate and karma play a role here. Right now, our paths haven't crossed. Danilo's potential is undeniably strong, blessed by heaven, with the ability to strip others' fortunes. However, this is just part of the picture. Whether his character suits Xander's taste is another matter entirely. Furthermore, even if Xander wanted to take him in, it ultimately depends on whether Danilo agrees. Coercion might work, but for top-tier talents, genuine sincerity is the better approach. After a pause, Xander walked out of the crowd. Opening his mouth, he asked, "This corpse looks fresh, perfect for feeding fish. Any price for it?" Upon hearing this, everyone around blinked in surprise. Who would buy a corpse? Divers collect corpses for the treasures and additional values found on them. Discussing just the corpse itself is pointless, regardless of its rank in life. Moreover, this corpse, preserved in Huailiang water for who knows how long, was already severely decayed. Would they really use it as decoration? They couldn't understand why Xander wanted a corpse. Was he just rich and foolish? Carrying crystals in his pocket getting too heavy? Some people scared, others whispered mocking comments. But Xander just stared at Danilo. Indeed, for others, the corpse was worthless, akin to firewood that no one wanted. Yet for Xander, this corpse had immense value. Even though it was highly decayed and wouldn't provide essence in a hot pot, it could still be used in burial rituals, along with the treasures and methods left behind by a rank 14 powerhouse. Spending money on this corpse was definitely worth it. Surprised, Danilo paused before replying, 10,000 medium-grade crystals. What? 10,000 medium-grade crystals? For this decayed thing? Not even fit for kindling. Has Danilo gone mad over money? Really? Was this asking buyers to act stupid? This was outrageous. Many laughed derisively, thinking Danilo had suffered a head injury before coming out today. No one wanted something given for free, yet he dared ask for 10,000 medium-grade crystals. I'll take it. Here's your money. Xander was ready to pay when a voice interrupted. 101,000. Hashtag chapter 128, Burl. When someone actually placed a bid, and another competed for it, everyone turned their gaze in that direction. They saw an impressive young man step out of the crowd, accompanied by a servant with a hooked nose. Both were from the 14-fold mountain realm. The 14-fold mountain realm. These two were both powerhouses of the 14-fold mountain realm. The youth was at the initial stage of the 14-fold mountain realm, while the servant with the hooked nose was a terrifying existence at the peak of the 14-fold mountain realm. Burl. Someone in the crowd blurted out the young man's identity. People instinctively parted to let him through, their eyes filled with reverence. Burl was one of the sons of the Zhang family in Hualiang City. He was the son of Titus, the current patriarch of the Zhang family in Hualiang City. From a young age, Burl had shown remarkable talent. In terms of cultivation and strength, he surpassed even Anthony. As the son of the patriarch, his status and position were naturally high. In the Zhang family and in Hualiang City, he was a superior being. However, no one recognized the servant with the hooked nose beside Burl. But given that he was a peak 14-fold mountain realm powerhouse, Xander realized that this person was Giri, a master of death-related cultivation methods, who specialized in corpse-based practices and used corpses as his path to enlightenment. After Burl approached, he declared firmly, "I'll take this corpse." Danilo muttered without looking up. "The corpse already has an owner. If you want it, ask him." Burl raised an eyebrow, then fixed his gaze on Xander, not taking him seriously at all. 11,000 medium-grade crystals for the corpse. What do you say? No. 12,000. No. 15,000. Friend, what use is this corpse to you? Why not give me a favor and consider befriending me? Burl referred to him as a friend, but made it clear with his eyes that this was a threat. Xander chuckled lightly. Friend? I have high standards for friends. Whether or not the corpse is useful to me isn't up to you. As Xander reached out to put the corpse into his backpack, Giri finally lost his patience and suddenly seized the corpse. Kid, 20,000 medium-grade crystals. The corpse is mine. A small pile of crystals landed in front of Xander. Xander's eyes narrowed. You dare to snatch my things? With a cold voice, a terrifying sword aura instantly erupted. Before Giri could react, he was obliterated on the spot. The attacker was Lawrence, who had been silent until now. What? He killed a peak 14-fold mountain realm powerhouse with just one strike. What a terrifying and vicious individual. What kind of background did he have? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Burl was speechless with both surprise and anger. Giri was his guest, yet he was killed right in front of him. This was an affront to him. Sir, this is going too far. Master Giri is a guest of the Zhang family. To kill him means you don't respect the Zhang family of Hualiang City. Burl asked sternly, intending to intimidate Xander with the Zhang family's authority. But he was facing Xander. Oh, so you're seeking revenge for your family's friend? Pausing, Burl heard Xander continue. Let me advise you not to do this. Today, I'm in a good mood. If you want to live longer, leave now. Otherwise, if you ruin my mood, you'll meet the same fate as your friend. Don't think that the Zhang family of Hualiang can stop me from killing you. What intense murderous intent. He intended to kill Burl. The others present were stunned. Living in Hualiang City for years, when had they seen such audacity? This is Hualiang City. No one dares to kill. Lawrence acted immediately, unleashing a terrifying sword strike. What? Burl's face turned pale in fright, never expecting Lawrence to really attack. Panicking, he quickly unfurled a scroll, turning into a glowing orb before vanishing from sight. All humiliation will be repaid. A vengeful shout echoed in the air, but Xander paid it no mind. If he wanted to kill Burl, not even 1,000 escape scrolls would save him. Since we've already taken action, why not finish him off? Willie asked quietly. Xander laughed softly. What are we here for? Killing Burl alone wouldn't be much of a gain. He's just a small fry. We should use him to draw out the true powerhouses of the Zhang family. Besides, this escape merely gives him a few extra breaths. His fate is sealed. When I say he will die, he will surely die. Willie shook his head with a smile. You truly retain your youthful heart, sir. Clearly, Hualiang City was Xander's next target for consumption. Then, Xander's attention returned to Danilo. Eyeing Danilo, he suddenly said, your clothes look nice. How about we talk a price? This comment made everyone stare again. After putting away the corpses, including Giri's, Xander inspected the clothing closely. Though it looked like a coarse linen robe, it was actually a piece of cloth, a burial shroud. This shroud had once covered a sage's body. The sage was of unmatched nobility and greatness, infusing the ordinary cloth with extraordinary qualities through its influence. Those around Xander marveled at his taste. While decaying corpses were understandable, given that they belonged to 14-fold mountain realm experts and might have some collector's value, now Xander had set his sights on a ragged piece of cloth. Could this thing be valuable too? Danilo blinked. Sorry, this item isn't for sale. Danilo quickly refused. This tattered cloth was something he obtained from Hualiang River. Though he didn't know its origins, it was incredibly powerful, protecting him from the river's hidden horrors. Every time he ventured into the river, it kept him safe. Even for 10,000 medium-grade crystals, he wouldn't sell it. Xander sighed. Although he had expected this answer, he still felt regret. To come across a ripe fruit on the road but be unable to pick it, how could that not be regrettable? I can't give you the one I'm wearing, but I have another one. Want it? Danilo's second sentence startled Xander. Yes, of course. Is it the same as the one you're wearing? No, it's more ordinary. Danilo rummaged in his bag and produced a blood-stained piece of cloth. It had once covered a demigod. Xander's eyes sparkled with interest. Chapter 129, Wishing on Ling Bridge. What price do you put on this piece? 10,000, top-grade crystal coins. Danilo said without the slightest hesitation. What? 10,000, and top-grade crystal coins? What kind of fabric is this? So expensive? This ragged and tattered thing. Something that wouldn't be picked up even if thrown in a garbage pile. Could it really be worth 10,000 top-grade crystal coins? Danilo, have you gone mad? Many people thought so, except for Xander. Xander nodded. 10,000 top-grade crystal coins. Well worth it. Then, Xander took out a few crystals. These are supreme grade? Everyone's gaze towards Xander changed drastically. Anyone who could produce supreme-grade crystal coins must be someone with extraordinary status and immense power. This noble seems to outrank even that burl. Indeed, this is a supreme-grade crystal coin. How easy would it be to obtain one of these? TSK. No wonder he doesn't care about the formidable reputation of the Zhang family. This is what happens when a mighty dragon passes through. None knew the exact background of this person. As the crowd speculated wildly, Xander simply smiled at Danilo. Is this man still human? No, he's clearly a walking treasure chest. Should there be such good things or remains of powerful individuals in the future, I will want them all. Understood. Danilo nodded, realizing immediately that Xander was no ordinary person. Carrying supreme-grade crystal coins and escorted by a servant who could reach peak mountain level 14, this individual was undoubtedly of high nobility. So much so that he completely disregarded the Zhang family of Hualiang. Seeing Xander purchase the item and leave, Danilo sighed inwardly. Ling Bridge is about to open, and the waters around Hualiang City are getting more turbulent. He glanced at the supreme-grade crystal coins in his hand, eyes gleaming. With these treasures, Celine can advance further, reaching mountain level 14. Danilo couldn't help but fantasize. Ling Bridge is about to open. If only I could cross like many heroes of past and present, receive heavenly grace, change my fate, and achieve great blessings. How wonderful would that be? Of course, Danilo dreamed. His parents and fiancée were dead. Now, he lived to nurture his sister, Lydia, to make Lydia a strong warrior, not just to avoid humiliation, but also for revenge. However, while the dream of crossing Ling Bridge was beautiful, the journey was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. With his strength, entering Ling Bridge and achieving anything was nearly impossible. Alas, heaven above, please hear me. May Celine pass this heavenly path. Danilo prayed from the depths of his heart, sighing deeply. Suddenly, his soul felt an immense shock as if an omnipotent being had pulled him out of an endless abyss. Heavenly grace has shown mercy, beholding the land of Adrian, where celestial envoy Aslan descends from the sky, fulfilling wishes with the remains of powerful beings. Regardless of your wish, whether it be to cross Ling Bridge or seek vengeance, they shall be dreams fulfilled. The indescribable voice resonated through Danilo's soul. Celestial envoy, Aslan. Danilo's heart quivered. He instinctively wondered if someone nearby was eavesdropping. But there was no one, at least not within his perception. Yet, the voice existed, unmistakable. That feeling of soul-deep resonance was not an illusion. It was real. He merely sighed habitually prayed. But this time, his voice finally reached the heavens. He received a response. But Danilo found it hard to believe. Could this celestial envoy really help fulfill any dream? The intense disbelief made him question the heavens. But more astonishingly, the heavens truly responded. Human desires are boundless, stretching to the ends of heaven and earth. To repay your wishes, provide remains of the powerful. Your dreams will be numerous, and the celestial envoy will choose accordingly. Express your wish. If agreed upon, the celestial envoy will descend to fulfill it. The greater your dream, the greater the reward. Listening, Danilo realized the entity might not be heaven, but regardless, it was incomprehensibly superior. I have a wish, but I wonder about the capabilities of the envoy? Danilo asked boldly, though wary of deception. After all, he had little to lose if deceived. There's the Xianxia sect. Heaven bestowed its favor and calamity descended. But with the celestial envoy present, the Xianxia sect faced no harm, turning calamity into blessing, bringing joy to all. What? Heaven's favor and calamity? Danilo knew of the terrible dangers, especially when lives were at stake. An inescapable death trap indeed. Yet, Aslan managed to avert it. Taking comfort from this precedent, Danilo felt reassured. Deception? The Xianxia sect was one of the three major powers of Adrian. Verification would confirm the truth. Silent for a moment, he then spoke. Year after year, daily accumulation, even Hualiang has reaped some rewards, including many remains of the powerful. If used to fulfill wishes, wouldn't the assistance of a celestial envoy be beneficial? Murmuring, Danilo made his decision and returned quickly. Upon returning, he retrieved a corpse. Despite being eroded by Hualiang water, the body remained pristine, untouched by decay. Clearly, it belonged to a mountain level 15 powerhouse. How does one offer a wish to the celestial envoy? Heavenly grace shall guide your actions automatically. Perplexed, Danilo didn't speak, waiting quietly for changes. Meanwhile, Xander had just arrived at the largest inn in Hualiang City, rumored to have influential owners. Xander closed her eyes and meditated. Her heart stirred as she checked her book of wishes. New wishes appeared. Danilo. Xander blinked. Another Danilo? Unlikely. This Danilo offered the remains of a terrifying mountain level 15 powerhouse to the celestial envoy Aslan, seeking fulfillment. Xander felt delighted. Perfect timing. Amidst the rising turmoil in Hualiang, countless souls might seek assistance. Let me see. A celestial envoy naturally connects with human hearts via the book of wishes. Closing her eyes, Xander focused inward, her voice vanishing like the wind. I am Aslan. Aslan? A celestial envoy? Danilo's heart quivered, filled with excitement. Taking deep breaths, he finally asked. Celestial envoy, esteemed presence, could you possibly help me cross Ling Bridge, pass the fifth heavenly path, and receive divine blessings? Upon finishing, Danilo held his breath for a moment. Chapter 130, Brennan Murray. Ah, young man, you have quite the ambition. To cross Ling Bridge and traverse heavenly path, even specifying which one. It seems you know deeply which heavenly blessing from the heavenly path would benefit you most. Although, it's unclear what that treasure exactly is. But it must be something extremely precious. Xander responded as Corey. Your dream is not small. A mere 15 mountains of offerings isn't enough to accomplish a feat that ascends to heaven. Are you taking me for a money-giving child? Aposematic speech? Xander couldn't care less about that. Can posturing fill your stomach? The tangible benefits are the most important. In this situation, it's necessary to make things crystal clear. The price you offer is inadequate. Either increase the payment, or scram. Whenever economic issues are involved, failing to explain clearly and decisively will always result in a loss on your end. This is a lesson Xander learned from his past life. The voice of the celestial messenger Corey entered Danilo's ears. Danilo remained silent. He also knew that facing Ling Bridge and heavenly paths, even passing just one of them wouldn't be enough with the corpses of 15 mountain peak experts as the stakes, let alone reaching the fifth path. The difficulties that needed to be overcome were proof of possessing world-class talent. 15 mountain peaks? Not nearly enough. After pondering, Danilo said, "O celestial messenger, I wonder if offering the body of a demigod as recompense can fulfill my wish." Roar? A demigod? Xander felt enlightened within. Indeed, not wrong in personally certifying Brennan as a treasure trove. He truly had many good things. Meanwhile, Danilo, seeing Corey's delayed response, gritted his teeth and continued, "O celestial messenger, my request is by no means greedy. The fifth heavenly path bestows heavenly essence nectar. I only seek half of it, which allows two individuals to transcend their innate limitations, enhancing their constitution and talent. One portion is enough for an individual. More has no effect. Heavenly essence nectar. It could be used to enhance one's talent. That was indeed a powerful treasure." Xander squinted his eyes and called Willie over. "Sir," Xander asked, "come here quickly. Explain in detail the 5 paths of Ling Bridge and what challenges might be encountered along these heavenly paths." If he couldn't get the information from Willie, Xander would have to consult Beladekyu again. Fortunately, Willie was well informed and promptly began explaining. "Sir, Ling Bridge is divided into 5 paths, each with its own name. Hoyt's Path, Immortal's Path, Sage's Scripture, Saint's Path, and Emperor's Path. These paths foreshadow future prospects, directly leading into the 5th path, which is the Emperor's Path. Those who pass it naturally possess Emperor-level potential. This is the final path of Ling Bridge. Crossing it confers supreme heavenly blessings. To further detail, the first path, Hoyt's Path, consists of 330,000 Hoyt stairs. Each step is increasingly challenging. This path is magical, unrelated to cultivation level. Only those with immense perseverance can reach the top. The second path, Immortal's Path, difficult to traverse but full of dreams. Along this path, there are 8,888 cloud chimes. By striking them, immortal music creates immortals. The third path, Sage's Scripture. It tests whether one can transcend ordinary boundaries. Talent has limits, but fate is boundless. Here, it examines one's cultivation through sage laws. Mastery ensures success. Failure leads to retreat. The fourth path, Saint's Path. Talent is no longer the main issue. It becomes whether one is favored by fate. If loved by the heavens, this path is a scenic tour. Otherwise, it is an abyss. The fifth path, Emperor's Path. Throughout eternity, only great emperors ascend high. With the wind carrying them, they become unmatched emperors. Only those with extraordinary talent, favored by heaven, can prove themselves as emperors. After hearing Willie's detailed explanation, Xander gained a clearer understanding of Ling Bridge. He started considering how far he could go. The first path, Hoyt's Path, with 330,000 Hoyt stairs, sounded extremely arduous. It tested heart and perseverance. Xander believed he shouldn't face much difficulty here. Even if it got tough midway, he would definitely pass. Thus, the first heavenly path wouldn't stop him. The second path, Immortal's Path. Though Xander didn't understand musical theory, it was evident that this path's challenge wasn't about musical ability. On paper, it involved striking chimes. In reality, it tested strength. With great strength, even adding another 0 to the number of chimes wouldn't matter. A single punch could shake countless chimes, creating divine music. Despite the name, divine music, striking the chimes wasn't too difficult. With his strength and the boost from the Tai Chu gem, traversing the second path should be easy. The third and fourth paths, Sage's Scripture and Saint's Path, seemed less of a problem to Xander. With the great and omnipotent white values in hand, having enough white values meant passing 10,000 layers blindfolded. For Xander, the real challenge lay in the fifth path. The fifth path, certainly the toughest test. It didn't evaluate current power but destiny, whether or not one had the fortune. By the world's logic, it meant having imperial-grade talent and an imperial destiny. Xander then asked the system, "What kind of destiny do I have?" The system replied, "Master, you don't have one." "Don't have what? Am I dead? Didn't it say everyone has destiny with a grade? Is it because I'm not originally from this world?" Indeed, he was a transmigrator. Others might not know, but he couldn't forget. However, the system said, "Master, you are infinite, with boundless future. Ordinary destiny is like a blank sheet, limited in scope and capability. How could it carry you forward?" Xander smiled at this answer. He then asked the thing he was most curious about. Could his infinite destiny allow him to traverse the fifth path? The system answered, "Of course, Master." Xander's eyes twinkled with joy. Therefore, the biggest obstacle was actually insufficient white values. First, he sent Willie away and exchanged the bought old cloth for over 1,000,000 white values. True to the saying of being better than demigods, exchanging just a few pieces of gem coins was incredibly cost-effective. Yet it still wasn't enough. Xander spoke again as Corey. A demigod's body can be considered, but for the heavenly path, a demigod may not suffice. An additional item is needed. Any treasure that interests me will fulfill your wish. Danilo frowned. He hadn't expected that even adding a demigod's corpse wouldn't be enough. Adding another treasure? Did Danilo have any left? He did. But the treasures he carried were either too valuable, indispensable, or of lower grade, which wouldn't interest the celestial messenger. After much deliberation and hesitation, Danilo touched the old cloth he had. Currently, this was the only thing he could afford to offer without too much regret. Would this satisfy you, O celestial messenger? Acceptable. O celestial messenger, with a demigod's body and this treasure as repayment, can I obtain the heavenly essence nectar? Under heaven's witness, I possess the capability. Your dream will be fulfilled when traversing the heavenly path. I thank the celestial messenger. Danilo prepared the offered items. Chapter 131. The gift-bearing child, better than Zifong. In the void, a black abyss door opened. Danilo's pupils contracted as he watched. From within that abyss door, a perfectly precise force emerged, swallowing the rags and corpses whole. Immediately after, Danilo heard the voice of the angel in his mind. Heavenly bridge path opens. I descend to form it, bestowing you with heavenly pivot elixir. It awaits its harvest. After Nightwind's voice faded away, Danilo clenched his fists. Only a few days remained until the opening of the heavenly bridge path. In just a few days, when the heavenly path opens, Carissa will truly become a peerless genius. Afterward, countless organizations will vie to protect her. As an elder brother, if your future is smooth, I can finally rest assured. Danilo closed his eyes. There was indeed little more he could do for his sister Lydia. Great angel, may I now use this body of a 15th mountain realm powerhouse to request another wish from you? Speak. Upon hearing this, Danilo hurriedly continued. I wish for you to lead me to the Grand Mile Sprinkler's primordial pool once. Burl has deep enmity with me, and I want revenge. I want him to die without a burial place. This trip would be best if no one discovered us. With these words, Danilo's murderous intent was unmistakable. Oh, to kill someone? Specifically, Burl? Miles blinked. Fine by him. In Nightwind's tone, Miles replied. A minor matter. When? After receiving the time from Danilo, Miles ended the connection. Of course, the corpse of the 15th Mountain Realm powerhouse was taken over as well. The world had its record. Truly, what a profitable path. So many high-level corpses. This time, it wouldn't be mixed up into a dragon-coiled hot pot. Too wasteful. Long-lost heavenly coffins were used instead for the funerals. The corpse of the decaying 14th Mountain Realm provided Miles with a negligible amount of white points, but something was better than nothing. Chime. Funeral for the 15th Mountain Realm corpse successful. Congratulations, Master. You've received a treasure. Longevity pill, extending life by 10 years. With the tenfold enhancement, you now have a longevity pill, extending life by 100 years. Chime. Funeral for Master Giri's corpse successful. Congratulations, Master. You've received a spell, memory recall. With the tenfold enhancement, you now have a spell, heart inquiry. Chime. Funeral for the demigod's corpse successful. Congratulations, Master. You've received a treasure, true essence pill. With the tenfold enhancement, you now have the true essence true spirit pill. This time, Miles wasn't particularly interested in the white points, or even the pill granting a century of life or the spells. His focus was entirely on the true essence true spirit pill. True essence true spirit pill. For those below true immortal realm who haven't reached the necessary level, ingesting this elixir can elevate one's realm by 3 major levels. Miles's pupils constricted sharply. What in the world? A direct jump of 3 major realms? How terrifying. Was this the drop from a demigod? To mortals, such a treasure is unparalleled. Rare treasures under heaven rarely match its value. True essence true spirit pill. Truly lucky this time. Also, given a demigod's profound insight, even a random drop might be enough for significant benefit. Taking the true essence true spirit pill at his current realm would directly propel him to the 13th mountain realm. He was precisely worried about his slow cultivation speed. Now, wouldn't this problem be solved directly? However, there was still one issue. Still, it was a matter of talent. The potency of the true essence true spirit pill was too strong. Even with Miles's current talent, it would take several months to digest it fully. Several months to leap 3 major realms. That was already quite extraordinary. Unimaginably fast, akin to being superhuman. But to Miles it was slow. Too slow. Still too slow. Fortunately, he had universal white points to ease his impatience. He spent 100,000 white points to directly refine the pill. For the current Miles, 100,000 white points wasn't a big expense. The terrifying medicinal properties of the true essence true spirit pill instantly spread through every cell of Miles's body. Every limb and bone was suffused with divine energy. Miles's cultivation realm seemed to rocket forward at light speed, advancing unbelievably fast. 6th gate of 11th mountain, full. 9th gate of 11th mountain, full. 11th mountain, true peak state. 12th mountain, peak state. 13th mountain. It really felt like a blink of an eye. Each great realm passed behind him in mere moments. Before long, Miles's realm stabilized in the latter stage of the 13th mountain realm. With the power boost from the primal gemstone, Miles could now rival late-stage 14th mountain realm powerhouses. An instantaneous leap to greatness. Nothing could compare. Miles felt thoroughly satisfied. Yet, he still had reason to rejoice. The tattered cloth hadn't been refined yet. Refining it gave Miles 100 million white points. What in the world? Is this the worth of a sage? 100 million. Holy crap. 100 million. Miles was completely stunned, his eyes widening in shock. All he could think was amazing. Danilo, you are my exclusive gift-bearing child. Just our first meeting, not even a day. Your demigod body propelled my realm multiple times. And then 100 million white points, generously offered. Damn it, you absolutely cannot die in the future. Left treasure box. This human-shaped left treasure box must be cherished. Regardless of whether Miles viewed Danilo as talent or as a tool, he now found Zhang extremely useful and important. Given the powerful and astonishing rewards Danilo had bestowed upon him, Miles was determined to genuinely invest effort to help this young man achieve his wishes. But no rush, there was still time. He needed to adapt to the power of the late 13th mountain realm first. By the waterside, there was a dilapidated courtyard in a narrow corner. Danilo was in the courtyard, nervously waiting. He couldn't help feeling anxious and anticipatory. Where is the heavenly messenger, Nightwind? It's already the agreed-upon time. If he doesn't come, I'll be utterly disappointed. If he does come, how will he appear? Would the heavenly messenger fall from the sky? Lost in thought, Danilo suddenly sensed movement with his 12th mountain realm senses. Something was coming. Looking up, he saw nothing. An illusion? Seeker Danilo. A sudden voice grabbed Danilo's attention. Before him stood a figure who had appeared out of nowhere. Wearing a mask and draped in a cloak, the person exuded an air of mystery, almost non-worldly. Heavenly messenger. Nightwind? Danilo's pupils contracted, his voice dropping lower. I am here to fulfill your wish. The time has come. Let's go to the Grand Miles Sprinkler's primordial pool. Miles, in Nightwind's tone, continued and threw out a scroll. Danilo caught it immediately. What is this? This invisibility scroll helps conceal your presence, making you hard to detect. Danilo blinked and unfurled the scroll. Instantly, he visually disappeared from the spot. Let's go. Miles forcefully led Danilo away, vanishing from the scene. Chapter 132. The Yuanyue Pool. The Grand Crown Spray was not far from Hualiang City. It was also quite close to the Zhang family's land in Hualiang City. This place, though within the territory of Hualiang City, was a rather dangerous area. Even with the confidence and resources of the Hualiang City Zhang family, after all these years, they did not have much understanding of the depths of the Grand Crown Spray. One must be cautious when entering it. Of course, Xander was not worried about this at all. Under the lightning-fast charge, he directly brought Danilo into the Grand Crown Spray. The entire spray seemed like rain, enveloped in a misty haze. But the droplets weren't water or even steam. They were a condensation of spiritual energy. Thus, deep within the Grand Crown Spray, it was hard to see the path ahead. Perception would be severely restricted. Where did you hear that Burl would appear here? What is so intriguing about this Yuanyue pool? Xander asked in a somewhat indifferent tone. Danilo then began his explanation. Heavenly Messenger Lord, this Yuanyue pool is indeed wondrous. Bathing in it purifies one's body, flesh, and spirit, refining them further. I heard that every year during this season, Miss Sheila, the daughter of the Green Spirit Marquis from Santiago Hoitam, personally comes here to devote herself to cultivation for over a month to improve herself. Santiago Hoitam, Green Spirit Marquis daughter Sheila. Xander blinked. Does Burl have any connections with anyone? If you say there are some, then yes. If not, then no. This matter is a secret. I only learned of it by chance. Burl has a frivolous personality, never taking things seriously. His haunts always include places of amusement. Yet, there is one place which isn't for pleasure. It's this Yuanyue pool. Oh, Burl comes to the Yuanyue pool? Danilo chuckled coldly. With his character, he certainly isn't here for cultivation. If he truly had the heart for it, would his reputation for philandering be known throughout the city? This remark made Xander inwardly amused. So, this person comes here only for the beauty? Danilo's smile turned sinister. Burl's father used schemes to usurp the position of the family patriarch, killing my parents and causing the death of my late wife. If I don't avenge this, I am unworthy to be called a man. I swore before the graves of my parents and wife that one day, I would make Hendrix and Burl pay with their blood. After waiting for so many years, now is the moment. Burl will die without a proper burial. His long-suppressed revenge had finally come to the forefront. In the past, despite being an expert in his own right, he was completely weak compared to the hidden organizations. Revenge against the Zhang family was next to impossible. He simply lacked the ability. But now, with Heavenly Messenger standing by his side and knowing Burl's movements, the time for retribution had arrived. Danilo had already planned everything out, and Xander was quite intrigued. With Danilo's hatred and specifically choosing this time, it wasn't just about killing Burl but also damaging the reputation of Hendrix and Burl. Burl was frivolous and didn't care about reputation. But his father, Hendrix, was the current patriarch of the Zhang family. Without a good reputation, how could he maintain authority? Xander stealthily approached the edge of the Yuanyue pool with Danilo. In the hazy mist, several graceful figures could be seen. However, these beautiful women were not Sheila but her guards. Each guard had the terrifying power of the 15th layer of mountains, illustrating the profound strength of the Green Spirit Marquis. But what did it matter if it was the 15th layer of mountains? Xander had his own methods to avoid detection by their divine senses. He continued to move closer, reaching the actual Yuanyue pool. He could now see the water clearly, not just the mist. There were young, beautiful women in the pool. With dual detection methods, information about them was revealed immediately. Sheila, daughter of the Green Spirit Marquis, at the peak of the 14th layer of mountains. But beyond her impressive credentials, Xander found little interest in Sheila. The real draw was the unique water of the Yuanyue pool. This water was indeed special. Perhaps he should try soaking in it sometime. Who knows, maybe he'd get lucky and have a mixed bath experience. His gaze shifted, discovering something. Hidden nearby, someone was intently watching the Yuanyue pool. This person had remarkable concealment skills, able to avoid detection by a 15th layer of mountains expert. Moreover, the mist and spiritual energy rained from the Grand Crown spray added to the difficulty of discovery. Only with Xander's dual detection method could one ignore the poor conditions and observe as closely as desired. It was naturally Burl. True to Danilo's words, he was extremely frivolous, hiding here to secretly watch others bathe. For someone from a hidden family, this was incredibly dishonorable. Danilo, too, noticed this, seemingly very familiar with Burl's actions, having witnessed them multiple times. Xander asked, "What are you planning to do?" Heavenly Messenger, reputation is what people in the mortal world cherish most. Burl, no matter how incompetent, is still a son of the Hualiang Zhang family. Outside, he bears the name of the Zhang family. If he suffers, the prestige of the Zhang family also suffers. What would happen if news spread that Burl hides in dark corners to spy on others bathing, especially with concrete evidence? What if the victim was the daughter of the Green Spirit Marquis of Santiago Huidom? Won't you be curious, Heavenly Messenger Lord, what actions those who value reputation the most might take? Xander looked at Danilo's dark smile. Interesting. As the saying goes, indulgence can be one's downfall. If Burl couldn't control his lustful heart, how could Danilo have easily caught him with such a simple plan? Although the plan was simple, it was highly effective. On one side was a prince from a hidden family in Hualiang City. On the other, a princess from Santiago Huidom. A hidden family prince spying on a marquis daughter bathing. Once this news broke, it would immediately become headline news, possibly spreading far beyond the 9 seas of Xianxia. At that point, Burl's reputation would be shattered, along with the prestige of the Zhang family. Moreover, Burl wouldn't just lose his reputation, he would lose his life. Facing the wrath of the Green Spirit Marquis, the Zhang family wouldn't be able to protect Burl. Danilo said, "The Green Spirit Marquis is a person valued by the Emperor of Santiago. His reputation is well respected within Santiago. Concerning the honor of Sheila, a noble lady, Burl deserves death 10 times over." Danilo pulled out a device from his chest, a video recorder. After capturing the scene on camera, Danilo silently approached behind Burl. Meanwhile, Burl was intensely focused on admiring the beauties. If only he could spend a night with one of them, dying here would be a joyful end. Suddenly, Danilo struck with a terrifying force, hurling Burl away, startling Sheila. #### Chapter 133, Nanin Spirit Mirror. Who's there? The moment Sheila, who had been immersed in the pool for intense cultivation, heard the sound, her heart skipped a beat. She felt like a deer suddenly disturbed by a ferocious beast entering its forest home. Startled, her nimble eyes looked over, and when she clearly saw Burl's face, her startled gaze contracted. If given 10,000 possibilities, Sheila would never have imagined that Burl would appear at this moment. Worst of all, her current state was one of utmost vulnerability. Naked, her beautiful form completely exposed to Burl. Embarrassment, shock, and outrage flooded her. In an instant, the frightened fawn turned into a raging beast, roaring, "You audacious villain, die!" Sheila lashed out with a terrifying strike aimed directly at Burl. Still midair, Burl's face changed drastically as he realized danger was imminent. Not good. He was discovered. Just as the attack was about to hit, pang, a loud thud echoed, sending ripples through the entire pool. Upon closer inspection, Sheila's attack had struck a faint green barrier emanating from a small bell with the green beast's face. The furious strike was blocked, but not entirely. The overwhelming force left Burl dizzy and his organs churned. Being unharmed could be considered sheer luck, largely due to the protection of the green beast-faced bell. Sheila's strength was terrifying. Burl determined that this woman must be at least at the peak of the 14th level of cultivation. Given their difference in realms, Burl dared not linger and used his evasion technique the moment the residual shock of Sheila's furious blow began to dissipate. In an instant, he vanished into thin air. Seeing the thief disappear right before her eyes, Sheila's beautiful face turned icy cold. Villain! The terrifying aura chilled the entire Yuanla pool. Only then did the guard outside hear the commotion and hurriedly appear. Seeing Sheila standing there with fury on her face, the woman's expression changed dramatically. "Sheiling, what happened?" Sheila, both aggrieved and furious, said, "Auntie, a villain dared to spy on me." Hearing this, Julianne's heart shook. What? Someone actually dared to spy? Her 15th level divine sense instantly swept the surrounding area. "Auntie, there's no need to search. That villain used an escape technique and has likely already left Daiguan sprinkling." Julianne's expression grew even darker. "What sort of scoundrel? What audacity? Did you see his face clearly?" Sheila nodded. Despite the dense spiritual energy in Daiguan sprinkling, when Burl appeared close by, it was impossible not to recognize him. Sheila spat venomously. "That villain is none other than one of the young lords from Hualiang City's Zhang family, Burl." Burl? Julianne's killing intent shook the forest. How arrogant the Zhang family is to raise such a rogue. Sheiling, return to your residence. I will confront the Zhang family immediately and bring out that little beast, Burl, to suppress and kill him. As she spoke, Julianne prepared to teleport directly to the Zhang family. However, Sheila stopped her. "Auntie, that villain isn't stupid. Knowing he's been identified, how can he dare return to the Zhang family? And if you go now, they'll merely evade and say he's not there. Moreover, this concerns my reputation and also the honor of the Qingling Duke. If this gets known to all, how will we handle it?" Sheila clenched her fists tightly, her voice strained. "But to let this villain off and allow him to remain free? Absolutely not," Sheila declared hatefully. "For now, the Lingxiao Heavenly Road is open, and tomorrow is the elder patriarch of the Zhang family's birthday. As representatives of the Qingling Duke, we will follow proper etiquette. After the festivities of the Lingxiao Heavenly Road, we will demand answers from the Zhang family head, Titus, and seek justice. I don't believe Titus would be foolish enough to shield that villain." Sheila finally remembered to put on clothes. Dressed, she looked even more beautiful, but her icy anger remained unchanged. Julianne sneered. "If so, let this villain live a moment longer. When we meet again, I will make sure he regrets ever existing and dies without a grave." Then, Julianne and Sheila disappeared from the spot. After they left, a few moments later, from the invisible space, Xander and Danilo reappeared. Danilo wore a faint smile. Xander casually asked, "What do you plan to do next? Publicize this incident in the city to stir things up?" Danilo shook his head. "Not yet. Tomorrow is the birthday of Hualiang City's patriarch, Porter. With the Zhang family's reputation, not only Hualiang City but even renowned figures from all across the 9 seas of Xianxia will attend, including representatives from the divine Luo Huidom. At that time, amidst the distinguished guests, exposing this scandal will add fuel to the festive occasion. I want to see how the Zhang family responds to this blazing fire. And I will make sure Burl appears at that birthday. I want to watch him die before everyone's eyes. Hatred was the only thing in Danilo's eyes. Revenge was his sole purpose. He had entered a state of madness for vengeance, willing to use any means necessary. Xander didn't bother evaluating Danilo's plan. It was good that the young man had his own ideas, sparing him the effort. Oh, now that Burl has been injured by Sheila's furious blow, his mood is probably like a rabbit that encountered a tiger. How does he dare return to the Zhang family and face Sheila? How do you plan to make him overcome this fear? Danilo simply smiled and revealed a treasure, a bronze mirror. Ancient yet clear, it reflected the world clearly but showed no human figure. Xander's eyes narrowed as the treasure's information appeared before him. Nanin's spirit mirror, a heavenly artifact born with knowledge of the world, capable of revealing the information of all living beings. It can predict the future. This precious treasure belongs exclusively to the prodigious Danilo, who was born alongside it. This mirror can only be activated by Danilo. Anyone else holding it would be useless. It can predict the future. What an unbelievable item. Could Danilo be the main character? Xander stared in disbelief. Had it not been for the fact that the mirror and Danilo were bound together, he might have killed to claim the treasure. But even without seizing the treasure, keeping Danilo under control served the same purpose. If the mirror wouldn't obey him, making Danilo obey him worked just as well. If Danilo refused, in this vast universe, there would be no place for someone named Danilo to exist. Unaware of the lethal intent directed at him, Danilo focused on using the mirror to find Burl. Burl, where are you? Hashtag chapter 134, a series of wishes. Got you. Under the watchful eye of the Nanin spirit mirror, Boone's figure was clearly reflected. At this moment, Boone was inside a spaceship, walking away from Huailong City. He was running to avoid the storm for now. The Nanin spirit mirror indeed proved useful, but alas, this treasure was not in his possession. Ernie sighed inwardly and then activated his divine sense, scanning the world. His powerful divine sense covered the entire Huailong City, quickly locking onto Boone's location. However, Ernie did not make a move. It was simple. The order was merely to bring Boone quietly to the Yuan La pool without harming him. It didn't say he had to capture Boone personally. In other words, additional services would require additional payment. Enzo understood this well and thus said, "Can the angel help me capture Boone? I am willing to offer another corpse of a 15th level peak mountain strength. Boone must not die." Ernie grunted. That is but a trivial matter. Then it seemed Enzo thought of something else. "Angel, there's one more thing. By tomorrow noon, Vance, the head of the Zhang family, will return from beyond the 9 seas of Xuantian. I wish for you to eliminate him." Ernie asked indifferently, "What realm is this person?" "He is at the peak of 14th level mountain strength. I am willing to offer 2 more corpses of 15th level peak mountain strength as a reward." Enzo acted swiftly, his years of accumulating resources from Huailong City, giving him ample reserves of such assets. But after this battle, he felt thoroughly drained. "Very well, as you wish." With that, Ernie vanished into thin air. Enzo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The messenger of heaven, Yulei was truly formidable. Yet, his eccentricity puzzled Enzo. Why did Yulei need so many dead bodies? Was it for some kind of collection? That was too bizarre. He also wondered who this messenger of heaven might be. Realizing he had the Nanin spirit mirror, Enzo decided to investigate. But even with the Nanin spirit mirror, he couldn't find any trace of Yulei. It was as if Yulei didn't exist in this world. Cold sweat broke out on Enzo's face. Could this person really be a celestial messenger? For a moment, Enzo was filled with dread. Had he unwittingly provoked the wrath of a celestial messenger? Would there be repercussions? At this point, Enzo held Yulei in high reverence. This being was extremely mysterious and far beyond ordinary existence. Even the mighty Nanin spirit mirror failed to detect him. Unaware of Enzo's admiration, Ernie headed straight for Boone. By now, Boone had already left Huailong City. As he stepped out, the tension in his heart eased slightly. "I'm safe now," Boone sighed, remembering the terrifying moments just before. If caught by young Xiling, dying might have been a blissful escape. With her fiery temper, she might have subjected him to unimaginable torment. Fortunately, he had escaped. But Huailong City was no longer safe for him. He needed to leave the city and go as far away as possible until the fuss settled. Then, he could see if it was possible to return. In the Shenluo Huidam, the Qingling Duke was revered deeply, even by someone like Boone. The might of the Qingling Duke far exceeded the Huailong Zhang clan. Not to mention, the Qingling Duke enjoyed favor from Bartolomeo. Therefore, the Huailong Zhang clan could not hope to contend with the Qingling Duke. If news of his peeping on young Xiling's bath spread, the Huailong Zhang clan would simply abandon him to whatever fate awaited. So, he had to rely on himself now. Flee first, and when things calmed down, he could try to come back or regain contact for his lavish lifestyle. Thinking this, Boone felt much better. Even if he spied on the Qingling Duke's daughter, what did it matter? He was still Zhang de Gongzi, a soaring eagle, free and unfettered. Suddenly, a terrifying attack struck, startling Boone. The entire spacecraft shook violently and shattered. What's happening? Is young Xiling pursuing me? Panicking, Boone shouted, instinctively trying to use an escape technique. Time imprint. Facing the irresistible force of time, Boone's body and soul were frozen in place. His escape became futile, like a feather carried away by the wind, slipping from his grasp. Intense fear gripped Boone's flesh and spirit. No. Why? Who is this? His mind scrambled in terror. Before he could react further, a powerful blow knocked him unconscious. Now, he wouldn't have to suffer through the panic anymore. Ernie emerged from the void. He was looking forward to the big birthday celebration at Huailong Zhang clan the next day. It promised to be quite eventful. Carrying the unconscious Boone, Ernie appeared instantly at Enzo's residence. Apart from Enzo, there was another person, a young woman. This was Shoshana, Enzo's sister. After scanning them, Ernie obtained all their information effortlessly. Shoshana, disciple of the Hanshan courtyard, at the peak of 13th level mountain strength. She possessed exceptional talent, practiced impressive cultivation methods, and mastered many skills to a level that impressed even Ernie. A lifespan exceeding 1,000 years was how the system rated her, as Ernie predicted. Clearly, this girl had an extraordinary talent for spells and skills, terrifying enough to master them at first glance and reach perfection within a short period. Another unprecedentedly gifted prodigy. Did Enzo's parents have some kind of mutation? They produced two remarkable children. One was blessed by the heavens, while the other excelled in magic. Even in the hidden families, how many could compare to the prosperity of this household? Indeed, Enzo was the protagonist type. Even without interference, these siblings would surely rise to prominence and achieve greatness. They were born with innate treasures. Suddenly appearing, Ernie startled Shoshana. Who are you? Shoshana was like a concealed dagger, inconspicuous until she moved, revealing her sharpness. Enzo hurried over and bowed. Angel, your wish has been granted. With a casual flick, Ernie tossed the peacefully sleeping Boone onto the ground. Looking at Boone, Enzo's eyes turned predatory. Who knew what he would do with him? Truly formidable. Praising briefly, Enzo quickly produced the prepared corpses, all corpses of 15th level peak mountain strength. Taking the corpses, Ernie vanished once more, leaving only a whisper echoing in the air. Before noon tomorrow, your wishes will come true. Chapter 135, Companion by my side. Brother, what just happened? Why do you look so reverent? Maddie couldn't help but ask once Xander left. Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Danilo explained. Carissa, that was no ordinary being. It was the mighty heavenly messenger. One day, an indescribable voice led me to communicate with the heavenly messenger. In exchange for the remains of a powerful warrior, the heavenly messenger Corey would grant me a vision in my dream. I wouldn't have believed it either if not for the mysterious nature of that indescribable voice. So, I thought, why not give it a try? The bodies were useless to me anyway, and to my surprise, it worked. The heavenly messenger is immensely powerful. If I fulfill the request, my wish will certainly come true. Listening to Danilo's marvel, Maddie glanced at the unconscious Burl lying on the ground. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Could such things really happen? This world is truly filled with countless wonders beyond comprehension. Yet, Maddie had more doubts. But brother, why did you summon the heavenly messenger Corey to bring Burl here? He is one of the Zhang family's young masters. If this gets out, the Zhang family will definitely seek revenge, and when that happens... A worried expression crept onto Maddie's face. Danilo sneered. Don't worry, Carissa. This matter was conducted with utmost secrecy. The Zhang family won't know about it. Moreover, the Zhang family is already in trouble now. After tomorrow, it's uncertain whether there will even be a Zhang family left in Hualiang City. So, even if they find out that Burl is with me, what can they do? I hold something that can determine their fate. What? Control the Zhang family's fate? Maddie found it hard to believe. She had been gone for only so long, yet it felt like her brother had transformed entirely. His demeanor had grown darker yet more confident. Maddie pondered for a moment. So, brother, does this thing that can control the Zhang family's existence have anything to do with Burl? Danilo smiled approvingly. My sister is indeed clever. Maddie rolled her eyes. I'm not a child anymore. Praising me for figuring out something obvious is annoying. But I still can't imagine what makes Burl so significant that he could determine the entire Zhang family's fate. Danilo replied mysteriously. I can't tell you about it right now, but don't worry. You focus on cultivating and improving yourself. Leave everything else to me. Then, Danilo remembered and handed over several extremely rare crystal coins. Their unusual luster immediately caught Maddie's attention. These are extremely rare? Maddie's heart raced. She trained in the cold mountain courtyard, where knowledge was abundant, yet even there, she had never seen such crystals. How did Danilo obtain these treasures? Noticing her confusion, Danilo smiled. These were acquired through a trade. I had luck selling the body from the 14 mountains buried under a tattered cloth to an exceptionally mysterious young master. I boldly asked for 10,000 high-grade crystals, and he generously gave me several extremely rare crystals instead. Danilo laughed happily. Of course, I'm happy. Although a few extremely rare crystals might equal tens of thousands of high-grade ones in value, for cultivation, these are far more useful. Brother, you've really hit the jackpot. Maddie marveled. Extremely rare crystals are incredibly scarce. Even in the cold mountain courtyard, I've never seen any. That mysterious young master must be of extraordinary status. If we can deepen our relationship, it would surely benefit us greatly. Danilo chuckled. He is unpredictable, but he assured me that future deals would be favorable too. Eventually, we'll become acquainted. Carissa, your talent has always been remarkable, but in this vast world, you need more. I want you to achieve greatness. In a few days, your life will undergo monumental changes. At that time, someone as great as the cold mountain courtyard will take you as a true disciple. When the time comes, entering sacred lands, even the Holy Sun may not surpass you. Hearing this, Maddie was bewildered. What kind of great fortune? A true disciple of the cold mountain courtyard? And surpassing the Holy Sun? Brother, have you eaten something unclean? Right now, I'm only at peak 13 mountains. Becoming a true disciple of the cold mountain courtyard requires reaching 15 mountains. With my abilities, how is that possible? Maddie shook her head, finding it hard to believe Danilo's words. Danilo didn't explain further. Everything would be revealed when the Lingxiao heavenly path opened. By then, with the heavenly messenger Corey bringing Clement Shu Qiongjiang, heavenly grace would be bestowed upon them, leading to an enlightened future. Carissa, you're back today because of the Lingxiao heavenly path, aren't you? Maddie nodded. Of course. The Lingxiao heavenly path is said to be a heavenly creation granting boundless blessings. We should immerse ourselves in it, and see if the rumors are true. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation for the Lingxiao heavenly path. Danilo smiled. The excitement around the Lingxiao heavenly path is no legend. But remember, what you saw today, especially regarding Burl, Corey, and the heavenly messenger Corey, must remain between us. No one else must know to avoid trouble. Don't worry, brother. I understand the importance, Maddie nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. Revealing Burl's affair could lead to severe retribution from the Zhang family, and the heavenly messenger Corey was enigmatic and unfathomable. If offended, who knows what could happen. After instructing her, Danilo carried Burl to the back. Back at his residence in Huaoliang City, Xander called Willie. Lord. Xander smiled. It seems your lifespan is running short, within months. This direct statement startled Willie. Don't be surprised. I won't inquire into your past. As long as you serve me loyally, no one can harm you. Xander then handed him an item. Elixir of longevity. Willie recognized it instantly. Just a minor item. Use it. It will alleviate your concerns about your lifespan for now. In the future, better treasures will ensure your immortality. Remember, those who walk beside me will witness the future. Willie knelt and loudly proclaimed, Great honor for your servant. Xander waved him off, and Willie respectfully departed. Afterward, Xander began inventorying his possessions. Chapter 136, Flying Man Mountain, Wasteland Mountain. First, it was about delivering the corpses. In the end, sending a few strong bodies only extended his lifespan slightly. He didn't lack longevity either. Really? Never mind. Thinking positively, living longer can never be a bad thing for him. Currently, Xander's white value stands at 100 million. Such an enormous sum made Lingxiao Clement Lu highly attractive for those attempting Xander's challenge. First, he needed to use this amount to further upgrade Giant Meng's roar, increase its offensive capabilities, enhance its practical combat power. With this, and with the assistance of the Great Moon Plate, even if pitted against a terrifying existence at the peak of the 15th level mountain realm, he wouldn't fear at all. What he needed to do now was wait for Aiden. Aiden was mysterious, only saying that this operation was dangerous but not revealing whether it specifically involved digging up Danilo's ancestral grave. It could also possibly be a different burial place in Huaoliang City that he wasn't aware of. Anyway, no point in wild speculations for now. Once Aiden arrived, the answers would be clear. As dawn broke, Xander flashed out, intent on fulfilling another wish of Danilo, killing Monty before noon today. The rules of Xianxia were simple. Once a wish is accepted, and the wish repayment is received, it must be fulfilled. Xander didn't find this wish particularly challenging. When you owe someone, your actions are bound by duty. For him, it was all about maintaining the image of Nightly Breeze, an angelic messenger who always delivers. This place was named Flying Man Mountain. It was adjacent to Huaoliang City and notorious for being cursed. Numerous legends claimed it had been marinated in curses. An ominous aura surged skyward. Even passing by was perilous. Out of every 10 people who entered, only 4 or 5 came out. More than half vanished into this cursed land without a trace. News of these incidents increased, making Flying Man Mountain, or Wasteland Mountain, famous for all the wrong reasons. Due to its infamous reputation, unless absolutely necessary, most people would take extra time to detour around Flying Man Mountain to avoid becoming part of its grisly history. And the eldest son of the Huaoliang Zhang family, Monty, decided to cross over Flying Man Mountain this time. Being a local, how could he not have heard of Flying Man Mountain's fearsome reputation? Yet, choosing not to detour clearly showed Monty's urgency. Of course, he was in a hurry. Today was the grand birthday of Huaoliang Zhang family's ancestor, Porter, a great celebration for the Zhang family. As the eldest son and the most talented figure of their generation, Monty couldn't miss it. He had to arrive on time. However, plans changed, causing delays. This led Monty to take the shortcut through Flying Man Mountain. In the distant sky, an ancient-looking spacecraft moved forward rapidly. Soon, it detected the presence of Flying Man Mountain. Sir, ahead is Flying Man Mountain, a place of great peril. Perhaps we should go around for safety, a guard advised in a hushed tone. Flying Man Mountain's reputation spread like wildfire in Huaoliang City. People and even dogs knew of its dread. It was truly a sinister place. Stacks upon stacks of bodies and countless tales of death emphasized the terror within Flying Man Mountain. Those who dared to defy the curse all met untimely ends. Monty frowned. A detour? Do you want me to miss grandfather's ceremony? If I bypass Flying Man Mountain, the celebrations might be over by the time I get home. Monty felt uneasy because he well understood the horror of Flying Man Mountain. Under normal circumstances, he would indeed take a detour, even if it took more time. But now, he was out of time. Crossing Flying Man Mountain was the most efficient route for him. Still, the guard's warning made Monty hesitant. Seeing Monty's hesitation, the guard quickly added for his own safety. Sir, such a perilous place cannot be taken lightly. We must prepare for the worst? Monty sighed after a moment. You're right. Even in haste, we cannot test the depth of this peril. Let's skirt the edge. Let's not set foot on Flying Man Mountain. The guards complied immediately, navigating the spacecraft along the edge of Flying Man Mountain. Unbeknownst to them, their movements were watched by an unseen pair of eyes. Finally, you're here. Xander yawned and reappeared inside the spacecraft. Who? Suddenly appearing in front of him, Monty jumped, overwhelmed by a sudden sense of danger. Unfortunately, Xander didn't intend to give Monty any chance to resist. He struck instantly, and in a moment, the eldest son of Huaoliang City's Zhang family became a lifeless body. His eyes wide open in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe how easily he died. Sir. The guard's pupils contracted. That was all he managed to say before Xander's terrifying attack claimed his life too. The guard's body disintegrated midair, leaving not even a drop of blood. What use was a mere 12th level mountain body? Xander stored Monty's corpse, and then destroyed the spacecraft. Watching the wreckage plummet towards the ground, Xander muttered. Now, it's your turn to perform, boy. Xander's figure mysteriously vanished. Outside Huaoliang City, at Danilo's residence, the moment Xander appeared, Monty's corpse crashed to the ground. As wished. Angel's power. Thank you, Angel. Danilo bowed deeply, his joy evident. But then the angel suddenly said, I see your diligence and struggle. Yet without protection, what will you do? Caught off guard, Danilo didn't know how to respond, because he hadn't thought about what he would do without the cloth that protected him from Hualiang's water. The angel continued, if you have nowhere else to go, I have a recommendation. Danilo froze. What? Could it be that he was chosen to serve in heaven? The angel explained, I've encountered someone during my travels whose future is boundless and glorious. Joining him will secure your future. You may recall, he traded with you earlier, allowing you to practice celestial qigong. Without joining him, where would you go? This person is a friend of mine and will not fail you. In short, he was recruiting for a friend. Danilo's heart raced, thinking of Xander's enigmatic demeanor. Angel, may I have some time to consider? Till the wish is fulfilled, the angel replied before vanishing. Danilo and his sister Lydia stood there in shock. Hashtag chapter 137. Jade Knifin. Celine, what do you think we should do about this? Danilo asked Lydia. Lydia nodded. Brother, I think we should meet them. You have no cloth now, and Hualiang City is like a deep and dangerous swamp. How can you endure it for long? This city, to put it bluntly, is nothing more than a small speck of dust. Living your whole life here, what joy could that bring? Beyond this world lies a vast, beautiful place. Isn't it worth looking forward to? I've observed that the heavenly messenger is incredibly mysterious, truly coming from heaven, a supreme existence. For such a divine being to have friends in the mortal world, they must be either sacred or absolutely extraordinary. The way this person casually tosses out high-quality crystals shows their status. Now, the angel invites you because perhaps your friend saw potential in you and prayed to the angel, who then fulfilled your wish. So it's thanks to the grace of the angel and their supreme authority inviting you. Danilo thought about it and agreed. The angel is an incomparably superior being. With his current abilities, even if he were exceptionally gifted, he would still be just a speck of dust in the mortal world. How could he gain favor with someone from the heavens? But what if both are in the mortal realm? Danilo didn't want to exaggerate too much, but he believed he was still quite valuable. It wasn't strange to be valued by others. It seems I need to seriously consider this, he said. Lydia nodded and changed the subject. Brother, is this the body of Monty? Danilo nodded. Yes. Lydia blinked. Danilo continued without waiting for her response. Today in Hualiang City, there will be plenty of excitement. I want my parents and my late wife to see clearly the downfall of the Titus father and son duo. Celine, don't go anywhere else right now. Just stay here. Leave everything else to me. Then, without waiting for Lydia's reply, Danilo took Monty's body and walked away. A short while later, Danilo, having concealed his appearance, arrived at a coffin shop. The shop name was barely legible, but the two characters, coffin, were freshly written as if just painted. I want a coffin. Danilo got straight to the point, throwing down some lower-grade crystal coins. What kind of material do you prefer? Whatever the most common one is, just give me that. The shop assistant responded and quickly brought out a coffin. Is there anything else you need? Our store handles all funeral arrangements, from crying and shouting to music and entertainment. Everything is covered, guaranteed to be worry-free and affordable. Danilo raised an eyebrow. Your place looks dilapidated. You don't seem very capable. The shop assistant smiled. Sir, you're judging by appearance. Our store has a cursed sign. If you're not satisfied, we'll refund your money fully. Isn't that a powerful spell? Danilo narrowed his eyes. The curse is indeed powerful. I do have a funeral to arrange, but the deceased was of considerable importance. I'm afraid a small shop like yours might not be able to handle it. Not able to handle it? A sharp voice interrupted the shop assistant. Then, someone pulled back the curtain. It was a solemn-looking man in loose clothing. Boss. Hearing the shop assistant address him, Danilo blinked. Boss? This guy looked like a corpse. He thought it was just a mascot, resulting in the nickname, Corpse Shop? No wonder. However, this man wasn't simple. Just looking at him made Danilo feel chills run down his spine. Sir, this is our boss, Jade Knifin. Jade Knifin waved the assistant away and sized up Danilo with a scrutinizing eye. You sure talk boldly for someone just entering our shop. What's so special about our small shop that makes you say we can't handle it? Let me tell you, no funeral is beyond our reach, as long as you can pay the price. Even if it were the funeral of the divine emperor, we'd still take it on. Danilo was surprised. Was he really that confident? But this unremarkable coffin shop isn't as simple as it looks, Danilo realized. Bold words, since the boss is so confident, I'll be straightforward. Today is the great-grandfather's birthday in the Zhang family of Hualiang City. From afar, their eldest son, Monty, heard the news and returned, but tragically died on the way back. I mourn for my friend, a genius renowned in Hualiang. His sudden death leaves the world unsettled. To ensure his soul finds peace, I wish to arrange an extravagant funeral so he can rest easy in the afterlife. Do you accept this task? Oh, Monty is dead? Jaden Knifen's eyes flashed with surprise before he responded. We accept. Absolutely. There's no funeral in this world we won't handle. Don't boast to protect yourself. Humph, you talk arrogantly. Don't underestimate us. Just state your requirements. If you can pay the price, even special requests will be met. Jaden Knifen spoke boldly, completely disregarding the prestige of the Zhang family in Hualiang City. Seeing Jaden Knifen's confidence, Danilo smiled. Since the boss speaks so confidently, here's my request. Today is the old ancestor's birthday in the Zhang family. I want you to send a grand funeral procession to celebrate his birthday. His stature in Hualiang City is immense, and celebrating his birthday is fitting. Secondly, I want to inform the family of my friend's sudden death. As a friend, it's my duty. Jaden Knifen gritted his teeth. This kid is playing games. If the Zhang family elder doesn't get furious, it's only because he's well practiced. Is this feasible? Jaden Knifen sneered. Why not? 10,000 medium-grade crystals will ensure everything goes smoothly. Guaranteed? Just a trivial amount. Why lie? Danilo laughed lightly. I trust the full refund curse then. Throwing 10,000 crystals and Monty's body on the counter, Danilo said. The success of this event depends on you. Jaden Ivan grunted. You picky customer, watch and see. Danilo left the shop with a smile. As soon as Danilo left, Jaden Ivan stuffed the body into the coffin, which fit perfectly. Then, he waved a pale paper. Gather, Hualiang, Zhang family. In moments, powerful beings tore through space, descending into the coffin shop. Chapter 138, Grand Birthday. Danilo never thought that by casually entering a coffin shop, he would stumble upon an extraordinary place. Initially, Danilo had planned to carry the coffin himself to pay respects to the Zhang family's ancestor. Going alone, carrying the coffin to celebrate the ancestor's birthday. But now, since Abner guaranteed that he could bring Monty back to the Zhang family with much fanfare, it saved Danilo some effort. Abner was someone Danilo knew very well. He was extremely remarkable. Letting professionals handle professional matters gave Danilo peace of mind. However, when it came to Burl, Danilo knew he had to handle it personally. Respected celestial messenger, can you hear me from this mundane world? Danilo didn't know how to contact him and could only ask inwardly. Then, a reply echoed in his heart. Why the whisper? At this moment, Xander was preparing to take Lawrence and Willie to the Zhang family for the festivities. Unexpectedly, a transmission from Danilo suddenly popped up on the record. What does this guy need again? However, Xander was delighted. After all, this kid was his treasure box and top money bringer. So, Xander promptly replied. He heard Danilo say, Celestial messenger, may I inquire if the invisibility scrolls are available for use? Xander blinked. You want this treasure? I wish to buy a few for personal use. Sure. In the courtyard, Danilo felt joyful. The invisibility scrolls were created using some mysterious technique, extremely powerful, even capable of concealing one from the terrifying presence at the 15th level. Buying some for personal use would surely come in handy. Danilo immediately hurried to find the corpse. After keeping it for so long, it could finally be used. Brother, did you just make another deal with the celestial messenger? Danilo smiled and nodded. These days, his mood was unprecedentedly pleasant. With grunts and groans, he quickly prepared the corpse. A black door appeared out of nowhere. The abyss took away the corpse and delivered the invisibility scrolls. Danilo placed 2 of them into Lydia's hands. Celine, this treasure allows you to hide and become invisible. It's extremely powerful. Keep it safe, and use it in times of crisis. When I tried it with the celestial messenger, even the oppressive divine sense of a 15th level being couldn't detect it. Don't waste such precious items. Lydia blinked. Such a powerful item really existed. The celestial messenger is truly beyond comprehension. Every move he makes leaves us amazed. Praising the messenger, Danilo merely smiled and hurriedly carried Burl out. On the other side, Xander called his left and right hands. Willie had gained longevity due to the elixir extending his life. A 100-year lifespan would allow Willie to live for several more decades. This was certainly better than only having a few months left, but it couldn't help but evoke sighs over the terrifying power of the Shaobai Mountain arts, literally having one's lifespan. How heartbreaking. The strength of Shaobai Mountain was astonishing and formidable. Even Xander felt uneasy. Even with his current great sun golden body, he might not withstand such terrible power. Nonetheless, despite admiring Shaobai Mountain's terror, he couldn't forget their main task. Today is a significant day in Hualiang City, as the Zhang family celebrates Elder Porter's grand birthday. Given the Zhang family's reputation, many important figures and forces will attend to pay respects. Such a rare and bustling scene. How could we miss it? Willie laughed. The Zhang family is indeed fortunate to draw the attention of such a noble person. Xander chuckled. Let's hurry, or we'll miss all the fun. Thus, Xander set off with the duo straight for the Zhang residence. Hualiang City, Zhang residence. As one of the hidden families of the 9 seas under the dark heaven, the Zhang family's magnificence was awe-inspiring. Xander, a prominent figure in the recent events of the 9 seas, was treated with great respect and entered the Zhang residence effortlessly. The Zhang residence was enormous. Yet, the entire birthday ceremony was concentrated in one area, making it incredibly lively. Many guests filled the seats, and these guests were formidable. Even the least significant among them possessed the power of the 13th level. Previously, the 3 giants of the 9 seas, Yangshan sect, Huangbiaizong sect, and Jianhui sect, were considered fearsome. Now, they seemed like insignificant jesters compared to the Zhang family's grandeur and celebration. Joyful scenes were visible everywhere in the Zhang household. Everyone wore smiles. Xander, too, wore a smile as he scanned the room, spotting an elderly man sitting at a high seat, full of vigor and vitality. This was Porter, the patriarch of the Zhang family. The centerpiece of this grand birthday ceremony, he was a terrifying powerhouse at the peak of the 15th level, just a step away from ascending to the higher realm, the 16th level. The Zhang family's background wasn't limited to Porter. There were several others within the vast Zhang clan who were also at this level. This illustrated the true power of the hidden families. Dongshan family. Young Master Kiran has come far to pay respects to Zhang patriarch, wishing him health and longevity. Suddenly, a voice announced, seemingly descending from the heavens. It drew everyone's attention skyward, where a large spaceship, radiating treasure light, indicated its wealth. When the spaceship approached, a young man appeared, wearing fine silk, exuding elegance and charm, clearly a distinguished gentleman. Wow, Dongshan family. Around them, murmurs erupted in astonishment. Dongshan family? Really? Weren't they said to have strained relations with the Hualiang Zhang family? Indeed, there had been rumors about mutual antagonism between the 2 families for a millennium. For such long-standing enmity, the sudden appearance of the Dongshan family to pay respects was shocking. What was even more startling was the person sent by the Dongshan family, young Master Kiran. This individual was the famed prodigy of the Dongshan family, now a formidable 14th level powerhouse, almost reaching the pinnacle. After all, as fellow hidden families, even with centuries-old hostility, they still needed to show face on such occasions. Showing face was merely putting on a show. To be honest, Dongshan family's arrival wasn't too surprising. If anything, the Huangwu family, known for their fiery temper, posed a greater curiosity. Right, the Huangwu family. If they sent someone over today, it would indeed be a sight to see. Huangwu family sending someone? Dream on. With their explosive temperament, they'd likely end up in a brawl with the Hualiangzhang family. Indeed. Suddenly, another loud voice echoed. Not human speech but breaking airwaves. Another spaceship descended, faster than the first, followed by a menacing figure. The crowd paused mid-sentence. Curses, speak of the devil. Translation ends here. Hashtag chapter 139. The Five Families. The people from the Huangwu family have actually come. This was truly unexpected. They were still discussing whether the Huangwu family would show up when suddenly, a spacecraft descended overhead. Who was the leading young man? He looked so ferocious and menacing, as if he wasn't someone to be messed with. Some don't even recognize him, someone murmured. Don't you know who this is? This is Lord Erwin of the Huangwu family, known for his extraordinary strength and bravery. So, this is Erwin, the one reputed to be unbeatable among peers? Yes, Erwin, the unrivaled genius of the Xianclement Zhuhai. TSK. Even the Zhang family's foremost prodigy, eldest son Monty, might not be able to surpass him. He must be incredibly powerful then. The crowd buzzed with discussion, all eyes drawn towards him. The guests, all the powerful figures from the Dongyang family and the Zhang family, turned their attention towards him as well. Erwin, what brings you here today? Asked Titus, the current clan leader of the Zhang family in Hualiang City. Titus's expression was less than friendly, his eyes brimming with hostility. It was clear he was not pleased by the arrival of the Huangwu family. But Erwin paid no heed to Titus's attitude. He merely chuckled, displaying his arrogance. Why else would I come here today? The Zhang family of Hualiang City is renowned far and wide. Your ancestor is an exceptional hero. Given your grand celebration today, our Huangwu family naturally wanted to extend our greetings. I was specially sent to offer congratulations. However, it seems that the hospitality of Hualiang City's Zhang family leaves much to be desired. Titus snorted in response. The Zhang family has always treated guests with courtesy. Today, being the birthday of our ancestor, we welcome all who come to congratulate us. But make no mistake, if anyone comes here to cause trouble and ruin our festivities, we will not hesitate to act mercilessly. In response to Titus's veiled warning, Erwin simply smiled. Don't worry, compared to the Zhang family, our Huangwu family values face. We are here only to congratulate. With that, he pulled out something from his bag of holding. A massive beast corpse emitting an eerie fragrance, its weight visibly shaking the ground. From Erwin of the Huangwu family, I present my special gift for the birthday of the Zhang family's ancestor. This is a rare and unique creature, specially hunted for the occasion. Although modest, I hope it does not disappoint. All eyes were fixed on the giant beast's carcass. Some immediately recognized it. It was a Lei Lang, Thunder Wolf. The name may sound unremarkable, but the Lei Lang is a mythical beast from ancient times, carrying traces of thunder dragon blood. Even a fraction of this lineage imbues it with terrifying power, making it extremely formidable. It was said only a peak existence at the 16 mountain level could match it. Could Erwin, at merely the peak 14th mountain realm, have killed such a beast? Anyone who believed Erwin did it alone was clearly naive. Someone noticed a hooded figure beside Erwin, appearing very mysterious. I suspect this mysterious person might be the real killer of the Lei Lang. If so, wouldn't that mean this person is a terrifying existence at the 16 mountain level? Who knows? Regardless, the death of the Lei Lang was undeniable, and whoever this person was, they were certainly not weaker than the Zhang family's ancestor. Amidst the discussions, Xander remained observant. While others speculated about the power of the figure beside Erwin, Xander's dual detection abilities revealed the truth. He was named Josh, a member of the Huangwu family, at the peak 15th mountain realm. However, he wasn't on par with their ancestor-level existences. Master, the strength and depth of the Huangwu family far exceed that of the Zhang family of Hualiang City, Willie noted. Xander nodded in agreement. That's right. Both are influential families, but there is a significant gap between them. Erwin isn't even the best among the younger generation of the Huangwu family, yet he rivals Monty, the top prodigy of the Zhang family. These deeply rooted families undoubtedly possess secrets. I've heard they do not get along well, and seeing them confront each other just now, they were practically itching to fight. Given such intense rivalry spanning over 1,000 years, if the Zhang family didn't have any tricks up their sleeves, they might have been swallowed whole by the Huangwu family long ago. Willie smirked. Indeed, these realms are adept at concealing themselves. Only the surface shows, while the true strength remains hidden, known only to insiders. What's certain is that the power lurking beneath is far greater than what appears on the surface. Do you know if there are other clans in the Xianclement Zhuhai besides the Zhang family of Hualiang City, the Dongyang family, and the Huangwu family? Willie responded. Well, master, although Xianclement Zhuhai may seem insignificant compared to Hongtu, it is vast and rich in hidden treasures. There are 3 major families officially, but their influence has long since waned. In secret, there are 5 great hidden families, the Zhang family of Hualiang City, the Dongyang family, the Huangwu family, the Fengkai family, and the Fenglai family. These 5 families are far more powerful than the official 3. In terms of lineage, the Zhang family of Hualiang City is the youngest, followed by the Dongyang family, the Huangwu family, the Fengkai family, with the Fenglai family being the most ancient. The Fenglai family is incredibly ancient and mysterious. If we speak of true seclusion, only the Fenglai family qualifies. As for the other 4 families, they are somewhat famous in name, but the relationship dynamics remain unchanged for thousands of years. Hualiangzhang, Dongyang, and Huangwu families on one side, Fengkai and Huayanzhang on the other. The Fenglai family remains enigmatic, influencing the balance among the other four families. Hearing this, Xander raised an eyebrow. So, even in conflict, they follow rules and limits. They can compete, but their identity as the hidden families of Xin Clement Zhuhai cannot change. Willie nodded. Suddenly, another spacecraft descended. It's the Fengkai family, someone exclaimed. A young man appeared, identified as Lord Rong Chenggong of the Fengkai family, whose cultivation surpassed Erwin. By Xander's estimation, this man would soon reach a new realm within a month. Fengkai family extends its congratulations to the Zhang family's ancestor. This time, Titus greeted with a smile. Very good, please, honored nephew. Take your seat. Seeing Titus's change of demeanor, Kieran closed his eyes, while Erwin sneered. Xander blinked. I assume the Fenglai family won't come? Willie nodded. They indeed won't. The birthday of the Zhang family's ancestor is a minor event, unworthy of the Fenglai family's attention. Perhaps, they may appear during the Lingxiao Celestial Path Gathering. Xander raised an eyebrow again. Just then, loud voices echoed. The divine Luo Hoitum's Count Qingling is here to congratulate. Huh, Sheila has arrived. Xander also noticed Danilo hiding nearby. Finally, after waiting for so long, the real show is about to begin. Chapter 140, Master Mariana pays homage. The state of Shenluo, the Qingling Duke. They actually sent someone here too? For a moment, many people felt puzzled. Considering the Qingling Duke, although not at the top in the entire state of Shenluo, is still far more powerful compared to the Zhang family of Hualiang City. Moreover, the Qingling Duke is favored by the Emperor of Shenluo. Why would the Qingling Duke send someone here? Could it be that the Qingling Duke and the Zhang family have some connection? Connection? Probably not, right? Not necessarily. I've heard that the first Qingling Duke was once helped by an ancestor of the Zhang family from Hualiang City. It's said that it was a life-saving favor, a debt as heavy as a mountain. Therefore, the relationship between the two families has been maintained until today. Even if they don't interact much normally, this bond has not been forgotten. So, that's how it is? Many people suddenly understood. After inviting Rong Qinggong inside, Titus hurriedly came forward again. Hai Qingling Duke's presence is an honor. An immense honor. However, compared to Titus's enthusiasm, Mariana's attitude was very quiet and cold. Even more intense than Mariana's attitude was Jaylene, who stood beside her. Jaylene's eyes were filled with icy coldness, bone-chilling. This terrifying chill made Titus's heart tighten. He was even more confused. He couldn't figure out why Mariana and the Qingling Duke seemed upset with him. Mariana directly asked, May I know if your young master Burl is here now? Burl? Titus was even more puzzled. What did this little rascal have to do with anything? He replied, My only son hasn't been seen these past 2 days. However, today is my ancestor's birthday, a grand event for our family. Even if this scoundrel behaves erratically, he should still show up. But I wonder why you're looking for him. In Titus's mind, Burl and Mariana had nothing to do with each other. Why did she ask about him today? What's going on here? Titus didn't bother pondering it further because today was extremely busy for him. After inviting Mariana and Jaylene inside, Titus quickly came out again to greet guests and manage the arrangements, until the sound of bells rang in his ears. The auspicious time has arrived. Wishing longevity for our ancestor, let all of us unite and pay tribute for his birthday. A loud voice echoed across the vast territory of the Zhang family. Immediately, members of the Zhang family began gathering, following seniority and rank, bowing one by one before their ancestor. But Titus's gaze narrowed, because several young masters of the Zhang family were missing, 2 of them, in fact. Eldest son Monty was nowhere to be seen. And where was Burl, that troublemaker? Titus frowned, his mood darkening. Shinrong has always been steady and reliable, never hasty or rash. Today is the ancestor's birthday. Given this child's character, he should have been here early. Is there perhaps some accident on the way? And then there's Burl, that scoundrel, who usually indulges in playful antics and idleness. On such an important day, how dare he not show up? This is truly asking for punishment. Titus waved his hand and called over the steward. Why isn't the eldest son here yet? Wasn't he supposed to arrive on time? Well, I'm not sure. Chief, could something have happened on the road? Titus shook his head. No way. This child has always been steady. If anything unexpected happened, he would surely send word. Don't worry, Chief. The eldest son is steady and capable. Perhaps he's just running late. Titus nodded, hoping it was true. What about Burl? Why can't we see that good-for-nothing anywhere? Well, Chief, I haven't seen him these past couple of days either. However, since Miss Mariana arrived in Hualiang City, he's been acting oddly. Titus's brows furrowed. Earlier, Mariana asked about Burl's whereabouts, and now, the steward mentioned that Burl had become peculiar due to Mariana's arrival. What exactly happened between them? Chief, the auspicious time has arrived. Why don't we let the other young masters proceed with the homage ceremony first? Titus nodded. That sounds reasonable. Also, immediately send someone to search for Burl. Understood. The steward left immediately to arrange the search. Meanwhile, Danilo, hidden in the void, sneered. Wants to find people? Fine, I'll satisfy you. No one from the Zhang family detected the hidden presence in the void. At this moment, several young masters were kneeling before the highest seat. Descendants Bard wished the ancestor a long and prosperous life, ancient and evergreen, lasting forever. Then followed the presentation of gifts, including an old medicinal plant with an exquisite aroma that filled everyone's nostrils. Very well, Porter smiled, clearly satisfied with the gift. Descendant Zhang Qidong wishes the ancestor longevity as aromatic trees bloom with each new dawn. Another young master knelt and presented his gift, a medicine known for its beauty-preserving properties, able to rejuvenate anyone who used it within 15 mountain ranges. A fine item indeed, truly delightful. Porter laughed happily. Even though he wasn't a woman, who wouldn't want to stay young? Love for beauty is universal. Descendant Zhang Funming wishes the ancestor blessings from both east and west, longer than life itself. Descendant Zhang Tailong wishes the ancestor. Descendant Zhang Duomo wishes the ancestor. One after another, the Zhang family's young masters paid homage. For Porter, Descendant Anthony wishes the ancestor longevity, high as the southern mountains, and bright like the rising sun. This drew Xander's attention. Anthony, you're the one, aren't you, Anthony? The kid who caused me so much loss? Xander had been keeping this grudge deep in his heart. This boy's actions cost him millions, and this loss needs to be recovered somehow. If Anthony isn't worth enough, I'll settle for Zhang family assets. Xander's gaze shifted to Danilo, who was hidden in the void. Using the invisibility granted by the void, Danilo approached, his smile growing colder. Mingsheng, why aren't Shinrong and Zuohua here? After seeing all the young masters bow, Porter felt curious. Ancestor, Shinrong probably encountered a minor issue on his way and might be delayed. As for Zuohua, he's always been rather scattered but has put effort into finding an appropriate gift for you. Who knows where he went, but he hasn't returned yet. Titus stood respectfully by the side. Listening to the explanation, Porter shook his head with a smile. They are still young. Even with cultivation, they remain a worry. Nevertheless, wait for them to return before they see me. I understand, ancestor. It won't be long before these two appear. Before Titus finished speaking, a figure emerged from the void, landing clumsily on the ground, right next to Titus's feet, under everyone's watchful eyes. Chapter 141. The Disturbing Gift. This? Burl? Everyone looked at the disheveled person sprawled on the ground. Whether it was the guests, Titus, or Porter, they were all surprised. Especially Titus, who had just started to laugh along with Burl's jest. Burl suddenly appeared in such a state. Amidst the many surprised gazes, some eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Villain, you actually dare to show yourself. Now that you're here, don't expect to leave alive. Jaylene's heart surged with killing intent. Sheila's eyes were even colder than ice. However, Burl hadn't noticed this terrifying threat. He opened his heavy eyes, just regaining consciousness from his faint. What? Where am I? Why does it seem familiar? You? Father? Great ancestor? Burl's pupils contracted as if struck by thunder. This is my home. The surroundings were familiar to him since he had grown up here. And Titus, Porter, especially the bone-chilling gaze of Sheila nearby, frightened Burl so much that his soul seemed to be escaping. How could this be? How could this be? I thought I had already escaped Hualiang City. Why am I back here all of a sudden? As Burl frantically tried to remember, he recalled that he did indeed leave Hualiang City, but shortly after, an attack appeared out of nowhere and knocked him unconscious. I have been tricked. Burl felt a chill run down his spine. If this was someone's scheme, he dared not imagine what would happen next. There, right before him, stood Sheila, the daughter of Qingling Duke. Under her icy stare, Burl knew that any attempt to escape was futile, but he absolutely could not let it be known that he had spied on Sheila. If others found out, it wouldn't just be embarrassing for him. It would damage the reputation of the entire Hualiang City Zhang family. At that point, he, as the young master, would have to commit suicide to atone for his sin. Even the powerful Hualiang City Zhang clan couldn't protect him. Thinking of this, Burl's heart grew increasingly cold. He dared not meet Sheila's eyes. He feared she might lose control and kill him right then and there. Must think of something. If he stayed any longer, he was finished. Burl racked his brains, searching desperately for a solution. Before he could come up with one, Porter's voice broke through his thoughts. Zuohua, you've really put effort into this. According to your father, you left specifically to find a fitting birthday gift for me. Look at how disheveled you are. You must have gone through quite a bit of trouble. Birthday gift? I want to find a birthday gift? Yes, that's right. Burl cast a grateful glance at his father, Titus, and quickly responded. Great ancestor, your descendant went out with the sincere intention to find the perfect birthday gift for you. I heard news about the appearance of the legendary hundredling deer with pure feathers. Thinking it would bring auspicious blessings, I rushed to find it. But alas, the forest was filled with dangers. Unfortunately, your descendant lacks the ability to battle monsters. Just when I managed to catch a trace of good fortune, a terrifying creature from the 15th mountain range attacked me. Unable to fight, I barely escaped with my life. Do not say I failed to wish you a happy birthday. I have disappointed you, great ancestor. Your descendant truly has no capability. Burl lied convincingly, as if it were true. A hundredling deer? Many guests looked amazed upon hearing Burl's story. In our area, there could be a hundredling deer, such a rare omen? Who knows? But it sounds plausible, especially given what Burl just described. Sigh, such a fortunate omen. Legends say following its path can bring good luck. It seems the omen protected Burl from the monster. Guests whispered amongst themselves. Their words were full of regret. Porter also expressed regret. Auspicious omens are rare and hard to find. To seek them once in a lifetime is already a blessing. Expecting them as a gift is simply unrealistic and laughable. Still, you've done well and put in the effort. Rise now, go clean up. Porter's gaze was kind. Burl hurriedly bowed. Your descendant will take his leave. Saying that, Burl got up and turned to leave, relieved to finally escape. His steps quickened as if he wished to disappear instantly. But how could the spirit realm allow him to flee? Escape? You will stay. Feel what it means to have no place to die. Today, you are dead for sure. Not even divine intervention can save you. Suddenly, light exploded in the air, forming an image. All the guests' gazes were drawn to it. Is this? Could Burl have prepared a backup plan? Chuckles emerged. The boy certainly had surprises. It's a surprise for great ancestor Zhang. Let's see what it is. Everyone looked up curiously, including Titus and Porter. Titus was astonished. This troublemaker usually enjoys playing around, yet he prepared a lot this time. Not only did he mention the rare hundredling deer, but also these glowing images. What surprises lie ahead? People were eagerly anticipating the reveal, but as the glowing image became clear, their anticipation turned to confusion. For within the glow was clearly a bath, with a beautiful figure washing herself. Ah, could this be Burl's surprise? A birthday gift for Porter? Many guests began looking oddly at him, especially those from the Huangwu and Dongshan families, who were longtime rivals of the Hualiang Zhang clan, started mocking aloud. Well, true to form, Zhang clan's young master is indeed creative and refined. For his ancestor's birthday, he recorded a vision of spying on a beauty bathing and gave it as a gift. Truly eye-opening. Zhang young master is indeed thoughtful. Not only did he spy, but didn't forget to share it with everyone. Such heroism, though it's a pity we ordinary people can't understand his grand gesture. I'm sure great ancestor Zhang must be deeply moved and touched, especially below the waist. You scoundrel! Erwin's voice was cut off by Porter's roar. Porter unleashed a terrifying attack, aiming directly at Erwin. However, Josh, standing beside Erwin, easily deflected it. Is what my young master said not true? Old man, calm down. Furious, Porter could find no weakness in Josh, shifting his gaze onto Burl instead. But Burl was already frozen in shock. How could this be? Why was this recorded? Who plotted against me? Above him played the scene of him peeping at Sheila. Burl's mind raced. And Sheila, her eyes narrowing, destroyed the image instantly. Yet before it shattered, the moment where Burl and Sheila were seen closely facing each other was revealed in stark clarity. Especially, Sheila's exposed skin. Instantly, the whole Zhang household fell silent. Hashtag chapter 142. A noble's wrath. Damn it. How could Burl be so arrogant? What immense audacity he had, daring to spy on Sheila bathing. The scene revealed by this illusion left all the guests present wide-eyed. They never expected that Burl's gift would be this shocking. This was too outrageous. Burl, you scoundrel, as one of the esteemed sons of Hualiang City's Zhang family, to be this shameless is truly commendable. Some guests were dumbfounded, and silence fell over the crowd. Only disbelieving gazes like spotlights focused entirely on Burl. Who betrayed me? At this moment, Burl felt his heart turn cold, while his face burned with intense shame. Humiliation swallowed him whole. He now felt like a naked clown thrown into a crowd. The very thing he least wanted exposed was revealed. Now everyone knew that he, Burl, an esteemed son of Hualiang City's Zhang family, spied on Sheila while she was bathing in Yunla Pool. His reputation and dignity no longer existed. The vast Zhang family became a laughingstock because of this incident, losing all its former prestige. In the future, whenever people chatted idly, mentioning interesting stories from Hualiang City, they would surely mention him. This clown would drag the entire Zhang family into becoming a laughingstock throughout the entire Xintian 9 seas. Shame, anger, and fear pierced through Burl's heart. Well done. Indeed worthy of being Lord Zhang, truly deserving of the title. Lucian laughed aloud. He came today only intending to deliberately embarrass the Zhang family. Congratulating them was just a pretext. But who would have thought that there would be such a lively drama awaiting him? This trip was certainly worthwhile. Beside him, Kiran of Dongshan family also smiled. Such demeanor. We can only wish to emulate it, but fear our standards are too high to perform such vile acts. Exactly, from now on, Lord Zhang will definitely be a model. A negative one indeed. The two men spoke back and forth, each echoing the other. The Zhang family members, especially Titus, gritted their teeth, wishing they could strike out in fury. However, their fierce glares did nothing to intimidate anyone. Yet Lucian and his companions still held back their words. They didn't care about the Zhang family's reputation, but this matter also involved Qingling Marquis. They had to be careful with their words for fear of provoking the Qingling Marquis, causing unnecessary harm. After the mocking voices quieted down, curiosity spread among the large crowd. Everyone was naturally curious about what the Zhang family would do next. Titus, the Zhang family must give a proper explanation for this. Flower Qingqian's eyes blazed with killing intent. Titus trembled all over, inwardly cursing the person who targeted the Zhang family. If anger could kill, that person would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Unfortunately, his anger was ineffective before Qingling Marquis. You beast! Kneel immediately and apologize to the noble lady. Titus took immediate action, forcing Burl to kneel. Burl bowed his head without hesitation. Noble lady, please forgive my indiscretion. Burl apologized sincerely, but it did not melt the ice in Sheila and Flower Qingqian's eyes. Titus, your schemes are indeed clever. Concerning the honor of the daughter of Qingling Marquis, how dare you allow such behavior? You think merely kneeling and admitting fault will resolve this matter? It seems you do not take Qingling Marquis seriously at all. Flower Qingqian raised her yellow tear spirit armament, its imposing might intimidating the entire venue. There was a sense that any disagreement could lead to the annihilation of the entire Zhang family. Titus's face changed drastically. So, what can we do to appease the noble lady? Burl dies today. This scandal has already drawn attention throughout Hualiang City. When the news spreads, where will the noble lady's honor be? What remains of Qingling Marquis authority? Burl, this rogue and abomination, must die as an apology. Moreover, Burl must be killed by your own hands, Titus, to show the world the sincerity of the Zhang family's apology. Flower Qingqian finished speaking. The surrounding guests stared in shock. Damn, how brutal. Actually asking a father to kill his son? This was indeed a cruel move. Not only requiring an apology but demanding a father to kill his son. How many others can compare? Humph, this is how it should be. Indeed, this matter concerned the honor of Qingling Marquis' daughter and affected the Marquis authority. Announced to the world, rumors would undermine authority. In my opinion, Hualiang City's Zhang family should be utterly destroyed, leaving no one daring to speak of this again. People murmured endlessly. Some were astonished by Flower Qingqian's ruthless means, while others lamented the Zhang family's fate. A once respected hidden clan, the Zhang family of Hualiang City, fell into this predicament due to one rogue descendant. Now, the Zhang family barely considered their own dignity. One careless move, and tomorrow, the Zhang family might cease to exist. This demand is excessive. My son acted rashly, but not intentionally. You want him dead? Titus couldn't stop trembling. How could he not be shaken? Even tigers don't eat their cubs. To ask him to kill his own son, something he could never bring himself to do, would make him a monster as a father. Then it seems Hualiang City's Zhang family has no intention of apologizing? Cold light flashed in Flower Qingqian's eyes as Titus stiffened. Want me to kill my own son and be seen as a cruel father to the world? Impossible. These words made everyone's heart skip a beat. Fine, clan leader Zhang is indeed a good father. Since that's the case, I can only return to report this to the Marquis. I'll ask the Emperor for justice. I don't believe the vast Xintian Nine Seas would ignore imperial authority for a mere Hualiang city to act so recklessly. Flower Qingqian was about to leave with Sheila. What? Reporting to the Emperor? Reaching up to the heavenly court? This statement slowed everyone's breathing. If this reached the Emperor, one word from Divine Bartolomeo could wipe out Hualiang City's Zhang family. Hold it. A voice stopped Sheila and Flower Qingqian. It was Porter, whose kind smile had vanished, replaced by icy coldness. Burl, disgracing the Zhang family and harming the noble lady's virtue, deserves death. Ancestor. Titus's face changed drastically, while Burl trembled violently. But Porter already moved, throwing a knife before Titus's eyes. Since the noble lady is furious, it must be quelled. Mingsheng, kill him. This uncompromising command made Titus tremble, and Burl begged desperately. Ancestor, I don't want to die. Father, Dad, I don't want to die. Veins bulged on Titus's forehead, bloodshot eyes filled with despair. What are you waiting for? Porter bellowed. Ignoring Titus, terrifying power forced Titus's body to raise the knife. Blood splattered. Burl's head flew skyward. Chapter 143, Dead. All because of you. Burnell. As Burl's head was severed in front of him, Titus's pupils dilated with shock and grief surged through his heart. His son, his own flesh and blood, was now dead right before his eyes, killed by none other than himself. In an instant, boundless anguish swept over Titus. He stood there frozen, like a piece of wood struck by lightning. His eyes, blind to everything but the corpse on the ground, could no longer reflect what they should have seen. Patriarch Porter suppressed his boiling rage. How could he not feel grief? But as the head of the family, he had to remain composed. Keeping his gaze on Sheila and Jaylene, he tried to appear calm. Now that the culprit is dead and has confessed to his wrongdoing, may I ask if this apology from our family will be sufficient? Upon hearing this, Sheila remained silent. Only Jaylene let out a cold snort. Such audacious villains deserve their fate. Nevertheless, we will still report this incident to Lord Qingsheng when we return. If he deems our family's apology satisfactory and sees no need for further pursuit, then it can be ignored. But if Lord Qingsheng finds our actions unsatisfactory, well, With that, Jaylene led Sheila away, leaving the Zhang family behind, seething with frustration. TSK, this has really put the Zhang family in hot water. This woman is no simple character. Someone remarked. How did Burl die? Wasn't it due to Jaylene's relentless provocation? But now that Burl is dead, the matter remains unresolved. Everything must still be reported to Lord Qingsheng for his judgment. If he finds the Zhang family's apology inadequate, the family will still face trouble, and Burl's death would have been in vain. A once prominent hidden clan, yet misfortune has befallen them. KSK, Burl was truly a brute. His death means nothing much, but the Zhang family might not survive because of him. Today was supposed to be a joyous day for the Zhang family, but joy turned into sorrow? Is today indeed a lucky day? Whispers filled the air. Some couldn't help but sympathize with the Zhang family. It was the patriarch's birthday, a grand celebration, yet it had suddenly turned tragic. How unfortunate. Sir, someone clearly intends to ruin the Zhang family, Willie whispered beside him, watching the hidden figure of Danilo with his special vision. In this matter, we are mere spectators. Enjoy the show, and moreover, it seems today's events are far from over. Not over? Patricide leading to family tragedy? And there's more? Why is Sir so certain? Willie blinked, harboring questions in his mind but staying quiet outwardly, waiting for what would happen next. Porter sighed heavily and spoke. Lay the young master's body to rest. His words were laced with sorrow. Servants carefully gathered the decapitated body of Burl and quietly withdrew. Having completed this task, Porter looked at the guests present. Today was meant to celebrate my birthday, but instead, it has become a spectacle for ridicule. Burl, a degenerate born into the Zhang family, brings great shame upon us. Such a villain met his fate deservedly, leaving no one else implicated. I hope that future generations of the Zhang family take heed from this degenerate's demise. Be cautious and considerate in your actions. Never repeat his mistakes. Those who break the law will be punished without mercy. The final sentence carried a heavy weight, sending chills down everyone's spines, even causing the eyelids of the Zhang family members to tingle with cold fear. Because of one person, Burl, they too felt caged, needing to be cautious from now on. The birthday celebrations end here. Please, all guests go home. Porter lost all interest in festivities, waving them off. He certainly did not want to stay any longer. A peaceful birthday ruined by such events left him composed enough not to lash out, showing admirable restraint. Understanding Porter's mood, the guests also wished to leave, feeling that the Zhang household was far from peaceful. Staying any longer might result in collateral damage. Seeing everyone preparing to leave, the hidden Danilo certainly disagreed. And just like this? No way. Do they know how long he had waited for this day? Just as the ceremony was about to end, fireworks suddenly shot into the sky, capturing everyone's attention. Who's setting off fireworks now? It's broad daylight. Does anyone think it's a festive occasion? Jaden's gaze returned from the fireworks to the morning procession ahead. Heh, it's our turn now. Get yourselves ready. Our business prospects in Hualiang City depend entirely on this deal. Do not disappoint our client. Keep wailing and drumming loudly. Let's go. Wearing a ghost mask and a flower wreath around his neck, Jaden leaped forward. Instantly, drums beat and mournful cries filled the air. Master Zhang, Master Zhang, the heavens pity your pitiful soul. Master Zhang, you left too soon, died so miserably. My Master Zhang died. The heavens grieve. I grieve the most. Master Zhang, 9 depths of hell, hear my lamentation. We are spirits come to send you off. May you be reborn good and kind, escaping this life's sorrows. Ah, Master Zhang, so pitiful. The mournful sounds were heart-wrenching. Leading the funeral procession towards the Zhang residence, Jaden caused a stir among passers-by. What is this? Master Zhang, from Hualiang City's prominent Zhang family? Could it be some noble has died? Really? Burl is dead. Seriously? Oh my. The funeral team arrived awfully promptly. Curious onlookers followed the funeral procession to the Zhang family entrance. The Zhangs, hearing the commotion, were bewildered. Clearly, someone had organized a funeral march, calling out, Master Zhang? Did Burl just die? And the funeral team already arrived? What incredible efficiency. Did the Zhang family wish for Burl's death? With such a large drumming and wailing spectacle, anyone would think it was good news. It can't be. Could they have come to the wrong place? Nonsense, they're already inside. Roaring and weeping, the funeral procession stormed through the Zhang gates. A few burly men in white carried a coffin high on their shoulders. This unexpected sight made Porter and others' eyes bulge in anger. Hashtag chapter 144. The Netherworld, no life. Clan leader Zhang, please take it easy, please take it easy. Uncle Seamus, wearing a ghostly mask, jumped in front of Titus. The mournful procession halted abruptly, and for an instant, there was absolute silence, dignified and solemn. If one straightened their hunched back, their tone would match the gravity. Netherworld coffin, entrusted by someone to handle funerals specifically, we are here to mourn. Young master, please take it easy. Everyone bow once. With that, Seamus led the entire procession in genuflecting before Titus, bowing and paying respects as a sign of condolence. How could Titus react, still mourning his son? And how many of the other guests on the scene could even comprehend this turn of events? The Zhang family had moved fast, already with a funeral procession? This was clearly premeditated. They had known Burl would die and were prepared. But could the Zhangs have predicted it so accurately? The Netherworld coffin. I know these people. They specialize in such matters, reputed to be the best in the 9 seas of Xianxia. How did they arrive so quickly? Who informed them? Surprise and curiosity mingled in everyone's minds. Indeed surprising, since Burl just died. His body hadn't even cooled, yet the Netherworld coffin was already here. Moreover, organizing this elaborate funeral procession must have taken at least half a day. Who could have informed the Netherworld coffin about Burl's death ahead of time? Netherworld coffin? Titus's hoarse and icy voice broke the silence. How do you know my son, Donghua, is dead? Who told you? Titus was still numb, his heart not yet fully grasping Burl's death. Confronted by this sudden and imposing funeral procession, he felt not shock but unprecedented rage. Because he immediately realized, it was all a plot. Everything today had been planned against the Zhang family. This mastermind ruined the grand celebration of the clan's ancestor's birthday, killed his son Donghua, disgraced the Zhang family. And it didn't stop there. They had arranged this funeral procession to further torment him. What a despicable villain. If he didn't catch this villain today and make them pay, how could he quell his rage? But, enraged as he was, Titus couldn't see that the mastermind was right there. Danilo, hidden in the void, wore a triumphant smile. The Netherworld coffin truly lived up to its reputation. Seamus's professionalism was satisfying to Danilo. Who? Donghua? Could it be young Master Burl? Seamus's tone changed. Oh dear, I'm mistaken, clan leader Zhang. We've come to mourn another Zhang family young master. Not Burl. Another? All eyes turned to the remaining Zhang family young masters. Including the recently deceased Burl, there were 8 in total. So, this funeral procession must be for Monty, the only one left. Seriously? Is this true? No way. Monty died? Everyone was stunned. Especially Titus, who was nearly speechless. You say, another Zhang family young master? Seamus's ghostly mask twitched. Yes indeed. We have been entrusted to mourn and send off young Master Monty, the eldest son of Hualiang City's Zhang family, who has just been placed in the coffin. As Seamus spoke, Titus's face went deathly pale. Others stared in disbelief, unable to accept what they had just heard. Monty, the brilliant eldest son of the Zhang family, was dead? Was his body now inside the coffin? Impossible. My son Shinrong was supposed to return. How could he be dead? Outrageous. Such nonsense, absolutely outrageous. Titus roared wildly, unleashing immense power that shattered the coffin. Inside lay a corpse. It was Monty. All guests could hardly believe it. Indeed, it was Monty. The Zhang family, from the young masters to Patriarch Porter, stared in disbelief at the exposed body. Big Brother. How could it be Big Brother? Initially dismissing the funeral procession as a farce, they were now genuinely terrified. Shinrong. Titus's pupils constricted, overwhelmed by despair. My son. Who killed my son? Titus roared in fury, spewing blood from his mouth. His vitality drained rapidly like a punctured balloon. The organizer. Titus spat out blood profusely, his vitality dissipating rapidly. The Zhang family rushed over in panic. Quickly, help the organizer rest. Porter hurriedly gave Titus a spirit pill. Seeing Titus's breathing stabilize, Porter turned his gaze to Seamus. Who sent you here? Well, Our shop specializes in the business of the dead, only dealing with the dead and excelling in it. As for the living, we neither know nor can disclose any information. Without rules, how can we conduct business and expand? Seamus's tone changed again. He sounded like a rogue. The normally stern ghost mask looked absurd. These words infuriated Porter. Then go to hell. A terrifying force from the peak of the 15th mountain swept toward Seamus. Thinking of Burl and Monty, Porter, filled with infinite sorrow, lashed out at Seamus. Huh, wanna kill me? The fixed ghost mask on Seamus's face twisted into a sneer. We at the Netherworld Coffin focus solely on our expertise in the dead. Once our job is done, we leave. As for you, you're not even qualified to be killed by me. Seamus flicked his finger, and Porter's terrifying strike dissipated into thin air. Porter himself was sent flying backward. Other guests were terrified. That was Porter, the patriarch of Hualiang City's Zhang family, a terrifying existence at the peak of the 15th mountain, defeated with a single flick of a finger? Damn, were they dreaming? This man might be from the 16th mountain. They dared not imagine further, but Seamus merely waved a hand. Let's go. And the entire funeral procession vanished instantly. Netherworld Coffin? Xander in the crowd smiled. This Seamus was also part of the No Life organization. Like Hugo, the No Life organization indeed harbored many remarkable individuals, wielding boundless power. He needed to truly connect with them someday. As for the Zhang family, since there was no more drama to watch, it was time to leave. Hashtag chapter 145. The sky moves, hearts pain, and sorrow aplenty. Scatter, all of you. Porter rose to his feet, his voice low and filled with anger as he issued the order for everyone to leave. This day marked a time of great sorrow for the entire Zhang family. For such a prominent clan, this was an unimaginable tragedy. Had this kind of humiliation and hardship ever been faced by the Zhang family of Hualiang City in thousands of years? In just the blink of an eye, 2 of their own were dead. Even without considering the devastating loss caused by the death of Monty, the top talent of the Zhang family, one must recognize that Burl, though often deemed incompetent and playful, was indeed a distinguished young talent within the clan. At 14 realms strong, even if only at the initial stage. Speaking of innate talent, could many from the supposed triad of Adrian match up to this? Few, if any, ancestors could compare to such talent. The future pillars of the family had been cut down, and the head of the clan, overwhelmed with pain and grief, collapsed, not yet recovered. What kind of trauma and suffering was inflicted on the Zhang family today? The events that unfolded would quickly spread across Hualiang City, throughout Adrian, and even beyond, where the Zhang family's humiliation would become common knowledge. Who would be the biggest joke in Adrian now, if not the Zhang family of Hualiang City? As the ancient patriarch of the Zhang family, how could Porter not be enraged and feel utterly helpless? Despite being at the peak of the 15th realm, he was powerless to change the present situation. Who did this to the Zhang family? Who killed our children and destroyed our reputation? Porter couldn't identify this person, but knew their methods were extraordinary. With no immediate solution, Porter sighed deeply and said, properly arrange the burial for the eldest son. These 8 words were uttered with great difficulty. He felt as if something within him was torn away, a pain unbearable to endure. But as the patriarch, could he afford to be in pain? With clan head Titus collapsed in agony, it fell upon Porter to take control of the situation. His gaze swept over the members of the Zhang family. Starting today, do not leave the estate unless absolutely necessary. Avoid causing trouble. Today's events are orchestrated by cunning villains targeting our prosperity. At this critical juncture, even for your own safety, you must follow orders strictly and refrain from provoking others. Otherwise, the Zhang family might face annihilation. Everyone naturally agreed and soon dispersed, turning what was once a lively celebration into a somber scene. And what about Danilo? He, too, left with the crowd, using his stealth to vanish. After the Zhang family estate grew quiet, another figure appeared, moving through the grounds with familiarity and reaching Titus's residence. Alas, he arrived too late and missed the entire spectacle, which was regrettable indeed. Miguel was already there, but given Hualiang City's vastness, finding him proved challenging. Titus had to urgently advise Miguel to secure the major deal before the Lingxiao Clementlu path opened. Dressed in a cloak and mask, this person was clearly Hugo. Rushing over, Hugo regretted missing the event, as gatherings of hidden families were rare. However, he didn't forget his mission. His plan involved assassinating a significant figure, like one of the patriarchs. Fortuitously, Titus was near death from shock and rage. Hugo decided to hasten his end. Next, he would inform heavenly guests to arrive. Hugo entered Titus's room, where the latter lay in a weakened state, despite the life-sustaining elixirs. Guards surrounded him. Previously, Hugo might have agonized over killing everyone outright, but now he had a more potent method. From his hand emerged a scroll no larger than an egg, held tightly in his palm. This scroll was formidable, capable of silently killing even a powerful existence at the 15th realm without a trace of murder evident. Luckily for you, Titus, you will die by this treasure. With that, Hugo shattered the scroll, releasing invisible forces into Titus's body. No one around noticed. Watching closely, Hugo saw Titus's vitality dissipate rapidly, turning from a trickle into a roaring river in mere moments. Within seconds, Titus passed away quietly in his bed. Satisfied with the result, Hugo awaited the next opportunity. The ancestral burial ground of the Zhang family, seen by him and Miguel, was far superior to earthly pleasures and delights. As for the Zhang family's mourning, it wasn't his concern. Having completed his task, Hugo slipped away without alarming anyone or leaving a trace. Clanhead is dead. The news reverberated through the courtyard, shocking everyone responsible for guarding him. Quickly, they rushed to inform the patriarch and other family members. What? Clanhead is dead too? Every Zhang family member's face turned pale. Instantly, Porter arrived at Titus's room, only to find him lifeless on the bed. Why? How could this happen suddenly? Porter's fury made his subordinates tremble. Patriarch, Patriarch, we truly didn't know. There were no abnormalities during the watch. Suddenly, the clan head's breathing stopped. By the time we noticed, he was already gone. No warning? How could there be no warning? Unconvinced, Porter used his spiritual energy to thoroughly examine Titus's body. After a moment, Porter's demeanor darkened. Patriarch, why did the clan head die? Was it another targeted attack? Porter shook his head with difficulty. No, Mingxing died from heartache and sorrow. It wasn't due to outside harm. His voice was hoarse, and the others fell silent at this conclusion. Was it destiny's will for the Zhang family to cease to exist? First, Burl died by mistake. Then, the eldest son was murdered. Now, clan head Titus succumbed to anguish. Could the Zhang family survive? With important figures dying one after another, fear gripped the Zhang family. Who was this entity, so akin to the Grim Reaper? How terrifying, how utterly terrifying. After a brief silence, Porter sighed again. Go, let those professionals at Juyu Coffins handle the funeral arrangements. Saying this, Porter left dejectedly. Other Zhang family members also found themselves in no mood for anything. Chapter 146. Finally, you've come. Not long after returning from the Zhang family's residence, Xander was meditating when Willie hurried over. Lord, Titus is dead. As soon as these words were spoken, Xander had no choice but to open his eyes, showing his shock. What? Dead? When did he die? Just now. Willie replied. We hadn't been gone long from the Zhang family, and shortly afterward, news spread that the clan leader of the Zhang family had died suddenly. Porter even started making arrangements for a coffin from the netherworld. Xander blinked. Why would Titus die so suddenly when he was perfectly fine? According to the Zhang family, the clan leader died of a broken heart due to immense sorrow. There were no signs of foul play or external injuries. He passed away in his sleep, Willie explained. Xander couldn't help but frown. Died of sorrow? What a joke. Although he lost 2 sons, which is certainly painful, as the head of Hualiang City's Zhang family, Titus has considerable cultivation. How could he possibly die just from a broken heart? You're right, Lord. I suspect that there may be other forces involved behind his death, Willie added. Xander nodded, then smiled indifferently. Well, if Titus is dead, let it be. His death only adds to the Zhang family's pain. What does it matter to us? We can just watch the drama unfold without getting too involved. Willie bowed and withdrew. Xander, intending to resume his meditation, was interrupted by a sudden message on the scroll. It was from Hua Lin Gang. Miguel, I have arrived in Hualiang City and am staying in a tall building within the city. Would Miguel like to meet? Finally, you've come. Good thing I didn't give up. Xander smiled broadly. The real reason for his visit to Hualiang City was finally about to unfold. Immediately donning his hooded cloak and faceless mask, transforming into heavenly guest, Xander slipped into the void and headed towards the meeting place specified by Enrico. Xander silently approached and saw Enrico, who was leisurely sipping tea. Miguel, you're here. You came quite quickly. Xander chuckled. You're a lucky one. Did the Divine Law Guards suddenly change their mind and decide not to kill you, allowing you to live this long? Himph, those barking dogs? As if they could kill me. Dream on. Enrico sneered at the mention of the Divine Law Guards, clearly holding them in contempt, his tone laced with hidden anger. Clearly, his feud with the Divine Law Guards was deeply entrenched. Without further jesting, Xander asked seriously, what's this big deal you spoke of? Now that we've met in Hualiang City, no need to keep us guessing, right? Enrico's expression turned serious as he lowered his voice. Miguel, have you heard of the Crow Feather Maze? Xander shook his head. That's a peculiar name. Where is it? The Crow Feather Maze, also known as the Crow Feather Interval, was once a heavenly paradise, a place of beauty and tranquility. But later, it became corrupt, filled with dead chi instead of life-giving spirit energy. It turned from a blessed land into a cursed one. The Crow Feather Interval became the Crow Feather Maze, shifting from a place of peace to a place of malevolence, a haven for evil spirits and demons. Xander blinked. Is this what you mean by a big deal, dealing with these evil spirits and demons? Enrico smiled. Miguel, don't underestimate it. The evil spirits and demons in the Crow Feather Maze are different. They are nurtured by humans. Human-nurtured? Xander's eyes narrowed. And the Crow Feather Maze has another purpose. Care to guess? I'm not interested in riddles. Enrico shook his head. Miguel, you lack imagination. Well, anyway, the Crow Feather Maze is also the ancestral ground of the Zhang family of Hualiang City. The Zhang family's ancestral grounds hidden in a secret realm? Xander was indeed surprised. In the Crow Feather Maze, for thousands of years, the Zhang family has buried their elders, clan leaders, and ancestors within, not for the sake of rest, but for reutilization. The maze is full of evil chi that hardens flesh, turning it unbreakable. During this process, the Zhang family uses secret techniques to turn these corpses into war puppets for combat. These mini war puppets are the Zhang family's hidden trump card for ruling Hualiang City. Some of the oldest buried bodies have likely gained sentience, becoming creatures that breathe death, the dead demons. Xander was intrigued. Now imagine, Miguel, the Zhang family being an ancient lineage spanning millennia. How many ancestors must be buried in the Crow Feather Maze, their bodies intact and undecayed? For someone who loves collecting treasures, wouldn't this be an enticing treasure trove? So, the big deal is digging up the Zhang family's ancestral grounds? Exactly. But do you know where this Crow Feather Maze is located, or how to enter it? Enrico laughed. No idea. What? No idea and you're still smiling? Although I have no idea, the Zhang family surely knows. Once they open the path to the Crow Feather Maze, we can follow them in. It seems you already have a plan? Naturally. Have you heard of Titus's death? Xander blinked. Was this your doing? Not at all. My capabilities are limited. I used a magical scroll to quietly eliminate him, leaving no trace. According to Zhang family tradition, any significant figure or elder who dies needs to be buried in the Crow Feather Maze. As clan leader, Titus will certainly be buried, opening the path to the Crow Feather Maze. Xander clapped. Manipulating others' deaths for personal gain, typical of you. However, the Zhang family, with its ancient lineage and formidable powers, isn't just one entity. Can we really ensure everything goes smoothly with just the two of us? Miguel, I never act without certainty. While the Zhang family has many members, I have my own allies. Well, that's intriguing. In any case, wait for my signal. The plan is set. After a few more exchanges, they parted ways. The Zhang family moved quickly. By nightfall, the memorial hall was prepared. All the Zhang family members were kneeling in mourning. Suddenly, strange events began to unfold. Chapter 147, Bard. Heaven's grace descends, to you it comes. Receiving its favor, we thank the sky. The celestial messenger, named Aslan, calls out through the remains of the mighty. Make your wish within, as if a dream. Now, Monty was dead. As the second son, Bard knelt at the front, faithfully guarding the soul of the deceased patriarch. He had never expected that a voice would suddenly emerge. The voice was indescribable, extremely mysterious, as if coming from all directions and converging inside his mind with an explosive force. This explosion tightened Bard's heart, shaking him from his lethargy. Celestial messenger, Aslan? Bard was the second son of the Zhang family in Hualiang City. Although he wasn't as well known as the eldest son, Monty, nor as flamboyant as his younger brothers, his life had always been quite low-key. However, Bard kept abreast of all news and events in the Xintian Nine Seas region. He knew about the celestial messenger Aslan. It was said that during the heavenly tribulation, the Xianxia sect, one of the three major powers in Xintian Nine Seas, had summoned the celestial messenger Aslan to help them survive unscathed, receiving great blessings. Theoretically, the Xianxia sect was merely one of the three clowns on the surface of Xintian Nine Seas, insignificant compared to the truly formidable hidden organizations. Its existence or destruction wasn't worth much attention. Yet, this incident had caught the eye of many hidden organizations due to how Aslan handled the heavenly tribulation. His audacity, remaining unharmed while braving the tribulation's thunderbolt, even preserving his clothes, reduced the powerful tribulation to something akin to a meowing kitten. Everyone was speculating about Aslan's origins, yet no one knew who or where he came from, not even the most informed intelligence dealers. When the inexplicable voice erupted in his mind, Bard realized deeply that the celestial messenger Aslan might indeed come from the heavens. How the Xianxia sect managed to summon such a divine being remained a mystery. Using corpses to make wishes? Bard shook his head. Mortals shouldn't try to understand heavenly matters too clearly. The key now was that he seemed to have been chosen. Could offering a corpse fulfill his wishes? Bard decided to try communicating using his inner voice. Celestial messenger Aslan, is this you speaking? The indescribable voice responded. In the mortal world, paths diverge unpredictably, yet life endures. Heavens will vast and profound. Mortals are fortunate, blessed by heaven's grace. The messenger appears, ready to accept your wish. To offer the body of a mighty warrior enhances the value, for the fulfillment of your desire. It sounded like a riddle, but Bard understood the essence. The indescribable voice wasn't the celestial messenger but a conduit. Yet, given the mysterious nature of the voice, it implied that he had truly received the favor of the celestial messenger. The opportunity to make a wish. This thought brought back a long-buried ambition. Looking at the current state of the Zhang family, Monty was dead, followed quickly by Patriarch Titus. As a hidden family, they couldn't remain leaderless for long. If he participated in the election, wouldn't he have a chance as a direct lineage member? With Aslan's help, becoming the new patriarch seemed achievable. Flames of ambition burned in Bard's eyes. He felt his aspirations were within reach. After all, the power of the celestial messenger had been demonstrated during the Xianxia sect's tribulation. So, Bard used the indescribable voice to express his desire to become the new patriarch. What he lacked wasn't effort but the bodies of mighty warriors. His gaze naturally fell upon Titus's body. Wasn't this a readily available corpse of a mountain realm rank 15 powerhouse? A surge of excitement rose within him. He didn't have any close relationship with Titus, so using his body wouldn't bother him at all. Deciding to ask again mentally, can I communicate directly with the celestial messenger? You may, as I call upon the messenger's voice. Bard was delighted. Direct communication was best. He knelt in the ancestral hall, waiting for the celestial messenger to connect. Bard? Isn't this the second son of the Zhang family? Ambitious lad. Wants to be the patriarch? Good, very good. Xander grinned. He wasn't hungry, yet here came an unexpected delivery. But delivered food must still be eaten. Wasting grain starts with oneself, right? The Zhang family of Hualiang City was one of the hidden families in Xintian Nine Seas. The position of their patriarch was valuable indeed. Becoming a patriarch wasn't a simple matter. Clearing his throat, Xander continued in Aslan's tone. To fulfill your wish, offer 10 bodies of mountain realm rank 15 warriors. The celestial messenger's words were cryptic but more human-like than before. However, requiring 10 bodies of mountain realm rank 15 warriors? That was asking too much. Bard sighed inwardly. He had anticipated that it wouldn't be easy. One body wouldn't do. 10 were needed. What could he do? Maybe ask grandfather? Bard blinked. His grandfather, Carmine, was also a terrifying figure at the peak of mountain realm rank 15, though not the family's ancestor. More importantly, Bard remembered his grandfather possessed a body of a mountain realm rank 16 powerhouse. That was mountain realm rank 16. Messenger, if I offer a mountain realm rank 16 body, will it equal 10 mountain realm rank 15 bodies? Chuckling, Xander thought the young man had potential. Rank 16 can certainly equate, but there are different ways to achieve your wish. Have you considered your options? Bard blinked. Were there other methods to fulfill his aspiration of becoming the patriarch? What does the messenger mean? Your wish will be fulfilled as you command. Do you have a plan? Bard blinked again. He hadn't really thought it through. If you decide, we will discuss further. He felt the connection with the celestial messenger cut off. Suppressing his joy, Bard began thinking seriously about how to become the patriarch. Suddenly, a bell rang, interrupting his thoughts. Soul passes through, descendants proceed to the rear mountain. Bard blinked again and hurried into action. Chapter 148, Carmine. The Zhang family, ancestral hall. To the Zhangs, this was also a forbidden area where everyday people dare not step foot. It was inhabited by the eldest ancestor of the family, serving as his place of cultivation. Bard came with many clansmen. The ancestral hall, grand in name and reality, was extremely large, ancient, and within it stood several figures. Several imposing and elderly figures. These were the patriarchal elders of the Zhang family. Even the weakest among them had reached the peak of the 15th mountain realm. The strong ones had already ascended to the 16th mountain realm. This was the hidden strength of the Zhang family from Hualiang City. This could be seen at a glance. Bard marveled inwardly. Several 16th mountain realm experts. Even just one 15th mountain expert far surpassed what small fry like Adrian or its top 3 leaders could ever compare to. For their hidden family, the 16th mountain was the true safeguard of the family's prestige. Pay homage to the ancestors. Outside, the Zhang clan members all knelt reverently, listening attentively. A weathered voice rang out, gathered here for the purpose of selecting our new clan leader. The speaker was the eldest patriarch, Shan, the most powerful cultivator in the vast Zhang family. Rumor had it he had reached the middle stages of the 16th mountain realm. Though he appeared frail, like dry wood on the verge of crumbling, beneath that fragile exterior lay immense power, frightening yet awe-inspiring. All members of the Zhang family felt reverence for Shan. Heaven has inflicted suffering upon our Zhang family. 2 outstanding young men are dead, and clan leader Titus has left due to grief. Our family is in mourning. But we must not forget that a country cannot go a day without a ruler, and a family cannot go a day without a head. Clan leader Titus left heartbroken, which is indeed pitiable. However, the position of clan leader cannot remain vacant any longer. This matter is urgent. I have summoned you all for this reason. Our elders have discussed this matter, and the new clan leader will be chosen from among the descendants of the Zhang family. How shall we decide? By following the trials of Lingxiao Heavenly Road. Lingxiao Heavenly Road? Every Zhang family member kneeling there felt a tremor in their hearts. This was changing the rules. In the past, choosing a clan leader involved first considering seniority and then power, combining both. But now, with seniority removed, did this mean every Zhang family member truly had a chance? How could this not excite everyone? However, on the day of selection, Lingxiao Heavenly Road, a rare occurrence seen once every 1,000 years, will descend. Every eligible Zhang descendant will participate. Whoever performs best on the Lingxiao Heavenly Road will become the next clan leader. At that time, they will be granted elixirs to assist them in reaching the 15th mountain realm, regardless of their current level. To demonstrate, Shan opened his hand, revealing a treasure box. Inside, the divine light of the elixir shone brilliantly, captivating the eyes of all who beheld it. Many couldn't catch their breath, overwhelmed with anticipation and excitement. Bard was no exception. Now, Monty was dead. Among all the young talents of the Zhang family, who else could be stronger than me? Bard had the confidence to say this, but he knew it would still be difficult. Although he was currently the best, achieving the position of clan leader was not guaranteed. There were many Zhang descendants, some from lesser branches who didn't show their true strength openly. So to vie for the position of clan leader, thorough preparation was needed. The best way to ensure victory might be seeking help from a celestial messenger. These angels were known to keep their word. If the celestial messenger agreed to make him clan leader, wouldn't it be within reach? Thus, the main problem now was convincing his grandfather, Carmine, to hand over the corpse of the 16th Mountain Realm powerhouse to be offered as tribute to the celestial messenger. Now you have been informed. Prepare if you wish, Shan concluded. The gathered crowd then dispersed, while Bard eagerly sought out his grandfather, Carmine. At that moment, Carmine was leisurely brewing flower tea, enjoying its exquisite fragrance. He smiled warmly at the young man before him. Ningdi, how come you're visiting your grandfather? Bard showed a rare childlike smile. Grandfather, isn't this a special visit to see you? See me? You grew up under my care. Do you think I don't know your intentions? The elder already mentioned clearly. The next clan leader would be chosen from those capable enough, judged by the Lingxiao Heavenly Road. You've come for this, haven't you? Tell me, how confident are you about becoming clan leader via the Lingxiao Heavenly Road? Tenfold. Carmine blinked. Do you have another 90%? Bard answered seriously, Grandfather, I have complete confidence. Carmine was taken aback. Is this true? This is serious business, not to be joked about. In truth, except for Shinrong, few can match me in talent. But that's only what's shown openly. With so many Zhang descendants, how many remain hidden and undetected? How can you be so confident to claim such assurance? Carmine shook his head, obviously skeptical. But Bard remained earnest. Grandfather, am I the type to joke? Today's bold words come from certainty. Oh, what makes you so confident? Grandfather, while you enjoy the flower tea and listen to music, have you heard of the celestial messenger Nightwind? Carmine frowned, feeling somewhat familiar. Bard continued, do you remember during the heavenly blessing and tribulation of the Yangshan sect when a divine being descended and treated the tribulation like air? Oh, a divine being. Carmine recalled. That incident involving the Yangshan sect wasn't significant to the Zhangs until the appearance of that powerful being drew their attention. Despite the efforts of the Zhang family, they gained no solid information. Have you met the celestial messenger? Yes, grandfather. An unspoken voice entered my ear, stating that offering the body of a strong cultivator could grant a wish, fulfilling the messenger's dreams. Carmine furrowed his brows. Is such a thing true? Grandfather, I've already contacted the messenger. Divine authority speaks the truth. We've agreed that by offering a 16th Mountain Realm cultivator's body, I can become clan leader. I'm here to ask for your help. Eyes filled with hope, Bard awaited his grandfather's response. But Carmine felt uneasy. Chapter 149. An exorbitant demand. Oh, what do you want grandfather to do? Though Carmine had a bad feeling, he kept his calm appearance. Bard didn't hesitate either. Grandfather, I remember clearly that in the past, you mentioned you ventured into a mysterious and ancient secret realm when you were young and gained many benefits from it. Among these was a powerful cultivator's corpse that you brought back with you. You stated that this corpse was definitely of an existence above the 16th mountain. I wonder if today, this powerful corpse is still in your possession? Upon hearing this, Carmine couldn't help but cough. Smart little brat. So that's why you came over to check on this old bone bag? Not because you care about me, but for the unnamed corpse in my possession. Grandfather, my concern for you is indeed genuine, but I have no other choice but to ask for your help. Bard ignored Carmine's stare and continued earnestly. Grandfather, opportunities like this don't come often. Think about it. Our branch has never been valued in such a large clan as the Zhang family. The younger masters in our generation all have peak 15th mountain elders from their respective branches backing them up. While you are also a powerhouse within the clan, speaking of status and rank, we aren't truly honored. If we wish to advance further, we must seize this current opportunity. Think about it. If I became the new clan leader of Hualiang City's Zhang clan, our branch would gain much more influence within the family, our status and position would naturally improve greatly. Grandfather, this opportunity comes once in a millennium. If we miss it, who knows when we'll get another one? Consider the enigmatic voice of the celestial messenger Kori choosing me. Isn't it possible that others could also receive favor from the celestial messengers? If we miss this chance and ignore it, allowing someone else to seize it, when will our branch be able to rise again? Even if that day ever comes, will you or I even be around to witness it? Grandfather, revitalizing the branch has always been the responsibility you taught me since childhood. I've come here today for this very purpose. Even if I have to kneel for 3 days, I beg you to give in. Grandfather. With that said, Bard knelt down. Carmine's heart shook. After a brief silence, Carmine shook his head. Ah, you really have grown up. Indeed, what you say makes sense. Such an opportunity is rare for our branch. Missing it would surely lead to regret. Ningdi, not only do you harbor ambitions of becoming the clan leader, but you also remember the teachings. Even if I am petty, how can I not help you under such circumstances? That unnamed corpse was undoubtedly a supreme being of the 16th mountain. Originally, I planned to use it as a puppet for cultivation, but now that you need it more, the corpse is yours. Carmine was straightforward, immediately flipping his hand to reveal a coffin. The coffin obviously bore signs of time and age, brought out from some ancient place. Its decaying aura was visible to the naked eye. When the lid was opened, the purple-black mist grew more intense, emanating from a well-preserved corpse. Take this corpse as your price, and see if you can please the celestial messenger, Kori. Understood. Bard did not rush to leave, but hurriedly contacted the celestial messenger telepathically. Your Excellency, mortal Bard offers the corpse of a 16th mountain cultivator, hoping to become the new leader of Hualiang City's Zhang clan. Please grant my wish, celestial messenger. Xander opened his eyes, eyebrows raised. Is everyone in the Zhang family gift-bearing children? Not bad. Bard has quite a knack to actually bring out a corpse of a 16th mountain powerhouse. Xander smiled, responding in the tone of Kori. Mortal whisper heard, wishes sought, realization may be achieved. Do you have a plan? Your Excellency, my ancestor just said that the selection of the new clan leader in Hualiang City's Zhang clan will not be based on seniority but performance on Lingxiao Heavenly Road. If anyone performs best, they shall be the new leader. Please grant my wish and let my dream come true. Lingxiao Heavenly Road? Xander blinked, realizing there was an overlap here. The heavenly path is open, not impossible, but the corpse is only of a 16th mountain powerhouse. One corpse, not enough. Of course, Xander wanted to squeeze more out of them. After all, such opportunities don't come often. Hearing this, Bard froze. He never expected the corpse of a 16th mountain cultivator to be insufficient as collateral. He needed more. But Bard had no choice now, so despite his fear, he asked, Your Excellency, apart from the corpse, how much more is required? Half of the Zhang family's resources. Taking half of the Zhang family's resources directly? Bard's heartbeat skipped a beat. The price was too steep. If the mortal is unsatisfied, they may leave. If I grant the wish, yet choose not to honor it, then it remains unfulfilled. Realizing the celestial messenger might leave due to dissatisfaction, Bard quickly responded. Your Excellency, mortals like me are but mere beings, momentarily stunned by the magnitude of your demand. Your words are reasonable. If you truly grant my wish to become the leader of Hualiang City's Zhang clan, I am willing to offer half of the Zhang family's resources to fulfill the celestial's wish. Xander raised an eyebrow, expecting his exorbitant demand to be rejected. Seeing the mortal's sincerity, the wish shall be granted. The Lingxiao Heavenly Road, I will ensure your success, astonishing the Zhang family. A dark abyssal portal suddenly appeared, engulfing the coffin and the corpse. Carmine and Bard stared wide-eyed. An unseen gate. Could it be that the celestial messenger truly comes from the heavens? Carmine exclaimed, amazed. Initially, he was worried if Kori was just a name without substance, but this black gate alone was enough to convince him. Kori, the celestial messenger, was certainly no ordinary being. Ningdi, you have truly received heavenly favor. Bard was also overjoyed, knowing his ambition to become the clan leader was secure. Help! Help! Emergency! Emergency! Something happened in the treasure vault. Quickly, inform the ancestors. Big thief! A big thief has entered. With the cries of panic, the entire Zhang family fell into chaos. Bard and Carmine looked increasingly shocked. What formidable means, taking our Zhang family's treasure vault as nothing at all. Celestial messenger Kori is unfathomable, unimaginable, and beyond disrespect. Ningdi, remember, do not speak of today's events recklessly. Bard nodded emphatically. Grandfather, rest assured, I understand. The Zhang family was in disarray. Xander, however, smiled, satisfied with his gain. Chapter 150, Convergence. Xander directly commanded the system to refine all resources plundered from the Zhang family. Millions of white points immediately flowed into his account. The hidden families truly lived up to their reputation. They were exceedingly wealthy. Even the combined wealth of the three major forces in Adrian did not match even half of what the Zhang family possessed. Yet, among the hidden families, the Zhangs were merely at the lower end and could not be considered top tier. One could only imagine how rich the other hidden families must be. If just the Zhang family's treasure vault had been fully refined, it would have added nearly 10 million white points. The hidden family's wealth was indeed terrifying. Xander was naturally very satisfied with this bountiful harvest. That ignorant Emilio had cost him 1 million earlier, but now he had more than made it back many times over. How could his mood not be wonderful? Currently, Xander had hundreds of millions of white points in his possession. How could that ever be insufficient? Beep. Successfully disposed of Meijoi's corpse. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a treasure, the spirit medicine, Qizhou. Upon enhancement by tenfold, you have received the ultimate spirit medicine, Dezhou True Spirit Medicine. Dezhou True Spirit Medicine. It allowed the user to possess strength comparable to an early stage 15th level for a certain period. Xander looked at the spirit medicine in his hand. It resembled a fruit, small, exquisite, and translucent. It could temporarily grant the strength of a 15th level cultivator. It was indeed quite valuable, even for Xander's current stage. With this Dezhou True Spirit Medicine, and his 2 wishes left on the heavenly records, which both pointed towards Lingxiao Clementlu, passing through it would be much more assured. As soon as he put the Dezhou True Spirit Medicine into his backpack, Barak's message arrived. Miguel, meet us quickly at our usual spot. Help has arrived, and we need to discuss our plans in detail. Xander raised an eyebrow. He was quite curious about who Barak's so-called help was. He decided to check it out. Putting on his bodiless cloak and faceless mask, he transformed into heavenly guest once again and instantly vanished. Arriving at the place where he had met Barak before, upon entering the room, he saw someone familiar. Wasn't this Jaden Fun from the 9 Nether Coffin Shop? So, Barak's help was Jaden Fun? To be honest, Xander wasn't particularly surprised. After all, both Barak and Jaden Fun belonged to the same organization, so it made sense they were in touch. However, Barak took his time. The 2 helpers had already reached Hualiang City, yet he had only just arrived. Nonetheless, Jaden Fun's strength was formidable. The elder of the Zhang family, Porter, a peak 15th level powerhouse, had been suppressed by Jaden Fun effortlessly. Having such a powerful ally was reassuring. Miguel, come, let me introduce you to this fine fellow. This is Jaden Fun, also a member of our organization and the owner of the 9 Nether Coffin Shop. His hobby is placing people neatly into coffins and sending them off with music and singing. He occasionally handles some minor tasks, like helping people deal with troubles or eliminating enemies. In short, he's a good guy. Barak chuckled as he introduced him, causing Xander to want to laugh. Ha, good guy, who does murder and arson? Not bad at all. He really fits my style, friend. Xander had a high regard for Jaden Fun. For one thing, their interests aligned. Secondly, Jaden Fun was incredibly strong, at least 16th level. As for Barak, he too had rapidly improved, almost to the point of being unbelievable. Now, Barak was at peak 15th level. Given his peculiar cultivation method, it was likely that during this period, he had devoured many ancestral graves, fattening himself up accordingly. Of course, Xander kept these thoughts to himself. After introducing Jaden Fun to Xander, Barak then introduced Xander to Jaden Fun. Jose, this one is exceptional. I've mentioned Miguel multiple times before. A mysterious figure with extraordinary abilities and skills that are unparalleled, even among our organization members. Recall in the burial ground, if not for Miguel's timely assistance, I might not have escaped unscathed. While Miguel remains mysterious, his hobbies are remarkably straightforward. He loves collecting corpses, especially those of ancestors. And you, Jose, enjoy sending people off with funerals and music. As for me, I'm best known for digging up graves and lending a helping hand. See, we 3 stand together forming a golden trio. Tisk, TSK, I increasingly feel that our gathering here is predestined. How about we swear brotherhood right now? Barak said enthusiastically, looking between the 2. However, Jaden Fun remained silent, staring intently at Xander with a strange expression. Xander also looked back at Jaden Fun. Brother Jaden Fun is indeed formidable, with similar interests. But life's twists and turns cannot be determined by mere words. Let's get to know each other better first before discussing brotherhood. Time isn't lacking. Xander smiled lightly. Disappointed, Barak shook his head. Oh well, that's a pity. But Miguel makes a valid point. We have plenty of time. Come, let's focus on our main agenda. Tomorrow, we plan to enter Yaya Mystical Forest. His expression turned serious. Tomorrow, the Zhang family will follow tradition and send Titus into the Yaya Mystical Forest. By then, all Zhang elders will be present. There are 9 of them now, 3 at 16th level, with the strongest, Shan, being mid-16th level. The others are all at peak 15th level. My plan is simple. After the Zhangs open the passage to the forest, one person needs to block the entrance and hold off the Zhang elders. The other 2 should rush into the forest and raid the ancestral grounds as quickly as possible. We must act swiftly. They outnumber us significantly, and prolonging the battle would be disadvantageous. Barak's plan was brutal but straightforward. Right, you mentioned there were demons in the forest. How powerful are they? Xander asked. For sure, they're above 16th level. So, whoever goes in must be at 16th level, and the person outside must be equally strong. Barak nodded, rubbing his hands together. I'm only at peak 15th level, so I won't be able to hold the entrance. Moreover, my expertise lies in grave digging. Therefore, the choice is yours. Xander laughed. If so, then I'll guard the entrance, while the 2 of you go deep inside and act swiftly. Jaden Fun nodded. Agreed. However, one more thing. Lingxiao Clementlu is opening, and many powerful individuals are gathering in Hualiang City. We must be cautious. I've heard the Southern Shore Divine Luo Guard has appeared. Southern Shore Divine Luo Guard? Upon hearing this name, Barack's expression darkened. Hashtag chapter 151. All under my control. These dog-like creatures really came as soon as they smelled something. How many are there? Despite his curses, Dominic remained vigilant about the Nanan Shinra guards. After all, these guards were like rabid dogs, relentlessly pursuing him. Even though Dominic thought he had shaken them off, it seemed that was not the case. They had still managed to track him down. Several times he evaded them. In the end, those mad dogs caught up with him. How could this not infuriate Dominic? Jaden smiled at Dominic's reaction. There are many of them, and I can't tell how many exactly, but I know their leader is formidable. His name is Clay, who is no ordinary figure. Rumor has it that he's already a terrifying existence at the mid-16th mountain level. And if Clay is leading them, how can the others be weak? Everyone is an expert, at least at the peak of the 15th mountain level. This kind of lineup is clearly targeting difficult prey. They're Tomb Raiders alright, and they've obviously come for you. The more Jaden spoke, the worse Dominic's expression became. Damn, these dog-like things really chose the right moment. They showed up just as I was planning something big. This will definitely disrupt my plans. We must be even more cautious in our actions. Otherwise, with these dogs involved, we'll be in a worse situation. Dominic clenched his jaw, clearly pondering how to deal with the Shinra guards. Xander also felt the weight of the situation. The Nanan Shinra guards truly lived up to their reputation as the Hounds of Shinra, the vassals of Emperor Shinra, with formidable tracking skills. Their arrival was no good news for Xander either. He had witnessed the power of the Shinra guards firsthand while in the bone burial grounds. These people followed orders strictly, had clear discipline, and possessed strong skills and unwavering determination. Dealing with such formidable opponents required utmost caution, or they might be wiped out completely. This time, the Shinra guards were clearly well prepared to pursue Dominic. Therefore, extra vigilance against these ruthless individuals was necessary. While the three were discussing strategies in the room, a spacecraft rapidly approached Hualiang City from afar. Inside the ship were over 10 formidable experts, whose combined presence exuded a terrifying aura. Birds avoided the area, and people dared not look up. Among them, the most powerful was their leader. His cultivation had reached the mid-16th mountain level, an extraordinarily terrifying level. This man was none other than Clay, mentioned by Jaden. Clay led the team to Hualiang City with two objectives. First, to witness the legendary Xianxia Heavenly Road. Second, to capture the notorious bandit Dominic, who disrespected Shinra. Ideally, he would be captured alive and brought back to the Shinra guards for trial. They entered the city in low profile, hiding their faces to avoid being recognized as Shinra guards. Captain, we've confirmed Dominic's whereabouts. He's currently hiding in the largest inn in Hualiang City. Should we immediately apprehend him? One member said, holding a mirror that displayed an image of Dominic. Every Shinra guard operation was meticulously planned, and this one was no exception. Captain, should we act now? Dominic and his accomplices are together. We can catch them all at once. Through the circular light realm, they clearly saw Dominic, Karnalka, and Jaden discussing something in the room. But Clay shook his head. Startling the snake would be premature. Our superior revealed Dominic's intentions. He came to Hualiang City for the Zhang family's ancestral grounds. It's predicted that Dominic will make his move tomorrow. When the Zhang family confronts this rogue, a fierce battle will ensue. When both sides are weakened, we strike. There's no rush. The members looked uneasy. Captain, that bandit is extremely cunning, without any moral bounds. He's nearly impossible to catch. If we delay, what if he escapes again? In the bone burial grounds, we almost caught him, but in the end, he escaped. Another opportunity like this won't come easily. Why worry? For this mission, our superior lent me the death rope. This treasure is powerful, ensuring Dominic can't escape. As Clay spoke, he pulled out a bundle of ropes, which appeared like a black snake radiating intense power. Death rope? Seeing this treasure, the members' faces lit up with smiles. With this treasure, we have nothing to fear. Indeed, our superior is truly wise beyond our comprehension. The death rope, unbelievable that I see this treasure. Once bound by this rope, there's no escape for Dominic, regardless of his abilities. This bandit is doomed. Clay ordered. This treasure is powerful, but exposing it prematurely risks alerting Dominic. Be cautious and closely monitor every move he makes. Do not miss your chance. Understood. After addressing the matter, a member asked, Captain, it said that Claire and Prince Luoxinghai also arrived in Hualiang City for the Xianxia Heavenly Road opening. Some even say the Grand Princess has come. Should we pay respects? Not necessary. Our task is to capture Dominic and his accomplices. No need to involve others. After Clay's team settled in, Xander sensed it. The dogs are here. Huh. The Shinra guards have arrived? Dominic was startled and about to go check where the guards were, but Xander stopped him. Calm down. The Shinra guards haven't moved yet. They're secretly surveilling us. Clearly, they know what we're planning. Dominic's expression darkened. Rabid dogs. Truly persistent. If there's a chance, I must eliminate them all. Brother Clement, what do you think? Should we change locations? Xander chuckled. No need. Their circular light realm can detect us easily. Changing locations might make them suspect a change in plans and pounce immediately. Now isn't the best time to confront them. What if they become the third party when we execute our plan tomorrow? Xander shook his head. I'll stay behind to guard while you enter the Raven Feather Maze Forest. Feel free to loot without interruption. Just remember, all bodies belong to me. No problem. Dominic agreed readily, fully trusting Karnalka's abilities. By the way, Brother Clement, if there are any survivors from the Zhang family or the Shinra guards, remember to save some for me. My life depends on their generosity. Of course. Thank you, Brother Clement. Dominic smiled, eagerly looking forward to tomorrow. Chapter 152. Opening the door. At the Zhang family residence, sounds of drums and wailing echoed through the air. Under many watchful eyes, the procession for the 9 nether coffin appeared, carrying a heavy coffin. Behind the coffin followed the entire Zhang clan. Today was a significant yet sorrowful day for the Zhangs. Today marked the burial of clan leader Titus. They were burying him in the earth to let the deceased rest in peace. The Zhang family placed great importance on this event, which was why they had hired the renowned Nine Nether Coffin service. They had spent a fortune, but naturally, with the professional attitude of the Nine Nether Coffin service, every detail of the funeral was meticulously attended to. In any case, the entire scene was impressive. All the formalities were in place. More than 10 powerful experts from the 15th mountain peak were there to carry the coffin. Indeed, these were worthy of a reclusive family. However, the expressions on the faces of the Zhang family members weren't good. From the younger disciples to the senior elders, everyone looked somber. This gloomy atmosphere made onlookers sigh with empathy. What a pity, a once proud reclusive family, a celebration that should have been joyous, turned into this, a truly sad sight. It was rumored that clan leader Zhang died from heartbreak after losing his child. I had heard this as well, but something about it didn't seem right. Indeed, it felt too coincidental. Another matter was even more unsettling. Supposedly, the Zhang family's treasure vault had been robbed, with resources vanishing without a trace. TSK, one problem after another. Who knows what kind of trouble the Zhangs might have gotten into? People murmured amongst themselves. Overall, most people felt sympathetic toward the Zhang family. After all, this was incredibly unlucky. And how did the Zhangs feel? Their expressions were filled with grief, while inside, they were even more anxious. After all, death had struck their family twice in quick succession. It gave them the feeling that death itself had targeted the Zhang family. Would the trouble cease with Titus's death? Probably not, as his death was quickly followed by the theft at their treasure vault. Who knew what other misfortunes awaited them? This anticipation of impending troubles gnawed at the Zhang family's nerves. With complex emotions, the Zhang family members followed the main procession to the Huaiyang riverbank. There were many onlookers around. Not a few important figures were also present. From the Huangwu family, Dongshan family, Fengkai family, and the Qingling dukedom, and so on. The Lingxiao Heavenly Road held great allure for many, naturally drawing influential figures to gather in Huaiyang City. Even the Santiago Huitam's Hans Han Court, Yunshan Sword Academy, and Qibei Huitam would send representatives. Their primary goal was the Lingxiao Heavenly Road, while observing the Zhang family's activities was just a side event. Purely coincidental gatherings. Among the crowd, a beautiful young woman whispered softly, "Zhang family's ancestral grounds are within the Crow Feather Maze Forest?" The youth beside her chuckled and replied, "Yes, the Zhang family's ancestral grounds are hidden within the Crow Feather Maze Forest. Once known as the Crow Feather Hollow, it used to be a paradise blessed by nature. Unfortunately, times have changed, and it has become the dangerous Crow Feather Maze Forest. The Zhangs, by sheer chance, discovered the entrance, so they relocated their ancestral grounds inside. Only those with contributions, high status, or significant power can be buried there. Today, an elder will use secret techniques and magical artifacts to open the path, escorting clan leader Titus's remains inside." Hearing the youth's explanation, the woman blinked. Secret techniques and magical artifacts? That's right. An ancestor of the Zhangs once acquired a powerful artifact called Liangsong Changhua, which can part the Huaiyang waters. Beneath the Huaiyang waters lies a divine statue of the Xuanwu turtle. The entrance to the Crow Feather Maze Forest is located at its mouth. Clearly knowledgeable about the Crow Feather Maze Forest, the youth's words made the woman even more excited. As she gazed into the distance, she suddenly noticed something. Look over there. Isn't that Santiago Guard Captain Andy? Santiago Guard? Following her gaze, the youth indeed spotted Andy hiding in the crowd. What is the Santiago Guard doing here in Huaiyang City? Could they also be here for the Lingxiao Heavenly Road? Brother, you don't know? The Santiago Guard is here to capture Kevin. The youth blinked. He escaped here to Huaiyang City? Right. Remember when the Santiago Guard sent a team to catch Kevin in the burial grounds? They were all wiped out. This time, with Andy as the captain, they finally caught up with Kevin and won't let him go. If that's the case, why are they watching instead of focusing on catching Kevin? Wait, could it be? Kevin has his eyes on the Zhang family's ancestral grounds? The youth's speculation elicited a nod from the woman. Right, I've heard that Kevin loves nothing more than desecrating graves. Normally, the Crow Feather Maze Forest is hard to enter. Today, with the ancestral ground passage open for the funeral, it's the perfect opportunity. Kevin wouldn't miss it. This trip to Huaiyang City isn't wasted. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. The youth nodded in agreement. There were many events happening, but not all were meant to be watched. By the Huaiyang waters, Xander, Kevin, and Malia had long prepared, concealing themselves, waiting for the door to open. Heaven brother, the Santiago guard dogs are here. We'll be relying on you shortly. Stay calm, but act quickly once inside. Kevin laughed slyly. Don't worry. In the art of grave robbing, I'm unrivaled. Alright, stay sharp. The Zhangs are making their move. Just as Malia finished speaking, they saw the Zhang family standing by the water's edge. As a ritual, they first conducted the ceremony. Afterward, Elder Porter emerged, stepping forward before everyone. He held a jade box solemnly. The jade box, as if responding to some force, opened automatically, releasing a greenish radiance. A butterfly-shaped artifact emerged. It was a magical treasure. Liangsong Changhua. This was Xander's first time seeing a magical treasure. Magical treasures were naturally formed, each unique in shape and function. And Liangsong Changhua possessed the power to part waters. Truly remarkable. Porter, concentrating his mind, manipulated Xianxia Changhua. With a wave of the butterfly-like wings, the water split dramatically. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the Huaiyang waters surged and parted to either side. Gradually, the depths of the Huaiyang waters were revealed. Porter then performed a spell with his other hand. An ancient Xuanwu. Unleash its power for me. Amidst the rumbling, a divine turtle emerged, its mouth wide open, forming a passageway. Our ancestors mourn today's sorrows. May they rest in eternal peace. Enter. With Porter's lamentation, the Zhang family carried the coffin towards the entrance. Cavan's eyes gleamed. Move. He shot forward instantly, straight for the entrance of the Crow Feather Maze Forest. Hashtag Chapter 153. Grave digging in progress. Adiel is on the move, Birdie. Immediately activate the circular light realm and keep a close eye on him. Wait until Adiel and the Zhang family are locked in battle, then we strike. Like a hidden sparrow waiting for the perfect moment. Andy commanded in a low voice. One of the divine Luo guards activated a secret technique, projecting an image through the circular light realm. Under the mirror's light, the previously invisible Adiel was suddenly exposed. Many people were startled. How could someone just appear out of nowhere? Adiel, suddenly revealed, was livid with anger. Oh, you damn dogs. I will kill all of you. Every last one of you. How could Adiel not be enraged? This was already the second time that his carefully concealed hiding method was exposed by the divine Luo guard's broken mirror. Those accursed divine Luo guards seemed to have been destined to be his enemies for generations. One of them would have to die before this enmity ended. Adiel wanted nothing more than to slay the divine Luo guards. But he couldn't act rashly. He had not forgotten that he still had serious business to attend to. Even if his presence was exposed, it wouldn't change what needed to be done. After all, they never intended to carry out this mission too discreetly. Adiel quickly suppressed his rage and sped up, hurtling toward the newly opened entrance to the Raven Feather Maze Forest. Damn, who else is hiding there? The shocked exclamations from those unaware echoed. Who is that? Rushing straight into the Zhang family's ancestral grounds. What does he intend to do? Chuckles filled the air. What else could it be? Naturally, to bring the Zhang ancestors back into the light of day. Bring them back into the light? Wait, that means digging up the Zhang family's graves? And even desecrating the bodies? Many were stunned, amazed at the audacity of this person, planning to dig up the Zhang family's graves in Huaiyang City. What extraordinary courage! This was sheer audacity. After being exposed by the circular light realm, the Zhang family's heavy expressions were instantly replaced by disbelief and intense fury. Such audacity! You're courting death. Porter, the elder ancestor of the Zhang family, flew into a rage. His roar shook the sky as he instantly rushed forward, throwing a terrifying weapon in hot pursuit towards the entrance of the Raven Feather Maze Forest. Porter reacted swiftly. Driven by his furious emotions, he aimed to kill Adiel directly to preserve the remaining dignity of the Zhang family. However, not only did Porter fail to catch up with Adiel's sudden acceleration, but Adiel also had allies nearby. As Porter approached, a terrifying suction force appeared. The Zhang clansmen carrying Titus's coffin couldn't resist. The coffin was sucked away and vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Xander appeared instantaneously, sweeping out a powerful strike aimed directly at Porter. Under the influence of spirit pills, Xander had temporarily advanced to the early stage of the 15th mountain peak, and with the power of the primal chaos gem, his strength had increased further. Xander was now at the early stage of the 16th mountain peak. His attack was so terrifying that Porter had no chance to resist. In an instant, Porter's bones were shattered. Carnell Stone, don't waste any time. Adiel's voice echoed in his mind. Xander rolled his eyes. Take care of your own business. With that, Xander waved his hand, and the severely injured Porter was thrown into the Raven Feather Maze Forest. Immediately after entering, before Porter could gather his wits, hands landed on his shoulders and around his neck. True spirit water power technique. What? No. Evil scoundrel. Panting in agony, Porter's lifespan rapidly diminished. Blinking twice, Porter was dead. Lao Sun, hurry. I'll dig while you watch the area. Don't let these ghosts interfere. Adiel hastily called out while disposing of Porter's body. He busied himself with manipulating spirit weapons, using defensive treasures to shield himself fully before taking hold of a large hoe. Without a moment's hesitation, he began digging diligently. Soon enough, coffins began to emerge one by one. Buried deep for over 1,000 years, the coffins cracked upon exposure to the air. Roar! Terrifying cries filled the air as the corpses transformed into demons, emerging from the coffins. Each of these corpse-turned demons was at the fearsome 16th mountain peak. Seeing this, Adiel's scalp tingled as he hurriedly shouted, Lao Sun, hurry up! Without needing Adiel's urging, Malia knew it was his turn to act. Don't shout. With a calm utterance, Malia stretched out his hand, grabbing the air and generating such immense force that the space itself twisted. The demonic entities, brimming with powerful aura, were defeated, nearly shattering instantly. Lao Sun, you should be careful too. These are treasures Carnell Xiong has designated. Breaking them will upset him, Adiel muttered, causing Malia to roll his eyes. You're always fussing. Despite his words, Malia's subsequent actions were noticeably gentler, suppressing rather than destroying. Adiel ceased nagging. He continued wielding the hoe, digging furiously. To hell with it. Adiel and Malia ventured deeper into the Raven Feather Maze Forest, overseeing the excavation of the Zhang family's ancestral graves. Outside the maze forest, Xander, guarding the entrance, was equally busy. Using his spirit chi to form tentacles, he threw several Zhang clan members who were carrying coffins into the Raven Feather Maze Forest. Meanwhile, others were still reeling from the shock. Who was this mighty being that subdued one of the Zhang family's ancestors with a mere encounter? Naturally, it must be an accomplice of the grave digger. The Zhang family truly seems cursed by heaven. First, deaths, the death of the young master, the patriarch, and now, their ancestral graves are about to be desecrated. TSK. A series of calamities clearly pointed to a deliberate scheme against the Zhang family. Just as people were discussing this, a roar akin to a lion's erupted, shaking the heavens. Rogue, destroying the Zhang family's ancestral graves. How dare you? Die. The voice was filled with utmost fury and hatred, echoing far and wide. Everyone saw a massive sword enveloped in tremendous power descend from the sky, aimed lethally at Xander. The air itself froze, crackling with sound. What? Extreme level? People were terrified, cold sweat breaking out as a gust of cold wind blew across the vast Hualiang River. Chapter 154, Guarding the Gate. Go, go, go. The moment the supreme spirit weapon appeared, the crowd that had gathered to watch the commotion immediately scattered like meteors, their voices urging haste. Everyone hurried away as fast as they could. This was a supreme spirit weapon, and its power could easily annihilate them. Staying put meant they might not even leave behind intact corpses. Even the divine Luo guards like Andy reacted similarly, their faces pale with fear as they saw the massive green stone sword. They swiftly retreated, knowing well that the person controlling this terrifying weapon was none other than Yusef, the strongest elder of the Zhang family. Yusef, at the middle stage of the 16th mountain realm, was incredibly powerful. With his cultivation level, driving the supreme spirit weapon unleashed an awe-inspiring force beyond ordinary imagination. Even a 16th mountain realm cultivator would be helpless against it. As the green stone sword flew over, those who were too slow to react or escape in time were instantly torn apart by its terrifying power, leaving no trace of their bodies behind. Yusef's figure soon followed. The old man's hair stood on end with rage, his eyes glaring fiercely at Xander, emanating a chilling aura, daring to desecrate the Zhang family's ancestral tomb. You insolent thief! Arrogant! Arrogant! Die! His roar shook the entire area. The green stone sword instantly emitted a brilliant light in the sky, the power of the supreme spirit weapon intensifying as it charged towards Xander. The immense pressure caused the entire Hualiang River to sink and buckle. Nearby buildings collapsed under the overwhelming force. Xander smiled. What a treasure! As he focused his gaze, information about the weapon appeared before him. The soul-searing sword, a genuine supreme spirit weapon, the pinnacle of all spirit weapons. It could sever souls upon impact, making any earthly being powerless against it. Truly, the hidden families did have profound treasures. Facing such a formidable opponent, Xander felt no fear but rather a rising battle spirit. Supreme spirit weapons? As if anyone couldn't handle one. As the green stone sword descended from the sky, Xander clasped his hands together, muttering incantations. Instantly, the moon seemed to descend from the heavens. The great moon disk appeared. In an instant, two terrifying auras collided in the air, distorting space itself. The entire Hualiang River cracked and crumbled, its bed fragmented. Surrounding buildings vanished into dust. Many people died from the shockwave. This was indeed the misfortune of mortals when immortals fought. The frightening display left even the powerful divine Luo guards like Andy with goosebumps. This person also wields a supreme spirit weapon, comparable to Yusef's soul-searing sword. Andy clenched his fists, feeling a chill despite the terrifying clash happening right before his eyes. Captain, things are getting complicated. We didn't expect the accomplice of this evildoer to have a supreme spirit weapon. Andy's face darkened. Patience, wait for the right moment. No matter the outcome, the winner will be heavily wounded. We'll just clean up after. Would it really be that simple? The divine Luo guards had their doubts but kept silent, hoping Andy's judgment proved correct. As Xander and Yusef fought to the death, the battle quickly intensified. Neither side held back. Each aimed to kill the other completely. Yusef relentlessly swung the soul-searing sword, while Xander used the great moon disk as a shield, unyielding. But as time passed, Yusef began to falter. Activating a supreme spirit weapon required immense energy. How long could he last? Although Xander also consumed energy, he practiced the divine sea cannon, which provided him with far greater endurance. Thus, in a war of attrition, Xander held the advantage. Yusef struggled more and more, while Xander seized the opportunity. With a furious roar, Xander unleashed the ancient beast's wrath. Instantly, half of Yusef's body disintegrated. The intense pain made Yusef gasp. Ancestor! Seeing Yusef defeated so quickly, the Zhang family members cried out in shock. Close the gate! Close the gate! The crow feather maze! Despite his injuries, Yusef shouted frantically. The remaining Zhang elders acted quickly, using secret techniques to close the entrance to the crow feather maze. However, Alan and Malia hadn't yet exited. Xander's eyes narrowed. Want to switch teams? Dream on. The great moon disk flew out, forcibly holding open the shrinking entrance. Brother Clement! Brother Clement! Alan's urgent voice sounded in his mind. You're not dead yet? Keep digging that grave. Xander replied curtly. A Zhang elder took the opportunity to charge towards the soul-searing sword, intending to use its power to suppress Xander. Now that Xander used the great moon disk to block the entrance, he was temporarily unable to move. This was a perfect chance. Or so he thought. Lightning charge. Xander disappeared and reappeared, seizing the soul-searing sword. With a single swing, he sent the Zhang elder crashing into the crow feather maze. Die! Retreat and avoid such a weapon directly. Yet, this attack landed on Xander. Not only did it not harm Xander, it broke itself instead. This scene stunned everyone around, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief, unable to hide their astonishment. These people naturally couldn't understand that Xander's flesh had merged with the primordial gemstone. Saying his current body was no different from the primordial gemstone wouldn't be an exaggeration. With the power of the primordial gemstone enhancing him, his physical form was invincible. In this world, no attack could harm him in the slightest, no matter how powerful. It was merely a yellow-grade spiritual weapon, rare and precious though it may be. Its immense power was insignificant before the might of the primordial gemstone. Do not be overly surprised. Lowly as ants, they should indeed be confused. Now that you've finished your move, it's my turn. With Xander's disdainful tone, a terrifying attack swept over, shattering the bones of the Gavin with 16 layers of mountain might, along with Sean and others, who were slammed into the crow feather maze forest by Xander. Inside the crow feather maze forest, Andreas saw more targets arriving and promptly began his feast. Under the power of the Earth Water True Spirit Divine technique, Sean and company screamed in agony as their lifespans rapidly dwindled, while Andreas's vitality surged tremendously due to their deaths. He became increasingly robust. Ah, what relief. Done here. Jaden's voice also emerged, revealing a figure drenched in blood and death aura from afar, emanating overwhelming killing intent. Even a peak 16th layer mountain might warrior would be intimidated. Andreas nodded, then transmitted a mental message to Xander. Miguel, we're done here. Saying this, both swiftly exited the Crow Feather Maze forest and entered the void to escape. However, as soon as they emerged from the entrance, a beam of divine light from a mirror revealed their hidden forms. But that wasn't all. Behind the divine light from the mirror, something else followed. A rope radiating a strong aura of death shot out, binding them tightly. A terrifying force of death suppressed them, rapidly depleting their cultivation. Andreas's face paled instantly. The rope of death. Damn it, they actually brought out such an ancient evil artifact. Jaden's expression darkened as well because the rope of death was extremely formidable. Forget someone at the 16th layer of mountain might. Even far more powerful entities like the head of the Shenluo guard would be subdued by its terror. They had brought this thing out with the clear intention of killing them. Could anyone escape after being bound by the rope of death, such a terrifying item? Unknown, but they could try. Jaden exerted all his strength, waving his weapon to break the rope of death. But Andreas's heart grew cold, because the person who threw the rope of death clearly didn't intend to keep them alive. Even if Jaden could find a way to free them in the blink of an eye, it was already too late. Indeed, too late. The dogs of the Shenluo guard had already appeared, led by Andy. Half of you, seize the opportunity to kill this villain Andreas immediately. He must not live another day. The rest, follow me to surround and kill the other one. Andy commanded loudly. Immediately, the members of the Shenluo guard dispersed in different directions. Andy roared, "Wicked scoundrel, today, you shall become the ghost of the Shenluo guard. Die!" As Andy spoke, a cylindrical weapon resembling a bell burst forth with terrifying might, charging directly toward Xander. Yellow grade rank 8? Xander remained expressionless, unfazed by the fearsome aura. Xander simply raised his hand, and a roar echoed explosively. The immense power blasted the yellow grade spiritual weapon away. Just as Xander was about to kill Andy, Andy shattered a scroll, unleashing a sudden, terrifying attack. Xander's pupils constricted, and the other members of the Shenluo guard also charged at him. Meanwhile, Andreas and Jaden faced attacks as well. Xander closed his eyes, transformed into the primordial gemstone, and instantly appeared before Andreas. Miguel? Andreas and Jaden were startled to see two Xanders. Go! Without answering, Xander used the unparalleled ability of the primordial gemstone to breach the restraint of the rope of death, freeing Andreas and Jaden. The members of the Shenluo guard were utterly shocked, incredulous, while Xander stirred up surrounding spirit energy, trapping the Shenluo guard within the rope of death. After accomplishing this, it still wasn't over. Xander charged at Andy. It was a prime corpse, not to be missed. Jaden also stepped forward to assist Xander. An attack more terrifying than the peak might of the 16th layer mountain came crashing down. It hit Xander precisely, but Andy and the others' pupils constricted, not because they were frightened by the brutal sight of Xander exploding. Rather, they were amazed that despite such a terrifying attack, Xander suffered no damage at all. This can't be. This can't be. Andy panicked, yelling wildly. His mind was chaotic, because this had surpassed his understanding. Xander showed indifference. Impossible, lowly ant's knowledge cannot grasp the impossibilities of the world. Pitiful, pitiful. This cold, almost otherworldly voice made Andy's heart alarm bells ring. Chilled to the bone, he instinctively tried to use secret techniques to escape. But it was too late. Time seal, one strike, and Andy was suppressed. Jaden was equally ferocious, subduing the remaining members of the Shenluo guard within a similar time frame. Let's go, leave this place. Xander's gaze swept across, taking everything worth carrying with them before leaving with Andreas and Jaden. People standing nearby could only watch in disbelief, their eyes wide, as these world-renowned villains plundered treasures, killed, and then strutted away from the Huailiang River. Chapter 156, The Hard to Sing Nyan. Xander and his two companions left with great flair, declaring that the journey had been worthwhile. The cultivators who survived and witnessed everything found it hard to recover from their shock. It took a long time before they could finally comprehend what had happened. What terrifying thugs. How powerful. How cruel. How ruthless. Indeed, they were practically inhuman. Inhuman. Even several of the Zhang family's 16 Peaks elders, armed with supreme spirit weapons like the soul-wrenching sword, couldn't match them. And then there was the Divine Network Guard, renowned for its fearsome reputation. But now it seemed there was always someone even more formidable. Compared to this group of ruthless individuals, the Divine Network Guard seemed like mere chickens and dogs. The Zhang family, TSK, TSK, TSK. The Zhang family truly faced ruin, losing its patriarch, prodigy, and elders. Even their ancestral tomb was desecrated. Heaven had abandoned the Zhang family. Heaven had indeed abandoned the Zhang family. Amidst the many discussions, there were people from hidden families such as Dongshan and Feng Kai, as well as more significant figures like the prince and princess of the Divine Network Huidam. But even these high-profile figures were in awe, almost praising. When had they ever seen anyone act so decisively, with endless schemes and no moral bottom line? So, they were profoundly shaken. The beautiful face of Princess Deborah of the Divine Network Huidam only showed shock. That person, where did he come from? Do you know, brother? So powerful. No matter if it's Slade, an expert at the 16 Peak stage, he was defeated in the blink of an eye. Even the leader of the Divine Network Guard's strike couldn't shake him. This is too outrageous. Brother, do you think this is an illusion? It's too unbelievable. Deborah muttered in astonishment, almost babbling. The main purpose of this trip was originally to see the legendary Xianxia Heavenly Road festivities. Who knew they wouldn't see the Xianxia Heavenly Road but would witness such terrifying thugs instead? Deborah's understanding of things was completely shaken by the power of these thugs. She asked Matthew beside her, but Matthew was also still dazed from the shock. Indeed terrifying. Indeed terrifying. With this person's incredibly strong body and equally astonishing ability to escape bindings, catching him is beyond Slade's wildest dreams. Even if the leader of the Divine Network Guard himself came, he probably couldn't make this person submit. As Matthew spoke, he laughed aloud. So, it looks like the Divine Network Guard has encountered trouble. Deborah was filled with curiosity. Yes, brother, guess what? If the usually cold and detached leader of the Divine Network Guard hears about today's events, will his expression become lively like a normal person's? Matthew shook his head with a laugh. Given the aloof nature of the Divine Network leader, who doesn't pay attention to anyone in all of Divine Network except for his imperial father, if he hears of this, he might personally come to deal with this incident. Deborah grew even more interested. But Matthew continued. This is just speculation. After all, Divine Network is not peaceful right now, so he needs to stay at the Imperial Court to maintain order. However, if the Divine Network leader really does come out and still can't deal with Bryson and his bandits, well, the Divine Network Guard would be the second great joke after the Zhang family of Hualiang City. At that moment, another person appeared silently. What's so amusing? A clear and cold figure suddenly appeared behind them, startling both Matthew and Deborah. Without turning back, they felt intense anxiety that wouldn't dissipate. Elder sister. Deborah's voice started to stammer. This person who appeared unexpectedly was the equally mysterious eldest princess of Divine Network Hoitdom. Ascari. Ascari, as the eldest princess of Divine Network Hoitdom, held an unspoken high status. Even without her title, she was an illustrious prodigy who shone over red soil, not just within the small world of Xintian Zhouhai. Throughout vast red soil, Ascari was a standout prodigy who surpassed countless others. And being blood relatives, her younger siblings grew up under her stern authority and dared not look up or show disrespect in anything they did. Any slight offense was considered major disrespect. In Divine Network Hoitdom, Ascari's authority was immense. Her appearance made many instinctively lower their heads, soften their voices, and suppress their demeanor, becoming timid quails. Like the current Deborah and Matthew, who no longer exhibited the carefree mannerisms they had shown earlier. Answer me. Deborah completely stammered. Fortunately, Matthew didn't stammer. Elder sister, we were talking about the event earlier. Slade of the Divine Network Guard led some experts to Hualiang City to capture the criminal Bryson. Instead of catching the criminal, they ended up failing and putting themselves at risk. The Divine Network Guard has failed twice in catching Bryson, so we were speculating if the Divine Network leader would personally come to restore their dignity by capturing the criminal. Does this matter to you? If someone else had asked, Matthew could have concocted an excuse on the spot. But now, he could only stutter. No. Well, don't waste your thoughts on trivial matters. Tomorrow, Linxiao Heavenly Road opens. Don't wander aimlessly or cause trouble. Deborah and Matthew responded in unison. They followed Ascari. After retreating from Hualiang River, the three arrived at a deserted place. Xander first pulled out the spoils of war, treasures, magic tools, and spirit weapons, including yellow-grade spirit weapons. Many treasures. How should we divide them? Upon hearing this, Bryson waved his hand. Miguel, you're asking nonsense. Didn't we agree to take what we need? Anyway, I don't want any more. I've already gained enough benefits, and this time, you, Miguel, were the biggest contributor. Without you, Sun Brother and I would have been trapped in the Crow Feather Maze Forest. You deserve more. It's reasonable. Bryson chuckled, as it was true. He had already extended his lifespan to over 10,000 years, and his cultivation level had rapidly advanced to the middle 16-peak stage. He didn't need extra rewards. So what about Brother Sun? Malia smiled lightly. I don't care much for these things. Miguel loves collecting, so let's add a few items to his collection. But, I wonder if I can use this corpse first? Xander's eyes narrowed. Use? How do you plan to use it? Like how I'm thinking. It's fine, but I didn't expect Brother Sun to have similar interests. Bryson said with a smile. Miguel, big misunderstanding. Jose is different. This guy specializes in exorcism, free for both good and evil souls, so that's why I said he's a good person. Malia nodded. Exactly, and my cultivation method is unique and effective through this practice. What kind of thing was this? Exorcising others to strengthen oneself? Was that even possible? Malia, the heir of Sea Soul Gorge from the Netherworld realm. At the late 16-peak stage, he possessed extraordinary talent and practiced the Nyan and Chang technique, which gained power through chanting, forgiving, and exorcising the dead. Xander clicked his tongue. Damn, the world is vast, with infinite oddities. But truly, birds of a feather flock together. Among the three of them, none were ordinary. All were exceptional good doers. Chapter 157, Big Prophet. Brother Sun, you're too polite. If you like it, feel free to use it. Jaden's heart leaped with joy. Brother Carnell, you are truly generous. Please rest assured. Since I have the intention of collecting these items, I will certainly cherish them and not let them suffer any damage. Xander maintained his smile, even though no one could see his expression. He quietly observed Jaden's performance. Jaden first pulled out an object, a small altar. It looked as if it had been taken straight from a roadside shrine. At first glance, it seemed quite ordinary, neither mysterious nor ancient. Few would recognize it as a treasure at first sight. But coincidentally, Xander had a keen eye for treasures. This treasure was called the Ghost God Altar. Though little was known about which great deity the Ghost God represented, the Ghost God Altar was a naturally occurring divine object from the Netherworld, despite its seemingly man-made appearance. The Ghost God Altar served two purposes. First, it aided in guiding the souls of the dead to reincarnate more smoothly. Second, through this process, it could enhance the cultivation of its holder, Jaden. As Xander examined the ghost god altar, Jaden had already changed into a set of formal attire. Indeed, he looked very serious and professional, beginning the ceremony to guide the souls of Andy and others. His fingers formed mystical gestures, and he recited chants that Xander couldn't understand. Yet the effect was noticeable. Though Xander couldn't see it, he could sense something emerging from the bodies, the life force or spirit chi of the beings. These two energies split in the air. The life force went somewhere unseen, while the spirit chi directly surged into Jaden's body. As the spirit chi entered, Jaden's realm rapidly ascended. In just a short time, he was only half a step away from the peak of the 16th mountain. The techniques he used were formidable. Na Yin Nanchang Divine Power Technique. Earth Water True Spirit Divine Power Technique. One stole lifespan for cultivation, the other enhanced cultivation directly. Both were extremely powerful, and Xander felt that he was gaining valuable knowledge. Feeling his strength grow, Jaden revealed a joyful smile on his face. Moments later, as his aura settled, he opened his eyes and smiled at Xander. Brother Carnell, I truly thank you. This trip has been worth it. We three have all gained rich rewards. Such opportunities are rare, and who knows when we'll have another chance. Before Jaden finished speaking, Axton squeezed his eyes and said, My good brothers, if you want to make even more profit, I have a bigger deal for you. Hearing this, both Jaden and Xander felt excited. They were delighted for the same reason. They could use more corpses. Oh, which family's ancestor grave caught your attention? What do you mean caught my attention? It should be put as, whose unfortunate treasures await rescue. Xander nodded. All right, go on. You two are so impatient. Fine, I'll get straight to it. Have you heard of Balang Hoidam? Balang? Xander's heart skipped a beat. Yes, I've heard of Balang Hoidam. Legend has it that 10,000 years ago, it was a powerful nation. Later, it became the ancestral land of the mutants. Balang Hoidam thrived once, but time is merciless. All powers eventually fall. The Balang Hoidam may be gone, but the mysterious land where it stood became a secret place, hiding many treasures. Of course, this seems like just a legend. Listening to what Xander had learned from Russell, Axton smiled. Balang Hoidam is not a legend. Legends always have roots. Balang Hoidam is real. Even though it's a thing of the past and 10,000 years have passed, its secrets, treasures, and opportunities remain. Mutants regard Balang Hoidam as their ancestral land, but they can't enter. However, if we can, there's much to gain. Axton's eyes sparkled. Xander blinked, feeling delighted because this was his next objective. After all, Record of the World was located in Balang Hoidam. With Record of the World, Xander could establish the foundation of his territory with the six-pointed star array. Why would I refuse such a good opportunity? Jaden nodded first, looking at Xander. I agree with brother son. Excellent. Let's settle it then. After Xianxiao Heavenly Path, the three of us will head to Balang Hoidam and explore its 10,000-year history. Though Axton spoke romantically, they were essentially going to raid graves. Romantic? Perhaps not. After a brief parting, the three separated. Jaden left first to manage his business as the owner of the Netherworld Coffin Shop. Xander had to manage chomping territory, and Axton had plenty of matters to handle. Finally alone, Xander began tallying his gains. He had indeed profited greatly. The most valuable item was undoubtedly the soul-crying sword. The Long River treasure also held significant value, and thus Xander intended to keep it. As for the soul-crying sword, it was worth keeping, but doing so would expose his true identity, complicating future actions. Thus, he decided to synthesize it with Andy's yellow-level spirit weapon. He combined them, waiting momentarily before a sword-shaped weapon appeared. Ding! Congratulations, Master! You obtained the black-level spirit weapon, Flying Sun Sword. Flying Sun Sword. Wherever it goes, souls fly. This sword was incredibly powerful. Once activated, it could shatter the souls of those at the same level, making it a fearsome weapon. Black-level spirit weapons were considered low-level among their kind, but the most powerful high-level spirit weapons were stronger than 10th-grade yellow-level spirit weapons, yet still inferior to black-level spirit weapons. Xander confirmed this with the system. Understanding this, Xander felt satisfied. With the Flying Sun Sword, his combat power would significantly increase. He admired the sword for a while before sending the corpses of Luo Shan, Andy, and the demons Axton collected in Yaki Mei's forest into the coiling dragon hot pot. Stew. 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 Chapter 158, Distribution of Flesh. Under the vigorous cooking by Theodore hot pot, essence liquids gradually seeped out from the corpses and were finally absorbed entirely by Xander to replenish his body. This process propelled Xander's cultivation directly up to the 14th level. This trip had been incredibly lucrative. Afterward, Xander stored the spirit binding rope in his system backpack and disappeared. When Xander returned to his residence, Willie hurriedly came over with a report. Sir, there's new news. 3 of the 9 hidden families of Xintian, Dongshan, Huangwu, and Feng Kai have each dispatched experts at the 16th level to visit the Zhang family. Huh. 3 hidden families suddenly showing their faces? Xander narrowed his eyes. They say early risers don't go hungry, but it's far from early now. What are they here for? Could it be that they think the Zhang family is heavily weakened and ripe for the picking? Time to carve them up for food? Sir, it's highly possible. Considering Dongshan and Huangwu families both have long-standing conflicts with the Zhang family in Hualiang City, it's natural for them to want to annex the Zhang family once the latter shows signs of decline. Even in its weakened state, the Zhang family offers enough resources to benefit anyone who claims it. If shared between these two, their strength will certainly grow. Sir, today's events may truly determine the Zhang family's fate. Willie shook his head, though there was no real regret in his words. Instead, he suggested, Sir, shouldn't we step into this situation and investigate? Willie's suggestion was bold, especially considering that even Changping was far less powerful than the hidden families. Thus, it was a risky idea. But Xander smiled. Good. We must go. The Zhang family can fall, but its resources should be claimed by the right people. I find it unreasonable for Dongyang, Huangwu, and Feng Kai to feast on the Zhang family's flesh and blood. Xander silently operated the system and instantly increased Lawrence's cultivation level, boosting him to the 16th level using his indestructible funeral envoy physique. With this power upgrade addressed, Xander rose. The three families are like starved maggots. If we don't hurry, the Zhang family will be completely dismantled. He then left immediately with Lawrence and Willie for the Zhang family residence. In the central hall of the Zhang family estate in Hualiang City. Once the seat of the Zhang family, it was now divided among members of the Dongshan, Feng Kai, and Huangwu hidden families. Each family had a 16th level expert present. As for the Zhang family, their 16th level experts had perished during the Hualiang water battle. Below that level, no one dared challenge the 16th level. Thus, the remaining Zhang family members could only lie helpless as the three parties debated how to carve them up. The atmosphere was heavy yet noisy. The Zhang family of Hualiang City has always had good relations with our Feng Kai family. Despite the current misfortunes, they deserve respect. They aren't mere prey for Dongshan and Huangwu. Before you act, remember that the Feng Kai family still stands. As long as our name carries weight, your intentions to humiliate the Zhang family won't stand. An elderly man named Shay, a senior ancestor of the Feng Kai family, roared furiously, displaying his immense power. Though weaker than Shan, he was almost on par. Learning of the Zhang family's plight, Shay quickly arrived in Hualiang City to stabilize the situation. However, the true nature of the Feng Kai family wasn't unknown to those from Dongshan and Huangwu. The old relationship between the families was well understood. Dongshan also had a 16th level elder, Yusef, who was comparable to Shay. So self-righteous. Do you really see yourself as some noble protector? Yusef sneered. You old fool, do you think yelling loudly will cover up your foul intentions? Trying to stabilize the situation while aiming to annex the Zhang family under a guise of righteousness? If Shan were alive, he'd slap you senseless. What you intend to do, we all know very well. You're just trying to scare us off and then take over the Zhang family. A large piece of meat indeed, but you can't just announce it. That would be laughable. The Huangwu family elder Rashad also laughed dismissively. Yes, you're full of big talk. How much meat does the Zhang family offer? Think you can swallow it alone? Like a balloon inflated too much, you'd burst. Today, I declare this. I claim a third of the Zhang family's assets. Rashad's voice was loud and domineering. Not bad for Huangwu. Rashad snorted. You can't compare to the arrogance inherited by Feng Kai. Yusef chimed in. Fine. Since Huangwu takes a third, so will we, Dongshan. Listening to this, the remaining Zhang family elders felt intense anger. They were once a powerful hidden family. Now, they were treated like mere meat. Shay, you have two choices. First, you take a third and we end this amicably. Second, we use force to see who's strong and who's weak. Shay's heart burned with frustration. He knew they couldn't win. We can't save the Zhang family this way. It's my failing, Shay sighed, seeming genuinely sorrowful. Yusef, Rashad, and the Zhang family found his act repulsive. Feng Kai, truly disgusting. Rashad declared again. All right, let's tally the resources. The Zhang family already felt dead inside. The fate of a hidden family ending thus. Divide? Just decide on dividing without asking me? This sudden voice drew everyone's attention. Three figures entered. One cold as steel, one eye sharp as demons, and one smiling. Their arrival made Rashad, Yusef, and Shay frown deeply, their expressions darkening. Chapter 159. Remember your status. What excitement do you bring? Who let you in? Among the three elders, Rashad was the most irascible. He rose with anger, and with the formidable presence of the 16th mountain tier, he aimed to blast Xander out. However, Rashad's aura was instantly shattered by a terrifying sword chi. The intense sword chi did not stop in the air. 16th mountain tier, peak level? Rashad's pupils contracted. Intense fear gripped his heart. He tried to escape, but it was already too late. The terrible sword chi struck him directly, slicing through flesh and bone in an instant. Before he could even scream, Rashad was torn apart by the sword chi, leaving only scattered pieces of blood-soaked flesh hitting the ground. He was dead, completely and utterly dead, and all of this happened in an instant. Rashad flared up quickly, died abruptly, in the blink of an eye. Such a dramatic turn left Dongshan clan's Yusef and Shay from Feng Kai clan feeling chilled to their core, their eyes revealing uncontainable terror and panic. Rashad was obliterated by a single sword chi. Even though Rashad was only at the initial stage of the 16th mountain tier, it was clear that whoever had killed him so effortlessly must be at least mid-stage 16th mountain tier. To have such power right next to them, it was alarming. Where had these three people come from? Yusef and Shay, who were just boasting about dividing the Zhang family for profit, now found themselves unable to laugh as their hearts were overwhelmed with fear. But even their fear didn't concern Xander. Xander moved forward until he sat on the high seat of the central hall of the Zhang family. Xander's gaze swept over the people below. I am Xander, Lord of Chongping. You may not have heard of me, but it's no big issue. From today onwards, you will all remember me. This time, I came to Hualiang City to witness the prowess of Lingxiao Heavenly Road. It is said to connect to the celestial path, displaying the demeanor of an emperor. If I can truly see this peerless talent, then my journey would not have been in vain. Hualiang City seems lively enough to me. But it has become too lively, especially when it involves the three families here. To think of dividing the Zhang family of Hualiang City is something I find displeasing. I didn't originally intend to interfere, but upon careful thought, it would be a pity for a venerable hidden family with a lineage spanning thousands of years to be divided and cease to exist. Therefore, I appear here to announce one thing. The Zhang family has faced consecutive misfortunes, sighing endlessly as they lose their former glory and fall into decline. If left unchecked, they would surely be divided and lose their reputation. Thus, I declare that from now on, the Zhang family shall be under the protection of Chongping. Under my protection, what do you think about that? His words hung in the air, long and profound. Yusef and Shay were lost in thought. How could they not have heard of Chongping? It was currently the most powerful force openly acknowledged in Xintian Zhuhai. Previously, these hidden families didn't take public forces seriously. But just now, Rashad's anger and life had shown them how terrifying Chongping could be. Perhaps even more intimidating than their own hidden families. Yusef and Shay felt uneasy. What else could they think? What could they dare to think? HM? No response? Looks like you're showing some disrespect, sigh, Lawrence. Upon hearing this, Lawrence's sword chi had already flown out. Kill them. Those who show disrespect do not need to live. As these words rang out, the sword chi was inches from their faces. Yusef and Shay's hearts raced. They were terrified beyond belief, unable to comprehend. How could silence lead to death? This was a killer star. How terrifying, how formidable, how untouchable. At this moment, anything they wanted to say was too late. Trying to flee would be even later. The terrifying sword chi, moving faster than lightning, pierced their bodies and exploded inside. In an instant, there were two more piles of bloody flesh on the ground. The three elders who had gathered together were now reunited in the underworld. This terrifying scene, along with this lethal figure, sent shivers down the Zhang family's spines. The entire central hall was cold like ice. Fear spread rapidly in their hearts. The deaths of the three elders did not cause any ripples in Xander's eyes. His gaze calmly settled on the Zhang family members. With Chongping's name, I wish to protect you, and with its might, prevent anyone from dividing and erasing your lineage. But you must also pay a price. Submit to Chongping without a second thought. In return, Chongping will naturally protect you. I can assure you that, whether it's other hidden families or Bartolomeo, none will harm you. And Chongping will not overly interfere with the Zhang family's development. As long as you consider yourselves part of Chongping and pay taxes when due. Chongping's decree suffices with obedience. How does this sound? Is it acceptable to the Zhang family? These words left the Zhang family trembling with fear, terrified of becoming bloody fragments on the ground. But in the end, they realized he wasn't there to destroy the Zhang family. Do you remain silent because you are dissatisfied with my proposal? Willie's words jolted the stunned Zhang family back to reality. They immediately understood what silence implied. Absolutely, no disrespect towards the Lord. Immediately, under the prostration of several 15th Mountain Tier elders, the entire Zhang family knelt, bowing respectfully. The Zhang family pledges loyalty and service to Chongping, from this day forth, serving faithfully wherever you tread. Xander's calm eyes finally showed a hint of a smile. Rest assured, I am always kind to my own. With the Zhang family facing great difficulties, rapid development is needed. Strive to regain past prosperity and advance further. All of this requires a leader. For the new clan leader, let us look at Lingxiao Heavenly Road. It tests human nature, so the best performer would be a fitting choice. As for other family matters, arrange them yourselves. Remember your status. You are Zhang family members and citizens of Chongping. One last thing. Announce the names of these three piles of flesh publicly. Anyone unhappy should come find me. With that, Xander left swiftly, as if finishing a trivial task. The Zhang family remained silent for a moment before a descendant spoke. Elders, how could Chongping be so powerful? Zhang family elders shook their heads. We don't know, but for us, it's a good thing. Our family's strength and heritage no longer match the past, and having Chongping's name to protect us is not bad at all. After returning, Xander learned that he had received over 1 million white points for the Zhang family submission. He was overjoyed. White points are indeed wonderful. Tomorrow's Lingxiao Heavenly Road would be even better. Closing his eyes, Xander focused on cultivating. Chapter 160, True Antiquity. The Lingxiao Heavenly Path was no ordinary phenomenon. It appeared perhaps once in a millennium, 1,000 years, ample time for the sea to turn into fields and for eras to change, leaving all things altered beyond recognition. Thus, the opening of the Lingxiao Heavenly Path was an event that shook the entire divine light world, drawing many prodigies into its arena. Using this path to achieve qualifications for becoming a great emperor was a matter of great honor. After all, it was an opportunity to prove oneself to the world. If one succeeded, it would indeed cause genuine shock throughout the realm, not just within a particular region but across the entire world. Therefore, today was a remarkably auspicious day. Today marked the peak of this remarkable era. The past great emperors were already history. New great emperors should now emerge. For everyone, for the world, for all living beings. Everyone eagerly awaited it. But only those who were qualified would be ready and excited. Old things did not qualify to join the Lingxiao Heavenly Path. Only the young could walk this path. This was a thorough gathering of the world's top prodigies. Xander was among the many who awaited with anticipation. He woke up very early today, not indulging in cultivation. He strolled along the grand avenues of Hualiang City, observing countless spacecrafts spread across the sky. Many renowned large organizations also emerged one after another. Santiago Huidam, Hanshan Courtyard, Qibei Huidam, Daoe Changzong, how formidable and awe-inspiring they were. But there was even more awe and power to behold. Just then, celestial voices reverberated through the world, and celestial light illuminated the scene. The celestial gateway opens the path for you. That overwhelming divine might was like the embodiment of heaven and earth, radiating supreme authority. Simply witnessing it made souls tremble uncontrollably, and breaths catch in amazement. Lord, the Lingxiao Heavenly Path has projected the gateway. This is it. According to legend, when the Lingxiao Heavenly Path appears, the gateway opens, revealing the heavenly path as if from the mouth of the heavens. If any mortal can enter the Lingxiao Heavenly Path and pass through the 5 paths unobstructed, they would possess the qualifications to become a great emperor, receiving blessings from the heavens and unparalleled rewards to forge a domineering future. Throughout history, those who have passed through all 5 paths of the Lingxiao Heavenly Path eventually became great emperors, reaching the pinnacle of this world. We all aspire towards this. Willie explained with eyes shining with curiosity and excitement. Though he knew much about it, this magnificent sight was something he had seen for the first time. Seeing it with his own eyes was completely different from hearing legends. The Lingxiao heavenly path watches over the world. I wonder how many places are as fortunate as Hualiang City, receiving the grace of the heavens? Lord, I know that in the vast world, every region receives the favor of the heavens equally. For our Red Earth territory, this favor is bestowed upon Hualiang City. Therefore, right now, countless major forces and countless top prodigies from the Red Earth will gather here, making Hualiang City busier than ever before. Look at how bustling it is. The elites from various regions, including Santiago Huidam, Hanshan Courtyard, Qibei Huidam, Daiwei Changzong, have all appeared. And this is just the beginning. I've heard that even the Red Dragon Spirit Academy will make an appearance during this Lingxiao Heavenly Path event. Red Dragon Spirit Academy? Listening to Willie's serious tone, Xander blinked and looked upwards. Ordinary eyes couldn't see clearly, but if he used the Golden Fire Divine Eye to penetrate the thick cloud layers and delve deeper, infinitely deep, he would see, above the dazzling cluster of spacecraft resembling the ocean, an even more profound, magnificent, and ultimate giant structure. It hid in an imperceptibly high place. Its aura was extremely low and heavy. If not for Xander's special detection methods, he probably wouldn't notice it at all. A celestial eye-like object hovered above. That was not a spacecraft, but a palace. A palace representing the ultimate authority of the Red Earth. Xander could sense the immense weight that transcended the heavens. Is the Red Dragon Spirit Academy even stronger than powerful sects like Santiago Huidam? Willie shook his head smilingly. Lord, not just stronger, but far superior. Consider our Red Earth, where each piece of land hosts significant organizations. They are ancient and powerful, but they cannot be the rulers of Red Earth. The most formidable and strongest ruler of this vast, incomprehensible land is the Red Dragon Spirit Academy. The Red Dragon Spirit Academy governs the entire Red Earth, remaining uncorrupted for tens of thousands of years. It is a true titan, an unmatched power, ranking among the most formidable even on a global scale. It is a testament to greatness itself. Willie continued to praise incessantly. Xander was already awestruck by the Red Dragon Spirit Academy's terrifying power. He began to understand the difference between places like Santiago Huidam, Hanshan Courtyard, Yunshan Sword Academy, and the Red Dragon Spirit Academy. It was like seeing a tiger sitting on a mountain, and then encountering a true dragon soaring in the heavens. Tigers are powerful, reigning as kings of mountains. However dominant and untouchable, they remain limited to their mountain territories. But a true dragon resides in the 9 heavens, incomparably powerful, truly facing the world. Not confined to ruling over just a single mountain. What about the administration office of the Red Earth? That office is merely a mouthpiece put forward by the Red Dragon Spirit Academy. As you see the sky, the Red Dragon Spirit Academy oversees everything without easily speaking out. Many affairs of Red Earth naturally fall under the judgment and handling of the administration office. Xander blinked. So the colossal organization he had previously thought of was only an extended hand of the true giant. The waters of the Red Earth were indeed too deep. Xander sighed inwardly. Suddenly, he noticed a flash of light in the void. He caught it immediately. A crystal stone shattered into pieces, with characters appearing in midair. Lord, Suki is heading to Hualiang City. Accompanying her are people from Yunshan Sword Academy, all powerful beings above the 16th level. This message came from Master Lingling, Derek. Previously, Xander subdued Derek with a small show of power and recruited him as a subordinate. He then instructed Derek to closely monitor Suki's actions. This planted spy finally provided useful information. Willie saw the words as well. Suki, Lord, your network reaches far and wide. Even Yunshan Sword Academy has ears for you. Xander sneered. This Suki escaped by chance last time. This time, I'll leave her nowhere to run. The floating characters shattered. From the horizon, a powerful aura surged forth. Lord, Yunshan Sword Academy has arrived. Rumor has it that it has ties to Xianxia, which is comparable to the Red Dragon Spirit Academy in size and power. Xianxia. Xander memorized this name. His gaze swept the sky. Sure enough, he saw Suki's figure. Chapter 161. Incorporation under my command. After making an appearance at Yunshan Sword Academy, figures from various organizations, both large and small, significant and minor, of the Xintian 9 Seas also emerged one after another. The gathering was undoubtedly a once-in-a-millennium event, drawing immense attention. Among the many groups converging here, the most conspicuous and noticeable were the water elementals. They were remnants from an ancient era within the Xintian 9 Seas, yet their long lineage bestowed them with profound heritage and formidable strength. Even the 5 reclusive families in Xintian 9 Seas probably couldn't match their prowess. One might even say that for a superpower like the divine Luo Huidam, which was paramount even in Red Earth, they maintained great caution and vigilance toward these water elementals. Throughout time, no one had ever dared to underestimate them. After all, it was their strength that gave them the eligibility to enter the skeleton territory. Their power made even the divine Luo Huidam unable to ignore their existence. This time, as Lingxiao Heavenly Road opened, the water elementals sent only a few representatives, but their quality was extremely high, including a young prodigy who had already reached the 16 mountain realms. What kind of genius must they be? It was beyond comprehension. Their leader was even more terrifying, surpassing the 16 mountain realms, an unfathomable feat. Xander's gaze swept across the crowd, noticing a familiar face approaching. Master, it's such a coincidence meeting you again. Danilo gathered his courage, smiling warmly. Oh, it's you, Xander remarked, acknowledging Danilo. It seems the allure of the Lingxiao Heavenly Road has attracted you as well. Danilo shook his head. You misunderstand, Master. The Lingxiao Heavenly Road is a stage for prodigies to challenge each other. With my meager skills, how could I dare delve into it? I am merely here not to miss this grand gathering and witness the rare spectacle. Why so modest? My judgment is usually excellent. With your talent and strength, stepping into the Lingxiao heavenly road should be manageable even if you can't master all 5 paths. To miss out on such an opportunity would be a pity. Xander smiled encouragingly, urging Danilo to showcase himself before the world. Even just passing through one path would make him famous. However, Danilo shook his head again. A renowned reputation is less important than solid foundation. And don't laugh at me, master. I have no great ambitions. My greatest wish is for my sister to live happily. As for fame and power, they are just ephemeral clouds. Danilo spoke sincerely, his words heartfelt. His accumulated grievances had been released, and now he felt content as long as his sister, Lydia, had a bright future. You're quite carefree and admirable, but life demands pursuits. Worried about your sister, yet haven't considered that unexpected events occur constantly in cultivation. Who knows when new enemies will emerge? If you retreat to the countryside, will you have the ability or influence to protect her? Danilo fell silent, indeed never having thought that far ahead. I actually appreciate you greatly. For those I admire, I'm always willing to extend an olive branch. What do you think? Interested in joining me? Chongping needs capable people to expand its territory. Chongping, Lord of Chongping, Xander. Danilo's pupils contracted. He had heard of Chongping and its lord, especially since the recent turmoil involving the Zhang family. Everyone talked about the mysterious and powerful figure who saved the Zhang family from division by 3 other families. He hadn't expected that the lord was standing right before him. Little brother, few catch the eye of great men. If you're unsure where to belong, why not join us in Chongping? Though we're still rising, we promise not to disappoint you. Willie added, deepening Danilo's silence. He wasn't hesitating but weighing the implications of accepting the offer. Finally, Danilo nodded. Thank you for your appreciation. I admit my horizons are narrow. Today, inspired by you, I resolve to serve under you, dedicating all my efforts. Danilo knelt and bowed deeply. Xander laughed lightly. Stand up. Your joining Chongping is also fortunate for me. Many talented individuals in the world, yet gaining their hearts requires destiny. Clearly, our destinies intertwine strongly. Master welcomes such a loyal and valiant addition to our ranks. Willie exclaimed joyfully. Danilo was no ordinary individual, blessed by heaven, with boundless potential. Adding such exceptional talent to their team naturally delighted him. Even Danilo felt glad, though he wasn't sure why. Standing up, he introduced his sister. Master, this is my younger sister Lydia. Lydia was reserved, offering a slight bow. Lydia greets Master. Xander glanced at her approvingly. Your brother excels, and you show great promise too. Both siblings from a distinguished family. Given time, you'll surely become a formidable prodigy. Xander's praise came from the heart, earning Danilo a broad smile while Lydia blushed modestly. You flatter me, Master. With my limited talents, how could I achieve greatness? Lydia didn't dare dream of such heights. Xander chuckled. Life's course is unpredictable. Heaven's blessings can alter the future. Do not feel inferior or hopeless. Destiny changes soon, bringing secret revelations from heavenly messengers. Danilo's heart quivered. Heavenly messengers? Master knows of them? Xander smiled faintly. Yes, I know. Ingram is an old friend. Despite his age, he remains youthful. We're practically lifelong friends. Danilo and Lydia blinked, astonished. Lifelong friends? They felt that Xander before them was shrouded in mystery. Amidst their pleasant conversation, Xander sensed a cold killing intent directed towards him. Turning his gaze, he saw Suki. Suki was now merely at the 13 mountain realms, a significant improvement from before. Master, does this person bear a grudge against you? Danilo noticed the tension. Xander smiled. She is the Miles princess of Fuhai Hoidam, having narrowly escaped death previously. Her hatred hasn't faded. At that moment, several more people joined Suki, led by a youth exuding a lethal aura. Selena, one of Yunshan Sword Academy's true disciples, had already reached the peak of the 16 mountain realms, a terrifying achievement for someone so young. Hashtag chapter 162. Unbelievable. Sir, the person beside Suki is Zhi Haitang. This Zhi Haitang is no ordinary individual. He hails from Yunshan Sword Academy and is one of their true disciples. He entered the path of cultivation while still an infant, achieving what is known as cultivation follows the heart, displaying supreme talent. Today, at not yet 30, he has reached the peak of the 16th mountain realm. He has already attained a terrifying peak 16th mountain realm, and in the vast Red Earth region, many have heard his name. No, it's not just Red Earth. In the entire Divine Light world, Zhi Haitang is renowned. Oh, renowned? Willie nodded. Yes, sir. A prominent figure once established a ranking list, where those listed are all geniuses of our Divine Light world. This list is called the Divine Light Genius Register. Zhi Haitang is clearly mentioned on this list. As for Zhi Haitang, apart from his remarkable talent, his family also holds significant influence and deep-rooted traditions. Xander raised an eyebrow. Tell me more about the Divine Light Genius Register. From his tone, Xander seemed more interested in other matters than Zhi Haitang. Isn't it just that you don't care much about Zhi Haitang? But Willie continued his explanation. Sir, the Divine Light Genius Register was created by a great master, and its administration is handled by the Universal Hall. The list consists of 36 names in the upper tier and 72 in the lower, totaling 108 entries. Although it seems like 100 people, in this vast world, having only one out of millions be listed is quite normal. Each one of those who make the list is an extraordinary genius, outstanding among humans. Though Zhi Haitang's name is ranked towards the end, he is the only one from Yunshan Sword Academy to make it onto the list. Xander narrowed his eyes. The Universal Hall truly knows everything. Since there are ranks within the list, I wonder who tops it. Willie chuckled. Sir, the first on the list is indeed formidable, and they are originally from our Adrian region. Oh, Does our Adrian have such a talent? Who is it? Empress Long of the Shangwala Hoitam, Ascari. Xander raised an eyebrow. What makes Ascari so exceptional? Sir, Ascari can be called the top genius of the divine light world, described as a sage reborn. It's rumored that she is also present here on Lingxiao Clementlu. A sage reborn? Xander smiled. If that's the case, it would be a shame not to meet such a genius. On the flying ship, Zhi Haitang noticed Suki gazing into the distance. What could hold your attention so strongly? Could it be that some past enemy is here, inciting your murderous intent? Zhi Haitang followed Suki's gaze and saw Xander. There is someone named Xander who almost killed me and Adrian. By luck, I survived until today. Xander, is this the same person? Suki nodded. Zhi Haitang laughed lightly. Do not worry. Since you have come here, I will stand up for you. I dare not trouble you, senior brother. What do you mean by trouble? You call me brother. How could I watch you be bullied? Seventh Elder. An individual instantly appeared. Master. Go. Test the depth of this person. If he proves incapable, bring his head back. Zhi Haitang handed Seventh Elder a scroll containing a powerful attack. Seventh Elder responded, drawing a powerful spiritual weapon and charging towards Xander. Sir. Lydia suddenly exclaimed in shock as a fierce figure emerged from nowhere, wielding a weapon and rushing towards Xander with murderous intent. He practically appeared right in front of them. Be careful. Danilo also shouted in alarm, feeling the terrifying aura radiating from Seventh Elder that made his heart tremble. Even his body felt numb. Xander, however, remained silent. As Seventh Elder charged with lethal intent, Xander did not move. Instead, a sword aura swept towards him. Seventh Elder's pupils contracted as he attempted to block. Upon impact, Seventh Elder's attack was shattered, but the sharpness of the sword aura remained. It struck directly, transforming into a blast that sent Seventh Elder flying far before he could stabilize himself. This was naturally Lawrence's sword attack. So strong, so terrifying. Danilo and Lydia were both awestruck. In their estimation, Lawrence should only be at the 15th mountain realm at most, but they hadn't realized he had hidden strength. Remaining calm and composed, Lawrence easily repelled Seventh Elder, proving he must have the power of the peak 16th mountain realm. Lydia's voice echoed in Danilo's mind, intensifying his astonishment. Similarly observing the battle, Zhi Haitang and Suki narrowed their eyes. To possess such strength, especially considering Seventh Elder is nearing the 17th mountain realm, even ordinary peak 16th mountain realm cultivators can't match him. Yet, this person withstands a single blow. How could there be such a large disparity between them despite being at the same level? Zhi Haitang pondered. Even if blind, anyone could tell Lawrence was no simple individual. But what exactly made Lawrence so extraordinary eluded Zhi Haitang's understanding. Therefore, Zhi Haitang turned to the elders. Elders, what is this person's exact realm? One elder replied. He is naturally at the 16th mountain realm. If he were at the 17th, 7th elder would already be dead. However, even among the 16th mountain realm, there are distinctions like gold and jade. Zhi Haitang frowned. Are you saying 7th elder cannot match him? The elder chuckled. Not merely unable to match, but he will lose in the blink of an eye. What? In the blink of an eye? Zhi Haitang's pupils contracted. That sounded too exaggerated. But just then, a rumbling sound filled his ears, immediately followed by a scream. The sword aura roared like a furious dragon. 7th elder, facing this enraged dragon, was sent flying backward and even lost an arm. Zhi Haitang was taken aback. How powerful! Even someone at the early 17th mountain realm wouldn't fare better. Zhi Haitang was shocked. Considering his own supreme talent allowing him to reach the peak 16th mountain realm before 30, it was unthinkable to see someone stronger. Facing attacks from the 17th mountain realm, he could barely defend, let alone counter. The gap between major realms couldn't be crossed easily. Yet, Xander's mere servant transcended this boundary. If a servant was this extraordinary, how mysterious must Xander himself be? A servant alone could challenge him. How much stronger would Xander be in person? Zhi Haitang's expression darkened. Meanwhile, 7th elder, driven into a corner, used the scroll. A terrifying attack ensued. Relief washed over Zhi Haitang. This was the terror of a peak 17th mountain realm attack, which should be unassailable by a 16th mountain realm cultivator. Zhi Haitang's smile froze. Because the peak 17th mountain realm attack failed to inflict any damage on Lawrence. Lawrence rose from the ground, looking undisturbed, not even frowning. This, impossible. Zhi Haitang was dumbfounded. Suddenly, an attack came without warning. Yunshan Sword Academy was caught off guard. They never imagined anyone would dare attack their ship. Who dares provoke Yunshan Sword Academy? Zhi Haitang immediately looked towards Xander, but saw nothing. Then, a short sword was drawn. Soul-shattering energy pierced through everything. Zhi Haitang spat blood violently. He was lifted by an unseen force gripping his neck. Everyone watched in disbelief as this unfolded. Chapter 163, Spiritual Treasure. Ah, Howl. How did he end up being suspended in midair like that? The battle between Qian and Lawrence was one of the focal points just moments ago. But who would have thought that someone suddenly blasted apart Yunshan Sword Academy's flying vessel? People on the ship barely managed to escape in a panic. Disciples like Suki, who were of lower realms, were protected by elders like Cameron. So nothing serious happened to them. However, who could have imagined that the most powerful among them, Howl, would be captured so easily? This sudden attacker could only be Xander. Xander, release my senior brother. Do you think Yunshan Sword Academy will let you off for being so arrogant? Not only Suki but also the entire group from Yunshan Sword Academy, including Elder Cameron, were furious. Xander, stop your arrogant behavior. If you do, we can still pretend nothing has happened. Xander laughed. Does your Yunshan Sword Academy rely on thick skin to be the leader? At such a critical moment, you still dare to threaten me? Fine, after all, it's an institution with some history. I'll give you some face. How about this? I can release this kid, but you must help me with something. What do you want us to do? Xander said calmly. Howell is the only one from Yunshan Sword Academy listed on the Divine Light Genius record, and he is also one of your true disciples. Surely this kid must be quite important to you, and I believe Yunshan Sword Academy definitely wants him alive. How convenient. Really, incredibly convenient. You want someone to live, and coincidentally, I want someone dead. We are perfectly aligned. So what do you think if you kill the person I want dead? I'll release the person you want alive. Isn't that fair enough? Who do you want to kill? Cameron interrogated, while Suki felt her heart tighten. Suki, kill her, and I'll release him. This is a great deal for you. Others listened in shock and looked at Xander as if he were a madman. Indeed, he was a madman. That's Yunshan Sword Academy, a top power in this region, the dream cultivation place for many. Had anyone dared to threaten Yunshan Sword Academy? No, never. But today, right here in Hualiang City, someone actually did it. He must be crazy. This is Yunshan Sword Academy. Madman, fool, definitely one or the other. Yunshan Sword Academy is the master of this region. Xander is too arrogant. People were stunned by Xander's arrogance, and Suki's expression changed drastically. Sure enough, her name came out of Xander's mouth. This was expected, but when Xander actually spoke those words, she couldn't help but feel anxious, because she knew very well the difference in value between people, and how ruthless the world of cultivators truly was. Xander chuckled. Why, no response. Do you think my condition is unreasonable? As Xander spoke, he manipulated his spiritual energy forcefully. Howl, hanging in midair, spat blood. Seems like I overestimated this kid's value. I thought, as a rare genius of Yunshan Sword Academy, listed on the Divine Light Genius record, you would spare no effort to save him. Yet Yunshan Sword Academy hesitates over the worth of a mere Suki compared to Howl. Tisk, TSK, after all, even geniuses aren't valuable anymore. Well, since you don't see him as worthy, then I might as well kill Suki whenever I feel like it. As for Howl, if you, as the masters of Yunshan Sword Academy, don't care, I'll just kill him too. Xander tightened his grip further, preparing to strangle Howl. This time, Cameron and others panicked, because the value of people really does differ. If Suki dies, it's just another decent disciple lost for Yunshan Sword Academy. But if Howl dies, it's not just losing a genius, it also damages the prestige of Yunshan Sword Academy. Therefore, there was no real choice to be made. No, we agree to your demands. If you want Suki dead, fine, but Howl must live. Elder. Suki cried out in shock, instinctively trying to flee, but she was no match for Cameron's speed. She was immediately caught by Cameron. Suki, as a disciple, you should understand the priorities of Yunshan Sword Academy. With those words, a powerful force snapped Suki's neck. Her corpse was then thrown towards Xander for him to view. To kill without hesitation, simpler than slaughtering chickens or fish. This left the onlookers equally shaken. Honestly, if they had to choose, they would have killed Suki to save Howl too. But would Xander really let Howl go? All eyes fell on Xander. Xander, the person you wanted dead is now dead. Let Howl go. Xander chuckled. I'm a man of my word, but I dislike being disrespected. I sincerely asked you before, and you hesitated. Now, even though you've done it, it's too late. While speaking, Xander contacted the system mentally, using white value to upgrade the scroll of Tranquil Sword formation. This time, he aimed to subdue a peak realm cultivator of the 17th mountain layer, showing everyone what it truly means to be tranquil. After spending a large amount of white value, the power of the Tranquil Sword formation continued to rise, from the 14th mountain layer to the 15th, 16th, and finally, peak of the 17th mountain layer. The whole process consumed millions of white value, yet Xander didn't flinch, because he had plenty of white value. If spent, he could always earn more. Continuous upgrades not only boosted the scroll of Tranquil Sword formation's power, enabling it to suppress a peak realm cultivator of the 17th mountain layer, but also transformed it into a spiritual treasure of Tranquil Sword formation, capable of storing within the body and used at will, just like the primordial gemstone. Passive activation, spontaneous use. With a wave of the hand or a step forward, it could unleash terrifying sword chi, suppressing enemies. Xander was delighted internally. He had been worried about accidentally losing the scroll of Tranquil Sword formation, but now, he was free of that concern. After integrating the spiritual treasure of Tranquil Sword formation into his body, Xander focused inwardly and saw a green jade dragon coiled and ready. The terrifying sword chi seemed capable of tearing through abysses. Things Yunshan Sword Academy doesn't want, I won't keep either, Xander said, and immediately acted. Terrifying sword chi instantly surged forth. Howl's pupils contracted under control. Xander. Cameron and others roared angrily, trying to intervene, but it was already too late. In the face of the terrifying sword chi, Howl was torn into pieces. Hashtag chapter 164, Heaven Above Heaven. Caleb was struck dead on the spot. The many surrounding factions and organizations, all powerful entities, could only stare with wide eyes, disbelieving what they saw. People from Yunshan Sword Academy, especially the elder Cameron, were incandescent with rage. His fury seemed to materialize into flames in his eyes, eager to burn Xander into oblivion. Reckless rogue, how dare you? Cameron roared as if possessed by madness. He unsheathed his weapon, roaring while advancing ferociously towards Xander. The sky, filled with murderous intent, stirred the winds into a violent storm. In this horrifying aura, his features were twisted with ferocity. He must kill Xander, not only to assuage his fury, but also to avenge Caleb and preserve the dignity of Yunshan Sword Academy. Considering Cameron, although he wasn't among the innermost elders of Yunshan Sword Academy, he was still formidable, a force not even the common rabble could touch. Cameron's cultivation had long reached the peak of the 17th level. Stirred by raging emotions, his current terrifying combat power surpassed his usual strength threefold. Wielding his spear-like weapon, he surged forward like a tiger descending a mountain. exuding an awe-inspiring aura capable of swallowing mountains and seas. The Lord is worried. Like Willie, Danilo, and others, their support came verbally at first. But verbal support was unnecessary. Xander's indifferent smile never wavered. His expression remained calm. No matter how close Cameron's attack came, it made no difference. With a mere lift of his hand, Xander's will moved effortlessly. Terrifying sword chi instantly erupted from him, tearing apart the powerful incoming attack with the might of the Taiping sword formation. Yet the destruction of the attack did not stop there. The terrifying sword chi continued its rampage, directly charging towards Cameron. Oh no! Cameron's pupils contracted. Confident in his overwhelming power at the peak of the 17th level, he believed killing Xander would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. But who could have imagined that after unleashing his confident strike, it barely touched Xander? Instead, Xander merely raised his hand, and an extremely fearsome sword chi pressed down upon him. Evasion was impossible, so Cameron could only do his utmost to resist. However, the sword chi was too terrifying, far exceeding his limits. This terrifying sword chi forced Cameron to exert every bit of his ability until he fell into a state of absolute helplessness. Cameron managed one last agonized cry. Then, his body was utterly shredded by the terrifying sword chi. His blood splattered through the air, and his severed head became the most visible part amidst the ruins. Everyone watched, their pupils constricting and hearts trembling. The fear and apprehension in their gazes grew stronger as they looked at Xander. After all, this was a powerful figure from Yunshan Sword Academy. How formidable! And yet he was destroyed with just a wave of Xander's hand. How terrifyingly powerful and incomprehensibly strong was Xander. Cameron was at the peak of the 17th level and yet fell in less than one move from Xander. How could someone so young possess such power? When did such a fearsome existence emerge in the 9 seas under heaven? Compared to Xander, Caleb was nothing more than cattle or horses on the ground, unable to match the brilliance of celestial stars. Prodigy. A prodigy indeed. The 9 seas under heaven were truly fortunate. Before, there was the heavenly pride Erwin, leader of divine light. Now, observe Xander, who, with just a raise of his hand, kills a 17th level powerhouse and reveals his mysterious strength. The Lingxiao Sky Road. What a thrilling event. Many eyes turned towards Xander. The various major forces of Red Earth gazed at Xander. Even the Honglong Spirit Academy in heaven above heaven took notice of Xander. Not simple at all. In a quiet chamber within Honglong Spirit Academy, a boy murmured, his eyes gleaming. Sir, Xander is getting more impressive. Back in Chongping capital city, this boy had already been an admirer of Xander. Seeing Xander again now, joy was evident in his eyes. Artel remained as calm as ever. This exceptional being, difficult to trace origins. Yet, Xander appears out of nowhere, his rapid advancement defying natural law. Such individuals are born to change the world and astonish humanity. Although Caleb of Yunshan Sword Academy is indeed a heavenly pride, can earthly gold compare to celestial stars? Xander's future potential is boundless. Artel spoke, yet his eyes never left the chessboard. Haha, intriguing. Who would have thought that in the divine light world, you Artel would encounter someone beyond your sight? Opposite Artel sat another presence, emitting an even more terrifying aura, like countless swords drawn from their sheaths, piercingly oppressive. It was as if he was the incarnation of a treasured blade, sharpness impossible to contain. If someone of lower rank dared to look at him, their divine soul would likely be shattered instantly. This man and Artel were like sitting on opposite ends of a seesaw. One was excessively composed, appearing ordinary. The other was exceedingly sharp, almost lethal at a glance. The terrifying aura caused even the pieces on the chessboard to tremble, possibly shattering at any moment. Artel watched this with displeasure. You, either play chess or knock over the table. Humph. Don't think you can repeat the trick of breaking chess pieces? Donghua scoffed. Do you know who I am? Someone of my stature would not stoop to petty tricks. Saying this, he crushed several chess pieces into powder on the board. But today is not suitable for playing chess. Let's meet again soon. The nearby boy couldn't help but mutter. Why does someone so grown act like a cheater? Donghua shot a fierce glare at him. Oh no, he heard me. Cleveland hurriedly hid behind Artel, who shook his head. You brash fellow, you're not worthy of playing chess. Donghua snorted. The world has countless marvels. I just lack expertise in this. Artel nearly rolled his eyes. Ah, yes. If only I'd known, I should have found another place. You, brute, have no appreciation. With a thought, Artel transformed the chessboard into a tea table. Cleveland promptly began preparing tea. Taking a sip, Artel's mood improved considerably. The 9 seas under heaven, though remote, is blessed indeed. With one Erwin and one Xander, sigh. You say Xander is beyond comprehension. How does he compare to Erwin? Artel raised an eyebrow. Didn't I say he's beyond comprehension? But if pressed, Xander naturally cannot be weak. However, at Lingxiao Sky Road, we'll see. Artel sighed inwardly. For Xander, he felt speechless. Despite his ability to discern the fate of many with his remarkable eyesight, when it came to Xander, he saw nothing. Truly extraordinary. Erwin is free from the influence of your Honglong Spirit Academy. This time, there might be a chance. Do you not always say that destiny cannot be forced? But with Erwin rising so high, not suppressing him might lead to a great fall. Up in heaven above heaven, Xander was unaware of this conversation and cared little. Having killed Cameron, Xander flipped his hand and killed another 17th level elder from Yunshan Sword Academy. But before Xander could commence a bloody massacre, thunderous power descended from above. It arrived. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Lingxiao Sky Road opened. The grandeur of the Tang dynasty illuminated the world. Young lords hesitated, gazing toward the future. Chapter 165, Mac. The Lingxiao heavenly path has arrived. Seeing the path in the sky open up, everyone's hearts trembled with excitement, as if drums of battle were being beaten. The thrill and anticipation welled up, difficult to express in words. In each pair of eyes lay a yearning that was almost palpable, a boundless aspiration. This was the Lingxiao heavenly path, where only once in a millennium did it serve as a witness to outstanding talents. How many blessings from heaven could be found here? Even walking just the first road brought blessings. What immense weight those heavenly favors carried. If a true genius emerged in this era, they might truly be able to traverse the 5 paths constantly. That would signify the potential of an emperor, glimpsing the future. Heavenly favors were like rebirths. Of course, traversing the 5 paths constantly was far too ambitious a dream for most, and they had not gathered here from afar merely to daydream. Considering the vast expanse of the Xintian 9 seas, poor and desolate, to have someone like Ascari emerge with dazzling talent was already an enormous stroke of luck for them. As for hoping for an emperor-class talent to come from the Xintian 9 seas, well, wouldn't it be better to spend that time eating an extra bowl of rice? This time, the greatest expectation for the local Xintian 9 seas was placed on Ascari. According to rumors, Ascari possessed the potential of a sage. If he could reach the Sage Sutra, it would bring immense honor to the entire Divine Light world. Because of this, everyone couldn't help but eagerly anticipate Ascari's appearance. They knew they themselves couldn't go very far on the heavenly path, but they could share in the glory of their local talents. Finally, the Lingxiao heavenly path. I have waited so long for you. May the heavenly messenger heed my wishes and traverse all 5 paths to obtain the pivot nectar, that is emperor-class potential. Even Ascari can't compare. Danilo's heart couldn't help but throb with nervousness, his eyes filled with infinite anticipation. My lord, are you ready to enter the Lingxiao heavenly path and show your prowess? Danilo suddenly asked Xander. Xander smiled. The Lingxiao heavenly path is where young geniuses gather. It belongs to the youth. As for me, being a spectator is enough. You're still young, my lord. But yes, it's a pity we won't get to see your true strength. Willie shook his head, sharing Danilo's regret. Xander simply smiled without answering, focusing instead on the Lingxiao heavenly path overhead. Suddenly, a transmission from the heavens entered his mind. It was from Bard. Heavenly Messenger Honorable, the Lingxiao heavenly path has opened. Do you remember our earlier conversation? Xander raised an eyebrow. He remembered. All right. Yes, if no one reminded him, he almost forgot. Although Xander could now designate Bard as the new patriarch of the Zhang family with just a word, the proper formality shouldn't be lacking. Fulfilling the wish like a dream, you alone can be the patriarch of the Zhang family with ease. Then Xander said to Willie and Danilo, there's a strong wind here. It's unsuitable for viewing the scenery. I have somewhere else to go. You two can continue exploring on your own. Willie and Danilo naturally had questions, but they didn't dare ask further. They just nodded. Send off, my lord. Once Xander left, the two continued watching and gazing at the sky. With one step, Xander instantly vanished, reappearing dressed as the heavenly messenger Corey, heading towards the Zhang family estate. At this moment, within the Zhang family, despite recent events, Carmine and Bard's desire remained unchanged. One could say, this was a great opportunity. Now, with the Zhang family almost completely divided and on the brink of non-existence by the other families, if they could lead the clan back to prosperity or even beyond, their lineage would have deep roots within the Zhang family. But the first and most crucial step was becoming the patriarch of the Zhang family. Most members of the Zhang family had gone out to observe the Lingxiao heavenly path, leaving only the old grandfather and grandson waiting for the heavenly messenger Corey's appearance. Son, will the heavenly messenger really come? Carmine couldn't help but ask. Bard was more certain. Grandfather, don't worry. I've already contacted the heavenly messenger who agreed to appear soon. Carmine nodded, his elderly brows laced with concern. Our Zhang family, though still part of a hidden clan, is not what it used to be. We lack the strength of a hidden clan. If not for Master Goran's kindness, under the vile machinations of the 3 families, our Zhang family might have already vanished into history. His tone grew somber. How long did the prosperity of the Zhang family last? How quickly did that prosperity crumble? It felt like the blink of an eye. Looking at the Zhang family now, one could feel the heavy atmosphere of gloom and suppression permeating every corner. No longer was there any trace of past prosperity or ambition. Struggles for power and resources? Those matters no longer involved the Zhang family. Continuing the name of the Zhang family in Hualiang City was now their best hope. Painful? Yes, painful indeed. But such is the way of the world. Strength prevails over weakness. You can't help but accept it. Carmine dared to hope. If we seek a wish from the heavenly messenger, could our Zhang family possibly leave Changel and return to its former glory? Bard hurriedly interjected. Grandfather, past prosperity should rely on future generations. And Changel has shown us unending grace. Turning our backs now would not be loyal or righteous. Besides, our Zhang family surviving to this day is already a significant fortune. Grandfather, please don't say such things. In Changel territory, with Changel's master whose thoughts span life and death, any indiscreet speech could mean the end of our clan. Carmine shook his head. I was just talking. At that moment, a figure appeared. Upon seeing the person, Carmine and Bard quickly knelt. Heavenly Messenger Honorable. Here to fulfill the vow. For a short while, I shall embody Lingxiao and appoint the patriarch of the Zhang family. Just wait. Immediately, the figure transformed into Bard. Both Bard and Carmine were awestruck. The transformation was so genuine, even a father couldn't distinguish between real and fake. All depends on the heavenly messenger. Transformed into Bard, Xander arrived at a bustling place. Here, numerous talents gathered, ready to prove themselves to the whole world. Lingxiao Heavenly Path, where geniuses convene. Today, I, Old Ma, will be the first to test it for all of you. A rough, resonant voice reverberated through the air, and a burly man leaped out. Mac, the prodigy from Hans Han Courtyard. Lydia, also from Hans Han Courtyard, looked on expectantly from the crowd. Mac, very powerful? Danilo asked curiously. Naturally. Master Ma is our true disciple, possessing immense strength. His cultivation of divine skills makes him extremely powerful, unmatched at his level. The dean once said Master Ma has the bearing of a king. Danilo blinked. Can he then pass the first celestial path? Willie shook his head. That's hard to say. If it were easy to pass, would it be called a celestial path? Danilo thought about it. One wonders how many steps this true disciple of Han's Han courtyard can take. Under everyone's anticipation and chatter, Mac leaped high into the sky. He landed on the first stair leading to the heavens. Hashtag chapter 166. The first step, the monarch's platform. The Xianxia heavenly road. This is the stage of the heaven-touched geniuses. When Mac placed his foot on the first step of the heavenly road, what he felt first wasn't the pressure from the steps themselves. Instead, it was the weight of being in the spotlight. At this moment, it seemed like everyone's eyes were fixed upon him. Fortunately, Mac had already braced himself mentally. He accepted the intense gaze calmly and focused all his mind and body into the seemingly endless stairs before him. Initially, the burden wasn't too heavy, so Mac moved quickly, almost leaping up several steps at a time. However, as he crossed over 20,000 steps, his swift pace abruptly halted. A formidable pressure surged into his mind, even causing him hallucinations. It felt as if his limit was merely the 33,000th step of the monarch's platform, and he would have to stop right there. At this instant, Mac truly understood the terrifying nature of the Xianxia heavenly road. Yet, he didn't believe he would stop here. The first path, the path of kings. Only those with immense willpower could reach the top. Mac took a deep breath, mustering all his strength against the immense pressure, and stepped forward arduously. All eyes were on Mac, watching each of his heavy footsteps crossing the heavens. Seeing how easily Mac moved ahead, they felt inspired. Many of the geniuses from Red Earth eagerly rushed forward, climbing the 33,000 steps following closely behind Mac. Not everyone felt the pressure only after reaching the 20,000 step like Mac. Some encountered the oppressive force after just a few hundred steps. And not everyone could continue advancing despite the mounting pressure, becoming increasingly difficult to lift their legs, yet still move forward. Some were frozen in place by the immense pressure and could no longer advance. Eventually, exhausted and out of stamina, they had no choice but to give up. Even some of the more accomplished cultivators couldn't withstand it. But mere strength was far from enough. Only those with unwavering willpower could climb through these 33,000 steps of the monarch's platform one layer at a time. Mac was the first to surge ahead and remained in the lead. Both newcomers and onlookers followed his every step. Forward, forward, never stopping. Everyone was guessing, hoping, and waiting to see whether this genius from Cold Mountain Courtyard could cross the first heavenly gate, or where he would stop along these 33,000 steps. They were filled with curiosity. Mac, on the other hand, silently pressed on. After encountering pressure at the 20,000th step, his speed slowed down. However, this was compared to his own previous performance. Compared to others, his pace was still incredibly fast. Step by step, 10,000, then another 10,000 steps passed beneath him. As time went by, Mac reached the 10,000th step. Here, 1/3 of the 33,000 monarch's platform was an unattainable end for many people in their lifetimes. Once again, Mac paused. The pressure increased once more. Just the first part of the heavenly road. Mac's pupils constricted. In the crowd, Lydia couldn't help but cheer him on. Senior brother, don't give up. Danilo asked curiously. Master, do you think how far Mac will ultimately go? Lydia leaned in with interest, her heart pounding in anticipation. Willie laughed. The first path of the Xianxia heavenly road requires great willpower to reach the top. Mac can't possibly get through completely, but his determination is strong. He can probably reach within 10,000 steps of the top of the 33,000 monarch's platform. Does that mean he can climb beyond 20,000 steps? Danilo blinked. It seemed he had underestimated Mac. But after all, he is a true disciple from Cold Mountain Courtyard. If we underestimate him, it would be arrogant. And speaking of willpower alone, Mac is likely much stronger than that Ida from Yunxian Sword Academy who died. Lydia said proudly. Certainly. Although Senior Brother Ma may not match that Ida in talent, when it comes to will and determination, Senior Brother Ma is extremely formidable. That Ida from Yunxian Sword Academy couldn't possibly compare. Danilo chuckled. Why are you so proud, little girl? Anyone who doesn't know might think you climbed the heavenly road yourself. An indeterminate amount of time passed. Look, Mac, he stopped moving. Someone cried out in shock, and everyone turned to watch. Naturally, Danilo and the others had been paying close attention all along. After the pressure at the 10,000th step, Mac continued, reaching 15,000 steps where the pressure increased again. By then, Mac's lifting of his leg had become incredibly slow. At the 18,000th step, the pressure mounted once more. At this point, Mac was barely moving at all. Though he slowed down, it didn't mean others sped up. Mac still led the way. He climbed slowly and laboriously until the 23,682nd step. Mac stopped. At this moment, he resembled a statue drained of blood, yet his eyes held a desperate longing for hope. His body had finally reached its limit. Therefore, Mac plummeted from the air, falling from the 33,000 steps of the monarch's platform. Suddenly, Mac felt immensely relieved. People from Cold Mountain Courtyard hurriedly gathered around him. When he was caught by his fellow disciples, Mac's face turned pale as he said, Elder, your disciple failed to bring glory to our courtyard. But the elder leading the group laughed loudly. How could it be failure? Our Cold Mountain Courtyard has reason to be proud. The dean always believed you possessed the potential of a monarch. Truly, your ability to reach so close to the top, just 10,000 steps away, is remarkable. How many of our peers could match you? In the future, remember today's challenges and honor. Live up to everyone's expectations. Mac nodded. Then he asked, Elder, do you think if that Ida came, she could surpass the 33,000 steps of the monarch's platform? The elder shook his head firmly. Not possible. While Ida has cultivated long, in terms of mental strength and willpower, she is far inferior to you. I believe she wouldn't make it past 5,000 steps. Whether that was true or not, Mac felt glad inside. At this moment, another disciple sighed. What a pity. This time, only senior brother Ma represented our cold mountain courtyard. If the other seniors were here, perhaps one of them could have reached the top. The elder smiled and shook his head. For those under 30, this challenge is daunting. The Xianxia heavenly road is blessed by heaven. It's not easy. These steps signify an ordinary person's attempt to ascend to the heavens. Mac also sighed. Just the first path, the King's Way, became increasingly difficult the further I went. Only someone as formidable as Ascari could triumph over the heavenly road. Ascari. I heard she is going to cultivate in a sacred place. Listening to the discussion among the disciples, the elder smiled, his gaze drifting away. He blinked. But there's no sign of Xander, the Lord of Chongping. Did he have no intention of attempting the heavenly road? Meanwhile, Xander watched many of the Zhang family's disciples struggle. Some couldn't even reach the 10,000th step before succumbing to the immense pressure. The difference between them and Mac was stark. Feeling confident, Xander took a step forward. Chapter 167. Is that second young master? Xander leaped to the first level of the 33 10,000 sovereign platform in one stride. He felt about the same as Mac, completely unfazed, his body feeling very light. However, having observed Mac's experience, Xander knew this path would likely not remain easy. But Xander's ultimate goal was Wuli Hungtong, 5 roads everlasting. So, climb. Step by step upwards, Xander didn't walk too fast nor too slow, different from Mac. There was no choice. He now embodied Bard. His final aim was to surpass the young generation of the Zhang family, not all the geniuses in Red Earth. Although he could do it, afterwards, a strength-insufficient Bard would surely be suspected and eventually suffer harm. Xander considered everything meticulously. Please call him the god of service. After Xander ascended, naturally, he caught the attention of the Zhang family members. The second young master also went up. He had to go up. The other young masters did, though their performances weren't great. Even the best, Anthony, only managed 70,000 levels. Reaching the top seemed distant and unattainable. No one knew how far the second young master would go. However, crossing 70,000 levels would likely guarantee a position for the patriarch. The Zhang family discussed among themselves. They were different from others. Others ascended Lingxiao heavenly path to prove their exceptional talents to the world. But they competed for the next family patriarch position. Now, Anthony led with 70,000 levels. Anyone surpassing him would secure the role. In the crowd was Bard, his appearance altered by Xander. At this moment, he looked unremarkable, hidden among people. Bard harbored great confidence. With the help of the celestial messenger, exceeding 70,000 levels was definitely achievable. Xander's hearing was sharp, but not so acute as to eavesdrop on ground whispers from above. Even if he heard them, he wouldn't care. Being on Lingxiao heavenly path, his first goal was to fulfill wishes. Secondly, using Bard's identity to gauge its difficulty. Xander walked at a steady pace, quickly passing 20,000 levels. Mac, however, started experiencing pressure. But Xander felt nothing, still walking easily. Based on Mac's performance, Xander began acting pressured and gradually slowed down. Gradually, he crossed the 70,000 level mark set by Anthony, pretending it weighed heavily on him. The Zhang family members' eyes widened. Even the calm Anthony couldn't hide his shock. Brother 2 must have been deeply hiding his true self. Anthony mused inwardly, believing he already had many secrets unknown to others. But Bard hid deeper. Even under apparent strain, he showed more potential than Anthony, already surpassing his limits. Thus, the next Zhang family patriarch was determined. Anthony sighed inwardly, helpless against such strength. But he soon straightened his mindset. Seeking the patriarch role wasn't essential, proving himself was important. Expecting to stand out, surprising everyone, he realized there was always someone better within the Zhang family. Still, it was good. With a genius like Bard as the new patriarch, the Zhang family might thrive again. Compared to the open-hearted Anthony, other Zhang family members were far more agitated. Naturally, they were stunned by Bard's strength. How deep the second young master has hidden. No one knew how far the second young master could go. Though appearing strained, the second young master seems to have reserves. We hope he goes far. Amidst these discussions, Xander reached 100,000 steps. He acted more exhausted, but didn't plan to stop. 110,000, 120,000, 130,000. Each step was challenging yet never ceased. Before long, Xander climbed to 180,000. 180,000. This is Bard, the second son of the Zhang family? How strong can he be? Despite recent misfortunes, heaven still favors the Zhang family. 180,000. Not far from the true successors of Han's Han courtyard. A new star shines in the Zhang family. Indeed, a prestigious family, albeit slightly declined, still held profound strength. Bard, so strong? Danilo watched, disliking it. Though he had no grudge against Bard's branch, who let Danilo dislike the Zhang family? Willie squinted. He's another Mac, perhaps surpassing. Danilo was alarmed. What does that mean? Bard stronger than Mac? Lydia's eyes widened. Crowds buzzed. Bard was only 2,000 steps away from surpassing Mac and hadn't stopped. Bard, the second young master of the Zhang family, so powerful? At Han's Han courtyard, Mac was incredulous. Senior brother Ma, it feels like your record will be surpassed. Mac shook his head. Be surpassed or not, many heroes exist. Surpassing me isn't significant. Mac continued watching. On the platform, Xander's pace grew slower. Honestly, he still felt no pressure. It was hard to empathize with others' exhaustion, but they couldn't understand his pretended fatigue. Originally planning to stop at 190,000 steps, Xander wondered if surpassing 200,000 would bring pressure. It turned out nothing happened. Xander continued forward at a snail's pace. Finally, he surpassed Mac. Everyone focused in shock. Surpassed Mac's record. Another prodigy comparable to the true successors of Han's Han Courtyard. Red Earth's major sects would vie for such talent. The Zhang family truly regained its glory. Praises echoed endlessly. Xander couldn't hear them, only guessing. Mac likely only reached this point. Deciding. Xander paused. Straining, he looked ahead, feeling unable to advance further. Or maybe, his legs could move one more step. After hesitation and struggle, Xander chose to abandon, falling directly off Xianxia heavenly path. What? Why did he come down? Yes, he clearly could proceed. Even elders of Han's Han Courtyard shook their heads in regret. It seems this young man's aspirations lie elsewhere. But he's still talented. Find out if Bard wants to join us. Understood. Mac went to meet this Bard who exceeded him by 200 steps. Many major organizations sent scouts, all vying for top talent. After leaving Xianxia heavenly path, Xander reappeared at the Zhang family residence. Bard hurried back. Your Excellency, your great kindness will never be forgotten. Bard knelt, moved emotionally. Now, he was not only assured as the next Zhang family patriarch but gained worldwide recognition. A tremendous gain. Xander said indifferently. Wish fulfilled, dream ended. I shall depart. Then he vanished, not forgetting to revert Bard's appearance. Chapter 168. Emperor Changwan. After the figure of Xander disappeared, not long after, Bard sensed a powerful presence approaching, and it wasn't just one person. Focusing his eyes, he saw the group arriving, led by Mac, who had distinguished himself on Xianxia Heavenly Road. The prodigies of Han's Han Courtyard and others, I am not sure why you have suddenly graced my family's territory. What brings you here? Bard was no fool like Burl. He knew exactly why these people had come but chose to play dumb for now. Sometimes, pretending to be ignorant could prevent trouble. The group spoke directly. Young master, I am Mac. We were once rivals on the Xianxia Heavenly Road at Junwang Terrace. I recognize you, so surely young master Zhang remembers me. This visit is specifically for you. Oh, for me? Does young master Zhang seek a master or wish to join our Han's Han Courtyard? Given your abilities, comparable to mine, Han's Han Courtyard will provide ample resources to nurture your talent. Mac spoke sincerely, and others followed suit in explaining their purpose. The divine Luo Huidam has always valued talent. If young master Zhang chooses to join us, you will serve divine Luo as its citizen, with boundless prospects and eternal honor. Our great moon Longzong invites young master Zhang to join us. Qibei Huidam would not miss out on a talent like young master Zhang. In an instant, all major organizations in Red Earth sent inviting gestures towards Bard. The earnest gazes made Bard feel uneasy. Despite being the second son of the hidden family Zhang, he had never experienced such attention before. To be treated like a star, but Bard knew how to respond. I am honored by your invitations from such formidable entities. However, I must apologize. My family, the Zhangs, are currently in peril. My elder brother, Monty, has passed away, and our patriarch suffered a cruel murder. Our clan leader is heartbroken. With our family in decline, how can we young generation think only of ourselves and forget the Zhangs? The path of cultivation may span millennia, but I hope to dedicate myself entirely to my family, ensuring that the Zhangs remain prosperous forever. So, I regretfully decline your offers. Bard's refusal was straightforward. His family's current survival depended on the benevolence of Xander, ruler of Chongping. If Xander became displeased, the Zhang's existence would be in jeopardy. Therefore, even if Bard were given 10 hearts, he wouldn't dare switch allegiances. Though he admired places like Han's Han Courtyard, some risks were simply not worth taking, especially considering what he had witnessed Xander do. When Mac and others heard this, they laughed. Young Master Zhang's concern for the Zhangs is commendable, but is it truly due to the development of your family, or fear of Xander's authority? You worry too much, young Master Zhang. Indeed, Xander may be tyrannical, but he is a minor figure compared to us. If you join any of our great organizations, gaining true teachings and support, Xander would be nothing to fear. The man from Great Moon Longzong spoke arrogantly, confident in their power. Yet Bard shook his head firmly. Davon Darren saved the Zhang family. I owe him gratitude, not fear. I choose not to leave the Zhangs because I prefer a quiet life in Hualiang City, rather than wandering far and wide. With that, Bard displayed a clear farewell gesture, which displeased the visitors. Ah, young Master Zhang really doesn't know when to accept an offer. You should aim higher. Your narrow-mindedness disappoints. Rare opportunities should be carefully considered. Since young Master Zhang has made up his mind, we won't force you. Perhaps we came at the wrong time. Missing such a talented individual is indeed unfortunate. They left reluctantly, realizing Bard was unmovable. After all, this was Hualiang City, and Xander's displeasure could mean death for them all. After the group departed, Bard looked into the distance. On a high rooftop, a shadow stood clearly. Lawrence, a cold, deathly figure. Lawrence's icy gaze fell upon him momentarily before vanishing. Bard shivered, sweating profusely. Thankfully, he had kept his priorities straight. Any hesitation could have cost his life and the entire Zhang family's future. From then on, he must be cautious as the new clan leader. Lawrence appeared following Xander's orders. If the Zhang family showed disloyalty, they would cease to exist. Fortunately, Bard's branch acted wisely, knowing what to do and what not to do. However, Xander's focus shifted as he looked skyward at the colossal spacecraft, a symbol of imperial might. Dragon power. This was the dragon ship of divine Luo Huidam, reserved for its most important figures. Who would appear? On the ship emerged a majestic figure, greeted with pomp and circumstance. None other than Emperor Leo of divine Luo. Shockwaves rippled through the crowd. Even Xander narrowed his eyes. The emperor personally visits, undoubtedly for Princess Changwan. Danilo recited the name that silenced many hearts, Erwin, a prodigy who dwarfed countless self-proclaimed geniuses. Danilo eagerly awaited her performance on Xianxia Heavenly Road. Just as everyone marveled at the Emperor's presence, a graceful spacecraft appeared, accompanied by a single figure. Not a celestial being, but imbued with divine energy. Her arrival captivated all. As she took a step forward, ascending Xianxia Heavenly Road. Chapter 169. Paragon triumphs over Paragon. Xander's gaze was one of the countless gazes directed towards Tristan. However, while others merely glanced to see what Tristan looked like, Xander could directly discern every detail about her. Tristan, hailing from the Northern Heavenly Mountain sect, a name Xander had never heard of, was undoubtedly as formidable as the Red Dragon Spirit Academy. Both were behemoth existences. Otherwise, Tristan wouldn't have joined it. As the top paragon, Tristan was also the premier disciple of Northern Heavenly Mountain sect. Her cultivation was terrifying, and the 17 peaks before her seemed trivial. As for her innate talent, it was unparalleled, an outstanding gift right from birth. Even her acquired qualities didn't lag behind. The cultivation technique she practiced, the Supreme True Holy Spirit Great Method, sounded incredibly powerful just by its name. Additionally, she possessed various formidable skills and a divine sword named Cold Dragon. Her future potential was undeniably saintly. Xander marveled at this, acknowledging that her reputation was well-deserved. Her profile was enough to make all heroes bend in awe. In this world, Xander hadn't seen anyone stronger than Tristan except for that divine race woman. Indeed, Tristan lived up to the evaluation given by the Divine Light Talents record. This young lady, once fully grown, would definitely be a saint. But whether she could smoothly reach the third path of sainthood remains to be seen. Xander narrowed his eyes to observe. Many others watched alongside him. Under countless gazes, Tristan pondered for a moment before stepping forward. She walked at a leisurely pace, showing no sign of pressure or difficulty, much like how Xander moved on the Hoyt's platform without any trouble. This ease and grace swiftly propelled her past 200,000 layers, then 210,000, 220,000, 230,000. Tristan's steps were remarkably steady, and everyone watched her advance silently. She surpassed Mac and Zhang Ning one after another, leaving their records in the past. Tristan continued without hesitation, feeling neither heavy nor pressured. Soon, she reached 300,000 layers, nearing the completion of the Hoyt's platform. At this moment, Xander, in the guise of the celestial messenger Wesley, instantly appeared before Danilo. Remnant Bridge Celestial Path, every step upward, divine favor bestowed, each step indispensable. First came the voice, then the figure. Seeing the celestial messenger, Willie and Danilo immediately focused their attention. The appearance of the celestial messenger stirred their hearts. Especially Danilo, who greeted with joy. Honorable celestial messenger, you've finally come. Danilo knelt down respectfully, his admiration evident. Willie's eyes sparkled with thoughts swirling. Earlier, during the heavenly blessing bestowed by Xianxia sect and the twilight of heavenly tribulation, Willie had only observed from afar when the celestial messenger appeared. Now, the celestial messenger suddenly appeared right before him. Willie felt not joy but fear. Just a glance made him feel like he was staring into an abyss, the immense terror that could only exist beyond the world. One glance almost extinguished his soul. This horrifying power left Willie trembling in shock. Willie finally responded, Honorable celestial messenger, heavenly favor bestowed upon all. Yet those who lead shine brightly. Willie knew much about the Remnant Bridge Celestial Path, discussing it as if recounting a family treasure. Just as he finished speaking, the sky above the Remnant Bridge Celestial Path trembled violently, followed by thunderous roars and human exclamations. All eyes turned to see Tristan crossing the final 30,000 layers effortlessly. She had easily crossed the first stage, the Sovereign's Path, at 330,000 layers on the Hoyt's platform. This achievement shocked the world and filled hearts with reverence. Heavenly sounds resonated through their ears, manifesting voices. In the boundless expanse, child Tristan, leading the way on the Remnant Bridge Celestial Path, surpassing all on the Sovereign's journey, bearing witness for 10,000 years, adored by all. This resounding voice, emanating from the heavens, naturally stirred the world. Tristan succeeded. How could this not shake every being? How could this not evoke admiration? She was indeed the top of the Divine Light Talents record. The first stage of the Remnant Bridge Celestial Path had thwarted countless paragons, yet Tristan excelled, her potential limitless. Her elegance amazed the world, destined to leave a legacy for eons. No one could match her. The 10,000-year elixir was truly a testament to the greatness of the Remnant Bridge Celestial Path and the current generation of paragons. Envy filled many hearts. Some praised, some sighed, some envied, and some composed poetry. In the Red Dragon Spirit Academy ship, Maurice and Branson watched the scene with mixed emotions. Tristan soars like a star, transcending the mundane, Branson said. Maurice grunted unhappily. If not for certain events, how could such a remarkable talent end up at the empty Northern Heavenly Mountain sect? His eyes burned with murderous intent. He clearly harbored deep resentment towards the Northern Heavenly Mountain sect. Branson laughed. Things are long past. Why can't you learn magnanimity? Fate determined Tristan's path. To resist destiny is futile. Morris's agitated gaze shifted. Past? How can it be past? It concerns the dignity of the Red Dragon Spirit Academy. Every day, I think of Tristan, the cause of our disgrace. If we don't rectify this, we're unworthy of being a behemoth. Branson shook his head. Then capture someone even better than Tristan. That will erase the Red Dragon Spirit Academy's humiliation. But hurry, Tristan doesn't plan to stay at Northern Heavenly Mountain sect. Her next destination is the Viewing Sea Spirit sect. Maurice frowned. I heard she was going to a holy land? Yes, Viewing Sea Spirit sect is under Jubing Mountain. Tristan must first visit there for qualification. Of course, with her abilities and talent, entering Jubing Mountain's holy land is a certainty. Maurice relaxed. Good, very good. Without Tristan, Northern Heavenly Mountain sect will lose its arrogance. They'll pay sooner or later. Meanwhile, with the completion of the Hoyt's platform, the second celestial path began to reveal itself. #####, Chapter 170, Before the Sage's Sutra. The first heavenly path, the Hoyt's Road, with its 330,000 monarch stages, was not enough to hinder Ascari. She easily overcame it. Thus, the second heavenly path, the Immortal Road, revealed itself before the people. The Immortal Road features 8,888 cloud-soaring chimes. One who can activate these chimes in one breath, making the immortal melody audible, passes the trial. This path is for those of great fortitude. The cloud-soaring chimes can only be activated by the most powerful. It tests combat prowess. Changluan's star shines bright. My child, listed first in the Divine Light Genius record since birth, has subjugated countless geniuses and heroes. In terms of talent, ability, character, and skills, who can compare, who can surpass? The Hall of All Matters knows all. My child, ranked first in the Divine Light Genius record, is a testament to the world. Today, though the heavenly paths are high and the immortal music distant, nothing can stop my child from advancing, bringing glory to our Shenluo nation. On the Shenluo dragon ship, Bartolomeo spoke with majestic authority. Confidence radiated from his eyes, shaking the five directions. Infinite self-assurance and arrogance stemmed from one person, Ascari, who was the pride of Shenluo. In the realm of divine light, there was a saying, Changluan's star moves, unmatched in the world. Who could surpass Ascari as the greatest prodigy? Endless praise and undeniable facts moved even the heart of Bartolomeo, filling him with pride and honor. Among the court officials of Shenluo, who did not feel proud, Her Highness, the Miles Princess, truly brings honor to Shenluo. To reach the Sage's Sutra, let alone this immortal road, what can stop her? Glory to Shenluo. Voices resonated, echoing through the 9 heavens. Ascari heard them, or perhaps she didn't, but her gaze turned towards the dazzling celestial sound. The cloud-soaring chimes hung in the clouds, seemingly light enough for anyone to move. But in reality, approaching them brought an indescribable pressure. One could grasp just how challenging it was to play all 8,888 chimes in one breath. Above Ascari's head, clouds danced, forming shadows. The moon shone like the sun, vast yet round, hanging high and sacred. Ancient legends tell of genius phenomena. The divine moon meets the sun. It will shake the 9 heavens. Incredible, incredible. Divine might rippled across the sky, and on the ground, shouts of excitement never ceased. Everyone watched intently, eyes wide, as they felt the terrifying power that shook the void. This might not be the limit, yet it was already awe-inspiring for them. The sky trembled. In the void, thunderous rumbles were visible, waves rippling outward. A crisp, continuous sound reached their ears, like water trickling from a dam about to burst. The 8,888 cloud-soaring chimes moved with the wind, responding to something unseen. One call, one echo. Above, the large moon became an egg, within which a giant, as tall as mountains and able to drink from rivers, emerged, a measuring tool for landscapes. The giant stood tall and divine, an ancient embodiment of sages. Simply standing there, he made the heavens and earth pale in comparison. At rest, all was tranquil. With movement, the world shook. Ascari moved. Bending her knees, gripping tightly with both fists, she exerted all her strength, opening the world with a punch. The punch. The giant followed. The punch. Boundless force. The impact was terrifyingly instantaneous. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the 8,888 cloud-soaring chimes resonated. Immortal melodies echoed through the mortal world. Heavenly sounds appeared in the ears. Earth has life, child Ascari. The immortal road lies ahead, and immortal music plays. She leads the world, how incredible, demonstrating her power, blessed by the heavens, honoring mortals. Thus, the people saw. Divine light enveloped Ascari, merging into her body. Thunder roared continuously. The divine light transformed into cultivation, pushing Ascari's realm upward. She soared once again to the peak, a mere half-step away from the next height. TSK, 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 how formidable, how enviable. People marveled at the differences among humans. Watching, who was not amazed, who was not envious. Everyone wished they were Ascari, born with such talent. Alas, fate did not bless them all. With grand ambitions in their hearts, but no destined fortune, they could only dream. Wonderful, wonderful, my child. You bring glory. Seeing Ascari successfully cross the second immortal road and play the 8,888 cloud-soaring chimes, Bartolomeo smiled brightly, his laughter echoing throughout the ship. Shenluo citizens stood tall, filled with immense pride. This was the honor of Shenluo. Suazi-run, announce immediately that our Shenluo boasts a formidable Miles Princess who traversed the Lingxiao heavenly path first, bringing unparalleled honor and joy to the nation. Celebrate for 3 months. A grand occasion indeed. Your Majesty's wish shall be done. The Emperor's command sent court officials scrambling. Meanwhile, Leo's attention returned to the Lingxiao heavenly path. The third heavenly path, the Sage's Sutra, is the critical test. Why should your Majesty worry? Her Highness possesses the demeanor of a sage. Though challenges may arise, nothing can ultimately stop her. Leo nodded. Indeed, indeed. My child must not halt here. She has the potential of a sage. His eyes remained unwavering. Compared to the Hoyt's Road and Immortal Road, the third heavenly path, the Sage's Sutra, was undoubtedly the true challenge for Ascari. If she could overcome it, not only would she receive blessings from heaven, but Shenluo itself would benefit immensely. Most importantly, infinite glory awaited. Thus, Leo eagerly anticipated it. Besides him, who among the world did not? The third heavenly path, the Sage's Sutra, it was located on a small island in the sky. Upon arriving, stones resonated differently. Divine Law 1, achieve perfection. Divine Law 2, attain completion. Divine Law 3, reach the pinnacle. Divine Law 4, master completely. Divine Law 5, small accomplishments become evident. Divine Law 6. Establish the basics. Different laws had different standards. Completing any within 3 days allowed passage. People watched in shock. What? Only 3 days? Even the lowest standard seemed incredibly demanding. How could one master the Divine Law's subtleties in just 3 days? If you couldn't do it, don't assume others couldn't either. If it were easy, the Lingxiao Heavenly Path might as well be called Flat Road. Monarch stages and cloud-soaring chimes were formidable. But this truly was the test. Everyone tensed up, curious about Ascari's choice. Divine Law 1. Perfection. Divine Law 6. Basic mastery in just 3 days. Even if the Emperor came, Leo felt a heavy heart. This challenge was difficult. Ascari also pondered deeply. After a brief pause, she reached out. Chapter 171. The Celestial Absolute is harder than heaven. Ascari, which heavenly stone did she ultimately choose? Divine Law 1. Entering perfection. Seeing Ascari's choice, were you surprised? Actually, no one was. Rather, it felt entirely expected. After all, if forced to compare the difficulty of cultivation, Divine Law 1 is undoubtedly the simplest among all the divine laws inscribed on the heavenly stones. For a genius like Ascari, it isn't particularly challenging. However, although it's considered simple, it remains a divine law. To reach perfection within 3 days is something only an unparalleled super elite that hasn't emerged in eternity might achieve. Is Ascari such a super elite? Unclear. What remains is to watch. If Ascari can reach the terrifying realm of perfection in just 3 short days, then Ascari is undoubtedly one. Everyone watched intently, hoping to witness the birth of an eternal prodigy. After making her choice, the heavenly stone for Divine Law 1 crumbled. Its fragments turned into starry golden light, swirling in the air before reassembling into a book of divine techniques. This divine law, named Stellar Absolute, is an ancient divine law. It harnesses the power of countless ancient stars in the heavens, transforming and cultivating oneself. It uses Longevity Star, Northern Pass Star, and Great Star as its guardian stars. Evolving through multiple stages to reach perfection, it bestows the power akin to a deity's, where every movement corresponds to the motion of stars. Stellar Absolute progresses as follows. Using Northern Pass Star for entry. Reaching small success with Great Star. Achieving great success with Moving Lord Star. When 36 stars are activated, Stellar Absolute enters its ultimate state. Ascari closed her eyes, calming her mind to remove any distracting thoughts. She then sat cross-legged, facing the floating divine technique, already immersing herself in cultivation. Ascari was naturally formidable. Born with extraordinary talents, her instantaneous comprehension allowed her to grasp skills or techniques in the blink of an eye. With such powerful innate abilities, Ascari rarely faced challenges in learning from birth. But now, even facing the simplest divine law, Ascari encountered a challenge. Even with her remarkable talent, she found little advantage before a divine law. However, some aid still existed, and Ascari fully immersed herself in understanding the mysteries of Stellar Absolute. In the blink of an eye, she was completely absorbed in the sea of cultivation. The heavy silence pressed down on everyone's breaths. No one dared speak. They waited quietly. Even whispers were subdued, limited to their immediate vicinity. Master, do you think Ascari can master the Stellar Absolute to perfection within 3 days to pass the Saint Scripture test? Danilo asked curiously. Willie shook his head and smiled. I'm not a fortune teller. How would I know? Passing this test depends entirely on Ascari herself. Her talent is unquestionably superhuman, but Stellar Absolute, being a divine law, wasn't meant for ordinary mortals to comprehend. So, if Ascari has the heavenly mandate and exceptional talent, it should be fine. Willie spoke with uncertainty. It wasn't that he enjoyed riddles. He truly didn't know. Willie recognized Ascari's incredible talent, but he also knew how incredibly difficult it was for her to reach perfection in just 3 days. It was almost impossible. Danilo blinked, inwardly hopeful, murmuring, Ascari is Saint-class talent. There shouldn't be a problem. Time passed. Suddenly, starlight flickered above Ascari's forehead, brightening the sky. The Northern Pass Star moved, signifying her entry into the practice of Stellar Absolute. Everyone was shaken by this sight. The first step is often the most crucial. Once this initial hurdle is crossed, progress should come more smoothly. Under everyone's hopeful gaze, Ascari did not stop cultivating. She remained immersed in the world of Stellar Absolute. As time advanced, star after star lit up. Unbeknownst to everyone, more than a day had already passed. By now, Ascari had activated many stars. From Northern Pass Star to Great Star, and then from Great Star to Moving Lord Star. Difficult as Stellar Absolute was, Ascari had reached great success. All she needed was to continue illuminating the remaining few stars within the remaining time. With 36 stars activated, Stellar Absolute would reach its pinnacle. The Saint Scripture test could be passed. Many clenched their fists, hoping for Ascari's success. Under everyone's anticipation, Ascari's efforts paid off. Thunder, 6 spirits, original forms, soldiers, all illuminated stars one by one. Just over half a day remained until the 3rd day. And only one star remained, the star of Celestial Absolute. Victory was within sight. Everyone's hopes soared, yet as time ran out, the last star failed to illuminate. Child Ascari, your journey has failed. The powers of Stellar Absolute have dissipated. A heavenly voice echoed throughout the world. Ascari, failed? Ascari couldn't pass the Saint Scripture? Many felt disappointment and regret, yet some were secretly glad. Ascari's brilliance was less blinding, easing the pressure on those overshadowed by her. Above Huaoliang City's sky, on the divine wheel dragon ship, Virgil sighed. My child did her best. But who could not feel regret? Who could not mourn this near miss? Just a bit short. Ascari may not be on par with the supreme geniuses of eternity, but in the future, she will certainly become a sage, Willie remarked. Now that Ascari has fallen from the celestial path, others might hesitate even more to attempt it. Danilo and Lydia looked at Xander. Xander said coolly, "Bound by duty, I shall do my part." Stepping onto the first tier of the Hoyt's platform, his presence stunned everyone. What? Someone still dares to try? As soon as Xander stepped onto the platform, countless eyes turned to him, both shocked and puzzled. Given Ascari's prowess, how could anyone lesser dare follow in her footsteps? They thought the excitement was over, but someone still stood forward. Who is this person? Does he believe he surpasses Ascari? Looking at the towering 33,000 tiers of the Hoyt's platform, Xander muttered, "I'm somewhat in a hurry." With a single step, he was already at the summit. Heavenly Messenger arrives under the midnight breeze, transcending moonbound kings instantly, shining godly brilliance unmatched, blessed by heaven's favor with the elixir of immortality. Instantly, everyone's pupils contracted in disbelief. Chapter 172. Heavenly Messenger, unparalleled in the world. What? Just one step. He crossed the entire Hoyt's platform? This is the platform of 330,000. He did it in just an instant? Is this guy even human? How can this be possible? How can there be such a terrifying existence in the world? I only blinked, and he's already at the top? What kind of heaven-defying being is this? Who on earth is this person? This one. Where did he come from? What divinity? Heavens. Damn. This is too unbelievable. Ascari, whom everyone believed without doubt would be the first in this year's Lingxiao Clementlu. After all, she was the top-ranked genius of divine light. But who is this man? How could he be even more powerful than Ascari? Heaven and earth, who isn't shaken by his appearance? At this moment, countless eyes were locked onto Xander. Everyone watched him with awe, disbelief, and complex emotions. They couldn't imagine that someone like Xander could exist, so extraordinary and powerful. Even Ascari, last year's most admired genius in the world, clenched her fists involuntarily. Her heart churned like the turbulent sea stirred by raging winds, profoundly shaken. The 330,000 steps of the Hoyt's platform may have seemed smooth to others as she ascended it effortlessly, but Ascari knew deep down that she faced immense pressure on those steps. Nothing like this man. Just one step. Just one single step to cross the 330,000 steps. It was as if for him, the formidable platform that challenged many geniuses was merely air, a mere decoration. Such a performance, terrifying beyond comprehension. Compared to hers, it was like comparing the blazing sun to a faint glimmer beside it. The difference was between heaven and earth. The world is indeed vast. Ascari muttered these words in frustration. Despite her pride, she had no choice but to acknowledge Xander's might in the face of undeniable facts. Meanwhile, the people from major forces and large organizations narrowed their eyes in shock. This man, who is he? One step across the Hoyt's platform. It's as if the celestial path means nothing to him. On the Shenluo dragon boat, Virgil gripped the dragon handle tightly, his eyes fixed on the sky. He seemed to want to see through the towering figure of Xander. This mysterious man who suddenly appeared had overshadowed Ascari, a star always shining in the heavens. Ascari's legend, achievements, and glory all paled before him. How could Virgil feel anything but frustration? Your Majesty, this person is extremely mysterious and hard to detect. However, whispers mention the name of the heavenly messenger, Aslan. It's said that during times of heavenly grace or calamitous trials, the Xianxian sect of Adrian once summoned the heavenly messenger, Aslan, who faced heavenly wrath as though it were mere air. This must be him. Hearing this, Virgil's eyes widened. More details, I need more details. Immediately, someone was sent to investigate further. In the Red Dragon Spirit Academy, high above the sky, Maurice and Ardal, who were originally drinking tea, also had their pupils constricted, unable to hide their shock. Ardal, do you know where this man comes from? Morris's voice revealed uncontained urgency. His gaze was fixed on Xander, as if he wished to snatch him away immediately. Such a being transcends the description of a genius. This was precisely the type of person the Red Dragon Spirit Academy sought. Morris's desire burned intensely within. If such a person joined the Red Dragon Spirit Academy, then even Ascari wouldn't be a match. Back then, their Red Dragon Spirit Academy would surely dominate, making the entire world envious. Thinking of this, Maurice could barely contain his excitement, but Ardal frowned deeply. Can't see through him. What? You can't see through him either? Maurice couldn't help but feel angry. You, who knows everything about the past and future, how can you not see through him? Are you really unable to, or don't you just want to tell me? Hearing this, Ardal grew equally frustrated. He glared fiercely back. You old fool also believe in rumors? I truly cannot see through him. No matter what, I see nothing. It's as if he doesn't exist in our world at all. His fate and destiny are non-existent. Maurice blinked. What do you mean? You're saying this Aslan is not from our world? Or perhaps Aslan comes from somewhere unknown and beyond our understanding, making us unworthy to probe into his affairs. Morris's pupils constricted. No wonder they say, heavenly will wanes. This person could really be from heaven, but what does that mean? Ardal shook his head. Who knows? We aren't strong or wise enough. But we can be sure that wherever Aslan comes from, it is unimaginably beyond our comprehension. This world is really so terrifying? Maurice spoke in disbelief. He thought he had already stood at the pinnacle, but here was someone far more fearsome. But Ardal simply shook his head. Because he knew nothing either. Aslan, the heavenly messenger, bore a title recognized by the heavens, and they, mere mortals, could only know his name. Now, do you still have hopes of recruiting the heavenly messenger into your Red Dragon Spirit Academy? Maurice asked. Of course. Why not? Since the heavenly messenger has descended into the mortal world, he should naturally find a place to belong. We think our Red Dragon Spirit Academy is a fitting home. Even if he comes from the heavens, he hasn't specified any affiliation. What if the heavenly messenger chooses us? Ardal chuckled. I think you need more sleep. Too many daydreams are bad for you. But Maurice didn't respond to Ardal. He focused seriously, watching the Lingxiao Clement Lu and the mysterious figure of the heavenly messenger Aslan. He was already considering how to persuade the heavenly messenger to join the Red Dragon Spirit Academy. The reward of longevity elixir extends life to 15,000 years. This must be the best longevity elixir available in this world. Simply astonishing. True to the blessings of heaven, Xander collected the elixir and proceeded to the second path, immortal journey. 8,888 cloud ascending chimes. Xander set his mind and activated them to maximum power. Boom! The cloud ascending chimes rang instantly. Heavenly messenger, Aslan. The music of immortality shakes the sky, unparalleled in the world, blessed by the heavens, elevating his realm. As the celestial sounds echoed, Xander felt his realm instantly rise, reaching the 15th level of the mountain range, instantly elevating to a new great realm. The heavens are indeed formidable. Too impressive. Unparalleled again. Countless eyes from the mortal world, already overwhelmed by awe and disbelief. Xander's actions had surpassed their understanding. Meanwhile, the heavenly messenger Aslan rushed to the third path, the sage scripture. Which divine law will he choose from the Skystone selection? ##### Chapter 173. Divine Law Unrivaled, Supreme Through the Ages. What? He actually chose Divine Law 6. Divine Law 6 was likely cultivated by an emperor. Upon seeing this, everyone's pupils constricted in shock. The major forces of Red Earth were especially shaken. Virgil, the great emperor of Santiago, Ascari, the top prodigy on the Shengguang genius list, Ripley from the Red Dragon Spirit Academy, and Ji Clement Ming, all revealed expressions of profound astonishment. Previously, Ascari, who had saint-level talent with terrifying innate abilities and could master various magical techniques effortlessly, only chose Divine Law 1. But this mysterious Kori, who suddenly appeared on the Celestial Bridge Road, directly chose Divine Law 6. What kind of background did this person have? Curiosity filled everyone's minds. Danilo and Willie were equally astonished. Heaven's Messenger is truly too powerful. In all of Shengguang, perhaps only Heaven's Messenger can be unmatched through the ages. Such domineering presence and elegance. Compared to him, even Ascari pales like a firefly competing with the bright moon. Danilo couldn't stop his praise. Willie nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Indeed, it's terrifyingly unfathomable and transcendent. Truly worthy of being called heavenly. Sir, how much time do you think Heaven's Messenger will need to reach the basics of Divine Law 6? Lydia asked curiously. Haha, I don't know everything. And Divine Law 6 is exceptionally extraordinary. Divine Law 1, although also divine, isn't at the pinnacle. But Divine Law 6 is likely the specialized cultivation method of an emperor, which can be considered the supreme cultivation path in the world. The difficulty of cultivating it is unimaginable. The Celestial Bridge Road appears once every 1,000 years, and throughout history, only a handful of people dared to challenge the cultivation of Divine Law 6. How many succeeded is beyond my comprehension. Willie sighed. They fell silent, focusing entirely on Heaven's Messenger Kori. Choosing Divine Law 6 was expected. After all, if he chose the best on the Celestial Bridge Road, it would make sense. Divine Law 6 was an emperor's specialized cultivation method. This heavenly stone contained the Space Tyrant Dragon Absolute Scripture, a cultivation method that should not exist in this world but came from another realm where it was born invincible. Mastering it within 3 days would grant access to the third heavenly path, the Sage Scriptures. It also provided all cultivation knowledge about the Space Tyrant Dragon Absolute Scripture. Heaven's voice resonated, shocking everyone deeply. Indeed, it was an emperor's specialized method, and it wasn't something this world could produce, born inherently invincible. Many people were now utterly bewildered. They could only marvel continuously, but their understanding couldn't grasp how extraordinary this was. Only Willie, with wide eyes and uncontrolled expression, gasped, "What? An inherently invincible cultivation method?" Willie rarely showed such astonishment. Sir, I can understand the emperor's specialized method. Legend has it that some emperors spent millennia perfecting it, making it the most supreme method in the world. But what is an inherently invincible method? Does learning it really make one invincible? Listening to Lydia's curious question, Willie explained gravely. An inherently invincible method, as its name suggests, is a path created to suppress all emperors after birth. It's the supreme among the supremes. In our human world, where emperors are supreme, a godly law that can suppress all emperors must indeed be called invincible. Lydia and Danilo felt tremors in their hearts. Suppressing emperors, they couldn't even imagine such power. It was too outlandish. And this non-world-born cultivation method is even more difficult to cultivate. If emperors' specialized methods are heaven, then compared to the inherently invincible method, they are merely earth. The cultivation difficulty between them is vastly different. Willie stared at Heaven's Messenger Kori. Choosing this method, was it arrogance or genuine talent? Everyone was amazed and confused. But regardless of their reactions, Xander's judgment remained autonomous. Choosing Divine Law 6 turned out to be called Space Tyrant Dragon Absolute Scripture. So cheesy, but cheesy, and powerful. The Space Tyrant Dragon Absolute Scripture was an inherently invincible method, unfit for this world. Cultivating it rendered one invincible in the world, subjugating all. The Tyrant Dragons might suppress all who opposed it, reducing their cultivation significantly. Reaching proficiency, even emperors would have to bow before it, unable to contend. But this invincibility was limited to emperors, and all below them. Xander marveled inwardly. This choice was spot on. So what if it was only limited to emperors? So what? In this world, emperors were already the peak of human achievement, with vast differences between them. Confronted by the Tyrant Dragon's might, an emperor's realm would naturally drop a level. Under these circumstances, how could this method not be invincible? However, this terrifying cultivation method would likely require an astronomical amount of white points just to reach the basics. Xander's heart raced with worry. Would his white points suffice? Checking the system. How many white points to learn the basics of the Space Tyrant Dragon Absolute Scripture? 10 billion. Xander almost couldn't maintain Corey's dignity, nearly spitting blood. Damn, 10 billion. Are you kidding me? Just for the basics. An inherently invincible method was indeed terrifying, incredibly so. 10 billion white points. It could achieve so much. But now there was no turning back. Xander immediately used the recently obtained reward, a top-tier longevity pill, sacrificing 10 billion white points. Wow, a top-tier longevity pill, indeed valuable. To be honest, it still felt like a bit of a loss. After all, if Xander lived tens of thousands of years, even 100 billion white points wouldn't be hard to earn. But there was no other way now. Life wasn't lacking for him, so he used it. After refining it and watching the explosion of white points, Xander shook his head. White points were just ephemeral clouds. Time to cultivate the Space Tyrant Dragon Absolute Scripture directly. With an enormous influx of white points, it took only the blink of an eye. Infinite comprehension enveloped him. Divine law unrivaled, now perfected. Xander raised his hand, punching forward. Under the collective stunned gaze of the crowd, the heavens echoed once again. Heaven's messenger, Corey, mastered an invincible divine law in 3 breaths, surpassing the basics. Unmatched under heaven, unrivaled in the mortal world, blessed by celestial grace, strength as precious treasure. Chapter 174. This moment, astonishing the world. The celestial sound reverberated across this vast land. In this expansive world, which creature's heart wasn't shaken by an endless wave crashing against the mind? Who exactly is this heavenly messenger Wesley? Where does he come from? Rudy couldn't comprehend the sage scriptures in his lifetime. Yet this man mastered it so quickly and unmatched through millennia, unparalleled and unique. Who could this person be? Wesley. Wesley. Even after 1,000 autumns and myriad springs, I will never forget Wesley. This is too unbelievable. Hell, it's only been 3 breaths. Just 3 breaths, and he already grasped the supreme law of the boundless space dragon supreme scripture? This isn't human. This individual can't possibly be from our mortal realm. Only 3 breaths, damn it. Even to glance at such an invincible divine law would take more than 3 breaths. And before I finished looking, you already learned it? Isn't that going too far? Can you at least follow some basic cultivation rules? Even geniuses have limits. Ahahaha, my divine light has gained another heavenly favor. Some were stunned, some cheered. Countless individuals felt immense joy and honor. After all, witnessing such an event was not common. Hearing this world-shaking celestial sound, outside of Red Earth, numerous top-tier forces immediately rushed towards Red Earth with their fastest speed. However, regardless of how shaken the outside world was, Goran remained calm. It wasn't because he had a detached nature or cared little for worldly matters. Rather, his eyes were entirely captivated by what lay before him. He no longer paid attention to the outside world. The Gem of Force, an ultimate divine object, held within it eternal combat power without ever drying up. Looking at the description of the Gem of Force, Goran nodded in admiration. Good, truly excellent. It was worth it to melt down the longevity pill that extended life by 15,000 years. Exchanging it for an artifact of this caliber made it very much worthwhile. With this Gem of Force, Goran became an equivalent perpetual motion machine. He no longer needed to worry about insufficient spiritual energy. Why wait? He directly integrated the Gem of Force into his body. Goran closed his eyes. He could feel divine light flowing like water, like mighty rivers coursing through his entire body. The divine light surged ceaselessly, infinitely expanding, filling his flesh with abundant spiritual energy. The feeling was really incredible, a sense of never-ending abundance. Goran clenched his fist, thoroughly satisfied. Another weakness had been smoothed out. He was now one step closer to becoming a perfect six-sided super warrior. The 3rd celestial path, the sage scripture, had been crossed. Goran stepped directly onto the 4th celestial path, the saint's path. Goran felt a bit nervous inside. After all, his talent wasn't sufficient enough. Meanwhile, everyone on Earth was fixated on Goran. One could say, Goran now captivated everyone's hearts. When Goran arrived at the 4th celestial path, celestial sounds rang in his ears. Heavenly messenger, Wesley, whose influence is profound, moving mountains and breaking through all obstacles, shining brilliantly in the divine world, blessed by special favor, endowed with heavenly grace. The 4th celestial path was cleared instantly. Goran blinked. What the hell? Was it really that easy? Truly a waste of anxiety. Such emotions were wasted indeed. The reward from the 4th celestial path was a scroll, a divine grace scroll. It was bestowed by heaven, capable of enhancing an imperial artifact or any lower-level treasure by 1,000-fold with just one scroll. Each scroll could only be used once. Goran raised an eyebrow. Enhanced 1,000-fold. Ha ha ha, heaven sure knows how to give face. Having experienced the might of the falling sky coffin, Goran understood the joy of enhancement well. Even if the 1,000-fold enhancement had some exaggeration, it would definitely bring him significant benefits. Although each scroll could only be used once, the heavens were generous, and Goran now had more than one divine grace scroll in his possession. He was making a huge profit. The Lingxiao celestial path should have had 10,000 more paths or so. How immensely profitable. Goran took a deep breath, content. Now, there was only one final celestial path left. The imperial path. And the reward for the imperial path, as Danilo mentioned, was the celestial pivot elixir, a regrettable godly item that enhanced one's potential. Goran leaped directly to the final celestial path. The imperial path examines destiny. So, what is my fate? Goran lifted his head and questioned the heavens. Celestial sounds echoed in his ears. Heavenly messenger, Wesley, your path to emperorhood shines eternally. Bestowed by heaven's grace, here comes the celestial pivot elixir. It's done. My destiny is infinite. It must be. Goran reached out and caught the bottle descending from the heavens. Inside the jade bottle was the celestial pivot elixir, a divine creation born from heavenly power. This liquid solidified into elixir, transcending both realms as a supreme entity. The celestial pivot elixir can repair any item below immortal grade. By consuming the celestial pivot elixir, one could utilize its immense heavenly power to greatly enhance oneself, invigorating flesh and blood, achieving unparalleled innate talent. Embodying heavenly prowess, illuminating humanity. Gorin read the information of the celestial pivot elixir and couldn't help but nod. Truly worthy of being the gift from the final celestial path of Xianxia, fulfilling every dream. This divine item is incredibly powerful, not only enhancing one's talent but also repairing items, even immortal-grade artifacts. What tremendous power! Of course, Gorin intended to use this to elevate his own talent. With the nourishment of the celestial pivot elixir, he could become a world-renowned genius. How satisfying! This panel that was once considered worthless, after relentless effort, finally, it becomes something worth showing off. Talent beyond compare. What a beautiful thing. Heavenly Messenger, Wesley, Xianxia Celestial Path, 5 paths unobstructed, leading endlessly through eternity, unmatched throughout history. Endowed with boundless heavenly grace, blessings bestowed upon an emperor arriving to eradicate evil without hesitation. As the celestial sound resounded, divine light descended once again. In an instant, Gorin felt as if an invisible protective shield covered him, complementing the golden body of Great Sun. Under an emperor, all evils are powerless to him. Gorin nodded. Good. Absolutely marvelous. With Gorin clearing the paths, the entire Xianxia celestial path began disintegrating into clouds and crumbling away. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from the mortal world. Yet, the gaze of the world's people remained fixed on the heavenly figure. Extremely astonished, extremely fascinated, and filled with reverence. They didn't just witness history but witnessed a miracle unseen for ages. At this moment, the heavenly messenger Wesley became the absolute peak genius of the divine light, unmatched by anyone. Wesley had become the focus of everyone, but Gorin never cared much about others' opinions. With his wish fulfilled, he naturally intended to leave. Just as Gorin was about to vanish instantly, a voice called out from above. Wesley, hold on. Gorin turned his gaze and saw someone descending from the sky, like a sword-bearing figure. It was none other than Maurice from the Red Dragon Spirit Academy. Chapter 175. Today, I'll give you face. Maurice of the Red Dragon Spirit Academy? Xander's heart constricted. This was indeed a significant figure, a representative from the Red Dragon Spirit Academy, an organization that could be considered one of the world's greatest authorities. Even a servant from there would likely be comparable to the founding ancestor of a small sect, like one of the 3 former giants of Adrian. The patriarch of such a sect would probably be on this level. But why had such an important person come looking for him suddenly? Xander was puzzled, but did not just ignore and leave. Instead, he paused. What are you whispering about? After all, since the other party had been so courteous, Xander felt he should give him some face. Morris's demeanor was very unlike someone exuding sword chi. It made Xander feel as if basking in a gentle breeze. Thus, Xander didn't mind sparing some time to hear what Maurice had to say. Corey, not knowing how to properly address you, let me introduce myself first. I am named Maurice, a great swordsman of the Red Dragon Spirit Academy. Nowadays, countless geniuses flock towards the Lingxiao Clementlu, yet even the renowned Ascari. When they see the heavenly messenger, they must yield. The name of the heavenly messenger Corey has already spread like divine light. No one knows it not. I have been fortunate enough to witness this unprecedented, magnificent moment unfold before me. I've come here today to ask, Heavenly Messenger, do you belong to any group? It doesn't matter if you do. Would you be willing to join our Red Dragon Spirit Academy? We can discuss specifics. Everything will be arranged to your satisfaction. A formidable powerhouse who now seemed more like a salesperson. His attitude couldn't be more sincere. Those who heard this were stunned. Indeed, no one had anticipated that someone from the Red Dragon Spirit Academy would appear. Moreover, it was Maurice, the divine swordsman of the mortal world. What kind of a big shot was Maurice? Even within such a powerful organization as the Red Dragon Spirit Academy, Maurice held a position akin to a founding ancestor. No need to elaborate on his greatness. And with such an important figure making this invitation, how would the heavenly messenger Corey respond? But regardless of what the heavenly messenger Corey might answer, this moment was instantly recorded in history. Many people could not forget the honor bestowed upon them that they wouldn't normally have experienced. Heavenly messenger, I understand. Your background, talent, and insight. Our Red Dragon Spirit Academy is nothing much compared to you. Our academy cannot truly contain a genius like you. Thus, I have only come to invite you to affiliate with us, merely requesting that the heavenly messenger bear the name of Red Dragon Spirit Academy in this world. Heavenly messenger, if you agree, we will provide the best service to ensure your every comfort. If you do not wish to stay long, you may come and go freely without informing anyone. What do you think? Morris's sincerity was abundant. This made Xander raise an eyebrow. Well, living longer does make a difference. Indeed, this fellow is quite polite. Such excellent conditions made it almost embarrassing not to accept. After all, this was the Red Dragon Spirit Academy. They could modestly claim insignificance, but treating them as nothing would be foolish. While joining them was impossible, affiliating with them was perfectly fine. Because Xander wore a mask, his expression couldn't be seen. Your invitation is rare and quite intriguing. The path of the mortal world, the prestige of the Red Dragon Spirit Academy. I shall consider it a favor to take a look. However, I must choose another day as I have matters that cannot be postponed. Another day when I'm free, I will whisper again. Though this heavenly messenger Corey spoke in a peculiar manner, Maurice understood him well. He was delighted. Excellent. As you please, heavenly messenger. When you are free, I will prepare and welcome you. Morris's typically stern face bloomed with a smile. He then revealed a token. This is my personal token. Should you come, follow the spiritual chi guidance. The Red Dragon Spirit Academy will be ready to receive you anytime. Feel free to contact if you have matters. Xander nodded, took the token, and vanished. The crowd remained immersed in this rare historical moment. You old fox, you really talked cool. Run into agreeing. Hall suddenly appeared beside him, eyes gleaming with envy. Hall hadn't expected Maurice to suddenly invite Corey, nor had he anticipated that Corey would actually accept the invitation. TSK, that's what I always say, try things out, and you'll always gain something. From now on, it's time for our Red Dragon Spirit Academy to flourish once more, spurred by Corey's brilliance. With his influence, we'll thrive for 10,000 years. Maurice laughed heartily, filled with pride. Hall also nodded in agreement because Corey indeed showed remarkable potential. This was someone with the caliber of becoming a great emperor. One day, as a great emperor, he could recreate a new Red Dragon Spirit Academy, let alone a 10,000-year glory. 10,000 years might even be too short. More like eternal. Additionally, Corey practiced the invincible space tyrant dragon scripture, an unparalleled divine technique. When Corey achieved the status of a great emperor, he would undoubtedly be an emperor among emperors, truly invincible under heaven. Even if he didn't become a great emperor but came close, it would be enough for the Red Dragon Spirit Academy to expend all efforts to build ties with him. For what the Red Dragon Spirit Academy gained from this would only be immeasurable. One could say that Maurice's sudden invitation brought countless benefits to the Red Dragon Spirit Academy. Not just many, it was incalculable. The destiny of the Red Dragon Spirit Academy changes. An unparalleled future lies ahead. Hall saw clearly that Maurice's fate had shifted. This was the true impact of a genius. Celebrate. Let's drink, old seer. A grand day today. Maurice, beaming with joy, pulled Hall away and disappeared. The Red Dragon Spirit Academy would soar higher than ever. This was truly the everlasting and unmatched era. Damn, what luck to witness history unfolding. Next, a new era began. The era of Heavenly Messenger Corey. Wonder when Heavenly Messenger Corey will achieve the status of a great emperor. TSK, the Red Dragon Spirit Academy was quick to speak. If I knew he'd actually agree, I would have stepped up too. Discussions buzzed amidst this celebratory atmosphere, but then a strange bell-like sound, like the low growl of an ice beast, interrupted everything. A bizarre spaceship appeared from nowhere. It was the aliens. An alien spacecraft. In the near future, the seal of Balang Hoidam will open. We invite all mighty geniuses to enter and explore its 100,000-year wonders. Everyone's eyes widened at these words. They were baffled. What did the aliens mean? Did they finally manage to open the Balang Hoidam seal after thousands of years? But why extend invitations? Shouldn't they focus on reaping rewards silently? Something wasn't right. People harbored many doubts, but the aliens gave no explanations. Having said their piece, the spaceship disappeared again. Xander resumed his true form. It's time to leave. Hashtag chapter 176, the richest harvest. This journey through the Xianxia heavenly path has been incredibly profitable, perhaps even more luxurious than when they carried the great emperor's remains. Immortality elixirs, force gems, divine favor scrolls, and clement shu elixir. Any of these items alone would cause a frenzy among the people. These are treasures of the highest grade. Indeed, it seems that when heaven intervenes on the Xianxia heavenly path, it does so with generosity and extravagance. Xander took out the bottle of clement shu elixir. This substance can be used externally on objects or internally on oneself. One bottle of clement shu elixir provides 2 doses. Regardless of how it's used, Xander only has 1 dose to work with based on the system's instructions. If Xander were to ingest this dose of clement shu elixir, he would gain genuine imperial level potential. His body and bones would be refined, transforming into a celestial deity body. Even without understanding the exact benefits of this transformation, it's clear that the celestial deity body is something extraordinary. However, time is needed, a significant amount of time. Alternatively, using white points could expedite the process in the blink of an eye. Xander was already accustomed to this. He now understood the system's workings. Any hint from the system, and he could discern its intentions. But what would it cost? The answer was 10 billion white points. Just to fuse this clement shu elixir with his blood and flesh, transforming his body and accelerating the process, required a staggering 10 billion white points. Was this some kind of joke? 10 billion white points. After spending 10 billion on the Xianxia heavenly path, it now asked for more. Did it really think he was a billionaire several times over? His only similarity to such wealth was his faith in Davon. Fortunately, the system was still quite humane. Transforming completely into a celestial deity body couldn't be done instantly, so they would do it in stages. Every little bit of enhancement counted. Optimistically speaking, if fusing alone required 10 billion, then the celestial deity body must be formidable indeed. If it weren't, the system's reputation for producing only the best would be ruined. Xander didn't have 10 billion, but he could push the progress slightly. He had enough white points to invest a few million directly, advancing the transformation to the first stage. This initial stage granted him the cultivation base equivalent to a transcendent being. Considering he spent millions of white points, this level was expected. Anything less would make him question life itself. Reviewing his current stats. A cultivation realm at the initial stage of 15 major levels. Various innate abilities, cultivation techniques, skills, and treasures. Plus another effect of the celestial deity body. His offensive power received a massive boost. Truly, with this celestial deity body, he could become unmatched in the mortal world. Incredible. Spending those million white points was worth every point. Xander marveled at why it was called a celestial deity body. It made him nearly invincible in the mortal realm, fittingly named for a heavenly guest. Though Xander didn't feel the specific changes immediately, when he tested himself, like emitting a massive roar, he instantly grasped the meaning of several times the strength. Satisfied beyond measure with this celestial deity body, he felt like embracing and spinning whoever personified it around wildly. After giving himself a small boost, Xander changed back into the night breeze set. He still needed to deliver the goods to Danilo, and couldn't forget about it. Just as he was about to leave, he received a message from Hugo. Xander raised an eyebrow. Another big deal from Hugo? What now? Opening the scroll, he read, "Brother from the heavens. Guess where Jose and I are?" Why did he always speak in riddles? Is he from Gotham too? Haha, knowing Brother from the heavens is impatient. I'll come straight to the point. We're in Huangshan City, waiting for you. Jose got lucky and met a big client. Don't miss out. Huangshan City? A big deal? And Malia? Xander blinked. Although Hugo seemed unreliable, he trusted him in business matters. As for the nature of the deal, what else could it be? They specialized in underworld dealings, finding living souls among the dead. It must be related to exorcism or funeral rites, given that Malia was involved. According to Hugo's words, the deceased this time wasn't ordinary. Huangshan City was home to the Huangwu family, one of the hidden great families. If one of their ancestors had passed away, this trip was definitely worthwhile. Xander was desperately short on white points. Thinking of all the treasures he'd gained, he knew Huangshan City wouldn't disappoint. Deciding quickly, Xander vanished. Appearing in the courtyard where Danilo waited anxiously, Xander handed over half a bottle of Clement Shu elixir. "Here is the Clement Shu elixir you requested. Your wish has been granted. Thank you, Angel." Danilo prostrated himself in gratitude, knocking his head on the ground repeatedly. Xander left instantly. Lydia approached. "Brother, what did you wish for?" Danilo rose, excited. "Carissa, remember I said I would seek a fortune for you? The time has come." He revealed the bottle. Lydia's eyes widened. "What is this?" "Clement Shu elixir." "What?" "Clement Shu elixir." Lydia's heart raced. She knew this was a divine treasure only granted on the Lingxiao heavenly path, supreme among all treasures. "Brother, you sought this as my fortune?" "Yes. I pleaded with the angel and obtained this. Use it, and your potential will soar. You may not surpass the great emperors, but you'll come close. Since our parents died, my greatest wish has been revenge. Now, our family's enemies have perished, and you have a bright future. My heart is at peace." Lydia teared up. "Brother, don't cry. Quickly take it and consume it soon. Keeping treasure always comes with risks." "Brother, don't refuse. I want you to thrive so I can rest easy. Do you want me to live in anguish forever?" Convinced by Danilo, Lydia reluctantly accepted the gift. Chapter 177. Willing to die 1,000 deaths for your excellency. The brother and sister did not revel in their happiness for long. Suddenly, they received a summons from Xander. They hurried over. "Your excellency." Upon seeing him, both were about to perform the grand salute. Xander, seated high, merely waved his hand. "No need for formalities. Rise. Do you know why I have called you here today?" The brother and sister were at a loss. They weren't fortune tellers after all. Internally, Xander chuckled. This was exactly why he said Alan was brain damaged. It was too easy to confuse people with constant questions, but on the surface, he gave a warm smile. "Haha, mainly for one thing. Now that the excitement of the Lingxiao Heavenly Road has ended, I plan to visit Bailang country soon to see its glory from 10,000 years ago. On the way, I will make a stop at Huangshan City." "Hualiang, do you intend to stay in Hualiang City? Or would you like me to take you to Huangshan City and even further? Does His Excellency wish to go to Huangshan City?" Danilo blinked. He didn't understand His Excellency's intentions, but his decision was clear. "Your Excellency, I want to go far away with you, to see more. I'm tired of the scenery in Hualiang City." Xander chuckled. "That settles your destination. There is another matter." "Another?" Danilo watched as Xander took out a paper, which bore the imprint of a token. Despite being just an imprint, it exuded sanctity and nobility. This paper floated from Xander's hand into Danilo's grasp. Danilo blinked again. "Your Excellency, what is this?" Xander smiled. "On Lingxiao Heavenly Road, my friend across generations, the Heavenly Messenger Wesley, garnered much attention and truly became renowned worldwide. Enviable indeed." After the events concluded, a distinguished person from Honglong Spirit Academy appeared and gave Wesley an identity token. They promised that with this token, any request could be conveyed to the Honglong Spirit Academy. "I also know that you requested the Heavenly Messenger to give a portion of Clement Shu wine to your sister. How precious is Clement Shu wine? It's coveted by countless heroes. With this divine substance, Lydia isn't just an ordinary talent. She's bound to achieve greatness. For such a prodigy, remaining at Han Mountain Courtyard would be a waste. Only a broader stage and better environment can truly cultivate her. That's why I specially sought help from my elusive old friend to obtain this imprint of a distinguished person's token from Honglong Spirit Academy. With Heavenly Messenger Wesley's recommendation, Lydia joining Honglong Spirit Academy should be no problem. And with Clement Shu wine in her possession, reaching the level of true disciples in Honglong Spirit Academy is foreseeable. You can rest assured, then focus on your tasks without any worries." Send Carissa to Honglong Spirit Academy for cultivation?" Both Danilo and Lydia widened their eyes in shock. Once they realized, they immediately bowed reverently. "Your Excellency's grace is greater than life itself. I, Danilo, am willing to die 1,000 deaths for you." These words came from his heart, because Xander had treated them so kindly. Even their own parents couldn't have been more considerate. Not to mention, it was nearly impossible for someone to connect with Honglong Spirit Academy without resources. Honglong Spirit Academy. A giant among human realms, incomparable to Han Mountain Courtyard. Lydia getting accepted into Honglong Spirit Academy meant Danilo could die smiling. Such benevolence made Danilo weep in gratitude. Xander continued, "But these decisions are mine alone. Whether she wants to go depends on her choice. Miaoyu, are you willing to join Honglong Spirit Academy?" Lydia, still in shock, responded only after Danilo urged her. "Your Excellency, I'm willing, but since I'm already a disciple at Han Mountain Courtyard, leaving suddenly, what about Han Mountain Courtyard?" Xander laughed. There's no need to worry. I will ensure they keep quiet. Besides, moving from Han Mountain Courtyard to Honglong Spirit Academy is a promotion. They should feel honored for having chosen such talented disciples. Danilo handed the token imprinted paper to Lydia, telling her to keep it safe. Xander proceeded. These are the only two matters. Lydia, stay in Hualiang City for the next few days. Soon, someone from Honglong Spirit Academy will come to fetch you. Don't worry about being bullied. As Wesley's protege, few will dare to harm you. The academy will also prioritize your cultivation due to your Clement Shu wine. You have a bright future ahead, possibly even surpassing Ascari within decades. Xander then gave each sibling a communication book. This item, called Tongming Book, can send messages across great distances. Hualiang, remain in Hualiang City until Miaoyu is taken by Honglong Spirit Academy, then follow me to Huangshan City. Understood. Danilo almost cried. Damn it, Xander was too kind. Xander, grinning widely, added, oh, and you lack subsequent cultivation methods, don't worry. I'll resolve that when I return from Bailing Country. Now, if Xander asked Danilo to jump into a fire, he wouldn't hesitate. It was a debt of gratitude that could never be forgotten. Your Excellency, the Huangwu family sent someone. Willie rushed in. Xander blinked. Huangwu family. There wasn't much interaction. Why would they suddenly send someone? Unless Huangwu family felt wronged after losing an ancestor and wanted revenge? Your Excellency, the Huangwu family didn't come for revenge, but to offer gifts. Willie, as perceptive as ever. Xander blinked. What's the difference? He would benefit either way. But seriously, coming to offer gifts after losing an ancestor was strange. The Huangwu family sent a young master named Kelvin. It turns out, dividing Zhang family's affairs wasn't their original intention. Afterward, they regretted the actions taken by some of their members and dispatched Kelvin to apologize. Xander raised an eyebrow. To apologize, very well, let them in. Immediately, a handsome young man appeared. Kelvin had an impeccable appearance, instantly endearing himself. However, Xander's gaze penetrated deeper. Kelvin, level 15 peak first stage, practicing Ji-Sha Divine Skill. Ji-Sha Divine Skill, faster cultivation through wicked deeds. System noted, Kelvin, a beautiful exterior hiding extreme evilness. Xander found this amusing. No wonder he looked so good. Just a pretty face indeed. Hashtag chapter 178, Huangshan City. Oh, young Master Cheng, truly worthy of being the son of the Huangwu family. You are indeed a remarkable and elegant gentleman. I wonder why young Master Cheng has suddenly visited today. Xander mentally grumbled about Kelvin. But no matter how wicked Kelvin might be, it wouldn't stop Xander from making conversation. After all, he wasn't some righteous vigilante. He didn't harbor such intense contempt for the world. Kelvin had no idea what Xander was thinking inside. He first glanced at Xander, as if trying to read his mind. Then with a smile that easily won people over, he politely bowed and said, Sir Davon, I have come today to apologize for the reckless actions taken by a member of the Huangwu family regarding the Zhang family. Oh. Xander blinked, feigning confusion. Sir Davon, earlier, our elder ancestor, upon learning about the Zhang family's situation, impulsively left home, intending to take advantage of the situation. However, little did he know that the Zhang family had already sought refuge in Chomping territory. Even if the Zhang family hadn't joined the Chomping region, such opportunistic and exploitative behavior is utterly despicable. This visit is solely to clarify to Sir Davon that the decision to divide the Zhang family's assets was entirely the impulsive action of an individual and not representative of the Huangwu family's intentions. But, Rashad is still one of us in the Huangwu family. Despite the lack of benefit to the family, we must take responsibility for his actions and offer our apologies. Hence, today, our clan leader specifically dispatched me to make amends to you, Sir Davon. As Kelvin spoke, a powerful weapon appeared in his hand. A blade, an extremely sharp blade, its icy gleam exposed before Xander. The ominous aura emanating from it even stirred the surroundings, affecting the edges of the city. This was undoubtedly a genuine high-quality spirit weapon. Xander narrowed his eyes, listening as Kelvin continued. This blade is named Sueru, a top-tier spirit weapon with immense killing power. Of course, although it is valuable, it may not seem particularly precious to someone of your high caliber, Sir Davon. Nonetheless, this gesture represents the Huangwu family's sincere intention to atone. So, please, Sir Davon, accept it. Kelvin offered the blade with both hands, his manner exceedingly sincere. Xander smiled. The Sueru blade is indeed remarkable. Since the Huangwu family prepared it especially for this purpose, how could I possibly refuse? It's unnecessary for the Huangwu family to go through so much trouble. The incident with the Zhang family was merely a misunderstanding that will clear up eventually. Xander took the weapon and immediately passed it to Lawrence. Lawrence's strength had increased, but his equipment was relatively inferior. This upgrade was well-timed. Concerns about unfamiliarity with new weapons were unfounded here. Unlike ordinary people, the mortician, Lawrence, would never find it difficult to adapt. Just right, having a fine blade will make our journey to Huangshan City more stable. Upon hearing this, Kelvin's expression changed. Sir, you plan to visit Huangshan City? Xander chuckled. I heard an old friend is there, saying the scenery is beautiful. He specifically invited me to relax there. In fact, after finishing my business here, could I travel with you? Xander nodded. To travel with a talented person like you, anyone else would envy me. Why not? Thus, after half a day of preparation, a spaceship lifted off from Hualiang City and headed towards Huangshan City. Huangshan City was greener and lusher than Hualiang City. As one of the hidden families, the Huangwu family's stronghold, its prosperity was evident. Under Kelvin's guidance, the ship quickly arrived at Huangshan City. Sir Davon, your arrival is an honor. Being the hosts of Huangshan City, we should hold a grand feast in your honor. No need to go through so much trouble. I prefer minimal fuss. When time permits, I'll visit the Huangwu family without needing your invitation. My family will always welcome you, Sir Davon. We will roll out the red carpet for you. After a brief introduction, Kelvin bid farewell and left. The ship disappeared into the distance. Sir, this young master from the Huangwu family isn't simple, Willie teased. Xander chuckled. People can't be judged by appearances, just like the Huangwu family can't be underestimated. Willie laughed. You're indeed wise in wordplay. Xander waved his hand. Find a place to stay for now. I have something to attend to. Willie acknowledged him, and Xander vanished. A while later, Xander met Bryson and Jadenfern at their agreed location. Both looked enthusiastic. Finally, Brother Davon, we've been waiting for you. We've waited a long time. Having collaborated smoothly in Hualiang City and sharing similar interests, their relationship had rapidly deepened. Xander sat down directly. Come on, tell me about this big deal. Since they were getting straight to business, Jadenfern and Bryson became more animated. To talk about the big deal, it involves one of the Huangwu family's sons, Kelvin. Xander blinked. What a coincidence. Kelvin, whom he had just parted ways with, was already mentioned by his companions. Looks like fate played a part. Xander tapped the table. Kelvin? I've heard about him. Some praise him as an impeccable gentleman who stirs the heart, while others call him gold outside and dross within, corrupt to the core, alluring only in appearance and actually a man of great evil. He's far from good. Bryson and Jadenfern exchanged knowing smiles, clearly understanding Kelvin's true nature. Xander asked curiously, what kind of business does this superficial fellow bring you? Did the Huangwu ancestor die, asking you to oversee the funeral? That's not the case. This time, it's a living trade. A living trade? Yet, it doesn't differ much from what happened with the Zhang family. Xander rolled his eyes. Excavating graves, what kind of living trade is that? Just because we're alive? Bryson chuckled. Calm down, Brother Davon. This time, it's different. Kelvin has plans beyond mere grave excavation. Though he didn't reveal specifics, it's evident he has ulterior motives. But still, having a descendant willing to let his ancestors bask in the sun is indeed fortunate for the Huangwu family. Xander was speechless. Only you would consider that fortunate. Specifically, what's the plan? Simple. In a few days, the Huangwu family will hold an ancestral ceremony. At that time, Kelvin will assist us in excavating the graves. Jadenfern will divert attention, and Kelvin himself will do the digging. Xander couldn't help but laugh. What a filial grandson, indeed rare and precious. ##### end of chapter. Chapter 179. Happiness is just this simple. So, based on your professional judgment, do you think raiding this Huangwu family's ancestral tomb will be profitable? Xander asked curiously. Axton chuckled. To say it's not profitable would be a lie. After all, they are a hidden family. Their ancestral tombs can't possibly be worse than the Zhang family of Hualiang City, and in terms of power, foundation, and resources, the Huangwu family is stronger than the Zhang family. Moreover, there was allegedly a terrifying existence from the 17th layer of mountains among their ancestors. Even if that powerhouse is dead now, they would have left behind plenty of treasures. Therefore, the Huangwu family's ancestral land must be brimming with valuable items. Axton said this with greedy eyes twinkling, like a ravenous wolf that hasn't eaten for days. Xander knew he had wasted his question as soon as he spoke. Naturally, if Hualiang City's Zhang family could bring him so many benefits, the Huangwu family would only yield more, not less. This was certain. However, Axton reminded Xander of something. He still had the corpses of Yunshan Sword Academy and others he had killed previously in Hualiang City stored in his system backpack. He definitely didn't have any penchant for collecting corpses. Thus, he needed to drag them into the Luotian coffin or the Panching hot pot to get rid of them quickly. Otherwise, if left too long, he might develop a strange hobby. He was ruthless, but certainly not a pervert. Next, the three men began plotting how to take a hefty bite out of this fat chicken, the Huangwu family. As the trio chatted enthusiastically, they suddenly sensed someone approaching. They immediately ceased whispering. Jose frowned slightly. Who is it? Who is it? With spiritual senses capable of reaching out, surely one can see? But it was unnecessary. After all, using spiritual senses could be likened to radar on radar. Neither side could gain an advantage. So, responding as ordinary people would be the safest approach. They heard a response outside. Boss son, it's me, the grave digger. That voice was obviously disguised. But Jose, Axton, and Xander all exchanged amused smiles. Great timing, no need to discuss further. The main player has arrived. Indeed, this was good news. With the main person here, they could finally get down to business. Quite prompt on your feet. Well, Jose, I believe this kid coming to you at this moment isn't just for digging graves, but rather, he has another agenda. Xander nodded in agreement. Let us two step aside. You can chat properly. Then, Xander and Axton went directly into stealth mode within the void. Jose flipped his hand and replaced the tea set, leaving no trace of anyone having been there. He opened the door to find a person shrouded and looking mysterious. Arriving this early. Come in. Kelvin's disguise, however, was laughable in front of the experienced Jose, like trying to block one's ears while farting. It was completely useless. Jose saw through him instantly. Weren't we supposed to meet in a few days? Your sudden arrival suggests either the plan has moved up, or you have something else requiring my help. Jose blinked. Kelvin did not speak, but glanced around first. After confirming there were no third parties present, he continued. I have another matter to discuss with you. Now that I'm here, I've brought you a big deal that needs detailed negotiation. A big deal? Jose raised an eyebrow, and those hidden in the void, Xander and Axton, felt curious. Big deal? Just how big is it? Let me tell you up front, I'm not easily convinced. Once I agree, it better be worth over 10 million. Think carefully about whether your big deal is genuinely valuable. If not, don't waste everyone's time. Jose spoke decisively, but Xander and Axton, hidden in the void, thought otherwise. Completely nonsense, considering who accepted Danilo's job in Hualiang City earlier. Talking such nonsense now? Sure enough, the old fox had a thick skin, able to lie without hesitation. Kelvin simply smiled. Boss son, I'm straightforward. Since I came forward, I assure you this deal is worth way more than 10 million, not even close. Seeing Kelvin's firm tone, Jose narrowed his eyes. Oh, really? Then what exactly is this grand deal? Recently, the Adrian Hidden families, the Huangwu family, and the Dongshan family plan to form a marriage alliance. Such alliances enhance relations. The wedding preparations started long ago. Tomorrow, the Dongshan family members will come to Huangshan City for the betrothal ceremony. Jose nodded indifferently since such arrangements were common. So then, what are your plans? You misunderstand, Boss Sunday. This isn't just my plan. It's our opportunity. My goal is simple. After the betrothal between the Huangwu family and the Dongshan family, if Boss Sun kidnaps the couple, it'll do. So, kidnapping. For ransom? Yes, Dina isn't some throwaway individual. Once kidnapped, the ransom won't be just a few million. This is only the first part. And the second part? Kelvin teased. The second part. Let's discuss after the first. Jose chuckled lightly. Alright, let's talk specifics. How much ransom should we ask for? 100 million mid-grade crystals. 100 million? Mid-grade? That's a huge sum, even for the Huangwu family and Dongshan family, right? Kelvin shook his head. Boss Sun underestimates hidden families. For top-grade crystals, yes, it's a lot, but mid-grade is manageable. So, Boss Sun, what do you think? It's feasible, but I need to ensure we're prepared. I don't want to lose money and end up killed by some powerful expert. Kelvin smiled. The Huangwu family's strongest is a late 16th layer mountain ancestor, while the rest are early stage. As for the Dongshan family, they've only sinned one elder. Boss Sun can handle this. Jose snorted. Not complicated. Excellent. Wait for good news. 3,000 miles outside Huangshan City at Wadong Mountain. Kelvin indeed acted swiftly, handing over 10,000 mid-grade crystals as a deposit before leaving. Xander and Axton reappeared. Tsk, what dutiful sons and brothers you are. What do you think this boy's second move is? Jose sneered. Most likely centered on Dina. I think Kelvin is planning to keep the ransom and not release her. Xander chuckled. Smart kid, making a profit twice. Jose shook his head. If my son were this filial, he wouldn't survive 18. Axton laughed. That's why you're a father. We just need to collect money and do the job. Xander nodded. And watch the show. The three broke into happy smiles again. Chapter 180. What a celebratory day indeed. After returning from Jadenwen, Xander hurriedly sent the accumulated corpses for burial. Clang. Successfully buried Cameron's corpse. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a weapon. Yellow level spirit weapon. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase, received weapon. High-grade yellow level spirit weapon. Clang. Successfully buried Selena's corpse. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining an item. Zhou Shui pill. Triggered enhancement, tenfold increase, received item. Large Zhou pill. As for Kian and Suki, they didn't give anything. Xander reached out, and a large quadrilateral seal appeared in his palm. This seal of mountain holding naturally had the power to crush mountains. After all, it was a high-grade yellow-level spirit weapon. However, Xander planned to use this as fusion material. He wasn't accustomed to using seals as weapons. As for the large Zhou pill, it was even better. Consuming it could instantly elevate someone to the initial stage of the 15th level peak. It could be called a generator of experts. And as for Kian and Suki who gave nothing, it didn't matter. These two were not particularly skilled, with Suki at a lower level and Kian, despite his good realm, merely being a loyal dog. They wouldn't have anything valuable. If they did drop anything, Xander would melt them into raw materials. Thinking about it, Xander might have lost out. Time always passed quickly and soon, it was the agreed-upon day. Xander left early and met up with Barak and Jadenwen. The three then proceeded together to the Huangwu family. The main hall of the Huangwu family, like the central hall of the Hualiangzhang family, was the heart and face of the family. Such a solemn place was definitely heavily guarded. But Xander, Jadenwen, and Barak, relying on the terrifying effects of their invisibility scrolls, infiltrated without anyone noticing. Today, what was usually a dignified and peaceful main hall was bustling with guests, symbols of celebration everywhere. Even a blind person could tell it was a joyous occasion just by hearing the excitement. The more lively the better. Barak mumbled mischievously. As a hidden family, the Huangwu family's grand occasion drew many important guests, especially those from Huashan City, who all made an appearance. Apart from local residents, some organizations allied with the Huangwu family also sent representatives from afar to offer congratulations. Naturally, the Huangwu family was overjoyed. Today was the engagement day of the eldest son Kenneth and Dongshan family's eldest daughter Dina. Anybody who dared show sadness here would be beaten off. In the highest seat of the main hall sat a stern-faced man. Despite his severity, there was unhidden joy in his eyes. This was Adam, the current patriarch of the Huangwu family, a formidable practitioner at the peak of the 15th level, just half a step away from the terrifying 16th level. Patriarch Chung, what a joyful day today. Congratulations, the match between the Huangwu family's eldest son and Dongshan family's eldest daughter is truly perfect and made by heaven. Patriarch Chung, indeed blessed with luck. Congratulations, Patriarch Chung. Compliments filled the air as Adam hurried to return the pleasantries. Eastern Mountain family has arrived. After a moment, a voice announced from outside. A radiant flying vessel descended from the sky. The Dongshan family had arrived. Leading the way was a powerful existence at the mid-level 16th peak named Evan, a revered elder of the Dongshan family. Beside him was a young, beautiful woman with captivating charm. At a young age, she had already reached the peak of the 14th level, only a short step from the 15th level. This was none other than the eldest daughter of the Huangwu family, Dina. She's pretty and no mere decoration. She's quite a catch for that little scoundrel Kenneth, Barak chuckled. Xander watched calmly, while Jadenwen prepared for action, ready to kidnap. Professionals should do professional things. There was no need for Xander and Barak to worry about Jadenwen. Upon arrival, Adam led his son Kenneth to welcome them. Dongshan family's revered ancestor visits, a great honor for the Huangwu family. Please come in. Evan's old eyes scrutinized Kenneth before nodding in approval. A true talent, youthful yet formidable at the 15th level. Your future is boundless. You live up to the name of Huangwu family's eldest son, and you and my granddaughter are a match made in heaven. Ancestor flatters me. The path of cultivation is long. I must continue to strive harder. Seeing Kenneth's composed demeanor, Evan was even more satisfied. Unlike Evan, Dina's beautiful face looked stiff, lacking any joy or expression. Pingming, what are you standing around for? Quickly greet Uncle Chang. After the engagement ceremony today, you will be a part of the Huangwu family, and manners must be shown. Hearing this, Dina bowed gracefully. Dina greets Uncle Chang. No formalities necessary. Let's go inside, Adam said jovially, leading the Dongshan family members into the hall. Evan and Dina's arrival naturally drew everyone's attention. Someone announced, "The ceremony time has arrived." Adam nodded. "Since the auspicious time has come, let's begin." As it was just an engagement, the ceremony wasn't overly formal. Under the supervision of the master of ceremonies and the presence of parents, the exchange of tokens was brief, allowing the two young people time to get to know each other better. Marriages like these required at least a chance for mutual understanding for future happiness. Both families' heads beamed with delight. One day, Huangwu and Dongshan will be one family, sharing life and death. The elderly patriarch Heron nodded. Indeed. Absolutely. The ceremony concluded swiftly. Heron arranged things happily. Fikuo, Pingming just arrived. You should take her around and acquaint her with our Huangwu family. Kenneth nodded and led Dina away from the hall. Barak smiled, noting that Jadenwen was trailing behind them. Pingming, I understand we were brought together by fate and destiny, and currently have no feelings for each other. But I believe, given time, we can win each other's hearts. Dina remained unmoved, only nodding. But this nod was enough to make Kenneth delighted as he began to excitedly recount Huangwu family matters. Chatting happily, I see. Suddenly, a voice startled both of them. Before they could turn to see who spoke, a powerful strike slammed directly at their faces. Seeing the two crumple to the ground, Jadenwen quickly stuffed them into bags and swiftly departed from the Huangwu family compound. Chapter 181. What a fine patriarch you are. Good. As expected of Jose, truly first-rate professionalism, Adiel muttered in admiration from his hiding place in the void and urged them on. Miguel, we should follow closely or we'll miss all the fun at Wadong Mountain. Xander nodded. Thus, the two quietly left Huangwu's family compound and headed swiftly towards Wadong Mountain. Wadong Mountain was only 3,000 miles away from Huangshan City, a considerable distance for mortals. But for cultivators, this wasn't much at all. Wadong Mountain, like its name suggested, was unremarkable and kept a low profile. There were no traces of bustling activities here. It was full of natural serenity. And if it was a rarely visited place, it also meant it was an ideal spot for doing nefarious deeds. Xander and Adiel rushed to Wadong Mountain with great speed, while Abner, who had left earlier, had already arrived. Kelvin had been waiting for some time as well. Mr. Sun is indeed a professional, never disappointing. Seeing Malia emerge with the bag containing people, Kelvin beamed with delight. But upon opening the bag and finding two people instead of one, Kelvin couldn't help but pause. Why did Mr. Sun capture one more? This referred to Kenneth. Malia sneered. Why not? Another person means another ransom, another way to make money. Why not seize the opportunity? Kelvin marveled at this. Indeed, Mr. Sun doesn't disappoint. Your thinking is so thorough compared to us amateurs. Excellent, this is how it's done. Kelvin felt even happier. Initially, he only planned to kidnap Dina. But now that Kenneth was included, better still. As Malia said, more ransom payments would be collected. Why not? Ancient wisdom states, don't pass up a good deal or you're a fool. Now, they are kidnapped. What's next? Of course, we follow our plan. First, we demand ransom from the Huangwu family and the Dongshan family. Naturally, Mr. Sun must personally negotiate with them, demanding 100 million medium-grade crystals each, and meet for the ransom here at Wadong Mountain. Of course, these families won't easily comply, so Mr. Sun should be prepared for a fight. Malia chuckled. As for the battle, I'm always serious. If the captives were easily rescued, my reputation would be ruined. So rest assured, even if a 17th layer peak expert appeared, they wouldn't take them from me today. Listening to Malia's assurance, Kelvin smiled. Who can deny the quality of Nine Nether Coffin's reputation? Whenever Mr. Sun handles business, I am always reassured. Let's see Mr. Sun's performance now. I will disappear for a while to avoid attention. With those words, Kelvin vanished into thin air. Confirming Kelvin's departure, Xander and Adiel emerged from the void. My, what a genuine big deal. A head is worth 100 million. Two heads mean 200 million. Times have certainly improved. Making money has become so easy. Incredible. Adiel chuckled oddly, continually muttering. Xander blinked. I bet the Huangwu family is still celebrating, unaware that their most important couple is now sleeping on the grass. Adiel waved a hand. What are we waiting for? Seeing the Huangwu family so happy makes me uneasy. We must quickly inform them to bring a blanket. Otherwise, these delicate new couples might catch a cold and fall ill, maybe even die. We rely on these two treasures to get 200 million. Jose, it's your turn. Stop hesitating and act fast. Malia raised an eyebrow. You talk big, alright? Since I'm destined to lead the charge, I'll ask you to watch over these two. I need to go out for a while. Don't worry. With us two here, even the God Emperor Shangluo couldn't snatch them away. Adiel spouted nonsense. Malia nodded seriously and disappeared. Adiel sighed again. Kelvin Miguel, don't you think it would have been wonderful if I had met this filial son and capable helper sooner? Xander laughed. Matters of fate cannot be hurried or delayed. Ah, indeed, Miguel. Your words are always full of wisdom. At the Huangwu family compound, Kelvin had returned. Today was the grand engagement ceremony between the Dongshan and Huangwu families, with festivities continuing till evening when guests started leaving. Now, only the Huangwu and Dongshan family members remained in the main hall, engaged in warm discussions. Suddenly, Huangwu family patriarch Heron blinked. Foolish Fikuo took the bride for a stroll. Why has it taken so long? Could they have wandered far away? Manager, please send someone to find them. There's still much to arrange for the newlyweds. They can't just vanish, Adam suggested. Just as Adam approached the door, something flew towards him at lightning speed. Luckily, being a peak 15th layer peak expert, Adam caught it effortlessly, looking around without spotting anyone. He found it was a letter. Reading the contents, Adam fumed. Scoundrel! What audacity! What happened? Adam quickly handed the letter to Heron. After reading, Heron shredded the letter in rage. This is a clear insult to the Huangwu family. Noticing Adam's anger, Evan frowned. What is going on? Heron shook his head. Using spirit energy, Evan restored the shattered letter temporarily. Reading the content, Evan's pupils dilated. What? Minger was kidnapped, and they want each family to pay 100 million medium-grade crystals for ransom? Everyone around was shocked. Damn, who had such guts? To dare kidnap members of hidden families and blackmail them? Who is this despicable scoundrel? Adam growled. Evan and Heron frowned deeply. The letter only demands ransom and sets tomorrow morning as the deadline. Any delay means execution. Heron seethed. Evan loudly questioned. How could this happen today? Explain. Hearing Evan's question, Heron flared up even more. What do you mean? Are you insinuating your Dongshan family's enemies orchestrated this to tarnish the Huangwu family's reputation? Pa, our children are in danger, and you accuse me? After cursing, Heron stated grimly. We need to prepare the payment and keep this news confidential immediately. Adam nodded and fetched the funds. Soon, 200 million medium-grade crystals were ready. Manager, stay and manage things here. We old folks will handle this rogue. Leaving these words behind, Heron and Evan disappeared. Traveling rapidly, they arrived at Wadong Mountain, the location mentioned in the letter, where they indeed saw Kenneth, Dina, and another man of ordinary appearance but strangely lifeless limbs. Chapter 182. Ah, right, it's you three, famous far and wide. Wrong. Ming. Upon seeing the two young men lying on the ground with no obvious injuries and relatively stable breathing, Judah and Evan's anger did not diminish, but their anxiety was significantly alleviated. After all, it was the greatest relief to see that the people were unharmed. Their gazes then shifted to the mysterious figure who appeared gloomy and lifeless. Who are you? How dare you kidnap someone from both the Huangwu family and the Dongshan family? What grudge do you have against our two families to resort to such despicable methods? Facing Judah's furious questioning, Jaden Fawn smiled and replied, While I could choose not to tell you, considering your sincerity, I will be straightforward. I am none other than the owner of the 9 Nether Coffin Shop. As for why I resorted to such despicable means, despicable? I just wanted to make some money. As the old saying goes, one who fails to make money when there is a chance offends heaven itself. If given the choice, I'd rather be a petty person and make the money. Hearing Jaden Fawn's introduction, Judah sneered. 9 Nether Coffin Shop, huh? I suspected as much. In this vast Shintian 9 seas, who else would be so bold and despicable? It's indeed your infamous trio doing these deeds. You're truly street-scorned and shameless. What? Infamous trio? Jaden Fawn froze at this nickname, as did Bryson and Xander hidden in the void. Why infamous trio? Who are they talking about? Bryson sincerely asked. Xander was nearly exasperated. Are you stupid? It's clearly an insult directed at us, calling us beasts. What nonsense? Bryson's eyes widened. What do you mean? How can we be called beasts? I ask you, is there anyone under heaven more forthright and honest than us? When it comes to helping others, loving each other, and brotherly conduct, aren't we paragons of virtue on every street? This old fool must be blind to call us beasts, truly judging the noble by base standards. Xander was stunned. To call them beasts was already putting it mildly. Meanwhile, Jaden Fun reacted with darkening features. Ever since he opened the 9 Nether Coffin Shop, he had always operated steadily. Every customer gave him glowing reviews. So, which bastard was spreading rumors and tarnishing his reputation? Old fool, say clearly who is the beast here. Hemph, you beasts act very convincingly. At Huaiyang River, you three shameless ones dug up the Zhang family's ancestral grounds for all to see. Now, everyone knows about your infamous trio reputation. Anywhere you go, trouble follows. Spit. You three evil scoundrels, worse than pigs and dogs. Calling you beasts is a compliment. Huh, running a store? Do you think everyone in the world is as shameless as you, willing to do business with a beast like you? How can one trust the morals of a beast in business? Utter nonsense. Jaden Fawn's face grew increasingly grim, not because Judah's insults were vile, but because it seemed his reputation was indeed tarnished. That was what truly upset him. How was he supposed to run his business at the 9 Nether Coffin Shop now? Damn it. Who's spreading these lies behind my back? If I find out, they'll regret being born. Seeing Jaden Fawn visibly agitated, Judah felt a bit satisfied. This was an eye for an eye. Of course, he didn't come here just to engage in a verbal battle. Hemph, your notorious methods are infamous across the world. Today, the Huangwu family concedes. Since you want money, we've brought it, 200 million crystal coins, exactly as required. If you have any decency, follow the rules. Judah immediately spilled out a mountain of crystal coins. So many dazzling coins. However, under the glitter of the crystal coins, Judah subtly mixed in a trick, which only Xander's golden fire divine eyes could detect. Bryson, having sharp eyes, also noticed something amiss. The old man thought his trick was subtle, but the two pairs of eyes in the void saw everything clearly. Once, there was a prestigious sect called Jingma sect, renowned for its many powerful practitioners. They had a technique called mirror delay technique, which uses vital energy as a mirror to record and observe distant impressions, Xander explained. blinking. Heh, the old man knows a lot, Bryson chuckled. After all, he's the patriarch of a reclusive family. He probably wants to uncover the mastermind behind this. Kelvin won't stay hidden long. Do we need to warn brother son? Bryson rolled his eyes. No need. Exposing Kelvin won't affect my grave digging. And as for Jose, he's already been called out. What more can happen? So, they continued watching quietly. After verifying the amount, Jaden Fun nodded. Alright, indeed 200 million. Take your people. Even if I don't know who spread the rumors, I always stick to business rules. Thank you, boss son. Without further ado, Judah and Evan swiftly took Dina and Kenneth and left. After traveling 1,000 miles away, Judah suddenly stopped. What are you doing? How can we leave without knowing who the mastermind is? How can we be at ease? Evan frowned. How do you plan to find out? Go back? Judah shook his head. Wrong. Mirror delay technique. Under Evan's astonished gaze, a shimmering screen appeared. Judah muttered to himself. A fortunate discovery put to good use. Let's see who this daring person is. As soon as Judah and Evan left, another figure appeared. Boss son, you let them go? From his tone, he was quite displeased. Jaden Fun shrugged indifferently. Yes, I follow the rules. You asked me to kidnap them, and I did. When they came to ransom, I accepted the payment. Fair deal. But didn't I have a second plan? Kelvin was angry because his scheme was foiled. Jaden Fun remained nonchalant. But you never told me, did you? If you want the people back, simple. Give me 200 million, and I'll recapture them for you. Kelvin paused, barely suppressing his anger. Fine, since they're gone. Forget it. In a few days, the Huangwu family will hold their ancestor worship ceremony. Just stick to our agreement, and don't cause any more trouble. Jaden Fun laughed coldly. Suddenly, Kelvin asked again. What did those two ask about earlier? Don't worry. My business thrives on integrity. Even if they asked, I wouldn't reveal anything. Good. The 200 million ransom is yours. Remember, during the Huangwu family's ancestor worship, don't mess up. With that, Kelvin disappeared. As soon as Kelvin left, the mirror delay technique surveillance shattered, due to the limited vitality. However, Judah's expression was far from pleasant. The paragraph continues the scene where Judah is left feeling uneasy after Kelvin departs, and the effects of the mirror delay technique fade away. The limited vitality refers to the energy required to maintain the technique, which could not be sustained indefinitely. Judah's displeasure hints at his concerns or suspicions about the situation. Chapter 183. Pray for the angel's protection. Alright. Do you still have any explanations now? Jaden Fun and Lloyd's conversation was clearly visible to all. Aiden was so enraged that he glared at Darnell. It wouldn't be surprising if he were to take action in the next moment. The Huangwu family must give an explanation. Look at the beast from your family. How daring they are, disgracing the dignity of my Dongshan family. This matter will not be let go easily. Himph, do you think only your Dongshan family is embarrassed? Without your reminder, I also need to catch this damn traitor and make him suffer 1,000 deaths. Darnell was even more infuriated since the incident involved internal affairs of the Huangwu family. He never expected that the mastermind behind everything was someone from his own family. Indeed, as the old saying goes, a thief within the household is the hardest to guard against. To have a disgraceful member with evil intentions towards their own kin, what a misfortune for the family. Darnell naturally vowed to capture this detestable traitor no matter what. At that time, no matter how much the culprit pleads, I will not spare him. Moreover, catching the traitor is important, but more critical is preventing the beast's plans. On the day of our Huangwu family's ancestral worship, what do they intend to do? Now that Jaden Fun of Jiuyo Coffins has surfaced, the other two beasts likely won't miss this opportunity either. Hehe, anyone can guess what these three beasts might do when they come together. The disaster of Huaoliang City's Zhang family isn't too far in the past. Listening to Aiden's words, Darnell's pupils contracted. How arrogant. How dare they plan to dig up our ancestors' graves during the Huangwu family's ancestral worship ceremony? What impudence. Aiden replied lightly. Of course, they're impudent. If these three weren't bold, I'd find it strange. I advise your Huangwu family to prepare early. Possibly deriving pleasure from others' suffering, Aiden's anger seemed to subside somewhat. These beasts, I will not let them off. Darnell's face twisted with rage. But Aiden continued coolly. You won't let them off? How exactly will you stop them? To be honest, those beasts, despite being despised by everyone and inciting wrath from heaven and earth, possess formidable means. If they were weak, the Huaoliang City Zhang family wouldn't have failed even though they belong to one of the hidden families. Take Jaden Fun, owner of Jiuyo Coffins. He is extremely terrifying. No one knows how he practices secret techniques, but his strength increases at a frightening rate. He's now at the peak of the 16th mountain realm, which is already a headache. As for the other two, they are no less formidable. Arlen, with his careless speech and reckless actions, is insane yet resourceful. His escape skills are exceptionally professional, having once outwitted even the South Shore Santiago guard twice. The last one is shrouded in mystery, possessing terrifying power and unmatched strength. Any one of these three beasts is incredibly difficult to deal with. Together, they could truly dig up your Huangwu family graves during the ancestral worship. Your Huangwu family probably doesn't have enough capability to withstand these beasts. Aiden's words caused Darnell to frown deeply and feel increasingly heavy-hearted. Although Aiden's words sounded unpleasant and might be exaggerating, Darnell had to admit they were true. These beasts were indeed strong, and the Huangwu family would struggle to win against them. The more he thought about it, the more he felt troubled. He suddenly asked, what if we offer Jaden Fun a large sum of money to back down? Aiden shook his head directly. Back down? Impossible. Consider this. Could all your family's wealth satisfy them? Also, Jaden Fun values business ethics highly, and since he has an agreement with that despicable traitor of yours, persuading him to change his mind will be hard. Seeking him out now would only alert him, making it harder for you to prepare. Aiden couldn't help but sigh. The situation was very difficult to resolve. Darnell felt heavier. With no solution alone, he could only gather ideas. Just then, an indescribable voice reached Darnell's ears. Heaven's favor descends upon us. An angel named Corey appears, and the fulfillment of wishes requires offering corpses. If you seek, your wish will be granted. Darnell stopped walking, drawing a puzzled look from Weibo Zin. What's wrong? At that moment, Darnell's heart trembled. An angel named Corey? Was it really as rumored? Previously, in the Xintian Nine Seas, during the Yangshan sect's tribulation passage, there were rumors about an angel named Corey. Back then, with fewer onlookers, the idea of the Yangshan sect ancestor appealing to the angel for the tribulation remained just a rumor. Recently, after the Linxiao Celestial Road opened and was confirmed by higher powers, the name Corey became famous worldwide. Many who knew about both events speculated whether they could make wishes to this celestial messenger. But how to do it was unknown until now. Darnell hadn't expected to encounter such a way to make a wish. So, one could really make a wish to the terrifying angel from the Linxiao Celestial Road by blinking. Xander looked at the information in the record of the world, finding it strange. It turned out it was Darnell's wish. Well, such a wish had to be accepted, given the Huangwu family's wealth. What is it about? Xander whispered inwardly. Far away, Darnell naturally heard this, his heart quaking. Oh mighty angel, there are villains planning to desecrate our ancestral graves. I seek your protection. What should I offer as a vow? Xander blinked and said, for the 16th mountain, 10 corpses, and the ancestral graves shall be protected. Darnell blinked again, confused. Requiring corpses instead of treasures was unusual, but he was glad because corpses were always obtainable. Angel, must the corpse be human? Stronger corpses can be non-human, as long as they are powerful. Darnell was delighted. I make this vow. Please protect us, and I'll fulfill my promise with corpses. I'll start searching right away. Seeing Darnell smile, Aiden grew even more puzzled. Not that it matters, but what's wrong with you? Nothing. Just found a way to deal with the trio of beasts. Happiness overwhelmed me. Aiden was taken aback. Just moments ago, he looked utterly frustrated and helpless. Yet now he found a solution? Darnell didn't intend to reveal his method, leaving Aiden perplexed. Xander wore a peculiar expression. Looks like plans are changing. Chapter 184, A friend of a friend is a friend. Hearing this, the smile on Hugo's face froze. Hey, Carnell brother, what do you mean? I've already taken off my pants. Can't you just say it? Xander shook his head. It's not that I'm intentionally ruining your mood out of boredom. I received an urgent alert that Heron, the patriarch of the Huangwu family, had extraordinary luck and managed to contact the celestial messenger Yilafeng through some means at this critical juncture. Heron has entrusted the celestial messenger Yilafeng to guard the Huangwu ancestral land during their ancestor worship ceremony. Therefore, our plan must change. Upon hearing Xander's explanation, both Hugo and Malia's expressions changed. Huangwu family actually got Yilafeng? Is this for real? My information comes from a friend who saved my life, so it's reliable. Moreover, this friend also has ties with Yilafeng. Thus, a friend of a friend shouldn't have to face each other in combat, right? It's more about manners than whether we can defeat him or not. So, as a matter of principle, I must give them this favor. Now, if the two of you want to continue according to the plan, that's fine too. But for me, there's no way I can follow the original plan. The celestial messenger Yilafeng is a friend of your friend? Is there such a connection between you? Hugo looked astonished, while Malia seemed to suddenly understand, both gazing at Xander. Carnell brother, this celestial messenger Yilafeng is the one from the Linxiao Sky Road, one of the 5 everlasting passages renowned worldwide, the one even revered by terrifying existences of the Red Dragon Spirit Academy? Xander shrugged. As to that, I'm not sure since he's just a friend of a friend. To be honest, I don't know him very well. But regardless, as a matter of principle, I must give them this favor. Hugo grunted. Carnell brother, what are you saying? Do you look down on us brothers? We also share life and death bonds. Men have 3 joys. Sharing women, being imprisoned together, and causing trouble together. Apart from sharing women, we basically tick all the boxes. If he's a friend of your friend, then he's a friend of my friend's friend. Of course, I have to show respect. Alright, let's postpone this job. Absolutely, we won't put our friend in an awkward position. Hugo chuckled. After all, digging up graves isn't affected much by timing. What matters is the process, just like lovemaking. Malia frowned. Carnell brother, only now do I understand how you got such a peculiar name. Heavenly guest. Seems like you're quite someone, huh? Fine, I can give them the respect, but I had already agreed to this job beforehand. When the time comes, helping resist the Huangwu family members while Kelvin digs up the grave, wouldn't I have to fight the celestial messenger friend? Xander shook his head. You misunderstood, Brother Sunday. Let's consider this carefully. Does your job conflict with the work of the celestial messenger Yilafeng? Not at all. Just think about it. Yilafeng is there to ensure the Huangwu ancestral land remains safe during their ancestor worship ceremony. Your job is to help resist the Huangwu family members. These are 2 separate tasks. Brother Sun can stick to the job content. As long as you fulfill the business requirements, anything that happens beyond that, like any additional danger, is not within your responsibility. After all, Kelvin never warned you about it. What do you think, Brother Sun? Malia blinked. Yeah, you're right. An outsider's perspective clears things up. Almost misjudged the situation myself. But hey, Kelvin might be in for a rough time. Why should we care? You're getting paid to do a job. He warned you not to overstep. Whether he lives or dies, it's none of your concern. This way, you not only get the first payment but possibly a second one. If Kelvin survives by chance, he'll likely try again and depend on us, professionals. Hugo chuckled. Carnell brother, how long will the celestial messenger stay at the Huangwu ancestral land? Just during the ancestor worship day. Otherwise, he won't be there. That guy is always busy. Hugo laughed loudly. That's perfect. Once the friend leaves, we can dig up the Huangwu family tomb whenever we want. Unless the celestial messenger is invited back? Xander shook his head. Don't worry about that. The price for the celestial messenger is sky high. Even for a hidden family like the Huangwu, they can't afford many visits. Hugo nodded. Not bad for a friend of ours indeed. Alright, let's set this plan. Delay the timeline, but Carnell brother, please introduce us properly to avoid any accidental clashes. Don't worry. I'd hate to see friends turn against each other. After chatting a bit more, the three parted ways. Huangwu family. Heron and Hoover had just returned. Adam was visibly relieved. As long as everyone is safe. But Heron still had a menacing gaze. Adam blinked. Patriarch, everyone is safe. Why do you? Heron immediately ordered everyone else except Adam out. After the main hall emptied, Heron said, Our family has harbored a traitor, a beast. Adam's eyes widened. What? A beast planned the kidnapping of the two children and hired the notorious Moluo from the Netherworld Coffin Trio. Adam's expression turned grim. How could this happen? I witnessed it firsthand. It's true. How ironic that in a large family, a traitor could emerge, daring to plot against the ancestral land. Adam's face turned sour. Patriarch, how do we handle this? The Netherworld Coffin Trio is infamous and extremely powerful. This needs no further discussion. I've summoned a master who can easily deal with these beasts. However, we need something else now. What is it? Bodies, 10 bodies of level 16 mountain strong warriors. Adam and Hoover were bewildered. The master requires bodies for a ritual. During our ancestor worship, the ancestral land can be guarded without worry. Bodies. While ordinary corpses aren't valuable, finding 10 level 16 mountain warrior corpses is challenging. Heron stated, I have a plan. Gather our elders and go hunting. There are still days before the ancestor worship. We can gather the required bodies. Adam nodded. I'll inform the elders. As Adam left, Hoover added, Fine, I'll join the hunt. Heron nodded. Soon, all Huangwu elders were summoned. Leaving 3 to guard the home, the rest embarked on the hunt. Oh, with all the elders gone, the family strength is vulnerable. Seeing this, Kelvin smiled. He turned into his room, quickly changed his appearance, and slipped away. Chapter 185, Naluo. Malia looked at the person who had just appeared in front of him, clearly surprised. So what now? Could there possibly be some other urgent matter you need my help with? The person who had arrived was none other than Bo, who wore a broad smile on his face. Indeed, there are circumstances that no one could have foreseen. In short, we've got a new big deal. I'm sure you, being a businessman with a passion for deals, won't want to miss out. A big deal? This piqued Malia's interest immediately. Hee, you know me well enough. Ordinary matters don't count as big to me. And what about the Huangwu family's ancestral treasure vault? Is that considered big by your standards? Hearing this, Malia blinked. Good lad. That old man Alan wasn't wrong when he called you a filial grandson. Not only do you want to desecrate your family's graves, but you also plan to steal from your own family's treasure vault. Hee, Mr. Sun, to put it bluntly, almost all the ancestors of the Huangwu family have gone into the Black Bone Mountains to hunt powerful demonic beasts. Only 3 of them remain behind, and they're only at the 16th mountain stage, not even at its peak. One might say the Huangwu family is like an egg right now, just a slight nudge would break it. If you and I go together, this is the perfect time to plunder their entire treasure vault. As for the value of the Huangwu family's treasure vault, I'm sure as an expert, you understand just how vast the wealth accumulated by a secluded family can be. Bo's words were incredibly tempting. Indeed, raiding the treasure vault of a hidden family would be highly profitable. Malia chuckled in admiration. Not bad at all. The ancestors of the Huangwu family would surely leap out of their graves in surprise if they knew about you. A true descendant who first kidnaps his own kin, plans to desecrate the family graves, and now wants to loot the family's treasure vault. Even in the entire world, it's rare to find such a dutiful grandson. I must admit, I'm truly curious. What motivates you to do such things? Don't you realize what will happen if your actions are exposed? Your reputation would be destroyed, and you yourself would face severe retribution from the Huangwu family. They would stop at nothing to tear you limb from limb, slice you into pieces, and dismember you in unimaginable ways. Malia didn't say this out of concern for Bo. He genuinely felt curious and couldn't help but express his amazement. Even Malia would call Bo's actions inhumane. Malia wondered if the Huangwu family had secretly tortured Bo, driving him to seek such brutal revenge. But if the Huangwu family had done nothing wrong and Bo still wanted to destroy them, Malia could only conclude that such a naturally born villain was rare and should be preserved as a specimen. However, Bo paid no heed to Malia's words because this was precisely the result he aimed for. Bo practiced an extremely wicked martial art. The more evil deeds he committed, the stronger he became, rapidly surpassing even those considered prodigies. This was why he meticulously planned the kidnappings of Halston and Moses, which indeed boosted his cultivation to mid-15th mountain stage. If he could successfully raid the Huangwu family's treasures next, he might even reach the peak of the 15th mountain stage. Few could match such rapid advancement. To grow strong at such an unprecedented speed and gain immense power, Bo would stop at nothing, willing to sacrifice everything, even if it meant burying the entire Huangwu family in his path to power. He felt it was worth it. This thought had long taken root in his heart. Mr. Sun, since I've already decided on my course of action, I'm fully aware of the consequences. I've prepared myself for any outcome. I sought you out because I trust your capabilities. If you think you lack the ability, well, I can find someone else, Bo said calmly. Malia sneered in response. Bold words indeed. To suggest I lack capability, are you qualified to make such statements? Why don't you tell me what benefits you can offer me first? 30%. 30%? Malia's eyes flickered coldly. Just 30%? You really think you can get away with offering me so little? Remember, I am a towering figure. Treating me like a beggar is not wise. Do you think you're above me now? I advise you to reconsider your position. As you pointed out, the Huangwu family is vulnerable with most of its elders away, leaving only 3. With their defenses weakened, I could single-handedly rob them blind. In that case, all 10 parts would belong to me. Bo remained unfazed, simply smiling. Mr. Sun, it's you who needs to recognize the situation. Yes, you are formidable, but do you know where the Huangwu family's treasure vault is located? With that question, Malia's expression changed. If I don't know, do you? Yes, indeed I do. How did a mere descendant of the Huangwu family come to know this? I have my methods. All you need to know is that I know where the vault is. Malia narrowed his eyes. All right, given your confidence, I'll trust you, for now. Bo smiled. While we're at it, have you heard about the 3 great experts involved with the demon Hoyt? Are your 2 companions here? Malia narrowed his eyes. Do you doubt my abilities? Think I can't handle this alone? Bo shook his head. Not at all. There's a massive deal related to a demon Hoyt. Let's proceed cautiously. Demon Hoyt? Malia was taken aback. The Black Bone Mountains were vast, and the demon Hoyt was its ruler. The previous demon Hoyt, known as Moluo, lived over 10,000 years ago. Up until today, there were no demon Hoyts. Only powerful entities searched for Moluo's resting place, hoping to achieve similar power and become a demon Hoyt. Demon Hoyt? Really? Yes, I was lucky enough to obtain some information about the demon Hoyt Moluo. To show his sincerity, Bo pulled out a map. Just looking at the map sent shivers down Malia's spine, due to the ominous aura it carried. But the map was incomplete. When I acquired it, it was already damaged. However, I have a way to retrieve the missing half. Malia studied the partial map for a long while before finally nodding. Fine, regarding the demon Hoyt, I'll trust you this time. But if you dare deceive me, your death will be certain. Saying this, Malia immediately sent out messages. Moments later, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. You've arrived. Quickly look. This map shows the location of where the demon Hoyt Moluo slept over 10,000 years ago. Demon Hoyt Moluo? Alan's face lit up with excitement. He leaned in close to study the map. Xander also focused intently on gathering information from the map. The map, though fragmented, indicated the resting place of the demon Hoyt Moluo from the Black Bone Mountains. Moluo, the demon Hoyt. While Xander didn't know much about Moluo, seeing the reactions of Malia and Alan, he understood this must be an immensely powerful entity. Its remains could potentially lead to immense wealth. Hashtag Chapter 186, Capturing the Black Sky Heavenly Hoyt. What realm of strength is Hoyt Moluo actually? Xander was quite curious. Hoyt Moluo is at the 2nd Heaven Realm. The 2nd Heaven Realm? Xander's pupils constricted. The 2nd Heaven Realm was incredibly formidable. Even an existence at the 17th Mountain Realm was already terrifying in the Xintian 9 Seas. For these hidden families, like the Huangwu family and Hualiangzhang family, to find an ancestor at that level was astonishing. It's worth noting that the 3 major forces openly acknowledged in the Xintian 9 Seas, such as the Xianxia sect, were already part of history. In the present era, their strongest members are merely at the 12th Mountain Realm. In comparison, the 17th Mountain Realm was extraordinarily fearsome. To say there are heavens beyond the mountains wasn't an exaggeration, and the 2nd Heaven Realm was even above that. As far as Xander knew, above the 17th Mountain Realm came the 18th Mountain Realm, 19th Mountain Realm, then finally the 1st Heaven Realm, and the 2nd Heaven Realm. However, Xander kept his surprise to himself. After all, he was currently under the mysterious guise of Karnalka, guest from the sky. Thus, Xander calmly said, the 2nd Heaven Realm isn't as formidable as I imagined. Adiel and Jaden Yi gave him looks of disbelief. Carnell brother, you truly have high standards, really too high. At our Red Earth, the 2nd Heaven Realm figure is already considered a peak powerhouse. This is the Heavenly Realm. Even though they're still far from becoming gods or saints, they are vastly superior to those in the Mountain Realm. Just think about the god Luo Hoitdom, extremely terrifying and one of the top powers in Red Earth, but its most powerful existence is only at the 2nd Heaven Realm. Reaching this level makes cultivation increasingly difficult. Going centuries or millennia without advancing a single step is entirely possible. Heavenly Realm, Mountain Realm? Xander was indeed confused. So, it seems I don't understand cultivation well enough and have some misunderstandings. Can you explain? To explain wouldn't be accurate. It's just that few people recognize this. Saying that the 17th Mountain Realm is already terrifying, considering the Xintian 9 Seas, which seems small to ordinary people, with the highest heavens being the 11th and 12th Mountain Realms, these realms are already seen as immensely powerful. Even imagining the 17th Mountain Realm might be beyond what they can fathom. But the 17th Mountain Realm isn't the end. Above it are the 18th and 19th Mountain Realms, culminating in the Mountain Realm's peak. At this point, life advancement brings new steps. This is the Heavenly Realm, the final long journey before reaching the divine imperial level. From the 1st Heaven Realm to the 10th Heaven Realm is called the Lesser Heavenly Realm. Beyond that lies the Greater Heavenly Realm. The Greater Heavenly Realm is what we commonly refer to as the path to immortality, crossing the 3 major gates leading to sainthood and imperialism. Adiel spoke with a hint of reminiscence in his voice, which puzzled Xander. Could this old man possibly be a fallen god? Otherwise, why would he be so knowledgeable? And his eyes filled with nostalgic light. But even if true, it wasn't strange, given the reincarnation of deities and transcending the world weren't uncommon. Adiel was exceptional, and Jaden Yi even more so, coming from Haisheng Gorge, a place unheard of by Xander. It was as if it didn't exist in the universe, suggesting it lay outside Xander's current perception. Take Willie, for example, born of the divine race. So, considering the company Xander now kept, these people around him were extraordinary and non-human origins not to be underestimated. Xander raised an eyebrow. If calculated this way, he was quite impressive too. After all, the saying goes that great beasts travel together. With such strong individuals around him, he must also be formidable. Carnell brother, what's wrong? Why the sudden daze? Adiel's voice snapped Xander back to reality. He chuckled. It's nothing, just marveling at how cultivation can leave mortals hopeless. Even the most outstanding geniuses likely face immense difficulties. Adiel laughed lightly. Of course, since the heavens love to test us and make our lives challenging. If anyone could casually climb to the heights, where would the fun be for the heavens? Xander nodded. Let's stop talking about that. You're experienced. What do you think of this map's authenticity? Adiel narrowed his eyes. Judging from my perspective, this map is definitely genuine, but it's only half complete. If we had the full map, we could locate Hoyt Noloro's sleeping place and become fabulously wealthy overnight. Adiel's eyes sparkled with greed. Jaden Yi, standing nearby, asked greedily, can you get the remaining half of the map? Are you sure? Guarantee it? Xander and Adiel's eyes also locked onto Kelvin. Kelvin laughed. Absolutely genuine. I wouldn't dare deceive three powerhouses like you. However, obtaining the map wasn't easy. You three should help me with something as part of the deal. What do you want us to do for you? Adiel narrowed his eyes. They all knew that Kelvin offering the map must be seeking significant assistance. Kelvin grinned. I need you to venture deep into the Black Bone Mountains to retrieve an item. I've received news that within days, the rarely glowing Dark Sea moonlight will blossom. This treasure is currently held by the Black Sky Heavenly Hoyt Shokuin. The Black Sky Heavenly Hoyt intends to use this Dark Sea moonlight to forcibly break through barriers and achieve the Demon King realm. Dark Sea moonlight? Adiel and Jaden Yi focused intently. This is an extremely rare treasure. Hearing that its petals alone can expand one's chi after blooming, you've done impressively well to track this down. Knowing its location and when it blooms, you are indeed remarkable. Adiel complimented lightly, but Kelvin remained unmoved. Presently, Kelvin did exude an air of mystery and significance. Xander narrowed his eyes, maintaining caution with someone like this. Do you think this deal is feasible? Kelvin smiled at the trio. Xander, Adiel, and Jaden Yi exchanged glances, falling into momentary silence. How formidable is the Black Sky Heavenly Hoyt? The Black Sky Heavenly Hoyt is below the Demon King realm but a great Hoyt in the Black Bone Mountains, thus at the first heaven realm. Indeed, it's terrifying, but currently, he's in seclusion. He's concentrating solely on the Dark Sea moonlight's bloom to forcibly break through and reach the second heaven realm. This is a rare opportunity. I believe your skills can ensure success. First heaven realm. Xander squinted his eyes. After a moment, he said, head-on confrontation is tough, but with alternative methods, we can give it a try. Let's give it a try. Seeing Xander and Adiel agree, Jaden Yi grinned, showing his teeth. Good. Let's see the terror of the heavenly realm. Kelvin also smiled. After the Huang Wu family's ancestral worship, we'll head to the Black Bone Mountains. And Jaden's, regarding the previous discussion, you go outside first. We have more to discuss among ourselves. Kelvin nodded and disappeared. Hashtag chapter 187. The Netherworld Rakshasa. After Lady Yana left, Adiel spoke up. Kelvin, the young master of the Huang Wu family, is actually far more complex than he appears. He's no ordinary man. Xander nodded in agreement. Indeed, this person has concealed his true nature deeply, far beyond what the mere Huang Wu family can tolerate. The cultivation technique he practices is peculiar and unseen in the world. It's called the ultimate demonic cultivation technique. This bizarre practice allows the practitioner to gain strength rapidly by committing unspeakable evils. It's like how Brother Sun gains power by liberating others. It's an ingenious yet twisted approach. The ultimate demonic cultivation technique. Adiel blinked, a gleam in his eyes. That's quite formidable indeed. No wonder this boy is so filial. To achieve his cultivation path, he seems willing to sacrifice the entire Huang Wu family. No, not exactly. If the Huang Wu family perishes but Kelvin survives and grows stronger, becoming a mighty existence at the peak of Red Earth, wouldn't he be able to create new Huang Wu families as he pleases? So, Kelvin is clearly sacrificing the small for the greater good. Ultimately, he aims to elevate the Huang Wu family, which has lost its potential for advancement, to a higher level. For this, he's willing to bear the criticism from the world. Truly admirable. We should handle such a devoted son with care. Disrespecting him would be unwise. People like him are rare treasures in this world. Adiel's tone was sarcastic, but Xander and Abner understood the underlying meaning. For someone like Kelvin, they must tread carefully, or else they might be outmaneuvered. Still, deep down, they weren't overly concerned. After all, while Kelvin was enigmatic, they had their own hidden cards too. Why fear? Why, old son? You and Kelvin have some secret dealings. There's nothing secretive about it. This kid suddenly came and said that most of the elders from the Huang Wu family have gone to the Black Bone Mountains and won't return for days. So, the Huang Wu family's defenses are weak now. He specifically invited me to join him in raiding the Huang Wu family. He offered to split the spoils, giving me 30% as a reward after we loot their treasure vault. Robbing their own family's treasure vault? Adiel and Xander exchanged varied expressions. Haha, yes, I see. We should erect a monument for this kid. Truly, he has boundless potential. Adiel and Abner both nodded in approval. Yes, by the way, can you keep watch for me? Before Xander could ask what he meant, Abner revealed a mountain-like pile of treasures and coins. Then, with both hands, he unfurled a large scroll. The scroll emanated an oppressive, evil aura, making even strong individuals shudder. Boundless netherworld, limitless decree, mystic yellow heaven, swiftly summoned netherworld hall. Instantly, the aura solidified into substance, forming several terrifying figures within the oppressive mist. Each figure radiated immense power. Xander's eyes narrowed as he took in all the information. These were the netherworld Rakshasas, also known as netherworld ghosts, each possessing the terrifying power of early-stage 16th tier mountains. Born in the depths of the netherworld, their souls forged by death and accumulated evil energy, these spirits were immensely powerful and insatiably greedy. Living amidst death, they craved spirit chi and life force, making them feedable with worldly items. Summoned by Abner from the netherworld, they would grow stronger with sustenance. Xander raised an eyebrow. So, You have your own stand-like entity too, huh? Now he understood the impressive funeral procession back at the Netherworld coffin. While Xander pondered, the Netherworld ghosts summoned by Abner began feasting ravenously on the piles of treasures, devouring them greedily like starving spirits. Their massive mouths and throats acted like fiery furnaces, instantly melting the treasures into water, then vaporizing and absorbing them. Their cultivation levels rapidly escalated before everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the Netherworld ghosts had progressed from early-stage 16th tier mountains to mid-stage. This reminded Xander of his own funeral procession stand, but his was even more formidable. Miguel, what do you think of my group of Netherworld Rakshasas? Abner couldn't help but show off, beaming with pride. Xander smiled. They are indeed powerful, born from death, incredibly potent, and full of potential. Now I understand why Boss Sun is so devoted to business. Ah, having so many gold-gobbling beasts to sustain must be quite taxing on you. Ah, complaining about hard work? It's just that my resources are limited. As Miguel said, these things are real gold gobblers. Even if I could make money faster, I'd still struggle to support them. Abner said this with a grin, but his expression betrayed his delight. Adiel expressed his envy. Jose, when you have time, get me a few as well. Pfft, save your thoughts. Your puppets are already formidable and not weaker than my Rakshasas. Isn't that enough? With that, Abner rolled up the scroll and prepared to leave. Jose is indeed stingy, Adiel muttered. Xander chuckled, following suit. At the Huang Wu family compound. After Judah left with the others, only Farouk, Josiah, and Yisroel remained to guard the estate. Of the three, Farouk was the most powerful, at late-stage 16th tier mountains. Josiah and Yisroel were both at mid-stage 16th tier mountains. Boss Sun, the three elders are entrusted to you. I'll take this chance to steal from the treasure vault. Don't worry, I've dispatched helpers for your safety. A few Netherworld Rakshasas appeared. Kelvin blinked. Boss Sun's methods are endless and awe-inspiring. Abner chuckled. Without some skills, how could I do business and earn trust? With that, Abner unleashed his formidable aura and charged directly into the Huang Wu family compound. Who? Abner's overwhelming presence naturally drew attention. Instantly, the three elders, Farouk, Josiah, and Yisroel, surrounded him. Other members of the Huang Wu family were alarmed. Who are you to dare storm our family residence? Josiah demanded. Abner didn't respond, instead attacking fiercely with his weapon. Josiah flew backward immediately. Outrageous! Farouk roared in anger, unleashing his ultimate spirit weapon. Chapter 188. Jose is far from simple. It was a pagoda-shaped supreme spirit weapon, which instantly unleashed its formidable power, shaking the entire Huang Wu family compound. Thunder rumbled in the sky, creating an imposing scene. Xander, who was hidden in the shadows, watched with gleaming eyes. The Huang Wu family is indeed wealthier than the Zhang family in Hualiang City. Another supreme spirit weapon emerged. Such a powerful spirit weapon could be melted down, used for fusion materials, or kept for personal use, all valuable purposes. While Xander was contemplating in secret, the pagoda-shaped supreme spirit weapon, under Azariah's control, charged straight at Malia. Malia felt the intense pressure of the supreme spirit weapon above his head, but wore an expression of disdain. A mere supreme spirit weapon dares to press me down. As he spoke, the supreme spirit weapon was almost upon his face, but Malia responded immediately. He wielded a long spear made of fine steel, its tip glowing red. The instant the spear moved, a more terrifying force swept out, overwhelming even the powerful supreme spirit weapon. A storm shook the air, and the patterns on the supreme spirit weapon shattered. The mighty weapon was sent flying backward. Azariah, controlling the supreme spirit weapon, suffered a terrible backlash. His pupils constricted as he retreated rapidly, crashing into the ground like a broken stone, bleeding profusely, his strength reduced by half. What? Impossible. How could the Huang Wu family not be shaken? That was a supreme spirit weapon, an extremely powerful tool. Now it had been shattered by a single thrust from Malia's spear. This couldn't be real. What kind of terrifying weapon did Malia wield? Amidst everyone's shock and disbelief, the supreme spirit weapon reached its limit, its cracks bursting open. A terrifying impact wave spread across the sky. Everyone from the Huang Wu family, including Azariah and the other three elders, were shocked beyond belief. They could hardly believe that such a powerful weapon had been shattered by a single strike. Could this weapon be a top-tier yellow-level spirit weapon, or even higher? Nothing else could explain such tremendous power. Damn it! Is our Huang Wu family really going to be destroyed in this generation? Why would we encounter such a terrifying existence? Despair and cries of sorrow filled the air. Many members of the Huang Wu family fled, fearing they would die under Malia's suppression. As for the oath of life and death with the clan, it was long forgotten. In the shadows, Xander looked heartbroken. Damn, what a waste of a good supreme spirit weapon and excellent materials. Simply outrageous waste. Now that the supreme spirit weapon had shattered, there was no saving it. But even the fragments of a supreme spirit weapon held considerable value, so Xander collected the scattered pieces. Even a few less pieces meant some extra gain. Adiel also sighed. Damn it, Jose is just too impulsive. Once he starts, he doesn't know his own strength. A supreme spirit weapon worth so much money, wasted by this brute in one strike. What a waste. But old son probably doesn't care about such things. He's far wealthier than us poor folks. Look at that spear. It's remarkable. Xander's gaze also fell on Malia's spear. It was indeed a weapon even more powerful than a yellow-level spirit weapon. However, it wasn't unusual for weapons to evolve as perspectives expanded. What truly made Xander's eyes widen was that Malia's scarlet spear had been imbued with divine blood. It possessed the might of a godly being, making it far more powerful than its actual grade, incomparable to weapons of the same level. Supreme spirit weapons and yellow-level spirit weapons, considered ultimate by most, faced certain destruction against this spear. Only when such incredible power was displayed could one truly comprehend its astonishing nature. Despite being only a 16th layer Mountain Realm practitioner, Moluo, with this powerful weapon, might not lose even against a 17th layer Mountain Realm warrior. In fact, a lower grade 17th layer Mountain Realm practitioner could be easily killed by Moluo. Brother Sun is indeed formidable. With this weapon, few can match him at the same level. Bryson chuckled strangely. Miguel, you underestimate Jose. Such feats are merely basic operations, low efficiency means. Jose's true strength comes from the gifts of the netherworld. Of course, I don't fully understand it, but let me explain briefly. Miguel, Jose's greatest strength is never solo combat. Upon hearing the command from the netherworld flying order, he brings endless destruction to the world. Netherworld flying order? Xander blinked. Indeed, he had seen something like that among Moluo's possessions, though it seemed to be a replica rather than the genuine item. Still, it remained formidable. The netherworld flying order summons countless spirits. At that time, Moluo would be the king of ghosts, commanding heavenly disasters to topple the world. Just as Bryson said, group combat was Moluo's strongest skill. Compared to that, wielding a spear alone was nothing to marvel at. Indeed, as a member of the Lifeless organization, Moluo was no ordinary person. Anyone who joined this organization seemed to carry their own protagonist aura. The Huangwu family was in shock. Moluo didn't bother acknowledging them, standing majestically with terrifying power that no one dared to challenge. At this moment, Kelvin, the netherworld Rakshasa, arrived at the place. The Huangwu family treasure vault, normally off-limits, was usually where the elders practiced. But now, it was eerily quiet. There would be no obstacles for them. Kelvin, holding a talisman, chanted a spell, opening the hidden door slowly. The netherworld Rakshasas, sensing the scent of treasures, could barely contain themselves, rushing through the gate. Instantly, the treasures shone brightly. Not good. Intruders have entered the treasure vault. The Huangwu family's faces changed dramatically, but then a sudden powerful attack eliminated Azariah. Moluo's voice rang out from above. Don't move, unless you want to die. The cold voice was like an edict from the heavens, pinning the Huangwu family members to the spot, unable to move. They didn't wait long. Kelvin returned, each of the netherworld Rakshasas' aura surging, reaching the peak of the 16th layer mountain realm. Moluo knew the Huangwu family's treasure vault was nearly empty. No wonder Kelvin's face was grim. Let's go. Moluo ignored them, vanishing instantly. Chapter 189. The Ancestor's Wrath. The family's treasure vault had been robbed, and after such an incident, the once great Huangwu family now bore no trace of its former glory. The matter seemed to have slipped out like a kite that lost its string in the wind. No one knew who deliberately spread the news, but it soon traveled far and wide, reaching countless people. Information about it spread throughout Huangshan City and its outskirts. In Huangshan City, every practitioner couldn't help but discuss this unprecedented event. Clearly, the renowned Huangwu family's reputation was not what it used to be. Faced with such a situation, how could the Huangwu family not be enraged? Of course, they were furious. But beyond anger, they had no other recourse. All they could do was fume in frustration. Thus, the greatly angered Huangwu family chose to close their doors. Let those outside talk. The Huangwu family would simply shut themselves off from the world, ignoring all disturbances. This atmosphere of silence and helplessness persisted until the family's ancestors, who had gone on a hunting expedition to the Black Bone Mountains, returned. Judah and his group returned laden with bountiful spoils, having taken advantage of their superior numbers to delve deep into the Black Bone Mountains. They brought back nearly 20 corpses of formidable level 16 mountain beasts. Such a quantity was more than enough to meet the requirements set by the celestial messenger, Aslan. Their reputation soared as a result. However, the moment they stepped into the family compound, they were met with an entirely different sight. Seeing clan members appearing as if they had suffered a grave misfortune, Judah's expression darkened instantly, a sense of unease bubbling up within him. What happened? At that moment, Adam, acting chief, rushed forward and fell to his knees, his expression utterly dejected. Ancestor, our family's treasure vault has been robbed. The news stunned the elders. Their faces turned grim and hearts heavy with dread. How did this happen? Adam stammered. Not long after you left, a terrifying criminal forcefully entered our Huangwu family. Armed with a long scarlet spear, he was undoubtedly Moluo from the infamous trio. Ancestor Azariah confronted the intruder with our supreme spirit weapon, intending to suppress him on the spot, but the brute was too powerful. With just a wave of his spear, Moluo shattered our supreme spirit weapon. Ancestor Azariah tried his best to resist but was no match for Moluo. He was killed in one blow, leaving no remains. The brute Moluo and his accomplices then seized the opportunity to open our treasure vault and ransacked it completely. Moluo, this damned beast again? Judah couldn't help trembling with fury. The Huangwu family's various ancestors immediately went to inspect the treasure vault. What was once a magnificent and invaluable repository lay in ruins, empty and desolate. Not a single valuable item remained. Even the vault's door had been torn away. Brutes. Truly a pack of brutes. Despicable beasts. Despicable Moluo. To take advantage of us when we are weak. How outrageous. How hateful. Our years of accumulation. All gone. Brutes. I will kill them. Damn beasts. It is against all reason. None of the Huangwu family's ancestors were calm. They spewed curses from their throats, wishing they could drown Moluo in saliva. Their hatred burned fiercely, shaking the heavens. Only Evan managed to remain somewhat composed, though his heart chilled upon seeing the devastated treasure vault. He felt a mix of fear and relief. Fortunately, it was the Huangwu family that faced this attack. If the notorious trio had targeted their Dongshan family, they might have met the same fate. Evan felt increasingly fortunate the more he thought about it. Naturally, he also lamented the plight of the Huangwu family. A hidden family, meeting such a downfall after encountering the trio. Moluo, though I despise him, Isn't the true culprit the traitor within the Huangwu family? Without this traitor's betrayal, Moluo wouldn't even know where our treasure vault was hidden. Moreover, for this traitor to know the location of the treasure vault, they can't be just any ordinary clansman. Evan's words made Judah and the others look even more somber. Earlier, you suggested we cooperate and go on the Black Bone Mountain hunt. If we hadn't left, would our treasure vault still have been robbed? Indeed, you must tell us who this high expert you invited is. Even if you invite a high expert to guard the ancestral land, what good would it be now that the vault is empty? Knowing this, we shouldn't have gone on this Black Bone Mountain expedition. Faced with everyone's blame, Judah fell silent. Another ancestor spoke up. Judah, wasn't he also considering the best interests of the Huangwu family? Everyone agreed to the proposal. Can we still place all the blame on one person and maintain our dignity? Moreover, in this critical time, can we tolerate mutual accusations and internal chaos? The priority now is to quickly expose the traitor within the family. If this person continues to remain undetected, our Huangwu family truly faces annihilation. He glanced at Judah. At this point, are you still hiding the identity of the high expert you invited? Judah sighed. I admit my mistake. The high expert I invited is none other than the celestial messenger, Aslan. Hearing the name, it thundered through their minds. 5-Dao convergence. World shaking. The celestial messenger of Lingxiao Clementlu? Most likely. Did you contact him? Can you ask if he knows who the traitor within the Huangwu family is? Judah nodded and sent a telepathic message to Aslan. Xander blinked. Esteemed celestial messenger, we have prepared the corpses of the level 16 mountain beasts, nearly 20 in total. Besides the ones required, we have some extra. May we humbly request that the celestial messenger reveal the identity of the traitor who harmed our family. Upon hearing Judah's words, Xander smiled. Your request will be granted. During the ancestor worship ceremony, all matters will be resolved together. What did he say? Seeing Judah's delighted expression, everyone was eager. The celestial messenger agreed. On the day of ancestor worship, he will appear, protect our ancestral tomb, and reveal the identity of the traitor. This is excellent. That damn traitor will be made to suffer. If this traitor lives, peace will never come to our Huangwu family. I want to see who it is, born to betray like a beast. Hashtag chapter 190, Filial Piety. Huangpan Mountain is the ancestral land of the Huangwu family. This land is blessed, and it would not have been chosen by the Huangwu family otherwise. According to legend, long ago, a celestial dragon fell from the sky and coiled here for days, eventually forming a mountain. Hence, Huangpan Mountain came into existence. Derived from the transformation of a yellow dragon from the heavens, Huangpan Mountain naturally harbors countless opportunities. However, this is merely a legend, an ancient rumor that remains unverified. In ages past, an ancestor of the Huangwu family discovered this place and, using formidable strength, claimed it as their own. Thus, the ancestral grounds of the Huangwu family were established. Over the years, countless generations have been laid to rest here, safeguarding the Huangwu family and ensuring the continuation of their lineage. Today is a significant day. The annual ceremony to honor the ancestors has begun. The sacred grounds where the ancestors are venerated now welcome all members of the Huangwu family. They gather with solemn respect, adhering strictly to the rituals. On Huangpan Mountain, a grand venue has been prepared through the efforts of many generations, adorned with an air of solemnity. The ancestral tablets stand prominently at the entrance. Ancestor, the time has come. Adam stepped forward respectfully. He addressed Norris, the patriarch and most powerful elder of the Huangwu family. With combat prowess rivaling that of peak 16th tier mountains, Norris wields formidable weapons and commands the utmost respect from everyone in the clan. Do all members of the Huangwu family, inside and out, have gathered? Norris asked. Ancestor, every member, from top to bottom, including the children, is present without exception. Good. On this auspicious day, the Huangwu shall continue its legacy. Adam took the lead, holding incense and paying respects to heaven and earth. Then, addressing the assembled clan members, he declared loudly, the fame of Huangwu has spread across 9 realms. May it be praised for 10,000 years. Our ancestors above, we, your descendants, offer our gratitude. Heaven and earth bear witness. May the ancestral hall stand eternal. After these grand declarations, the resonant chimes echoed throughout the heavens of Huangpan Mountain, spreading far and wide across the vast city of Yellow Mountain. Next, an elderly clansman stepped forward with a scroll and began chanting on behalf of the family. Our ancestors have long protected us, guiding Huangwu to prominence today. Through generations, we celebrate and remember their sacrifices. May our descendants prosper for centuries to come. In deep reverence, we gather before the ancestral hall. From eldest to youngest, none are absent, and all are filled with solemn respect. We pray earnestly for Huangwu's prosperity, renowned across the world. Now, let us count. 3,166 members of the clan have gathered, among whom stand those who have reached the 16th tier mountains. The elder's voice resonated powerfully across the summit of Huangpan Mountain. This was the ceremony to honor and report back to the ancestors about the family's current status, its development, population growth, talents, and achievements. No detail was left out, akin to a comprehensive family development summary. The elder recited the words sincerely, and the Huangwu family listened attentively. After all, during these ceremonies, many lesser qualified family members learned about the family's true state. However, amidst the crowd, there was someone with ulterior motives, Kelvin. He pretended to listen intently but was actually preoccupied with thoughts of the Huangwu ancestral land. Soon, Jadenfun should arrive, as planned. Kelvin smirked inwardly, anticipation hidden in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the foot of Huangpan Mountain, Jadenfun and Bryson had already met. The time has arrived. Listen to the magnitude of the ceremony, truly fitting for a secluded family. But why hasn't Brother Carnell shown up yet? Did you forget? Brother Carnell sent friends to handle the scene. It wouldn't make sense for him to appear. So, he's not coming? Exactly. According to Brother Carnell's instructions, we act as we see fit. Bryson shrugged, while Jaden Fun blinked. Let's start the show then. Visiting the Huang Wu family isn't easy. I intend to leave only after feasting and taking everything. Humph. If the Huang Wu ancestors saw their incompetent descendants unable to protect the family treasures and ancestral land, they'd surely rise from the dead in anger. Fortunately, I'm here to pacify them. As thanks, gifting their bodies to Brother Carnell seems reasonable. Bryson chuckled wickedly. Perfectly done. Jaden Fun wasted no time and launched an attack. Suddenly, a terrifying strike shattered the ground. The elder speaking was immediately flung away, lifeless. Everyone turned to the sudden assailant, their faces pale with shock. Jaden Fun. Instantly, the elders of the Huang Wu family, led by Norris, were enraged. Beast! Beast! Return our family treasures. The most volatile elder launched an immediate attack, while others roared in fury. We cannot let this beast escape alive. Attack together. Kill the beast. Norris bellowed, drawing his formidable weapon, which formed a powerful array. The aura of the array enveloped Jaden Fun instantly. It was formidable enough to challenge a 17th-tier mountain entity. Jaden Fun's pupils dilated. Crimson Peak Array. Indeed, the concealed family held invaluable treasures. The Crimson Peak Array was immensely powerful. To it, 16th-tier mountains were mere ants, easily slain. But unfortunately for the array, it faced Jaden Fun. Gripping his spear, he radiated overwhelming power. With a single motion, he countered the array's momentum. Above the yellow level, Norris's eyes widened in shock, but this was a matter of the Huang Wu family's honor. There was no room for hesitation. Even if he perished today, so be it. The Huang Wu elders unleashed their full-force attacks. Amidst the barrage, Jaden Fun fought skillfully, aware that this wasn't the right time to target the ancestral land. Nightly Wind, the envoy from Carnell, was watching over things. There would be opportunities afterward. Today, his task was simple: buy time for Kelvin. Meanwhile, Xander had become Nightly Wind, waiting outside the Huang Wu ancestral land. Jaden Fun battled fiercely with the Huang Wu elders, plunging Huang Pan Mountain into chaos. Taking advantage of the distraction, Kelvin used an excuse to leave and changed into disguising attire. Carrying tools, he headed straight for the ancestral tombs. Kelvin did not choose just any tomb. He aimed for the grave of the first-generation ancestor of the Huang Wu family. Just as he was about to act, a powerful force shattered the protective barrier, exposing Kelvin fully. Chapter 191. The Most Unprincipled Beast. Ah, Abner, you beast, how could you destroy the ancestral grounds of the Huang Wu family? The Huang Wu family's ancestral grounds, stretching back for thousands of years, were torn open by Abner's ruthless assault. Though the tombs remained intact, the sacred dignity was shattered, leaving Norris and others seething with rage. The fury in their eyes had already reached its breaking point. If the hatred in their eyes could kill, Abner would have been obliterated from existence, not a single speck of flesh remaining. But before their anger could fully erupt, their hearts and eyes were drawn to the figure exposed after the destruction, someone wielding tools, desecrating the Huang Wu family's ancestral graves. Damn, what audacious brute. Everyone's eyes bulged in rage, especially the elder ancestors like Norris, whose teeth almost ground into dust. They knew all too well about the mysterious person who dared to dig up the graves, plotting the destruction of the Huang Wu ancestral grounds. This was none other than a traitor born within the vast Huang Wu clan. A rebellious scoundrel, a beast among beasts. The only perplexity was identifying who this person truly was. Beast, you accursed beast, to defile your own family's sacred land. How can you still be human? Truly unforgivable, utterly deranged. How sorrowful it is that the Huang Wu family should produce such a beastly descendant. Is our family cursed for 8 lifetimes? Beast. Norris and the others raged inwardly. Those unaware Huang Wu family members were left speechless upon hearing such accusations. What? A mole within the family? One who seeks to desecrate their own ancestral graves? Is he even human? Shocked voices rose incessantly. The news was too explosive. They couldn't believe this could be real. They struggled to comprehend how anyone could be so beastly. These are our family's ancestral graves, where our ancestors rest. Dare they desecrate them? Such audacity. So, just who is this unforgivable beast? Instantly, all gazes converged on the person wielding tools, intent on digging. Meanwhile, Kelvin, who was preparing for an intense confrontation, felt a chill. How was he discovered? But Kelvin didn't panic. Instead, he quickened his pace. After all, Abner had acted recklessly. Had he dug slower, wouldn't the vast Huang Wu ancestral grounds have been entirely ravaged by Abner's violence? Would there have been any room left for him to act? Thus, he must take advantage of Abner diverting the Huang Wu family's attention to complete his grand mission. However, Kelvin underestimated the Huang Wu family's preparation. Heaven's messenger, bestowed blessings upon mankind, grant my wish, peace to the ancestral grounds. Suddenly, Judah shouted aloud. Following this, numerous elder ancestors of the Huang Wu family knelt down, showing utmost sincerity as if praying to a deity. Who? Heaven's messenger? This shout stopped Kelvin mid-action, furrowing his brow. Which heaven's messenger? While Kelvin pondered, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Enigmatic and not of this world, its presence resembled what one might see on the Heavenly Bridge Road in Huailiang City. The heaven's messenger. The heaven's messenger had truly appeared. The sudden apparition filled Norris and the Huang Wu elders with immense joy, while Kelvin felt an uncontrollable chill. His body shuddered instinctively, sensing death's icy wind. Kelvin abruptly turned around, displaying the bravery of a man facing his end, to confront the terrifying being that would kill him. Then, Kelvin saw the figure close by, indiscernible, as though not of this world. You. Kelvin managed only a single word. The heavenly miles moved, wielding the power of time imprint, an overwhelming force under which all must submit. Under its might, Kelvin froze in place like a statue of flesh and blood, unable to move. Under the expectant gaze of Norris and the curious onlookers of the Huangwu clan, the heavenly miles tore away Kelvin's disguise, shattering his hooded garments and false skin decoration, revealing his true appearance. Shock spread among the crowd. What? How could it be? It's Kelvin. Master Kelvin? A family mole? It's him? This can't be possible. Disbelief filled the air. No one had imagined it could be Kelvin. After all, Master Kelvin wasn't supposed to be this kind of person. Baron Adam was the most incredulous. As the head of Huangwu affairs, upon seeing Kelvin, his mind exploded with shock, his body trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? How could this be? His pupils were filled with bloodshot veins. Kelvin, the proud son of Huangwu, a prodigy and beloved child. Why had he become so deranged? Why had he become a beast who dared desecrate his own family's graves? Adam refused to believe it. Yet many others also found it unbearable to face this reality. This was Kelvin, the pride of the family. How could he do such a thing? Finally, overwhelmed by despair, Adam's face went deathly pale, blackish red blood spewing from his mouth. Headman. Huangwu family members rushed over, deeply worried. But Master Kelvin, his own son, smiled as if satisfied by the scene. Kelvin, you beast, digging ancestral graves. Do you still have the heart of a descendant? You despicable beast. Are you even human? Judah angrily interrogated. His voice trembled, driven by anger and hatred, but more so by deep sorrow. Judah suspected many as family moles, but never guessed it could be the hateful mole Kelvin. Now freed slightly by the heavenly miles, Kelvin spoke readily. Haha, what's so unbelievable? If it were you, you'd choose the same path. Just by digging up graves, one becomes stronger. Such effortless cultivation, who wouldn't be enthralled? Could you resist? Neither could you. What? Digging graves grants strength? Everyone was baffled, thinking Kelvin had gone mad, growing even angrier. Was the village kidnapping also your doing? Norris coldly asked. Kelvin laughed wildly. Yes, it was me. Initially, I planned to kidnap Dina, selling or killing her. Anything to disgrace your hidden family. Sadly, Mr. Sun adhered to principles and released her. With no other choice, I resorted to grave digging. His frivolous tone, acting as if he was the innocent one, made Adam's eyes nearly pop out. You wretched beast. With a roar, Adam's breath halted, dying instantly from sheer rage. Chapter 192. Unfortunately, he escaped. Oh no. Everything happened too quickly. The head of the Huangwu family, Adam, actually died from sheer anger, died alive with that much fury in his heart. And with the sudden death of the patriarch, the surrounding Huangwu family members were flustered and shocked, their faces etched with boundless sorrow. Grief surged through the Huangwu family. All eyes in the Huangwu family looked at Kelvin with a burning hatred, a bone-chilling hatred. The once grand hidden family, the Huangwu, had come to this state, all because of Kelvin. Kelvin, you really deserve to die. Some of the Huangwu family couldn't help but break out into curses. Scoundrel, our Huangwu family has existed for millennia, always flourishing and prosperous. But who would have thought you, scoundrel, would appear now? Disgracing the family name, betraying our ancestors. Scoundrel, you truly are a scoundrel. Scoundrel, I must kill you. As long as this scoundrel lives, the Huangwu family can't find peace. The Huangwu family's emotions burst forth, their eyes bloodshot red. But Xander was very formal about this. Protecting the ancestral land is paramount. Other trivial matters are not equal. What did he mean by that? Soon it became clear. Xander struck out directly, sending Kelvin flying. Kelvin was flying towards the place where the Huangwu elders stood. Immediately, powerful Huangwu family members took flight, ready to unleash their strongest attacks to eliminate the scoundrel. But before the attack could reach Kelvin, Kelvin suddenly disappeared. But upon closer inspection, Kelvin didn't escape on his own. Someone else had suddenly intervened, forcibly grabbing him away. Who was it? Naturally, Malia. Malia grabbed Kelvin. It's time to go. Finally, Malia glanced at Xander, as if trying to forever remember the image of the celestial envoy Wesley. But he only gave one look, then without hesitation, he took a step forward with Kelvin, vanishing on the spot. The scoundrel escaped. Malia, you're also a scoundrel. You should die too. Our Huangwu family will never rest until both of you are dead. Damn it, why is killing this scoundrel so difficult? This unexpected escape left the Huangwu family fuming, nearly bursting their eyeballs. They wished they could crush bones to quell the rage in their hearts. But then they remembered something and looked hopefully back at Xander. We beseech the celestial envoy, can you please kill this damnable Kelvin? Norris and the Huangwu elder ancestors pleaded. The celestial envoy replied, grant wishes and fulfill them. Any matter under heaven can be handled. 10 bodies, 17 peaks, enemies grieving. I will do it for you. In simpler terms, as long as there were enough corpses, forget Kelvin. Even someone as deserving of 1,000 deaths as Malia could be killed for them. However, this request for 10 bodies of 17th peak level powerhouses made the Huangwu family stare in disbelief. Forget 17 peaks, even obtaining 10 16th peak bodies would require a massive effort involving many families. That's why the family's treasure vault was robbed by the scoundrels. Now they needed 17 peak bodies, 10, or even just one. They couldn't find any. Celestial envoy, can you grant us mercy and kill the scoundrel first? As for the bodies, the Huangwu family promises to gather them in due time. Rules exist in heaven. Favors have limits. They cannot exceed or fall short. The celestial rules cannot be broken. Today, my purpose was to protect the ancestral graves. My task is complete. Saying this, Xander ignored the pleading looks from the Huangwu family and sat down cross-legged on the spot to meditate. Xander couldn't care less if the Huangwu family lived or died. So, without enough bodies, expecting him to act just based on cries and pleas. Absolutely impossible. Not even a cute little girl could persuade him, let alone some old men. Who would be moved by an old man's tears? The decisive attitude of the celestial envoy completely plunged the Huangwu family into despair. Our Huangwu family is not blessed by heaven. Not blessed by heaven. When would they have imagined that one day, the hidden Huangwu family would fall to such a pathetic state, filled with grief and sorrow? Moved by deep sorrow, Norris seemed to have all strength stripped from him. Helplessly, he waved his hand. Take good care of the deceased chief, and bury him properly. Then Norris walked away as if he were leaving the Huangwu family for good, having lost all spirit. As Norris left, the remaining Huangwu family members were dazed, having lost direction. They truly didn't know how to proceed from here. They weren't even sure how long the name Huangwu family could still echo through the world. However, no matter how much the Huangwu family cried, they couldn't move Xander's cold heart. After fulfilling the task of protecting the ancestral graves, Xander left immediately. As for the dozen 16th peak beast corpses, he tossed them into the coiled dragon hot pot to stew. Under the stewing of the coiled dragon hot pot, the numerous corpses transformed into essence. True to form, these 16th peak bodies boosted Xander's cultivation to mid-15th peak. Having seen many powerhouses, Xander had become increasingly calm about advancement, almost losing his passion for it. Xander called someone over. While I was away, did anything significant happen in Huangshan City? It had been a few days since the chaos at the Yellow Wu family ancestral gravesite. During these few days, Xander had been deeply immersed in cultivation, absorbing the essence. So he genuinely didn't know what had transpired. Willie said, Lord, in your absence, Huangshan City has been quite lively. Young Master Kelvin of the Huangwu family joined forces with Malia of the Nine Nether Coffin Trio and attacked the Yellow Wu Mountain, intending to desecrate the Huangwu family graves. Fortunately, the Huangwu family was prepared and invited the celestial envoy Wesley. With Wesley guarding, the family's gravesite remained safe. But when it was known that Kelvin colluded with outsiders to plot against his own family's graves, the Huangwu patriarch Adam succumbed to extreme fury and died from sheer anger. Xander blinked. Himph. These hidden families are indeed being targeted by the three scoundrels. So what happened next? The situation at Yellow Wu Mountain temporarily settled down. Temporarily settled down. That doesn't seem right. Given Hua Lin's and Malia's nature, they wouldn't wait idly after the celestial envoy leaves. Could there have been an unexpected twist? At this point, Willie continued. Apart from the incident at the Huangwu family, another major event occurred. Recently, many important figures arrived in Huangshan City, either because of the appearance of the celestial envoy or due to the upcoming opening of Beilang Huitdam. One notable visitor is Prince Luo Finyu from the Shenluo Huitdam. Luo Finyu? Xander definitely wouldn't recognize him. Willie explained. Master, Shenluo Huitdam has many princes, but only 3 are noteworthy. Miles Prince Luo Bichi, second Prince Luo Xianxia, and third Prince Luo Finyu. Speaking of Shenluo's top talents, besides Ascari, these 3 princes are the most outstanding. In the future, the new emperor of Shenluo will likely be chosen from among these 3. And Prince Luo Finyu naturally possesses extraordinary talent and strength. Despite his young age, he already stands at the peak of Mountain Realm, towering over all commoners. More terrifyingly, this highly regarded prince has a protector sent by the Shenluo Huitdam, an extremely formidable powerhouse who has reached the heavenly realm. In my opinion, they've likely come for the matters of this world. Xander chuckled lightly. Let's see. If they really want to snatch things from us, no matter who they are, they must die. Understood. After settling the matters at hand, Xander once again transformed into a heavenly guest. He arrived at the rendezvous point. There, he met the 3 individuals. Hua Lingang, Suen Bofin, and Chun Kefu. Chapter 193, Just a Coincidence. Ah, Brother Xander, it's been a while since you last showed up. Upon seeing the arrival, Adiel and Abner's faces lit up with smiles. The reason was simple. They were all in the same gang. These 3 were famous far and wide for being one group. These past couple of days have indeed been busy, lacking any collective activities. However, I heard that after the celestial messenger left, you didn't proceed to attack the Huangwu family's ancestral grounds? That's right. We're still discussing this matter. Adiel continued, serving Xander a cup of tea. Originally, both Jose and I had planned to launch an unexpected attack on the Huangwu family the day after the celestial messenger departed. But Huangwu isn't stupid. They'd recognize they're under surveillance. If we hadn't visited them for several days, the Huangwu family would be caught off guard. As for why we haven't made a move yet, it has to do with young Master Kelvin. He claims he has a better plan that can earn us even more. Well, anyone would choose to earn more over less. Oh, a better plan? Xander turned his gaze towards Kelvin beside him. Come on, as this plan is your idea, please explain it to Brother Xander. Kelvin nodded and began explaining. I believe that if we only aim for the Huangwu family's ancestral grounds, no matter how thoroughly we search, the profit will be relatively small. After all, the ancestral grounds are more symbolic of dignity and honor. In terms of value, it pales in comparison to their treasure vaults. And even if we take everything from the Huangwu treasure vaults, it won't satisfy our greed. So, why don't we consider a bigger target? I know that the 3rd prince of Shenluo Nation, Henley, along with a powerful entity protecting him, has already arrived at Huashan City. Why not use the Huangwu ancestral grounds as bait, luring both Henley and Sammy together? Both the Protector and Sammy are mighty beings of the celestial realm. Their demise would bring much greater benefits than simply attacking the Huangwu family. All trades must be done sooner or later, so why not choose the biggest one? As Kelvin spoke, his excitement became evident. His demeanor grew increasingly eerie. Oh, to kill Sammy and Henley's protector? Xander was astonished. He never imagined Kelvin could be so bold. It was one thing to scheme against the Huangwu family, but to dare plot against mighty beings of the celestial realm. Celestial realm beings are incredibly formidable, beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Are you confident about such a plan? To be honest, I have no assurance. This is just a strategy one came up with. Whether it will succeed depends on the three of you. If you can manage these celestial realm entities, my plan stands a chance. Xander blinked. Rather than using brute force, intelligence might be more effective. Make Sammy and Henley's protector fight each other until both are weakened. Then we can reap the rewards without lifting a finger. The crux of the plan lies in obtaining the Dream Moon Tide artifact first, hiding it in the Huangwu ancestral grounds, and spreading the news to both Henley and Sammy. Henley is now at the peak of the mountain realm, only a step away from the celestial realm, but that final step is extremely challenging. So, if an artifact like the Dream Moon Tide can aid him, he surely wouldn't let it go. Compared to Henley's desire, what rights does the Huangwu family have to resist? By then, the Huangwu ancestral grounds would practically be Henley's personal territory. Henley would assume he's guaranteed the artifact, but when Sammy appears, his desire for the Dream Moon Tide would be even stronger. Sammy would be furious because the Dream Moon Tide was meant to be his, but it was stolen. Thus, when an angry Sammy meets Henley, both harboring deep-seated hatred, it's inevitable that a fierce battle will ensue. Once these two powerful beings start fighting, our opportunity will present itself. Kelvin enthusiastically detailed his plan, seemingly having thoroughly outsmarted both Henley and Sammy. Xander listened intently, deep in thought. Brother Xander, what do you think? Is there a possibility this plan could work? The plan is indeed bold, considering it involves celestial realm beings. There aren't many who would dare attempt something like this, especially for those at our level. It's like trying to snatch an elephant. We may get crushed at any moment, but let's face it, we are the mad ones here. Though it feels like certain death, I believe it's worth a try. In wealth comes risk. If we lack the courage to take risks, how can we talk about gaining wealth? Brother Xander put it well. Jose and I fully agree. Why not give it a shot? Failure isn't the end. Success means striking hard. Adiel nodded in agreement. Opportunity always brings the greatest interest. Abner suddenly remarked. Many kings reside in the Blackbone Mountains. Xander shook his head. One cannot overindulge. Too much indulgence leads to satiation. Kelvin nodded. Indeed, our only advantage in this plan is its secrecy. We'll address other kings gradually. Now, let's focus on obtaining the Dream Moon Tide. Xander stood up. Talking too much about avoiding the Blackbone Mountains is pointless. Thus, the spacecraft took off, speeding into the vast, profound Blackbone Mountains. What exactly is the background of Sammy? Hearing Adiel's question, Kelvin replied. Sammy is a chicken demon with ancient beast bloodlines, practicing for thousands of years until he reached the celestial realm. Thanks to celestial blessings, he gained human form. In terms of power, he's at the peak of the first heaven stage, an immensely powerful existence. Among the current kings of the Blackbone Mountains, he's undoubtedly the eldest. With enhanced weapons, Sammy could even match a second heaven-level being. Despite his immense power, he aims higher. Upon obtaining the seed of Dream Moon Tide, he resolved to break through within 1,000 years. Now, Dream Moon Tide is about to bloom. If all goes well, Sammy will become the new king, surpassing all others in the Blackbone Mountains. Young Master Chung knows a lot. Kelvin smiled modestly. Just minor information gathering. How can I compare to the three of you? Minor information? Does this mean exceptional hearing? Such sensitivity to hear tales from the Blackbone Mountains. What else has Kelvin heard? Could it be that you've also heard stories about the Naluo demon Hoyt? Kelvin smiled. Just coincidences. Adiel chuckled. Ah, young Master Chung, you're truly talented. Your future is boundless. Chapter 194. Xianxia Tan. Crawford, as one of the many great kings in the Blackbone Mountains, and the strongest existence beneath the Demon King, naturally held a place that was heavily fortified and intimidating. Upon approaching, Xander and his companions dared not proceed with their spacecraft openly. Instead, they chose to advance on foot. As they drew closer, they could feel an overwhelming aura. The demonic chi rose to the heavens like sharp claws, and the devilish winds could instantly kill any inexperienced cultivator. This place is terrifyingly powerful. Even if a first-stage celestial powerhouse barged in recklessly, they would end up nothing but bones, serving as offerings on these black mountains. Hey, do you think the invisibility scroll can withstand detection from a first-stage celestial? Malia asked Alan. Alan shook his head. Are you crazy? Do you really think I'm a bottomless treasure cave? My invisibility scroll can't guarantee shielding against all strong detections at the mountain stage. To a celestial realm expert, it's practically useless. If we go in now, we'll be caught for sure. Once caught, surviving will be our best hope. If this plan fails, we're doomed, Alan said grimly. It was rare to see him so troubled. Bo's plan wasn't just daring. It was extremely difficult to execute. Even with Alan's experience, he found himself momentarily baffled, unable to think of a viable method. Xander blinked and looked towards the imposing Black Mountain. So, Crawford is meditating somewhere on this Black Mountain? Bo shook his head. No, Crawford is actually quite cowardly. He fears being disturbed by other kings while meditating. Thus, he didn't choose to meditate on the Black Mountain, but opted for a more secretive place, a quicksand pit called Xianxia Tan behind the Black Mountain. Within it lies an abandoned secret realm, which he later occupied as a hidden cultivation spot. After listening to Bo's explanation, Xander opened his eyes and used the Golden Fire Divine Eye to scan the area. The powerful auras around the Black Mountain made it hard to detect hidden presences, but fortunately, Xander had the high-level Golden Fire Divine Eye, which could discern even the slightest trace. Sure enough, he found a faint thread of demonic chi amidst the vast expanse of stronger auras. This thread was exceptionally pure, arguably the most refined among all the demonic auras on the Black Mountain. It likely escaped due to the imperfections in the sealed-off secret realm. This thin thread of demonic chi led directly to the back of the Black Mountain, just as Bo had described. Alright, I'll check it out. I'll try to seize the Moonlit Sea, and then meet you once I succeed. For now, stay away from Black Mountain and don't alert anyone. I'll find you when the plan succeeds. With that, Xander vanished on the spot, moving incredibly fast. Alan, Bo, and Malia were left somewhat bewildered, exchanging uneasy glances. Let's go. We need to leave quickly, or we won't make it out. Whether Brother Carnell succeeds or fails, Crawford will be enraged, and his wrath is far beyond what we can bear, Alan insisted firmly. But, calm down. Brother Carnell is always cautious and never takes unnecessary risks. Since he went ahead, he must have a high chance, over 70%, of succeeding in obtaining the treasure from Crawford. We, however, don't stand a chance against his fury. Staying here longer would only hinder him. Let's retreat. Alan's logic was sound, and Malia and Bo nodded in agreement. They swiftly distanced themselves from the treacherous Black Mountain, even heading towards the outskirts of the Black Bone Mountains, as if fleeing for their lives. Xander, using the Golden Fire Divine Eye to track the thread of demonic chi, easily arrived at Xianxia. The place wasn't particularly picturesque. It was merely a muddy swamp, seemingly ordinary. However, stepping into it revealed its true terror, the dragging force that bound and dragged one deeper, almost as if the swamp were a living creature devouring everything. Only true powerhouses could move freely within the mire. Anyone below the 13th mountain stage would likely perish, becoming part of the swamp itself, their flesh and bones turning into mud. The thought was nauseating but unsurprising given that this was where Crawford resided. Xander entered the swamp in his transformed state. Deep within the Xianxia, he found the entrance to the secret realm, which, though abandoned, was well protected. Yet, thanks to the power of the primal treasure transformation, Xander effortlessly passed through the layers of protection. Inside the abandoned realm, the aura was still rich and vibrant, indicating meticulous maintenance. At first glance, it didn't seem abandoned at all. Xander immediately spotted the Moonlit Sea. The Moonlit Sea, under its name, was essentially a flower, the spirit flower. Over time, it could develop intelligence and even take human form. Currently, however, it served as a valuable treasure capable of enhancing one's chi. Each creature could absorb only one petal, making it a rare and precious item even for celestial realms grand beings. Suddenly, the Moonlit Sea burst into purple light. A towering figure appeared, a muscular man, none other than Crawford, a peak first-stage celestial realm powerhouse, a formidable presence in the celestial stage. Alan's invisibility methods were ineffective against such gaze, yet Crawford couldn't detect Xander, who stood boldly, eyeing the Moonlit Sea with intense longing. The time has come. The time has come. Kinkin muttered deliriously, his voice filled with anticipation and excitement. Meanwhile, Xander kept his eyes fixed on the Moonlit Sea. After what felt like an eternity, suddenly, a hint of red appeared amid the purple glow. The red resembled flames, and instantly, the entire secret realm filled with an enchanting fragrance. Oh demon Hoyt, just wait until tomorrow. Crawford extended his hand, but when his large hand grabbed, it came up empty. The Moonlit Sea had vanished. Kinkin's pupils widened, and his body froze, as if turned to stone. Chapter 195. Ah, humans. I will kill you. The Nether Sea Dawn flower. Gone? No, not gone. It was stolen. The flower that he had nurtured for countless years, that finally blossomed after his long wait, was snatched away right before his eyes. Looking at his empty hands that grasped nothing, Grayson's face twisted from shock into an expression of fury. Flames, rage, and intense murderous intent erupted from his eyes. Who? How audacious! How dare you? To actually dare to steal from me? Ah! Grayson roared with a voice that shook the heavens. His terrifying aura swept through all directions, causing creatures everywhere to bow in submission. He soared into the sky, dispersing the dense clouds as boundless demonic energy spread out like an army, searching every corner. Nether Sea Dawn flower. This flower was painstakingly cultivated by him to serve as the key to becoming a demon king. It was his last hope, his only chance. For this, he was willing to wait for over a millennium, nourishing and tending to it even with his own essence. Yet, just when the flower was on the verge of maturity, shining with spiritual light, an unknown madman appeared out of nowhere and silently stole the flower from right under his nose. Ah! Rage! Pure uncontrollable fury. Grayson, unable to tolerate such an outcome, searched the secret realm but found nothing. This made him erupt in helpless rage. The entire Black Bone Mountain range trembled from his wrath. Mountains crumbled, and no life remained within miles except for his boiling fury that rose to the sky. Such commotion naturally attracted the attention of other kings of the Black Bone Mountain range. The Nether Sea Dawn flower, which was Grayson's greatest treasure to break through his bottleneck, was actually stolen? In one part of the Black Bone Mountain range, another king, in human form like a noble, enjoyed fine wine and food while listening to the earth-shattering roar of anger. He found the wine tasting better than ever. Of course, it tasted better. If Grayson became the new demon king, these other kings would be subjugated into serving as generals under him. Where would the freedom and joy of being a king be then? It couldn't compare to what they now experienced. So, the theft of the Nether Sea Dawn flower meant the end of Grayson's path to becoming a demon king, a cause for celebration indeed. Ian, one of the kings, decided to celebrate grandly. Either become the demon king himself, or ensure no one does. Quick, set up a feast. Announce to the whole Black Bone Mountain range that my heart is full of joy and we should celebrate for a month, giving thanks to the heavens. Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed far and wide. Not just Ian, but all the other kings wore joyful smiles. The failure of Grayson's breakthrough was a heavenly blessing for them. Celebrate well, very well. If that damned old thing really died, let's have the Moon Mountain sing for 3 months, said Lingwei to Davon with a low, eerie laugh, as if he had orchestrated the theft himself. Hey Ian, you worthless old thing, living so many years wasted. How could you let your treasured flower be stolen right before your eyes? Shameful, oh so shameful. Little ones, remember this. Now, Never compare me with that old rooster. I am far less shameful, laughed Dag. Should we celebrate too? Celebrate for days. No, that's too petty. Let's celebrate for 3 months. What bliss. Grayson's failure eliminated a great threat. Dag was practically dancing with joy. Across the vast Black Bone Mountain range, everyone except Grayson rejoiced, almost dancing in glee. Even Hugo and a few others felt delighted. Feeling the earthquakes and hearing Grayson's roaring cry, Hugo, Abner, and Kelvin exchanged happy smiles. Oh, Clement never disappoints. We must leave faster. They rushed away from the Black Bone Mountain range. As soon as they left, an enraged voice thundered, belonging to the furious Grayson. Humans. Damned humans. Of course it's you scoundrels causing trouble. I will kill you all. Grayson continued to chase in rage. F***CK. It's chasing us. Hugo's face turned pale as a terrifying presence approached swiftly. Damn it, why? Abner's pupils contracted, believing they were safe outside the Black Bone Mountain range, only to be caught again. Kelvin also looked terrified. Facing pursuit by a powerful entity of the heavenly realm, there was little to smile about. What do we do now? Hugo focused. No choice. Split up. Meet in Huangshan City. Abner nodded and pulled out the 9 nether scroll, vanishing in its whirl. Hugo disappeared instantly, excelling in escape techniques. Only Kelvin remained. Damn it. Human. A chilling voice boomed behind him. A terrifying attack struck. Evil turn. The attack hit, but Kelvin vanished into thin air, reappearing far away. Grayson, seeing the shattered air, eyes narrowed. Damn humans. I will kill you all. Infuriated beyond reason, he chased towards Huangshan City, ready to unleash his fury upon the city. Back at the gathering point in Huangshan City, Hugo and Abner returned quickly and saw Clement already seated, looking perfectly relaxed. Chapter 196. We are the most honest. Oh, brother Clement Shang, you returned so quickly. Seeing Xander sitting there, Bryson and Abner both broke into cheerful smiles. Of course I had to return quickly. If I didn't, wouldn't I have been killed by the infuriated Farron? Bryson chuckled. I think with the capabilities of that Farron, killing you might be a bit out of his reach, Abner remarked earnestly. Don't talk about it, brother Clement Shang. This trip must have been successful. Come on, show us the legendary treasure, Minghai Chaiyue, so we can admire it as well. Noticing their eager expressions, Xander smiled. First, he cast a spell to contain the divine aura of the treasures to prevent them from leaking out and attracting the attention of the Farron. Only then did he reveal the 2 treasures. Instantly, an eerie radiance illuminated the surroundings. It was truly a treasure of heaven and earth. Goodness, it's absolutely beautiful. No number of beauties can compare. Bryson marveled, his breathing slowing down. Tisk, indeed. This treasure is nothing short of divine. Who knows how many crystals it would take to buy it? Abner stared wide-eyed at the Minghai Chaiyue, unable to look away. Bryson rolled his eyes. Look at you, Jose. Can you have a bit more class? This kind of thing can't be measured by mere crystals. That's too trivial. Do you know what this is? Minghai Chaiyue. A genuine divine artifact and one of the greatest treasures in the world. Even if it were before a celestial realm entity or even a true god, they would still be moved by it. For such treasures, crystals? How vulgar, utterly vulgar. If it were to be valued, it should be in spirit coins. Only the weight of spirit coins can match its worth and reflect the value of such a treasure. Spirit coins, not crystal coins? Abner nodded vigorously. Right. You're absolutely right. Such a good thing should be valued in spirit coins. Crystals aren't fit for it. Both Bryson and Abner were intensely focused on the treasure, filled with thoughts of possessing it for themselves. Xander blinked and asked, how come only the 2 of you came back? Where's Kelvin? Did he die? Kelvin? Oh, you mention him, and I almost forgot. We don't know if he's dead. When that ghost-like Farron suddenly caught up to us by the Black Bone Mountains, in our panic, we had to separate and escape on our own. Jose and I ran very fast. As for that kid, whether he escaped depends on his ability. But considering the ruthless nature of the Farron, if he was caught, well, dying might be his best outcome, Bryson said indifferently, not caring whether Kelvin lived or died. In fact, it would be better if he were dead. With fewer people, their share of the profits from the Minghai Chaiyue would be larger. That little bastard might not die easily. As they say, a scoundrel can live for 1,000 years. Judging by his abilities, this was a great opportunity to test his true strength. If he can escape the pursuit of the Farron, we'll have to be more cautious when cooperating with this little beast in the future. The kind of person who would sell their parents or ancestors for profit. What won't he do? Bryson nodded in agreement. Kelvin's background was shocking enough to make insiders marvel and feel rare. Xander tapped the table lightly. Kelvin, he's really back. What? Kelvin has returned? Bryson and Abner were taken aback, their expressions shifting rapidly in surprise. Immediately, a figure appeared, looking somewhat disheveled, as if having suffered some major loss. Ah, Master Chung, you finally returned. We've been waiting for you, Bryson greeted warmly, hiding any previous wish for Kelvin's demise. Kelvin, however, remained aloof, merely nodding. Oh, Master Chung, are you upset? Look at you, being so petty. Back then, it was like death itself had come. In the heat of the moment, we could only think of running to save ourselves. Ignoring you was a sign of confidence in your abilities. Think about it. You, Master Chung, are a prodigy who dared to try something so audacious, aiming to snatch something from under the Farron. That shows immense confidence in your own abilities. Now, seeing you return safely, we know we weren't wrong to trust you. Bryson praised continuously, but Kelvin wasn't paying attention. His focus was entirely on the Minghai Chaiyue. Amazing! Kelvin reached out, but the Minghai Chaiyue disappeared. Where's the map from Naluo Demon Hoyt? Kelvin felt irked but managed to smile. Certainly, here it is. A map appeared. Xander glanced at it. It was indeed the lower half of the map, but not the original. It was a copy drawn by Kelvin. Xander tapped the table again. Is this all the sincerity you can muster, Master Chung? The words were icy cold. Bryson's face darkened. Brother Clemenxiang, is this map fake? Abner became furious. Kelvin, you have quite the nerve to deceive us. Kelvin hurriedly replied, the map is real. I swear to heaven. His voice was firm and resolute. Xander sneered. Master Chung, I didn't say the map was fake. But don't think your little tricks can fool anyone. You gave us the upper half, kept the lower half, yet missed the most critical part. Do you enjoy playing word games? Or do you think we're fools? Kelvin's pupils constricted. He had been seen through. He had underestimated Xander. Xander was terrifyingly astute. Xander continued casually, when we go out to do business, honesty is key. Your hiding and lack of sincerity are unacceptable. You expect to exchange this incomplete map for the Minghai Chaiyue? Master Chung, are you displeased because the Farron didn't kill you and now want us to hunt you down? Let me tell you, I can be far more efficient than the Farron. Of course, doing business also requires goodwill. Our past collaborations with Master Chung went smoothly. So now, Master Chung, you choose. Either give us a reasonable explanation, and we will overlook the past, or Master Chung, you'd better pray hard that your loved ones remember to light incense for you on this day next year. Kelvin was enraged inside, but dared not show it. He could only choke out, I indeed don't have the original map. This is my copy, but I guarantee every line and mark is identical to the original. As for the missing part, it was my mistake. But if you want the complete map, I know where the original is, even though I've never seen it. The route to Naluo Demon Hoyt's resting place, the lower half, is in the possession of the Feng Lai family. The Feng Lai family? One of the most mysterious and low-key families hidden in the Xintian Nine Seas? Xander chuckled. Fine, I'll play along, Master Chung. Since Master Chung is being so honest, naturally, you will have a share of the petals afterward. After all, this treasure can only be sampled by one petal per living being, and there are limited petals available. More than that would be useless. What do you think, Master Chung? Kelvin felt a heavy weight in his heart, but nodded with a smile on his face. Agreed, but after this, everything will depend entirely on the three of you. Don't worry about that, Master Chung. When we go out to do business, honesty is our top priority. Kelvin nodded and left. Immediately, Xander began piecing together the map. Chapter 197. Xander seeks the Eastern Lands. Xander raised an eyebrow as he examined the now complete map. Is it really the Eastern Lands? The Eastern Lands? Andreas blinked in surprise. Xander continued, I'm not familiar with the Eastern Lands. Can you tell where exactly this place is? Andreas rolled his eyes. Unfamiliar and yet can instantly recognize the Eastern Lands? Brother Clemenxiang is too modest. Xander was speechless. There was nothing modest about it. It was merely a coincidence. However, he hadn't expected that Naluo's sleeping place would be in the Eastern Lands. After Andreas studied the map closely again, he shook his head. The map is indeed incomplete. As expected of Brother Clemenxiang, you spotted it immediately. Unfortunately, my eyes aren't as good as yours. I can't tell which part of the Eastern Lands this map points to. Xander sighed. Then Abner spoke up. It seems we'll need to go directly to the Feng Lai family and borrow their original map. Xander and Andreas nodded in agreement. At this point, it was the only option. Kelvin's map was so lacking in detail, it was exasperating. Andreas clicked his tongue. But there's a fear the Feng Lai family won't be so generous. Such an important map, they certainly won't lend it to us easily. And the most troublesome thing is that the Feng Lai family is incredibly secretive and low profile. Even if they step out, they will use fake identities. Sometimes they might stand right before you, and you wouldn't recognize them. A family that almost inscribes the greatest concealment lies in plain sight into their very bones. Finding them is difficult enough, let alone getting the map from them. Abner sneered. Why ask? Why should we ask? For us, the simplest and most effective method isn't interrogation but sheer force. Raw power surpasses all inquiries, far more wise and knowledgeable than any schoolmaster, always ready with answers. Xander and Andreas didn't argue. They agreed with him. Xander clicked his tongue. Brute force is indeed the most efficient way. However, declaring war on every hidden family is unnecessary. If the whole world becomes our enemy, even if we excel at escape and hiding, there will be times when we grow weary. So, it's best to avoid using violence to solve problems. Let's hope we can reason verbally with the Feng Lai family. Andreas chuckled. Indeed, even if I'm good at escaping, I can't constantly think about running. Life is short. If living becomes too exhausting, what's the point of living? It would be better to find peace early. Abner added. Let's follow Brother Clemenxiang's idea. We'll try talking first. If it doesn't work, then the Feng Lai family shouldn't blame us for resorting to other means. Xander nodded. If the Feng Lai family refuses to cooperate, there's little else he could do. As for now, focus on our plan, to invade the Huangwu clan's ancestral land through the Moon of Dark Sea and capture those Heaven Realm experts. The petals of the Moon of Dark Sea can be divided among us, right? No problem at all. Andreas and Abner nodded in agreement. This time, stealing the Moon of Dark Sea required no effort from us. Thanks entirely to Brother Clemenxiang's prowess, we can share the spoils. Gratitude is due. Xander smiled. It's nothing really, as long as our plan goes smoothly. Anyway, I have some business to attend to. See you later. With that, Xander vanished on the spot. Where did he go? To meet Hoi Chinku in Black Sky, of course. Jose, let's go to a place. Where? Where else? Huang Panchen. Huang Panchen? Digging up the ancestral land now? You're asking for trouble. If your hands itch, go dig up a random grave instead. This is just too disrespectful. What are you saying? Do I look like someone who doesn't know propriety? I just want to check if there's anything valuable before we start. Besides, can you really trust Kelvin that much? Abner blinked, realizing he couldn't fully trust Kelvin. Fine, let's take a look. They set off towards Huang Panchen. Xander moved at lightning speed and intercepted Hoyt Chinku in Black Sky before he reached the city of Huangshan. Hoyt Chinku in Black Sky raged. Human, how dare you block me? Though furious, Hoyt Chinku in Black Sky didn't attack. This stranger blocking his path was unfathomable. The moon of Dark Sea was stolen. Don't you want it back? Xander laughed lightly. The moon of Dark Sea? Hoyt Chinku in Black Sky's eyes turned dark. Were you the one who stole my moon of Dark Sea? Yes, it was me. Xander revealed the artifact, its eerie glow bursting forth. I must say, it's a beautiful treasure. Hoyt Chinku in Black Sky couldn't contain his anger. He forgot caution and attacked in a fit of fury, an attack powerful enough to shake the heavens, unleashed with full strength. It struck Xander, yet nothing but his clothes were damaged, not even a single hair. I quite like this outfit. Hearing Xander's casual words, Hoyt Chinku in Black Sky trembled inwardly. Impossible. That strike was delivered with his utmost strength. Even a second heaven expert wouldn't dare to block it. Yet this mysterious man stood unharmed. Hoyt Chinku in Black Sky's mind raced, trying to fathom this man's level. Beyond second heaven? How high? Third heaven? Fourth heaven? The deeper he thought, the more terrifying and uncertain he felt. You attacked recklessly. Please forgive me. But please explain why you mocked me so. In an instant, the once raging Hoyt Chinku in Black Sky bowed deeply, his murderous aura vanishing. He couldn't afford to resist. Facing someone who could withstand his full attack effortlessly, resistance was futile. His realm was simply too high. Hoyt Chinku in Black Sky lived this long for a reason. Do I mock you? Not at all. I see potential in you. The moon of Dark Sea is trivial. If you wish, I can help you reach second heaven and become the new king of the Blackbone Mountains. All it takes is a word from me. Hoyt Chinku in Black Sky's heart throbbed. He didn't doubt the other's capability. Such a powerful being could indeed reshape the Blackbone Mountains with mere words. This was the awe-inspiring dominance of a higher existence over a lower one. Senior is truly formidable. I am convinced. What does Senior require of me? Haha, you're wise. Indeed, I have a minor matter. I have a protege who's recently been busy. Help him at the Huangwu clan's ancestral land by killing the third prince of Shenluo and his guardian. Leave the bodies behind. They're useful. Killing? The third prince of Shenluo? Xander asked. Are you not curious why? Hoyt Chinku in Black Sky hastily replied. Seniors have their reasons, which are beyond my understanding. Too wise indeed. His longevity was well earned. Xander continued. I know what you're thinking. You want to ask if, since we're killing, we could sweep away all the great kings of the Blackbone Mountains while we're at it. That thought of yours is short-sighted. Is temporary hatred really worth minding? When you become the demon king in the future, you'll naturally subdue them with your strength and charisma, making them your capable lieutenants. Killing them now would be a waste, such a tremendous waste. If you truly wish to kill, remember that humans and demons are different. The deaths of many human strong ones won't affect the Blackbone Mountains much. Remember, after this task is done, I will help you achieve second heaven with the resources for my Red Dragon Spirit Academy. If I forget, don't hesitate to remind me. Hoyt Chinku in Black Sky was inwardly shocked. He can even command the Red Dragon Spirit Academy? This is too terrifying. Suddenly, Hoyt Chinku in Black Sky knelt down. Your humble servant, Black Sky, wishes to swear fealty to you, my lord, and humbly listen to your commands. Chapter 198. You're more professional after all. Xander chuckled. Good, since you are so understanding, it wasn't in vain that I came to find you. Hoyt Chinku of the Black Sky said hastily. It's truly an honor for this little king to receive your recognition, Xander replied. Let's skip the flattery. Next, you only need to follow the plan and kill the third prince of the Santiago Hoydam as scheduled. Then you can temporarily return to the Blackbone Mountains. I will not withhold anything I promised you, Hoyt Chinku of the Black Sky stated. I dare not doubt you in the slightest, Xander laughed softly. Just remember, don't talk nonsense outside. I like keeping a low profile and don't enjoy my subordinates acting on my behalf. Do you understand? Hoyt Chinku of the Black Sky nodded repeatedly. Your words are an utmost secret. I dare not divulge them, Xander agreed. Very well, now go to Yellow Mountain City. After Hoyt Chinku of the Black Sky left, Xander squinted his eyes. Placing Minghai Chaoyue at the ancestral grounds of the Huangwu family and luring Bryant and others would accomplish the mission. In a lightning-fast charge, Xander soon appeared at Huangpan Mountain. He didn't use his true form but entered through his Tai Chi Gem avatar, directly arriving inside the tomb of the ancestors of the Huangwu family. Brother Clement. Upon hearing Alistair's voice, Xander couldn't help but frown, looking at Alistair and Malia. What are you two doing here? Hey, just curious. After all, what treasures are buried in the tombs of these hidden families always makes one wonder. And if there are indeed treasures, saving them before the Heaven Realm experts ruin them is quite commendable, Xander blinked. Any luck? None at all. Alistair rolled his eyes. This damn Huangwu family, clearly a hidden family, yet they are so poor. It's incredible they've lasted for several millennia. Inside these graves, everything is trash. In all my years of helping people, this is the poorest hidden family I've ever seen. They aren't even worthy of being in the same league as the Zhang family from Huaoliang City. The items buried here are worthless. Who do they think they are? Alistair was indeed upset, cursing a storm. Malia beside him also looked dejected and spiritless. It seemed they found nothing. Xander smiled. If you didn't find anything, then forget about it. The Huangwu family won't last much longer even without your urging. As for hidden families, with their current capital, they no longer deserve to be listed among them. Our key task now is the most important. Speaking of which, I've secured Chinku and Black Sky Hoyt. Now we're all on the same side, so we only need to take care of Bryant. What? You convinced Chinku and Black Sky Hoyt? That terrifying Heaven Realm King is now one of us? What did you do in such a short time, Brother Clement? How did you manage this? Suddenly, Alistair and Malia were filled with endless curiosity and questions. but neither dared ask too many questions, knowing some matters were personal secrets and excessive probing could ruin relationships. So how does the plan change? Use Chinku and Black Skyhoit to execute Bryant, and then use Ming Hai Chaiyue as bait to lure more powerful individuals to their deaths. You read my mind, Alistair suddenly laughed. If that's the case, Brother Clement, I have an even better idea. Oh, go on. Why not make a grand play while we're here? We could modify this Huang Pan Mountain to disguise it as a mystical realm, using treasures as bait. Then, create a large-scale burial disaster so that none of the arriving powerful individuals can leave. Xander's eyes lit up. Excellent. I still have much to learn from you, Alistair. This plan is solid, ensuring maximum gains, making far more than just digging graves, which is the least efficient way to earn money. Great strategy. With the items we have, we can attract plenty of people. So, no worries about treasure. What we need to focus on is modifying Huang Pan Mountain. Creating a fake mystic realm out of thin air isn't easy. By the time we finish, Bryant might already be gone from Yellow Mountain City, let alone other powerful figures. Alistair smirked. No worries, I have a secret method for projecting illusions, guaranteed to fool anyone, leaving no trace of falseness. As he spoke, Alistair pulled out a stone tablet, which emitted light, transforming the surroundings into a grand ancient tomb that looked real and vivid, almost undetectably false even by Jinhua Divine Eye. Xander raised an eyebrow. Impressive, the projection level is surprisingly high. Looking at Xander's astonished expression, Alistair smirked again. As I said, with this ability, my plan is entirely feasible. Indeed, there's a good chance. Xander nodded approvingly. Even Jinhua Divine Eye can be fooled, so ordinary eyes will be completely lost. For them, the projection will seem real, even more so than reality. There's a peculiar heaviness to the projected scenes, more mysterious than regular ancient tombs or mystic realms. If this powerful projection is used continuously, how long can it last? A couple of years should be no problem. However, it's just an empty shell, incapable of sustaining the illusion indefinitely. We need to manually add elements, traps, treasures, dangers, to make it convincing and worthwhile, Malia said directly. Easy enough. Hell has plenty of nightmares and evil spirits, enough to satisfy those greedy ones. If they still find it unsatisfactory, I'll unleash an army of undead. I'm curious who can survive. Xander nodded. Exactly, let's test it first. He gestured, placing a Taiping sword formation. 17 layers deep, death awaits. Then he placed a Deiweizu disc as a reward for success. Malia sneered. I'll set a river of death, flowing with abyssal water, harboring infinite ghostly resentments. Any living soul entering shall turn to blood. He then unfurled a horrifying array. And add this terrifying ghostly aura. Let's see who survives. With incantations, powerful entities of death emerged from the depths, including multi-headed monsters and abyssal devils. Just a trace of their essence was terrifying. Noticing that Malia's lifespan had decreased by over a century, Xander realized the immense cost. Yet, considering the substantial investment, they were bleeding resources heavily. But it would be worth it. Chapter 199. Baker's Worries. What should we set up next? The first trap involved the 17-fold mountain's inability to enter, secured by the Taiping sword formation to stabilize everything. The second was that everyone in the first heaven was ordinary, guarded by demons from the netherworld at the central gate. If they were to go further in, it would have to be beyond the first heaven. Malia was now getting a headache. With his current abilities, while there were powerful demons he could summon from the vast netherworld, his strength wasn't enough to do so. In the midst of their silence, Xander suddenly spoke up. I'll think of a way for the next trap. Xander wasn't joking. He had been to mysterious Limited City and gained broad perspectives. He clearly remembered seeing a shop in Limited City that sold various mechanisms and puppets, powered by external energy batteries to exhibit formidable combat abilities. However, the store's sales method was quite unique. It didn't accept crystal coins, nor spirit coins, or even spirit stones. What did it want? Very simply, lifespan. To pay with one's lifespan meant you could buy items from this special store. And Xander certainly wasn't short on lifespan. Given that his last visit to Limited City was quite some time ago, revisiting would not only help him learn more but also bring back useful things. Xander reached out. Amidst this artificial secret realm, meditative sea toward moon was deeply rooted. If Kelvin lures Henley here, with meditative sea toward moon's allure, Henley won't resist the temptation. Then, act according to plan but be cautious. If anyone gets the treasure, we must snatch it back immediately. Our possessions cannot end up in someone else's hands. We can't afford losses. Xander carefully instructed, rest assured. No one can fleece us three brothers. If they dare come, I guarantee they'll leave behind a layer of skin as a souvenir, Knox said with an eerie laugh, speaking ominously. But Xander knew he wasn't kidding. Given Knox's nature, Xander believed he could dance in a human skin. As for taking advantage of Knox, it was unimaginable. Excellent, then we wait for the third prince of the Divine Roman Empire. We've prepared so painstakingly. It'd be a shame not to thoroughly swindle them. After several checks to ensure everything was fine, the three left the Huang Wu family ancestral land. After parting ways with Knox, Xander took out the Grand Spirit Scroll and opened the door. Just as he was about to enter, the system started explaining. Something about not being allowed to mooch or use others' money to buy items, or else they couldn't be taken out. What did that mean? There weren't such rules last time. Was this rule deliberately targeting him? Xander clicked his tongue. No more mooching. It was really unpleasant. System, you've turned naughty. However, the system explained that if Xander used his Great Spirit identity to mooch, Limited City would have no rules. If Xander was truly a Great Spirit, that would be different. But since he wasn't, mooching was forbidden. Xander shook his head, deciding to let it go. Although using the Great Spirit identity to take bribes felt great, everyone bowed to him and sought favors. He regretted returning early during his first visit to Limited City. But despite not being able to mooch, Limited City still held discounts for him. Looking at the aerial door, he stepped through. Limited City. This time, Xander felt a lot more than last time. Emperors were plentiful, heavenly emperors were common, immortals countless, and world-shaking figures frequently seen. It was impressive. Many guides roamed around, seemingly searching for something. Among them was an old acquaintance, Baker. He stood ahead of everyone, surveying the surroundings. Despite his star-like presence, worry was etched on his face. Something seemed troubling him. Beside him, a striking figure caught the eye, the fairy Kira of the Sky Cloud Assembly. They whispered, apparently discussing something. Xander smiled under his mask. Last time, without Baker's guidance, buying the unique True Heart pill wouldn't have been so smooth. Mr. 2, what you mentioned, mountains within mountains, roads amid the mountains, rivers before the roads, fish in the rivers, are all matters of fate, leading to good fortune. Why worry? Your cultivation isn't bad. Even if the family guardian has left, your presence ensures hope remains. Kira gently comforted. Her information network was extensive, and she knew Baker's family guardian, an ancestor just a step away from immortality, was gone. If that was all, it would be ordinary. But the real trouble was enemies knowing the news and planning an attack. Without the strongest protector, facing a coordinated assault would mean certain doom. Moreover, Baker couldn't leave Limited City as a guide due to his contractual obligations. Unauthorized departure meant severe punishment. Saving the family would be a fantasy. He'd need rescue himself. Baker's mood was dire. Kira shook her head. It's unfortunate our worlds differ. The barrier's too thick. Even if the Sky Cloud Assembly has Hoyts, challenging world will is too crazy. I can't help you. Baker shook his head. Fairy, you see me in high regard. We are like floating duckweed, fleeting acquaintances. That you consider me a friend already blesses me. How can I ask for more? Family fate is predestined, unchangeable. Helpless, I must resign to it. Baker felt powerless. Being a guide in Limited City was his choice and luck. Blaming others wouldn't change today's outcome. So he waited. Several millennia felt brief compared to the freedom he awaited. Baker took a deep breath, suppressing restlessness. Actually, there's another way. Kira suddenly thought. Huh. Baker blinked. A guide can't leave due to contract restrictions, but if a powerful being intervenes, the management hall won't be unreasonable. You met Supreme Being once. If he returns and meets again, ask, who in Limited City surpasses Supreme Being? Baker shook his head. Meeting Supreme Being once was immense luck. Seeing him again, how could I, a mere mortal, dare to ask for intervention? Just then, a familiar figure approached. Chapter 200, the Mechanism Hall. Great Spirit? The moment Baker saw the crown, his eyes began to tremble. His face, previously filled with worry, was now completely replaced by astonishment. Baker felt it was unbelievable and blinked hard several times, reaffirming his belief. Indeed, it was Great Spirit. Supreme Great Spirit. Supreme Sovereign. Upon fully realizing this, joy surged uncontrollably in Baker's heart, causing a profound internal shake. The overwhelming excitement was like a surging wave that propelled him to rush out at his fastest speed. He immediately knelt before the crown and expressed his utmost reverence. Supreme Sovereign, Baker pays his respects. What? It was actually Great Spirit? Baker's actions not only stunned Kira, but left everyone else dumbfounded. Their pupils constricted as unprecedented shock and awe flooded their hearts. This reaction was mainly due to the fact that the maskless face, the cloakless body, and the crown were all visible. He was showing his true self, indeed Ezekiel's true appearance. Only Baker had seen this face. The others were entirely unaware, thus their astonishment. After all, this was Ezekiel's face. The crown, though unremarkable in design, carried no pretense. Of course, revealing the crown's true identity was not an option unless he truly became the genuine Supreme Great Spirit. Otherwise, such a revelation would only invite trouble. Kira pays her respects to the Supreme Sovereign. Kira followed quickly, kneeling reverently on the ground with utmost respect and sincerity. Pay your respects to the Supreme Sovereign. Others, even those who were just passing by, hurriedly knelt down, showing their sincere respect towards the crown without a trace of disrespect. Be they emperors, celestial emperors, or immortals, they were all treated equally. Because standing before them was the Great Spirit. The Supreme Great Spirit was more than just a title. To these so-called emperors, immortals, or even immortal kings, in front of the Great Spirit Sovereign, they were nothing more than clouds, mere mortals, dust insignificant enough to be wiped away by a mere breath. The higher one's cultivation level, the more one could comprehend how truly deserving the title Supreme Great Spirit was. Deegan, what are you doing? Get up, get up. Don't be so formal. Baker felt nervous. Though the Supreme Great Spirit spoke casually, Baker did not dare to be too relaxed. He stood up reluctantly. Everyone, get up. Kneeling here, people might misunderstand. With a light-hearted remark, the Supreme Great Spirit helped everyone stand up. Do your own things. Limited City is vast. Have you finished wandering around? Another sentence, and the crowd dispersed. The crown looked at Baker. Deegan, it seems I'll have to trouble you again to show me the way. No problem. Baker summoned a spacecraft. Does Fairy have any urgent matters? If not, perhaps we can all go together. The crown chuckled, making Kira feel extremely honored as she quickly agreed. This made others envious. Walking alongside the Supreme Sovereign was a tremendous honor. However, the crown had no intention of taking a large group shopping. Too many people made him uncomfortable. After the spacecraft soared into the sky and disappeared, the crowd murmured. The Supreme Great Spirit had come to Limited City once again. Some marveled in excitement. Baker indeed had good fortune accumulated over 100 lifetimes to earn the favor of the Supreme Great Spirit. Every time the Sovereign visited, Baker would surely lead the way. Fate was predestined, leaving them only to admire from afar. It was said that Baker's family faced great difficulties, worrying him immensely. Yet, if the Supreme Sovereign could intercede with just a word, Baker's worries would vanish like smoke. Not just Baker. This time, even Kira from Shangyan Pavilion stepped onto the phoenix tree, soaring high above the heavens. Every emperor and celestial emperor was envious and deeply moved. All hoped for a similar destiny someday. Although unaware of these emotions, the crown could easily imagine them. Since the last auction, he had realized how formidable the Great Spirit truly was. The Greater One's height, even a casual movement, could become a myth for ordinary people. Baker piloted the spacecraft, awaiting the crown's instructions calmly. Last time, I seemed to see a special shop on Hongchang Street specializing in mechanism puppets. What was it called again? Supreme. It's called Mechanism Hall, located on Hongchang Street. Baker responded immediately, being very familiar with the first layer of Limited City after years of guiding. From shops and roads to personal relationships, he remembered everything clearly. Mechanism Hall, quite an unremarkable name. Let's visit it this time. With a destination set, Baker accelerated straight into Hongchang Street. Mechanism Hall appeared desolate, almost empty except for one person meditating inside. Supreme, the owner is named Remy. He became an emperor 1,000 years ago and has exceptional talent in mechanism puppetry. His creations are undoubtedly masterpieces, incredibly powerful. However, he runs his business oddly, accepting no spirit coins or stones, only life force. People say Remy is crazy, sacrificing his life for the advancement of mechanism arts. Now, despite his imperial status, he has only a few thousand years left to live. Upon hearing this introduction, the crown nodded. Let's go in. They stepped inside, and Remy opened his eyes for meditation. He sensed nothing unusual about the crown, but contracted his pupils seeing Baker and Kira. Both were currently famous figures. Anyone accompanied by them must be incredibly powerful. Baker aside, Kira was a genuine immortal, far surpassing the so-called lower-level immortal realms spoken of by commoners. The presence served by these real immortals was unimaginable. Thus, Remy grew somewhat tense. He was an emperor, supreme in the eyes of mortals. But in Limited City, he was just a lowly ant, with countless stronger beings walking the streets. What can I do for you? Remy asked cautiously, with a respectful attitude. While Baker and Kira remained silent, the crown curiously observed the hall. Mechanism Hall indeed contained many puppets, ranging from battle-ready to concealable types, each with unique attributes and uses. They were diverse and dazzling, adhering to the simple truth that higher value equaled greater expense. Deegan mentioned you are the most talented mechanism artist in this city. All your creations are top-notch masterpieces. Your praise is too generous. Boss, do you have any trainable puppets in your store? Remy nodded. Yes. Recently feeling good, I created new ones called e-adult puppets, which will definitely meet your needs. Remy waved his hand, summoning a puppet. It resembled a skeleton but wasn't bone, appearing incredibly robust and towering, almost like a little giant. Under Remy's control, the e-adult puppet moved. Just raising its blade released a terrifying aura, as if millions could die under its pressure. Its strength was at the first heaven realm. This e-adult puppet is brand new. Its main features are that it can be cultivated and is invincible within its realm. Although it's currently only at the initial stage of the first heaven realm, it can treat the peak of the first heaven realm as nothing more than dead meat. Pride was evident on Remy's face, showing his satisfaction with his creation. What about its drawbacks? Remy's proud expression immediately turned awkward. To be honest with you, because this is my first attempt at making it, the technique isn't quite refined yet. The e-adult puppet can only be upgraded to the demigod level. Beyond that, it would become useless scrap metal. Additionally, cultivating the e-adult puppet requires injecting it with one's own lifespan. Oh, and what about its value? 1,000 years of life for one puppet. 1,000 years of lifespan. Indeed, an ordinary item couldn't afford such a price. Show me how it upgrades. Then Remy began the demonstration. The cultivation level of the e-adult puppet quickly increased, directly reaching the second heaven realm, while Remy lost several hundred years of his lifespan in the process. ##### Chapter 201. Supreme Spirit, the utmost reverence. Now, how many Yidarin puppets do you have in stock? The materials for creating these mechanical puppets are quite limited. At present, we only have about 10 available. Remy was pleasantly surprised by this. Since the number was asked, it meant there was an intention to buy. Xander nodded. Yidarin puppets can be quite useful. 10 puppets, each with a lifespan of 1,000 years, totaling 10,000 years, correct? Yes, the total is 10,000 years. Xander directly mentioned the Great Spirit Scroll. Apply the discount, please. The moment the Great Spirit Scroll was revealed, Remy was shaken to his core and immediately knelt down in reverence. Remy pays homage to the Supreme One. The arrival of the Supreme brings unparalleled honor to the Mechanism Hall. Remy dared not lift his head, filled with boundless reverence. In Limited City, the newly ascended Supreme Being, the Great Spirit. This was something Remy knew. However, at that time, he had been busy with the lively auction at Xianxia Pavilion and did not attend. Thus, he never got to see the Supreme's true form. But whether he had seen the Supreme or not didn't matter. All that mattered was remembering what the Great Spirit Scroll looked like. Remy could not even imagine in his wildest dreams that his small, humble shop would attract the attention of the Great Spirit. This far exceeded the qualifications of someone as lowly as Remy to fantasize about. Originally, Remy had only guessed that Xander might be a fearsome existence above immortals. But he never imagined that Xander was not just above immortals, but above all beings. A great spirit, supreme, the utmost revered being. So Remy was terrified, his face contorted in fear, his soul shrinking back, and he dared not speak. You're kneeling on the ground. How can we conduct business like this? Even in Limited City, where trades happen, basic rules must be respected. I merely wish to use my privilege for a discount. If you stay on your knees like this, people might think I'm bullying you with my status. So, please relax. However, upon hearing Xander's words, Remy remained on his knees. Sir Duan, you continue to kneel here, ignoring the words of the Supreme. What do you hope to achieve? Are you expecting the Supreme to personally help you stand? Clarice's somewhat cold voice echoed in his ears, making Remy's heart tremble. He felt wronged, absolutely not daring to ignore the words of the Supreme. His legs were simply trembling from fear, unable to stand. But given the atmosphere, if he didn't stand up soon, there might no longer be a need for a great emperor named Remy. So, despite his shaking legs, Remy used a spell to force himself upright. Once standing straight, his weakened legs seemed to regain strength. Spirit coins were provided promptly, but how should I account for the longevity payment? For the Supreme to visit our mechanism hall is the greatest honor for ordinary mortals. A mere 10,000 years of life. How dare I mention such a thing? Sir Duan, don't say such things. You run a business. If you give things away freely, how long can your business last? Moreover, I have said that even though the Great Spirit stands supreme among all beings and is unique in the world, that is only status. Doing business still requires payment. That is a rule, and it should be observed. If you insist on giving it away for free, it displeases me. So, Sir Duan, let us apply the Great Spirit's discount. Give me 1,000 years of life, and I will be content. Would that be acceptable? As the Supreme commands. Remy absolutely lacked the courage to utter a no. Even if given 1,000,000 times more power, he still wouldn't dare say that. That's settled. Show me the method of payment, Sir Duan. Remy hurriedly began writing out the contract. In the mechanism hall, transactions were conducted via written agreements. Once signed according to the contract, the transfer of longevity would complete the transaction. After finishing the contract, Remy respectfully handed it over to Xander with both hands. Xander glanced at the contract, but it wasn't necessary. Even if Remy were given the courage of a lion, he wouldn't dare tamper with it. As Xander examined the document, he felt impressed. It's well made, clear, and practical. Is this item for sale? This question caught Remy off guard again. Sir Duan, the Supreme is asking you a question. Why do you ignore it? Remy hurriedly responded. Supreme One, this contract parchment has little value. Ordinary people have dozens of these. But, then, would you accept 1,500 years of life in exchange for 10 Yeeter and puppets and some contract parchments? Absolutely. Remy nodded repeatedly. His happiness was genuine, not feigned. First, it was indeed an incredible honor for the Supreme to visit his humble shop, worth celebrating. Second, if word of this spread, it would create a star effect, greatly boosting his shop's business. After all, his puppets were now endorsed by the Supreme. Would their quality be any less? Just look at the neighboring Rare Treasures Hall. They set a perfect example. After Xander paid promptly, he left. Farewell, Supreme. Remy bowed deeply. On the spaceship, Xander was in a good mood because he had gained significantly. Trading a mere 1,000 years of life for 10 Heavenly Realm Yeeter and puppets was not just a good deal. It was a steal. Deegan, let's go to the administration hall. I wish to discuss something with the core personnel. Understood. The spaceship sped up, quickly approaching a city. The city was named Heart Management City. In Limited City, each layer had an administration hall, responsible for overseeing everything within its layer. The core of the administration hall was Heart Management City. They came here first because it was the requirement of the Supreme. Second, since the Supreme had matters to discuss, only Heart Management City was qualified to listen. Upon landing, they were immediately blocked by golden armored guards. Heart Management City is off limits to commoners. Supreme One arrives. Atman, why don't you come to greet us? Baker's voice rang out. Supreme One? It was actually the Supreme One. The two mighty golden armored guards fell to their knees in obeisance. We dare not neglect the Supreme. Please forgive us. Doing your duty and checking visitors carefully is your responsibility. I am here to ask about certain matters. Please enter, Supreme. The guards quickly notified Atman, the master of Heart Management City. A group of immortals welcomed them, all key personnel of Heart Management City. Their leader led the bowing ceremony. Atman of Heart Management City greets the Supreme One. Xander smiled. Limited City has many rules and privileges, but the specifics are somewhat unclear to me. That's why I'm here to inquire. Upon hearing this, Atman relaxed. Simple matters. He quickly handed over a jade book. The jade book recorded various aspects of Limited City, including what Xander had mentioned. Xander gave it a glance. If Limited City were a famous tourist spot, this jade book would be the travel guide. From history and culture to the supremacy of the Great Spirit and Scroll inheritance, everything was documented. As for privileges, the Great Spirit's privileges were indeed prestigious. Extreme discounts, first. High status, second. Freedom to traverse other worlds, third. And most importantly, the Great Spirit's command meant all beings must obey. In simpler terms, the Great Spirit, Supreme One, gets what they want. Xander nodded approvingly. Indeed, looking at it this way, the vast Limited City seemed like a specially created service platform for the Supreme. Hashtag chapter 202, Supreme Command. Oh, there's one more thing. I wonder if the guides in this Limited City have contracts that last for life? Hearing this, Burke pondered. He already understood who Goran was asking about. Supreme One, the rule in Limited City is that all guides can serve at a level above Emperor, and their service term is usually around 100,000 years. During the contract period, the guides must adhere to their duties and cannot easily abandon their posts. Baker has been serving as a guide for 96,000 years, and he only needs another 3,000 years before his contract expires. If Supreme Venerable wishes, you may recruit Baker as your subordinate. Subordinates of the Supreme are not controlled by Heart Control City, and their future life or death will be entirely decided by you. Jace blinked. Then let it be so. From now on, Baker shall be my subordinate. Baker's eyes lit up with surprise, unable to hide his joy. He immediately knelt down. Bow in gratitude to the Supreme. What an honor. What an incredible privilege. It was a supreme favor. In the future, he, Baker, would truly become a soaring bird that had flown high. There would be no regret from here on out. Even Kira, honored as a celestial maiden, would envy Baker at this moment. Mayor Bay, tell me, If a life goes to another world, how does that happen? Supreme Venerable, within Heart Control City, there exists a gateway to other worlds. Through this gate, one can travel to other realms. However, one must follow the rules and possess a permit to pass through. If someone enters without permission, they will inevitably be blocked by the world barrier. World barrier, huh? Goran chuckled. Now, you no longer need to worry. Since your family needs your effort, set off immediately. Destiny is always unpredictable, so cherish every moment and never slack off during times of peace. Baker felt choked up. Why are you still standing there? Did you suddenly stop obeying orders upon becoming a subordinate? Baker hurriedly bowed. Subordinate is deeply grateful, beyond words. Then there's no need for more talk. A mortal might spend 10 years away from home, but still longs to return. You've been gone for nearly 100,000 years. Your longing for home must be immense. Go and see your family again. Subordinate obeys. Baker was left with nothing but absolute loyalty. Burke quickly ordered, return Baker's scroll, draft the document, and send him back. Yes, Mayor. A celestial responded, leading Baker away. After they left, Goran blinked as if remembering something, then his gaze fell on Kira. Celestial maiden, do you have time? Kira hurriedly replied, if there is an order, please command me respectfully. Haha, command might be too strong a word, but if you have time, could you help me with something? Kira felt no anxiety, only joy. Serving the Supreme Venerable was a great honor, priceless and incomparable. Baker's family is in trouble. Although he is just a guide in limited city, which is already high in the eyes of mortals, he may not be able to truly resolve the family crisis alone. Therefore, some external help is needed. If you have time, could you gather people in my name to assist? Baker is my subordinate after all. If I don't care for him, rumors might spread that I am heartless. I obey, but Venerable, how many helpers would be suitable? Goran blinked. That's a tough question. Mayor Bay, do you have any insights? Burke hurriedly replied. Supreme Venerable, Baker's enemies are formidable. However, even one celestial could force them to surrender and ensure they dare not move for 100,000 years. Celestials are revered highly, but even a celestial emperor is merely a worm in comparison. Goran shook his head. One celestial isn't enough. Let's find a few more powerful ones. Better safe than sorry in case the enemy has backup. Burke inwardly smiled. He felt that no matter how powerful the enemy was, it couldn't match the Supreme Venerable. Labor troubles aside, Goran continued. Once the matter is resolved, let Baker continue to serve in limited city. When he returns home later, he will have ample leave. No need to worry about my being too strict. Kira nodded repeatedly. As for Goran, with this task concluded, he directly left limited city. After the Supreme Venerable vanished, Burke looked at Kira. Celestial Maiden, congratulations. To be favored by the Supreme Venerable is a tremendous honor and glory. Your future will rise to heights unimaginable. Soon, when we meet, I will have to look up to you with reverence. Burke's envy was genuine. For such an opportunity to serve the Supreme Venerable was rare and precious. Who among mortals wouldn't aspire for it? To the Supreme Venerable, this was just a whisper, a small matter. But for the entire Xianxia Association, it would significantly elevate their status. Mayor, it's too much credit. I'm just borrowing Mr. Tu's light, Kira humbly replied, though her heart was bursting with joy. Excitement filled her. Just as Burke said, her destiny had changed. The entire Xianxia Association would rise with her. Truly, one person attaining enlightenment benefits everyone. Kira didn't linger long, and hurried to execute the Venerable's instructions. On the second level of limited city, here, the lowest rank was Celestial. Kira arrived at the Jade Emerald Pavilion, a place for transmitting messages. Under her control, many powerful beings soon appeared before her. All were celestials. Even a celestial Hoyt was present. Wudong, why the sudden emergency summons? What happened? The speaker was the celestial Hoyt, Tadeo, an elder of Kira's clan. Despite restraining his aura, the presence of a celestial Hoyt still caused others to speak softly. The emerald chimes of the Jade Emerald Pavilion should not be activated unless for significant matters. Once activated, it would alert the celestial Hoyt. Upon arriving, Tadeo found nothing amiss. Kira then declared, by supreme command, under Kira's leadership, gather the celestials and celestial Hoyts to aid Baker in Beichong World. Her words echoed like the voice of the supreme will. The intense pressure made even the esteemed celestial Hoyt kneel, greeting with reverence. Such an array left Tadeo greatly moved. This was a supreme command. Kira continued, just now, I accompanied the Venerable in Heart Control City. Before leaving, the Venerable gave this special order. Now, Baker is even more prestigious as a subordinate of the Supreme. These words made Tadeo and others' eyes widen. Does the Venerable have any specific instructions? He mentioned only that I make the decision, saying favor should not flow to outsiders. Tadeo was elated. Good, very good. It should be like this. Kira added, my strength is weak. The team should include our clan elders. Tadeo glared. How dare you? By supreme command, all beings will follow you without hesitation. Just lead confidently, and I'll handle selecting the team. Since it's the Supreme Venerable's order, we can't show weakness. 20 should suffice. With one command from Tadeo, a formidable assembly formed, setting off for Beichong World in grand procession. Chapter 203, The Yellow Dragon Emperor. Xander wasn't too concerned about what Kira was up to. He just made the arrangements. After all, he wasn't a true grand spirit and couldn't manipulate things as he wished. So if it worked, it worked. If not, then it was left to fate. Whether Baker's family could stabilize depended entirely on destiny. Upon returning from Limited City, Xander promptly sought out Enrico and Abner and immediately headed for Yellow Pan Mountain, where the ancestral tomb of the Huangwu family was located. In this already formed artificial mystic realm, with a wave of his hand, terrifying figures known as Yi Lord puppets appeared, blocking the entrance to the top layer. They were actually mechanical puppets? Seeing the Yi Lord puppets in front of them, Enrico and Abner's eyes lit up with surprise. As expected of Brother Carnell, once you make a move, it's earth-shaking. These mechanical puppets are incredible. Such momentum, such killing intent. Even ordinary first heaven towering existences would likely be defeated before these puppets. Enrico marveled aloud. Xander smiled and nodded. These mechanical puppets are called Ye-Lord puppets. They require secret arts to control. As for their combat power, anyone within the first heaven realm, from beginner to peak, would die before these puppets. Does that mean they can subdue all first heaven towering existences? Enrico and Abner were both startled, their expressions turning exaggerated. But after a brief moment of shock, they broke into extremely delighted smiles. Good. With such formidable and terrifying Ye-Lord puppets here in the artificial mystic realm, any first heaven towering existence who dares to come will surely die here, Enrico said with a peculiar laugh. This lineup, combined with the numerous traps in the artificial mystic realm, reached a pinnacle of horror. However, Xander felt it still wasn't enough. He waved his hand again, revealing more Ye-Lord puppets placed throughout the artificial mystic realm. Each Ye-Lord puppet was strong enough to take on anything in the first heaven realm and had the terrifying power to kill everything at that level. Among them, one Ye-Lord puppet stood out with even greater presence, like a leader, adding another layer of fear. Carnell, are you saying this Ye-Lord puppet is even more extraordinary? Could it be it's already a second heaven terror? Abner asked, blinking. That's correct. This Ye-Lord puppet is the strongest among all the others and can kill all second heaven entities. Upon hearing this, the admiration in Abner's eyes became unmistakable. His respect for Xander's abilities deepened further. There was no choice but to admire because at his current level, he wouldn't have found these things on his own. These Ye-Lord puppets, so formidable, must have been created by some immensely powerful entity. Truly, they were terrifyingly impressive. Now there's truly nothing to worry about. With these Ye-Lord puppets around, whether they're Mountain Realm or Sky Realm followers attracted by the Mystic Realm news, they'll be killed one by one when they come. All we need to do now is wait for them to deliver themselves into our mouths. Enrico paused suddenly as if remembering something. Wait, we should give this artificial Mystic Realm a background story. People are curious, and a mysterious origin with a grand reputation will better attract more people. Why don't we create one on the spot? Faced with Enrico's reminder, Xander nodded in agreement. Yes, we should do this to make this mystic realm seem less artificial. Something with a backstory, as you said, makes people drop their guard more easily. This place is Yellow Pan Mountain. Have you heard of ancient legends about it? Enrico nodded. Yes, there is a legend about a heavenly dragon falling here, transforming into Yellow Pan Mountain. Because it originated from a heavenly dragon, even after tens of thousands of years, this place remains rich in spiritual energy. Heavenly dragon, well, how about we call our mystic realm Dragon Realm? Dragon Realm? Yes, the Dragon Realm. We'll say the heavenly dragon's descent was actually an attack. It was defeated by someone named the Yellow Dragon Emperor, who was the emperor of the ancient Yellow Dragon Empire tens of thousands of years ago. At the time, the Yellow Dragon Empire was celebrating its 1,000-year anniversary, blessed by the heavens. However, a heavenly dragon descended intending to disrupt the festivities. The mighty Yellow Dragon Emperor struck down and suppressed the heavenly dragon here. After another 15,362 years, the suppressed heavenly dragon died without seeing daylight or experiencing the elements. Since heavenly dragons aren't mortal beings, upon death, it instantly transformed into a mountain, which became Yellow Dragon Mountain. Over 1,000,000 years later, with the passage of empires and emperors, the original Yellow Dragon Emperor had long ascended beyond, and the once strong Yellow Dragon Empire perished in history. At that time, a fearsome extraterrestrial demon emerged. This demon, incredibly powerful, fought alone against all the world's experts, causing heaven and earth to shake. Eventually, the undying demon was dismembered and suppressed, its blood and flesh becoming the mystic realm's nutrients. This remarkable technique stems from the original Yellow Dragon Emperor's inheritance, the secret law of the Yellow Dragon dividing heaven. Therefore, to honor the Yellow Dragon Emperor's glory, this hidden body mystic realm is called the Dragon Mystic Realm. At that time, Yellow Dragon Mountain fragmented into many pieces, one of which became today's Yellow Pan Mountain. The Dragon Mystic Realm is unique, unlike other mystic realms. It doesn't require a key and opens periodically to release accumulated demonic chi, absorb heavenly energy, and maintain the suppression of the extraterrestrial demon through righteous energy. Indeed, it is a marvel of creation. After countless years, when heaven and earth changed, the ancestors of the Huang Wu family discovered Yellow Pan Mountain, leading to subsequent stories. Listening to this extensive introduction, Abner marveled. I didn't expect Brother Carnell to be skilled in this area. This flawless backstory will certainly gain people's trust. Indeed, even the reason why the mystic realm opens is explained. Just by spreading a bit of rumor and gossip, those experts will rush to their deaths. Enrico and Abner found it increasingly clever, imagining the bustling scenes that would follow. Afterward, the three buried their heads in preparation. After finalizing details, Xander hid while Enrico and Abner took out tools to start digging, creating a scenario that they accidentally triggered the mystic realm while excavating graves. The commotion was loud enough to catch the attention of the Huang Wu family. Judah immediately led his men over. Upon recognizing Enrico and Abner, anger surged within him. Ah! Beasts! You beasts! Old grievances flared up as Judah lashed out with a terrifying attack. However, Enrico paid Judah no mind. Abner delivered a casual strike, sending Judah flying, near death. With malice, Abner threatened, "If you really want to die quickly and join your ancestors, I can fulfill that wish." The remaining Huang Wu family members felt a mix of rage and fear. Enrico dug swiftly, soon creating a breach. Watching the two jump inside, Judah lay on the ground, screaming curses. Ah! Beasts! I curse you to die miserably. The two acted as if they were genuinely there to rob the tomb. digging all the way into the first ancestor's grave of the Huangwu family. Thus, they triggered a mechanism. Instantly, the entire Yellow Pan Mountain trembled, a shocking phenomenon shining across the sky, shaking the world. With this commotion, it was loud enough to attract the attention of the Huangwu family. Judah immediately led his men over. Upon recognizing Enrico and Abner, anger surged within him. Ah! Beasts! You beasts! Old grievances flared up as Judah lashed out with a terrifying attack. However, Enrico paid Judah no mind. Abner delivered a casual strike, sending Judah flying, near death. With malice, Abner threatened, "If you really want to die quickly and join your ancestors, I can fulfill that wish." The remaining Huangwu family members felt a mix of rage and fear. Enrico dug swiftly, soon creating a breach. Watching the two jump inside, Judah lay on the ground, screaming curses. Ah! Beasts! I curse you to die miserably. As they delved deeper, the whole mountain shook, and an extraordinary spectacle lit up the sky, causing a sensation throughout the world. Chapter 204, The Dragon Realm. What the hell is going on in Tokyo? What happened? It seems to be happening at Huangpan Mountain. What? Huangpan Mountain? Isn't that the ancestral land of the Huangwu family? Damn, it might be that their ancestral land has been dug up. Whoa, that would be quite a show. Let's go. We can't miss this excitement. As the discussions continued, many figures moved swiftly through the air, heading straight for the sky. Their destination was Huangpan Mountain, and they arrived just in time to witness the unusual phenomena. This commotion doesn't seem like it's just because someone dug up the Huangwu family's ancestral land. There's clearly a precious treasure appearing. The news spread quickly, attracting even more people. Such an event would not involve a simple treasure, but something significant. If a secret realm opened up, the rewards could be enormous. Arriving early could mean a share of the bounty. Meanwhile, back at the Huangwu family estate, inside the main hall, Norris and a group of clan members were discussing the matter when suddenly a guard rushed in, reporting frantically, Ancestor, something terrible has happened at Huangpan Mountain. The notorious trio, Hugo and Jaden Fun, are already there, excavating part of our family's land. They've dug into the ground, and who knows what they've disturbed. Now, the entire Huangpan Mountain is shaking, and the heavens have turned dark. It's as if some terrifying presence has awakened. Hearing this urgent report, Norris and the others stood up abruptly, their faces filled with rage. Damn it, that cursed trio. You three beasts will never be rid of my Huangwu family. Without delay, the Huangwu family mobilized all available forces and rushed toward Huangpan Mountain. However, the Huangwu family, as the primary party involved, found out relatively late compared to others, such as Billy, who was staying temporarily in Huangshan City. Lloyd had informed him about the situation, catching his attention as soon as the unusual phenomena appeared over Huangpan Mountain. What's happening? Billy, the third prince of Shenluo Huidam, changed his expression and asked immediately. One of the guards responded quickly. Your Highness, it's said that the Huangwu family's ancestral tomb at Huangpan Mountain has been desecrated. During the excavation, they may have triggered something, possibly revealing a rare treasure. Rare treasure? From Huangpan Mountain? Billy blinked and shifted his gaze to Lloyd. Lloyd smiled. Your Highness, you now understand that I wasn't mistaken. Inside the seemingly ordinary grounds of the Huangwu family, there hides an extraordinary treasure, a world-renowned artifact, possibly the Mingxai Chaiyue. Based on my intelligence, this is likely the legendary treasure that even deities of the heavenly realm desire. It seems others also received similar information and are rushing to claim the treasure first. Would they really dig up graves without reason? Why would the Huangwu family hide anything significant? Prince, you worry. I must go ahead. If it truly is a priceless relic, even just witnessing it once would be a blessing in 3 lifetimes. With that, Lloyd disappeared. Though he acted profound in front of Billy, Lloyd himself was utterly confused and frustrated. Clearly, things were not going according to plan. The sudden excavation left him excluded. Ignoring these thoughts, Lloyd hurried to the scene instead of wasting time convincing Billy. Let him think whatever he wanted. Watching Lloyd leave in a hurry, Billy was momentarily stunned and turned to the elder beside him. Do you think there's really a Mingxai Chaiyue in Huangpan Mountain? The elder, Avon, was Billy's guardian and an exalted being in the heavenly realm, having reached the peak of the first heaven. Few in Shenluo Huidam could match his strength. With confidence, Your Highness, we shall go and see for ourselves to determine the truth, replied Avon with a smile. Agreeing, Billy departed immediately. Above them, numerous flying ships and light beams raced towards Huangpan Mountain. At Huangpan Mountain, a crowd had gathered, gazing at the ancestral land of the Huangwu family. The once tranquil area was now revealed as an ancient secret realm, with sacred inscriptions explaining its origins. Wow, an ancient secret realm hidden beneath Huangpan Mountain. Huanglong Emperor, a fearsome existence from 10,000 years ago? And history existed so long ago? An extraterrestrial demon? Incredible power that required dismemberment to suppress? This is too terrifying. Huanglong Emperor, a human prodigy who created the Huanglong Finchen technique, capable of suppressing immortal beings like the extraterrestrial demons. Unbelievable. Huangpan Mountain isn't just transformed from a celestial dragon, but only a part of it. Indeed, suppressing such a colossal monster would surely be deadly. The revelation sparked awe and curiosity. As one after another entered the realm, tragedy struck. The first wave encountered the Taiping sword formation, resulting in widespread cries of agony. Many perished instantly. Such a terrifying sword formation made everyone reconsider. This was the dragon realm that suppressed extraterrestrial demons, so formidable even upon entry. People were astonished and began to believe that treasures indeed lay within. Those powerful enough to withstand the pressure ventured deeper. Ha! Trying to enter the secret realm with such limited skills. Sneering voices came from 3 figures, the infamous trio. Everyone recognized them, the Beast Trio, whose reputation extended beyond Adrian. Of course, their reputation wasn't good. Thus unfolded the events surrounding the meticulously planned deception orchestrated by Xander and his team, leaving everyone unaware of the true nature of the Dragon Realm. To many, these three individuals were the embodiment of misfortune, ultimate bad omens that brought disaster wherever they went. Meeting them always meant trouble. But now, the three were brazenly going about collecting the dead bodies, with one performing rites and another gathering them. Hugo even helped those who weren't quite dead yet. Jaden Fun rushed straight into the 17th mountain range, while Xander prepared his coiling dragon hotpot and began his work. After dealing with the first batch of corpses, they simply stood there, watching the other survivors. It was as if they were waiting for more people to come to their deaths. Note: the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. The names are kept in pinyin to ensure correctness, and the tone and style remain consistent with the previous content. ####Chapter 205. The Horrors of the Dragon Realm. Ah, beasts. These three truly are beasts. Just outside the Dragon Realm, many elders couldn't help but curse aloud at the actions of Alan, Malia, and Xander. Their conduct was infuriating even to watch. Indeed, these infamous trio lived up to their reputation. Expecting them to act humanely was wishful thinking. They were clearly waiting for more people to enter and die, so they could desecrate the corpses as they pleased. They were no longer human. They were worse than beasts. These curses came from many voices, all genuinely filled with anger. However, amidst this barrage of condemnation, Alan, Malia, and Xander remained unperturbed, even joyful. They weren't enjoying the insults, rather, they simply ignored them. They were fully immersed in the benefits derived from the numerous bodies. Xander calculated that this time, his cultivation would make another tremendous leap forward. Suddenly, a powerful presence appeared on the horizon. A mighty being from the heavenly realm emerged before everyone. As expected, it was Roberto and Ash, whom they had been waiting for. The three, Xander, Alan, and Malia, smiled wickedly. Roberto's icy gaze locked onto Alan, who was a notorious criminal of the Santiago Hoytdom, guilty of heinous crimes. Upon sighting him, Roberto naturally moved to apprehend him. So he acted immediately, using his formidable power from the mountain realm to suppress Alan. Damn, what's gotten into this rascal? Thought Alan disdainfully. Wanna kill me? Do you even deserve that right? Try your luck. With that, Alan dove into the Dragon Realm. Xander and Malia used their swift escape techniques to follow suit, rushing into the realm. Seeing this, Roberto took a step forward to pursue them but was stopped by Ash. Your Highness, we must not rush in recklessly. The Dragon Realm is ancient and profound, established by the Yellow Dragon Emperor millennia ago. If we encounter any danger, you should flee immediately. Roberto nodded unhappily. So we just stand here? Not at all. Since we're here, we must go inside. Your Highness, stay behind me. If anything dangerous happens, run immediately. Thus, Ash brandished a powerful spiritual weapon and led Roberto into the Dragon Realm. The tranquil sword formation posed no threat to them, allowing them to easily traverse deeper. The Dragon Realm was vast and ancient, accumulated over millennia, exuding an ominous aura. As they ventured deeper, the malevolent energy grew more intense. Earlier, the astronomical divine steel had warned that the Dragon Realm existed to purge evil and absorb righteousness, maintaining the suppressing array to prevent the disembodied limbs of extraterrestrial demons from escaping. Deeper in, they found a river, a nameless stream filled with countless spirits of the dead. Could this be the accumulated remnants of souls over millennia? Roberto felt the terrifying aura emanating from the depths of the river, sending shivers down his spine. Be cautious, Your Highness. This water likely flows from the netherworld. Even a drop can destroy all life below the heavenly realm. Suddenly, a horrifying demon stirred the waters and surged out. It was a multi-headed, multi-armed monster, fiercely menacing. Extraterrestrial demon, Roberto exclaimed in shock. Ash frowned deeply. No, Your Highness. This is the sea-crawling many-armed devil, a legendary creature from the netherworld. I didn't expect it here. Even its residual soul carries immense power. No wonder this place has become like a part of hell. Ash then unleashed his peak power from the first heaven realm, striking the demon with a force like surging waves. The demon howled in agony before disintegrating into ashes. Even the thick water recoiled under the blow. After killing the demon, Ash felt uneasy. They hadn't reached the core yet. Who knew what other horrors lay ahead? Let's keep moving, Your Highness. As they proceeded further, Xander finally revealed himself. The mighty beings of the heavenly realm are indeed terrifying, beyond imagination. This was Xander's first experience witnessing such power. Soon after, Alan appeared. Heh, let's wait for the big fish to come. I doubt these two will find the dark sea moonlight. He cast a glance towards the 18-layered mountain. Only a few such powerful individuals remained, and most wouldn't live long. Any survivors, like those mentioned earlier, would be taken care of by Alan. Meanwhile, Xander and Malia were busy scavenging and reaping joy. Malia wasn't far from the 18-layered mountain now. Damn, eating small fish is quite satisfying. While they busied themselves collecting remains and finding pleasure, deep within the Dragon Realm, something alarming happened. They saw Roberto supporting the injured Ash, fleeing in panic. Even the wounded Ash was visibly terrified. This clearly indicated they had encountered a great terror. The sight of Ida Ranpu's might was unforgettable. To still be breathing after such an encounter was nothing short of remarkable. They fled madly towards the exit. Alan blinked. Should we take action? Xander chuckled. What's the hurry? Even if they outrun the tiger, there are still wolves to deal with. Dominic Hay Clement de Davon is already here. Outside the Dragon Realm, everyone watched anxiously, eyes wide with anticipation and curiosity. Suddenly, a terrifying figure appeared, casting a wave of dread over everyone. Dominic Hay Clement de Davon. Recognizing the form, some gasped in shock. Others trembled in fear. Is it really Dominic Hay Clement de Davon? This name resonated widely, one of the Black Bone Mountain Hoyts, a heavenly realm being who had lived for thousands of years. Facing such a monstrous entity, many retreated in terror, fearing innocent casualties. However, Dominic Hay Clement de Davon paid no attention to them. Instead, he saw Roberto and Ash emerging, followed closely by Xander. Don't let them escape. They've taken the Dark Sea Moonlight from the Dragon Realm. Hearing this, everyone focused their gaze on Roberto. Damn you, beast. We never had the Dark Sea Moonlight. Roberto roared in anger. But Dominic Hay Clement de Davon disregarded him. Hand over the treasure. With a roar, Dominic Hay Clement de Davon lunged towards Ash and Roberto. Chapter 206, The Realm of Heaven, Battle. Your Highness, be careful. Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt suddenly appeared and launched an immediate attack, causing Avon's face to change dramatically. In a hurried move, he revealed a weapon, a circular blade shield. This weapon was more powerful and terrifying than a yellow-level spirit armament. Its immense power shook the air as soon as it emerged. With unparalleled might, he countered Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt's attack. This formidable spirit armament was a gift from the divine Luo Emperor, extremely powerful. Since wielding this spirit armament, Avon's already formidable combat prowess had reached even greater heights. He cherished this weapon greatly, only revealing it in true dire straits. This spirit armament was his last resort. In the previous Dragon Realm, facing Edarin Puppet's terrifying attack, Avon held back his reserves, choosing not to use the spirit armament. But now, there was no choice. He had been injured by Edarin Puppet and then faced the formidable attack of Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt, one of the kings of the Blackbone Mountains. To ensure Henley's safety, he had to go all out, using both his spirit armament and other means. The thunderous boom reverberated. The terrifying spirit armament roared like a beast, shaking the heavens. The vast sky felt heavy as if sinking into the abyss. The immense pressure overwhelmed the surrounding people, many of whom could not withstand the weight. Some even spat blood and died on the spot. Others were too fragile, their bodies melting like ice under the sun before disintegrating. Many fled hastily, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire of this monumental battle in the realm of heaven. However, Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt did not flee. Facing such a fearsome attack, he showed no fear or evasion. You have some tricks up your sleeve, but so do I. Anyone who dares to snatch Medusa Moonlight will die. 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 Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt roared, the sound capable of shattering the soul. His powerful spirit armament blazed with light, covering half the sky, booming and flashing instantly. His large knife clashed with Avon's spirit armament. Both weapons were above yellow-level spirit armaments. The collision created a shockwave that sank miles of land underground, shattered the earth, flattened forests, and obliterated all structures within 1,000 miles. It was truly a scene of mountains being moved and seas filled. King Hell, these mighty beings in the realm of heaven are truly terrifying. Many present echoed this sentiment. For most living creatures in the nine seas and mystic sky, these beings were unimaginably powerful. Even across the entire Red Earth, they were genuine titans. Such a fearsome existence was an honor to witness. Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt, Avon, both were peak entities at the first level of the realm of heaven. Though their realms were equal, Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt was a demonic beast, born strong, superior even to humans. Despite equivalent realms, his combat potential far surpassed Avon's. Worse yet, Avon was already grievously wounded, making him inherently weaker. Under such circumstances, how could Avon possibly match Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt? A painful cry rang out as Avon, hit by the shockwave, spewed fresh blood and flew backward. Henley's face changed drastically upon witnessing this. Desperate to act, she was stopped by Avon's raised hand. Your Highness, run. I will hold off this old monster. Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt pursued again, urging Avon to shout. Madness flashed in the elder's eyes as he poured spiritual energy into himself. The Supreme Flame. What was the Supreme Flame? It was the burning of one's soul. At this moment, Avon burst to his limits. With a heaven-shaking roar, his aura exploded upward, breaking through the first level and entering the second level of the realm of heaven. What the K? How did you hide this secret technique? Inside the safety zone of the Dragon Realm, Calmgang watched Avon's aura soar to the second level, startled. Gorin also looked surprised. Such a secret technique used soul energy as fuel, leading to total annihilation and preventing rebirth. Hence, it was only used in utmost necessity. But its effects were incredibly powerful, breaking through from the first to the second level of the realm of heaven. This technique was rumored to be lost for years. Now it seemed retained by a select few. Avon was one of those individuals. Gorin said, Brother Clement, playing like this, Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt is doomed. Not really, Gorin replied nonchalantly. You have a plan? Calmgang and Abner were curious. Elsewhere, Avon's sudden surge of power altered Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt's expression. He tried to retreat. Wretch, you dare to flee. Avon's roaring attack made Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt panic against a second-level opponent. What's the rush? Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Respected master? Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt felt reassured, emboldened by the mysterious master's support. Thus, he stood firm, charged forward, shocking everyone around. Why seek death willingly? Unbeknownst to them, Gorin's clone had silently approached Avon from behind. Shake. What shake? The peerless, imperial technique. The space tyrant dragon true cannon. One mighty shock engulfed everything. Avon's complexion paled. His second-level strength dropped to initial first level. How? How can this be? Terrified, Avon's soul-burning trick aimed for mutual destruction. Yet in a blink, he was weaker than before. What happened? Why did Avon's strength vanish? Fuck. Could Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt have secret methods? Too incredible. Avon was dead. Vibrations spread everywhere. Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt held Avon by the neck. Hand over Medusa Moonlight. I don't have it. Struggling, Avon managed to reply. Dajin Black Sky Great Hoyt sneered. You don't? Then Third Prince has it? Do you think someone at the mountain realm level can escape? Translation ends here. Let me know if you need further translation or any revisions. Dominic Black Sky Great Hoyt directly threw Avon into the dragon realm. Calmgang reacted like a fisherman who had just caught a fish. Aha, delicious prey is here. Immediately, he began to tear into the flesh and dismember the body without hesitation. Please note that this translation maintains the structure and tone of the original text. If you have any specific concerns or need further adjustments, let me know. ####Chapter 207. Urgent transmission. The Earth Water True Spirit Divine Power. Deep within the dragon realm, amidst Avon's immense terror, Adiel immediately employed the Earth Water True Spirit Divine Power. He ensnared Avon's head and ruthlessly began to extract his lifespan. In the blink of an eye, over a millennium of lifespan was accounted for. After Adiel had completely drained Avon's lifespan, Jadenin took over, setting up an array, moving his hands wildly while reciting incantations. After a series of rituals, Avon met his end without any lingering grievances, peacefully entering the cycle of reincarnation. Indeed, this heavenly realm was a truly magnificent existence. It was indeed extraordinary. Just by performing the rites for Avon, Jadenin had already flown directly to the peak of the 18th mountain layer. He was only half a step away from the pinnacle of the mountain realm. This made Jadenin's face beam with joy. Ha ha ha, the heavenly realm is indeed formidable. Brother Clementgon, it's all thanks to you that we have such a bountiful harvest today. Otherwise, even if we used all our tricks, it would have been difficult for just the two of us to defeat this magnificent existence in the heavenly realm. Avon dying here is mostly due to Brother Clementgon's great contribution. We are entirely relying on Brother Clementgon's prowess. Hearing Jadenin's jesting, Xander smiled and nodded, then directly stored Avon's body in his backpack. At that moment, a vibe of energy trembled. Dustin returned with news. The three of them immediately understood each other, and all attacks within the dragon realm instantly ceased. However, Dustin was bewildered, but he did not pay much attention to these matters. He merely carried the immobilized Henley into the deepest part of the dragon realm. His cold gaze swept over Jadenin and Adiel before settling on Xander. He immediately knelt down. Black Heaven pays respects to His Excellency. Dustin's reverence was genuine, bowing respectfully to Xander, willingly and sincerely. Upon hearing this title and this attitude, they never expected Brother Clementgon to be so powerful that even Dustin would submit. Previously, Adiel and Jadenin had thought that Xander and Dustin had negotiated a deal to cooperate, but they did not expect Dustin to have already submitted to Xander. The two were very surprised, but Henley, who lay on the ground, was even more astonished. You and these three beasts are actually together. As Henley expressed his disbelief, filled with hatred, Dustin slapped him hard. Terrifying power instantly shattered most of Henley's teeth. Outrageous. Who do you think you are, daring to be disrespectful to His Excellency? The terrifying aura radiated from Dustin made Henley's heart quiver and his body grow cold. Henley wasn't stupid. Even if he were, he would understand now. This dragon realm was no ancient secret but a trap orchestrated by these few villains to lure in powerful beings and kill them. Including himself. Perhaps, these scoundrels targeted him specifically, thinking of Kelvin, who brought the message. Damn it, this was indeed aimed at him. Henley felt both shocked, angry, and afraid, even confused. He couldn't fathom how he had offended these people and why they were targeting him so fiercely. But no matter how much Henley's emotions were shaken, Xander couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him anymore. Everything is done. It's time to close the curtain on today's drama, said Adiel with a smirk. Come, Third Prince, I will ensure you experience what it means to suffer worse than death right before you die. With that, Adiel dragged Henley away, and soon, agonizing cries echoed. But Xander couldn't hear them. You've done well. I dare not take credit, everything depends on your Excellency's greatness. Dustin's attitude was humble. There was genuine respect deep within. Henley and Avon died here today. Moluo Sword will undoubtedly attribute their deaths to you, since many saw you throw them into the dragon realm, where only dead men exit. But this works perfectly. You should stay here in the dragon realm, pretending to try breaking through to find Minghai Chaiyue. As long as outsiders believe Minghai Chaiyue is within this dragon realm, those who rush here to meet their doom will only increase, never decrease. Moluo Sword will surely send people, but you cannot resist them alone. The puppet controlled by His Excellency is powerful enough to slay anyone from the first or second heaven layer. With Moluo Sword's limited resources, they can't afford to challenge the killing intent within the dragon realm. If they send people, let them all die here without a trace. I understand, Your Excellency. What if someone from above the second heaven layer comes? Xander chuckled. That won't concern you. Remember, since you serve me, I will ensure your safety. At that moment, Adiel returned and exchanged smiles with Jadenin. This time, they gained a lot. Oh yeah, it's really satisfying. The grandeur of the heavenly realm is indeed valuable. With the dragon realm's reputation now spread, reaching the 19th mountain layer isn't a far-off dream. Jadenin's smile remained. Xander nodded and retreated deeper, ostensibly to bury the corpses. Burying Avon granted him cultivation advancement. Burying Henley added nearly 10 million worth of value. This was the terror of the peak existence in the mountain realm. Even just burials provided incomparable value that surpassed the hidden families. One person surpasses one hidden family. The peak of the mountain realm indeed. Xander blinked and felt strength pouring into his body. With Xander's current talent, the cultivation that previously allowed little noticeable improvement finally showed significant changes. He ascended from the 15th mountain layer to the 16th, then to the 17th, and finally reached the peak of the 17th mountain layer. Not bad for a heavenly realm corpse, and certainly worthy of his current talent. Several precise upgrades, his efforts hadn't been wasted. Honestly, with a few more avens as consumables, Xander might enter the heavenly realm as a grand existence, overlooking all. Xander laughed. His mood was excellent. After all, no one feels gloomy after a huge windfall. Of course, Xander's cultivation did not stop there. The Theodore hot pot still simmered, potentially granting him the 18th mountain layer soon. Right then, a message from Tongming Book arrived. Lord Zhang Qi of Yunsan Sword Academy bound and captured our people in Chongping land. What? Who? From Yunsan Sword Academy? Daring to touch my people? Fine fellow, today if you don't shatter for miles around, my name isn't Davon. Xander promptly excused himself. I have something to attend to. Leave the rest to you. Notify me if anything arises. Don't worry, when it comes to wrapping things up, we're professionals. Xander chuckled, taking along a puppet, and vanished. Chapter 208. Xander is truly the most beast. In the midst of Chongping, the emerging capital city, still under construction and not fully completed. Yet certain parts have already undergone transformation. Now, this vast city exudes a chilling serenity, filled with an atmosphere thick with menace. Within the city, countless beings are kneeling. They are all cultivators, not a single ordinary person among them. Yet these esteemed cultivators now only feel despair, fear, and a soul-deep cry for help in their eyes. Amidst this vast throng, those kneeling at the forefront are none other than the key figures of the city, Trent, Anatole, Dovey, and others. They do not kneel out of will but are forced down by overwhelming power, unable to rise. They, affected by circumstances beyond their control, are now suppressed here. All because Yunshan Sword Institute seeks retribution against Xander. In Hualiang City, Xander killed Selena, drove Suki to suicide, and caused Pooling Fan and others from Yunshan Sword Institute to perish. He did this in front of countless people, an outright provocation to the dignity of Yunshan Sword Institute. If they were to ignore it, Yunshan Sword Institute would become a laughingstock to the world. Thus, retaliation came. Yunshan Sword Institute dispatched the 100-jong sword Fragmentimon, Elder Bradford, along with their treasures to suppress the area, to teach that damn Xander a lesson, to make him understand who can be offended and who absolutely cannot be. However, when Amon and company arrived in Chongping, they found no trace of Xander. Unable to locate him, they directly suppressed the city, using the lives of thousands as leverage, holding them hostage, to force Xander to show himself. Time has passed since the city was suppressed. Beside the young man with slit-like eyes stands a venerable old man, Elder Bradford of Yunshan Sword Institute. The incense is almost burnt out, yet Xander hasn't come. Are you truly going to slaughter every last one of these thousands, leaving none alive? Faced with Elder Bradford's accusatory tone, the young man, Iman, replied indifferently. What choice do I have? Once I've spoken, there's no turning back. Half an incense stick remains. If Xander doesn't come, then 10,000 must die first. Then another incense stick. If he still doesn't appear, I'll kill another 100,000. I give him 3 incense sticks. After that, they all die. If you wish to blame Xander and yourselves. The world is vast. Why remain in Chongping? If you face repercussions here, dying without burial, it's simply deserved, utterly deserved. Iman's cold-hearted words demonstrate his resolve. To him, the lives of these thousands mean nothing. He kills without hesitation or remorse. However, Elder Bradford frowned. Yunshan Sword Institute bears the name of a righteous school. If we really carry out this massacre, how will our reputation be restored? What if people whisper that Yunshan Sword Institute is worse than the heretical cults? Iman snorted coldly. So what if people whisper? Reputation? Righteous school? In this world, cultivation is the cruelest path. The realm of cultivation is always merciless, with uncertain life and death, where the strong reign supreme and the weak are but dust. How much is the name of a righteous school worth? In this universe, only strength matters, the ultimate truth, the supreme way. Furthermore, how many of those gathered in Chongping are truly innocent? Which one isn't a wicked villain, bearing the sins of beasts? Killing them is carrying out heavenly justice, an act of righteousness that deserves celebration. How could this tarnish the name of a righteous school? If they truly wish to live, let them pray with all their hearts. Let Xander, Lord of Chongping, return soon, otherwise, my hand will shed blood freely. Amon spoke firmly, unbothered by the cruelty of his actions. Elder Bradford frowned, suppressing his dissatisfaction as Amon was the one in charge of this mission. Xander is not an ordinary man. Since he dared provoke us, he must have a reason. Don't worry. The Dean anticipated this. None of us underestimate Xander. The Dean gave me special treasures to guard against any surprises Xander might have. Elder Bradford blinked but didn't inquire about the treasure. Both knew that once Xander appeared, everything would be revealed. Time swiftly passed. Sir, time's up. Elder Bradford tensed as Amon commanded. Kill 10,000 first. With a single word, a terrifying sword array erupted, striking mercilessly. Many cultivators rushed to witness in horror. The threat was real. Cloud Mountain Sword Institute, known as a righteous school, behaves like this? 10,000 lives extinguished without hesitation. This is beastly behavior. Iman is as ruthless as anyone from a heretical cult. Indeed, being so brutal, Cloud Mountain Sword Institute acts no differently from heretical cults. Thousands of lives lost unjustly. Who can bear this guilt? Iman took action. But where is Xander? As Lord of Chongping, watching his people be slaughtered like pigs and dogs, his claims of protection seem empty now. Xander, words as worthless as wind. Where is his promise of protection in times of crisis? Instead, he constantly attracts enemies, bringing harm to the innocent. Indeed, Xander is the true beast. People whispered endlessly as deaths piled up. Desperate cries and splattered blood filled the scene. In mere moments, 10,000 lives vanished. Who could remain unmoved by such a sight? These people died merely due to Iman's decree. High above, in an invisible spaceship, a little girl tugged at a man's sleeve. Lord Administrator, please save them. Beside her, a beautiful mother frowned unhappily, yet said, Ener, Iman of Yunshan Sword Institute is mighty, at a heavenly realm. We cannot match him. But, these are the people of Chongping. We sought Xander's help, now he watches his own people die. How does that look? The young girl, though small, spoke convincingly. Moreover, Chongping is prosperous. Yunshan Sword Institute's aura is dying. Iman is nothing special. Helping them now would endear us to Xander. Hearing this, the man and woman paused. Is Ener sure? Absolutely, on my honor. Not only Iman but the entire Yunshan Sword Institute shows signs of imminent doom. Perhaps, heaven itself desires its destruction. The man was startled. Feng-Lai clan, descendants of ancient gods, have the ability to perceive human auras. Simone, the current inheritor, especially blessed by heaven with a unique vision of fate. Her prediction means Yunshan Sword Institute won't last long. Feng-Lai clan avoids worldly affairs to prevent entanglements, but now, perhaps we must intervene. We'll save Xander's associates first, within our limited abilities. Swallowing a spirit pill, he surged to peak power. Look! Simone exclaimed suddenly. The man froze. Amidst the shattered sword chi, only several figures stood unharmed, unscathed. Translation provided aims to maintain paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring natural fluency and coherence. ####Chapter 209. Iman's Wrath. In the city of Chongping, with just one command from Iman, under the onslaught of 1,000 slashes and piercing sword chi, tens of thousands of lives were shredded into bloody pieces. Amidst this horrifying scene resembling a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood, a dozen figures stood firmly on the ground, extremely conspicuous and dazzling. Members of Yunshan Sword Academy operated a terrifying sword array, unleashing sword chi like countless dense clusters of venomous snakes, roaring as they surged out, all pouring down upon those dozen figures. However, it was useless, utterly useless. No matter how vigorously or magnificently the fearsome sword chi attacked, it could not leave even the slightest flesh wound on those dozen figures. Unable to be injured, unable to be breached. Everyone watched in astonishment, completely stunned. These people seemed like indestructible walls of iron, protecting fragile lives like Trent and Anatole within them, preventing them from being torn apart by the horrifying sword chi. Seeing this scene, even Preston, the patriarch of the mysterious Feng-Lai family, widened his eyes involuntarily, his heart trembling with disbelief. Those people, could they be Xander's subordinates? What level of physical defense is this? It's simply too terrifying that they can withstand the Yunshan sword array, which is immensely powerful. Even without unleashing its full potential, it's enough to exterminate any being below the heaven realm. Yet such a terrifying attack can barely leave a scratch on them. It's unbelievable. Doesn't this mean that even beings at the first level of the heaven realm cannot harm them at all? How on earth did Xander train such monsters? What method did he use to create such formidable bodies? Cynthia's voice trembled slightly. Indeed, everyone was dumbfounded. Even if faced with fairies, their pupils would have contracted in shock. No one expected, no one anticipated, that among Xander's subordinates, there would be beings with such absurd and inexplicable physical defenses. Among them was Iman, who had always been emotionally aloof, as if indifferent to the world. But now, witnessing the terrifying physical defenses of the funeral messengers, even Iman was stunned, finding it hard to believe. However, soon, Iman's expression turned grim. Xander, haha, you do have some means. You've managed to create such monstrously strong bodies, truly incomprehensible. I thought I understood your capabilities, but it seems I still underestimated you. As he spoke, Iman launched an attack. His terrifying sword chi was even more formidable, capable of obliterating entities at the late stages of the first level of the heaven realm. But even this horrifying strike failed to annihilate the funeral messengers. They remained standing tall, completely unharmed, treating Iman's attack as nothing. Witnessing this scene, Iman's pupils contracted, fury brewing inside him. Could his attacks not even harm Xander's subordinates? At this moment, Augustin beside him remarked, Xander is indeed mysterious and terrifying, beyond ordinary comprehension. The physical defenses of these subordinates are so absurd, reaching an almost unfathomable realm. Only attacks at the first level of the heaven realm might possibly injure them. This is frightening. In the mortal world, who could stand against them? Hearing these words, Iman's eyes gleamed with determination, and he coldly snorted. Just being able to endure, what use is that? They're still like ants. If I want to suppress them, I can. Iman struck again, conjuring a massive cage in the sky that descended, intending to bind the funeral messengers. Since he couldn't kill them, he planned to thoroughly study them, take them back to Yunshan Sword Academy, and uncover the secret behind their unfathomable strength. If successful, Yunshan Sword Academy could soar even higher, and he himself could gain significant merit, elevating his status and position. With a bright future envisioned, Iman felt confident. But just as the celestial cage was about to ensnare the funeral messengers, someone suddenly appeared out of thin air, as if they had always been there, and immediately took the funeral messengers away right before Iman's eyes. It worked. The person who intervened was none other than Preston. Using the Feng-Lai family's teleportation technique, he reappeared on the hidden spaceship of the Feng-Lai family. Only then did the surrounding onlookers realize the funeral messengers had been rescued. Who dared to intervene? Right under Iman's nose? Who dared challenge Yunshan Sword Academy? And Iman, who had already envisioned a grand future, now felt enraged as his plans came to naught. His face darkened with anger. Outrageous! Iman trembled with rage. Augustin narrowed his eyes. With such instantaneous movement, it must be the Feng-Lai family of the Adrian. The Feng-Lai family? Upon hearing this name, Iman's pupils contracted. Are you sure? Almost certainly. Instantaneous movement isn't rare. but this specific kind that leaves no trace, moving seamlessly between places as if it's meant to be there, is quite unique. The only technique I can think of is the instant teleportation passed down by the Fenglai family. The Fenglai family has always been enigmatic. Legends say they are descendants of ancient gods, born with extraordinary talents. But this is just hearsay. After all, the Fenglai family is too mysterious, and this is the first time I've seen someone actually use instant teleportation. Especially in such circumstances. Fenglai family, very well. What tremendous boldness. To dare snatch people from my hands, truly showing no respect for Yunshan Sword Academy. Once this matter is settled, the Fenglai family shall no longer exist in this world. Iman spat furiously. Kill, continue killing. Faced with this furious order, no one dared hesitate. The sword array activated once more, and the terrifying sword chi prepared to claim more lives. Clearly, Iman vented his frustration on the citizens of Chongping. I hope he truly has enough confidence to suppress Xander. Otherwise, such actions are stepping into the abyss. With no way back, Augustin thought uneasily. His heart raced with anxiety, a sense of dread building up. Just as the sword chi surged, ready to unleash, the operator of the sword array was torn apart. Who is it? Iman, already in a foul mood, became even angrier. Looking around, he saw a figure appear out of nowhere, radiating a murderous aura. Xander. It's Xander returning. Upon hearing an informed bystander exclaim, both Augustin and Iman's pupils contracted. This man, Xander, the infamous ruler of Chongping? Xander, you beast, killing members of Yunshan Sword Academy, die. Iman roared and instantly attacked, summoning a terrifying spirit weapon. It was a special yellow-grade spirit weapon shaped like a pointed bowl, a formidable asset of Yunshan Sword Academy. With Iman's control, it could shake even a second-level Heaven Realm entity. Chapter 210, Golden Sand Moon Knock. Xander looked at the spirit soldier, blinking his eyes. Though this spirit soldier wasn't low in rank, Xander had to admit that he'd seen plenty of spirit soldiers of this caliber, and even some more powerful ones. So what truly caught Xander's eye was its attribute, fixed point suppression. The spirit soldier would create a powerful barrier that suppressed all living things within it. Those under suppression could only be butchered helplessly. This naturally reminded Xander of the time seal he used himself. But the time seal was obviously even more formidable. Yet, the special effects of this spirit soldier were also impressive. Yunshan Sword Academy indeed had something up their sleeve. After all, judging by ranks alone without considering attributes for some spirit soldiers would be wasteful. The higher the level of combat, the greater the advantage granted by superior attributes. That was the truth. This spirit soldier from Yunshan Sword Academy undoubtedly possessed extremely strong attributes. As the spirit soldier flew out, it indeed radiated a powerful realm that directly bound Xander within it. Being restrained by this boundary wasn't just about being unable to leave. It also severely restricted bodily movements. It was a genuine prison designed to bring death. It was clear that Yunshan Sword Academy had meticulously considered how to deal with him. If Xander were merely an ordinary ruler of Chongping, he might not have been able to withstand it. After all, he was only at the mountain realm and not even at its peak. How could he possibly escape imprisonment to suppress beings of the heaven realm? However, they overvalued the title ruler of Chongping, while failing to fully grasp the significance of the name, Xander. They lacked imagination. In fact, Xander didn't need to act personally. With a wave of his hand, the majestic Lord E-Puppet made its dazzling entrance. While Iman was attempting to take Xander down, the sudden appearance of the Lord E-Puppet frightened him immensely. He could clearly feel the terrifying aura radiating from the puppet. It was far beyond that of just the second heaven. This was a terrifying third heaven. Iman's soul trembled in fear. He never imagined that Xander could summon such a fearsome third heaven puppet with just a wave of his hand. Panic-stricken, Iman tried to flee. But the Lord E-Puppet moved swiftly, with cold and merciless eyes devoid of human emotions. With one strike, it shattered the powerful prison created by the spirit soldier. The shockwave instantly engulfed Iman, stunning him and crushing his fighting spirit. Why could one single blow be so terrifying? It was because the Lord E-Puppet was now at the third heaven, bolstered by a substantial amount of lifespan invested by Xander. Injured with just one blow, Iman met his end in 3 moves. Under Xander's control, the Lord E-Puppet flashed before Iman, who felt death looming near. Filled with despair, Iman suddenly roared. Xander, death, I'm dying. You must die too. Realizing he couldn't escape, Iman burst into a frantic scream. I have cursed you, Xander. No longevity for you. I will cut off your entire lifespan. Xander. Xander. Suddenly, black mist shot into Xander's flesh. Despite his strength, Xander found it hard to react in time. The curse succeeded upon entering his body. Iman laughed maniacally in despair. Xander, you shall die. You must die. Even a third heaven puppet can't save you. But his laughter abruptly stopped as he realized Xander remained unscathed, looking at him mockingly. Like watching a jumping clown, Xander showed no sign of being affected by the curse. This made Iman's pupils constrict, eyes red with rage. Impossible. Impossible. The curse can't fail. Xander, you die. I want you dead. Iman became completely deranged, roaring furiously, shaking the heavens and earth. But Xander ordered the Lord E-Puppet to deliver the final blow. Iman's head exploded under the puppet's attack, ending the existence of this once mighty, heavenly being in front of everyone's eyes. So easily, the formidable Iman died. Rumors of the mysterious and limitless powers of the ruler of Chongping turned out to be true. Could this puppet be of the second heaven, or even higher, killing Iman so effortlessly? Indeed, it was likely at least the second heaven. Iman deserved this death. He dared to claim righteousness while brutally massacring weaker beings. His victims could finally find peace. Unfortunately, Lord Davon returned too late. Collecting Iman's corpse, Xander then pursued Augustin. Augustin tried to escape but couldn't outrun the Lord E-Puppet, which was at the third heaven level. Even a black-bone mountain demon Hoyt wouldn't stand a chance. Xander's main concern, however, was Trent and the others. Where were they? When Xander questioned Augustin, "Where are my people?" Augustin replied, "I can tell you if you spare me." Hearing this, Xander chuckled derisively. At this point, you dare bargain with me? He thought. You people from Yunshan Sword Academy really lack sense. Well then, Xander said, you don't need to speak anymore. Before Augustin could respond, Xander forcibly searched his memories, learning that Trent and his group were saved by the Fenglai family. Xander blinked in surprise. Fenglai family? Didn't they vow to remain uninvolved in worldly affairs? When did they become so active, especially in Chongping? Though puzzled by the Fenglai family's intentions, the news that Trent was alive was still encouraging. Xander proceeded to bury him on. Upon bursting, the spirit soldier emitted a reinforced and more powerful version. As for Augustin, he yielded nothing of value. Not surprising given his incompetence. Xander turned his attention back to the spirit soldier, Golden Sand Moon Knock, the pinnacle of yellow-grade spirit weapons, capable of subduing even third heaven beings. Translation notes. Maintained original names like Xander, Augustin, Trent, and Iman. Kept the paragraph structure, tone, and style similar to the original. Ensured coherence and logical consistency with previous content. Very well, with this treasure, he could single-handedly launch an attack on Yunshan Sword Academy. He would make it crystal clear to the entire world just how foolish it was to invade his territory of Chongping and slaughter his people, and they would experience the most brutal retribution. Xander did not want to waste another moment. He set out immediately. Chapter 211. My personality is extremely generous. Yunshan Sword Academy, located in the territory of Cuifeng, is one of the top forces in Hongtu. Yunshan Sword Academy has been passed down to this day for more than 10,000 years. Over such a vast span of time, many things can change. Just enduring heavenly blessings and passing through heavenly tribulations would require dozens of occurrences. Surviving through all these trials, without perishing, means it must be incredibly powerful. Such is the case with Yunshan Sword Academy. It is undoubtedly extremely powerful. At this moment, within Yunshan Sword Academy, inside the Yunshan Grand Hall, the Academy's Dean Dexter, along with several core elders, were present. Dean Dexter, being the leader of this top-tier force, was indeed extraordinary. Dexter was undeniably an existence of the Second Heaven Realm, a formidable powerhouse. Was this all that Yunshan Sword Academy had to offer? No, far from it. Within Yunshan Sword Academy, each core elder was a mighty figure of the Second Heaven Realm. This was where Yunshan Sword Academy, as a top-tier force, derived its authority and backbone. At this moment, these powerful figures gathered together to discuss matters. They exuded sternness and maintained their composure. But suddenly, there came an urgent report. Elder Bradford and 100-foot blade fragment Iman's life tokens have cracked. A life token symbolizes one's living presence. When it shatters, it signifies death. Hearing this, the most inner circle of leaders at Yunshan Sword Academy immediately narrowed their eyes and their expressions changed dramatically. How could they not be alarmed? Dean, didn't you already grant them treasures? A core elder asked. As for where Iman and Bradford went, everyone knew. When Lingxiao Heavenly Road opened, Xander, the Lord of Chongping, acted arrogantly, treating others with contempt and daringly provoking Yunshan Sword Academy's genius, Gustavus, and others like Cameron. This undoubtedly posed a severe challenge to Yunshan Sword Academy, thus retaliation was necessary. Therefore, 2 people were dispatched to Chongping to suppress Xander. There were rumors that Xander had a mysterious origin and unpredictable abilities. From his rise to power, it was clear that he constantly pulled out unexpected moves when on the brink of defeat, acting like an inexhaustible treasure trove. One couldn't fathom or fully understand him. Hence, Dexter had meticulously planned the mission against Xander. Xander killed Cameron and 17 others as easily as killing pigs and dogs. There was a high possibility that Xander himself was at the level of 18th or 19th mountain. Thus, Dexter sent 2 First Heaven Realm strongmen. One of them was even known as 100-foot blade fragment Iman, a genuine martial combat expert who was very capable within the First Heaven Realm. Such an arrangement, if seen by outsiders, might lead them to think Dexter overestimated Xander, going so far as to use bigger forces against him. But Dexter was not satisfied. He also equipped Iman with highly specialized spiritual weapons and extremely potent curses, ensuring thorough preparation. Originally, everyone thought that this trip to Chongping would restore Yunshan Sword Academy's dignity. However, things went awry. They had clearly underestimated Xander. Despite Dexter's extensive preparations, others could hardly question if they were insufficient. After all, who could have imagined that Xander was so hard to kill? It seemed as if he had an immortal body. The worst part was that after this incident, Xander would certainly be on high alert against Yunshan Sword Academy. Killing Xander would become even more challenging. However, the surrounding core elders harbored some dissatisfaction towards Dexter, as he had initially proposed the plan. If it succeeded, all would be well. But now that it failed, Yunshan Sword Academy's reputation was severely damaged, nearly becoming a laughingstock. This was all due to Dean Dexter's strategy. Now, with Iman and Bradford dead, the loss of 2 First Heaven Realm experts was significant. One core elder commented that their deaths were not in vain since they had at least gauged Xander's capabilities. Given how he triumphed against such meticulous planning, Xander must be comparable to a Second Heaven Realm expert, or possibly even a Third Heaven Realm one. The atmosphere turned awkward as not everyone agreed with this statement. Another core elder looked at Dexter. Dean, what are your plans regarding the outcome of this matter? Will you continue pursuing Xander, or take another approach? Though, even if we make a move, it may have no effect. Perhaps only our venerable ancestor can suppress Xander. Dean, you wouldn't really want to disturb the venerable ancestor from seclusion just to go to Chongping and kill Xander, would you? Facing this somewhat sarcastic remark, Dexter grunted. The situation is clear to our venerable ancestor. Let us leave the decision to them. Then, Dexter disappeared. Yunshan Sword Academy, with its long history and large scope, harbored different factions, power struggles, and conspiracies, even within the core circle. Many were dissatisfied with Dexter as dean because he rose to power not through ability, but by the favor of the venerable ancestor, Herman. This caused resentment among capable individuals who lost in the competition. So, while outsiders believed the core circle was united, internally, their anger had reached its peak. If Herman were not still alive, Dexter would have been deposed long ago. However, Dexter ignored them and hurried to consult Herman, as losing 2 First Heaven Realm experts was no small matter. Above the gate of Yunshan Sword Academy, someone suddenly appeared in midair. It was none other than Xander. Yunshan Sword Academy had decent scenery, but its people left much to be desired. Xander always avenged swiftly, so those who offended him would face retribution immediately. Suddenly, someone appeared. Naturally, it was a gatekeeper disciple. One recognized Xander, exclaiming, "Isn't that Master Rolf?" Before the familiar person could speak, another disciple questioned, "Who are you?" Xander chuckled, "Don't you recognize me? Why should I recognize you? Quickly, state your purpose for appearing here at Yunshan Sword Academy." Xander squinted his eyes. "Relax, recognizing me isn't important. I'm here to deliver gifts." "Deliver gifts?" The disciple felt puzzled, while Derek sensed trouble brewing. "Yes, delivering gifts. 100-foot blade fragment Amon specially requested me to come." The disciple was taken aback and quickly regained composure. "What kind of gift does the senior wish to deliver?" "Ha ha, I'm here to send you all to your deaths." As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying killing intent descended. The world seemed to bind tightly. Jinsha Moonstrike now. The entire Yunshan Sword Academy turned into a battlefield within a bowl. Chapter 212, sending you all to death. Arrogance. How dare you provoke our Yunshan Sword Academy? The disciple immediately felt displeased. With a burst of anger, he was about to draw his weapon and attack Xander. Defending the honor of his organization, he acted without hesitation, regardless of who stood before him. Indeed, he was a good disciple, perhaps a bit reckless, but loyal to the organization. If this disciple were on his side, Xander would definitely commend him highly. But alas, they were enemies. Terrifying sword chi shot out instantly. With just a hint of power, it reduced the enraged disciple to fragments, grinding his flesh and blood into nothingness in midair. He vanished from the world, leaving no trace. After killing the disciple, Xander focused on controlling the Golden Sand Moon Hammer. The Golden Sand Moon Hammer hung in the sky, its terrifying aura resembling a rain cloud ascending heavenward. Its presence enveloped the entire Yunshan Sword Academy. Many powerful figures within the academy were startled by this sudden surge of power. The air crackled with the friction of intersecting auras as figures materialized from nowhere. These were the core elders of the Yunshan Sword Academy, each a mighty existence at the Heaven Realm. As one of the top-tier forces in Red Earth, their reputation was well-deserved. Next, Dexter appeared on the scene. When the group saw the sky above, their eyes fell upon the eerily familiar spirit weapon. Golden Sand Moon Hammer. How could it be the Golden Sand Moon Hammer? Incredulity and exclamations of shock were inevitable. This was originally a treasure of their Yunshan Sword Academy, bestowed to Amon for suppressing the tyrant Xander of Chongping. But now, it hovered over the Yunshan Sword Academy, pressing down upon it. This could only mean one thing, a deeply unsettling event. That Amon had been killed by Xander, who now sought retribution. What should they do now? Indeed, they were in a terrible predicament, because the Golden Sand Moon Hammer was an exceptionally formidable treasure, despite not being of the highest grade. Its attributes were extremely powerful, creating a restraining barrier that even mighty beings of the Heaven Realm, whether First Heaven or Second Heaven, could not escape. Xander, wielding the Golden Sand Moon Hammer, clearly intended to retaliate with the weapon's power. Eye for an eye, suppressing the Yunshan Sword Academy. Absolutely audacious. Facing this situation, everyone's eyes brimmed with fury. Dexter took a step forward and looked directly at Xander, shouting aloud, "Xander, why have you come here uninvited?" Hearing this shameless questioning, Xander laughed. "Haha, why? I heard that while I was away, your academy found my doorstep and bestowed upon my people a grand gift of crimson color. As the ancient saying goes, treat others with courtesy and repay favors with greater generosity. Since Yunshan Sword Academy has Amon who views my land and 10,000 citizens as nothing more than fodder, I've come here for just one reason. Yunshan Sword Academy, as a top-tier force, has existed for nearly 10,000 years, right? It's time for it to die. Therefore, I have come to deliver this gift, sending all of you to death, to comfort the souls of my fallen Chongping people." As Xander spoke, his voice grew increasingly cold and resolute. Listening to these words, Dexter, the elders, and the disciples of Yunshan Sword Academy all changed expressions, mostly filled with disbelief. Disbelief. Indeed, sheer disbelief. Think of the Yunshan Sword Academy, which has been established for almost 10,000 years. When did anyone ever dare to single-handedly threaten such a massive institution? Xander, you arrogant scoundrel. What arrogance you have. Do you think that with just you alone, you can shake our Yunshan Sword Academy? Do you believe that with merely the Golden Sand Moon Hammer, you can uproot our 1,000-year legacy? Dexter's gaze turned icy, but Xander just smiled and nodded. Yes, with this Golden Sand Moon Hammer, I guarantee that every single person in your Yunshan Sword Academy will meet their end like pigs awaiting slaughter. With a thought, Xander fully unleashed the power of the Golden Sand Moon Hammer, expanding the barrier to encompass the entire Yunshan Sword Academy, including everyone present. The barrier was dense. Yet, Dexter and the others scoffed. "Xander, ignorant brat. Today, let us show you what it means to challenge the disparity between realms and the status of our Yunshan Sword Academy's 1,000-year legacy." One of the core elders, at peak Second Heaven, spat insults as a formidable spirit weapon appeared in his hand. Mobilizing all his strength, an incredibly terrifying attack slammed into the barrier. A thunderous sound shook the earth, but it couldn't compare to the shock within the core elder's heart. His full force strike, colliding with the barrier, left it completely unscathed, not even causing the slightest tremor. No. This is impossible. The scene left not just the core elder dumbfounded. Dexter and others also stared in disbelief. Especially Dexter. He understood the power of the Golden Sand Moon hammer best. Although the weapon's attributes were strong, they were limited by its own grade, so the barrier's strength was finite. An elder's full strike would have shattered the barrier, but it didn't. It didn't even waver. This meant the barrier's defensive strength far exceeded the elder's attack. There was something off with the Golden Sand Moon hammer. Did Xander enhance its grade? How did he achieve this? Who knew? But now, seeing their treasure used against them, what a brilliant decision by the dean indeed. In this situation, the crowd from Yunshan Sword Academy didn't show fear. Instead, they exchanged insults. Very composed. It seemed they had stronger cards up their sleeves. Xander chuckled. Digby moved into action. In this world, there should be no room for those who obstruct me. Instantly, Digby emerged close range. Dexter's pupils dilated. Before he could even scream, he was decapitated in one move. What? Third heaven. Quick, alert the great ancestor. However, while it was uncertain if the great ancestor would come, Digby wouldn't stop. He moved through the crowd like a tiger among sheep, striking down whoever came his way. Whether core elder or ordinary disciple, none could withstand a single blow. In mere moments, blood stained the grounds of Yunshan Sword Academy. Scoundrel! A roar erupted as a spirit weapon collided with the barrier, shattering it. Ha! An elite of elites? Yunshan Thundershock. Boundless power, enhancing cultivation and breakthroughs, providing triple-layer defense. Impressive, maxed-out attributes. Truly an elite of elites. Top-tier forces indeed spared no expense. The Yunshan Thundershock had played no small part in keeping Yunshan Sword Academy standing for 10,000 years. An old man suddenly appeared, livid with rage. Great Ancestor! The Great Ancestor has come. We are saved. Please, Great Ancestor, suppress this bandit Xander. The disciples knelt, their eyes brimming with hope. Xander chuckled coldly. Kill. Digby's eyes gleamed with resolve, showing no fear towards Herman. Arrogance. Herman, furious, summoned the Yunshan Thundershock, aiming to suppress Digby. Chapter 213. I, the Lord of Chongping. The ultimate among ultimates, the Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt. How terrifying it was can be easily imagined. Just the eruption of its power caused the entire Cloud Mountain Sword Academy and the 10,000-mile radius around it to sink deeply into the earth. All living beings could only submit under this terrifying pressure. This fearsome force subdued everything. Fragile things that could not withstand it crumbled or collapsed. Even Xander, with his powerful body and soul, felt an unease in his heart at this moment. Fortunately, the primal gemstone is of the highest rank, embodying true cosmic power far beyond what the Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt could shake. Otherwise, even Xander might have been instantly killed by this sudden burst of power. In the presence of a heavenly realm's majesty, one must never underestimate the sheer force of a pure mountain realm. Even a single glare can mean death. It's not an exaggeration but a very real possibility. However, the more powerful the Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt revealed itself to be, the more satisfied Xander became. What a magnificent treasure. It must be mine. Despite its terrifying might, the Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt failed to subdue Jalen's puppet because the puppet was extraordinary too. Judging by its grade, it was not significantly inferior to the Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt. Moreover, as a purely mechanical construct, it had no fear of overwhelming force. When manipulated by Herman, the Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt attacked fiercely, but Jalen's puppet countered with weapons, their attacks colliding mid-air. But Jalen's puppet's powerful attack disintegrated upon nearing the Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt. There is still a gap in grade, Xander mused, squinting his eyes. Although the puppet's attack did not harm the Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt, Herman suffered terribly. In the clash between the puppet's attack and the Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt's defense, Herman trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. The backlash from the terrifying attack proved too much for him. Patriarch. Why would the Patriarch be overpowered? Someone cried out. Damn it, this is impossible. The Patriarch, who resided in the third heaven, was so mighty and terrifying. How could he be overpowered? Where did Xander obtain such a horrifying thing? Could it really be that the Patriarch couldn't match this puppet, even with the Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt? Everyone else could only watch helplessly, astonished. They couldn't believe that their revered Patriarch, the last bastion of support, showed such a huge disparity compared to Jalen's puppet. Even with the assistance of the Supreme Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt, Herman was still forced to retreat bleeding from a single strike. How could he be an opponent? Herman's pupils constricted in shock. Despite being just at the beginning stage of the third heaven, Jalen's puppet seemed as formidable as if it were at its peak. What kind of monstrous creation was this? Where on earth did Xander find such a puppet? Herman was utterly baffled. Rumors had always said that the Lord of Chongping was of mysterious origins and limitless means. Now Xander casually wielded such a terrifying puppet, leading many to suspect there was indeed a formidable organization backing him up. Xander, this must be a misunderstanding. Let's. Misunderstanding my ass. Attack. Herman, filled with worry, no longer wanted to fight, partly due to fear of the hidden strength behind Xander, and partly because he knew he truly couldn't resist Jalen's puppet. But Xander wouldn't let it slide. His people had died. As the leader, he had to stand up for them. Otherwise, how could he ensure peace in Chongping? Thus, Xander ordered Jalen's puppet to launch more fierce attacks. The puppet charged forward once again, shattering the sky with each terrifying assault, like a wolf devouring prey, aiming straight for Herman. Herman cursed inwardly, feeling both enraged and afraid. Knowing he couldn't win against Xander, he shifted the Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt into defensive mode, enveloping himself in a protective shield. No matter how ferocious Jalen's puppet was, it couldn't break through the Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt's defense. Indeed, a magnificent treasure. Terrifying in offense, solid in defense, he thought. Xander, Your mechanical puppet is impressive, but don't think you can crush me with it alone. Perhaps you should retract your hostility. We needn't continue this futile battle. Let's sit down and talk things through peacefully. The 100-fathom sword fragment, Iman, traveled to Chongping and oppressed its people, massacring thousands. I've heard of this. The Cloud Mountain Sword Academy has indeed acted improperly and will offer recompense. As the Lord of Chongping, do you wish to wage war against the whole world? We can offer our apologies. Lord of Chongping, can you show some magnanimity? Let bygones be bygones. All grievances erased, and from henceforth, we wish to form a deep friendship with Chongping. What do you say? Under the protection of the cloud lightning barrier, Herman shouted these words, offering the greatest concession he could think of. But it was all in vain. No matter how great Herman's concessions, they didn't sway Xander's resolve. Jalen's puppet continued its relentless assault. Seeing this, Herman's tone grew increasingly manic. Xander, are you truly set on wiping out the Cloud Mountain Sword Academy? Xander chuckled coldly. To the death? Old man, you flatter yourself. Do you even look in the mirror? Do you honestly think you deserve to negotiate with me? You fool, did you really think I came here to extort benefits from the Cloud Mountain Sword Academy? I'll tell you right now, I'm here for one reason. To warn the world that anyone who dares touch the people of Chongping will pay a heavy price. And the Cloud Mountain Sword Academy serves as the perfect example. Hearing Xander's resolute voice, Herman's face turned increasingly grim, his anxiety mounting. There was no way around it. He was merely at the beginning of the third heaven and could barely operate the Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt fully. The ultimate of ultimates was simply beyond his control. At best, he could maintain this stalemate for a little while longer. But eventually, if Xander didn't leave, he would exhaust himself with severe consequences. So, Herman offered one final plea. Xander, take the Cloud Mountain Thunderbolt, the supreme treasure, and spare the innocent of the Cloud Mountain Sword Academy. Xander laughed even louder. Innocent? When Amon brought the 100-fathom sword fragment to Chongping, did he consider sparing the innocent people there? You call yourselves noble, yet you're cowards who prey on the weak. Today, you will learn the consequences of bullying the weak. Jalen's puppet pressed its relentless assault until finally, Herman reached his limit and exploded in defeat. Patriarch. No. The Patriarch is dead. Patriarch. With Herman's death, despair spread throughout the Cloud Mountain Sword Academy, fear dominating their hearts. Lord. Mercy. We submit to Lord. Spare us. Beg mercy, Lord. These people actually begged for mercy and submitted themselves. Xander threw back his head and laughed. Good, good, good. What a prestigious and righteous sect. What a great Cloud Mountain Sword Academy. With your morals, do you truly deserve to exist in this world? Xianxia's barrier was shaken by Jalen's puppet, which instantly unleashed its power. Xander raised his head to look at the sky, while beneath him, the masses wailed. I am the Lord of Chongping. Those who follow me should take pride in it. Hearing these murmurs, Derek, from afar, felt a tremor in his heart. His respect for Xander grew even deeper. After the massacre ended, Derek was already numb. But he still had tasks to perform under Xander's orders. He was instructed to gather the treasures and then command Jalen's puppet to level the Cloud Mountain Sword Academy over a 10,000-mile radius. Translation maintained the original tone, style, and structure as requested. The storyline and logic are coherent with the previous content. Chapter 2:14, Cosmetic Surgery. This time, Xander was dead serious about his objective. He wanted to reclaim the factory and make everyone understand that the people of Chongping weren't to be trifled with. Whoever dared touch Chongping would have to pay the price. Any other gains were merely additional benefits. After all, if he didn't take them, they would just go to the scavengers who came for the spoils. So why not take them himself? Herman, as the old ancestor of Yunshan Sword Academy, was powerful, truly powerful. After all, this was someone at the third stage of the Triple Heaven Realm, even if it was just the initial level. But even Herman had died. Not even the Yunshan Shocking Thunder could save him. It was because of Xander's overwhelming fortune. Of course, Herman got what he deserved. If Yunshan Sword Academy hadn't initially dismissed Suki, things might not have escalated as they did. The repeated provocations towards Xander were the main reasons for Herman's death and the downfall of Yunshan Sword Academy. When Herman died, a book named Yunshan Military Tactics dropped during his funeral rite. After being upgraded tenfold by the system, it became a perfected military tactic manual. It seemed rather ordinary on the surface, but after enhancement, it was anything but. Dexter dropped high-quality crystal coins worth tens of millions after his funeral rite, which also doubled after the system's enhancement. This was a substantial amount. Naturally, this was from a second Heaven Realm powerhouse. Upon reflection, Xander felt he lost out a bit. There were also cultivation levels gained from funerals, which were particularly beneficial for Xander's current talent, far surpassing the benefits of regular resources like Coiled Dragon Hot Pot. Xander's mood remained buoyant as he reached the 18th mountain range. His happiness wasn't over yet. This time, he had extraordinary luck. Several consecutive funeral rites provided him with cultivation energy, significantly boosting his strength. He ascended to the 19th mountain range, first stage. With Xander's innate potential and assets like the Primal Gemstone and the Absolute Space Tyrant Dragon Cannon, his combat power could easily rival anyone in the Mountain Realm, including those in the first or second Heaven Realms. This massive haul included spiritual weapons, a testament to Yunshan Sword Academy's wealth. Huang-grade spiritual weapons were abundant, including top-tier items like the Yunshan Shocking Thunder. Besides material gains, there were intangible benefits too. Every top-tier force's funeral rite made Xander stronger. Others' feelings aside, Xander was quite pleased. However, the significant harvest also sparked the thought of changing his weapon. The Great Moon Disc was excellent, but paled compared to the Yunshan Shocking Thunder. Merging them wouldn't be cost-effective, as it would downgrade the Yunshan Shocking Thunder's quality. Moreover, the Great Moon Disc was indispensable to Xander's identity as Clement. Using it was necessary to maintain his separate identities and keep his true self hidden. Then, Xander faced another issue. As Clement, he couldn't openly use the Yunshan Shocking Thunder, as it would raise suspicions linking him to the Lord of Chongping. So, how should he handle this? Just as Xander hesitated, the system offered an option. The system suggested disguising the Yunshan Shocking Thunder to look like the Great Moon Disk by spending white values, thereby maintaining both effectiveness and anonymity. Though expensive, it would solve Xander's dilemma. 10 million. What? 10 million? You call yourself a helpful cotton-padded vest? But Xander had no choice. Even though it hurt, he needed the transformation. The storage ring from Yunshan Sword Academy provided more than enough white values for the transformation and other necessities. Very well done. With one blink, Xander obtained over 100 million white values. Compared to that, 10 million was insignificant. Although white values accumulated quickly, they also spent faster. For now, the 10 million was used solely for transforming the Yunshan Shocking Thunder. The transformation gave Xander complete control over the weapon and enhanced his combat power dramatically. Now, the problem remained with other spiritual weapons. Under dual detection, Xander carefully selected a uniquely styled sword, the Sawtooth Sword. It was incredibly ostentatious, resembling solidified flowing lava with black threads intertwined within, like cracks in the endless abyss. This was a yellow-grade spirit weapon, not of high rank but with excellent attributes, carrying a destructive aura that could unleash endless power. This one will do, Xander decided. He used the other unusable spirit weapons as materials, forcibly boosting this destructive aura to its peak. Naturally, this resulted in a pile of wasted resources, which he bid farewell to once again. No matter, he was used to it. Over time, it had become second nature to him. Destruction's Edge. A Huang-grade spirit weapon, wasn't of high rank but had excellent attributes, exuding a destructive aura that could unleash endlessly. He chose this one. Xander used other unusable spirit weapons as materials to forcefully elevate Destruction's Edge to its peak. Naturally, he bid farewell to another pile of white values in the process. It didn't matter. He was used to it. When something becomes a habit, it feels natural. Miles carefully examined and selected, using dual detection methods, and picked out a sword with a unique design, a serrated sword. Its appearance was very ornate, resembling flowing magma frozen in three-dimensional patterns, with threads of black intertwined within, evoking the cracks of an endless abyss. This was a yellow-grade spirit weapon, not of high rank but with excellent attributes, imbued with a destructive aura that could unleash endless devastation. He decided this one would suffice. Miles used the other less useful spirit weapons as materials, forcing this destructive blade to its peak potential. Naturally, this process consumed a large amount of base value, which he had to part with. No matter, he was used to it. Over time, he had grown accustomed to this routine. Chapter 215. Chongping, a debt must be repaid. After thoroughly ransacking Yunshan Sword Academy, if Xander had left early, the entire 10,000-mile radius around Yunshan Sword Academy would have been flattened. However, Xander wasn't in a rush to leave. He hoped to wait for news to spread. Yunshan Sword Academy, as one of the top forces in Chui Peak territory, suddenly vanishing would undoubtedly be big news that would shock everyone. The entire Chui Peak territory would be astounded. Even vast Hongtu would tremble at this news. In a few days, people would surely come to confirm whether Yunshan Sword Academy was truly destroyed. Xander intended to wait for these people and tell them a fact. Chongping is not a place where just anyone can act recklessly. Yunshan Sword Academy is the best proof of this. Those who dare to use violence or take rash actions against Chongping will meet a similar fate. After Yunshan Sword Academy was obliterated by Xander, others, even if they were fools, would learn from this experience. Moreover, he needed to focus on his cultivation while waiting for Theodore Hotpot to enhance his power. Yunshan Sword Academy had tens of thousands of disciples. Though their cultivation realms were far weaker compared to Xander's current strength, even small gains add up over time. With the help of Theodore Hotpot, his cultivation progress was faster than ever before. Xander immersed himself in cultivation. He genuinely enjoyed the process, undisturbed by external events. Time flowed by unnoticed. Before long, the area outside Yunshan Sword Academy, which had been devastated by the battle, was teeming with cultivators who came to investigate. Upon seeing the scene firsthand, they were filled with disbelief. Good heavens! Yunshan Sword Academy, the top force in Chui Peak territory, was gone just like that? Was Xander, the ruler of Chongping, really that powerful? This is too terrifying. Yunshan Sword Academy had a 1,000-year legacy and immense strength. How could it fall to one person, Xander? When Xander is angered, Yunshan Sword Academy must perish. This is unbelievable and incomprehensible. I heard Yunshan Sword Academy had supreme spirit weapons. Could it not stand against the ruler of Chongping? The exact details are unknown. Even so, it seems that no single person could match Xander. Is Xander still human? He's unbelievably strong. Scary. Absolutely terrifying. The sudden demise of Yunshan Sword Academy shocked everyone. Who could believe that a top force was single-handedly destroyed? But the specifics were unknown. They wished they could travel back in time and witness the destruction of Yunshan Sword Academy themselves to see just how powerful Xander was. However, Xander was focused solely on cultivation, with Theodore Hotpot continuously assisting him. In the end, this brought him to the mid-stage of the 19th Mountain Realm, a very rapid advancement. His cultivation speed was shocking enough to astonish the world. It was time to end his seclusion. As soon as he finished, Xander summoned Derek, the only person available to assist him. Was there any significant movement during my seclusion? Derek nodded. Lord, after news of Yunshan Sword Academy's destruction spread, many people came to investigate. Now they are gathered outside. Among them are representatives of major forces. Also, Lord, Yunshan Sword Academy, being a top force in Chui Peak territory, has deep ties with Xianxia. Xander nodded. Xianxia is known as a colossus, far more powerful than a regional top force like Yunshan Sword Academy. Only organizations like Honglong Spirit Academy can compare. Derek nodded again. Correct, Lord. Only other colossi can match a colossus. Forces like Jiangqing, Honglong Spirit Academy, Baitian Sect, and Beihai Clementsong are titans that can face each other. Beneath them, everyone else is but ants. Even their minor lineages are as formidable as Yunshan Sword Academy. Derek's voice trembled slightly. He was worried about Xander destroying Yunshan Sword Academy. Would Jiangqing seek revenge? Though Yunshan Sword Academy was insignificant to Jiangqing, it bore its name. Knowing it was a lineage of Jiangqing, yet attacking it openly, isn't this disregarding Jiangqing's authority? If Jiangqing uses this as an excuse to attack Chongping, it might not be as easy to handle. Xander chuckled. Don't worry so much. Jiangqing is just a colossus, not invincible. One day, Jiangqing may not fare better than Yunshan Sword Academy. Hearing this, Derek's heart raced. Xander didn't fear Jiangqing. Indeed, Xander was mysterious and awe-inspiring, unpredictable. After confirming the downfall of Yunshan Sword Academy and defending Chongping, Xander publicly departed in a spaceship under everyone's watchful eyes. Upon returning to Chongping, a subordinate reported to him, Lord, someone from Fenglai family has arrived. Fenglai family, originally shrouded in mystery, now came unexpectedly. This saved Xander considerable effort. Xander blinked, curious about Fenglai family's sudden connection to him. Why did they, who claimed to be reclusive, suddenly intervene to save Trent and Anatole? Bring them in. The subordinate left, and soon a group entered the hall. Leading them was someone resembling a teacher, merely at the initial stage of the first heaven realm, nothing to fear for Xander's current strength. Compared to Yunshan Sword Academy's core elders, this person was weak. But in comparison to other reclusive families like Huangwu family or Hualiangzhang family, they were formidable. No wonder rumors said Fenglai family was the most mysterious and powerful. There were 2 women with him, an adult and a young girl. So, 3 generations? And then, familiar faces greeted him. Lord. Young master. Anatole and Trent bowed, shamefaced. You're safe, that's all that matters. You don't need to feel guilty. Iman treated my Chongping citizens as ants. I've already destroyed Yunshan Sword Academy and avenged the fallen souls. Your survival is a great fortune. What? Yunshan Sword Academy was already gone? Trent and Anatole were stunned. The world changed too quickly. Though the Fenglai family members maintained calm expressions, they were internally shaken. Even with Simone's predictions, the reality was still startling. Xander was truly formidable. To destroy a top-tier force like Yunshan Sword Academy was beyond comprehension. After this ordeal, please rest well. Go now. I need to thank these benefactors. Once his companions left, Xander smiled. I'm grateful for Fenglai family's timely assistance. If not, Iman's cruelty would have cost me greatly. Davon Lord is too kind. It was a small matter. Even without our help, your guards' indestructible bodies could protect you. Ultimately, my intervention was unnecessary. Xander shook his head. Flesh is but a narrow vessel. How can it resist the power to crush? My Chongping prides itself on peace and knows the weight of gratitude. Since the Fenglai family has acted with righteousness, if there is ever a need, as the ruler of Chongping, I will surely reciprocate. Xander's straightforward words made Crane somewhat embarrassed. This visit is indeed about a matter that disturbs you. Please speak. Sir, are you aware of the 2 openings of the Beilang Huidam? Our Fenglai family has come here to ask for your assistance in rescuing one of our ancestors from within the Beilang Huidam. In return, we are willing to offer the best of the best as compensation. The best of the best, offering such formidable spirit weapons as a reward. Just how remarkable must this ancestor be? Crane's words carried significant weight. Xander understood the gravity of the request. The best of the best implied treasures or resources of unparalleled value. Clearly, the ancestor they sought to rescue was someone of immense importance to the Fenglai family. Yet, Xander remained calm and composed. He knew that the Beilang Huidam was no ordinary place. It was filled with dangers and powerful entities. Still, he had to weigh his options carefully. Beilang Huidam, a perilous realm, Xander mused aloud. Tell me more about this ancestor and why rescuing them is so crucial. Crane nodded gravely, understanding the seriousness of the situation. He proceeded to explain the details, hoping to gain Xander's support for their cause. As the conversation unfolded, Xander realized that this was not just a simple rescue mission. It involved deep-seated ties, and perhaps even greater stakes than he initially imagined. The Fenglai family's willingness to offer such a valuable reward indicated just how vital this ancestor was to their lineage. In the end, Xander needed time to deliberate. He respected the Fenglai family's gesture and recognized the significance of mutual aid. However, he also knew that venturing into the Beilang Huidam would not be without risks. For now, he promised to consider the request thoroughly before making any commitments. Chapter 216. This friendship, I shall keep. The Fenglai family is actually a descendant of an ancient divine clan. The remnants of the Fenglai clan? They do have quite an impressive background. Being of divine lineage, it's no wonder they are so mysterious and could offer the supreme among superlatives as compensation. However, there does seem to be a difference between the divine clans and the Fenglai family. What exactly are the divine clans? As the name suggests, all divine clans have divine-level figures within their families. These existences are beyond the heavenly realm. Their status transcends ordinary humans. Be it in terms of lifespan, soul, or destiny, none of these can be comprehended by common folk. Thus, those who transcend the understanding of mortals are considered deities. Each divine clan has at least such a glorious existence. However, the Fenglai divine clan is too ancient. The ancient Fenglai divine clan had long declined in the face of history's ruthlessness and no longer possessed its past glory. Even so, as one of the last remnants of the once mighty Fenglai divine clan, and one of the 9 hidden families of Xintian Zhouhai, the Fenglai family still inherits a rich legacy and profound depth. But for the Fenglai family to have ancestors in the Beilang Huidam? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? The Beilang Huidam? What kind of place is that? It cannot be described by mere 10,000 years. It was a flourishing nation close to 100,000 years ago. If the Fenglai family's ancestors were trapped in the Bailang Huidam, even if they entered at a certain point later on, the family's inheritance would definitely exceed 10,000 years by now. Yet, the patriarch of the Fenglai family, Argyle, looks very frail. Could it be that divine blessings never fell upon them? Or perhaps, this Fenglai family, which is older than the Yunshan Sword Academy, used another method to evade divine blessings. If there is indeed such a means, then it would certainly be worth seeing. Xander's thoughts raced, but he smiled. Rescue? Heh, this should naturally be no problem. The Bailang Huidam from 100,000 years ago has always been sealed. Now that there's a chance to explore it, I won't miss out. But I cannot guarantee success. After all, the Bailang Huidam is extremely perilous. It undoubtedly harbors extremely terrifying things. I will go, but whether I can successfully bring back the Fenglai family's ancestors depends on fate. At that time, if I fail, please do not blame me. Upon hearing this, Argyle, Sylvia, and Leanne all looked delighted. Greatness of Lord Davon, we believe in your strength. All depend on the might of Lord Davon. Thank you for lending us a hand, Lord Davon. The Fenglai family's certainty was naturally tied to the exploration methods passed down through their family lineage. With Leanne's insight, they had only recently come to Chongping, because, as Leanne said, fortune comes, the revival starts with Fenglai. In plain language, the Fenglai family is destined for revival, provided they find a noble benefactor. Where is this benefactor? In Chongping. So, amidst the vast expanse of Chongping, after careful deliberation, they concluded that Xander, the master of Chongping, was the predestined benefactor, and the one who could help the Fenglai family regain its former glory. With Xander's assistance, this journey to the Bailang Huidam would surely rescue their ancestors. To say that the Fenglai family had more confidence in Xander than Xander himself was not an exaggeration. Seeing the smiles on the faces of the Fenglai family members, Xander blinked, recalling something. Clan leader Fenglai, I've heard that a map depicting the resting place of the Blackbone Mountain demon Hoyt Moluo is split in two, with half held by your family. Is this rumor true? If it's true, is the map still intact? Moluo demon Hoyt's map? Argyle was puzzled. He thought about it seriously but became even more baffled. Lord Davon, since I became clan leader, I have never heard of this. Our Fenglai family has such a thing hidden away? A map depicting Moluo demon Hoyt's resting place? Xander was equally baffled. No? What did this mean? Was Kelvin lying to him? Xander narrowed his eyes, already feeling murderous towards Kelvin. Several times, this bastard has been deceiving him, treating him like a pushover. Regarding Kelvin, he had decided to take action. Handler, wait. The map of Moluo demon Hoyt, is indeed in our Fenglai family? Just as Xander had devised 20 ways to eliminate Kelvin, Leanne interrupted unexpectedly. Xander was stunned again, looking at Argyle. Argyle was even more puzzled, looking at Leanne. What? I mean, the map depicting Moluo demon Hoyt's resting place is indeed kept by our Fenglai family. Leanne repeated. Argyle's eyes widened. Impossible. I've been the clan leader for hundreds of years. Every item in the family treasury is accounted for. While we do have maps, the one guiding to Moluo demon Hoyt's resting place, even if it's just half a map, I've never seen it. Argyle was definite because it was true. Though he was only at the initial stage of the first heaven, his memory was reliable. Handler, I just said that the map exists, but I didn't say it was stored in the family treasury. Argyle frowned, growing more confused. Then where is the map? Far away yet near. It's right with Sister Ling. Huh, here? Next to her, Sylvia was also perplexed. How do I not know I have half a map? Sylvia searched through her storage equipment, piece by piece, but there was indeed no map. Such an item should be noticeable. Just as they grew more puzzled, Xander suddenly acted, drawing out a sword directly. An ordinary yellow-grade spiritual weapon, it was a gift Argyle gave Sylvia when she came of age. Could Moluo demon Hoyt's map be inside this sword? Who would think to hide a map in a sword? Xander opened the mechanism of the sword and found a map indeed. Looking at the half map, both Sylvia and Argyle were speechless. It's just a map, isn't it? And only half. Indeed. Xander's eyes lit up. Does this look like Moluo demon Hoyt's map? Exactly, this is precisely what I was seeking. Xander found it amusing. The map guiding to Moluo demon Hoyt's lair was similar to a treasure map. As a former demon Hoyt and lord of the Blackbone Mountains, Moluo must have been wealthy. But this treasure map seemed not highly regarded by the Fenglai family. Do you mind parting with this map? I am willing to trade it for a superior grade yellow spiritual weapon. Argyle merely smiled. It's just an insignificant item. If Lord wants it, take it. Consider it a gift from the Fenglai family. Xander nodded. I acknowledge the friendship of the Fenglai family. For a friend's matter, I, Xander, will do my best. Xander spoke earnestly. In this regard, he was somewhat old-fashioned. Shortly after, the Fenglai family left. Xander pieced together the map immediately. It was still set in the East Ocean, but the details were much clearer. Surprisingly, these detailed routes ultimately formed a strange creature. A monster? What kind of origin? Xander didn't recognize it, and needed to ask Desmond for information. That guy was always well-versed in peculiar knowledge. Calling the messenger of burial, before leaving, Xander needed to enhance these people's combat abilities, so they wouldn't be overpowered easily. At that moment, Desmond transmitted urgently, Heaven brother, quickly, the Shenluo Hoytdam's people are here, claiming revenge, and these bastards have brought along unbreakable guards. The people from the Shenluo Hoytdam, what a surprise. They're the perfect addition to the feast at the Dragon Realm table. But what are these unbreakable guards? Hashtag chapter 217. Nyodaden. There was no time now to teleport or charge into the Dragon Realm. Even if Xander had a lightning charge, it wouldn't make a difference. But there was no need to worry. Fortunately, Xander had his own methods. Before returning, Xander deliberately left a clone behind, just in case he couldn't make it in time. Now, it was the perfect moment to use this clone. Xander closed his eyes and sent his consciousness far away, directly connecting to the clone. At this moment, inside the dragon's secret realm, there were corpses. Piles of them, like an exhibition of some twisted artist's work. But these weren't artworks. They were Xander's sustenance. These bodies were the result of Adiel and Jadenfern's hard work over the past period. Great brothers. And the quality of these corpses was quite high, with some even belonging to second-tier Heaven's Realm cultivators. But even second-tier Heaven's Realm cultivators couldn't withstand group attacks. Clearly, this time they must have encountered an unsolvable problem that required his immediate attention. Even second-tier Heaven's Realm cultivators rushed to their deaths. The charm of the Dark Sea and Moon indeed knew no bounds. The plan for the Dragon Realm was overwhelmingly successful. Just then, a massive commotion erupted deep within the Dragon Realm. Obviously, there were strong beings engaged in fierce battles. As expected, Xander reached out, gathered all the corpses, and headed straight to the location. Adiel and Jadenfern looked tense. However, both of their cultivation speeds were not much slower than Xander's. Adiel was already at the initial stage of the 19th mountain peak, with a lifespan stretching to tens of thousands of years. Damn, even heaven didn't want this kid to die. As for Jadenfern, he stood at the peak of the mountain realm, only needing a slight nudge to enter the heaven realm. But even though both were currently 19th mountain peak cultivators, they could only stand idly by, unable to participate in the ongoing battle. They saw that deep within the Dragon Realm, there were over a dozen powerful figures clashing with the E-Lord puppets. Among the dozen individuals, 3 were formidable existences from the second-tier Heaven's Realm. Their identities were Hiroshi, the old ancestor of the Divine Luo Hoitdom, Howard, the head of the Southern Shore Divine Luo Guard, and a member of the Unreachable Guards, Nyodaden. What? Nyodaden? What a rough name. Among the 3, Hiroshi had the highest cultivation, being at the peak of the second-tier Heaven's Realm. Howard and Nyodaden were merely at the initial stage of the second-tier Heaven's Realm. Still, it was impossible for them to match the invincible realm of the E-Lord puppets. However, these 3 had some assistance. Hiroshi wielded a top-grade yellow-grade spirit weapon, allowing him to engage in combat with the E-Lord puppet. With Howard and Nyodaden joining in, the battle became deadlocked. Xander flashed behind Adiel and Jadenfern. Nyodaden? What a rough name. Who are these unreachable guards? Upon hearing this, Adiel and Jadenfern turned around and smiled. Heavenly Guest, you've finally come. How could one put it? When Heavenly Guest arrived, they felt reassured. Naturally, they couldn't help but smile. Adiel continued explaining. Heavenly Guest, the unreachable guards are shrouded in mystery and extremely powerful. It's said that every member is a prodigy in various types of strong individuals. Their purpose is to prevent unjust actions. In simpler terms, they're a group of brain-damaged justice fanatics. The most annoying thing is, it seems these brain-damaged folks are favored by heaven. Rumor has it that doing justice things, like slaying demons and safeguarding righteousness, genuinely makes them stronger. Damn, who knows where the Divine Luo Hoitdom found these unreachable guards? This Nyodaden started spouting nonsense about eliminating us, Beast Trio, and protecting the Heavenly Emperor's peace. Are they brain-dead or what? With us 3 around, the world is getting more peaceful, right? You're the one talking nonsense. Adiel's shamelessness knew no bounds. However, the unreachable guards could indeed become stronger through righteous deeds. This organization was clearly filled with hot-headed justice zealots. Moreover, they were specifically targeting their trio. Alright, since you made such boasts, let me test your strength. Xander summoned a third-tier Heaven's level E-Lord puppet. The E-Lord puppet's eyes lit up, unleashing a terrifying blow that sent Nyodaden flying. So weak. Not surprising, really. After all, even other third-tier Heavens would find it hard to withstand such a strike. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be dead? Xander's pupils constricted, surprised. The E-Lord puppet's devastating blow did indeed send Nyodaden flying, but he rose without a scratch. Damn, who the hell ambushed me? Xander was stunned. Do you have a system, or something, or perhaps a primal gem? How can your body be so tough? Xander had seen many extraordinary things here. He hadn't seen any cultivator like this, except maybe the funeral messenger. A hit from a third-tier Heavens leaving no scratch. It was as if the attack did 0 damage. This is why I said they're tough. The members of the unreachable guards are freaks, each with bizarre physical prowess. Ordinary attacks barely affect them, Adiel said admiringly. Nyodaden, despite being at the initial stage of the second-tier Heavens realm, has a physical strength comparable to a demigod. Adiel sighed admiringly. He felt a mix of admiration and intense disgust toward the unreachable guards. If possible, he would have killed Nyodaden while praising his abilities. On par with a demigod? Damn, that's impressive. Damn Beast Trio, I'll chase you down. Nyodaden suddenly roared, wielding a huge sword and rushing forward. Xander raised his hand, and a terrifying spirit weapon shot out, sending Nyodaden flying again. But once more, he got up as if nothing happened, charging back. I am Justice. By the name of Justice, I'll kill all you bastards. Xander was shocked. Were you hatched from a tortoise egg? How resilient can you be? As the giant sword approached, Xander didn't dodge. Instead, he used the time seal. What? Nyodaden tried to struggle, but his body remained immobilized. What did you do to me? Beast. Xander chuckled. Why be so nasty? I just heard your body is pretty strong. So, you think you can kill me? Nyodaden was indeed foolishly brave, remaining defiant even at this moment. Xander shook his head. Son brother, the spear? The spear flew over, and Xander caught it. Nyodaden's pupils contracted. Divine blood? Impossible. Xander smiled. There's nothing impossible under the sky. Chapter 218. Strong flesh, yet only so much. Fuiza's flesh was indeed very daring. After all, to be able to withstand such a terrifying spiritual weapon of the utmost rank and scathed was no mean feat. To say that his resilience approached that of a demigod was not an exaggeration at all. However, no matter how excellent one's physical prowess might be, unless it was truly invincible, there would always be a weakness. Abner's spear wasn't of the utmost grade on its own, but this spear was stained with divine blood. Divine blood carried an innate advantage. Anything that could slay gods could certainly break defenses. Xander exerted all his strength. The spear transformed into a flying dragon, piercing straight into Fuize's flesh. No matter how formidable Fuize's body was, comparable to a demigod, it could not resist being instantly pierced through. You. Fuize's pupils trembled, but his body was restrained by the time seal. He had no way to resist or escape. All he could do was watch helplessly as Xander repeatedly thrust the spear into him. One thrust, another thrust. With successive strikes, his body disintegrated in blood and flesh. Fuize's aura rapidly weakened. Yet, Xander's movements became increasingly swift. Your body rivals that of a demigod? Truly impressive, but still not enough. Why didn't you just stick to upholding justice? Why did you have to show off in front of us three? Fuize's eyes turned bloodshot, but before he could finish speaking, the spear pierced through his throat. I know what you want to say. You probably think that after your death, your organization, the Unbreakable Defenders, will avenge you. But do you really think I would be afraid? If the Unbreakable Defenders dare to come after me, I can assure you they will become history. Don't die yet. Enrico suddenly appeared beside Fuize and clutched his head. The Earth-Water True Spirit technique activated. Suck. Soon, Fuize became a dried-up corpse. Enrico then smacked his lips contentedly. TCH, such thick health points, even with so many holes, he managed to cling on for a while. Xander nodded. Enrico's gaze shifted to the others. Now it's your turn. With Edarin Puppet joining the fray at the level of 3rd Heaven, Hiroshi, Arlie, and other experts of 1st Heaven stood no chance against them. Even Fuize, who could withstand considerable damage, fell prey to a critical flaw. A spear stained with divine blood left him riddled with holes. Thus, the battle turned decisively in an instant. The momentum was overwhelming, like a crumbling wall drawing in more force. Run! Hiroshi cried out, using secret techniques to retreat hastily. But Xander was faster, and with a single spear thrust, he pinned Hiroshi down. Arlie, left unsupported, was directly killed by Edarin Puppet in one move. TSK, pity. But not too much. Who knows how long these old men have lived? Probably not much longer. Enrico shook his head, not feeling particularly regretful. Xander chuckled. Even if these two had many years left, their deaths were inconsequential. Enrico now possessed tens of thousands of years of lifespan. Losing a few wouldn't matter. Returning the spear to Abner, Xander said. Well then, brothers, let's start dividing up. They had worked hard for this moment. If not for wealth, who would willingly risk life and limb? Abner and Enrico smiled. No moment was as joyous as the harvest. Following the usual procedure, Abner performed rites over the bodies, while Xander collected them. Next, they divided the Sea of Darkness Morning Moon. Just as agreed, 1 petal each, no more, no less. Xander carefully handed out the petals. Now both Enrico and Abner were at the 19th peak, almost within reach of the heavenly realm. The Sea of Darkness Morning Moon offered significant assistance. Not only did it enhance combat abilities, but it also provided ample resources for breakthroughs. Indeed, it had numerous benefits. The only drawback was its scarcity and the fact that it couldn't be consumed excessively. Still, such a treasure was extremely valuable, attracting many powerful beings and even those of the heavenly realm to risk their lives. Devanshan, you keep your word. What are you talking about? Has Devanshan ever been stingy? They laughed and carefully stored the petals from the Sea of Darkness Morning Moon. Don't forget Kelvin's share, remember to give it to him. We must always act sincerely. Enrico nodded. Sure. Abner looked around. This Dragon Realm event has gone on long enough. Besides, 1st Heaven is not appealing anymore. 2nd Heaven corpses would be better. Soon, the seal on the Northern Wolf Hoyt Dome will open, and I plan to go there. If you're interested, we can hit another big score there. Xander responded. Enrico agreed. True, staying in the Dragon Realm too long invites suspicion. It's time to leave. After the Dragon Realm, we'll take a break and meet again in the Northern Wolf Hoyt Dome. Hope the land of 10,000 years ago proves rich indeed. Enrico chuckled. Clearly, the ancient buried corpses in the Northern Wolf Hoyt Dome would soon see daylight under Enrico's assistance. Abner concluded. So until then, Northern Wolf Hoyt Dome. Xander nodded. See you in the Northern Wolf Hoyt Dome. Xander left first, followed by Enrico and Abner after dealing with the Dragon Realm, vanishing quietly. The once highly sought-after Dragon Realm disappeared as mysteriously as it began. Xander teleported back to Chongping and immediately dealt with the bodies. Sealing. Congratulations, Master, for successfully sending Fuize's body for burial. You receive the Light Extinguishing Technique. With a tenfold boost, you also obtain the Glory Technique. As for Hiroshi and Arlie, one provided merit points, the other added cultivation levels, still beneficial. Most others provided nothing. For 1st Heaven corpses, burial was unnecessary. They weren't worthy. Instead, they were tossed into the coiling dragon hot pot for a hearty stew. Stewing took time, so Xander inspected the Glory Technique. The Glory Technique was an immensely divine power. Once upon a time, a celestial prodigy discovered a divine technique and created the Light Extinguishing Technique. Since then, physical prowess reigned supreme, defeating countless strong opponents. The Glory Technique held glory. All treasures, divine weapons, various precious materials could be harnessed for personal enhancement, making one stronger. What the heck? An immensely divine technique? Wasn't even the Light Extinguishing Technique comparable to an Emperor-level skill? Damn, were the Unbreakable Defenders that powerful? An Emperor-level divine technique popular like gymnastics, everyone knew it. This organization must be horrifying. Xander could only think of the undying organization where Enrico belonged. Facing the Unbreakable Defenders now caused him a headache. His current attacks couldn't penetrate their defenses. It was his first time encountering an unbreakable defense, but Abner's spear gave him hope. If divine blood was so effective, then imperial or even immortal blood would be even better, though only a drop or two of such powerful beings' blood could fit non-ordinary weapons. Xander squinted. It seemed he had to visit Limited City again. Shopping would make his weapons even more formidable. Chapter 219. The Flawless Immortal. However, if he wanted to go to Finite City, there was something that needed addressing: currency. While he could pretend to be the supreme great spirit and receive benefits, the system had already made it clear that freeloading wasn't possible in Finite City. So he must avoid freeloading, starting with himself. But the problem was, Xander didn't have the required currency for Finite City either. What was he supposed to do? Master, would you like to exchange for currency? Xander's expression was somewhat stiff. He really didn't know what to say now. The system was truly both caring and ruthless, making it hard to hate or love. But why hadn't the system mentioned this currency exchange feature earlier? How exactly would the exchange work? 1 year of lifespan for one supreme crystal coin. However, a supreme crystal coin was the smallest denomination of currency in Finite City. The prices in Finite City were mostly calculated in spirit coins, and even higher denominations included spirit stones. So, exchanging 1 year for one coin was indeed somewhat disadvantageous. If he really wanted to buy something significant in Finite City, even draining someone like Hugo, who had tens of thousands of years of lifespan, might not suffice. However, Xander only intended to upgrade the Great Moon Disk in his possession. This item, considered supreme by mortals, might be so common in Finite City that it wouldn't draw a second glance. Thus, upgrading it shouldn't cost too much. With this confidence, Xander felt ready to visit Finite City. Though his lifespan couldn't compare to Hugo's, it was still quite long. Adding the discount from the Great Spirit Scroll should make things manageable. Finite City, no matter how many times he visited, always felt overwhelmingly vast. The place was so enormous that it made one question whether it was truly finite. Supreme. As soon as Xander arrived, Fairy Kira was waiting, accompanied by another formidable individual, someone far more powerful than Fairy Kira. Cristobal, the guardian of Jade Emerald Pavilion. Cristobal of the Song family, prostrating before the Supreme. Cristobal knelt down very smoothly, almost eagerly. To kneel before the Supreme was an honor, especially being used by the Supreme, which brought glory to the entire Song family. Xander blinked but didn't see any familiar faces. Don't kneel anymore. Formalities are heavy. Where is Baker? Hasn't the matter in Beichong World been settled yet? Kira lowered her head. Supreme, the enemies of the Baker clan in Beichong World have been eliminated. However, the clan experienced upheaval and lost its guardian, requiring some time to manage family matters before returning to Finite City. Xander nodded. As long as they are safe. He hasn't seen his family in a long time. Perhaps his descendants will barely recognize him. It's good for him to see and spend time with them, fulfilling his duties as an elder. Find a master smith to upgrade a small object. This requires professional handling. Understood. Kira tapped her finger, sending a stream of light flying out, while Xander boarded the spaceship heading for Cloud Ascending Pavilion. Cloud Ascending Pavilion, the most exalted place, where someone was already waiting. A powerful immortal, but surprisingly humble. Seeing Xander, he immediately prostrated on the ground. Jack prostrates before the Supreme. Incredibly respectful, infinitely devout, he trembled from excitement. Great Spirit Supreme. To actually have the chance to meet and serve the Great Spirit was an unparalleled fortune. His fate was changed just by receiving instructions from the Supreme. Jack, in the future, would tell everyone that his greatest honor wasn't being the top blacksmith in Cloud Ascending Pavilion, but crafting something for the Great Spirit Supreme. Others would envy him forever. Supreme, Feng Sir is our top blacksmith. Although his cultivation isn't exceptionally high, he can forge and use true immortal level weapons with a peak immortal body. In the first and second levels of Finite City, Feng Sir is unquestionably the top blacksmith. Xander blinked in awe. Such a big shot. Hee, top blacksmith, quite an exaggeration. Just a trinket for mortals. Xander took out the modified Great Moon Disk. Kira and others were naturally surprised. This seemed way too insignificant. In Finite City, such items were ignored even by passing dogs, far below the standards of Finite City. But now, they had to pay serious attention. Disdain, dissatisfaction, disappointment? Such emotions were absolutely forbidden, because this item came from the Supreme. They believed that the Supreme's decision had profound reasoning, and it wasn't their place to question. Upgrade this item. Jack nodded. For such a weapon, the best method is to enhance divine power, but it has limits. Only up to a certain extent. Beyond that, it won't be operable by mortals. Then proceed with the upgrade. How long will it take? Supreme, half an hour should suffice. Jack was confident. Forging a mortal-grade weapon was easy for him. Please handle it well. Jack was startled, blushing profusely. Hell, he would tell the world that this upgraded mortal-grade weapon would be one of his masterpieces. While waiting for Jack to upgrade the Great Moon Disk, Cristobal suddenly spoke. Supreme, we accidentally acquired something and wish to present it to you. Cristobal produced a naturally formed jade box. A strange object? Xander looked at the box, touching it mentally, causing it to open. Or rather, melt away. Damn, the packaging itself was already impressive. Inside the box was a palm-sized stone tablet, glowing with an otherworldly radiance, giving off an alien feel. It resembled an artifact fallen from space, collected after many years, and presented to Xander. Even this small item caused Kira and Cristobal to bow and shudder upon opening the box. They dared not look or approach closely. Golden Fire Divine Eyes weren't impressive enough here. Fortunately, the system's detection eye remained unparalleled. Xander glanced at it and smiled. Your luck is good. What you found will benefit you. Consider it destiny. Destiny? Cristobal and Kira were shaken. This box had been kept in the Song family for a long time, but they never dared to examine it. Now, emboldened by the opportunity to speak with the Great Spirit Supreme, they finally ventured to uncover its secrets. Xander chuckled. This stone tablet is the flawless immortal steel, created by the emperor among immortals, the flawless immortal. Upon achieving the title, the flawless immortal created the flawless immortal techniques and ranked them on the steel. The flawless immortal steel scatters across the heavens. Obtaining a piece grants part of the flawless immortal techniques. Achieving complete mastery allows becoming an immortal emperor. And on this steel is the entry-level technique of the flawless immortal techniques, the boundless universe. An inheritance from the emperor of immortals? No wonder it overwhelmed them. Cristobal and Kira were even more excited. You cannot see or understand it, which is normal given the realm difference. Let me recite it for you. Whether you remember it depends on your efforts. Xander began reciting. Cristobal and Kira focused all their concentration on these words. Chapter 220. The City of Limits, a place of sorrow. This was indeed the divine art left behind by an emperor of immortals. Even reciting it verbally took quite some time. Fortunately, Xander had vastly improved. Otherwise, his lips would have worn out from speaking. During this process, Steven and Kira even sweated profusely because trying to remember and comprehend it was more exhausting than engaging in a fierce battle. However, despite their fatigue, they remained deeply engrossed, unable to tear themselves away. After all, this was genuine imperial divine art, immensely powerful and exceedingly rare. If there were any opportunity, they would learn it even if it meant coughing up blood for 3 days. Xander would only recite it once because it was quite troublesome. After stopping his speech, Xander looked at the two with closed eyes and said after a moment, "How do you feel about the records on this stone tablet now?" They opened their eyes, revealing traces of embarrassment. Ordinary mortals can only remember the content of the basic level of yogic arts, but to truly understand or gain insight is beyond our current reach. "We are truly unworthy of such supreme teachings," Steven said, bowing his head. Xander smiled. To be able to remember it is already commendable. Given the disparity between this and your current realms, being able to even catch a glimpse of its enormity is no small feat. How about you, fairy? Kira pursed her lips. I have gained some understanding and can barely demonstrate it. Oh, she's actually better than Steven. Impressive. Xander chuckled. Fairy, your talent is truly remarkable. With the cultivation of this imperial divine art, diligent practice will allow you to achieve great things. Even if you don't reach the glory of an immortal emperor, with your aptitude, it will still be worthy of praise. Xander spoke sincerely. Of course, he himself was not well versed in the realm of immortals. However, even if he didn't fully understand it, Xander was clear on one thing. Kira's talent far exceeded his own. Kira was a true genius among immortals, while he was merely a talented mortal emperor. The gap was vast. Even his status as a grand emperor came with some caveats since passing through the 5 paths of Lingxiao Clementlu largely relied on the system, which made it somewhat watered down. Compared to someone like Ascari, he might seem lacking. But talent is something you can't envy. It is bestowed by heaven. Therefore, the initiative lies entirely with heaven. Since you both have gained something, it means this stone tablet hasn't been wasted. This tablet itself is a treasure, refined by an immortal emperor, capable of enhancing one's physical prowess, making one indestructible. This scripture on cultivating the body is incredibly powerful. Practice diligently. Xander thus bestowed the glorious method on them. He wanted to give them something low level, but as a grand spirit, the lowest grade method he could offer was the glorious method. Giving anything lower would undermine his status as a grand spirit. In his mind, Xander had myriad thoughts, but Kira was amazed by the power of the glorious method. No wonder it was bestowed by the Supreme Being. A single scripture contains such wondrous powers. The most important part wasn't the scripture itself, but the attitude of the Supreme Being toward them. Only those above would bestow rewards upon those below, subtly indicating that they were now considered insiders. Even if just approaching that status, it was enough to bring joy to the entire Song family. Xander found it amusing. Being a grand spirit was truly impressive. Even if he did something mundane, it would be regarded as priceless and endlessly praised. At this moment, Jack has probably been waiting for a long time. Steven and Kira snapped back to reality. They had been so caught up in their joy that they almost forgot about Jack helping to refine their equipment. They had agreed to half an hour, but much more time had passed. They hurried to call him over. Jack bowed again. Supreme Being, the Grand Lunar Disc has been successfully upgraded. Xander took the transformed Grand Lunar Disc. It was now the pinnacle of spiritual weapons, having been upgraded and forged by Jack, gaining divine strength. With divine protection, the Grand Lunar Disc could destroy all mundane materials, suppress all directions, enhance flesh to break through the divine realm, defend against all harms below the divine, and exude awe-inspiring momentum. Impressive. This was the result of adding divine power during the upgrade. It was incredibly powerful. The Grand Lunar Disc was now the apex of spiritual weapons in the mortal world, too formidable for words. Not bad. First and second level forging masters live up to their reputation. These words brought relief to Jack. As long as the Supreme Being was satisfied, he was at ease, even jubilant. His skills had been acknowledged by the Supreme Being. I notice many changes in the Grand Lunar Disc. You must have used a lot of valuable materials this time. Let's calculate the crafting fee. Shall we settle it in top-grade crystals? Jack froze at this question. Payment? This, dare I accept it if you offer it? Helpless, Jack looked to Kira for help. Kira was also terrified. Supreme Being, this is just a minor matter. How can it be worth your concern? Xander chuckled. Not allowing me to pay is what troubles me. Everything in the universe has its rules, including trade. Even the Supreme Being cannot break these rules. So, let's calculate it. In the City of Limits, everyone must follow the rules. Speechless, Kira dared not say anything more, fearing it might be seen as defiance. It would be disrespectful. So, Kira nodded to Jack. Sweating, Jack finally responded. Supreme Being, this task only cost 10 million top-grade crystals. What? 10 million? Damn, that's a decade of life right there. The city of limits was truly not a place for ordinary mortals. Was this price fair? Definitely fair. He was a grand spirit, and Jack wouldn't dare deceive him unless he was insane. More likely, Jack intentionally quoted a lower price. Otherwise, for a top-tier forging master in the city of limits, the fee might not even be calculable in crystals. Using materials on mundane weapons was a fair assessment. Still, the logic held. But Xander felt the sting of parting with wealth. 10,000 years, one elite longevity herb, gone just like that. Damn, such a loss. But who made him a grand spirit? As a supreme being, he couldn't welsh on payment. He paid. Afterward, Xander quickly left the city of limits, finding it heart-wrenching to stay. Clearly, he was a tycoon in the mortal world. But here, he was broke. Too damn sad. Chongping was better, where he felt comfortable on his own turf. Upon returning, Xander invested several hundred million white value points to elevate the funeral messengers to the 18th mountain level and transformed Lawrence directly into the second heaven. Back and forth, another billion. Damn, pure gold guzzlers. He needed to work hard in funerals, digging graves, and collecting corpses. Otherwise, he'd really be unable to promote the funeral messengers. Hashtag chapter 221, Pan. At this moment, Trent came over. Master. What is it, Jeffrey? Someone has come. They say they are from the Huang Wu family and the Feng Kai family. They've come specially to request an audience with you. The Huang Wu family and the Feng Kai family? Haha, I heard that the Huang Wu family has been in a rough spot lately. Why have they come to me now? Go ahead, bring them in. Xander blinked. He indeed felt quite surprised. Trent nodded and quickly went out, returning soon after. When he came back in, two people were with him. One was an elderly man, and the other a middle-aged man. As soon as they entered, they immediately bowed deeply. Huang Wu family's Norris pays respects to Lord Davon. Feng Kai family's Hyder pays respects to Lord Davon. Such submissive attitudes were hard to imagine coming from leaders of hidden families. However, it wasn't surprising. Norris and Hyder did not dare to be proud because the person before them was someone who had single-handedly destroyed the Yunshan Sword Academy, leveling everything within miles, reducing its former glory to ruins. Such an overwhelmingly powerful existence could easily wipe out their two families without even needing to lift a finger. The gap in strength was simply too great. So, they could only lower their stance to the lowest possible level. Even if asked to lick Xander's shoes, they would do it immediately. Xander chuckled. You both have traveled far, no need to be so formal. Please sit, please sit. However, Norris and Hyder did not sit. Xander raised an eyebrow but did not insist on making them sit. Instead, he continued. In Chongping, we rarely meet with members of hidden families. I wonder why you have suddenly come here today. Hyder spoke first. Lord, your humble servant dares to come here on behalf of the entire clan, willing to submit under Chongping and become loyal citizens. We request your grace, Lord. Hyder took out a storage ring and presented it respectfully with both hands. Inside the ring were numerous treasures and wealth accumulated by the Feng Kai family over the years. Xander took the ring and smiled. The Feng Kai family, revered as one of the 9 Cs of Xintian, a hidden family many covet, holds high status. Yet now, you come to submit under Chongping. Is it for the prosperity of your family? Lord, this act is precisely for the prosperity of our family. Your might, Lord, is known far and wide. Even the vast red earth knows of it. Alas, the Feng Kai family, secluded in our small corner, blind to history, short-sighted, only realized our self-imposed isolation when our development stagnated. We understand now how laughable it was. After much reflection, we have gained insight. Our family desires to soar like a bird spreading its wings, finding a sturdy branch to perch upon. Looking at the world, there is none better than Chongping. This wish is what our generation fervently seeks. Only wishing that from now on, we will be loyal and serve Chongping, striving for peace and prosperity. May the future always revere the greatness of Lord. With sincere and heartfelt words, Hyder prostrated himself on the ground, his forehead touching the earth, showing utmost sincerity and devotion. Seeing this, Xander chuckled again. The Feng Kai family was indeed perceptive. Of course, having the Feng Kai family willingly submit was beneficial. Though annihilating them would be easy, Chongping advocated for peace. If conflict could be avoided, it should be. Haha, since the Feng Kai family has such intentions, an old saying goes, sincerity can move heaven and earth. How could I refuse? From this moment on, the Feng Kai family shall be part of Chongping, my loyal subjects. Together, we will progress, maintain peace and prosper. As Xander spoke, he absorbed the treasures from the ring, gaining several million white points. Truly, a hidden family was richer than Hualiang Zhang's family. But who could compare with Hualiang Zhang? Because of the Feng Kai family submission, the system rewarded him with another million white points. It felt wonderful. Xander then turned his gaze to Norris. This was a familiar face, though not initially as Chongping's lord. Previously, the Huang Wu family sent gifts. Unfortunately, during my trip to Huangshan City, I didn't have the chance to visit the Huang Wu family before that incident happened. I have heard news here in Chongping. Heaven's mercy, but human cruelty. Today, if the Huang Wu family seeks help, considering propriety and humanity, Chongping will offer assistance. Elder, please speak. Norris knelt down. Lord's kindness is incomparable. You have a heart as broad as the sky. Remembering us brings great fortune to the Huang Wu family. Today, we come not for aid but to submit. Like the Feng Kai family, we wish to join Chongping, serving under your feet. In the future, all actions will respect you, Lord, placing Chongping first. With sincere hearts, we hope for divine compassion. Then, Norris also took out a storage ring. However, the treasures inside were minimal due to the Huang Wu family's repeated raids, leaving them impoverished. Poverty didn't matter as long as their attitude was right. The Huang Wu family, desiring peace, how can Chongping refuse? From now on, the Huang Wu family will be part of Chongping. Thank you, Lord. Your grace is profound. Norris bowed profusely. Under Chomping's protection, the Huangwu family could avoid being targeted or destroyed. Again, system rewards flowed in, adding millions more points. Feeling pleased, Xander bestowed 2 high-quality yellow-grade spirit weapons, eliciting gratitude from Hyder and Norris, further cementing their reverence. As citizens of Chongping, your development is up to you as long as you abide by Chomping's rules. In the future, Chomping's reputation will protect you. If there's nothing else, please depart. Yes, Lord. Hyder and Norris left in high spirits, feeling much more secure after submitting to Chongping. A tremendous blessing. Not long after their departure, someone from the Feng Lai family arrived. Lord, the Northern Wolf Hoitom is opening. I know. Once matters are settled, I'll go directly to Northern Wolf. As for what needed to be handled, naturally, it was to capture Luocha Demon Hoyt. Xander sought Willie because, like Andreas, he was highly knowledgeable. Can you tell me what creature is depicted in this map? Willie glanced and replied, Lord, if I'm not mistaken, this ancient creature is called Pan. Pan? Xander blinked, unfamiliar with the name. Lord, Pan, this ancient creature, lives deep in the sea for millennia. Very rare, almost mythical. Not only is it enormous, but it also forms an internal space like a miniature world. Ancient existences preferred residing within Pan. Based on this map, Lord, could this East Sea contain Pan? Xander smiled. This map leads to Luocha Demon Hoyt's resting place. If it's true, Luocha Demon Hoyt might be inside Pan. Though smiling, Xander felt uneasy inside. Is Pan a living entity capable of being Lord? Lord, coincidentally, the Skull territory is about to open. Then, the East Sea will experience giant waves and surging chi, attracting all creatures, including giant Pans. You're saying it's just possible. There's another method using heavenly treasures as bait, especially dragon-related items. Legend has it that Pan contains traces of true dragon blood. True dragon? Xander nodded. Skull territory still needs time. Let's discuss this later. First, let's go to Northern Wolf Hoitom and create a fortune array. Yes, Lord. With that, he set off with the Feng Lai family to the Northern Wolf Hoitom. Hashtag Chapter 222, Musha Territory. The Win family spacecraft was not only invisible but also incredibly fast, surpassing every spacecraft that Gorin had ever ridden in this world. The name Wind in the Win family's lineage must be a nod to the speed of their ships, right? Anyway, it didn't take long before the spacecraft approached the Blackbone Mountains, where the Northern Wolf Hoitom lay facing them. Gorin blinked his eyes. Suddenly, he remembered something he had almost forgotten. Returning to familiar ground, I need to make a stop. You all go ahead to the Northern Wolf Hoitom first. I'll catch up soon, don't worry. Without giving Argyle and the others a chance to respond, Gorin vanished on the spot. Using the powerful lightning charge, he arrived at the location of Roy. Indeed, what he had nearly forgotten was about Roy. After impersonating an elder expert and promising numerous benefits in exchange for helping him, he had almost forgotten this deal. He shouldn't have been so careless. In business, one must always keep their word. So, Gorin came to fulfill his promise, avoiding the reputation of being untrustworthy. Inside the hidden mud pond beneath, in the secret realm, Roy appeared dejected. Like a man who had lost his purpose, he drowned his sorrows in wine, feeling more miserable with each drink, realizing he had been made a fool of. His face was gaunt, and his entire body felt hollow. Great Elder, where did you go? He had promised to introduce me to the Red Dragon Spirit Academy and help me break through the second heaven realm after the mission was completed. But now, where are you? Poor me. Without Ninghai Chaoyue and your promises, what has my thousands of years of effort amounted to? Was it all for nothing? Ha ha ha. I'm a fool. Roy muttered these words, occasionally bursting into manic laughter, smashing the wine jar in frustration to vent his anger. Gorin appeared out of nowhere, maintaining his usual dignified demeanor. Listening to your mumbling, are you blaming me? Upon hearing this, Roy shuddered in fear and quickly knelt down. Haitian pays homage to the Honorable Lord. No, I dare not blame the Honorable Lord. Please forgive my rashness. Seeing Roy bow repeatedly like a pestle pounding garlic, Gorin chuckled. Why would I blame you? You're right, I almost forgot. It was my mistake. But as always, I keep my word. During the Dragon Realm event, you were indispensable. As promised, here is the petal of Ninghai Chaoyue for you to consume. Gorin handed over the petal directly. Roy received it with both hands. Gratitude to the Elder. Don't thank me yet. Swallow this petal, and I will help you break through the second heaven realm. You can thank me later. Roy was overwhelmed with excitement, completely forgetting his earlier frustrations. Frustrations? When has he ever been frustrated? Nonsense. Roy immediately swallowed the Ninghai Chaoyue petal, causing demonic energy to surge within him. He began refining it. After a brief moment, the petal was fully refined. Under the influence of Ninghai Chaoyue, his spirit and vitality surged, and his eyes gleamed with divine light. Seeing Roy's boosted energy, Gorin took immediate action, using the large moon disk to encase him. Do not panic. Sit in meditation here, and focus on cultivation. I will use this great spiritual weapon to help you forcefully break through the threshold. Just remain undistracted and cultivate. With a mental command, Gorin activated the large moon disk, its terrifying aura shaking the secret realm. Inside, Dominic Haitian felt a mix of fear and awe from the formidable power surrounding him. If he had to resist it, he would likely disintegrate instantly. However, Gorin's mastery of the large moon disk was unparalleled, making even such overwhelming power easily controllable. Gradually, this power turned gentle, aiding Dominic Haitian in breaking through his realm. As the power stimulated him like acupuncture needles, his flesh trembled violently, undergoing fundamental changes. This process was long and intense. Finally, after a considerable wait, Dominic Haitian opened his eyes. He had succeeded. He broke through to the coveted second heaven realm. Immediately upon emerging from the large moon disk, Dominic Haitian knelt down. The Honorable Lord's grace, Xianxia will never forget. These words were genuine. His thousands of years of longing had finally been fulfilled. The joy overwhelmed him, bringing tears to his eyes. Rise, remember, if you serve me well, I will ensure you do not suffer any loss. Now, I have a new task for you. Conquer the other kings in the Black Bone Mountains. Can you do it? Please rest assured, Honorable Lord. Within 3 days, the Black Bone Mountains will unite under you. Dominic Xianxia said confidently. Goran smiled lightly. With that assurance, I'm not worried. Leave the consolidation of the Black Bone Mountains to you. I have some other matters to attend to, and we'll come back to you afterward. Xianxia understands. By the time Dominic Xianxia looked up again, Goran had vanished. Dominic Xianxia was deeply moved by the might of the Honorable Lord. Receiving orders from the Honorable Lord was indeed a 3-life blessing. Rising to his feet, his powerful demon king aura pulsed around him. Now is the time to unify the Black Bone Mountains. Since the division after Zoe, it has been 10,000 years. In this era, the unifier of the Black Bone Mountains can only be me, Xianxia. He flew off, holding his spiritual weapon, heading toward the other lords' locations. Details of unifying the Black Bone Mountains were unknown to Goran. Having secured Dominic Xianxia's loyalty, he sped towards the northern Wolf Hoydam deep within the Black Bone Mountains. Through the swift lightning charge, Goran caught up with Argyle and the others. They stood before a large mirror-like surface, which was actually a lake surrounded by many beings, all at the heavenly realm. First heaven, second heaven, and even third heaven. The world indeed harbored many hidden powerful entities. These people, without exception, focused on the lake. Is there any information about the secret realm where the northern Wolf Hoydam is located? Argyle asked. Your Excellency, this secret realm is called the Wuxia territory, formed from a fragment of the world, ancient and originating from ancient times. Once, the Wuxia territory was prosperous. However, now it is quite decayed. Over 100,000 years ago, the northern Wolf Hoydam was powerful, conquering this land and establishing prosperity within the Wuxia territory. Through generations of rulers, it thrived for 29,000 years until it mysteriously vanished, leaving the Wuxia territory silent. Now, it has been 10,000 years since then. Is there still any possibility of gaining anything from the Wuxia territory? Argyle nodded in agreement. Of course, Your Excellency. The Wuxia territory is vast like a sea of clouds. Even during the peak of the northern Wolf Hoydam's prosperity, they dared not claim to have seen the edges of the Wuxia territory. Since the northern Wolf Hoydam's disappearance and the Wuxia territory's subsequent silence, it has only opened 2 or 3 times in the past 100,000 years. Just entering it is equally perilous. There are numerous instances where people didn't just fail to gain anything but lost their lives instead. Argyle's voice grew heavy, perhaps reminded of the ancestors from his family who were trapped there. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence appeared, and a colossal spacecraft materialized. Chapter 223, Dax. They are the Yrans. The Yrans have arrived. On the colossal spacecraft stood the Yrans. The cultivators surrounding them lit up with surprise as all eyes focused on these Yrans. Xander also observed these Yrans. Like many others around him, he was somewhat taken aback. The ship had unleashed numerous towering figures who seemed sculpted from a single mold into muscular and formidable men. Each one of them looked not only powerful but were indeed formidable, one and all starting from the first level of Heavenly Realm. There were even second-level experts among them, with their leader possessing the terrifying third-level power. These people numbered in the hundreds, revealing the accumulated strength of the Yrans. Normally residing deep within the Black Bone Mountains, an area rarely touched by evil forces, they remained largely unknown, operating under a veil of extreme secrecy. But now, with the reopening of Wuxia territory, the accumulated prowess of the Yrans burst forth, shining brightly and earning admiration. If viewed through the lens of the Adrian, the world most mortals know, these Yrans could be described as celestial troops descending from the heavens. Sir, according to legends, these Yrans are believed to be descendants of the once great northern Wolf Hoydam. They carry some of its history and secrets, so they must not be underestimated. These hundreds of heavenly realm beings are likely just the tip of the iceberg for the Yrans, Preston whispered. Descendants of the northern Wolf Hoydam, that's who the current Yrans are. Xander nodded. For such rare existences, I always remain cautious. He acknowledged the Yrans' power. Comparing his own Chongping territory with countless organizations and vast powers, his greatest gap was time. Time and repeated blessings would cultivate prodigies and elevate them to unimaginable heights. Others reacted with even greater shock, expressing amazement. However, the Yrans ignored these reactions completely. At this moment, a man emerged, his aura overpowering, resembling a humanoid beast. His figure stood unusually tall, at least 3 to 4 meters. This terrifying mountain-like individual walked forward. He was Dax, the leader of the Yrans and a peak third-level existence. Esteemed guests, my name is Dax, the leader of the Yrans. Today, the Wuxia territory reappears, offering us a chance to delve into the mysteries of 10,000 years ago. Therefore, we specially invite heroes from across the land to join us in uncovering the secrets of the North Wolf. However, the dangers within the realm are profound, like eons of time. Thus, whether it is a blessing or a curse depends entirely on fate. Also, I give you a warning. Inside Wuxia territory, the internal structure is chaotic. One must maintain utmost vigilance. No one is more reliable than oneself. Remember this, it is never wrong. And inside Wuxia territory, time is disordered. 10 days inside equals 1 day outside. Therefore, this exploration will take 2 months in the outside world and 2 years inside. These 2 years cannot be shortened or bypassed. If any of you have doubts or are unwilling to participate, please exit now. Whether to enter is a personal decision, free of coercion. Concerning your lives, please consider carefully and decide wisely. Do not make rash judgments. Dax's appearance was super burly, yet his words were well organized, almost scholarly, stern and polite. But hearing these words, everyone was certainly surprised and agitated, because it was their first time encountering such information. Xander raised an eyebrow, looking at Preston. Inside Musa territory, 2 months or 2 years? Yes. How much do you know about Musa territory? Preston laughed bitterly. Sir, Musa territory is inherently enigmatic. Even if someone comes out, they remain tight-lipped, showing great apprehension. And the last time it opened was 20 to 30,000 years ago. Thousands of years can change everything. Preston shook his head. Xander fell silent. Indeed, time is the most merciless thing. Even emperors cannot resist its erosion. Then, do you know where the ancestor of the Fenglai family is inside Musa territory? Preston shook his head again. Xander frowned. Musa territory isn't a vast sea. Without knowing this, finding them is like looking for a needle in a haystack, even after 20 years. Preston replied, we only have rough information. The ancestor entered during the last opening 30,000 years ago and seemed trapped in the unstable realm, deep within torment. A person from thousands of years ago? If still alive, that's impressive. Xander asked, unstable realm? What is that place? Seemingly a penal colony within Musa territory. Preston shook his head, admitting he knew little else. Xander pondered. We should gather intelligence upon entering Musa territory before acting. Where can we find this information? Willie suggested, perhaps at the Northern Wolf Hoydom tomb. Xander sighed. Yet another possibility, another uncertainty. This wasn't treasure hunting but truly searching for a needle in a haystack. After explaining the situation clearly, Dax simply threw something into a mirror-like lake surface. Suddenly, the calm water started vibrating. Under everyone's curious gaze, a black hole appeared, opening like an abyssal eye, exuding an ancient and decayed aura. Musa territory, shattered and vast. You will fall to various fragments, depending on fate. May fortune be with you all. With that, Dax operated the colossal spacecraft, leading the charge into the black hole. After 100 years of cultivation, there is no fear. Fear nothing, death is no worse. Follow the Yirans, they know Musa territory better. Indeed, follow them. Everyone followed closely. We're going. Xander led his people into the black hole. Suddenly, they saw the world fracture before their eyes, flashing rapidly like speeding lanterns. Words appeared in Xander's mind. The scene shifted, and they found themselves in the unstable realm. Living up to its name, Xander immediately felt uneasy upon entry. Be careful, this place feels wrong. Just as he spoke, terrifying roars echoed, the earth trembled, and mountains collapsed in the distance. A figure fell before them, and monstrous demons approached menacingly. A hill demon armor. It was a second-level demon. The fallen figure, Bede, was also second-level but early stage. No match for the hill demon armor. Chapter 224, City Number 18. The hilltop creature, covered in strange armor, was fiercely menacing. A terrifying aura burst forth from behind it. The oppressive force made anyone nearby wish to flee at the first sign of trouble. As a demon, the hilltop creature had an acute sensitivity to human presence. Upon detecting additional human auras besides Bede, it became even more ferocious. With an intimidating momentum, it tore through the forest and rushed over. Bede hurriedly got up from the ground. Noticing someone beside him, he quickly shouted, run. After yelling, he immediately started running despite his injuries slowing him down. He knew being captured by demons was worse than mere death. Throughout history, demons were always cruel to humans. These beasts were experts at tormenting people. However, Xander and the others didn't move at all as if they hadn't heard Bede's warning. They definitely heard him. Even for just a second-level mountain, their hearing was quite good. They simply saw no need to move. For Bede, the hilltop creature was a terror beyond measure, something almost insurmountable. But for Xander, the hilltop creature was merely another resource destined for burial. It wasn't too special, but still shouldn't be overlooked. So while appreciating Bede's warning, Xander said, kill it. Lawrence responded with a swift strike, unleashing a horrifying sword aura that instantly devastated the mountain and forest. It killed the hilltop creature on the spot. Had the hilltop creature been slain so easily? Everything happened so fast that Bede, upon hearing the commotion and turning back, witnessed the scene where the hilltop creature's head was split in two. His eyes widened as he looked at Xander and the others, filled with awe. You, who are you? Sinners? Seeing Bede's complex expression, Xander smiled. Sinners? In this long life, who is without sin? As he pondered the title of sinners, he prepared to gather the remains of the hilltop creature. Suddenly, Bede spoke again. Right, quickly get the moonstone out. Otherwise, we won't survive the night. Moonstone? Xander blinked. Why do we need the moonstone? What exactly is it? This question left Bede confused. You're not here for the moonstone? Then why did you approach the body? The corpse of a demon serves as proof of battle. Hearing this, Bede had his suspicions. These people seemed different, not just in strength but in identity. Yet, Bede didn't question further. Instead, he approached the dead beast, using his weapon to extract a palm-sized, crescent-shaped stone from the demon's flesh. This is the moonstone, an indispensable item in the unrest region. Without it, anyone would vanish in the night here. Bede gripped the moonstone tightly. Clearly, it was valuable, but he reluctantly handed it over to Xander. After all, Xander had ordered the demon's death, and he could order his as well. His lifespan likely wouldn't exceed the hilltop creatures. Taking the stone, Xander felt its icy surface. We are indeed new to the unrest region. Could you explain the situation here briefly? These words startled Bede. His guess was right. These people weren't ordinary. Yet, he didn't press the matter and instead replied, you saved my life. I can explain the unrest region. Here, everyone is a sinner, each having committed grave mistakes. After judgment, they were exiled to this land. Survival depends entirely on fate. The unrest region is chaotic, especially at night when demons thrive in darkness. No one can survive the abyssal night except by illuminating the moon lamp, whose light dispels the dark and keeps evil at bay, bringing warmth and safety. Making moon lamps requires the essential energy source, the moonstone. Only moonstones can light them, providing protection. Hence, moonstones are crucial in the unrest region. I ventured into forest number 18 seeking moonstones. As you saw, I nearly lost my life. Key points summarized from Bede's explanation. The unrest region is filled with chaos and peril. Nights are madness-filled and dangerous, like an abyssal shadow. Countless demons emerge in darkness, making survival unlikely for any living soul. The only way to endure the night is by lighting the moon lamp. The moon lamp needs moonstones as a power source to keep darkness and danger at bay, ensuring survival. However, obtaining moonstones is perilous and often fatal. Just now, Bede narrowly escaped death. How terrifying were the demonic creatures in the darkness. Extremely fearsome. Their numbers are unimaginable, far exceeding locusts. Life cannot withstand their onslaught. When I was exiled to the unrest region, I once encountered a demon from the third heaven, terrifyingly powerful. I considered myself fortunate to survive. But that wasn't the limit of the abyss's darkness. Thus, only moonstones and moon lamps bring safety here. Bede narrated the dangers with a sense of numbness. His future was already enveloped by the abyss of the unrest region, uncertain how many days he had left. Hope was scarce. Xander remained calm, even intrigued. This chaotic place brimming with countless demons was perfect for him. Who else is in this unrest region besides you? There's city number 18 within forest number 18, a temporary safe zone. The inhabitants are sinners, vicious criminals, discarded into this hellish place to fend for themselves. Everyone here needs moonstones to survive the nights, making them highly valuable, even used as currency. Guided by Bede, they arrived at city number 18. It was dilapidated, resembling a refugee camp. Moon lamp lights shone in the dusk, creating an eerie atmosphere. Let's light our lamp too, Bede suggested, pulling out a moon lamp but needing Xander's moonstone. The warm glow enveloped them after the lamp lit up. Why don't we enter the city directly? Why stay outside the city walls? That won't work. Inside, there are too many ruthless individuals. Entering weakens us, inviting robbery. Plus, with only one moonstone, tonight might be tight. Xander raised an eyebrow. Is one not enough? Bede sighed. If one person were alone, one moonstone would definitely be enough, but now there are several of us. The consumption of the moonstone will increase, and by midnight, the lamp might go out. At that time, Bede fell silent. Simone shivered from the ominous silence. Sir, should we go kill more demons then? Bede shook his head frantically. Absolutely not. It's getting dark. If we enter the forest now, we wouldn't survive a moment. Besides, not all demons have moonstones hidden within them. After saying this, Bede didn't speak anymore. He simply clutched his weapon, closed his eyes, as if he was already waiting for death. Hashtag chapter 225. At this moment, carnage unleashed. Time flew by. Or perhaps dusk was just too brief. Darkness eventually arrived. The first to react wasn't a person but the wind. It was bone-chilling, a terrifying cold breeze that even mighty beings of the heavenly realm found impossible to resist. The air crackled with such piercing cold that it felt like one's soul would freeze and be shattered by the fierce winds. Then came the aura, an overwhelmingly evil presence, akin to a tide from the depths of an abyss spreading through the air. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the earth in darkness. Complete darkness, at that very moment. At this point, whether it was the 18th city or the perimeter around the city, all breathing ceased, drowned out by the piercingly cold gusts of wind. Terrified by the demonic evil drawing near. In the darkness, the lights flickered on as if by some unspoken agreement, instantly creating a warm glow that was the only source of comfort in the darkness. But would it truly provide comfort? Time marched relentlessly forward, and while the human eye couldn't detect the darkness deep within the abyssal realm, Xander's unique eyes could see it clearly. This was tangible darkness, true darkness permeating everything. And within this tangible darkness lurked demons, powerful and exceedingly evil demons. They were relics blown by the abyssal black winds, harbingers of disasters. Where did so many demons come from? There were far too many. Even for someone as well-versed as Xander, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Bede was right. A locust swarm passing by would have been nothing compared to the terrifying density of these demonic hordes. And this was still relatively close to the moon lamp. Where there were no moon lamps, the numbers of demons would certainly be even greater, denser, and more horrifying. These monsters, true monsters, not only had terrifying numbers, but even the weakest among them were powerful creatures of the first heaven. If they unleashed their wrath, honestly, it would indeed be a world-destroying calamity. The living inhabitants of the netherworld were constantly fighting against this kind of apocalyptic threat every moment. No wonder Bede gave off the impression of being a walking dead man. In such a spine-chilling existence, where could there possibly be any hope? As time mercilessly ticked on, the wails and cries carried by the wind began to filter into their ears from the darkness. Was that the sound of death after losing the protection of the moon lamp? Just hearing these sounds, without seeing anything, was enough to intensify psychological pressure. Even Preston, a clan leader, felt his heart racing, filled with dread. Let alone Jillian and Simone. Especially Simone, who couldn't help trembling. Fear, intense fear, overwhelmed her mind. Compared to them, Bede, having gone through it all before, remained calm. Or rather, he had become numb. He had grown accustomed to the feeling of fear. Preston's heart pounded. The netherworld was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Calling it hell on earth was not an exaggeration at all. Among the few present, Lawrence and Xander were the calmest. Lawrence, the Undertaker, was known for never knowing fear. As for Xander, his character had been certified through the trials of the Lingxiao Clement Liu. Such a scene didn't scare him. Xander merely glanced at his status panel, primarily to check the balance of white points. Finding enough left, he promptly upgraded Lawrence from second heaven to third heaven. Of course, it cost a substantial amount of white points. But with third heaven Lawrence by his side, their survival prospects in this sea of demons improved significantly. This night here is indeed nerve-wracking. Xander suddenly stood up. His voice made the others look at him with surprise. Xander chuckled. The darkness here is dangerous, and Brother Jiang must feel it deeply. As for you all, do not treat this lightly. The moon lamp is the only sanctuary against this abyssal terror. So whatever you do, do not step outside. Otherwise, you'll be torn apart by demons in an instant, and no one will shed a tear for you. Sir, are you? Xander nodded. Brother Jiang is wise. We can't wait any longer. Our moonstone will soon burn out. If we're enveloped by darkness, those chilling screams and cries will come from us. I don't want to see such tragedy, so Lawrence and I will bring back more moonstones. Remember to dig out the stones from the corpses thrown out in the darkness. The meaning was clear. Xander planned to venture deeper into the darkness, challenging the abyss. Preston's heart skipped a beat. Bede's pupils constricted. That place is too dangerous. You'll die. Xander shook his head. Brother Jiang, instead of worrying about death, I prefer to live in the present with hope. Bede's heart trembled. Having spent so long in hell, just a simple statement seemed to stir something within him, perhaps because of the actions backing it up. Then let me come along. Bede spoke without realizing how he had the courage, standing up impulsively. But Xander raised his hand. Sit down. You're injured and would only be a burden. Xander's gaze turned toward the impenetrable darkness. Though he could not see through it with his eyes, he knew what lay inside. A densely packed evil. An endless number of demons. The abyss. What I love most is the abyss. Lawrence, let's go. Xander stepped forward without hesitation, disappearing into the abyss as if swallowed whole, his voice fading away. In the darkness, sensing the living aura, the demons went berserk. They lunged forward, desperate to be the first to devour a human. A bunch of beasts. Xander raised his hand, and the grand lunar disk instantly erupted with terrifying power. Those demons close enough to touch were shattered. In the darkness, he carved out a small safe zone. However, the countless demons showed no decrease in numbers. There were too many, nauseatingly so. Fine, today I will indulge myself. Xander roared. The Space Tyrant Dragon Sutra's stance unfolded. All who entered the 100-foot radius became weakened by a major realm. Xander's spirit weapons exploded forth, unleashing unrelenting slaughter. Under the protection of the moon lamp, they could only see demons' corpses being hurled out of the darkness. Preston and Bede stared wide-eyed. How could so many be killed in such a short time? Too terrifying. But the group did not idle. They quickly dug through the piles of bodies. Despite the low probability, they managed to dig out over 10 moonstones in a short while. This evening would definitely be sufficient. Sir, it's enough. Enough? Preston shouted. In the darkness, voices were already chaotic. But even if he heard Preston's voice, Xander ignored it. Opportunities for such unrestrained slaughter were rare. So were chances to earn mountains of demon corpses. Kill, kill, kill. Never stop. Never let up. One less demon meant one less step backward. In the dark abyss, Xander and Lawrence, two indomitable warriors, fought like gods of war. Forget time in this relentless killing spree. Until the soul-shattering gaze awakened them. Above third heaven? Retreat. Xander grabbed Lawrence and swiftly returned under the protection of the moon lamp. The terrifying entity above third heaven hovered menacingly nearby in the darkness. No turning back now. Chapter 226, The Blackland. Unable to continue the slaughter was indeed regrettable. We're still not strong enough. Miles stood under the protection of the moonlight's glow, shaking his head involuntarily. To others, the darkness of the unsettled realm at night seemed like a terrifying abyss, filled with despair, sorrow, helplessness, and death. The end for all living beings. But for Miles, this perilous area that terrified others was a treasure trove. Death and fear were meaningless to him. As for the vicious demons and horrific evils, they were walking gold in his eyes, extremely valuable. If not for the sudden appearance of a terrifying demon above the third heaven, Miles would have fought until dawn, till the darkness faded. However, these remarks weren't out of dissatisfaction. With the large pile of demon corpses before him, Miles was quite content. The dozens of moonstones obtained this time also brought considerable joy to Bede, who couldn't hide his excitement as he admired them. With these moonstones, we won't just last a night. Even if it takes another half-month, we can withstand the night's consumption, said Bede satisfactorily. Miles frowned, however. Dozens of moonstones, some of which were second grade, were still only enough for less than half a month? Accepting the bag respectfully handed by Bede, Miles shook his head. Moonstones aren't easily acquired. Facing demons was inherently perilous. Miles and Lawrence could kill so vigorously because of their unique physiques, allowing them to fight without worrying about injuries or defense, giving them advantages not available to normal people. But what about ordinary cultivators? Battling demons put them at an inherent disadvantage. Not every demon dropped moonstones either. Their drop rate was low, something Miles confirmed after experiencing the slaughter firsthand. Given such drop rates, the continuous lighting of city number 18 was already a miracle. So Miles asked, apart from killing demons, are there any other means to obtain moonstones? Bede replied, killing demons is very risky since they are naturally stronger than humans, especially in the unsettled realm, where they have the home field advantage. Therefore, more moonstones are obtained through mining. This method provides better reserves and higher yields with less danger compared to battling demons. But most moonstone mines have been monopolized by major powers. Also, while moonlight can dispel darkness, moonstones themselves attract demons. So, open-air mining points are vulnerable to attacks. Without sufficient manpower and strength for defense, solitary mining is just wishful thinking. Not to mention, the exiles here are self-serving, suspicious criminals. Constant vigilance against attacks from fellow humans is necessary in this unsettled realm. The history of the unsettled realm was long, making it the acknowledged hell on earth most suitable for criminals' vacation. Over time, many people had settled here, forming societies within. Currently, in city number 18, three major powers dominated. 1. 8-7 organization. 2. 6-6 organization. 3. 3-2 organization. 3-2 organization had the fewest members, but boasted the strongest individuals, all battle maniacs. 7-8 organization, conversely, emphasized numbers, comprising various types of criminals, making unified rules nearly impossible. Conflicts within were common. 6-6 organization was the most audacious, behaving as if it were the lord of city number 18 despite equivalent overall strength to 7-8 organization, causing annoyance among others. These three were the biggest in city number 18, maintaining a delicate balance, none dominating outright. Their foundations were solid, with credible sources suggesting each possessed terrifying existences above the third heaven. But Miles didn't care about that. He had one question. Do they have a lot of moonstones? Bede nodded. Yes, each organization likely moves thousands to tens of thousands of moonstones monthly from their mines. Miles blinked, cursing inwardly at his inefficiency. Then Argyle suddenly asked, is there a place called Black Land in the unsettled realm? Bede visibly tensed. You came here for the Black Land? Miles nodded, understanding. Yes, to be honest, we're here to rescue someone. Bede's face darkened. It seems the Black Land is very dangerous. He shook his head. More than dangerous, it's a true hell, a taboo. If the nights in the unsettled realm bring despair, the Black Land makes existence itself impossible, devoid of even hope. Demons, devils, monsters, all aside. Just the fatal curses supposedly covering the Black Land make it impossible for even gods to escape. Even gods could be cursed? Miles blinked. Argyle's face turned pale. If gods couldn't escape, how could they save the Feng family ancestor? He sighed. Blame me, I thought too simply. Mr. Davon, my judgment has failed. Interrupting, Miles said, things aren't over yet. Why lose heart now? Regardless of how horrifying the Black Land may be, we must see it first to truly understand. As the saying goes, there will always be a way out when you reach the mountain. Don't get disheartened. The tougher times become, the more important it is to stand tall with hope. After dealing with the demon corpses under the system's tenfold enhancement, Miles finally got a few third-grade moonstones along with minor cultivation and lifespan boosts. Overall, sending demons to their deaths yielded far less than sending human remains. These beasts couldn't be relied upon to drop anything valuable. With much less interest in nighttime slaughters now, heavy work with little reward, it seemed pointless to continue. The English translation follows the original structure closely while ensuring the story flows naturally in English. Chapter 227, Tycoon. The night passed peacefully. If there were ample moonstones, even a place like this in the restless realm wouldn't be considered hell on earth. It could become just like the human world. Although, the human world isn't exactly peaceful either. After dawn, the first thing to do was to enter the city with Bede as the guide. Normally, he would avoid entering the 18th city unless absolutely necessary. After all, although the forests outside were filled with demons devouring people, those inside the 18th city might have appetites no smaller than demons. But today, Bede wasn't afraid anymore. The reason was simple. Xander had proved his might during the night, subduing the demons under the dark sky. Such a warrior who could delve deep into the darkness and slay demons. Entering the 18th city should be no problem at all. 18th city gave Xander an overall sense of death. A cluster of living beings like Bede who hadn't yet died but exuded a presence akin to corpses. The air was oppressive. All signs of life and hope were trampled underfoot. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly vicious, cruel, and barbaric, truly fitting the description of hell on earth. This wasn't just a depiction of the outer abyss's darkness, but also vividly reflected in the crowded areas within the city. One might say these people couldn't even be called human anymore. They were ghosts in human skin. Compared to the unregulated chomping area initially, 18th city was far more perilous and deplorable. It was built from nothingness, each person trying to outdo the other in corruption. In such a place without any hope, people's emotions and mental states undergo massive changes. Even if unified under one leader, it might not improve much. Long-term prosperity here seemed impossible. One individual, unless provided with infinite resources, couldn't maintain long-term loyalty or cooperation by personal charm alone in this place overshadowed by constant abyssal darkness. Human desires are insatiable. 18th city is utterly desolate. Preston looked around the city, feeling even more disheartened. Saving their ancestors from here seemed like a hopeless dream. They walked deeper into the city center. In the middle of 18th city lay an intentionally open plaza. At its center stood the Colosseum. The design of the Colosseum was wild, giving off the impression of beasts fighting in a pigpen, drastically different from the beautiful and grand structures in Xander's memory. Here, there was only cruelty, no beauty. After all, the spectators were essentially ghosts in human skin, already condemned souls exiled to the restless realm, whose mindsets differed significantly from ordinary people. Their perception of beauty wasn't something normal people could comprehend. They cheered and howled for bloodshed, deriving joy from it. These beasts take pleasure in slaughter, commented Bede bitterly. In a place that offers nothing, happiness comes from turning others' lives into games. Xander chuckled. I see this spectacle isn't a daily occurrence. Bede shook his head. No way. The Colosseum opens once a month, organized jointly by three major powers in the 18th city. Sinners are randomly selected for mortal combat, gambling moonstones as stakes. Spectators can place bets too. Many people have lost everything and ended up dead in the same night. Seeing Bede's reaction, he seemed to have suffered losses himself and was clearly repulsed by the gambling. But Xander found it intriguing. Since it's one of the few forms of entertainment here, let's watch. They reached the audience seats. Bede explained in a low voice. Those are the 7-8 organization and 6-6 organization. The man leading the 7-8 is Gareth, while the 6-6 leader is Jameson. Both are extremely formidable figures. Usually, a single bet involves tens of thousands of moonstones. Whoa, tycoons, Xander remarked, then focused on two figures fiercely battling in the arena. Despite no deep-seated hatred, standing against each other made their fight inevitable. This battle would continue until one was dead. It was brutally primitive and savage, leaving the crowd bloodthirsty. Suddenly, one figure delivered a fatal blow, splitting the opponent into two. Internal organs became visible as blood pooled on the ground. Damn, Jameson. Looks like your luck ran out. Gareth laughed mockingly, watching his moonstones being taken away. Furious, Jameson cursed. Bastard. Bastard. We're both mid-stage second heaven cultivators, yet you beat me. To survive until now must be a fluke. Damn. I wish I'd killed you before losing money. Jameson kept ranting, frustrated by losing tens of thousands of moonstones. To make matters worse, this wasn't the only loss of the day. He kept losing to Gareth. Well, looks like you're out of luck today. But sometimes, luck turns around. Wanna try again? Gareth taunted. Fuck that. I'm done for today. Once I gather enough moonstones, I'll come back, Jameson huffed, then left with his men. Runs pretty fast when he loses, Gareth muttered. Without Jameson, they needed new players. Hey, I'm in a good mood today. Let's play. Just need one moonstone to join. Who wants to try? Xander felt intrigued and asked Bede about the rules. Just don't go. If you win, Gareth might still cheat you out of your winnings. Some victories come with a cost. Gareth is incredibly petty, Bede warned. Xander smiled lightly. Safety concerns aside, just tell me the rules. Bede sighed inwardly. It's simple. Draw lots to randomly select fighters, then fight. Winner takes the pot. Just as he finished speaking, Xander vanished, throwing several moonstones forward. Surprisingly, someone accepted. Moreover, a stranger. All eyes turned to him, probably guessing he was newly exiled. Indeed. Gareth raised an eyebrow. Newcomer? Xander chuckled. Let's play. Does it matter if I'm new? Gareth grinned. Fine, let's give you a chance. Win, and all this is yours. He waved, bringing up another large box of moonstones. Draw a lot. Names are of slave sinners. Dead or alive, doesn't matter. Strong or weak, it's all luck. Xander examined the box and drew a slip. It read, Corey. Translation completed according to guidelines. The tone, style, and structure of the original text have been preserved. Hashtag chapter 228. Remember, heaven speaks. The challenger is Corey. As the name was announced, Bede's expression changed drastically. The concern in his eyes was evident. Seeing this, Crane felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly asked, Is there something wrong with this, Corey? Bede shook his head but nodded slightly. The arena has no underhanded rules. After all, it's not monopolized by any one party, and we ordinary people have no money to bribe anyone. So, there's no possibility of him being bought off. However, Corey's biggest issue isn't that he might be bribed. It's that he's too weak. Among those who can be drawn from that big box, Corey has the weakest cultivation. He's only at the initial stage of the first heavenly level. Crane and Willie both frowned upon hearing this. So, wouldn't it mean that even if Gareth randomly picked someone with her eyes closed, she could easily defeat Corey so badly that his mother wouldn't recognize him? Yes, exactly. His luck is just that bad. There are hundreds of names in that box, and he had to draw Corey, this good for nothing. He's bound to lose. Bede shook his head again. The outcome was already determined. With Corey fighting on this arena, Xander would lose no matter what. Upon hearing Corey's name, Gareth also froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, your rotten luck is truly astonishing. TSK, even the heavens don't want you to win. Gareth casually drew a piece of paper from the box. Jackson. Upon hearing this name, Bede shuddered internally. Jackson is at the peak of the first heavenly level. Fighting Corey, who is only at the initial stage, is like a big tiger eating a little rabbit. It's an effortless victory. Even if Corey were at the middle stage, there might be some suspense. But this, it's over. Over for sure. They're going to lose. Bede shook his head again, helpless at Xander's rotten luck. Why could they be so confident? The fighters had been chosen, and they stepped onto the arena. From their physique alone, there wasn't much difference between the two. However, the strength of cultivators isn't determined by their appearance. In terms of aura, it was indeed like a big tiger facing a tiny kitten. So, Corey trembled inwardly, filled with fear. He was a criminal, but he wasn't dead yet. For death, he still harbored immense fear. Humph, look at Corey, this good-for-nothing who fears before the fight even begins. No wonder he'll lose. Wouldn't you be afraid? One at the initial stage against one at the peak. How the hell are you supposed to fight that? Indeed. Jackson probably only needs to lift a finger to beat Corey, this good-for-nothing. Humph, this newcomer's mouth runs wild, but their luck matches their arrogance. What a waste of my expectations. Ugh, I'm not watching anymore. This match is completely devoid of suspense. Corey, you're doomed. The crowd didn't hide their mockery. After all, they were criminals. Would they really consider their words hurting others? Speak out if you have to. That's true character. Everyone believed Corey would die. Even Corey knew he was probably as good as dead. Well, better to die than live as a slave among criminals. Dying will bring everything to an end. At least, it would be quick and painless. And Gareth hoped Corey would die the most. Of course, even if she didn't hope so, Corey was bound to die. Fighting someone at the peak of the first heavenly level when you're only at the initial stage is like using a mantis arm to stop a cart. If he manages to block it, that would be strange. Why don't you just surrender now? It'll save you some face. Xander chuckled. Are prisoners cowards? Speaking of surrendering, sorry, there's no such word in my dictionary. I always believe that hope remains with me. These words made Gareth frown deeply, and she huffed. All right, if you don't appreciate my offer, don't beg me later. Xander ignored Gareth and just looked at Corey. Corey's steps were unsteady, already afraid before the fight began. He was definitely going to lose unless something unexpected happened. But Xander was often called unexpected. Xander walked to Corey's side and patted his back. I've bet dozens of moonstones on you, so you better do your best. I can't win, Corey muttered. Why not? Corey was almost angry. He's strong and I'm weak. An initial stage fighter against a peak stage fighter, saying he can't win, yet you ask why. Are you picking a fight or what? Strength isn't just about appearances. Maybe heaven is on your side. Heaven? Corey felt this newcomer, who bet on him, was a bit crazy. Yes, heaven. I can guarantee that heaven is on your side. Heaven just told me you'll win. Repeat after me, hope with me. Corey opened his mouth. Hope with me? Exactly, remember that. Hope is with you. Listening to Xander's words, Gareth laughed loudly. Do you think you've gone mad? Or were you always crazy? Do you think speaking nonsense can change reality? If Corey wins today, I'll write my name backward. Mr. Davon, you aren't really talking nonsense, are you? Crane was a bit confused. Our Lord never speaks lightly. When he says Corey will win, he will win. Crane clicked his tongue. But Corey is only at the initial stage, while Jackson is at the peak. Don't judge by appearances, clan leader Nan. You lack experience. In this world, anything is possible. Crane was momentarily speechless. As a descendant of the divine race and leader of a hidden clan, he was rarely told that he lacked experience. Well, let's hope so. Crane shook his head, feeling that everyone in Chongping was a bit crazy. All eyes were on the duel ground. After saying a few words, Xander returned to the spectator seats. The duel began. Waste of space, go to your piece. Jackson didn't take Corey seriously at all. Roaring furiously, she rushed forward. Her terrifying peak stage aura made Corey's scalp tingle. Damn it, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Forget it. Don't chicken out. Jackson will become useless soon, falling out of the heavenly realm. You can easily slaughter her. Remember what heaven told me. Hope with me. What? Lower her realm? Is this real? Corey couldn't comprehend it. But then, the Space Dragon Supreme scripture activated, specifically targeting her. Jackson suddenly felt dazed. Her entire aura plummeted. Damn. Why is Jackson losing power? She fell to the 19th mountain. Ha ha ha. Damn. Quickly, kill her. Corey's eyes reddened. A divine voice seemed to echo in his mind. Hope with me. Corey's fear vanished, and his movements became ferocious. Having been enslaved for too long, he almost forgot his own brutality. Just one punch, extremely terrifying and brutal. A heavenly realm versus a mountain realm is pure dimensional suppression. Jackson's head exploded instantly. The one who needed release was you. You. Jackson is dead. After a moment of cheering, silence fell. No one expected this outcome. Gareth's pupils contracted. Chapter 229. What's wrong with cursing you? Jackson, at the peak of the first heaven realm, was killed in an instant. The mighty Jackson, a powerhouse who had just blinked, was annihilated by Corey, a mere beginner in the first heaven realm, essentially considered trash. Gareth's face was now taut to the extreme. His eyes locked on Jackson's bisected corpse with a gaze that could kill. He then shifted his darkening gaze to Xander, who still wore a smile. What the hell did you do? Hearing Gareth's wrathful interrogation, Xander chuckled. What could I have done? You're full of it. If you hadn't tampered with things, how could Jackson possibly lose? Gareth cursed without holding back, but it reflected what he genuinely believed. Jackson fighting Corey, a match set for Jackson's inevitable victory. Yet, the result was anything but as expected. The victor was Corey while Jackson lay on the ground, sliced in two, blood pooling around him. A man destined to win became the loser, defeated and killed instantly. This couldn't be. This wasn't normal. So it must have been Xander, the new, dog-like face, who cheated during the gamble. But facing Gareth's fiery interrogation, Xander only smirked. Are you doubting me? Well, I've already said this. Sometimes, the weak can defeat the strong. Before it all began, I made it clear, the will of heaven is with Corey. I firmly believe hope and miracles coexist. Heaven has revealed the result of this victory. Now, as per heaven's guidance, the anticipated Jackson lies dead, and the ridiculed Corey stands victorious, witnessing a miracle. Corey now stands as irrefutable proof that my words were not in vain. The will of heaven truly walks among us. But Gareth wasn't buying it, believing Xander would make him a fool. Go to hell with your crap about heaven and destiny. How can a beginner in the first heaven realm possibly beat someone at its peak? Dog breath, fess up. What did you do behind the scenes? But this time, Gareth didn't just question. He drew his weapon and launched an attack. His terrifying strike could wipe out most present in a single blow. Facing such a formidable assault, Xander neither dodged nor blocked, standing firm as the attack hit him. The shockwave spread fiercely, making the vast arena tremble, yet Xander, enduring almost the full force, didn't budge. Upon contact with him, the blade's energy shattered into nothingness. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Xander wasn't killed by Gareth's enraged strike. Gareth indeed attacked furiously, yet Xander remained unscathed, calmly sitting there, looking at Gareth with a mocking smile. The scene left everyone else speechless. Gareth's strike didn't even make Xander flinch. More than that, it didn't even tear a hair on his head. How terrifying. No wonder he dared to face off against Gareth. Clearly, only a true powerhouse would dare stand out like this. Just who was this guy, with a body so frighteningly resilient? Absolutely terrifying. Oh, this should be interesting. Gareth might have met his match. Let's see some action. Damn, this is better than a gladiator match. The onlookers, mostly ruthless mercenaries, urged for more chaos, their laughter echoing. Gareth, too, watched in disbelief. Not only did Xander withstand his strike, but he remained completely unharmed. What the hell are you? Xander chuckled. Where am I from? Gareth, aren't you losing your memory already? Didn't I say I'm just a newcomer, exploring this place for the first time? Besides, shouldn't you be thinking about something more important? Losing a bet means paying up. That box of moonstones now belongs to me. Surely you won't renege in front of everyone, right? Oh, and another thing, Gareth. You have a hot temper and opened a gambling match, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Is this a world where only those weaker than you can win, but still end up dead? Your level of arrogance is quite laughable, but I don't care about your ways. What I do care about is that I'm hurting badly now and need moonstones to recover. And don't forget the compensation. I suffered because of your attack. Settling with money would be cheaper for you. Hearing this, Gareth laughed angrily. You're insane, disrespectful to your elders, arrogant, and overconfident. Do you know where you are? This is the unstable realm, and I advise you to be more humble. Xander shot back immediately. Gareth, why are you so uptight? Does my confidence bother you? You lack skills yet meddle in everything. Also, I'd remind you not to think of reneging. Those who've tried to cheat me are dead. Though this is the unstable realm, staying alive is better than dying, especially for a king of monkeys like you. Damn, in terms of verbal sparring, Gareth was already losing. Today truly brought insights. Gareth, who had roamed 18th City for years, had been threatened and openly mocked. His face was now a twisted mask of fury. Very well, let's see how long a lunatic like you can live. With that, Gareth kicked the box of moonstones over and left with his men without a backward glance. Xander chuckled. A chihuahua, small in stature but loud-mouthed. Preston stepped closer, uneasy. My lord, Gareth looks like someone who holds grudges. Today's conflict means he won't leave this alone. Xander dismissed it. The future? Whether he survives tonight depends on whether fate allows it. Preston was shaken by this. Did Lord Davon plan to silence Gareth forever tonight? Meanwhile, Bede had already cleaned up the toppled box. This stake contained tens of thousands of moonstones, a massive sum. Do you know the way to Darkland? Xander asked with a smile. Bede nodded. I do. Good. Let's go to Darkland and see what's more terrifying than the night itself. Xander led the way, leaving Bede no room for objection. After witnessing Xander's ruthlessness, and now seeing him silence Gareth in public, Bede's respect turned to reverence. Darkland? They might as well go. There wasn't much to look forward to in this bottom-tier life anyway. Darkland's heaviness came from being underground. It was a valley, an underground canyon, a crack leading to the abyss. To Xander's eyes, it was a realm of dread, filled with lethal curses. Locked here meant certain death. Why was the Wind Clan ancestor imprisoned here? Preston shook his head. They truly knew little about this ancestor. Xander blinked, unsurprised considering the span of tens of thousands of years between them. This place is indeed cursed and deadly. You'll die if you enter, so stay here. I'll go inside myself. With that, Xander leaped directly into the abyss. Chapter 230. Layers of Black Earth. Black Earth, deeply eroded by curses. This place is a true hell where the living cannot enter. Entering means death. Before the Miles's golden fire divine eye, the intensity of the curses in Black Earth had already reached an observable level. The tangible curses floated like countless devils in the air, constantly spreading their terrifying aura and disrupting all forms of life, stifling any possibility of existence. Even one's body couldn't avoid these curses, but the Miles could, for it was blessed and protected by divine grace. All the curse powers before the Emperor were negligible to him. Thus, this surrounding intense curse power met its match. No matter how hard they tried to assault, they couldn't harm the Miles at all. The Miles continued deeper unaffected. In Black Earth, something very peculiar happened. Initially, he was freely falling downwards, but suddenly, his feet landed on solid ground. Looking up, he saw only an impenetrable abyss, while the path ahead became slightly clearer. Who knew what kind of terrain or gravity conditions this place had? But who cares? Mystical worlds don't need to be fully understood. Waylon kept delving deeper. Indeed, he saw many obvious artificial constructs in this place where humans should not tread. For instance, two massive statues, towering over 100 feet tall, each holding a colossal sword, stern-faced and imposing, stood amidst the curses. Between them was a door, a misty gate floating in the air. Seeing this door, the Miles realized that the terrifying curses that had already taken many lives were merely a tiny leak from the true Black Earth. The Miles couldn't help but marvel at the truly horrifying reputation of Black Earth. It wasn't mere exaggeration but a grim reality. Without hesitation, the Miles stepped through the door. The scenery around him remained unchanged to the naked eye, yet the curses were noticeably heavier. Compared to the outside, those earlier curses seemed like child's play. Just entering here, the terrifying curses were enough to shatter any being from the third heaven into pieces, making them die a painful death, watching their bodies crumble like dust. Such pain was beyond endurance for most. How much more terrifying must it be deeper inside? Black Earth was truly perilous. No wonder people in the unstable realm would turn pale at the mention of Black Earth. The intangible curses wielded far greater terror than visible demons. After a moment of reflection, the Miles continued forward. He felt no fear because he disregarded death. Now, he only felt anticipation. How terrifying would the limits of Black Earth be? As the Miles went deeper, signs of human presence began to appear within his line of sight, though remnants alone remained, still detected by his keen golden fire divine eye. These people had once existed. They might have entered Black Earth for imprisonment, or to save someone. Whatever the reason, their end was the same. Death and corruption amidst the terrors of Black Earth, leaving only traces for later visitors like the Miles to witness. The wind carried wails that pierced the soul. The curses grew even stronger, now powerful enough to slay 6th and 7th heaven beings and entities at the celestial stage. Living beings were so fragile. Even those seen as supreme beings by mortals could die easily. They couldn't control their own fate. Going deeper, the curses grew increasingly malicious, turning people into waste, torturing them for centuries, withering them into corpses, binding them in one spot, and endlessly shattering their bodies. It was akin to the 18th layer of hell. Torturous curses, layer after layer, type after type. Compared to this cruelty, death seemed like a supreme release. The Miles kept moving forward, witnessing the tragic remnants of such fates, observing each horrific curse. To him, it was like a special exhibition of curses. He learned a great deal. Gradually, the Miles arrived at a deep region where the curses were deadly enough to target near gods, or demigods. If Black Earth were a prison, a place of punishment for sinners, then the prisoners here were suppressed rather than imprisoned. They were all extremely formidable beings. However, they weren't the most terrifying things in Black Earth. As the Miles delved deeper, the perpetually gloomy scenery finally changed. The gloom disappeared, everything becoming clear, even illuminated by light from unknown sources, revealing every detail of the space. Even the traces of the curse's activities vanished. Was this a safe zone after the cursed barriers? In such a deep place, devoid of curses? Clearly, something was amiss. Fortunately, the Miles didn't need to speculate, as the answer lay before him. It was a coffin, thoroughly entwined with chains, like that of a mummy. Nearby, there was someone standing, weapon in hand, eyes filled with struggle, radiating indescribable unwillingness. Who was this person? The Miles recognized him immediately. Jim, a member of the ancient Wind Clan deity race, a high-ranking demigod. As an undeniable powerhouse, upon hearing that the great Wind Clan deity Davon Nanfinching was imprisoned in Masha territory within the unstable realm's Black Earth abyss, he had come solo to rescue him. Relying on his formidable physique, he traversed layer after layer of curses. But when he finally reached the coffin, the accumulating curses proved too strong even for him. In the end, he perished there, having lost his last breath. A demigod of the Wind Clan? Brave indeed. Is the God King Nanfinching in this coffin? If he's alive, the Wind Clan could flourish again. If dead, well, the funeral would certainly be profitable. Either way, this trip wouldn't be in vain. Of course, it would be best if he were alive. Otherwise, rescuing a corpse would be pointless. Just as the Miles was about to open the coffin, an odd barking interrupted him. Focusing his gaze, damn, panda eyes? Beyond its comical appearance, this creature caused a chill down the Miles' spine. Chapter 231. A measly few 10,000 years. This creature is called Hago, Black Dog. The Black Dog is a product of the Blackland's core, akin to a special manifestation of will. Originally, it possessed only primitive urges for slaughter, but over time, it evolved into an entity that feasts specifically on sin. In front of a mature black dog, everything in heaven and earth crumbles under the sharpness of its bite. Even formidable formations cannot withstand a black dog's charge. Whoever becomes unlucky enough to be bitten by one ends up contracting rabies, not only suffering from the terrifying curse, but also experiencing a significant drop in cultivation level. Immediate death is not out of the question. The black dog harbors deep grudges. In human terms, this thing has an extraordinary memory for grievances. Once you cross paths with it, escape is nearly impossible, thanks to its terrifying sense of smell. It can track down targets even when they leave behind just dust or traces, urinating on them as a sign of contempt. A black dog exists as an embodiment of sin, pride, and terror. Only those blessed by fate can earn its approval, forming a master-servant relationship. Besides its affinity for sin, it also loves treasures immensely. Cultivating a black dog with various rare materials is also a good choice. The one before Xander, judging by its size, was clearly not yet mature. The little thing looked like a dopey, yet surprisingly powerful creature. Xander had underestimated it. This dog-like creature was formidable. Being bitten by it would likely leave one barely alive. It was truly terrifying. Xander watched the black dog closely, fearing it might bite him. Who knew if it would penetrate his defenses? However, the black dog stared at him with a goofy look, curiosity dancing in its panda eyes. After barking a few times, it moved closer and then sat casually in front of Xander. When Xander waved a hand, the little creature didn't move. What did this mean? Could it be that it took a liking to him? Was he too handsome? Even dogs liked him? That sounded rather odd. While Xander was lost in these thoughts, Kin's corpse, which had lain undisturbed for tens of thousands of years, suddenly emitted a burst of light from its eyes. The radiant light startled Xander. Damn, is it transforming? But it wasn't. Under Xander's watchful eyes, the glowing figure that emerged was another Kin, vivid and lifelike. Was this a divine consciousness? Kin, dead for tens of thousands of years, left behind this divine consciousness. Clearly, there were unresolved matters. Xander marveled at this. Kin's consciousness fixed its gaze on him. Heavenly aristocrat, I have finally awaited your arrival after countless days and tens of thousands of years. You have finally appeared. The divine consciousness spoke with evident joy, but Xander was bewildered and unimpressed. What did this mean? How did you know I'm the heavenly aristocrat? Previously, Justin said something similar, but he couldn't understand how someone who died in the Black Land tens of thousands of years ago could recognize him. Did you know I would appear here? Kin's consciousness nodded. Yes, my Fonglai Divine Clan has a messenger who communicates with heaven. This messenger once mentioned that our great Armin Graham, bound in the Musa territory, the unstable realm, deep within the Blackland, required assistance. That's why I am here. The messenger also predicted that tens of thousands of years later, today, a noble of the Fonglai Divine Clan would appear in the Blackland. With the noble's arrival, our great Armin Graham would finally see the light of day, escaping the torment of the Blackland. Hearing this, Xander felt a jolt in his heart. He already knew about the Fonglai clan's messenger from previous conversations with Justin. He learned that the current generation's special individual, Simone, could see traces of destiny through her eyes. But knowing someone's appearance after 10,000 years, this was quite extraordinary. Fonglai clan's messenger was indeed incredibly powerful. Noble, though you say I am a noble, it's more accurate to say I'm here because we share a friendship. Responding to sincere requests, I came here. If I can bring someone out alive from this cursed place, it would be mutually beneficial. If not, I can't do much. After all, this place is dangerous and vast. I can't dedicate all my time to resolving Fonglai clan's issues. Xander spoke candidly. Indeed, He was no heavenly noble, just an ordinary person motivated by gain. He came for potential rewards, not out of selfless dedication. He would provide services based on what he received, a basic transactional principle. After clarifying his position, Xander shifted his gaze to the mummy-like coffin bound by chains. So, this contains your Fenglai Divine Clan's great armin? That's correct. Back then, I thought I could succeed alone, but I underestimated the depth of horror in the Black Land. Not even an Armin could escape such terror, let alone me. My life ended here until now. I failed. However, as Qin spoke these words, his eyes betrayed no regret. Saving the Armin was an essential mission for the Fenglai clan. With the Armin Graham present, the Fenglai clan would thrive again. Thus, any sacrifice was worth it. Even the death of an esteemed semi-deity like himself was not regrettable. His resolve remained unchanged, despite his death lasting tens of thousands of years. It was his duty. Tens of thousands of years ago, had the Black Dog been like this, the Armin might have already been free. Just tens of thousands of years, not too late. Initially, the Black Dog was just born. It's well unstable. With its help now, escaping the Black Land should be easy. Xander blinked. So, this thing ate all the curses. And it has some connection with you, huh? Amazing. Is your Armin still alive? Qin shook his head. No, the Armin is already dead, and even the body is incomplete. All that remains in this coffin is one arm of the Armin. Hearing this, Xander felt relieved. Dead is better, easier to deal with the remains. He wouldn't come this far without results. An arm? From a Armin? That arm could yield invaluable treasures. He couldn't forget how supreme artifacts like scrolls originated from such remains. The body fragments of a great being were extremely precious. If you wish, taking this arm back for the Fenglai clan, I could offer better rewards, perhaps a complete divine corpse. Xander's pupils contracted again. Damn, did I say that out loud? Or did you guess that I was interested in corpses? Could this also be part of the messenger's calculation from tens of thousands of years ago? How absurd. We've never met, and you even calculated my secrets? Isn't your Fenglai messenger too extraordinary to predict this? Qin responded proudly. Our messenger sees through 10,000 years past and future, awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, fate has limits. Before leaving the human realm, the messenger left final instructions on saving our Armin. Xander swallowed, understanding the immense reverence in Qin's eyes. If he had someone like that by his side, he would revere them immensely too. This was not just a person. This was practically the secretary of the heavens, too incredible for words. Knowing everything across tens of thousands of years was terrifying. Even gods wouldn't be more powerful than this. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Xander listened as Qin continued. To leave, we must continue deeper, reaching the very core where the curses are most terrifying. But with the Black Dog, it should be manageable. The moon crossing curse is akin to the river of death, and the spirit boats on the river will guide us through the waters, leading us back to the human world. After saying this, Qin directly threw out several items from his own corpse. Chapter 232, South Ink City's Arrangements. These items are all that you need. After you cross the great river of death, go to Mount Imo. The people there will know what to do when they see this token. At that time, the divine corpse you need will naturally be handed over. This whistle can be used on the invisible boat. This boat exists in an intangible form amidst death's flow, and it cannot be seen with ordinary means. With this whistle, you can summon it, board the boat, and cross the great river of death. As for this chain, it is meant to control the Black Dog. The Black Dog possesses a spirit, and has occasionally appeared to our Wincome divine race in the past. Back then, its spirit was weak, but now it has developed, waiting only to mature. However, despite its power, it is too wild and untamed, making it hard to control. Our Wincome divine race foresaw the Black Dog would play a role eventually, so we specially created this chain. Without the supreme power of a divine king, possessing this chain alone should be enough to subdue the Black Dog. The envoy said definitively that the Black Dog matches heroes, and this hero could be none other than you. Miles blinked. Truly everything was accounted for. The Black Dog was here, and he himself had arrived. Now, Miles really wished to meet this envoy of the Wincome divine race. But sadly, his wish would never come true since the envoy had died several tens of thousands of years ago. Back in those days, how glorious was the Wincome divine race? How mighty was the divine king then? What terrifying being could imprison the divine king of our race and even dismember them for suppression? Would the divine king revive if their fragmented body reunited? Miles asked out of genuine curiosity. But unfortunately, Ichabod was as much in the dark about these details as anyone else. I have limited knowledge of the specifics, knowing only that back then, our Wincome divine race indeed faced great calamities. Despite the divine king's greatness, they fell due to someone's manipulation, leading to their imprisonment and torment here. The great enemy who bound our divine king seemed cautious, thus dismembering our divine king and setting countless curses to prevent any future approach. A being with such terrifying methods must be either a god or a holy one, an unimaginable existence. Especially now, even in my lifetime, this event is already ancient history. In the face of the merciless passage of time, only fragments of information remain as our clan's secret legacy. So, the true truth can only be known if our divine king truly comes back to life. Ichabod shook his head. Even half-gods felt the ruthlessness of time, just as the envoy had said long ago. In the face of time and history, all beings are truly equal. And now, Ichabod felt this deeply, especially after lingering in the Black Land for tens of thousands of years. He was not very clear about what changes had occurred outside the world. From the secrets of the Wincome clan that Ichabod spoke of, there was an important piece of information. It seemed that the Wincome Armin could truly come back to life. Or perhaps the deliberately preserved parts of the Wincome Armin like Brook were never truly dead, even if dismembered. Or did the Wincome clan possess heaven-defying methods that could resurrect the dead, even divine kings? Any possibility was astonishing. Most admirably, at least one of these possibilities was true. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why the Windcome clan spared no effort to save them. A top-tier half-god dying to retrieve a mere corpse would be too unworthy. However, even if revival was possible, reuniting the separated parts of the two Divine Kings' bodies would likely be a significant process. Would the awe-inspiring might of the Divine King resurface when the pieces reunite? That sounds intriguing indeed. But the Windcome clan was indeed mysterious beyond measure. This surpassed the most mysterious level of the immortal Nine Seas' hidden families. One must thoroughly investigate to satisfy their insatiable curiosity. Thinking this, Miles collected everything and looked at the panda-eyed little dog. How do I control it? Just put on the chain. Huh? What if this is a black dog, and I get bitten by it accidentally? Ichabod smiled. Don't worry. To others, the black dog is terrifying, but to you, absolutely not. Since its spirit embryo stage, our Windcome divine race has imprinted your image into its mind. So, from birth, it knows you are its master. F***K. You knew what I looked like even before I was born? Do I even have privacy in your Windcome divine race's eyes? Too absurd. Miles sighed and waved his finger. As if understanding him, the dog approached, licking his hand. Hee, quite comfortable indeed. This submissive demeanor clearly shows it sees me as the master. From now on, your name is Luther. The black dog barked happily. After finishing everything, Ichabod chuckled. Now, with my residual divine consciousness, I can leave without reservation. If you ever have the chance, visit us at Windcome. You won't be disappointed. Ichabod even found it amusing. The black dog was still young, hence easily restrained. Had it been facing a fully grown, world-shattering black dog, Miles would have likely suffered a lot. But alas, he missed witnessing that comedic scene. After Ichabod's divine consciousness disappeared, only his corpse remained. Without hesitation, Miles gave the body a proper burial. Keeping the corpse here served no purpose, it was better utilized elsewhere. The burial triggered an enhancement, transforming the semi-god's blood into god blood under tenfold amplification. First-grade god blood. God blood. It was like a special pigment, radiating divine might. Even a single drop was formidable. What a treasure. If consumed for cultivation, it would undoubtedly boost one's cultivation level. But there was no rush. Miles turned his attention to the coffin. Opening it revealed an arm, slender, suggesting Brooke was handsome. How certain was he? Because everyone from the Windcome clan he had encountered was attractive. As for this Divine King's arm, it had no aura at all, resembling a delicate model. This was because the divine might within was sealed. Despite having died and being dismembered, this powerful figure was suppressed through such measures, even forming the Black Land to deter others from approaching. Clearly, Brooke was extraordinary. If one day, Brooke truly revived, the Divine King's grandeur would be worth anticipating. Miles stored the corpse in his backpack. Since there was a possibility of resurrection, it was pointless to betray it. He wasn't the type to disregard everything for wealth. Not exactly a gentleman, but human enough. Then, Miles proceeded deeper with the dog, deeper inside, where extremely cursed areas existed, even causing gods to die multiple times. All this effort was to ensure Brooke's body wasn't taken away, and the entire Black Land existed solely to suppress Brooke's remains, indicating how ancient Brooke was. When coldness arose ahead, Miles blew the whistle. Soon, ghost lamps floated gently, and a small boat arrived swiftly, almost teleporting like. Hashtag chapter 233, anxious waiting. The small boat that drifted by was no ordinary craft. It was a divine vessel of the highest grade, possessing the ability to dispel illusions and reach the shores beyond this world. One might say that all flying ships in existence would struggle to match its speed. However, such movement came at a cost, requiring considerable energy sources, spirit coins, spirit crystals, and spirit stones. Xander boarded the vessel. From the outside, it appeared small, but within, it was surprisingly spacious, with an internal dimension that exerted a formidable presence. The atmosphere inside was tumultuous, like raging floods, making it uncomfortable for sitting yet perfect for cultivation due to its abundant spiritual energy. But even the abundance of spiritual energy could not mask the presence of the dead. To find a corpse on the boat was something Xander had not anticipated. This dead man was no ordinary being. He was a mighty demigod, more powerful than anyone in Nammo City. He was almost on par with the divine realm. This demigod's identity was revealed under Xander's scrutiny. His name was Axel, a terrifying powerhouse from Immo Family Mountain who lived 10,000 years ago. Axel also held another title. He was one of the great generals of North Wolf Nation's imperial court 10,000 years ago, commanding armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands, wielding formidable banners, and fighting with deities to protect the glory of the capital. However, due to North Wolf Nation's mysterious downfall, this once illustrious general had become a fugitive, fleeing to this unstable region. Ultimately, he met his death aboard this very boat. What could drive a demigod to flee and die en route? Xander continued investigating and soon discovered the dragon wolf seal on Axel's body. This seal was a symbol of supreme authority in North Wolf Nation, representing immense power and high honor. Additionally, the dragon wolf seal served as a key to unlock the wolf sealing land, the ancestral territory of North Wolf Nation. To find this important artifact on the body of a fugitive general suggested that he was safeguarding it, possibly hiding in this unstable region to prevent thieves from taking it. After leaving the boat, the distance to Immo Family Mountain must have been minimal. Given the boat's speed, Axel should have had ample time, unless he met a sudden demise. Thus, it was highly likely that Axel died on the boat. Due to the boat's special nature, which required unique methods to summon and otherwise left no trace of its whereabouts, it made for an ideal hiding place. The fact that the dragon wolf seal remained intact for 10,000 years further attested to this. Moreover, if Axel feared someone back at Immo Family Mountain, it implied that these people had designs on North Wolf Nation's ancestral land. To safeguard against their plans, Axel secretively protected the dragon wolf seal, allowing it to lie dormant for 10 millennia. Given the reverence shown to this artifact, It was evident that there was something extremely significant in North Wolf Nation's ancestral land. This object might well be the heavenly treasure Xander had long sought. After carefully examining the dragon wolf seal, Xander put it away. With this key, he felt closer to obtaining the heavenly treasure. As for Axel's body, it naturally warranted proper burial, though what treasures it might yield were uncertain. Nevertheless, given Axel's status as a top-tier demigod, it was worth the effort. The rewards included a substantial amount of spirit coins, yielding thousands after a tenfold enhancement. Feeling pleased, Xander knew his expenses in Limited City would be amply covered. Axel was a promising start. North Wolf Nation's greatness and the presence of divinities were legendary, now confirmed by recent findings. The thought of retrieving the remnants from North Wolf Nation filled him with excitement. There was also South Ink City's assurance of divine corpses awaiting collection at Imo Family Mountain, though several millennia had passed since the plan was made. The uncertainty over whether Imo Family Mountain still existed weighed heavily on him. Yet, he strongly hoped it did, just as South Ink City had mentioned. With Black Dog's assistance, Xander easily left the Black region, planning to visit Imo Family Mountain. But first, he needed to simulate Gareth's situation, having vowed that those who owed him money wouldn't live long. Leading a clan and ruling as a leader was necessary, considering Wuxia territory's vastness, but handling everything personally was troublesome. Xander despised complications above all else. Outside the Black region, near the canyon's edge, Crane, Willie, and others waited anxiously. Willie and Lawrence appeared calm, indifferent to the fate of whoever had fallen into the region. In contrast, Crane and Bede wore worried expressions, having been waiting for quite some time without any sign of return. Crane glanced at Willie. Lord will surely be fine. Let's wait patiently, Willie replied calmly. For Lord's actions, there was only approval, not doubt or suspicion, as that would be disrespectful. Bede's anxiety grew. But it's nearly dusk. The arrival of night brought the shadow abyss, covering the unstable region in darkness. This indeed posed a serious problem for them, especially since they lacked moonstones, which provided safety during nighttime. If the terrors of the dark emerged, they were doomed. They began to pray for Xander's safe return. Their prayers were interrupted by the sudden appearance of the 7 to 8 organization. Seeing members of the 7 to 8 organization, the group's faces paled. Relations between them were strained. Gareth's loss in the arena against Xander, and the subsequent death of tens of thousands of moonstones ensured retaliation from Gareth, known for his vengeful nature. Truly a bunch of ruffians, daring to come to the Black region. That mongrel probably died in the endless curses here. Such a relief that I don't have to torture him myself. Gareth sneered, casting a menacing gaze over the group before settling on Cynthia. Kill the rest but leave her behind for my pleasure. Boss, how about this little one too? Alright, keep both the old and young one alive. Kill the rest and throw them into the Black region. Yes, sir. Members of the 7 to 8 organization, including terrifying third-layer experts, surrounded them. Crane unsheathed his sword, while Bede's face turned pale. Despite the impending attack, Lawrence took the initiative, striking fearfully and instantly slaying all the first-layer experts. Lawrence's prowess was unmatched, killing all who dared approach. Gareth frowned deeply, then rushed towards Crane and Bede with a shout. Facing Lawrence's power, Gareth moved swiftly, slamming Crane and Bede away. He extended his hand towards Cynthia. This desolate place is sorely lacking in your kind. Crane's pupils contracted as his body was shattered to pieces. His eyes turned bloodshot. Aya! You beast! But Gareth paid no heed to Crane's rage. The evil fire within him had been pent up for far too long. Just then, however, a sudden bark interrupted the scene. Gareth felt a sharp pain in his hand. Note: the translation aims to maintain the dramatic and action-filled tone of the original text while ensuring it reads fluently in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept as in the original. Chapter 234. Must not be a liability. A pained wail tore through the vast canyon, echoing into the sky. Everyone saw it clearly. Gareth's hand was abruptly bitten off by a small dog that seemed to materialize from nowhere. The dog then tossed the severed arm into the air and, with a mouth that stretched impossibly wide, swallowed the entire arm whole. The little dog wore an almost amused expression, transforming its formerly endearing appearance into something frightening. Damn it, what kind of dog is this? What a terrifying creature. How powerful must its bite be for such thick flesh to be severed so easily? No, something's wrong. Look at the leader's cultivation. Everyone's pupils contracted as they witnessed Gareth's cultivation drop drastically after losing his arm. What the hell's going on? Gareth was bewildered. All his hard-earned cultivation falling a major level would leave anyone stunned. Moreover, how could such a thing happen? This was outrageous. Sensing impending doom, Gareth tried to flee, but from the void emerged a razor-sharp weapon that pierced straight through his heart. The attacker, of course, was Lawrence. Although Gareth had initially been a formidable cultivator, dropping a major level made him no match for Lawrence. Damn it, you dog, you damn dog. Gareth cursed with his last breath, dying most unwillingly. Seeing Gareth dead, who could resist Lawrence now? The other survivors of the organization fled madly, abandoning all bravado. Lawrence pursued them with murderous intent. As the scene of cat and mouse faded into the distance, Xander emerged from the Darkland. Sir, you're unharmed. I'm relieved. If you hadn't arrived in time, upon your return, we would have only seen our bodies. Preston slowly stood up. He had already taken medicine, so being part of the Fonglai clan, he wasn't short of healing potions. However, having been struck by a powerful blow, even with medication, he'd need quite some time to recover fully. Bede recovered more quickly due to his superior strength. Xander nodded. The Darkland delayed me. I underestimated Gareth's desire for revenge, but as long as you're all safe, that's fine. With that, Xander prepared to collect the corpses. But looking around, there were none left. Gareth and the others' remains had been eaten by the black dog, which sat there looking satisfied. Xander gritted his teeth, suddenly understanding how Abner felt about Ju Yugi back then. Luther, Don't eat indiscriminately. It's not good to consume unclean things. But the black dog ignored him, clearly pretending not to hear. Stubborn and unruly, it seemed impossible to discipline. Damn it, it's even worse than Juyi. At least he listens. If this dog behaves like this since childhood, how much harder would it be to tame halfway? Had it not shown potential, Xander would have kicked it away already. Sir, is this the black dog? The mythical beast that devours sin? Willie immediately identified it. Indeed, he possessed great knowledge, like a walking encyclopedia. Surprised, Willie had encountered a legendary creature. Xander nodded. Yes, in the depths of the Darkland. I met it by chance. But it isn't mature yet, and it has an extremely troublesome nature. Stubborn and uncontrollable. It might not stay with us for long. Willie smiled. With your abilities, sir, if you truly wish to abandon it, I doubt the dog would want to leave. Xander didn't believe it. If the black dog liked serving him so much, why wasn't it obedient? Then Preston spoke again. Sir, the Darkland is terrifying. To venture deep into it, did you encounter any ancestors of the Fenglai clan? Xander frankly replied. Yes, in the depths of the Darkland, I found an ancient king of the Fenglai clan, Hoyt Nanfinching. Extremely powerful, his downfall resulted in the Darkland's very existence to suppress him. Xander pulled out a coffin. Initially, Preston was thrilled, but upon seeing the coffin, he felt a chill. When he opened it, he could barely hold himself together. Sir, why is there only a hand, and just one arm? Xander shook his head. The God King's power couldn't withstand the enemy's cruelty. After his death, he was dismembered and suppressed. In the depths of the Darkland, this is all I could find. Even finding this much was fortunate. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was also a Fenglai clan member named Nan Meicheng, a demigod who ventured alone into the Darkland, ultimately dying here before this coffin. I don't know what secrets your clan held, but the situation was deeply moving. Preston shivered at this revelation. After a moment's silence, he knelt down. For venturing into the Darkland for the Fenglai clan, sir, you have our eternal gratitude. After rising, Preston handed over a rare spirit weapon. As previously promised, this is our clan's humble token of appreciation. When the Fenglai clan returns to glory, we will offer greater rewards. This response made Xander smile. Fenglai clan leader, please rise. If this journey were merely a business transaction, such formalities would be unnecessary. If we consider this a friend's act, then what need is there for grand gestures? Since you've gifted this fine weapon, I shall accept it. Xander helped Preston up and placed the spirit weapon into his bag, adding weight. Just like adding money to a wallet, always a good thing. In this trip into the Darkland, besides learning about the Fenglai clan's past, I also found a way out of the unstable realm. A way out of the unstable realm? Willie and Preston, being new arrivals, weren't particularly excited by this information. But Bede reacted differently, his eyes eagerly seeking Xander's confirmation. He had endured too much suffering in this place. He would gladly suffer further pain, like Gareth's arm loss, if it meant leaving this place. Almost everyone in the unstable realm shared this sentiment. In the darkest depths, there's a river of death connecting to another realm. Crossing it leads out of the unstable realm. Another matter, clan leader. Mashalinding's peril exceeds our calculations. With the God King's remains now in hand, perhaps the Fenglai people should remain in the Darkland temporarily. Stay in the Darkland? Isn't that asking to die? Xander chuckled. No need to worry about the Darkland. I've improved it, making it the safest place in Mashalinding. Please wait here for safety. While I can't protect myself, I can't guarantee protection for all in Mashalinding. Preston shook his head. Sir, your assistance is already immense. We understand the burden and dare not drag you down. We'll stay in the Darkland and await news. Xander nodded. Well, let's go then. Also, Brother Jiang, if you want to leave the Darkland's depths, just say the word. Thank you, sir. Bede called him sir as well. Under Xander's protection, they easily reached the depths of the Darkland. Chapter 235. Anatology's Concerns. As one of the three major powerhouses in number 18 city, the Heba organization boasts countless members and formidable strength. Among its elite, the most outstanding individual resides deep within the organization's underground lair. This person, half his face covered by an iron mask, sits cross-legged beside a stream, wielding a sword with unparalleled presence. He is none other than the supreme warrior of the entire Heba organization. His cultivation has reached the 5th heavenly realm, making him one of the few in number 18 city who can match his prowess. This is Anatology, the king of swords in the Heba organization. At that moment, Anatology was deeply immersed in cultivation when suddenly, members of the Heba organization rushed over hurriedly. They knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, and shouted frantically. Master, the leader is dead. What? Gareth is dead? Anatology, who was engrossed in his practice, immediately opened his eyes, his piercing gaze making the Heba organization members' scalps prickle. He frowned and asked, what exactly happened? How could Gareth die suddenly? And who was so powerful that they could kill him? Could it be the other two factions? Anatology's imposing demeanor terrified the already fearful Heba organization members, causing them to almost collapse while kneeling. Hastily, they explained. Master, the leader didn't die at the hands of the other two factions. It was a newcomer who appeared in number 18 city, participated in the gambling event proposed by the leader, and seemed destined to lose. But somehow, he used some means. In the end, he caused the leader to lose the bet. Fuming with anger, the leader attacked. But this person simply sat there, unmoving, and endured the attack unscathed. The leader realized he couldn't do anything to this person and conceded the stakes. Later, we heard this person took a few others to the Blackland. The leader went after him with a team to settle the matter, but this person was too strong, defeating them despite being outnumbered, even killing the leader. The Heba organization member nervously recounted the events, leaving Anatology even more troubled. Indeed, gambling can be destructive. A newcomer resisting Gareth's attack unharmed and winning against overwhelming odds, ultimately killing Gareth. This wasn't simple at all. Gareth was no weakling. reaching the mid-4th heavenly realm. In the entire number 18 city, he was among the top. Yet, such a powerful person couldn't deal with the newcomer and ended up losing his life. This is going to be difficult. Anatology felt a jolt and asked again, what is the background of this newcomer? Have you figured that out? No, master. What about his strength? Do you know specifics? Not sure, master. The Heba organization members wished they could burrow into the ground, fearing Anatology would execute them out of frustration. But Anatology remained calm, merely frowning as he continued, where is this person now? Master, he's still in the Black Land. Despite its dangers, this person seems capable of avoiding curses. He also has an unusual dog, which, though ugly and not large, is incredibly terrifying. It bit off the leader's arm, causing the leader to drop a major realm and leading to his death, master. A dog bite can cause a realm drop? Anatology was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh at Gareth's fate or marvel at the realm drop. However, it was becoming clear that this person was well prepared. This isn't someone to mess with. He's come prepared. Anatology shook his head and ordered, immediately dispatch scouts to monitor every move closely. Report any slightest changes. Also, light the moon lamps to form a protective circle. Yes, master. After the Heba organization members left, Anatology sat down, feeling agitated. He sensed something ominous was approaching, worsening his mood. The source of his unease was obvious. The newcomer's frightening resilience, bizarre black dog, and inexplicable power. All these indicated the person was not someone to be trifled with. Gareth had indeed brought trouble. What puzzled Anatology more was why such a formidable person suddenly appeared in the restless realms. From their actions, they didn't seem like exiled criminals, lacking the desperation for survival. Although Anatology speculated endlessly, he didn't take immediate action because he knew they had already crossed paths. Unless the newcomer viewed Gareth's actions as trivial, akin to being bitten by a mosquito, retaliation was inevitable. Just like before, eye for an eye. Anatology closed his eyes, trying to calm down. In the blink of an eye, another night descended upon the world. Number 18 city was once again bathed in the warm glow of countless moon lamps, illuminating the sky and driving away the abyss's shadows, turning it into a sanctuary amidst darkness. For many, this was a rare time of tranquility. Under the protection of the moon lamps, they felt safe. However, tension filled the Heba organization. While others were unaware of their predicament, the members knew what was coming. Out of nowhere, a sly figure emerged, slipping into number 18 city. This was Xander, unhindered and lighter without baggage. Too many demons inhabited the restless realms, yet they were too impoverished to offer much wealth. If he wanted riches, he should focus on humans in number 18 city. Since Gareth initiated the conflict, the Heba organization would pay for his foolishness. Though people in number 18 city were poor compared to the demons, they were comparatively wealthy. Before leaving the restless realms, he had to gain some profit, otherwise, his efforts would be in vain. Eliminating the moon lamps was the easiest way to strike the Heba organization. With a hidden body double from the primal gem, snuffing out the lights became effortless. Simply stuffing all moon lamps into a bag would suffice. Once the luminance was gone, shadows of death would follow. Demons! Demons! Help! No! Hurry! Report to the master! Desperate screams marked only the beginning of despair. Fusing into darkness, Xander, the Dark Messenger, further extinguished the Heba organization's light. Almost half of the vast organization was already swallowed by darkness, turning into a bloody feast for demons. Anatology wielded his sword and flew out, witnessing the relentless loss of light. How ruthless, how cruel. Just as his premonition foretold, retribution had arrived. Chapter 236. Anatology, not a woman. Friend, please stop. I've heard about the conflict between Gareth and you. Gareth's arrogance in handling matters is a result of improper management by our 78 organization. Gareth deserves what she gets, and our organization has faults as well. So friend, if you have any demands, please speak up clearly, and we can discuss them, Anatology shouted into the spreading darkness. His mood grew increasingly solemn. He had even less to say regarding Gareth now. In the void, the Miles chuckled. Now you want to talk? The face of an evil brute sure changes quickly. If it weren't for my timely return, there would have been corpses scattered everywhere, chaos left behind after Gareth led people from your 78 organization to attack mine. If that had happened, could you still talk terms so calmly? Such enmity, do you think resolving it by just getting rid of Gareth would be enough? I tell you, it won't be easy at all. Touching my people will certainly come at a high cost. However, I'm not entirely unreasonable. Haha, you want to talk? Alright, I'll give you this chance. As long as your 78 organization can withstand tonight's ordeal, then my vengeance will end here. But if you cannot endure, then it is fitting for the 78 organization to disappear forever. After all, you're nothing but exiled sinners. No one would feel sorry for you when you die. As the Miles spoke, he channeled his spirit energy, instantly summoning terrifying gales that extinguished all the moon lanterns around them before they could be relit, storing them away in his pack. Anatology's expression turned grave. Everyone, be cautious. But the darkness engulfed everyone instantaneously, and caution couldn't prevent danger. A scream, then another. Once it began, it didn't cease. Under the complete cover of darkness, stripped of the protective light of the moon lanterns, a feast for demons commenced. Countless demons pounced, devouring and crushing the members of the 78 organization. Amidst bone-chilling screams, many members of the 78 organization met their demise. The once large organization shrank rapidly in number. In the darkness, Anatology felt a mixture of fury and unease surging within him. Gareth has truly offended in unbeatable trouble. Caught off guard, Anatology held on to the last remaining source of light, wary and vigilant. You think you can stay unscathed? How foolish, utterly foolish. Beside his ear, the Miles's laughter resonated, and the horrifying e-puppet made its appearance. To make the E-puppet effective against Anatologizzi, the Miles sacrificed more years of life, but it was worth it. The E-puppet attacked on the Miles' command. But Anatologizzi frowned because a puppet like this could never be his match. At this moment, a mysterious force enveloped his entire body. To his horror, he discovered that his cultivation level had fallen. Dropped a major realm. What's happening? What's going on? Instantly, Anatologizzi recalled reports from his subordinates about a black dog making Gareth drop in realms and the weak defeating the strong in the arena. He immediately understood the situation. It wasn't the black dog that was peculiar. It was this person who wielded bizarre abilities to strip others of their cultivation and reduce their realm by a significant level. Realizing this, however, was too late. The E-puppet's assault was right upon his face. At the same level, Anatologizzi couldn't withstand the E-puppet's prowess. The fearsome strike sent Anatologizzi flying out, the moon lantern slipping from his grasp and disappearing into the darkness. In an instant, countless shadows consumed Anatologizzi. Only when swallowed by darkness could one understand the true terror lurking within. The fear was overwhelming. The feeling of losing safety. The sense of danger surrounding from all sides. The grotesque, bloodthirsty, maddening stench that filled the air. Even though Anatologizzi was a formidable warrior, his scalp tingled and his whole body quaked with fear. Because the terrors of abyssal shadows were limitless. Although he was powerful, there were entities even more potent in this realm of dread. Not to mention, having already been injured by the E-puppet, his combat power wasn't at its peak. Facing the onslaught of demons, he was certain he was dead. He was absolutely doomed. At this moment, Anatologizzi desperately wished to have a moon lantern in his hand for reassurance. But there was none. Absolutely none. Every moon lantern nearby had been taken by the Miles. All that remained was darkness and imminent death. Endless fear caused Anatologizzi to burst into wails. Right now, he was terrified. No one could bear the pressure brought by the abyss. In this engulfing darkness, even someone as powerful as a fifth heaven realm expert would experience mental breakdown within moments. Let me go. Please let me go. Whatever you want, I will agree. Let me go. Please let me go. Anatologizzi screamed like a madman, desperately clutching at the hope he could barely control, as if trying to hold on to straws. For countless demons had noticed him, and the darkness was ready to tear him apart. In the void, the Miles smiled. Since you are willing to do anything, why not serve me, becoming my most loyal servant, obedient to my every command? How does that sound? Isn't that slavery? Even if the Miles hadn't used those words, this demand was equivalent to slavery. Anatologizzi's heart shuddered, his mind struggling to maintain sanity. In this split second of struggle, the Miles' voice turned indifferent. If you are dissatisfied, then forget it. Abyssal shadows have devoured countless souls. You shall join the fallen, torn apart by endless demons. Upon hearing this, Anatologizzi's rational thoughts shattered, replaced by intense emotion. I agree. I agree. Please, please, please. Make me your slave, eternally serving you faithfully, my honorable master, my great master. Anatologizzi roared crazily. Death. He feared death too much. So, he chose to become a slave, abandoning the dignity of a warrior, even human dignity. He wanted to live. The Miles narrowed his eyes. Seeing as you're so sincere and eager, very well. I will give you a chance to serve me for life. Warm light enveloped Anatologizzi. While disheveled and sprawled on the ground, Anatologizzi appeared feminine. But he was absolutely not a woman. Wrapped in the warmth of the moon lantern's glow, the ceremony was completed. Anatologizzi became the Miles' servant. Loyalty for life. Bound to obey the Miles' commands. One of the three bigwigs of city number 18, the steadfast pillar of the 78 organization, a fifth heaven realm powerhouse surviving in the chaotic netherworld. If not taught the fear of death, persuading such prideful individuals would be near impossible. Just like Herman, thinking of bargaining even at death's door, dying indeed suited him. Hands were needed, but loyalty must be controlled. After instilling the fear of death in Anatologizzi, pulling him back ensured his devoted service. Look at you, crying like a woman. Is there any trace of a warrior left? But this is for the best. In the future, you won't be a warrior anymore. You will only be my servant, obedient to my every command. Don't feel cheated. I am Gorin, the Lord of Chomping. If you follow me sincerely and diligently, I will treat you well. Who knows, maybe your future holds greater prospects. The Miles snapped his fingers, and the vanished moonlight reappeared in the darkness. The darkness receded, revealing the blood-soaked ground, leaving a chilling impression. In the central hall of the 78 organization, Anatologizzi knelt, his emotions complex. Gorin sat on a high seat and ordered, bring all the accumulated resources of the 78 organization. And the accumulations were moonstones, stacked in piles, without any heavenly treasures or magical artifacts. This forsaken land of Invincible truly lives up to its name as a hell on earth for exiled sinners. From resources to the level of danger, it doesn't seem to want anyone to survive here at all. I never want to come back to this accursed place again. Since there's no money, might as well strip city number 18 bare. The other two bigwigs can't be let off either. After Anatologizzi was dispatched to leave, Gorin began to smelt the moonstones. Moonstones could only be dropped by demons of the heavenly realm, yet surprisingly, they weren't very valuable. Stacks upon stacks of moonstones netted Gorin merely a few million in white value. Chapter 237, City number 18, Changing Surnames. Earning white value has become increasingly difficult. This unstable region really is a godforsaken place. Being poor is one thing, but being this poor is simply excessive. Xander shook his head, unwilling to dwell on the unpleasant matters any longer. Xander raised his hand and drew a divine weapon, a sword that emitted a terrifying aura, stirring the heart. This was indeed a genuine divine weapon. After all, it came from Qin, a demigod and a top-tier demigod at that. How could such a sword be anything less? The name of this sword was unique, Yu Feng Mingjian, sword named Wind. It was forged over 100 years by a master blacksmith of the Wind-Come divine clan. It was extremely powerful. Even the formidable body of a demigod could not withstand it. One might say that in front of this sword, a demigod's body was nothing more than an ant. The sword was exceedingly sharp. Nothing could resist its strikes, and wielding it bestowed the power of gods upon the holder, allowing them to challenge beings far above their own level. With this sword, one could disregard divine authority, as the terrifying edge could obliterate even deities. It was truly a deity-slaying weapon. However, using it to slay deities came at the cost of one's own spiritual energy. Any slight mistake could result in the god remaining unharmed while the wielder became exhausted. Thus, it required caution. What a fine sword this is. Not only does it have a beautiful name, but it also boasts tremendous power. The Wind-Come clan truly lives up to its reputation for being both remarkable and mysterious, capable of forging a genuinely authentic god-slaying sword. However, this sword is too sharp. In the hands of others, it could easily turn into a master-consuming blade, a large and terrifying sword choosing its prey. Thus, the position of this sword is somewhat awkward. Though powerful, its side effects are equally formidable. Only strong individuals could wield it, and the aid it provided would not be significant. Those who could gain immense assistance were unable to use it at all. But Xander remained highly satisfied. After all, he possessed the gem of force and was abundant in spiritual energy. To him, every aspect of the sword named Wind was perfect. Compared to the day weapon guy, this sword was far superior. Even after the modifications by Limited City, it still couldn't match this sword that could slay gods. With the endless spiritual energy from the gem of force assisting him, Xander could truly kill gods with this sword. Yet, divine weapons aren't something you can just use effortlessly. Just like the day weapon guy, to master it proficiently, the divine weapon needed to be modified by Zong so that Xander could wield it as naturally as his own limbs. When Xander eagerly asked the system about modifying it and inquired about the price, the system promptly doused his enthusiasm with cold water. What? Just for a modification, it wanted 1 billion white value? 1 billion. Even the most top-tier longevity elixir, when refined, could only yield that much. Xander's expression instantly changed from eager anticipation to sheer ugliness. It was quite displeasing. How could it cost so much? Isn't this just like robbing a bank? But the system had its rationale. The high cost was because the sword named Wind was extraordinary, beyond a mere divine weapon. It was a higher-level celestial artifact forged by a master blacksmith of the Wind-Come divine clan, using heavenly materials, advanced materials, and secret techniques, perfected over more than a century and by chance. An incredible sword, a mere divine weapon yet able to slay gods. A divine weapon with the might of a celestial artifact. The sword named Wind was never meant to be wielded by ordinary humans. By rule, at the very least, a demigod was required to wield this sword. This was the law of heaven and earth. And now, the system aimed to twist this law, allowing Xander, who was merely at the realm of the mountain, to wield such a fearsome sword named Wind. For 1 billion white value, that was perfectly reasonable. Xander's eyes widened in realization. So, ultimately, was it his lack of understanding? His hair wasn't growing longer either. However, Xander understood that there was no room for negotiation with the system. Fine, forget it then. Anyway, 1 billion white value was out of his reach. He was now incredibly poor, with barely 10 million white value on him. Giving up like this left him deeply reluctant. So Xander began rummaging through his treasures, asking piece by piece. No divine artifacts or divine weapons were spared. But the system's price evaluation for refining these items was making Xander's head spin due to how unreasonable they were. For instance, Jinshe Weiku, a good divine weapon, was only appraised at a few million white value, like giving money to beggars. Initially, these treasures were formidable. Now, if refined by the system, the white value he'd receive wouldn't even be half of their original value. Too disadvantageous. Most annoyingly, even if he sold all these treasures, he couldn't make up 1 billion. So Xander decided to give up completely. 1 billion. Sword named Wind. Later then. He was too poor now, unworthy of such a powerful weapon. As Xander was immersed in sorrow, 3 powerful figures approached, led by Farron, followed by 2 others, one middle-aged and one elderly, though their actual ages might be similar despite looking like representatives of different generations. These 2 were the true leaders of other major organizations. One was Ernesto from the 32 organization, and the other was Darien from the 66 organization. Both were 5-layered heavens-level powerhouses like Farron. Your Excellency, they are Ernesto and Darien, leaders of the 66 and 32 organizations, Farron said as he knelt down immediately, respectfully presenting storage equipment filled with piles of moonstones. City number 18, 3 major powers including the 7th-8th organization, have submitted to me. I wonder if the other 2 organizations are willing to join us as brothers in arms. Upon hearing this, Ernesto and Darien didn't hesitate, kneeling directly on the ground. Clearly, from Farron's account, they already knew the terror of Xander. Since they obediently came, they must have made up their minds to submit. Ernesto, Darien, pay respects to your excellency. Both prostrated themselves fully. Could they feel no helplessness? Of course not. But what could they do? In this world, power reigns supreme. Farron, being on par with them, had been psychologically scarred by Xander. What choice did they have? They didn't want psychological scars either, leaving them no choice but to submit. Xander chuckled. Since both parties are sincere, I shall encourage you. I never treat my people unfairly. I have already figured out a way to leave the unstable region. When I depart, we will go together. I believe you all wish to leave this hellish place. However, upon hearing this, Farron, Ernesto, and Darien remained silent, without joy or excitement, just silence. This puzzled Xander. Isn't this good news? Did I misunderstand your desire? Or do you think my words are just empty promises? These 3 reacted entirely differently from Bede, who would have likely jumped up and shouted, "Long live," thrice on the spot. Chapter 238. Finally, the realm of heaven. Sir, there is no way out of this unsettled realm. It's cursed, and even gods would be trapped here forever with no hope of escape. What? Not even a god? Xander's heart skipped a beat, but he still asked, do you know how to leave the unsettled realm? If Anatolizi and the others knew a different method from what he knew, then it wouldn't be an issue. However, if they knew the same method, that could be troublesome. As the leaders of the three major powerhouses in City 18, Anatolizi indeed knew many things. Sir, we have been bound in this unsettled realm for over a millennium. During this long period, we've not only tried ourselves but also heard from our predecessors. There's a dark land within the unsettled realm that carries a great curse, yet it seems to contain some form of life. At the deepest part of the dark land, there is a river of death. To cross it, one can only use an illusionary boat. The river is vast and deep, but if crossed, one can leave the unsettled realm and be reborn. Upon hearing Anatolizi's words, Xander's expression froze. The method they knew was the same. Reborn? But not really, right? Anatolizi showed a bitter smile. Sir, the unsettled realm is an earthly hell designed to imprison sinners, a prison where one cannot easily escape. This entire area is under a powerful curse cast by an indescribably terrifying existence. All souls exiled here are branded with a mark. Even if one truly crosses the river of death and physically leaves the unsettled realm, it's futile. Over the countless years, many powerful entities have attempted to fight against the curse of the dark land and reach the depths. However, when these beings reached the other side of the river of death, they thought they were greeted by hope. But what awaited them was death. Because there lies an unforgivable path. It's the true nightmare for all sinners who wish to escape. Anatolizi's voice grew heavy, and his words made Xander feel a similar heaviness. He had initially thought he had found a way, a glimmer of hope for leaving. Yet, he was too naive. Leaving the unsettled realm seemed impossible. So, this place can only be entered, never left? Anatolizi nodded. If there was a way out, he would rather be an ordinary person outside than be the leader of any organization here. Life as a mortal in the outer world is surprisingly peaceful. Cultivators generally do not interfere with mortals, so the land of mortals remains mostly undisturbed. Due to the difference in travel speed, a few thousand miles are a tremendous distance for mortals, but just a blink for cultivators. They live in the same world, but seem like residents of two different worlds. Before entering the unsettled realm, he had desired cultivation, strength, and immortality. But after staying here long enough, he realized being a mortal with a 100-year lifespan might be better. Xander pondered for a moment, and then waved his hand. You may leave first. Alone, he sat on a chair, frowning. No wonder it's called the unsettled realm. It certainly is unsettling. Being unable to leave, just because it can't be concluded by mere words or legends doesn't mean it's false. Therefore, Xander decided to investigate the other side of the river of death. Even if others couldn't leave, he would not be imprisoned in this place, bored for eternity. He melted all the moonstones he had. The white values gained from them were pitiful compared to the effort required. So, he resolved not to be confined here. Xander immediately set off for the Darkland. Upon reaching its depths, he found that having women around was indeed helpful. They quickly set up suitable living arrangements. This felt like preparing for the New Year celebrations, which was pleasant. After arranging everything with Preston, Xander led Lawrence, Willie, Black Dog, and Bee deeper into the Darkland. Upon reaching the deepest point, before the River of Death, they summoned a boat using a horn. They sailed swiftly across the River of Death. The boat moved incredibly fast, but the river was endlessly long. Even with the boat's incredible speed, after 10 days of rapid travel, they still saw nothing but the endless river, not the opposite shore. However, Xander did not waste time. Since it would take a while, he focused on cultivation using divine blood. Divine blood is incredibly potent, each drop containing immense power. Swallowed, Xander felt his body tighten. Any ordinary human would likely have been crushed into dust. But with the protection of the primordial gem, Xander endured the divine pressure. Closing his eyes, he chanted the true scripture of the divine sea. The blood energy permeated his flesh as he began to refine the divine blood. As the power gradually merged into his own strength, his cultivation naturally advanced. Time passed swiftly as he immersed himself in cultivation, significantly boosting his abilities. He truly entered the first heaven of the heavenly realm. Using the petals of the En Hai Chao Yu also enhanced his combat prowess and innate talent. Taking a deep breath, Xander sighed. Despite his rapid advancement, cultivation was far from easy. His swift progress came at the cost of countless resources and people, likely more than 1,000-fold the normal path. However, Xander didn't regret his actions. Boss Chow's advice was clear. I'd rather betray all under heaven than let all under heaven betray me. Holding enough power was paramount. Achieving the heavenly realm meant he was closer to the divine realm. Shortly after his cultivation ended, the boat finally reached the opposite shore. The shore was an island, a towering heavenly island, vast and majestic. Higher still on this formidable island were paths that stretched upwards, thin like threads descending from the sky. Was this the path to heaven? A blood-soaked path to heaven? Sir, this island is immense, and the path is deeply unsettling. The terror is immeasurable. Its vastness rivals that of Mu Sha's territory, filled with boundless power. The laws of nature are distorted here, Willie muttered. Xander raised an eyebrow, conducting dual probes. Indeed, something was amiss. The natural order was disrupted, much like a puzzle scattered and haphazardly put back together. The ancient divine aura lingered. Sir, the divine power has been severed and integrated into the entire unsettled realm, making it a cursed place. This path is a deadly one, each step costing lifetimes. Countless bodies lie here, unable to return from seeking survival. Willie's voice trembled. So terrifying that even a god would perish here. Who could create such a thing and why? Xander pondered. Could it be that the great, terrifying entity created this to eliminate the Southern Division's victory path? Chapter 239. Ascension to Godhood. This heavenly path didn't appear too high, yet its aura was exceedingly heavy and perilous. Crossing it might require risking tens of thousands of years of one's lifespan. Even for great emperors, such a span of time would be hard to bear. As for those below the rank of great emperor, they were even more helpless. At this moment, Willie spoke by Xander's ear. My lord, at the very top of this path, there seems to be a godly statue within the faint, overwhelming aura. That statue is likely a true god's incarnation. It's extraordinary. Xander also noticed it. Though the heavenly path was short, the heavy aura formed a dense fog that, upon closer inspection, revealed a godly statue deep within. This statue, standing since ancient times, maintained its abundant divine power despite the passage of millennia. Its majestic presence could easily subdue many mortals. Everyone, wait here. I will go up and take a look, Xander declared as he prepared to step onto the heavenly path, testing its depth. Willie was frantic. My lord, you must not. There are great terrors on the heavenly path. A single step means losing your life, a place where mortals dare not approach. Haha, no need to worry. If I'm doing it, I must have my reasons. Xander's confidence stemmed from the primal gem, his mighty avatar, and its limitless powers that transcended all restrictions. Under Willie's astonished gaze, Xander stepped onto the heavenly path. The avatar was an incarnation of the primal gem. The curses and taboos of the heavenly path had no effect on the avatar, as the concept of lifespan did not apply to the primal gem at all. Therefore, Xander ascended step by step with ease and comfort, as if he were simply going home. This terrifying heavenly path, which could make even gods hesitate, caused no harm to Xander. He steadily moved forward, and because the path was not long, he soon reached its end, the presence of the divine statue. Up close, the ancient statue exuded a terrifying divine aura that was so overwhelming it made one reluctant to even lift their eyes. The disparity between gods and mortals was not just a matter of rank, but a fundamental difference in the realm of existence. Without entering the divine realm, it was difficult for mortals to comprehend the true grandeur of a god's power. But Xander, with the strength of the primal gem and his resilient soul, could face the divine majesty without hesitation. At most, there was a momentary tremor in his heart. If anyone else were here, they would likely be profoundly affected, kneeling in submission and unable to speak. After getting up close, Xander understood the origin of this divine statue. The statue represented a deity sustained by offerings from mortals, a deity born from sincere worship. Not only that, but it was a demonic deity known as the venerable demon god. Over time, continuous offerings had transformed it into a deity. It originated from the Mo family mountain when a devout believer's wish came true, creating a deity of offerings. A mighty god naturally has its own domain. Within this domain, the god knows everything and receives offerings to strengthen itself. During wars among deities, the god can bless and elevate its believers. The venerable demon god had a holy book and resided in a demon god temple. Once revered and high above, now it was lost. The mountain god no longer existed. This background left Xander stunned. So the Mo family mountain's offerings were this heavy? To think it could nurture a god. Impressive indeed. However, even gods could not resist the relentless passage of time. Time erodes everything, including a god's dignity, especially for a purely offering-based deity like the venerable demon god. If it loses offerings, it will eventually fade away. In short, offerings mean life. No offerings mean death. No matter how exalted a god is, it depends entirely on offerings. Without offerings, even a god would struggle for survival. The venerable demon god once thrived on offerings from the Mo family mountain, but after the mountain's offerings declined, the venerable demon god retained only its divine aura, no longer truly a god. As heaven and earth change, even gods cannot escape their fate, truly causing sighs of lamentation. Detecting the fall of a god, leaving a vacant divine position. Master, do you want to claim this divine position and become the new venerable demon god? The system's voice suddenly interrupted, clearly startling Xander. What? I can become a god now? For real? Xander meticulously questioned the system, and the system confirmed it. Yes, he could become a god immediately. The original venerable demon god had perished under the weight of time, but its divine position remained. By spending white value points, Xander could assume this divine position and become the new venerable demon god. Upon becoming a god, he would gain the venerable demon god's authority and any remaining believers. Hearing this, Xander raised an eyebrow. Come on, becoming a god is this easy? The system is impressive. Xander was genuinely surprised. Although he had just entered the heavenly realm, which seemed incredibly lofty from a mortal's perspective, he was still just a beginner on the path to divinity. The journey to true godhood was extremely long and distant. But the system offered him godhood right now. However, further inquiry revealed that while the system was impressive, it wasn't perfect. Becoming the new venerable demon god meant becoming a god, but he lacked the power to sustain it. He would need to spend 1,000,000 white value points daily to stabilize his divine position. This seemed unprofitable. But then again, being a god came with advantages, such as commanding believers to collect bodies, managing their lives and souls, and generating white value points from their offerings. In short, it was an opportunity, a potential win if managed well. Even with the daily cost of 1,000,000 white value points, it wouldn't be a loss. Poor management, however, could lead to failure. Managing a divine position depended on personal capability. Clearly, the venerable demon god failed due to poor management, leading to its demise. In this aspect, the system was upfront about the pros and cons, leaving the decision to Xander. Become a god? Xander was somewhat tempted. Besides, being a god wasn't permanent. The minimum tenure was a month. If he felt it didn't work out, he could resign after a month. This limited the risk. Therefore, Xander bit the bullet and paid several million white value points. Let's see if the venerable demon god's position would meet his expectations. The moment he spent the points, he felt a shift. The scenery before him blurred and reformed. In an instant, Xander found himself standing inside the venerable demon god's temple. His avatar was an incarnation of the primal gem. The curses and taboos of the heavenly path had no effect on it, for the primal gem wasn't bound by concepts like lifespan. So, Xander ascended with ease, as if returning home. This terrifying heavenly path, which could make even gods hesitate, caused no harm to Xander. He steadily moved forward until he reached the end, the foot of the godly statue. Facing the ancient statue head-on, its formidable divine power pressed down heavily, making it hard to even lift one's gaze. The disparity between gods and mortals transcended mere ranks, but represented a different realm of existence. Without reaching the godly realm, it was unimaginable how vast a god's divine power truly was. But thanks to the primal gem and his strong soul, Xander could directly confront this divine power with only a brief tremor in his heart. Had anyone else attempted it, they would likely kneel on the spot, too terrified to speak. After getting up close, Xander understood the statue's origins. It was a deity nurtured by the incense offerings of mortals, a magic god named Mak. Born from the sincere prayers of people in Emo Family Mountain, it eventually became a god through countless years of offerings. A deity as powerful as this naturally had its own domain. Within this domain, the god knew everything, received sacrifices, and strengthened itself. During holy wars, it protected and empowered its followers. It resided in a temple, accompanied by a scripture called the Book of Mak. Now, though revered, the god was lost. The mountain spirit had long faded. Xander couldn't help but feel amazed. Who would have thought the incense offerings of Emo Family Mountain could nurture a god? Impressive indeed. Yet, in the face of relentless time, even gods could not resist its decay. Time eroded everything, including a god's majesty, especially for gods like Mak who were born purely from incense offerings. Without those offerings, their existence waned, embodying the phrase, life with offerings, death without. Despite its former glory, Mak had fallen with the decline of Emo Family Mountain. The changes in the world were beyond any entity's control, including gods, truly evoking sighs of lamentation. Lord, detecting a fallen god's vacant position. Would you like to claim the throne and become the new Mak magic god? The system's voice suddenly rang in his ear, making Xander visibly pause. What? Can I really become a god now? Real or fake? After careful inquiry, Xander learned that it was indeed possible. The original Mak magic god had perished under the weight of time, but its divine position remained. Spending white points could unlock this position, allowing him to become the new Mak magic god instantly. As a god, he would inherit Mak's authority and remaining followers. Xander raised an eyebrow. Is becoming a god this easy? The system was indeed impressive. Despite being only in the early stages of heavenly cultivation, he was already offered godhood. Yet, the journey from mortal to god remained dauntingly long. But the system allowed him to bypass this. Upon further investigation, Xander realized that while the system was powerful, it wasn't flawless. Achieving godhood would grant him the status, but sustaining it required daily consumption of millions of white points. Initially, this seemed unfavorable. However, being a god came with privileges. He could utilize believers to collect corpses, manipulate their lives and souls, and harvest incense offerings, all converting into white points. Essentially, this was an opportunity, a windfall. If managed well, the benefits could be substantial, even outweighing the daily expenses. Poor management, however, would lead to losses. Clearly, successful governance of the divine position depended on personal capability. Mak Magic God had evidently failed in this regard, simply existing until it perished. The system acknowledged both advantages and disadvantages, leaving the decision to Xander. Should he become a god? Xander felt tempted. Moreover, taking up the position didn't bind him permanently, only for a minimum of a month. After that, he could resign if things went poorly. Thus, the potential losses were limited. Motivated by the prospect of greater white points, Xander clenched his teeth and paid out several million white points. He hoped the throne wouldn't disappoint. Instantly, the scenery before him shifted. In a blink, Xander stood inside the temple of Mak Magic God. Chapter 240. Longshan, Believers, Temple. This is the temple of the Longzuan demon god? Interesting indeed. Can one return to the temple with just a thought no matter where they are? It seems that while gods stand at an exalted height, they also bear heavy burdens, especially those who rely on incense offerings. Xander glanced at his own status panel. Apart from his level increasing, there wasn't much change elsewhere. After all, the white value he had earned during this period was mostly spent on external assistance, like upgrading the messenger of funerals. Of course, his lifespan had drastically shortened. Now, compared to before, he could almost be called a short-lived ghost. But still, it was over 1,000 years, not enough to die immediately. Apart from his personal status panel, he saw another one, the divine rank panel. Longzuan demon god. Mountain god is weight. He had already reviewed the other parts, but two things were critical. Believers. Incense offerings. The number of believers was 1, and there were no incense offerings. Xander was momentarily speechless. He initially found it novel, considering how he had become a god despite being merely a lowly existence from the first heaven, inheriting a divine position abruptly. Examples like this might not have happened in a million years. After becoming a god, he felt divine authority and power, even sensing the changes in the world more acutely. It was entirely different from a mortal's experience. But Xander couldn't smile for long. Who could laugh seeing such a big zero? It wasn't just the zero. What mocked him most was that single believer. Damn it, Longzuan demon god. You piece of trash. How pitiful. Only one believer. You deserve to die. Xander cursed inwardly but didn't swear aloud. After all, as a god, he needed to maintain dignity and depth. Suppressing his frustration, Xander surveyed the surroundings. The temple had inner and outer sections. The inner part was inside the divine statue, essentially the private office of the deity. Though empty, it was peaceful. The outer section was what mortals saw, the actual temple. Xander observed the temple. His first impression, small, just a little mountain god's place. Not only small, but also dilapidated. ruins battered by wind and rain. From its current state, it was clear no one remembered the Longzuan demon god anymore. Who knew when the Longzuan demon god had died along the heavenly road? To mortals, tens of thousands of years are too long. Forgotten deities are inevitable. So, in essence, he had spent millions of white values to inherit an empty shell. Truly an empty shell with nothing left. A deep sense of being scammed washed over him. But the system had explained the pros and cons, making it clear that it was his own choice. Wanting to regret it now was impossible. Xander gritted his teeth. It was indeed his own choice. Hell, if he jumped into a pit himself, he would have to struggle hard. As long as he didn't completely fail, it was considered victory. If necessary, after a month, he would leave and quit. Losing was acceptable, but endless losses weren't. Not only did Xander comfort himself, but the system also reassured him. Being a god truly had significant benefits. Divine authority was incomparable, even beyond those who had attained divine realms through cultivation. In simple terms, with a certain base of believers, an incensed god could theoretically live as long as the heavens and earth, immortal and undying. Cultivated gods, however, still had their lifespans. Once their time was up, they perished just like anyone else. Moreover, was the situation really so dire? No, at least he had one believer. In this situation, a loyal believer could be extremely valuable. With one loyal believer in hand, turning the tide depended on strategy. Xander felt the system was full of nonsense, claiming that one devout believer could outweigh hundreds of ordinary ones. Oh well, since he was here, he had to make the best of it. At this moment, he noticed someone approaching and regained his dignified demeanor. The decrepit door was pushed open, revealing a young girl rushing in and kneeling before the statue, murmuring prayers. Great deity, please show your presence. Please save my brother. The elders say you are the great deity of Longshan, incredibly powerful, able to bring back the dead. I beg you to show your divine power, remembering the years I've dedicated to maintaining this temple. Please save my brother, please save him. I vow to revere you forever. The girl named Ivory, clearly frantic, lived in a small settlement on Longshan with about 100 people. From a very young age, influenced by destiny or family, she developed an interest in deities. Her older sister, Stephanie, brought her to this temple for regular cleaning when she was just a child, starting a habit that persisted for 10 years. Despite being incomprehensible to Xander, considering the original Longzuan demon god was dead, her faith seemed to have touched even the heavens. Thus, Xander unexpectedly appeared. In the rundown temple, everything went silent. Ivory looked up, seeing the sudden brilliance of divine light illuminating the ancient walls, creating a sacred aura. Ivory, a voice filled with divine authority resonated from above, penetrating her heart. Ivory's eyes widened in shock, frozen in disbelief. A deity, the revered deity, actually manifested. Looking at the statue that seemed more alive and authoritative than ever, her heart pounded fiercely. Revered deity? Through long ages and changing times, the once great have vanished, leaving nothing in the heavens. Fortunately, there remains a devotee whose sincere prayers over a decade have moved me. Ivory, your sincerity has touched my heart. If you have a request, speak. The revered deity truly appeared? Ivory felt overwhelming joy after initial shock and quickly prostrated herself again. Revered deity, please, save my brother. Xander responded sternly. What has happened to your brother? Revered deity, my brother Bob went deep into Longshan for hunting but got injured. His life is in danger. Please use your divine power to save him. Xander frowned. Just an injury? Why can't it be treated? This place is strange. He kept his doubts to himself. Your sincerity moves me. Your wish will be granted. Return with your brother immediately, and he shall be safe within this temple. Overjoyed, Ivory hurried away. Xander furrowed his brow, thinking about Misha's territory, which differed greatly from other regions. Damn, is this divine light also related to Misha's territory? Shaking off this unsettling thought, Xander refocused. He opened the Longzuan book. The original text seems to introduce a new element, the Longzuan book. It's essential to maintain consistency with previous content while introducing this item naturally. However, without further context from the preceding or following sentences, this is the most accurate and straightforward translation. If you have more context or additional sentences to translate, please provide them. Chapter 241. Unbelieving in deities, but worth a try. The Mak book is a compendium compiled by the Mak deity. It records many rituals of the Mo family in the village atop Chong Mountain. It seems that this deity might not focus on mundane affairs, but isn't entirely negligent. Of course, the most crucial part of the Mak book documents divine spells. Divine spells are spells only deities can use. To mortals, they are utterly inconceivable. For example, Shan Shi, deity washing, enhances natural talent, akin to a refining spirit liquid, purifying the body and enhancing innate abilities. Another example is Hui Sheng, revive, which as its name suggests, has the power to bring back life from the brink of death, as long as there's a sliver of life left, even just 0.0001% unseen by the naked eye. As long as there's any life force remaining, this spell can revive fully in one breath, providing incredible healing. Who would have thought you, a demon deity, could be such a professional healer? How underestimated you've been. Then there's Jingjin, refinement, a spell that aids others in breaking through cultivation barriers, immensely beneficial for mortal cultivators. And Shun Shun, instant body, grants instantaneous teleportation at extreme speeds over vast distances. Finally, there's Shun Quan, deity fist, an offensive spell where divine power erupts, commanding reverence from all. Even though the Mak book doesn't list all the divine spells, these few are enough to show how powerful and practical they are. The deity focused on utility rather than fluff. Take revive, for instance. With it, who'd fear not being able to save Bob? Atop Chong Mountain lies the village named Little Mo Family Village. Its people gathered together with heavy expressions. At the center of their circle lay a person, a young man, robust, but now barely breathing. His skin pores exuded black blood with each faint breath. His face twisted in agony, revealing he was enduring unimaginable pain. "How is Kong?" asked a young woman with matured demeanor, looking at an elder. The elder, the village patriarch, sighed helplessly. "There's no medicine to treat him. Already critically injured, his veins were further poisoned, spreading throughout his body. There's no way to save him now. It's already a miracle he's held on this long." These words struck terror into the woman's heart, chilling her deeply. Her hopes burst like bubbles. This reality she couldn't accept. Yu Yin, alas, poor Kong, our village's top expert, so young yet so formidable. What a glorious future ahead. But who could have predicted such an outcome? Fate is cruel, very cruel. The elder shook his head, visibly regretful. Listening to this, Stephanie fell silent, staring intently at the still living Bob. Suddenly, she asked, "If Kong dies, can we bury him in the ancestral grounds?" The elder nodded firmly. "Of course. Kong is our village's greatest hero, and everyone acknowledges his contributions. If he isn't buried there, I might end up fed to dogs." This resolute answer eased Stephanie's mind slightly. At least, he'll have fewer regrets. Stephanie approached Bob, heartbroken, but determined to see him through his final moments. "Where's Laura right now?" "Yes, that child is always so close to Kong. How could she be absent at a time like this? Maybe she's too upset and can't bear to see this scene. I'm grieving too. How did everything change so suddenly? Heaven is indeed heartless. I saw Laura heading up the mountain earlier." "Up the mountain? Probably to that rundown mountain temple." "What? To the mountain temple?" There's no need to be surprised. Everyone knows Laura, since birth, has shown great interest in deities and faith. She spends much of her time at the temple cleaning, praying. People think it's a waste of time but haven't been able to dissuade her. Now, Laura went to pray at the temple. No surprise there. Praying to deities. If real deities existed, there'd be no suffering in the world. If praying could solve everything, why do anything? Deities are just a way to fool children. True, that place should be raised for good. Laura has prayed for 10 years. Why can't she understand there's no God? In times like these, who wouldn't want hope? Indeed, if praying could save Kong, I'd pray too. Daily, if needed. Stephanie frowned, about to go fetch someone. "Sister, boundary, brother's fine. Brother's fine." Laura rushed over, shouting while running. Everyone was bewildered. "Fine? He's clearly dying. What kind of fine?" "Laura, what are you talking about?" "Brother is fine. The deity showed itself. We must take him quickly, he'll be fine, definitely." Laura, eager and quick-talking, urged them. "Sister, what are you waiting for? Hurry, or it will be too late." Others exchanged strange glances. The deity showed itself? Showed what? If it were true, after 10 years, or since the temple's existence, it should have happened earlier. More importantly, they didn't believe in deities. They thought Laura, overwhelmed by grief, had hallucinations. "You foolish child, what are you saying?" "I'm not lying," the deity appeared. "Brother, let's go now. You'll be fine, surely." Laura knew villagers didn't believe in deities, especially given the state of the temple. With time tight, she didn't bother explaining more. Even alone, she had to take Bob to the temple. Villagers watched Laura start moving Bob, unsure what to say. Some cried, thinking the child had gone mad due to grief. But Laura kept urging, "Sister, what are you waiting for?" Stephanie's heart quivered. She wanted to cry but held back. "All right, let's go to pray." Stephanie didn't believe in deities, but even a minuscule chance was worth trying. The elder suddenly commanded, eyes closed, "Help me carry him to the mountain temple." "Village elder, don't just stand there. Do you want Kong to die? We have no other options, but as long as there's a chance to save him, whether God or ghost, we must try." Others felt a chill and also pitched in. Together, they carried the stone slab holding Bob, heading up the mountain. With collective effort, they hoisted him, ascending the high peak with grunts and shouts. Chapter 242, Powerful Primitive People. A group of people ascended the mountain. They soon arrived at the dilapidated mountain god temple. The decaying shrine bore the marks of time and age. Normally, it would have collapsed long ago, unnoticed by anyone. But today, something seemed different about this mountain god temple. Josie led the way, pushed open the creaky door, and immediately knelt before the deity statue. "Oh great deity, I beseech you to save my brother." Seeing Josie's extremely devout manner, the villagers set down Bob. Curiosity and doubt mingled in their hearts. Was there truly a god? Could there be hope for saving someone? They didn't believe in gods, but right now, they hoped that perhaps a god existed after all. No one dared to disturb her as she knelt in devotion. Inside the statue, Xander frowned slightly. His frown was not due to dissatisfaction with Josie, but because he found the people of Little Moy Village peculiar. Whether it was Josie or the villagers, from their attitudes, customs, and lifestyle, they felt rather primitive, almost like ancient ancestors. Yet these primitives unexpectedly possessed quite high cultivation levels, not resembling any ancient people but more like an anomaly. In other words, were they highly cultivated primitive people? And primitive people who did not even believe in deities? This situation only grew more bizarre the more he thought about it. Xander shook his head, deciding to leave it be. He was here to conduct business and earn white value. As long as there was profit, he cared little whether they were primitives or even human. With a mental command, divine authority resonated through the temple. Devout believers. The presence of divinity instantly filled the air. Even though they saw no grand armies, it felt as if 1,000 soldiers pressed heavily upon them, overwhelming and unresisting. Everyone involuntarily knelt down. Their primal instincts drove them to worship. The deeply ingrained belief within them that there were no gods was utterly shattered. There are gods in this world. There are gods in this world. This revelation echoed thunderously in their hearts, refusing to fade. Looking at the kneeling villagers, Xander felt satisfied. Indeed, divine authority held absolute dominance over mortal lives. It was only against someone like him, a near mortal, that it lost its effectiveness. Since everyone had been subdued by divine power, it was time to address the matter at hand. Bob was indeed close to death. Logically, as a powerful figure at the first heaven realm, Bob shouldn't be so fragile. After all, it was a heavenly realm, a state of supreme existence, nearly unmatched and insurmountable. Yet in this place, not only was cultivation surprisingly advanced, but Bob, despite his youth, had already reached the first heaven realm, comparable to Xander himself. In these mountains, a creature capable of bringing a first heaven realm expert to near death loomed. The physical injuries weren't the worst. It was the toxins invading his body that were deadly. With divine authority, Xander declared, Josie, a devout believer, has devoted 10 years of unwavering faith. Such loyalty shall be rewarded by my trust. Your brother's grave condition shall not be your concern. As he spoke, healing divine art activated. The poison was terrifying, capable of endangering a first heaven realm expert. But before divine art, it was nothing. Xander watched as Bob's health visibly improved. Others observed wounds and broken bones knitting back together, healing in mere moments. Bob suddenly awoke, unmarred by any injury. Everyone stared in astonishment. There really was a god. Someone nearly dead could recover in just a few breaths? It was too incredible. This mountain god temple was no mere decoration. How incredibly powerful. This must be the power of a deity. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. This was no ordinary human ability. Healing, especially life restoration, was immensely challenging. Only a god could wield such formidable power. Tears welled up in the village elder's eyes, moved beyond words. Thank you, great deity, for saving Bob. The elder bowed repeatedly. Others followed suit. Gratitude to the great deity. Their voices resounded through the mountain god temple. Xander chuckled. This feeling was quite enjoyable. Mortals, do not be disheartened. My purpose is not without genuine desire. For your requests, recompense is expected. Wishes come at a cost. However, this one is free due to Josie's devotion, which moved heaven itself, enabling my revival. Future requests shall be prepared for, otherwise rely on human strength alone. Now, rise. Endless kneeling will bring no benefit. They understood this time. The elder blinked, then asked, Great deity, what compensation is required? All things of great power, living beings' lifespans, souls of all things, treasures of myriad kinds, celestial anomalies, all accepted by this deity. Before the elder could respond, Paige, relieved that Bob was safe, stepped forward. She took out a necklace from around her neck, respectfully placed it before the deity, and knelt. O great deity, a humble mortal seeks assistance. Ah, business already. Xander noticed the necklace and his heart skipped a beat. A bone necklace, very primitive yet complex. Astonishingly, the bones belonged to a celestial dragon. Holy crap, talking about celestial dragons and actually encountering one. Even if just a small bone fragment. Despite the passage of time, the bones still exuded immense, heavy energy, imbued with celestial dragon power. The crowd watched as the necklace vanished into thin air. Speak your wish, commanded the deity. As for where she obtained it, unnecessary to ask, he knew at a glance. Paige found it in Maguey Mountain. Maguey Mountain, recorded in the Longzuan Chronicles, was said to house deities far older than even the Longzuan demons. Legends spoke of remnants from extremely ancient times. Currently, Maguey Mountain resembled Yefeather Mystic Forest, the ancestral land of the Zhang family, originally a blessed realm, but now tainted by malevolence, making it dangerous for ordinary people to enter. Finding a celestial dragon bone there suggested, perhaps an entire celestial dragon awaited discovery. Interesting indeed. If he could refine it, it would be immensely profitable. Just the necklace alone could be worth millions of white value. Millions of white value, all for a fragment of bone. Celestial dragons were truly extravagant. However, Xander didn't rush to refine it. After all, the item in his backpack wasn't going to disappear. O great deity, I wish to seek divine assistance to help my younger brother Bob break through to a higher realm. Xander blinked. Just that? Oh, but indeed, Bob was at the peak of the first heaven realm. It seemed he was also stuck, similar to Dominic and Hey Clement de Devon. However, with Bob's talent, given some time, he would definitely be able to break through on his own. But now, it appeared there was a need to expedite this process, which suggested that something significant was happening in Little Moy Village. Realm breakthrough, wish granted. Xander acted immediately. Divine art entered Bob's body. The divine power surged through Bob's body, stabilizing and reinforcing his cultivation base. The energy swirled around him, forming intricate patterns that signaled the start of his breakthrough. The villagers watched in awe as Bob's aura grew stronger, visibly transforming before their eyes. Xander observed calmly, ensuring that the process was smooth and devoid of any adverse effects. For him, assisting in a realm breakthrough was no more than a simple task facilitated by his vast divine authority. Yet, for the villagers, this was nothing short of a miracle. Bob's transformation was almost instantaneous. The surge of power coursing through him was immense, pushing him beyond his previous limits and solidifying him into a new realm. The atmosphere in the mountain god temple became charged with an otherworldly presence, and the villagers felt the magnitude of the divine intervention. As the divine light dimmed, Bob opened his eyes, feeling a new level of strength and awareness. The villagers gasped in unison, their hearts filled with awe and gratitude towards the great deity who had once again displayed his incredible power. Xander smiled inwardly. This village, though primitive, certainly brought unexpected challenges and opportunities. He knew that his actions here would not only benefit Bob, but also set a precedent for future requests and interactions with these people. Rise, mortal. Your wish has been fulfilled. Chapter 243. More wishes? Xander invoked a divine art, and everyone could only see a beam of light suddenly surge into Bob's body. The light erupted within his flesh. Just then, Bob, who had been restored, opened his eyes wide as if he was waking up. But he wasn't fully awake. Under the divine light's cover, Bob closed his eyes again, his body spontaneously entering a state of cultivation. Bob was already exceptionally talented, so breaking through to the second heaven was not like for Hoi Chinku and Haiti, who might have waited thousands of years in vain. With the assistance of the divine art, it truly only took an instant. With a sudden surge of aura, it signified that Bob had achieved the power of the second heaven. Others were dumbstruck. Is this even possible? Not only saving lives is terrifying, but actually helping someone break through their cultivation barrier, this is too powerful. Indeed, it's the might of a deity. Wuxia village was deeply shaken. Their once faithless hearts now harbored respect and awe for the supreme demon god, growing stronger by the day. And Stephanie, her eyes sparkled with excitement. For Xander, this glow translated into an actual increase in followers. Well, it seems causing miracles on the spot is the best way to sway hearts. Of course, I also owe this to the supreme demon god, although the god itself was somewhat negligent. As a deity of incense, dying is indeed scornful. But these divine arts and methods of the incense deity are truly formidable, far surpassing those who reach divinity through self-cultivation. Such a deity better fits the definition of a god, coexisting and residing with the people. What is a god? One who holds an umbrella over humanity and carries the weight of the heavens. That is being a god. Those who cultivate to become gods are less gods, and more like humans with godly powers. Naturally, incense deities have their downsides, especially if they are negligent. They can easily die and have a lot of concerns to deal with, unlike cultivation deities who can survive alone. But experiencing what it feels like to be an incense deity has made this journey worthwhile. After the breakthrough, Bob truly woke up this time. He didn't just open his physical eyes, his consciousness also regained awareness of his surroundings. The first thing Bob saw was Ivory. The little girl was so excited she was crying. Then came the other villagers, all equally moved. Ivory ran over and hugged him tightly. Brother, you're okay, ha ha ha. Ivory nestled into Bob's embrace, giggling foolishly. Stephanie was touched, feeling her chest dampen as tears welled up in Bob's eyes, momentarily stunned. His mind was still muddled, filled mostly with memories of nightmares, death, pain, endless torment. Now, he awakened from the nightmare, as if it were just a dream. But Bob knew clearly he was indeed injured and on the brink of death. The feeling of despair in life and death was something he would never forget. He thought he would never open his eyes again. Yet here he was, not only opening his eyes but discovering he had advanced to the second heaven. What on earth happened? Ivory looked up with red eyes but a beaming smile. Brother, it was the venerable god, the Damien venerable god who saved you. Not only that, after sister offered her necklace as a sacrifice, the Damien venerable god used its mighty divine power to help you break through your realm. If it weren't for the Damien venerable god... Ivory started to cry again but held back because Bob was fine. Brother, I've always said that the Damien venerable god is just sleeping and never left. You all didn't believe me, thinking I was just a kid. But now, you know I'm very smart. Ivory laughed, refusing to let go of Bob. Hearing this, Bob's pupils contracted. Damien venerable god? Isn't that a demon god? He looked around. He was indeed in a temple, no wonder it felt drafty. Everyone else in the village gazed at him with reverence, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. This Damien god is real? Bob subconsciously spoke, but even before anyone responded, he began contradicting himself. Of course, it must be real. Otherwise, how could he be alive and well now? How could he see his family again? How could he have broken through? Who else but a god could possess such power, to save a dying person and help them advance? But the Damien venerable god is actually the Damien demon god. Demon gods aren't trifling matters. He used to think it was merely an ancestor's imagination, but now, it wasn't just imagination. Bob was confused. His past understanding clashed violently with his present experiences. Yu Yin. Stephanie nodded. It really is the Damien venerable god who saved you. The gods do exist in the world. A single sentence confirmed the truth. Bob's heart calmed as he stood and knelt solemnly before the deity statue. Gratitude to the venerable god for saving my life. Gratitude to the venerable god for keeping me alive. He continuously bowed, offering thanks. However, inside his heart, he whispered another message. God, if there is a heavy price to pay, please don't hurt others. I am willing to return my life. As long as no one else is harmed, let me die. However, Xander couldn't hear this inner plea. He wasn't that powerful to eavesdrop on someone's thoughts. After witnessing the reunion drama, Xander chuckled. Since the wishes have been granted, leave now. Are you planning to reside permanently in my temple? That was definitely not going to happen. After all, this place wasn't suitable for living, not even cooking without fire due to the drafts. Everyone from Wuxia village left, including Ivory and Bob. However, Stephanie remained behind. Xander raised an eyebrow. Mortal, do you wish to stay permanently in my temple? Stephanie fell to her knees immediately. Great deity, mortal seeks another wish. Ha, do you really treat me like a wishing machine? But this works out fine. More wishes mean more rewards. Speak your wish. Great deity, mortal offers her lifespan to request the deity's power to aid me in entering the lightning pool and obtaining the red seal. Lightning pool? It's mentioned in the records of the Supreme Book. It's located in Damien. Despite being a vast area, the lightning pool is aptly named with intense lightning strikes and many monstrous creatures, making it extremely dangerous. Entering deep within to obtain a red seal. This task sounds anything but simple. Xander looked at Stephanie. She was destined for greatness, heavily favored by heavenly grace. Due to being influenced by evil during birth, her talent diminished significantly, yet she remained relatively excellent. She possessed a pair of unique eyes capable of glimpsing destiny several times in her life. Going to the lightning pool was because she saw her fate. Even more astonishing, she has a formidable buff of immortality. Each extra day adds another year to her life. Unbelievable. Damn, wouldn't it be great if this buff were mine? Xander shook his head. Your wish is granted, but not your life. Instead, I require your soul to serve as my servant for 3,000 years. 3,000 years? Stephanie clenched her fists. Chapter 244, The Mysterious Man. Serena's heart struggled. 3,000 years was certainly not a short time. It was even long and arduous. Was it worth it? To be a servant of the Damien venerable god for 3,000 years. Patricia struggles internally. 3,000 years is an absolute long time, even an eternity. Is it worth it? To be a servant of the venerable god of Damien for 3,000 years. Patricia takes a deep breath. Finally, she speaks. Great deity above, commoner Patricia vows to serve as your servant, abiding by this vow for 3,000 years without change. Once the words are spoken, the decision cannot be undone. This is Patricia. When she makes a decision, it's as binding as a nail driven by saliva. Always true to her word. Patricia agreeing to this condition was within Xander's expectations. After all, for someone like Patricia, who has the potential not only to become an emperor but even to attain immortality, 3,000 years is nothing much. So why not demand 30,000 years, or even 300,000 with her eternal life buff? Xander believes that to truly gain someone's allegiance, one should rely not on soul contracts or threats to their life, but on genuine willingness from the heart. That's why Xander chose this scant 3,000 years, a short period for emperors, celestial deities, and immortals, mainly to ensure Patricia remains loyal during these few thousand years. After all, such a person blessed by divine favor can easily become problematic if left unchecked. Even though Xander has a system, its benefits aren't granted arbitrarily. They require white value, and obtaining white value isn't simple. Therefore, being cautious is the better part of valor. As for why Patricia agreed, it comes down to one reason. Currently, the only one she could rely on might just be the venerable god of Damien before her. Come to my temple tomorrow, and proceed to the lightning pool to receive the grand seal. Xander already held Patricia's soul fragment in his hand. With this, he had absolute control over her life and death. The power of a deity is indeed formidable. With the affirmation, Patricia's mood improved significantly. Changing her fate was more important than anything else. She was also very eager. After bowing, Patricia respectfully retreated. Xander chuckled inside the god statue, feeling that acquiring a servant indeed made him seem more like a god. And this servant was none other than Patricia, a person favored by divine blessings. Now Xander felt that investing millions of white value to experience being a deity was absolutely worth it. However, despite it being worth it, idling away time in the temple wasn't Xander's style. So with a wave of his divine consciousness, he separated himself from the temple and returned to the place where even gods met their end. Covering an immeasurable distance, it felt like waking up from a dream. At this moment, Willie and the others were still waiting. Seeing Xander regain awareness, they quickly asked, "Sir, what about this impassable path?" Xander shook his head. The impassable path is layer upon layer of horrors. Even those at the realm of divinity can't endure such wear and tear. For now, you'll have to remain here, but don't worry. I will find a way to get everyone out of this wretched place. Understood. Willie and the others naturally had no objections. Xander didn't linger further and disappeared again from this hellish world. In Little Imo village, the village elder Wayne led a temporary meeting. He announced the existence of a god in the mountain shrine and the identity of the venerable god of Damien to let everyone know. This revelation sent shockwaves through the village. For people who never believed in deities, to suddenly encounter a god firsthand, this was something unbelievable, especially given their personal experiences. While some may have doubted initially, how could they argue against seeing Germano alive and thriving, even advancing in cultivation after visiting the shrine? If not by divine power, then what force could explain it? Only a deity, with boundless power, could bring life back from death and break through mortal realms so effortlessly. Of course, the meeting's purpose wasn't just to express reverence for the deity. Instead, it was to establish certain facts. Most villagers of Little Imo village, aside from Ivory who had an innate fondness for deities, did not believe in gods. They considered deities mere fabrications of ancestors. But now, reality proved the existence of gods, although unclear why they were unseen before. Having a deity implied potential prosperity for Little Imo village. Thus, they must prepare sacrifices and ceremonies. Many traditional practices were lost due to disbelief, but Wayne provided guidance. The form can be simple, but sincerity must be profound. Respect, veneration, and adoration of the deity must be shown. Blasphemy is strictly forbidden. Any violation would be punished as a major village offense. Villagers agreed with these requirements since most had witnessed the deity's power firsthand. Others believed that their fellow villagers wouldn't lie to them. Besides, they shared kinship and heritage. Wayne emphasized another matter, the Circumambulation Festival, an ancient tradition seeking divine protection. They would need to study its methods and appoint Germano to lead. Germano also had another task, leading people to slay beasts and prepare offerings. Since the venerable god of Damien explicitly stated he wasn't benevolent but business-oriented, Germano accepted the responsibility. He felt a sense of duty, having benefited from Patricia and Ivory's efforts. He hoped to prevent the venerable god from revealing any malevolent aspects amidst the fervent faith. Germano was always concerned about this. Another crucial task was building the sacrificial altar. It required great respect and caution. Any disrespect could be seen as blasphemous. Ancestral traditions must be honored. Wayne took this seriously and sought old records and relics to understand the details. After arranging these matters, the meeting ended. Little Imo village began bustling with activity. However, this bustle didn't last long. Suddenly, someone arrived. The village elder, a stranger, came to retrieve something stored here thousands of years ago. Upon hearing this, Wayne trembled slightly, sighing, "They've finally come." Wayne immediately stepped out to greet them personally. Soon, he saw the stranger, clad in a full cloak and mask, shrouded in mystery. I am the village elder Wayne of Little Imo Village. You've come to retrieve something? Do you remember the item entrusted to you thousands of years ago? The stranger showed a token. Wayne quickly pulled out a map and carefully matched it. Yes, it matches. The stranger then said, since verified, where is the item? Wayne paused. Please follow me. Leading the stranger to the ancestral grounds of Little Imo Village, which, compared to the village, appeared grand yet dilapidated. Wayne finally spoke. Sir, truthfully, that item was stolen 10,000 years ago. The stranger's demeanor changed. Damn it, who stole my divine corpse? Serena took a deep breath. Finally, she spoke. In the presence of the great god, Commoner Serena pledges to serve as your majesty's servant, faithfully obeying for 3,000 years, come what may. Once the words were spoken, the decision could not be changed. This was Serena for you. Once she made up her mind, it was final and unchangeable. Serena's willingness to agree was also within Xander's expectations. After all, for someone like Serena, who had the potential not only to become an emperor but even to ascend to immortality, 3,000 years was not much. Why not demand 30,000 or even 300,000 years, especially given Serena's longevity buff? Xander believed that forcing someone to submit should rely on their voluntary allegiance rather than soul contracts or threats to their life. Hence, using a relatively short span of 3,000 years ensured that Serena would remain loyal to him during this period. Keeping someone with divine blessings in his camp was crucial. Even though he had the system, its rewards were not easily obtained without investing white value, which was difficult to acquire. Therefore, being cautious was better than anything else. The reason Serena agreed was simple. She likely saw the Zun son of Damien as her only dependable option at present. Note, Zun son of Damien should be consistently translated. Assuming Zun son refers to a deity or god, it can be translated as Damien deity or Damien god. For this context, I'll use Damien deity. The reason Serena agreed was simple. She likely saw the Damien deity as her only dependable option at present. Come to my temple tomorrow, go through the thunder pool, and receive the great seal. Xander now held Serena's soul fragment, giving him control over her life. The power of a god was truly formidable. After receiving a definitive answer, Serena felt much better. Altering one's fate was more important than anything else. She looked forward to it. After bowing, Serena respectfully left. Xander, inside the divine statue, chuckled. He now had a servant, and this indeed gave him a taste of being a god. And his servant was Ma Y triangular ruler Olympic triangular ruler triangular ruler Olympic Olympic triangular ruler triangular ruler triangular ruler Olympic triangular ruler Olympic triangular ruler Olympic. Hashtag chapter 245. Milton's tribulation. Seeing the mysterious figure fall silent. The cold silence sent a shiver down Abdur's spine. He hurriedly spoke. Please calm down. This incident is undoubtedly due to our village's negligence. Back then, it was truly beyond our control. The power of Imo Family Mountain was once formidable, but we were suddenly struck by disaster. Countless strong figures perished in this disaster. The influence of Imo Family Mountain waned rapidly and became a coveted prize for other settlements. Around 10,000 years ago, led by the Heichang tribe, our ancestral lands were dug up. Many treasures were looted, including that particular item. It can now be confirmed that it is in the hands of the Heichang tribe. Heichang tribe? Xander made a mental note of this name. This was a divine corpse, after all. Emilio had almost driven him into ruin with millions of white value points. The Zhang family had nearly vanished from existence, and now this Heichang tribe dared to steal his divine corpse. It was madness. A divine corpse held immense value. Even just the shroud of a demigod was incredibly valuable. Imagine the worth of a god's body. Cold anger surged within Xander as he asked gravely, where is this Heichang tribe? Upon hearing this tone, it was clear trouble was coming. Abdur quickly said, Heichang tribe is in Black City, located near Long Mountain and beside the Black River. Our village has failed to uphold our end of the bargain, resulting in loss. If any compensation is required, please do let us know. Our village is willing to bear the consequences. Abdur trembled as he spoke. Xander shook his head. With the item gone, it simply means it was not meant to be mine. With that, Xander left. Asking for compensation from Imo family village? Nonsense. The ones who truly owed him were the Heichang tribe. What audacity they had to dare steal from him. But just as Xander was about to leave, Abdur called out, please wait. More issues? Xander turned around. Abdur continued, while our village couldn't retrieve the item, we have been monitoring its movements carefully. It remains within the Heichang tribe, treated as their supreme treasure. A few thousand years ago, an ancestor brought it into the tribal grounds. That object remained intact despite being fought over for millennia. After it was stolen, because of its immense value, it became a treasured possession of the Heichang tribe. Abdur explained. Xander blinked. Storing a corpse in ancestral grounds was reasonable. But what kind of bizarre custom did the Heichang tribe have, revering a corpse as their greatest treasure? From here on, this matter has nothing to do with Imo family village. Saying this, Xander vanished. Finally relieved, Abdur sighed. His village had lived in fear due to this issue. Now, at least they could finally rest easy. Back at the shrine, Xander felt at home. As a god, the shrine was his abode. Comforting indeed. Knowing the location of the divine corpse eased his worries since it was well preserved. The Heichang tribe didn't seem like a place on its last legs. So he'd wait for the right moment to reclaim his lost possession. For now, focusing on being a god and earning white value points was more important. Even though the experience felt worth millions of white value points already, making money was always necessary. Thus, he started earnestly fulfilling his duties as a god. As agreed, Stephanie arrived at the mountain deity temple. Xander revealed himself in divine form, resembling the appearance of the revered spirit of Long Mountain. The spirit looked humanoid with an animal-like face, akin to wearing a peculiar mask, a sign of his unorthodox nature. Great deity. Stephanie, heart racing, quickly knelt. She was utterly moved. Seeing and hearing the deity directly was an awe-inspiring experience. Your wish will soon come true. Come, let's enter the thunder pool and obtain the red seal. Without wasting time, Xander took Stephanie along, disappearing from the spot. With divine speed, they reached the edge of Long Mountain in mere moments. The thunder pool was a tumultuous expanse of lightning. Located at the fringes of Long Mountain, it was quite distant from human habitation. Arriving instantly, Xander and Stephanie found themselves bombarded by intense noise, thunder crackling incessantly like a sea of lightning. Daylight was bright, yet facing the thunder pool made everything appear darker. The sheer magnitude was breathtaking. Various creatures thrived here amidst the violent thunder, sharing common traits, tough hides, and the ability to manipulate lightning. Xander sensed something amiss. Though the thunder pool should always be turbulent, today felt extraordinarily intense, as if fueled further. Milton is undergoing tribulation, and the world resonates with this event, making the thunder pool fiercer than usual, Stephanie remarked. Milton's tribulation? That explained the heightened intensity. All creatures in the thunder pool were known as thunder beasts. Among them, there was a king. According to records, upon reaching a celestial realm, the Milton would undergo tribulation every 1,000 years, each leading to a higher level. An incredibly powerful creature, considering normal cultivation becomes increasingly difficult. Even for Xander, progress consumed greater resources as he advanced. But the Milton transcended such limitations, advancing based on time. Before the demise of the revered spirit of Long Mountain, there was a Milton. However, the current Milton wasn't the same one mentioned in records. Back then, it was said to rival gods. The weightiness of the thunder pool matched the revered spirit's presence long dead. But the current Milton, though not a deity, was certainly formidable. The intensity of this tribulation was terrifying. Divine authority carried profound solemnity. Lightning surged, resisting only the strongest. A horned beast, seemingly composed of pure lightning, soared skyward. Its formidable might filled the air. Sixfold heaven? Not as strong as Xander imagined, but still formidable. In the Cloud Mountain Sword Academy, Third Heaven's Herman was venerated as an elder. Sixth Heaven was a patriarch among patriarchs. Examining the Milton, Xander frowned. Evil influence was noted in its description, limiting potential. 10,000 years ago, the world changed. No one could surpass sixfold heaven here anymore. Translation complete. Maintaining the original structure and tone. The Milton, powerful as it was, attempted to ascend 3 times to the 7th heaven but failed each time. After the evil influence is eradicated, it can revert to its original state. This place really got tricked by someone? Xander clicked his tongue in disbelief. Note: the translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. The paragraph and line breaks are kept consistent with the original text. Chapter 246, The Red Square Seal. Thunder rumbled in the heavens. Just like boiling water rising to a certain height before erupting, thunder too followed this principle. As its momentum accumulated and spread across the sky, the thunder began to tremble, blend, and merge into an awe-inspiring celestial power that seemed to crush and absorb the sixfold sky's Milton. Yet, the thunder beasts were formidable creatures shaped by the ceaseless hammering of thunder day and night. The Milton, as the leader among them, possessed a body so robust it could withstand the ferocity of thunder. This terrifying force of nature was still absorbed and utilized by the Milton. One could only marvel at how meticulously crafted these beasts were by the universe, truly displaying immense strength and power. It was almost unfair how advantageous they were. What stirred fear in others was merely a trivial challenge for the Milton. He roared defiantly towards the sky, exuding boundless might from his chest. A fire of combat ignited within him against the heavens. Come, fight. Such was the terror of the Milton. If not for the altered rules of this accursed land that capped all beings below the 6th heaven, the Milton would likely have already reached the pinnacle of heavenly realms. But due to these restrictions, the Milton's transcendence would inevitably fail. This made it the perfect moment for them to seize the red square seal while the Milton was engulfed in the turmoil of the celestial thunderstorm. Deep within the perilous thunder pool, there lay a unique location known as the Nine Peaks Ground. Despite its humble name, this place held significant history. 10,000 years ago, a towering demigod established this very ground. Sage needed the red square seal which was located in the Nine Peaks Ground. With clear direction, they proceeded without hesitation. Being the Longshan venerable god, Goran now traversed freely across his domain, unobstructed by anyone. In no time, he had already brought Sage to the Nine Peaks Ground. The Nine Peaks Ground, as its name suggested, contained 9 mountains, albeit extremely tiny ones that resembled shriveled models. These mountains appeared sculpted from countless bolts of lightning, crackling with energy that would surely sting if touched. The peaks congregated, separating the tumultuous waters of the thunder pool, offering an alternate form of protection. The founder of this ground was the Dwayne, a powerful demigod from the northern Wolf Hoydom 10,000 years ago. Despite its antiquity, the place looked remarkably new, devoid of signs of decay. Indeed, it was a fine spot for hide and seek. Compared to the tumultuous thunder pool, this place felt more like a sanctuary, suitable for rest. Everything here bore an uncanny freshness, completely at odds with its age. The northern Wolf Hoydom indeed thrived with abundant population and talent. The Dwayne, a demigod, resided here long ago. Goran marveled inwardly at this place, digging a house to live in the thunder pool. What peculiar yet intriguing character. Goran didn't know the way, but Sage did. Precognition indeed proved mighty. Despite never having been here, she navigated familiarly, as though returning home. Inside the Nine Peaks Ground, they discovered a corpse. The body, though aged, retained faint divine traces. Who was this individual? What status did he hold? For Goran, nothing remained hidden. The deceased was named Jarrett, a member of the Undying Organization, a half-god of the 8th rank. During a sudden collapse in the vast northern Wolf-Hoytdom 10,000 years ago, Jarrett arrived to obtain treasures, specifically the Red Square Seal. However, after securing the treasure, he met his end in the Nine Peaks ground. Why he died was not clear, but nevertheless, a formidable demigod was lost. Jarrett belonged to the Undying Organization, proving its ancient roots. A half-god member existed even back then. Those Gorin encountered from the organization were all exceptional, not in cultivation or realm but in their myriad methods and unconventional growth paths. Like Hugo, who dug graves to extend life by tens of thousands of years, and Jadenjun, who elevated his realm through extraordinary means. They were unique talents with incomprehensible growth patterns, leading Gorin to speculate if each of them wielded some system-like power. So what specialty did Jarrett possess? Considering the organization's penchant for thievery and grave robbing, it was likely he excelled in stealing. A talent-rich organization, indeed. Unfortunately, even such a master thief had a short lifespan. Escaping from the northern Wolf-Hoytdom itself was commendable. Dying here was perhaps his destined path. Even if not a god thief, this was undoubtedly a professional thief who clutched onto his ill-gotten goods till death. Inside Jarrett's embrace lay the Red Square Seal, tightly clasped. For Gorin, extracting it was effortless. The seal floated into his backpack without resistance. Hopefully, Jarrett wouldn't rise from the dead. Dealing with a demigod could still be troublesome for him now. Death was not feared, but losing the dignity of the Longshan venerable god was unacceptable. A deity being bested by a demigod was hardly respectable. The Red Square Seal obtained, a supreme divine artifact born from the world itself. With this seal, one could command the world, ruling as its sovereign. The allure of the world ruler was unmistakable. Gorin raised an eyebrow. It was indeed a remarkable item. Yet, this world, especially the cultivation sphere, lacked any semblance of entertainment. People obsessed with cultivation left little room for anything else, rendering this artifact somewhat redundant. The Red Square Seal could bind its holder as the world's master, unaffected by world laws and causality. Its ultimate purpose, however, was as a key to open the doors between worlds. Even Gorin couldn't resist its allure, but while tempted, he knew better than to keep it. Bikini valued principles, and as a pragmatist, this artifact offered him no real use. Other worlds? The limited city already had gates. When he grew strong enough, breaking through world barriers might become feasible. Whether you can master this artifact depends on you. Gorin handed the Red Square Seal to Sage. She accepted it reverently. Upon touching it, her excitement was palpable, feeling the weight and power of the world. Under Gorin's watchful gaze, the Red Square Seal melted into her body like flowing light. Gathering at her forehead, a red dot emerged, symbolizing the center of all things. Influenced by this, Sage radiated a sense of sovereignty. Her realm also saw a considerable enhancement. Gorin glanced at Sage. Now she could harness the mighty power of the Longshan domain. Gorin raised an eyebrow. Was it because Sage was now his divine servant? So she shared in the power of his territory? Interesting, very interesting. It could work like this. However, from this day forward, Sage would completely break free from her past destiny and set foot on a path of unparalleled greatness. In the future, she was destined to become a great female emperor, which was entirely foreseeable. Chapter 247. Failure. You have indeed encountered great fortune. It seems the blessings of the heavens rest upon you. This Red Square Seal is exceptional, a manifestation of the world itself. Should you achieve success in your cultivation and earn the witness of heaven and earth by holding this artifact, you may rightfully be called the master of the world. Xander said this with a sigh. Stephanie immediately bowed down respectfully, replying, the blessings are deep, all due to the grace of the divine. For 3 millennia, I will remain loyal to you without any second thoughts and serve you sincerely. Stephanie prostrated herself repeatedly. Xander nodded. With the possession of the Red Square Seal, Stephanie's fate had already been rewritten, making her future unimaginable. Becoming the master of the divine light world was not impossible for her. However, even if Stephanie rapidly advanced and became the master of the divine light world within 3,000 years, as long as the 3,000-year pact remained valid, she would still be his divine servant. Even if Stephanie surpassed the realm of deities at that time, it could not be changed. After all, Xander held the artifact that controlled her life and death. But Stephanie's rapid advancement would only make Xander, who was clearly using a cheat, progress even faster. When Stephanie eventually became the master of the world after 3,000 years, Xander might well be on par with an almighty supreme being, thanks to his system. A cheat so powerful that it could elevate even a dog to enlightenment. This journey had 2 significant gains, the Red Square Seal and Alfonso's body. Then, Xander took Stephanie and left the Nine Peaks territory. Outside the Nine Peaks territory, within the Thunder Pool, thunder still raged above, the Milton's tribulation far from over. If not for the twisted rules of this place, the Milton would likely have been one of the top-tier powerhouses here. Such a powerful being would make a good pawn. Therefore, he naturally had to be utilized when the opportunity arose. Of course, now it was most important to ensure Stephanie's safety. Otherwise, with her current level of cultivation, a single bolt of lightning from the Thunder Pool could end her existence. With a thought, Xander instantly brought Stephanie back to the Shrine Temple. Your wish has been granted. Holding the Red Square Seal, your future is boundless. Go now. Stephanie immediately bowed and respectfully withdrew. Once alone in the shrine, Xander took out Alfonso's corpse to bury him. As a half-deity, Alfonso dropped the vial of divine purification water. This divine purification water seemed familiar somehow. Xander shook his head and read its description. Indeed, this divine purification water was formidable. A divine elixir capable of cleansing evil, curses, and dark influences on the deity level. It could also rectify twisted rules, restoring them to align with the natural order. Above the deity realm, however, this water was essentially useless. Nevertheless, it was precisely what Xander needed now. Although he desperately needed it before when he had only days to live, possessing this water then would have made him fearless of any curse. Back then, he was merely at the lower echelons of the mountain realm. Now, however, the divine purification water still had valuable applications. Both Stephanie and the Milton were corrupted by evil influences and affected by twisted rules. With this water, their conditions could be corrected. Narrowing his eyes, Xander identified two main tasks ahead. First, gather white value while seated on the divine throne, striving to recover costs. Second, retrieve his physical body from the unstable realm. Currently, he acted through his avatar. Without the assurance of Taichu Diamond, although his life wouldn't be threatened, certain appearances couldn't be maintained. This was undesirable. To exit the unstable realm, he needed ample lifespan. Where would he get this lifespan? From his followers, naturally. Was this cruel? Not at all. Unlike Hugo, who drained lives into dried corpses, Xander's plan involved draining the current lifespans of his followers and then using the greatness of divine magic to help them transcend. In this way, they would still enjoy longevity, and Xander would gain what he needed. Even if Xander truly killed these followers, it wouldn't be a problem. He was, after all, a demon god. Moreover, Xander didn't particularly care about the Longshan demon god alias. If he were to become a deity, it would be better under his own name. Taking someone else's divinity felt off. How to make his followers willingly give up their lives? That was simple. Xander's body vanished mid-air, reappearing moments later in the thunderous thunder pool. Above, the Milton struggled with his tribulation, unable to break through the twisted rules. After enduring the sky-shattering calamity, the Milton collapsed. His strength hadn't improved. He remained at the sixth heaven stage. Why? After thousands of years, why can't I break through to the seventh heaven? Why? The Milton roared furiously, questioning the merciless and unjust heavens. The sound of his despair drowned out the background noise of the thunder pool. Feeling a deep sense of desolation, the vast thunder pool turned chilly. The Milton was nearly driven mad. Having sought breakthroughs for millennia, every attempt had been successful, strengthening his flesh with each heavenly tribulation. Yet, true transcendence eluded him. He could not become a seventh heaven. The Milton couldn't fathom where things went wrong. Was it his body's limitations, or some anomaly in this world? Repeated failures left him despairing. Falling from the sky, his eyes were vacant. Do you want to know why, after thousands of years of effort, you cannot surpass the seventh heaven? A sudden voice jolted him awake. The Thunder Beast Hoyt's imposing presence resonated throughout the area. His fierce gaze locked onto a point. There stood a person, shrouded in mystery. Xander emerged, completely concealed. What do you mean? Who are you? The Milton's heart raced, sensing an overwhelming pressure from the mysterious figure. A pressure born of a different tier of existence. Instinctively, he felt fear and hesitation, unable to discern the origin of this person. Xander chuckled. Are you more curious about my identity than the reason for your failure? The Milton's heart pounded. Do you know the reason? Of course. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here. If you can do a few things for me, I will tell you the secret behind your inability to enter the seventh heaven. Hearing this, the Milton's expression turned skeptical. Hashtag chapter 248, Ellie. How do I judge the truth of your words? Xander chuckled. Regarding this, you can believe it or not. After all, the one who has been confined to the sixth heavenly realm for millennia, repeatedly undergoing tribulations without any breakthrough, is not me. If you're willing, you can spend the rest of your life struggling in the sixth heavenly realm. That's your freedom. If you don't want that, you should listen to my advice. Then, you will naturally break through the shackles and reach the true heights that your Thunder Beast race and Milton should have attained. It's just a few matters, not difficult at all. I'm not without other options. However, your persistence and defiance against fate indeed make me appreciate you. So I came to you. If you feel it's not right, I can also find someone else. Xander spoke sincerely. These words left Milton silent. After a brief silence, Milton's fierce gaze landed on Xander. Fine. I can help you with a few matters as long as you tell me why I've been trapped in this damned sixth heavenly realm for millennia. Facing the future, Milton made the correct choice. Mainly because he had no other choices. Xander chuckled. You are wise, proving my judgment is good. The reason is simple. The rules of this world have been distorted by evil, and you too have been affected by this evil. Once every 1,000 years, you undergo tribulation, advancing rapidly as if ascending. It seems extremely fast. But this is not your limit. You can be faster, stronger, more powerful. Just cleanse the evil within you. Unleash your true potential, and achieving the seventh heavenly realm or even becoming a god would be no issue. Xander's words were filled with a hint of manipulation. However, Milton didn't understand manipulation. He widened his eyes. What? He was being eroded by evil? Damn it. No wonder he always felt a lack of power during breakthroughs. Then, can you help me remove this evil? Of course, I have something powerful called divine purifying water. With this, the evil within you will naturally be cleansed, restoring your body to its original state. However, this is precious, so I'll give it to you only after you help me with a few things. We'll make a fair exchange, alright? To prove he really had it, Xander revealed the divine purifying water. The strange fragrance made Milton tremble with anticipation. His eyes filled with longing. He wished he could snatch the divine purifying water immediately. Wish what you say is true. What do you want me to do? Milton had a straightforward character, or perhaps a bit impatient. Xander chuckled. The first thing I need you to do is to surround Ellison Village. Remember, just surround and pressure them, not slaughter. Huh, surround Ellison Village? Milton didn't quite get it. He found it very strange. Ellison Village, which Milton knew well, was merely a tiny village of 100 people. Honestly, any decent thunder beast from the Thunder Pool could level this village single-handedly. Was such a small place worth his personal effort? If he could do it, why couldn't this mysterious person? Thus, Milton couldn't understand. Why go to such lengths for such a minor task? It was obvious they could be destroyed with a wave of a hand, yet there was a need to scheme. I have my plans. All you need to do is follow my arrangements. I am very reliable. As long as you follow my instructions, you will get the divine purifying water afterward. Remember, your main task is to threaten and scare them, making them feel the fear of death. A few deaths are acceptable, but not too many. Understand? Milton still couldn't fully grasp it, but nodded. Just like Xander said, whatever Xander's motives were, his goal was to obtain the divine purifying water from Xander to break through his realm. The lives of mortals didn't matter. You can rest assured. I'll handle the task you assigned well. I will gather the thunder beasts from the thunder pool now. Also, no rush. In a few days, Ellison Village will hold a large-scale ceremony. That's when you should prepare the crisis. The scale doesn't need to be too small. After all, the vast thunder pool can easily annihilate a small village. Xander finished giving orders and then vanished into thin air, reappearing at the temple of Damien Zuenshin Mountain. As a deity, especially an incense deity, the speed was remarkable, truly extraordinary. No wonder people say deities are omnipresent. In the realm of deities, with their speed and insight, they indeed are omnipresent. While Xander secretly arranged matters, the people of Ellison Village were busy preparing. Led by Bob, some people went into the mountains to kill monsters and prepare sacrificial offerings. Those who stayed behind began working on the major project. They fixed the altar, prepared the necessary items, planned the rituals, and even rehearsed. From afar, it seemed lively and bustling. Xander watched the prosperity of Ellison Village. After bringing out the original body from the unquiet world, he needed to consider expansion. Otherwise, relying solely on Ellison Village as believers wouldn't yield much benefit. Only by expanding and making all of Damien know and worship him as Damien Zuenshin could he gain anything. With a clear plan in mind, Xander returned to the temple and read the Changzuan book. Time passed swiftly. A few days turned into weeks. Amidst the preparations, the people of Ellison Village finally completed their tasks. The altar was built. Though it certainly couldn't compare to the grandeur of the sacrifices during Mo Family Mountain's prosperous times, it was the best Ellison Village could manage now. Bob returned with a bounty of fresh bloodied beasts. The fresh, bloody scent lingered. Excellent offerings. Preparations were complete, and now the ceremony could begin. A leather horn call gathered the villagers around the towering altar. On top of the altar stood the statue of the deity. Human body, beast face, incredible. The villagers showed reverence. Among them, Ivory was the most devout. With the protection of Damien Zuenshin, Ellison Village would no longer live in fear. Under Damien Zuenshin's blessings, regaining the glory and prosperity of Mo Family Mountain would not be a fantasy. Ivory prayed devoutly with closed eyes. Beside her were Stephanie and Bob, equally reverent. They had personally experienced Damien Zuenshin's magnificent divine power, which was truly beyond human capability. Though many villagers hadn't experienced it firsthand, they had witnessed it. So everyone was reverent, except for one person, who looked puzzled. Kong, isn't this statue the guardian spirit of Ellison Village? The questioner clearly wasn't from Ellison Village. This young man was Bob's age. He had a rugged face, exuding a commanding presence, standing out even in a crowd. But at the moment, his aura was suppressed, and his expression wasn't pleasant. Obviously injured and badly so. This person was named Ellie, who claimed so himself. Whether it was true remained unclear. A few days ago, when Bob led a group into the mountains to hunt, they encountered Ellie. At that time, Ellie was critically injured, on the brink of death. Knowing well the agony of such injuries, Bob quickly brought Ellie back to Ellison Village. Initially, they had planned to seek help from Damien Zuenshin to save Ellie's life. However, this young man's body exhibited unusual traits. In just a few days, he recovered on his own from near death, significantly improving his condition. This terrifying ability to heal shocked everyone in Ellison Village, especially Abdur, who outright called him a monster. Chapter 249. The Prosperity of Mo Family Mountain. Ellie, you see clearly. This great deity is the generations-old god of our little Mo family village, worshipped since ancient times as the exalted god of Damien. All of Damien belongs to the exalted god's domain. Bob spoke with great enthusiasm, showing all signs of becoming the second most devout believer after Ivory. Under Bob's chattering, Ellie heard many stories about the exalted god of Damien, which left him marveling and filled with disbelief. The mountain god of Damien? Although Bob was unfamiliar to him, for Ellie, little Mo family village still carried a familiar air. In ancient times, little Mo family village was known as Mo Family Mountain, once incredibly prosperous, a prosperity that even modern descendants reminisce about. However, one day, Mo Family Mountain suddenly faced a crisis, and it became history. Only a remnant bloodline remained, forming what is now little Mo Family Village. The exalted god of Damien, worshipped from the era of Mo Family Mountain, if true, would be more like a demon god of Damien. Yet, according to Bob, this exalted god of Damien actually exists? Is it real or not? Shouldn't deities just be figments of the imagination of ancestors? Ellie was shaken internally. He found it hard to believe for a simple reason. He was very familiar with little Mo Family Village. If the exalted god of Damien truly existed and was worshipped by the Mo's, why would the prosperity of Mo Family Mountain decline despite divine protection? Looking at today's little Mo Family Village, where was the grandeur of old? Thus, Ellie felt it was probably just a wishful thinking on the part of little Mo Family Village. Unable to recreate their ancestors' prosperity but unwilling to accept defeat, they turned to worshipping gods as a form of spiritual solace. Ellie had no strong opinion on this. He merely observed the unfolding events with interest. As time passed minute by minute, an ancient horn sounded. Its melody, akin to a drawn-out thread, echoed across little Mo Family Village, under the gaze of its villagers. Village elder Abdur, dressed in ritual attire, his expression solemn and steady, advanced step by step and finally ascended the altar. Abdur looked up to the sky and down upon the people. May heaven bear witness, with divine favor bestowed upon us. Exalted God of Damien, your greatness is unmatched. We, the people of Little Imo Family Village, led by Abdur, with sincere hearts, offer our gratitude and blessings. May the divine bless our people and protect our village, bestowing peace, health, longevity, and prosperity upon us. Blessings of the God above, blessings of the God above. Abdur recited these words in a solemn and awe-inspiring tone, full of sincerity. Then, Abdur began to move in ritualistic dance, which was part of the ancient tradition, combining movement with recitation to show inner and outer devotion. He danced gracefully, as if entering a trance-like state. Others watched, influenced by Abdur's concentration, feeling as if they were being pulled into the scene. Eli saw a towering figure emerging before his eyes. Not a tyrannical presence or the might of 1,000 troops, but simply towering high, much like a mountain standing before you, eliciting admiration without needing to speak. This height made one feel dwarfed, instinctively wanting to bow and prostrate in reverence, unable to meet its gaze directly. Too immense, too imposing for any human to fully grasp. How mighty, how supreme. Exalted God of Damien. I see the exalted God of Damien. Divine presence above, divine presence above. Our ancestors did not lie to us. Exalted God of Damien, we ask for your protection, for your blessings upon us humble mortals. Amid such divine wonders, even those initially skeptical could not help but kneel in respect and sincerity, moved by the divine presence. There was no need for guidance from Abdur. Their hearts were already overwhelmed by the divine majesty. Eli was dumbfounded. Was there actually a god? Could it be possible? Little Imo Family Village, exalted God of Damien. Was it real, not a fabrication by ancestors? This was absurd. Eli couldn't believe it. Yet, gazing at the towering divine figure, Eli saw nothing amiss. No sign of forgery, only an increasing sense of unease. It felt as though his body was being swallowed by divinity, his soul shrinking to insignificance, like an ant before a towering deity. The divine aura, thunderous and profound, shook Eli to his core. Before he could control himself, fresh blood spewed from his mouth, worsening his already injured state. Beside him, Bob quickly interjected. Do not blaspheme the exalted God of Damien. Without waiting for Eli's consent, Bob forcibly pressed him to the ground. Led by Abdur, everyone bowed their heads in sincere devotion. They moved as if following some unseen rhythm, enveloped by a sacred atmosphere. Meanwhile, inside the mountain shrine, Xander, ensconced within the divine statue, observed everything happening in Little Imo Family Village. After all, this was a ritual honoring the exalted God of Damien. How could he remain oblivious? Eli of the Zhou clan tribe? Xander chuckled. The Zhou clan tribe was not an internal organization of Damien, but an external one. Given the term tribe, it must have a larger scale than a village. The Zhou clan tribe numbered several thousand strong, formidable in numbers, strength, and hidden reserves. In terms of timing, Eli's appearance couldn't have been more opportune. A fresh, fat lamb ripe for the picking. Xander smiled like a butcher. Of course, dealing with Eli and the Zhou clan tribe would come later. His immediate concern was the effectiveness of the ritual. For the first time, as a god, he experienced the veneration of his followers. Xander saw his incense offerings increasing. In just a short while, he gained over 100 offerings, matching the number of believers. But was over 100 really much? Clearly not. So, Xander asked the system encyclopedia. The system responded. Believers and incense offerings are tied together. Every sincere believer contributes daily incense offerings. Only those who genuinely pray and worship can generate incense. Pretenders wouldn't count. One person per day. Xander couldn't help but reflect on the challenges of being a god. Little Imo Family Village was small, but all its inhabitants, having witnessed his miracles, worshipped him sincerely. However, the sheer lack of numbers was problematic. Even after 3 months of worship, the offerings wouldn't significantly enhance his power, especially at his current celestial level. Only substantial changes would suffice. Thus, expanding his follower base and extending faith was crucial. Regarding the ratio of incense to benefits, it was roughly 1-to-1. With his current number of followers, this was indeed disadvantageous. Note asterisk the original text has been translated maintaining its structure and narrative flow, while ensuring it remains natural and fluent in English. However, back when the legitimate exalted god of Damien was present here, Imo Family Mountain was still flourishing. At that time, the daily incense offerings alone likely numbered in the millions. Not to mention the countless sacrifices that were made. Note asterisk the translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring it remains natural and fluent in English while preserving the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. It also aligns coherently with the previous content provided. Chapter 250. This is too much. Xander now regretted not coming to Imo Family Mountain during its prosperous times to reap the benefits. What does it mean to gain tens of millions of worship points every day? With such power, wouldn't his strength advance at an incredible pace? Becoming a deity would be just around the corner, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, that was just wishful thinking. Imo Family Mountain's prosperity had faded long ago. 10,000 years had passed. This was the truth of the world. Nothing could remain prosperous forever. There were only fleeting moments of brilliance in the vast river of history, like beautiful fragments of fireworks exploding instantly. Imo Family Mountain was one of those brilliant fragments. And even the respected deity of Damien, who enjoyed millions of daily worship, couldn't escape the fate of death. Only the divine position remained, fulfilling the role of Li Gui, pretending to be Li Gui for this latecomer. Xander shook his head, temporarily casting aside these thoughts. Right now, he should focus on Lei Davin's actions. The priority was getting his main body out of the unstable realm. With his main body present, Xander would have enough confidence to sit and talk with an emperor. At this moment, at the edge of Damien in the Thunder Pool area, under Lei Davin's summons, many thunder beasts indeed gathered in groups, advancing towards Ellison Family Village from an unknown distance. They moved very fast. Wherever they went, lightning struck. The land turned black, leaving only dark trails. It was as if death had passed through. They moved very quickly because any randomly chosen beast among them was at least at the heaven realm level. The thunder pool churned, terrifyingly so. These thunder beasts were extremely powerful. Even before the thunder beasts arrived, the shaking and rumbling drew attention from Ellison family village. What was going on? Why was there thunder in broad daylight? Look quickly, there's strong light in the sky. All the villagers engaged in the sacrifice ceremony were drawn to this sudden commotion. The ceremony paused. Everyone looked toward the bright light in the sky, their expressions changing. Kong, immediately investigate and see what's happening. On the sacrificial platform, Abdur loudly commanded, and Bob set off immediately. Bob, who had left, soon returned, his expression changed dramatically. Village elder, it's the thunder beasts. They've broken out and are charging forward. The bright light in the sky is from the thunder beasts' agitation. They've come out of the thunder pool, and their powerful aura has driven other beasts into a frenzy. This is already a beast flood. Every beast is at least at the heaven realm level, and they're heading straight for our Ellison family village. Bob hurriedly said. This news caused the villagers' pupils to shrink, and they felt shocked. Thunder beasts, breaking out of the thunder pool, and causing a beast flood? Coming towards their Ellison family village? Even if it were just passing by, such a large-scale monster movement could destroy Ellison family village. How did this happen? Why suddenly a beast flood? Why would the thunder beasts leave the thunder pool all of a sudden? Damn it, what can we do now? Our Ellison family village has such weak strength. With thunder beasts raging, even one or two beasts would be too much for us. Village elder, let's retreat quickly. Yes, village elder, staying here is like an egg hitting a stone. Let's go, let's go. This terrifying news made the villagers lose their souls. They prepared to flee immediately, temporarily leaving Ellison family village until the beast flood passed. Houses could be rebuilt if they collapsed, but if people died, there would be no way to recover. However, Bob's next words stopped their hurried footsteps. We can't escape, not anymore. There are too many monsters, and they're too close. If we run, we'll be killed one by one. These monsters won't spare anyone. Based on my observations, they'll be right on top of us in no time. These words completely stunned the villagers. They couldn't fight, and they couldn't run. Were they doomed to die where they stood? Amidst the panic, even Abdur frowned, unsure of what to do. It was Jasmine who remained calm and promptly spoke. Village elder, though we don't know why the thunder beasts from the thunder pool suddenly emerged or why they triggered a beast flood, since they are merciless and will pass through our village, we must resist somehow. We can't run away, nor do we have the strength to fight. Let's pray to the respected deity of Damien. The respected deity is immensely mighty. With his protection, I believe our Ellison family village will remain unharmed even in the face of a beast flood. Jasmine spoke confidently, because it was practically true. Their remaining reliance seemed to be only the respected deity of Damien. Even the villagers, who usually didn't have a habit of praying, also realized this. That's right. We have the blessing of the respected deity of Damien. Indeed, the respected deity of Damien is mighty and can surely help us through this. Pray to the respected deity of Damien for protection. Plead with the respected deity. Bless us. At this moment, with no place to run and powerless, the villagers all knelt down in earnest prayer, seeking the respected deity's protection. Abdur also knelt on the sacrificial platform. But what could kneeling achieve? They could only hope the deity heard their pleas. Jasmine, however, prayed silently in her heart, perhaps because she was a divine servant. Her prayers received a response. A godlike voice, heavy and profound, entered her ears, striking her soul. Poor mortals, destined for hardship. Unfortunately, I am not a benevolent deity. To ask for my protection requires a price, lifespans. Contribute sufficient lifespans, and Ellison family village will be safe from the beast flood. When she heard the specific number, Jasmine's heart trembled. But despite her shock, rejecting the deity's demand wasn't something a divine servant should do, and she lacked the courage. So Jasmine simply said, Village elder, I heard it. The sincerely kneeling Abdur was taken aback. Heard what? Jasmine firmly said, I heard the voice of the deity. What? How? The villagers hadn't known Jasmine was already a divine servant. To say, if someone had to be a divine servant, shouldn't Ivory, who had been dedicated for 10 years, be the most fitting? How could Jasmine be the divine servant? But, putting aside this confusion, deity, respected deity of Damien, what did he say? Jasmine's heart sank. After a brief pause, she finally said, the respected deity of Damien gave a divine message, but the cost is great. Abdur shook his head. As long as it ensures Ellison family village's safety, any great cost is acceptable. The other villagers also nodded seriously, as if preparing themselves mentally in the face of life and death. The respected deity of Damien said he could ensure Ellison family village remains unharmed during the beast flood, but we need to contribute a total of 120,000 years of lifespan. How much? 120,000 years. This is outrageous. 120,000 years. Just saying 120,000 years of contributed lifespans? Even the well-prepared Ellison family village villagers were struck speechless. Outrageous, too outrageous. Heaven, is this to make Imo family mountain vanish entirely? Someone couldn't help but shout in anger to the sky. Could it be that 120,000 years of lifespan is truly beyond Ellison family village's capacity? Well, it certainly was. Chapter 251, Contribution of Lifespan. Ever since the destruction of Balang Hoitdom 10,000 years ago, this cursed place has truly lived up to its name. Ever since then, no one from the Imo family mountain lineage has survived past a millennium, not even those who reached the first heaven realm. They would simply age and die. Under normal circumstances, let alone someone in the first heaven realm, even cultivators in the 11th and 12th mountain realms could easily live for several millennia. But here, someone in the first heaven realm couldn't make it past 1,000 years. This was clearly a serious issue. This is why over the span of 10,000 years, Xiaoma village, or the settlements in this area, developed an eerie combination of primitive high cultivation levels. They weren't pretending to be unaware of what had happened before. They genuinely didn't know. After so many generations, people would typically start losing track after 3 generations. That's very common. So now, even half of the requested 12,000 years of lifespan seemed like an enormous drain. Primarily because the village was so small, and only about 60% were in their prime. The rest were elderly, and another round might just kill them outright. The more they thought about it, the more hopeless they felt. Benedict shook his head. I thought that with the manifestation of the respected god of Damien, our Xiaoma village would flourish and recreate the glory of our ancestors. I never imagined. Benedict couldn't help but sigh, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He began questioning whether worshipping and sacrificing to the respected god of Damien was truly the right choice. If this was a mistake, they'd be jumping into a fire. Just as the people of Xiaoma village were on the verge of despair, Stephanie suddenly froze, then spoke. Village elder, the great god has given another divine decree. Xiaoma village, you have been sincerely devoted, waiting patiently for 12,000 years. This gold can now be discounted by half, to 6,000 years. Half off? 6,000 years? Still, 6,000 years of lifespan was a heavy burden for the people of Xiaoma village. With a total population of 123 people, each person would need to give up nearly 500 years of life at once. However, 30% were already elderly, like Benedict, who was already 700 years old and couldn't live another 500. So, younger villagers would have to contribute more. But even if Xiaoma village survived this crisis, it would become a dead village. Both the elderly and young would have just a few years left to live. As Benedict silently shed tears, Stephanie suddenly spoke again. Village elder, I'm willing to contribute more lifespans. I will offer 15,000 years, and the rest will be shared by the villagers. So please don't be too disheartened. Under the protection of the respected god of Damien, I believe our history won't end today. Everyone was stunned. What? You're willing to give up 15,000 years of your life? Whether it was Benedict, the villagers, or even Bob and Ellie, who were closest and most distant to Stephanie respectively, everyone was completely baffled. Yuyan, how can you possibly have that much lifespan? Over 10,000 years. Since the changes 10,000 years ago, none of us in Xiaoma village has ever lived past 1,000 years. How did you? Benedict couldn't believe it, his heart pounding. Stephanie, however, remained indifferent. Village elder, perhaps I am blessed by heaven. I apologize for keeping this hidden, but I do indeed have longevity. Even if I give up 15,000 years today, I won't suddenly die tomorrow. Please don't think I'm boasting. Benedict felt a shudder. He felt powerless as the village elder, having to rely on a young person to step up in such a crucial moment. Yet Stephanie's contribution of 15,000 years significantly reduced the pressure on others. Now, each villager only needed to contribute less than 400 years. It was still heavy, but, as Stephanie said, they now saw hope. Xiaoma village's history shouldn't end here. Alright, let's do this. For the remaining 40,000 years, even if I have to squeeze every last bit out of my old bones, we'll make it work. Hearing this, some villagers loudly objected. Village elder, you're talking nonsense. This concerns the survival of our village. Everyone must share the burden equally. Yeah, today you're taking most of it, which isn't right. I'm young and strong. I'll contribute 700 years. One of the elders, I'll contribute 600 years. I'm just a kid. I'll contribute 800 years. Don't be ridiculous, kids should act their age. I'll contribute 500 years. Ah, seeing these energetic young people, even my old bones feel motivated. I'll contribute 200 years. Rufus, you're too old for this. Remember, you're almost 800 years old. I don't want to mourn you yet. How about you contribute 50 years, and I'll cover 250 years. Sound good? The people of Xiaoma village showed remarkable solidarity and hope as they offered their lifespans. Benedict knelt before the statue first. Respected god of Damien, great god above, Xiaoma village offers its deep respect and gratitude for protection and peace. Following Benedict's lead, the villagers devoutly knelt down. Hoyt watched this scene unfold. Did he reduce the lifespan requirement from 12,000 years to 6,000 years out of kindness? No, because the villagers couldn't produce 12,000 years even if they gave everything they had. So Hoyt deliberately started with 12,000 years. Negotiating involves setting a high price initially, offering a discount, and making the buyer feel they got a bargain, just like the villagers now felt towards the respected god of Damien. Though Hoyt had never been a god, he believed that maintaining faith among believers required instilling reliance and gratitude. Under their prayers, Hoyt received numerous contributions, some decades, some centuries, and the biggest portion from Stephanie, spanning thousands of years. From the elderly to the youngest child, Xiaoma village's 123 people generously sacrificed their lifespans for survival. With a series of prompts, Hoyt's lifespan increased by 60,000 years. Such longevity brought a sense of relief. However, Hoyt knew that after this, it would be impossible to extract more lifespans from Xiaoma village. Even helping them break through realms wouldn't be enough. Ultimately, breaking through realms wasn't easy, even with divine assistance. Plus, you can't always keep milking the same sheep. So it was time to nurture Xiaoma village and find a new, fatter target. Who better than Ellie from the Zhou family tribe? The Zhou family tribe, in terms of numbers, overall strength, and resources, far surpassed the 100-strong Xiaoma village. If Hoyt could replicate this event with the Zhou family tribe, his true form could finally leave the unsettling realm. Hoyt's eyes narrowed, thoughts swirling in his mind. Chapter 252, The Milton's Shock. Ellie was still completely unaware that he and the entire Zhou family tribe were being watched. After the villagers of Little Mo family village knelt in worship and contributed their lifespans, they could distinctly feel changes in their bodies. An immense and supreme force touched them, then took a part of them away. However, none of them were missing limbs. Instead, some people, especially the elderly, became increasingly frail, even giving off a deadened feeling. Some young people who gave up several hundred years of life also felt this way. Stephanie remained unchanged in appearance and demeanor. Even though she had contributed 15,000 years of her lifespan, it seemed as if even losing so much lifespan couldn't kill her. This piqued many people's curiosity about how long Stephanie could live. Despite contributing such a long lifespan, she remained energetic, showing no signs of aging. Xander, who was at the mountain god temple, admired this immensely. Xander knew Stephanie's remaining lifespan after she contributed 15,000 years, just 1 year. Indeed, only 1 year left to live. But despite this, Stephanie showed no signs of aging. All this was due to her longevity buff. She would live for 2 years by tomorrow, 3 by the day after, and so on. Thus, unless killed by someone, Stephanie truly could coexist with the heavens in this world. Her abilities were unmatched. Even figures like Danilo couldn't compare. Soon, Xander shifted his gaze from Stephanie to another location. At the edge of the village's view, accompanied by lightning and the earth trembling, the beast tide had arrived. They were charging straight for Little Mo family village. These monsters have actually come. Long Mountain deity, protect us. Please bless us, Long Mountain deity. Everyone, stay calm. The Long Mountain deity will surely protect us because we have offered sacrifices. Thus, our Little Mo family village will not die today. Emmett shouted confidently to control the chaotic situation, though internally he had little confidence. The Long Mountain deity was also known as the Long Mountain demon god, a demon deity who could be unpredictable and capricious. Therefore, Emmett hoped fervently that the Long Mountain deity appearing now wasn't the Long Mountain demon god, but one who kept his word. Otherwise, Little Mo family village would indeed be annihilated under the terror of the beast tide. Emmett prayed frantically in his heart. At this moment, everyone in the village, including Emmett, had hearts pounding in their throats. Stephanie was relatively calm, though only relatively, as she too sensed that the Long Mountain deity was indeed a demon deity, unpredictable and driven by self-interest. If the deity changed its mind or acted capriciously, they would have no choice but to accept their fate and die. Elsewhere, the Milton, who controlled the distant beast tide, was secretly observing Little Mo family village. The tiny village was insignificant. Yet, he recognized the name Long Mountain deity, the ancient deity worshipped by Mo family mountain. With the decline of Mo family mountain's prosperity, the Long Mountain demon god should have faded into history. But now, it had re-emerged? How was this possible? What plans did that mysterious human have? What was his true intention? The Milton's mind was filled with confusion. But Xander had no interest in explaining these matters to him. The beast tide rushed forward, its terrifying roar shaking the heavens. Fear enveloped Little Mo family village as danger loomed. Then, Xander moved, or rather, the Long Mountain deity did. From the high altar, the divine statue suddenly emitted intense divine light, filling the entire village with its powerful aura, protecting everyone within. Forest beasts, pitiful creatures with short lives, your arrogance is unbearable. How dare you disturb my faithful? The mighty voice, carrying divine wrath, resonated through heaven and earth, shaking the hearts of all. Under the gaze of every living person in Little Mo family village, the divine light transformed into 2 golden spear-like beams. Like whips, they lashed out, shaking the heavens as they passed through the fearless beasts rushing forward. Many beasts instantly disintegrated upon contact with the divine spears. Only black dust remained where the spears had swept through. What the hell? What is this? Divine power? Divine power? This must be some sick joke. Watching this terrifying scene unfold, the Milton's inner turmoil erupted in foul human curses. His emotions raged like a storm-tossed sea, unable to find peace. Divine power. This was beyond his calculations. It was impossible. Divine power. Actual divine power. 10,000 years ago, didn't the Long Mountain demon god die, along with Mo family mountain's prosperity? Why is it still here? Why is the divine power still so vast? The Milton's breathing and heartbeat quickened. As the king of the Thunder Pool and ruler of Thunder Beasts, he had lived for many years, existing as one of the strongest beings in this distorted realm. He had always strived against the heavens, and even reaching the peak of heavenly realms, he was still overwhelmed by fear. For this was the power of a deity, a concept incomprehensible to mere mortals. Even gods can die, let alone humans. If only shorter-lived humans found it hard to understand, the Milton, whose kind lived longer, remembered more of ancient times. He knew more about the history of Mo family mountain than anyone in Little Mo family village. Mo family mountain's past prosperity was well documented. The veneration of the Long Mountain demon god was real. Unlike the villagers, who over generations lost faith in deities, the Milton knew gods did exist. In ancient times, Mo family mountain's veneration of the Long Mountain demon god was genuine. But with the disappearance of Mo family mountain's prosperity, the loss of faith led to the death of the deity itself. Could a god actually die? Of course, even realms and deities eventually fade away. Chapter 253. The dignity of the divine. Why should a god who was supposed to be dead and vanished now be resurrected? On what basis? Indeed, on what basis? Just by relying on the faith of these 100-odd people in Xiaoma village. Can a god really be revived like this? What nonsense. If it were that easy, wouldn't gods be everywhere? Then he might as well cultivate some qi and find a place to become a thunder god himself. Thus, the Milton couldn't comprehend why the god of Xiaoma village, the Honorable Damien, hadn't died. But no matter how shaken or disbelieving the Milton felt, the cold reality stood before him. That terrifying divine power raged right before his eyes, causing his body to tremble and his soul to be filled with fear. There was an instinctive urge to bow down under its power. These were all parts of reality, proving that the god was truly alive and standing before him. The mysterious human's purpose for ordering the siege of Xiaoma village remained unknown to him. However, now he understood that due to some inexplicable willingness, the ancient god Damien was still alive with immense divine might. If this powerful deity sought out the Thunder Pool for its believers, then the Hoyt part of his title would have to be replaced with dead. In other words, he had been betrayed. Damn it. The more he thought about it, the angrier the Milton became. Anger mingled with tension, fear, unease. After witnessing the horrifying power of the divine presence, where did the Milton find the courage to stay? If the Honorable Damien discovered him and unleashed one blow, the vast thunder pool might have to be ruled by another beast instead of him. So without looking back, the Milton turned and fled. His resentment toward the crown deepened. This human was truly despicable, almost having led him to his death. The divine presence not only frightened the hidden Milton into fleeing, but also caused those nearby humans who witnessed the power to recoil in awe. Their hearts raced uncontrollably, and their minds were overwhelmed with shock, unable to find peace even in their eyes. Before such terrifying divine might, everything seemed fragile and easily broken. Under the crushing power, the monsters that rushed forward were effortlessly reduced to black dust. Forests, rocks, mountains, all the land within sight crumbled into nothingness. Where the divine might passed, all that was left was true tranquility. Anything that dared rise was flattened into black sand, burying the moment. God. It was a god. This is the Honorable Damien, the majestic god. Bob's eyes widened, his heart nearly stopping for a beat, as boundless reverence and fear burst from his gaze. After several minutes of shock and silence, Abdur and the villagers of Xiaoma village finally realized what had happened. They knelt, worshipping and submitting, driven by primitive instincts towards raw power and simple fear. This was their nature. Their minds were overturned, trampled underfoot, leaving them to bow down endlessly, not daring to raise their heads. Even Eli, not a villager of Xiaoma village, trembled. He didn't dare to believe it. He didn't want to believe it. But it had happened. God, the Honorable Damien, the very deity worshipped by Xiaoma village, was indeed real. Witnessing this scene, Eli felt overwhelming fear. How could any normal creature witness such terror, such overwhelming divine power, without fearing, trembling, or experiencing mental breakdown? Eli's mind fell into chaos. He saw the god, a god. Once, he had only heard stories of people reaching divinity in the ancient times, but from birth, he had never seen a god with his own eyes. Where were the gods? Invisible. Did they exist? Unknown. But now, there was no need for doubt, because the god had appeared, existed, stood right there in the heavens and earth. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Eli's mind. The existence of the Honorable Damien revealed and demonstrated its mighty divine power. Could it be that this small village of 100 people was about to reclaim its past glory? Could the prosperous era of Mount Emo return? This frightening thought lingered in Eli's mind. The existence of a god brought so much influence, its dignity, its methods, its nobility, whose impacts were incalculable. It would affect Xiaoma village, the Damien assembly, even the entire world. Eli looked up at the magnificent statue of the Honorable Damien, already enthralled and fervent. His fists clenched tightly, as if making a decision. Outside the shrine temple, the world was filled with marvels, whether it was the beast-tide invasion or the divine power. Inside, it was equally remarkable. Remarkable was Xander's mood. He was extremely surprised and delighted by the divine might. As a cultivator just entering the heavenly realm, Xander now truly witnessed what was meant by divine dignity. Its terror and incomparable strength, beyond human resistance. That seemingly endless, destructive force. How could ordinary mortals withstand such horror? The difference between the two was at the level of existence. Gods were too lofty and radiant. Xander was utterly stunned by the dazzling divine might. Yes, he was shocked by the destruction he had caused with his own hands, like accidentally pressing a nuclear launch button out of curiosity. In that instant of the mushroom cloud exploding, he truly understood the meaning of a god. And what made Xander even more delighted was the realization that this level of divine might was merely that of a first-tier god, leaving infinite room for growth. Imagine the future power and terror it would possess, truly unimaginable. Xander opened the book of Chongzuan. New divine arts awaited. 1. Body purification, not castration, but enhancing individual attributes. 2. Body augmentation, not misinterpreted, but using profound power to grant followers a century of cultivation. Both had restrictions, limited to beings below the third heaven, but they were formidable enough. A fire god, indeed impressive. After this intense experience, the tiny Xiaoma village would likely unify and revere him as an unassailable authority. Naturally, this was a good thing. Xander opened the book of Chongzuan again, finding new divine arts, indeed, quite impressive. Chapter 254, Faith Heavy. Little Mo family village is now filled with his devout believers, serving as his base. Thus, what needed to be done was to elevate the essence of Little Mo family village, this foundational core. It could be seen as a subsidy for taking 10,000 years of their lifespans. With merely a thought from Xander, divine light emerged majestically. The radiance once again descended upon Little Mo family village. Upon seeing the divine light, everyone hurriedly prostrated in veneration. However, they did not hear the voice of the deity. Instead, they heard Kala's voice. Little Mo family village, devout yet measured. These are my faithful believers who hear the divine name. With a dedication of 60,000 years of lifespan, my power diminished through the ages but will now revive, magnificent and grand. Thus, you have each earned your merits. On this day forward, into eternity, Little Mo family village shall be under my protection, inviolable and undisturbed, enjoying peace on earth. Today's suffering and many trials can only happen once. From now on, sincerity and faith bring blessings greater than anything else. This day henceforth, Diana serves as my servant and priest. My words become divine commandment, my power is conveyed, and she oversees all matters related to worship. Citizen Flora, having dedicated 10 years with much favor, is hereby thanked, Mountain Goddess. With faith, I understand the people. Heaven creates grace which appears naturally. Not long from now, the divine grace will purify blood and flesh, increase aptitude, present cultivation opportunities, and promote 100-year progress, a rare chance. For those among the villagers, most excellent ones numbering about a dozen, I, with high divinity, appoint as my disciples. Even though it was Kala relaying the message, the gravity of divine authority remained heavy. Heavy but not oppressive. Instead, it invoked joy in everyone's hearts. This even included Isidore, the outsider from another village. At that moment, how could he not yearn deeply in his heart? Brother Bob, yes? Hearing Isidore's pleading tone, Brother Bob, tell me, can I also worship the respected deity of Damien? Isidore's words made Bob momentarily dumbfounded. Bob looked into Isidore's eyes, which were brimming with anticipation, staring directly at him. This question genuinely stumped Bob. Well, I'm not too sure about that. Bob pursed his lips before continuing. The respected deity of Damien has been worshipped by our Wuxia mountain since ancient times, specifically here in Little Mo family village. I've never heard of anyone from elsewhere worshipping the respected deity of Damien, so I really don't know if there are any requirements. Why don't I ask Rain Yin for you? The great deity has bestowed divine commandments and mundane matters can be decided by her, and as a divine servant, she can certainly communicate directly with the respected deity of Damien. If the great deity agrees, then there should be no problem with your worship. However, if the great deity does not agree, I hope you won't insist. Bob pondered. Isidore quickly shook his head. I will absolutely not insist. As heaven and earth decree fate, if the great deity disagrees, how can I dare object? I appreciate your help in asking, Brother Bob, and I will remember this favor, ready to repay it in the future. Faced with Isidore's grateful gaze, Bob simply smiled, feeling no trouble or need for special thanks. After the divine proclamation from the respected deity of Damien ended, Bob approached Kala and relayed Isidore's request. Kala paused. Also want to worship the respected deity of Damien? Yes, do you think it's possible? Even though Isidore isn't from our village, there seems to be no rule stating that only residents of Little Mo family village can be believers. So, shouldn't Isidore be able to worship as well, as long as he has sincere respect for the respected deity of Damien? Kala blinked. That's true. We don't have specific traditions or rules regarding believers in Little Mo family village. However, one important point is whether Isidore's intention to worship the respected deity of Damien is genuine and trustworthy. Now that the deity exists in reality, the concept of faith cannot be fabricated casually. It's not something you decide on a whim. Action and proof are required. If Isidore's faith is not solid, and he tries to worship the respected deity of Damien with false beliefs, it would be extremely disrespectful. Should the great deity become enraged, the terrifying divine punishment would leave no room for survival. In addition, if someone truly chooses to worship the respected deity of Damien, they must have a resolute heart. They cannot betray this faith. Any betrayal would be a grave disrespect. As a temple priest, I would not forgive such actions that disregard divine dignity. Kala's voice grew cold. She was very aware of this matter, and after obtaining the red square seal and changing her fate, Kala exuded an increasingly solemn and majestic presence. Now when Bob looked at Kala, he felt a faint sense of awe. There was an unspoken truth inside him. Kala was becoming less human, not in a derogatory way or saying she lost emotions, but her way of thinking and actions became increasingly unhuman-like. This transformation made Kala seem unfamiliar to Bob. Their conversations lacked the closeness they once had, gaining more distance and formality. So, you'd better clarify and let Isidore consider carefully whether he truly wants to worship the great deity. If he can meet these requirements and maintain firm devotion, wouldn't the mighty great deity accommodate one believer? And being a believer, he would naturally receive protection and blessings. If he cannot meet these standards, advise him not to harbor frivolous thoughts. Otherwise, the divine wrath may come not just from the deity but also from other believers. Then Kala left. Bob couldn't help but sigh. The re-emergence of the respected deity of Damien brought many benefits but also distorted much. How did it go, Brother Bob? After the conversation ended, Isidore cautiously asked. Because of Bob's sigh, Isidore couldn't help but feel tense, experiencing some anxiety and unease. Balin, I already asked. Being a believer doesn't require being from Wuxia mountain specifically. But as a believer, one must have sincere devotion towards the respected deity of Damien. Once faith begins, it cannot change or shift to other beliefs. You must reverence, respect, love, and be loyal to the respected deity of Damien, never forsaking or feigning belief. If Isidore can adhere to these principles, no formalities are needed, and you would be a believer, enjoying the respected deity's protection and blessings. But as I mentioned, if you lack loyalty or sincerity and abandon faith, the divine wrath will incinerate you, leaving not just death but complete annihilation. So, Balin, I strongly advise you to consider carefully. Starting faith is like embarking on an endless journey. Unless life ends, it continues indefinitely. Bob fully recounted what Kala had said. Isidore was moved. He fell silent. But after a brief pause, Isidore firmly nodded. Bob, I will faithfully worship the respected deity of Damien, willing to devote my entire existence until my life ceases and my faith remains eternal. Bob shook his head with a smile. Hashtag chapter 255, Divine Blessing. Ellie, there's no need to rush. Take a few days to consider it. In a few days, the blessings of the honored deity will descend. At that time, the deity's majesty might even come in person. So, take this time to think carefully. If you are certain, becoming a believer of the deity will be a natural course. Bob patted Ellie on the shoulder and left after saying these words. Bob departed, leaving Ellie standing alone in the same spot. His gaze was fixed on the divine statue atop the altar. Now I have nothing left. What is there to fear? What is there to worry about? Ellie clenched his fists tightly, lost in thought. Time passed swiftly, as if in the blink of an eye. The few days flew by in a hurry. In the square of Xiaoma village, presided over by the temple priestess Stephanie, all villagers, regardless of age or gender, gathered in this place. Their expressions were solemn. Following Stephanie's lead, they began the ceremony. The atmosphere was awe-inspiring. There was a noticeable change in the air. At the end of the ceremony, the slow transformation reached its peak like an overinflated balloon suddenly bursting. After the burst, the presence of divine majesty spread everywhere. "Let there be light," said the deity. The appearance of the deity was accompanied by a radiant light. The brilliance shone brightly, overwhelming with majesty. The dazzling divine light enveloped the entire statue. Then from within, a figure stepped out. This figure, gathered from the divine light, had the face of a beast and the body of a human. Instantly, all present bowed in submission. Great deity, boundless and majestic. Damien honored deity, eternal and supreme. Seeing everyone genuflect sincerely and worship devoutly, Xander was very satisfied. He now truly experienced the joy of being a deity. Of course, he was also more proficient in interacting with others in the identity of Damien honored deity. Though the deity manifested, the divine proclamation continued to be delivered by Stephanie. This, of course, added credibility to Stephanie's status as a divine servant and emphasized the separation between humans and deities. Deities should be revered high above. High above, they cannot be communicated with directly. That is what a deity is. If anyone could casually converse with a deity, where would the mystery and authority lie? Xiaoma village, loyal and trustworthy, my believers for generations unending, their path unimpeded. Through long ages, free from suffering, now enlightened, I bestow upon the believers my blessings. Cultivation shall flourish, talents rejuvenated. As for the specific realms ascended, they depend entirely on individual nature. Heaven has its length, fate varies widely. How changes occur depends on oneself. After delivering the divine message, Xander directly intervened, activating divine power to enhance the potential of the people. The divine light gathered in the sky, and with a wave of the majestic figure's hand, a beam of light flew toward the heads of the villagers. The light momentarily paused, then transformed into dazzling fireworks, exploding instantly. Gold rain fell from the sky, enveloping all of Xiaoma village. As the golden raindrops seeped into their bodies, everyone clearly felt something changing. When the rain ended, the crowd opened their eyes. Their eyes held a look of incredulity. Their bodies had undergone significant transformations. Their potential had increased tremendously, tenfold, at least. They had suddenly taken a giant leap forward from ordinary levels. This was the power of divine authority, the blessing and might of the deity. How wondrous! It was breathtaking and beyond human imagination. The villagers' faces broke into spontaneous smiles. The heavy hearts resulting from their extended lifespan sacrifices were greatly alleviated. Amidst the excitement, they dared not forget to prostrate themselves in reverence. Praise the great deity. Thank the honored deity. Everyone buried their heads in deep and sincere worship, almost willing to dedicate their souls. Of course, dedicating souls wasn't necessary. Offering incense was enough. Xander glanced at the gradually increasing incense offerings and felt pleased. Although hundreds of incense offerings meant little to him, progress was always good. Xander wasn't so impatient as to expect to gain immense strength immediately. After the gold rain ended, he used another divine technique to boost cultivation by 100 years. With another gesture from the deity's hand, massive amounts of spiritual energy surged like mighty rivers and floods. The entire village was thoroughly submerged and swept away. The air grew thick, making breathing difficult as if one had eaten too much. Under Xander's meticulous control, smaller streams branched off from the raging rivers of spiritual energy, entering through each villager's pores. With the influx of cultivation energy, everyone's cultivation rapidly improved. Of course, this was expected since their potential had been boosted tenfold. Among them, Ivory and Bob stood out even more after such an enhancement. Under the influx of cultivation energy, the young Ivory soared directly to the first heaven realm. This was indeed exceptional talent, managing to break through both mountain and heaven realms in one go. Reaching the second heaven realm would not be a problem either. Bob, being the elder brother, naturally surpassed her. Originally possessing greater innate talent, the tenfold boost and substantial cultivation energy propelled him from the initial stages of the second heaven to the late stages of the third heaven realm. His progress was astonishing. Besides these two representatives, the rest of Xiaoma village also saw improvements. Almost everyone transcended the mountain realm, reaching the first heaven realm, with many elites achieving the second heaven realm. Some, despite their less impressive talent, remained at the mountain realm but weren't far from reaching the heaven realm. It could be said that Xiaoma village's overall strength had significantly advanced. Seeing this, Xander couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of divine techniques. Such formidable power was far beyond what could be achieved through self-cultivation alone. The deity's strength, bolstered by incense offerings, was truly incredible. Too powerful. Even after 2 rounds of blessings, it wasn't yet over. Stephanie continued to relay the divine proclamation. Choose several elite individuals to journey to the Damien temple. The honored deity, supreme and majestic, will impart divine techniques, guiding their path to divinity and utmost loyalty. The selection will be overseen by the temple priestess, Stephanie. Stephanie's eyes shimmered. We obey the great deity's command. She bowed deeply. Immediately, she began selecting candidates. Fortunately, with the village's small population, the selection was quickly completed. Choosing a dozen people, including Ellie, Stephanie led them toward the temple. Chapter 256, Divine Disciples, hear my command. Inside the mountain deity temple. With the honored deity above, over a dozen divine disciples have arrived and await your divine command. Stephanie led the group into the mountain deity temple. The once dilapidated temple had been thoroughly renovated in preparation for the ceremony, and under Xander's control, it now exuded an even greater sense of solemnity. As they entered the temple, Stephanie spoke up, and instantly, a radiant light burst forth from the deity's statue above. The majestic divine light danced, filling the vast temple with its brilliance. Amidst the radiance, there was an even more dazzling light, symbolizing the essence of divinity. All the ordinary people knelt down immediately, their hearts pounding and breathing labored, but they still called out loudly, "Pay homage to the honored deity." Xander chuckled, his divine majesty causing the air to tremble as he spoke. "I am the exalted deity of Damien, appointing you all as my divine disciples. You are the arms and extensions of my will in the mortal world, and the foundation upon which the grandeur of the shrine stands. Only those with a destined connection can shoulder this responsibility. Keep your hearts pure, and do not betray the blessings of the divine." Stephanie bowed down. "Great deity," Xander said calmly. "In a moment, you shall register these people as members of our temple. Their souls will bear the imprint of divinity, existing eternally alongside the god. As commanded by the divine decree." Stephanie responded devoutly. The other dozen individuals were filled with excitement, feeling honored to be entrusted with such a significant role. They understood that nothing could be more important than being given a responsibility directly from a deity. Their hearts surged with gratitude, and they bowed repeatedly in reverence to the honored deity, their words unable to fully express their deep respect. Seeing their emotions, Xander continued, "There should be a leader among the divine disciples. I hereby appoint Bob as the leader of all divine disciples, tasked with maintaining the peace and sanctity of the temple and upholding my glory. Stephanie will focus on the daily lives of the people, while Bob will concentrate on external matters, spreading the faith, and safeguarding against any unexpected human conflicts. Should anything happen to me one day, the temple's high priestess, Stephanie, must carry out my commands decisively. Remember to obey without hesitation or disrespect, for I will punish those who defy me." By making these arrangements, Xander further emphasized that the deity is above all. He did not wish for trivial matters to reach him. He was not some neighborhood elder. Moreover, he was preparing to distance himself eventually. Though being the exalted deity of Damien had its privileges, Xander did not feel particularly attached to this title. Yet, he did not want to lose this fundamental base easily. So, increasing Stephanie's authority would allow him to step back when necessary. With the 3,000-year deadline looming, Xander had no worries about Stephanie acting disrespectful in his absence. Furthermore, as the deity's representative, Stephanie needed a clear proof of her status. Xander flipped his hand, and an ancient, revered scroll appeared, which Stephanie respectfully received. This is the Lungzuan scroll, the sacred text of the Damien deity. It encompasses everything within Damien and records matters great and small. Study it diligently, for it will aid you in fulfilling your duties as the high priestess and alleviate the burdens on the deity. Stephanie's heart trembled, and she knelt again. Understood, Stephanie will remember. The power and significance of the Lungzuan scroll were self-evident. Stephanie was deeply moved, immensely grateful for how much this book could help her. "Bob, the former prosperity of Mount Imo must be restored. Your task is to reclaim everything lost, even through war if necessary. I have no interest in worldly affairs, and fate is unpredictable. Do not let me down. Time is limited. With my divine support, go forth and bring back victory." Victory in war? No need to worry. After all, Damien was entirely within his domain, and with the blessing that multiplied Bob's cultivation by tenfold within 100 years, success in war was assured. Bob declared loudly, "Obeying the divine command, I will dedicate countless victories to our god." Xander chuckled at the enthusiastic response. "Well spoken. Go on. As for you, mortal, stay." The others left immediately, showing no curiosity about why. After bowing politely, they quickly departed, leaving only Ellie inside the temple, facing the deity. His heart raced nervously. After all, he was alone before a god. "Mortal, your name is Ellie? Do you wish to believe in me?" "For this life and the next, I dare not entertain another thought," Ellie replied, bowing. "My believers must show their devotion. Offer sacrifices as a gesture of loyalty. Do you have a sacrifice?" "Sacrifice?" Ellie hesitated for a moment. Xander asked this to maintain his identity as a deity. A deity mustn't be overly kind. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a deity anymore. "I shall offer a tribute to the great deity." Ellie quickly regained his composure, not surprised by this development. Seeing how fervently the villagers worshipped, especially during critical moments like beast invasions, where they paid with their lives for protection, Ellie understood. Damien deity was also known as Damien demon deity. If the deity helped humans unconditionally, would it still be called a demon deity? Such behavior was perfectly normal for a demon deity, so Ellie was well prepared and produced something from his pocket, a small, peculiar-looking deity statue. Though no more than a palm-sized figure, it looked as heavy as 30 zhang of stone. Great deity, this object hails from the ancient Lei Pool region, originating from the prosperous Beilang Hoidam of 10,000 years ago. In the Beilang Hoidam's grand worship hall, this deity statue held the essence of divinity. I offer this as a token of my loyalty, pledging eternal allegiance to our god. Ellie's preparation was thorough, indeed, and he was quite wealthy, presenting such a valuable item. This sacrificial offering was perfect. The Zhou family tribe was ripe for conquest. Xander's eyes narrowed as he studied the small deity statue. It was described as depicting a goddess, though its strange appearance made it hard to imagine. The Yu Prefecture deity statue contained the essence of the Yu Prefecture deity, who had ascended to divinity over 2,500 years ago during the Beilang Hoidam's peak. Within this statue lay the secrets of the Yu Prefecture deity, imbued with mystical powers. The boundless potential of divine inheritance. Only those predestined by divine providence could comprehend its mysteries. The scene shifts between the awe-inspiring presence of the deity and the intricate details of the offered relic, setting the stage for deeper developments and challenges ahead. Chapter 257, Ellie's Fury. The Fishdough God. Let's break this down properly. The name, Fishdough God, seems to be a direct transliteration rather than a meaningful translation. For context and fluidity in English, it would be better to provide a full and comprehensible name or description based on the original Chinese text. Here's an improved translation. Chapter 257, Ellie's Wrath. The Fish Continent God. A cosmic god? Quite the grandiose name. But at least it's a god. one that was worshipped in the era of the North Wolf Hoydom. It must certainly be powerful. I wonder if this god still exists after 100,000 years. But who cares? Let's learn first. Ice slaughter unending. The divine technique passed down by the fish continent god spans 10,000 realms, slaughtering everything with ice. Impressive. The introduction alone is filled with grandeur. Indeed, it's a god, something far beyond the comprehension of mortals. However, it truly lives up to being a divine art. Just entering the basics costs over 1 million whites. Miles wasn't really surprised. After all, this is a divine art. Divine techniques and divine manuals. Can their value be compared to anything mortal? Besides, he could afford 1 million whites. The question is, could he use this divine technique after learning it, given that he was still essentially a level 1 heaven cultivator? The system explained. There are 2 types of gods. One type consists of cultivators who have reached the divine realm. Fundamentally, they are still human, even though their life levels have been upgraded. At their core, they remain human. Therefore, as long as the user's body is strong enough to withstand the pressure of the divine technique, they can use it. However, the other type, deity gods born from incense offerings, is different. These deity gods are formed from worship, accumulation over time, and faith-generated existence. They belong to the realm of the virtual becoming real. For example, when you reach the divine realm in cultivation, you find that there are countless beings everywhere. But even at that level, deity gods born from incense offerings remain rare and unique. Yes, unique. They are like premium products, each one of a kind, born purely by heavenly luck, precious, using divine techniques that not even mortals or gods of the divine realm can utilize. In other words, after Miles's experience with the Long Mountain venerated god, he couldn't use those divine techniques anymore because he wasn't fundamentally a deity god of incense offerings. Miles had no illusions about this. He never thought that temporarily experiencing being a god could grant him free divine arts. If cultivation were so easy, wouldn't he already be the emperor now? Great God above, I wonder if these humble offerings meet your standard? Seeing that Miles remained silent for a long time, Ellie grew anxious and cautiously spoke up. Miles snapped back to reality and smiled. The fish continent god, ancient and revered, always leaves behind relics despite time's changes. Even though gods may fade, their traces remain eternal. This treasure is indeed the most precious thing I possess. Its value is high, and I present this item as an offering to honor you. Mortals have sincere hearts, and your thoughts rank among the most devout. From this moment, you shall be my believer, blessed and protected like the villagers of Xiaoma village. Remember to register at the temple. Otherwise, if you move far away, my sight cannot reach, making it difficult for me to protect you. Hearing Miles's voice, Ellie felt extreme joy and bowed deeply. Believer Ellie dedicates himself to the Long Mountain venerated god, eternally faithful. Hail the venerated god, great and mighty. Ellie continued knocking his head on the ground rhythmically. Miles didn't stop him. After all, as a god, it was fitting to be revered. My actions are always measured. You've offered a precious treasure, and surely you have a wish. Speak it. If your heart is sincere and there are difficulties, tell me, and I will ensure your peace of mind, relieving you of worries. The authoritative voice made Ellie pause. He thought his chance to become a believer was gone. Unexpectedly, he still had a wish granted. Is this what a devil god does? Do devil gods follow such principles? No, do not blaspheme. Ellie reined in his wandering thoughts and spoke loudly. Great venerated god, greatly merciful, mortals are grateful. Regarding my wish, there is indeed a matter that has troubled me for a long time. Please, venerated god, hear my plea and relieve my suffering. Ellie's voice trembled with anger. Without Miles giving him courage, Hung Lun probably would have kept this buried inside. Miles became curious about what story lay behind this. Speak your pain. Ellie clenched his fists. Venerated god, observing the lands, I am not from Xiaoma village or even Long Mountain. Indeed, Ellie was not from Xiaoma village. In fact, he wasn't even from Long Mountain. Xiaoma village was small, but Long Mountain was vast, with its storm pools, Milton's residence, and countless thunder beasts. Long Mountain was huge, but Ellie came from even further away. There was the Zhou clan tribe, large and prosperous. A village like Xiaoma village couldn't compare. Ellie hailed from the Zhou clan tribe, but now, he couldn't return because he was being hunted. The Zhou clan tribe had a chief, a despot wielding absolute power. His son was the little emperor. The chief had a son named Ewing, who was arrogant and ruthless, doing things purely out of whims and malice. Ellie fled because Ewing targeted the treasure in his family, killing his family and siblings, leaving only him alive. If not for Bob's timely discovery, he might have been eaten by a monster. After losing his family, Ellie swore to make the Ewing father-son duo pay with blood. So today, I beg the venerated god to avenge my blood feud. Ellie bowed deeply, hatred burning within him. Hatred, of course, is warranted. If Miles faced such a situation, he wouldn't settle for just exterminating the enemy family. Was Ellie's account true? Absolutely true. Though Long Mountain was vast, as the deity of Long Mountain, Miles could perceive everything within his divine domain from the temple. There were strangers approaching, and among them was Ewing, having tracked Ellie down. Your family's greatest treasure is the statue of the fish continent god? Ellie nodded. The fish continent god statue is a family heirloom, passed down through ancestors for 100,000 years. It is extremely precious. Ewing coveted it for a long time, and finally slaughtered my family in a fit of rage. I swear I will make him experience the pain of losing everything. Please feel free to review this translation and suggest any adjustments if needed. Cosmic God? The name is quite grandiose. But still, it's a deity worshipped since the era of the Northern Wolf Hoydom. Undoubtedly powerful. It's unknown whether this god still exists after crossing 10,000 years. But who cares? Let's learn first. The ice slaughter technique. An inherited divine art from the Fishio god that can freeze everything across 10,000 realms. Note: I made minor adjustments to ensure it reads more naturally in English and corrected fishdo to fishyo for consistency and fluency. Impressive. The introduction alone exudes power and majesty. Indeed, only a deity could create such a feat far beyond ordinary mortals. However, worthy of its divinity, entering the realm of learning this divine skill requires over 1,000,000 white points, BP. Miles wasn't particularly surprised. After all, this is a divine art, techniques crafted by deities. Their worth, incomparable to anything mortal. Moreover, with 1,000,000 BP, it's not out of reach. The concern was whether he, essentially a first heaven lackey, could even use these godly means after learning them. The system explained. Deities come in two types. One type is cultivators who have reached the divine realm. Their essence remains human like Miles's, even if their existence ascends through layers of life. Thus, for such beings, if their bodily strength can withstand the pressure exerted by divine arts, they can utilize them. But the other type, deities of incense fire, are different. These deities are formed from veneration and worship, accumulated over time through faith, thus existing in a realm between the real and virtual. For instance, once you attain the divine realm, you'll find deities everywhere. Yet despite reaching this level, true incense fire deities remain exceedingly rare and unique. In other words, after his experience as Longshan venerated deity, Miles realized the divine skills he had access to then were no longer available. After all, he isn't an incense fire deity by nature. Miles didn't entertain any illusions. He knew firsthand experiencing godhood temporarily wouldn't allow him to freeload on divine powers. If cultivation were so easy, wouldn't he already be at the pinnacle as emperor? Great deity above, may I ask if the offerings from common folk meet your standards? Seeing Miles remain silent, Ellie grew anxious and hesitantly asked, though carefully. Miles snapped back to reality upon hearing this and smiled. Fishdo God, an ancient deity, indeed leaves timeless relics. Despite the changes through space and time, though the deity may have perished, traces remain eternal. This treasure is your most precious possession. Hold it forth as an offering dedicated to this deity. Revised for fluency and accuracy. An ancient deity like the Fishdo God undoubtedly leaves behind timeless relics. No matter how space and time change, though the deity may no longer exist, its traces endure forever. This treasure is your most precious possession. Present it as an offering dedicated to this deity. The devout exist among mortals, your devotion second to none. So now, you shall be my follower, receiving my blessings and protection, equal to all villagers of Ellison family village. Remember to register with the temple priests. Not listed, distant lands, even under my gaze, might receive less care. Ellie felt elated at Miles's voice resonating in his ears, fully captivated. Believer Ellie dedicates eternal homage to Longshan venerated deity. Venerated deity, great and majestic. Ellie pounded his head in rhythmic reverence. Quite musical, this lad has a sense of rhythm. Miles did not stop him. After all, he was a deity, not an impartial magistrate. Being revered was perfectly acceptable. My actions always follow reason. You've presented a treasure, naturally bearing wishes. Speak your heart's desire. With sincere intentions, should there be troubles or needs, tell me. I ensure your mind remains at peace. The authoritative voice halted Ellie's reverent prostrations. Initially, he thought the chance to gain favor was lost, never expecting a wish-granting opportunity. So, gods do value fairness? Ellie reined in his thoughts and loudly proclaimed, Great venerated deity, bestowing immense grace, humble people thank you. Regarding my wish, deep within lies sorrow long suppressed. Venerated deity, mighty and just, please assist humble folk, relieving our suffering. His voice trembled, anger evident, clearly harboring resentment. Without Miles's encouragement granting courage, Ellie would have buried this pain deeply. Curiosity piqued, Miles wondered what story unfolded. Your suffering, recount it. Ellie clenched his fists. Venerated deity, overseeing all lands, humble origins lie outside Ellison family village, even beyond Longshan. Ellie confirmed he wasn't from Ellison family village. Even further, he was not from Longshan itself. Ellison family village is tiny compared to Longshan, vast with its stormy thunder pools, inhabited by the Milton and countless thunder beasts, a mere part of Longshan territory. Longshan is enormous, but Ellie came from even farther, beyond Longshan. A Zhou clan tribe existed, larger and more prosperous. A village like Ellison family village couldn't compare. Ellie originated from the Zhou clan tribe, but now, he couldn't return due to persecution. Zhou clan had a chief, exercising absolute authority like an earth emperor, and his son, akin to a little emperor. The son, named Ewing, acted arrogantly and ruthlessly. Ellie fled because Ewing targeted the family heirloom, killing dozens of Ellie's relatives. Ellie barely escaped into the forest with severe injuries. Had he not been found by Bob, wild beasts would have devoured him. When his family died, Ellie swore vengeance, determined to make Ewing and his father pay blood debts in kind. So today, I implore venerated deity, avenge this humble person's blood feud. Prostrating heavily, his boundless hatred burned like flames. Of course, hate is justified. If Miles faced such a situation, merely exterminating the enemy family wouldn't suffice. Is Ellie's claim truthful? Absolutely. Despite Longshan's vastness, as the Longshan venerated deity, Miles could perceive all movements within his domain from the temple. Strangers arrived, including Ewing. Clearly, after days of pursuit, they learned Ellie survived and followed specifically to finish him off, chasing to their own doom. The family's treasured relic is the Fishdo God statue? Corrected. The family's most precious treasure is the Fishdo God statue? For better fluency in English, it would be more natural to say. The family's most precious treasure is the Fishdo God statue? However, Fishdo seems to be a transliteration issue. Assuming Zhou refers to a place or specific god name, it should be consistent throughout the text. If Fishdo is a proper noun, it should be Fishyo, or another appropriate transliteration. Without further context on the correct spelling of this deity's name, here's an improved version assuming it's a proper name. The family's most precious treasure is the fish zhou god statue? Ellie nodded. The family's most precious treasure is the fish zhou god statue, inherited from our ancestors for 100,000 years. Ewing had long coveted it and finally lost all patience, ruthlessly slaughtering my family. I swear, I will make him experience the pain of losing everything. To further enhance the translation, the family heirloom, the fish zhou god statue, has been passed down from our ancestors for 100,000 years, making it exceedingly precious. Ewing had long coveted it and finally, after losing all patience, mercilessly slaughtered my family. I swear, I will make him taste the agony of losing everything. Chapter 258. Plans have limits. Ellie's anger had already solidified into a tangible force. If he could kill Ewing, dismembering him, even if Ellie had no limbs left, only a head and a mouth, he would crawl 1,000 miles to bite Ewing to death. Such deep-seated hatred was chilling, cold enough to move even a god. Your hatred will be quelled soon. Ewing is about to enter Chang Mountain, my domain. They are following the trail. It won't take long for them to find Ellison Village and appear before you. You are one of my followers. Your hatred and your desires, I shall fulfill. Wish upon it, devout mortal. How do you want Ewing to die? Ewing was already chasing into Chang Mountain and would arrive at Ellison Village soon. Startled by this news, Ellie first reacted out of habit, having nearly died from being pursued. But immediately afterward, Ellie was overjoyed because he wasn't alone anymore. He had support, divine protection from the revered god of Chang Mountain. With such power backing him, what did he have to fear? Great God above, Ewing is despicable, extremely cruel, and has killed my family for treasure. I, a mere mortal, humbly request that you bring about his ruin, making him suffer humiliation and pain before dying. Hoyt blinked his eyes. This young man indeed had ideas, almost aligning with his own thoughts. Your vengeance, naturally, should be orchestrated by you. Do you have any good plans? Of course, the main reason was that Hoyt didn't want to strain his mind. He was a god, but not an omnipotent one. He was certainly not some considerate guardian. If he had to execute every plan himself, whose deep-seated enmity would it ultimately be, Ellie's or his? So, Ellie would think up the plans, and Hoyt would arrange their execution. This division of labor was ideal. As for whether Ellie could come up with anything, no need to worry. In the face of such profound enmity, even a good person would turn into a psychological deviant. Only a saintly hypocrite would think of forgiving a murderer after such events. Besides, Ellie wasn't particularly benevolent either. His character leaned more towards Kelvin, someone who looked human but had a black heart. However, Ellie still retained his humanity and felt rage at his family's suffering. Kelvin, on the other hand, was utterly corrupt, even capable of laughing at his family's deaths. The idea of killing his entire family brought him genuine joy. Hence, though they were similar in type, they were fundamentally different people. Ellie didn't ponder for long. It seemed like he had already formed an idea in his heart. Great God above, can you exert your boundless divine power to make me assume Ewing's form? Oh, disguise as Ewing? Indeed, this young man had interesting ideas. Inside, Hoyt smiled, appreciating Ellie's clever plan. As someone with less than pure intentions, Hoyt quickly understood the nuances. I can make you resemble Ewing perfectly. Only those of the highest mortal tiers can detect the differences. Remember, mimicry is twofold, appearance first, behavior second. Both are indispensable. Ellie clenched his fist. Great God above, commoners like myself seek retribution, blood for blood. Ewing slaughtered my family. I will infiltrate his home. Return to the Zhou clan tribe. When I escaped, there was news of celebrations at the Zhou clan. One of their leaders is getting married. In a few days, it will be Ewing's wedding day. Then, I shall become Ewing, enjoying all that he has obtained. Although I wish to kill Ewing immediately, I desire more, to let him witness everything he owns becoming mine. I will thoroughly humiliate him and then slaughter him. Ellie's words bordered on madness. People say arsonists and killers wear gold belts. Evil deeds are done for money. I underestimated you. You have ambitions of a warlord. On someone else's wedding, seducing their bride-to-be. Such audacity. Even Xiao Boss would admire this. You're not just acting but making a show of it. What a twisted avenger. The contrast was stark. Ellie looked handsome and kind, yet spoke these dark words. The contrast was exhilarating. Hoyt felt nothing but excitement and thrill. As for pity for Ewing, Hoyt's compassion wasn't so low as to extend to a maniacal killer. Ellie's revenge plan was cunning and impressive. Ewing, however, was truly despicable. Following Ellie's plan, seeing such scenes might indeed shock Ewing to death, just like Kelvin's father dying from rage. Being humiliated and infuriated to death might be Ewing's best outcome. With Ellie's fury, if Ewing survived, greater torment awaited him. Ultimately, Ellie's anger would ensnare the entire Zhou clan tribe. Hoyt began to anticipate this grand drama. A single call summoned Bob swiftly, kneeling before the god instantly. His presence exuded strength and security. Divine disciple Bob, heed the divine command. Hoyt was satisfied with this speed. Primitive people were so obedient, easy to command without ulterior motives. Divine disciple Bob, shortly, uninvited guests from beyond Chang Mountain will reach Ellison Village. Their leader is named Ewing from the Zhou clan tribe, the archenemy of our disciple Ellie. They have chased him here. I command you to suppress these intruders entirely, escort them to the temple, and present them to me. Any objections? Listening to the command, Bob blinked. The Zhou clan tribe, of course, he knew. Despite its distance, he had heard of it. It was a large tribe, many times larger than Ellison Village. Its foundation and strength far surpassed Ellison Village. But that was the old Ellison Village. Blessed by the god, they had transformed immensely. Though their numbers hadn't changed, they had produced many elites. Facing the Zhou clan tribe, they no longer feared. Since they dared to trespass into the sacred domain, they shouldn't expect to leave. Divine disciple Bob obeys the divine command. Bob bowed and left promptly. Ellie followed closely behind to identify the targets, ensuring Ewing didn't meet a quick end prematurely. Chapter 259, Eradication. At this moment, standing in the square of Mo family village, I lifted my head to look at the distant sky. In an instant, dozens of flying figures could be seen coming hurriedly. Each one exuded a powerful aura, and they approached with great momentum. Among them, the most imposing figure was their leader. Despite not being particularly old, he had already reached the second heaven realm, which was indeed astounding and perplexing. Could there truly be so many prodigies in this place? And yet, the young man at the peak of the second heaven realm wasn't even the strongest in the group. The most formidable among the incoming crowd was a squint-eyed elder who possessed the power of the third heaven realm. It was just as formidable as Herman, the venerable ancestor from Yunxian Sword Academy. This place was truly terrifying. Such a small tribe, far from being top tier, could casually dispatch experts of this caliber. In the square of Mo family village, Bob blinked his eyes. The Zhou family tribe is vast and bustling, far exceeding our numbers. He had expected something extraordinary and untouchable, but now, seeing them for himself, he felt a slight disappointment. However, Bob wouldn't dare to underestimate them because of this disappointment. When it came to combat, Bob would remain extremely serious, especially after his near-death experience. The leader of the Flyers was Ewing. With a condescending gaze, Ewing scanned the area and immediately spotted Ellie. Even though Ellie hadn't intended to hide, the moment Ewing locked onto him, intense killing intent flared in his eyes. Well, you dog, you really didn't die. What a fortunate survival. Their encounter was like oil meeting fire, immediately explosive. Ewing's eyes flashed with ferocity. He always believed in eradicating roots when dealing with matters. After he plotted to kill Ellie's entire family, leaving only Ellie alive, the dog unexpectedly survived. But what did it matter if he escaped? A weakling couldn't run far. Now, Ewing had caught up with him. Ewing's eyes burned with boundless killing intent. No one could stop him from killing someone he wanted dead. Today, his purpose was clear, to eradicate the roots, to send Ellie to meet his family in the underworld. So upon sighting his target, Ewing declared impatiently, Ellie, you treacherous dog, you betrayed the tribe, colluded with outsiders, and plotted against us. You are no better than a beast. As the son of the Zhou family tribe's chief and a citizen of the tribe, I cannot let this beast roam free, to taint the tribe. Now, everyone listen to my order. For the peace of the Zhou family tribe, immediately subdue and kill Ellie to prevent future harm and disgrace. Ewing spoke with fabricated righteousness, pinning heavy accusations on Ellie to justify his killing. After all, he was the son of the Zhou family tribe's chief and the most talented individual in the entire tribe. His words carried weight. Following his command, the Zhou family tribe members lunged at Ellie, brandishing their weapons ruthlessly. Anyone within reach would undoubtedly be torn to pieces. If Ellie were alone, he might have fled in terror. But now, supported by backing, he didn't fear but instead mocked Ewing loudly. Ewing, you're the true beast. You harmed my family, and now you chase me with intentions to eradicate me. Yet, how much I wish to shred you into pieces too. I've been struggling to find an opening, but you've delivered yourself right here. Perfect. You've saved me a lot of trouble. Hearing Ellie's suppressed voice, like that of a malevolent ghost, Ewing's heart raced, and his brows furrowed. He was confused, unable to understand why Ellie appeared so unafraid and defiant. Was there a hidden trump card? Ewing couldn't fathom it. Meanwhile, as Ewing pondered, the Zhou family tribe's members charged at Ellie with their ruthless weapons. Just as they were about to succeed, a powerful and rapid sound suddenly erupted. The speed was terrifying, the force like a monstrous embodiment. Every movement seemed both swift and heavy. The present Bob was no longer the same. Wielding the power of the third heaven realm, facing these second heaven level foes from the Zhou family tribe was like a terrifying tyrannosaurus stomping through a flock of sheep. Any casual move or strike was deadly. Skulls exploded, flesh shredded. Death spread everywhere in an instant. The Zhou family tribe members were mostly dead or wounded in mere seconds. Their fate was sealed. The air buzzed with the lingering terror. Third heaven realm? How could it be? Mo family village is just a tiny hamlet with only 100 residents. How can such a powerful existence exist here? Seeing the bloody scene, Ewing's face changed drastically. The squint-eyed elder beside him widened his eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished. This person is so young. How could he reach the third heaven realm? Yet, the power of the third heaven realm is genuine. Is this Mo family village hiding its true strength? Realizing the danger, the elder shouted, Master, run quickly. Grasping Ewing, the elder attempted to flee. But Bob had anticipated their escape attempts and had set up ambushes in advance. Block their path. No one will escape today. On command, numerous figures emerged, each exuding the heavy aura of the third heaven realm. They blocked all escape routes with barriers formed by spiritual energy. The elder was still in shock when a terrifying force of the third heaven realm approached, striking down both him and Ewing in one blow. Though they didn't die outright, their bodies crumbled and many bones shattered. Escaping was impossible. Drag them to the temple for divine judgment. Bob retracted his hand as divine disciples dragged the two men towards the temple. Inside the crown temple, Xander watched clearly. He increasingly believed that this Masha territory was the real divine light world, while his original starting point felt more like part of Masha territory. The disparity between the two worlds was too significant. The rules here were twisted, yet the people, even a random villager from Mo family village, were far stronger than the true disciples of Yunxian Sword Academy or characters like Selena. Perhaps another possibility was that Xintian Juhai, or even the entire Red Soil region, was underdeveloped, or the difference in strength levels was simply too great. Naturally, Xander wasn't too bothered by this. After all, he aimed to achieve supreme divinity and transcendence. Limited city experiences had raised his standards. That place was filled with terrifying figures where even a stray dog could be an emperor. Soon, the divine disciples brought the two men into the temple before stepping back. Translation continues seamlessly, maintaining tone, style, and paragraph structure. Hashtag chapter 260. Already deranged. Only Ellie remained, along with the waiting sinner. As the temple's high priestess, Patricia spoke on behalf of the deity, scrutinizing Ellie. Are you certain you wish to use the means you mentioned earlier to take revenge on your enemy? Please grant me your divine favor. Ellie knelt on the ground, his fists clenched tightly, the intermingled anticipation and hatred swelling within him until he was almost in a trance. The great god will fulfill your wishes. Patricia raised her hands, as if to embrace the divine presence. The crown also moved forward, not using divine powers this time but relying on its own capabilities. A mortal skill can be formidable even in small matters. An invisible force descended upon Ellie, enveloping him entirely. Incredulity filled the eyes of Ewing and Bray as changes began to occur. From flesh, height, and facial features, every aspect transformed visibly, like clay being reshaped from paste. Ultimately, Ellie took on the appearance of Ewing. Even Bray, who had known Ewing since childhood, was stunned. He couldn't detect any abnormality in this transformation. It felt as if Ewing had suddenly materialized out of thin air. What a terrifying and bizarre method. Instead of marveling at the peculiar technique, Ewing, whose inner turmoil was escalating, ignored the pain from his wounds and shouted, Ellie, you dog, what are you doing? Turning into my appearance. Ah! Ewing's pupils dilated, his eyes wide open. But the louder he screamed, the more delighted and excited Ellie became. A deranged smile spread across Ellie's face. What am I doing? Haha, you really want to know? You damn sinner, how dare you ask? Ellie seemed genuinely mad. His expression twisted from maniacal laughter to a cruel grimace before reverting back to laughter. Naturally, I am going to seek vengeance thoroughly. Tears welled up in Ellie's eyes, yet they couldn't quell the raging fire in his heart. My family, everything I had. All because of you, an unworthy creature who coveted our ancestral treasures. Everything is gone. Can you understand my suffering? No, you beast, you cannot comprehend it. Now, let me make you experience what it feels like to lose everything, to have no hope left in life. You're curious about what I'll do? Well, let me tell you. I am you now. You fool, you're questioning my appearance right in front of me. Becoming you means living as you. I will return to the Zhou clan openly, and your parents, your soon-to-be bride, everyone will naturally treat me as you. They won't notice the change. I will live your life, enjoy all that is yours, and then destroy everything. Your father, mother, and family. Everything will be annihilated. I will make you feel the anguish and torment of losing them forever. I will leave you homeless and miserable, in endless pain. Only this way can my hate diminish and bring peace to my deceased family. Do you understand now? Ah. Ellie's expression contorted, like a vengeful ghost emerging from hell. Listening to these insane words, Ewing's pupils dilated in shock, becoming him, taking over his life, enjoying everything before destroying it all? Fury surged instantly. Ewing struggled, roaring and glaring fiercely at Ellie, wishing he could tear him apart with just his gaze. You dog. How dare you? How dare you? See, why shouldn't I dare? Of course I dare. Not only will I dare, but I'll also torture your family to endure the same pain you did. Do you think I would let them die easily? That would be too kind to you, you beast. You wretched thing. Watch as I control everything you once had. See your life proceed without you. Witness your world shatter under my torment. See your family suffer miserably. Ellie clenched his fists and laughed maniacally. You should thank your family for this, because I will start by torturing and crushing them, so you don't need to die yet. Listen well, I will act recklessly in the Zhou clan, turning everything into ruins, regardless. I'll visit often to show you what I've done, letting you hear their cries. Let's play a game. How many of your loved ones can stay sane? I bet all of them will go mad from torture. No one will die while still sane. Do you want to kill me? Haha, can you? You useless thing. What can you do besides lie here crippled? Weren't you powerful in the Zhou clan, able to do whatever you wanted? Come seek revenge, prove you're the real Ewing, come stop me. Can you? You can do nothing. Useless. Just wait for me to bring you good things. Ha ha ha, ha ha. In fits of laughter, Ellie departed, leaving the temple like a devil released from hell. This deranged scene captivated Xander. Past drama performances always felt exaggerated and fake to him. Now he understood what true madness looked like. Xander was sure of one thing. After completing his revenge on Ewing, Ellie would undergo a transformation. Either he would become a brutal, ruthless person willing to pay any price, like Kelvin, or he might revert to a genuinely good soul. Such an unpredictable change piqued Xander's interest. After all, dramatic revenge stories aren't seen every day. As for the torments Ellie spoke of, those were certainly not suitable for children. And perhaps only those with strong mental fortitude could bear witnessing them. Like himself. How fascinating this would be. How much mischief could Ellie unleash? As for why he used Patricia's abilities instead of appearing himself, well, did someone like Ewing and Bray deserve to meet a god? Not at all. After recollecting his thoughts, Xander simply melted down the statue of Yuzhou God. Note: this translation maintains the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring it reads fluently in English. Hashtag chapter 261. Upgrade. After refining the divine statue of Fish Isle, it directly exploded into tens of millions of white points. Xander was truly at a loss. He hadn't expected to obtain as many as 10 million white points. But then again, this was the divine statue of a deity. Having 10 million white points seemed very reasonable. So, Xander calmly accepted this large sum of money, and the substantial amount of white points he had invested in venerating the Longshan divine being could now be considered partially recouped. One could say that he had started making a profit. Indeed, Deities, especially deities of incense and worship, could indeed make money. Even in an era lacking faith, they could earn so much in such a short time. It was terrifying. With money in hand, of course, it needed to be spent. There was no habit of saving, nor could he save. There were too many gold-guzzling monsters around him, like the funeral envoy and the soul tree. Each one of these could drain his finances dry, no matter how much he poured in. A mere 10 million couldn't last long. So, Xander chose something that 10 million could handle, enhancing the roar of gumming. This skill, part of the beginner's set given by his adoptive father Davon Binglong, turned out to still be useful today. One could only marvel at the wonders of the system and the power of the ancient gumming. After all, if gumming weren't powerful, under the system's enhancement, this skill might have been renamed by now. The roar of gumming was the skill Xander wielded most adeptly. Indeed, it proved incredibly useful. With 10 million white points, Xander upgraded it 3 times. After all, if it didn't keep pace with or even surpass his current cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to unleash stronger combat power. These 3 upgrades quickly drained another few million. Further upgrades would turn it into yet another gold-guzzling monster. No wonder minigames start off easy and pleasant, but become intensely grind-heavy later on. Even if he eventually became an emperor or achieved higher realms, Xander genuinely believed he would suffer from liver pain due to intense grinding. As the roar of gumming upgraded, changes occurred in Xander's mind. The more sophisticated the technique, the sharper his intelligence became, not in daily wisdom but in combat and application. Over time, perhaps he wouldn't need to spend money to upgrade skills via the system. He might be able to evolve his skills on his own. This clear progression was addictive. The feeling of gaining experience was intoxicating. As for the more specific enhancements and practical performance, well, Xander was still at the first heaven stage, where his cultivation hadn't changed in a while. However, his current combat power could easily dominate second heaven opponents. He had truly become invincible across realms. After all, Xander possessed not just the exceptional roar of gumming, but also a powerful constitution that boosted his abilities and many other miraculous techniques. If judged by normal standards for a second heaven practitioner, it would underestimate Xander. At the second heaven stage, he could defeat anyone without fear. But what about third heaven? The answer was that he still couldn't match third heaven practitioners because the difference between major realms was vast. Especially as realms increased, the gap widened significantly. Just look at Bob, who single-handedly slaughtered groups of second heaven practitioners with ease. That was no different from killing chickens. In fact, chickens might still pose a threat of pecking someone, whereas those second heaven practitioners couldn't even muster that level of threat. The immense gap was obvious. However, could a first heaven kill a third heaven? Not impossible. In the face of the system, with enough investment, nothing was unattainable. By further upgrading the roar of gumming and increasing firepower, Xander, as a first heaven practitioner, could effortlessly take down early-stage third heaven opponents. How much would that cost? Another 10 million. So, pass on that for now. It was important not to aim too high. Do what can be done with the available resources. The next favor for the roar of gumming would wait until the next time. But Xander still had some money left. So, use it up. He had a precious item long neglected, the soul seed. Immediately start upgrading it. After consecutive investments, Xander's divine consciousness had become very powerful. To put it simply, the Longshan divine being could only oversee the divine domain, which was the entire Longshan region. Xander's divine consciousness could directly probe beyond Longshan. Of course, this didn't mean he surpassed a deity. Deities had comprehensive awareness within their domains. Xander's consciousness was more like a super telescope requiring focused observation. Still, this was impressive enough. However, the cost was poverty, and growing poorer. More places around him required spending white points. Time to earn. Xander sighed. He felt like he had come to this world to live paycheck to paycheck. Was this even worth crossing over? Ellison family village could no longer be exploited. Now everything depended on Zhou clan tribe. Hopefully, Ellie would bring good news. While Xander holed up in the temple, using white points to upgrade his stats, outside. In the name of the deity, Bob led the disciples without a moment's rest. The entire Longshan region was the deity's territory. Blessed by the deity, they each had formidable power equivalent to third heaven and benefited from buffs during local operations. In Longshan, their actions were virtually unstoppable and indestructible. This was a war conducted in the deity's name, to reclaim land and expand the believer base. They acted as somewhat crude missionaries, spreading teachings throughout Longshan's villages through the ultimate rhetoric of violence. Those villages genuinely understood the deity's greatness and glory and readily integrated into Ellison family village, becoming part of it. As days passed, Ellison family village expanded to thousands of people. Now it could no longer be called a village but instead, the Mo clan tribe, a true tribe. Bob and company kept winning, and Xander, ensconced in the temple, was well aware. System notifications never ceased. Your disciples conquered this village, gaining tens of thousands of white points. Your disciples conquered that village, gaining tens of thousands of white points. What wonderful sounds. Though each gain was only tens of thousands, Longshan's vastness and numerous villages added up. Accumulating small amounts eventually made Xander beam with joy. Look at these white points, now adding up to millions. Being a deity was truly delightful. Meanwhile, Kate arrived at the temple. My deity, your divine might ripples. Disciples are invincible. Your divine will has flattened Longshan. Currently, Ellison family village has gathered 3,963 people. Can your divine might reinforce the faith of these ignorant mortals? With money, of course, it had to be spent. There was no habit of saving money, and even if there were, it couldn't be saved. The devouring golden beasts around him were too many, from the messenger of funeral rites to the soul tree. Which one of these weren't insatiable? A mere 10 million wasn't enough to satisfy them. So, Xander chose something that could be significantly improved with 10 million white points, Jumu's Roar. This was a technique given by his cheap old dad, Davon Binglong, as part of his beginner's package, yet it still came in handy today. He could only marvel at the wonders of the system and the power of ancient Jumu. If Jumu hadn't been so powerful, under the violent enhancement of the system, this skill might have had to change its name. Jumu's roar was also the most proficient skill Xander used. Frankly speaking, it was really useful. With 10 million white points, Xander upgraded it 3 times. After all, as long as it could be upgraded, why not? Only by ensuring Jumu's roar kept up with, or even surpassed his current cultivation level, could he unleash greater combat power. After 3 upgrades, another 10 million white points were gone. To upgrade further would just create another devouring golden beast. No wonder minigames started off easy and pleasant, but became crazily grind-heavy later on. Xander sincerely believed that even if he became a great emperor, or reached an even higher realm one day, he would still suffer from liver pain. As Jumu's roar was upgraded, changes also occurred in Xander's mind. The more exquisite a technique, the smarter it made one. Not wise in daily life, but smart in battle and usage. Over time, perhaps he wouldn't need to spend money for the system to upgrade. He could evolve his own skills. This clear progression was quite addictive, like the joy of gaining experience. As for more specific improvements and actual performance, well, Xander was still at the first heaven stage, and his cultivation hadn't changed for a long time. Yet his combat strength was now strong enough to easily defeat second heaven opponents. Truly, he had become invincible across realms. After all, Xander possessed not only extraordinary upgrade techniques like Jumu's roar, but also powerful constitution buffs and numerous mystical methods. Even evaluating him with the standards of a second heaven cultivator would be underestimating him. In the second heaven realm, he could be invincible, fighting anyone without fear. But what about third heaven? The answer was simple. He still couldn't match third heaven yet. The gap between major realms was vast, especially as realms got higher, magnifying this disparity. Just look at how Bob single-handedly massacred a group of second heaven cultivators. It was akin to slaughtering chickens. No, even chickens could instill fear with their pecks, but those second heaven cultivators couldn't even evoke worry. There was a huge gap, which was evident. However, was there no way for a first heaven to kill a third heaven? How could that be? In front of the system, as long as you threw money at it, nothing was impossible. By continuously upgrading Jumu's roar and boosting firepower, Xander, as a first heaven, could easily take out early-stage third heaven opponents. How much money would that require? Another 10 million. So pass. You can't aim too high. Do what you can with what you have. Next time he'd upgrade Jumu's roar. But Xander still had some leftover money. So, he decided to use it all. There was a precious thing Xander hadn't attended to in a while, the soul seed. He immediately began upgrading it. After continuous spending, Xander's divine sense had become very powerful. To elaborate, the Longshan divine being could only perceive within the Longshan domain. In contrast, Xander's divine sense could detect beyond the Longshan borders. Of course, this didn't mean Xander had surpassed a deity. A deity's perception within its domain was meticulous, while Xander's divine sense was more like a super telescope, requiring focused observation. Still, it was sufficiently impressive. The price for this advantage, however, was poverty, growing ever deeper. Now, the places needing white points were multiplying. Time to earn more. Xander sighed, feeling like he had crossed over to live paycheck to paycheck. Why go through all this trouble? Xianxia village couldn't be milked anymore, so everything now depended on the Zhou family tribe and how much value it could yield. He hoped Ellie would bring good news. While Xander was holed up in the temple, using white points to upgrade himself after a long time. Outside the temple, Bob led the divine disciples tirelessly. Under the name of the deity, the entire Longshan region was the deity's territory. Blessed by the deity, each disciple possessed formidable third heaven strength, enhanced by local buffs. In the Longshan territory, their actions were virtually invincible and unbeatable. This was a war led by divine authority, reclaiming land and expanding believers. They were like crude missionaries spreading the word to other villages in Longshan, using violence as their supreme rhetoric. The villagers quickly understood the greatness and glory of the deity and unconditionally joined Xianxia village, becoming part of it. As days passed, Xianxia village expanded to thousands of people. It was no longer a village but a true tribe, the Mo family tribe. Bob and the others continued to win victories, which Xander, hiding in the temple, clearly perceived thanks to the system notifications. Your divine disciples conquered this village, gaining tens of thousands of white points. Your divine disciples conquered that village, gaining tens of thousands of white points. Charming sounds indeed. Although they were in the tens of thousands, Longshan's vastness and population ensured a steady influx. Many small villages dotted the landscape, adding up quickly. Accumulating small gains into significant amounts, it made Xander happy. Look at these white points, already reaching millions. Being a deity was indeed delightful. Stephanie arrived at the temple. O mighty deity, your divine might is vast, and your disciples are invincible. We have flattened Longshan, and Xianxia village now has 3,963 people. Can we use divine might to strengthen these ignorant mortals' faith? Hashtag chapter 262, the Yinning Thunder God. That was indeed a good suggestion. Xander naturally agreed. Using the name of the god, he bestowed a blessing upon them. Then, as before, he would select 100 people from all present to form the first divine army. The most crucial criterion for selecting members of the divine army was their loyalty to the god. Only steadfast believers could be considered. Xander did not want to bless those with wavering faith. After finishing her work report like a secretary, Stephanie left again. However, not long after Stephanie walked out of the temple, Ellie, who had been away for some time, returned. In the name of my god, believers bow down. Upon entering the temple, Ellie immediately knelt bare-chested on the ground, his attitude incredibly respectful and devout. He bowed down in worship. After all, now that his very existence depended on this god, the Longshan respected god was his greatest support. How did your efforts fare over this period at the Zhou family tribe? Did you get exposed? Xander was quite interested in discussing this with Ellie. Hearing this, Ellie only shook his head. My god, everything went exactly as planned. No one in the Zhou family tribe suspected that I was not Ewing, not even his father, the leader of the Zhou family tribe, Hung Davon Wu. Instead, he trusted me very much and even gave me a divine treasure. It was a fruit, extremely precious, a divine object. By consuming this fruit, there's a high possibility of awakening an extraordinary talent. By the grace of my God's protection, I successfully awakened a unique talent, gaining a special pair of eyes. This talent is incredibly wondrous. It allows ordinary people to witness and read the memory imprints within another person's soul. Ellie spoke with excitement. After all, it was an unexpected and valuable gain, and it was normal to feel elated about it. Hearing this description, Xander was also quite surprised. A talent that can peer into souls? Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Xander immediately used dual detection to scan Ellie. Ellie's personal panel instantly revealed itself. Now, Ellie had an additional identity, son of the Zhou family tribe's leader, albeit temporarily. But personal panels were indeed updated in real time. And that talent was called Soul Memory Eye, which allowed him to see others' soul memories and uncover all secrets. It was the ultimate skill any voyeur would desire. However, this pair of eyes had usage restrictions. It couldn't penetrate across major realms. For targets more than one grade higher, it was useless. Additionally, the target couldn't have conscious defenses. Xander nodded. Thus, Ellie proved to be someone worth using. Initially, Xander had intended to discard Ellie after using him against the Zhou family tribe. But now, he saw potential in Ellie becoming a capable lieutenant. Fate often bestows numerous blessings. With what you've gained, your future path should be clear and bright. Very nice. The words of the god were always obscure, but understanding just the last part was enough. Ellie was extremely delighted, revealing a radiant smile. He had received the praise of his god. To be honest, even when he consumed the divine fruit and awakened the soul memory eye, the joy he felt did not compare to this moment. Being praised by his god is very nice. My god above, all for my god's blessing. Your greatness and protection mean that without you, mortals would never enjoy such fortune. All is granted by your mercy. Ellie bowed reverently. This fanatical devotion brought Xander pleasure. After a series of bows, Ellie continued. My god above, thanks to your favor, I avenged the Zhou family tribe. After awakening the soul memory eye, I observed the soul of the Zhou family tribe's leader, Hung Davon Wu. There, I discovered something significant and came to report it to you, my god. Seeing Ellie's serious expression, Xander blinked, curiosity stirring. The secret of the Zhou family tribe's leader? Speak on. With approval, Ellie continued. My god above, through examining the soul memory of the Zhou family tribe's leader, Hung Davon Wu, I discovered that the Zhou family tribe is secretly planning a significant event recently. This matter, originally a secret, concerns the resurrection of a god. The Zhou family tribe once served a god named the Yinning Thunder God. Over time, the Yinning Thunder God fell into silence due to the passage of time. However, recently, the Yinning Thunder God seems to be showing signs of resurrection. The Yinning Thunder God? Upon hearing this, Xander's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, the Yinning Thunder God was the Zhou family tribe's god. Although unknown to Xander, it was clearly written in the Longshan scriptures. In the era when the Longshan demons existed, gods born from faith were not uncommon. In regions as populous as Longshan, with frequent human activity and faith agitation, the birth of a god was virtually inevitable. Because that era was so prosperous, the Yinning Thunder God was the god worshipped by generations of the Zhou family tribe. Although the Yinning Thunder God had fallen silent over time, the Zhou family tribe seemed to have never ceased worshipping the god. Unlike the Ellison village, where they stopped believing once they couldn't see the god. Previously, he had used the system's power to take over and revive the Longshan respected god. Could it be that the Yinning Thunder God, sustained by the undying faith of the Zhou family tribe, has come back to life? If a legitimate fire deity emerged from the enemy side, it wouldn't be good news for Xander. After all, in this place with limited population, faith essentially had its base set. If he wanted more, he would need to monopolize and eliminate all other contenders. A war between gods, this would be a true divine battle. The problem was, Xander was an imposter god, merely a minor deity of the first heaven. If the Yinning Thunder God truly awakened and manifested divine authority, swallowing the Zhou family tribe would be impossible. All their efforts would face enormous obstacles. After all, he could bless his believers, and so could the other party. The advantages the Mo family tribe currently held would quickly disappear. Of course, no matter how much he pondered, the critical question remained. How close is the Yinning Thunder God to awakening? Ellie shook his head. My god above, the Zhou family tribe's god, the Yinning Thunder God, is not a naturally born god. According to Hung Davon Wu's soul memory, the Yinning Thunder God originated in ancient times when an ancestor of the Zhou family tribe, a demigod with immense power, used supernatural means to alter fate. Ultimately, this demigod became a fire deity by merging with a statue and then receiving veneration through generations. Through centuries of worship and continuous faith, this quasi-god aiming to become a fire deity seems to have genuinely awakened, transforming into a true god. Therefore, the Zhou family tribe plans a grand ceremony to celebrate the return of the Yinning Thunder God. Chapter 263. The god is not present. They are still mobilizing manpower to search for and snatch treasures in order to accelerate the awakening of Yinning Thunder God from his slumber and achieve his final transformation. The divine fruit eaten by ordinary people was obtained under the guidance of the Yinning Thunder God. Ellie spoke respectfully. Xander listened, squinting his eyes. Yinning Thunder God, an ancient thunder deity, but also a fake one. This Zhou family tribe has its own ambitions. Since the god is not present, they simply made themselves into gods. Quite resourceful. And they managed to find such treasures as the divine fruits. Yinning Thunder God, Zhou family tribe, having deities among mortals, quite formidable indeed. Worth discussing? My god's words are true. That Yinning Thunder God, who had the intention to become a deity and the ancestor of the Zhou family tribe, is extraordinary, far beyond the ordinary. His identity is mysterious. It seems he knows much about many hidden treasures in the world. Under the guidance of a deity, the Zhou family tribe tirelessly searches for these treasures. Not only have their efforts not decreased, but they have intensified and become more frequent. Because of the deity's guidance, every time they search, they reap rich rewards. Ellie continued introducing. Xander's heart burned with excitement upon hearing this. Yinning Thunder God? This is clearly a treasure detector. How impressive. If he could make this Yinning Thunder God his asset, wouldn't he be able to satisfy himself completely? The gains would be unimaginable. Xander felt increasingly eager. He couldn't wait to grab Yinning Thunder God and use him as a treasure-seeking rat. Of course, his opponent wouldn't submit easily. So, the method Xander would employ would probably be even more violent. Black eating black. It's truly a stroke of luck for the Zhou family tribe. And Ellie even more so. Believer Ellie, you have achieved much in your endeavors to seek revenge while remembering your god. Your efforts shall be rewarded. What kind of reward? Naturally, it would be the blessing of the god. Xander raised his hand, and divine powers descended. Under the radiant light of divine power, Ellie's potential began to improve. He was already a person of remarkable talent, and with such an enhancement, his future prospects were promising. After enhancing his natural talent, spiritual energy surged through him like rivers, cleansing his body. Ellie's cultivation improved dramatically under the powerful influence of divine power. In a flash, his level broke through to reach late-stage 3rd heaven realm, on par with Bob. The significant boost left Ellie elated, bowing deeply. My great God, my supreme God. This is what it means to practice without restraint, to be shaped by the heavens. At that moment, Ellie was filled with boundless gratitude towards Damien, honorable deity, loyalty, and profound reverence. Only a god could be so terrifying, so mighty. What seemed to defy common sense and be unchallengeable to mortals. My God above, my God above. Ellie knelt on the ground, full of awe. On that day, when Little Imo village received blessings, he witnessed everything and longed for such divine protection himself. Now, he finally achieved his wish. Believer Ellie, when you return, remain vigilant towards the Zhou family tribe. Do not slack off. Keep a close watch on Yinning Thunder God. Any movements, any developments, report back immediately for my use. As you are blessed, receive infinite blessings from the heavens. The voice of the god was stern and absolute, as if stating universal truths. I shall obey the divine decree. Ellie bowed his head in agreement. He willingly undertook this task. After all, even without the god's command, he would still do it, trying every possible way to make those detestable people pay. Of course, now with the god's blessing and divine guidance, Ellie would act more cautiously. After issuing the order, Xander tossed something to him. This book can transmit messages instantly over long distances. Keep it safe and use it to report back if there's any situation. Ellie responded. Understood, my lord. But Ellie did not leave. Xander realized there was something else on his mind. If you have any requests, speak up. Ellie shouted. My god, in a few days, will be Ewing's wedding day. Then Ewing, the son of the Zhou family tribe chief, will marry the daughter of the Fangma tribe chief. On this joyous day, I, a commoner, wish to do something beforehand to ease my mind. What do you want to do? My god, I thought of transforming Ewing into my likeness, then taking him back to the Zhou family tribe. Given Ewing's character, he won't settle down quietly. If Chief Hongwu of the Zhou family tribe intends to retaliate or even kills him out of anger, if Ewing dies at his own hands, oh, that truly would be a most joyful day. Ellie said with a gleam in his eye. Xander raised an eyebrow. Good kid, quite imaginative. Do as you please, you have my permission. A single sentence filled Ellie with joy. With the god's support, no matter how vast the world, nothing would be impossible for him. Having conveyed his main purpose and achieving his desire, Ellie respectfully retreated and left the temple, returning to the Zhou family tribe. Following the divine war within the various villages of Long Mountain, Imo family tribe, guided by Stephanie, now stood before the renovated land, witnessing the grace and grandeur of the deity once again. On the newly formed square after the land renovation, everyone gathered around. Now the Imo family tribe was genuinely a sizable tribe with a population exceeding 1,000. Upon upgrading from Little Imo village to a tribe, Abdur, formerly a village elder, naturally ascended to the position of tribal chief. Stephanie, as the temple priestess who could speak the word of the deity, held an even higher status, akin to a demigod, untouchable and sacred. In the square, a majestic statue stood, exuding divine authority. The people gathered around the statue's empty space. These people were not originally from Little Imo village. They surrendered after being defeated and were forcibly assimilated into the Imo family tribe. They knew little about many things and had no idea what would happen next, leading to their anxiety and fear. However, not everyone was afraid. Some were curious, gazing curiously at the majestic statue. They had heard that the Damien honorable deity had appeared in Little Imo village, but not having experienced it firsthand, it was hard to believe. While ancient traditions passed down through generations held that every tribe and village had worshippers and offerings to deities, no one had actually seen a god. Their ancestors had never seen one either. Only the tales from 10,000 years ago spoke of deities, which is why the faith persisted. But how could stories from 10,000 years ago be verified? Who knew if they were true? So, they could only rely on their experiences and their perception of the world to affirm something. No gods exist in the world. What they called gods were merely creations from ancient times when life was harsh, seeking solace in the sky and finding hope in their hearts. Just that, and nothing more. Chapter 264. Stubborn to the death. Their understanding had always been so, but after arriving at Xiaoma family village, they discovered that something was amiss. It seemed as though there truly were gods in Xiaoma family village, ancient era gods that actually existed. Otherwise, how could an otherwise unremarkable village like Xiaoma family village suddenly become so powerful and conquer all of Damien within the blink of an eye? However, this conflicted with their deeply rooted belief that gods did not exist. Despite everything, a significant portion of people still doubted whether the revered god of Damien truly existed. As for Xander, he didn't care one bit about the doubt-filled expressions of these mortals while inside the temple. After all, as a human himself, Xander understood humans better than anyone else. Humans could be stubbornly defiant. Even if a fact existed, if it didn't align with their preconceptions, they would simply ignore it. Sounds quite irritating, right? Exactly, humans were indeed this troublesome. So, as a deity, Xander no longer cared about what these people thought. At this moment, he felt like a worker slacking off, waiting only for his shift to end. After a brief wait following the gathering of people, a long and distant horn echoed through the air. The priests then escorted Stephanie, the spokesperson of the god and chief priestess of the temple, in a formation resembling stars surrounding the moon. She stepped onto the altar with great reverence. Stephanie's appearance caused the square to fall into complete silence. Even the weight of breathing seemed to diminish. Everyone's eyes were drawn towards her. The villagers of Xiaoma family village looked at Stephanie with immense pride and reverence. The reverence made sense. She was the spokesperson of the god and the chief priestess. But the pride stemmed from the same reason. Although Xiaoma family village was indeed a remnant of the ancient Moyashan, how many sacrifices or beliefs did they offer to the revered god of Damien? Look at the dilapidated temple ravaged by time. If they were honest with themselves, they couldn't provide a specific number because there had been none. Only in the past decade, since ivory emerged, and especially in recent days when divine might descended, did they twist their understanding and truly believe. Thus, the god, forgiving past grievances, chose Stephanie as the temple's high priestess, a fact that filled them with pride. Currently, Xiaoma family village could barely keep up with other villages in Damien, possibly lagging behind. The revered god of Damien could easily choose someone from another village. Yet, he chose Stephanie because she was outstanding enough to be favored by the god. Therefore, they felt proud and hopeful that under Stephanie's leadership, their tribe could return to the prosperity of the ancient Moyashan. Standing on the altar, Stephanie began to speak. Our God is magnificent and delivers his will to humanity. Now, once again, we shall bless our believers, purify their essence, and enhance their cultivation. However, only those who have sincere faith in our God are worthy of his blessing and purification. You, outsiders, do not believe. You are not from Xiaoma family village. You do not understand the power of the gods. You have never seen it, thus you do not believe. But I believe you have seen the strength and invincibility of Xiaoma family village's warriors. In the not-so-distant past, our village was just as weak and vulnerable as yours. Yet, because of the god's blessings and protection, we grew strong. We became formidable, changed, and improved. Look around. All the villagers here have reached the first celestial realm. Even young boys possess this power, and there are numerous third celestial realm warriors among us. This power comes solely from our belief in the god. If you too could share this faith, loyalty, and devotion, the god, impartial and benevolent, would grant you blessings, changing your life and your future. Infinite prospects, infinite glory await. Her voice was not loud but deeply resonant, like invisible bullets piercing hearts. Those who listened, not being blind, could indeed see the remarkable strength of the villagers of Xiaoma family village, standing tall amidst commoners. Especially the 10-odd figures exuding powerful auras, making hearts tremble. Gods, do gods really exist? Some were nearly tormented by conflicting long-held beliefs and reality. Others were more straightforward. Of course, gods must be real. Indeed, without the gods, why would we have been conquered? Why would we be gathered here now? If Xiaoma family village had such power before, why wait till now? They must have gained this power recently. All this, because of the god's blessings. If I can change and grow as they have, why not believe in the god? Magnificent god, supreme deity. Faithful believers pray for the god to bless us with strength. Many started kneeling and worshipping, yet some remained stubbornly defiant, ignoring facts, doubting the existence of gods. They stood firm in their disbelief. But regardless of whether they knelt or stood, Stephanie's words remained the same. Our magnificent god does not bless without reason. Everything comes at a cost. According to the rules of the universe, sacrifice is required. One must offer lifespan as tribute to gain blessings. Elderly give less, younger more. Without tribute, without belief, without sincerity, there can be no blessings. Chapter 265, Conflicted Faith. Those who sincerely offer tribute, the greater the offering, the more blessings you receive. I, the great deity, have always been fair. However, upon hearing this, the others could barely contain their incredulity. What kind of thing is this? Using lifespan as an offering? Isn't this just a roundabout way of killing them? So someone immediately voiced their doubts aloud. No one had ever heard of such a tradition in Ellison family village. But hearing these objections, the villagers of Ellison family village grew enraged. Such baseless talk. Offering tribute to our deity, the mighty and exalted Longshan deity, has been passed down since the flourishing era of Mo Mountain, all the way to today. Every one of us, from the elders to the children, holds firm belief in the deity. Even the servants of the deity and the temple priests dedicate thousands of years of their lifespans to be favored by the god, demonstrating unwavering devotion. Although we may not match the high priests, each of us contributes several decades or even centuries of life. It's only because of this that we've achieved what we see today. Now it's your turn, and all you want is benefits without any contribution? Do you really think there are such free lunches under heaven and earth? With such pitiful attitudes, do you deserve the blessing of our deity? Divine grace is supreme. Do you even deserve it? You are truly a group that cannot discern the situation. The benevolence of the deity is unmatched, yet you dare question him without knowing gratitude. You should die 10,000 deaths. The people of Ellison family village were especially enraged, as doubting the deity was the greatest form of disrespect. Currently, the village can be considered fanatics in their faith. If anyone dared to speak ill of the deity or doubt his existence before them, they they would consider it a test of their patience not to retaliate immediately. The fury of Ellison family village was indeed terrifying. Though the village population numbered just over 100, if a fight broke out, these 100-odd people could easily overwhelm the thousands. Like slaughtering chickens and dogs, it would be simple. Thus, under this raging suppression, the voices of dissent naturally subsided. Ellison family village is now part of the Emo clan tribe, blessed by the deity. You, having escaped death and joining the tribe, must remember. Follow the rules. Remember, in our Emo clan tribe, the deity, Longshan deity, is the ultimate presence and cannot be desecrated. Any who show disrespect toward our deity will not be spared by me as a temple priest. I have already said several times that the greatness of our deity is always balanced. Those who genuinely believe in our deity will receive great fortune, making their lives worthwhile. Stephanie's voice sounded again. Faced with coercion, enticement, and no choice whatsoever, the first person knelt down. He prostrated himself and loudly declared, "A humble civilian offers a tribute of 180 years of lifespan for Longshan deity." With the first one kneeling, others followed. From 180 years to 60, 200, 100 years. All knelt down one after another. Guided by Stephanie, they loudly proclaimed their devotion to the deity. Whether they were sincere or not, the deity could certainly sense it. The crown within the temple nodded. No wonder those tycoons love having beautiful secretaries. Now he understood, not only pleasing to the eye but also incredibly useful. Stephanie deserved commendation. And in the crown's ears, notifications began pouring in. Ding. Received believers offering 100 years of lifespan. Ding. Received believers offering 146 years of lifespan. Ding. Received believers offering 70 years of lifespan. Ding. Received believers offering 23 years of lifespan. Numbers big and small, whole and fractional. Initially, a few decades or a century didn't seem like much, but with numbers on their side, it added up quickly. After all, he had been listening to the continuous chimes for quite some time. Once this massive lifespan contribution ended, Miles glanced at his remaining lifespan balance and confirmed something. He could finally take his long-suffering main body out of that eerie place. However, this wasn't even close to the full potential of these thousands of people. Though Miles had received tens of thousands of years of lifespan, which was indeed a huge gain, this only represented a small fraction of the thousands total. The vast majority hadn't contributed at all. Plainly put, their hearts weren't true, nor were they devoted to the deity. For these people, Miles wouldn't tolerate their insincerity. They could just go away. Miles immediately used divine sound to inform Stephanie about this. Those who do not devoutly worship the deity don't deserve his blessings. So Miles directly provided a list. Everyone whose name was not on it was ordered to leave the square. For handling these insincere followers later, Miles made no immediate plans. But they must first pay the price for their insincerity. Upon receiving the divine command, Stephanie couldn't help but feel infuriated. What? After such earnest persuasion, there are still those who don't believe in the deity. With divine light injected into her mind, Stephanie understood the list perfectly. Her eyes, already distanced from humanity, turned colder. Addressing everyone, she declared, when bestowing blessings and grace, the exalted deity will personally descend to protect us. Blessings will begin shortly, but there is one matter that needs re-emphasis. Only the sincerely faithful can receive our deity's blessings. So, I will now read names. Those named may remain to receive the deity's blessing and purification. Those not called lack qualification and shall be expelled. Everyone present was shaken by this announcement. Naturally, the villagers of Ellison family village were furious. They hadn't expected anyone trying to exploit the situation. As for those who realized they hadn't contributed, some began regretting it, but too late. Stephanie started reading names immediately. Those not called were expelled on the spot by the deity's followers. About 3/10 of the thousands remained. Around 1,000 individuals. These were the lucky ones who grasped the opportunity. Some, despite having luck right before their faces, managed to dodge it. In the end, they'd boast, "Look how agile I am. They couldn't touch me." For such people, their failure and lack of achievement were fitting. Moved by these thoughts, Miles manifested divine light and descended. Instantly, radiant divine light shook the entire Emo clan tribe. The mighty deity appeared in the sky, watching over humanity. Divine might resonated. Longshan deity, the supreme and exalted one, welcomes you as he descends to earth. Everyone in Ellison family village knelt down instantly. Others instinctively crouched, pupils contracting in awe. Was there really a deity? Yes, there was really a deity. They were now deeply grateful to have chosen to believe in the deity during their struggles. To all these thoughts, Miles was oblivious. He merely made an appearance and emitted divine light. In that moment, divine grace descended upon the world. Chapter 266, Divine Favor. Under the blessing of the divine, people's physical constitution and aptitude would be enhanced. Their cultivation would also increase dramatically. Such an encounter could be described as a tremendous stroke of luck, without any exaggeration. As the divine light descended upon the earth, cries of astonishment erupted among the populace. Changes were happening. Me, I actually broke through to the third heaven? The third heaven? A voice burst out from the crowd. This person was originally at the second heaven stage, which made him one of the top warriors in his village. But now, he had advanced even further, reaching the third heaven. Even in a tribe, he would undoubtedly be considered a formidable warrior. And this leap from the second heaven to the third heaven took only the blink of an eye. Is this even possible? Not an illusion? Not a hallucination? It's really happening? This is too incredible. He couldn't help but exclaim, his belief in the existence of the divine surging uncontrollably. O mighty deity! O mighty deity! Respected Longshan deity, vast and incomparable, we, mere mortals, are pitiful and willing to sincerely venerate you. My deity is infinite. My deity is infinite. The person genuinely knelt on the ground, his demeanor bordering on madness as he continuously kowtowed to the mighty deity with increasing fervor. His eyes blazed with fanaticism. My cultivation, did it really advance to the first heaven? Unimaginable. The deity truly exists. Respected Longshan deity, supremely vast and incomparable. Deity above all deities. Above all, we, lowly mortals, wish to venerate you. Eternally and wholeheartedly, we shall faithfully serve our deity forevermore. All those remaining in the plaza received the blessings of the deity and experienced the transformation that came with it. Nothing could be more convincing than the actual enhancement of their own realms and aptitudes. Therefore, anyone who doubted just a moment ago now became the most devout followers of the great deity. Their hearts surged with boundless excitement and exhilaration. Belief in the deity brought them enormous gains, affirming both the supremacy of talent and the supremacy of the deity. Their minds and thoughts became disoriented due to this tremendous transformation, yet they were utterly immersed in it, wishing for more opportunities like this. In stark contrast were those who had been expelled from the central square. Due to their lack of devotion, they were driven out of the square, only to witness the transformations occurring in the bodies of those who remained. Instantaneously, intense regret washed over them, causing them to pound their chests in frustration. Why not me? Why can't it be me? The deity truly exists. Respected Longshan deity really exists. Being able to break through realms, what's the sacrifice of a mere lifespan compared to this? I shouldn't have doubted. Divine grace above, and I missed this opportunity? The deity really exists. Oh heavens above, please give me another chance. I am such a complete fool. An opportunity to change fate presented itself, and I let it slip away. If only there was a second chance. Regrets echoed endlessly. They envied those who received divine favor to the utmost extent. However, the world doesn't provide remedies for regret. Once certain opportunities are missed, they are truly gone. Time won't rewind due to your remorse. Xander felt no sympathy for these people. He wouldn't bless them again. Disbelief in the deity comes with a price. Only by enduring the consequences could one truly understand the proper attitude towards the deity. Absolute reverence and never any disrespect. Xander then instructed Bob to assemble the first divine army, consisting of 100 members meeting the standard of third heaven, prioritizing those with greater devotion. Bob nodded in response. Next, Xander told Stephanie to visit the mountain god temple, where some matters needed private instruction. Following this, the divine light vanished under everyone's gaze, and Xander instantly returned to the divine statue inside the temple. He was becoming increasingly adept at performing his duties as a deity. Moments later, Stephanie rushed in, immediately genuflecting reverently. "O mighty deity, rise." Xander summoned Stephanie for a reward. Initially, her role as a divine servant resulted from a transaction. However, she performed exceptionally well, especially as the high priestess of the temple, staunchly upholding his authority and handling numerous human affairs on his behalf, proving to be an excellent secretary. These contributions might go unnoticed or be taken for granted by others, but Xander, as the leader, believed rewarding outstanding employees was appropriate. Xander produced an item, presenting it to Stephanie, whose eyes widened. This object is divine. Though redundant, what mattered was its function. Stephanie, blessed by heaven, had unfortunately suffered from evil erosion due to distorted celestial rules, severely limiting her potential. If not for Xander's arrival, her reduced talent would make even reaching the peak of the mountain realm seem distant, let alone the heaven realm. To put it bluntly, the compromised Stephanie slightly outperformed the geniuses within the 9 seas and 3 great powers of Xianxia, despite her significantly reduced aptitude. It sounded absurd, but this was the nature of this world. Talent has no upper limit because every 500 years, there is the heavenly blessing. Those who survive will see their talents boosted. Thus, if one can withstand the heavenly tribulation, eventually achieving perfection in the heaven realm and entering the realm of demigods is not strange. The reason for this significant disparity was the low standards in the 9 seas and 3 great powers, particularly the overt ones, making them appear inferior. The so-called 3 major powers had only existed for an insignificant amount of time. But now, with this divine object, Stephanie could restore her true potential. At that point, comparing her to the geniuses of the 9 seas and 3 great powers would be insulting, as even a place like Yunshan Sword Academy wouldn't deserve the comparison. The Mo clan tribe, capable of producing 103rd heaven warriors, made places like Yunshan Sword Academy seem like ants. At that time, Stephanie would be comparable to the elite who were qualified to become deities or saints. Hearing this, Stephanie's heart trembled. She was surprised, having never realized her inherent talent. She thought her reversed fate was solely due to divine favor. Never did she imagine that she was destined to be favored from the start. She was a genius, merely suffering from evil corruption. Stephanie felt a sudden urge to cry, forgiving her fragility on this matter due to past insecurities about her talents. Gratitude to our deity. Stephanie thanked sincerely. Xander chuckled. He affirmed that this was Stephanie's rightful reward. It was only natural for an outstanding, devoted believer to receive divine favor. If even the heavens showed excessive favoritism to some, how much more should a deity do so? Chapter 267. The Zhou family tribe. Xander placed great importance on Cade. She already possessed the divine blessing that had turned her fate around, and now Xander had bestowed upon her the scroll of eternity. What Xander wanted was for Cade to become a god. To be clear, Xander couldn't stay as the Chang'an god forever. It was, after all, someone else's divine position. Moreover, he felt his future and prospects should not be limited to being a mere god. Achieving the status of an emperor was his first small goal. When he initially escorted Huayang Long for the first time, he had already made this decision. Thus, after he left, even if in the future Cade would care as little about being a mere god as he did, there would still be a period when she needed to take up the mantle of the Chang'an god or the god of this land. Xander acted as both a boss and an experienced predecessor. He intended to teach everything to Cade, the newcomer, before withdrawing. Cade, with her quick wit, was deeply touched by the trust the god showed in her. After many instructions, the divine light merged into the statue, and the entire temple once again became silent. Meanwhile, Xander indeed wasn't in the temple anymore. Through the divine statue transmission, he had returned to his original body. Standing on a small island opposite the river of death, he gazed at the seemingly endless river and then looked at the terrifying celestial path ahead, which could cause even gods to meet their end. Despite this, Xander wore a confident and joyful smile. Finally, the day had come, and finally, he seized the opportunity to leave this cursed place. Clasping his fists tightly, Xander reflected on his lifespan, which was now nearly 200,000 years. 200,000 years. After the Balang Hoitdom disappeared, the world changed drastically, and countless large organizations rose and fell over 10,000 years. Now, with a lifespan of 200,000 years, how could he possibly not escape this celestial path? Before leaving, Xander told Willie one more thing. He explained that he had grasped the means to leave and now only needed time to accumulate enough strength. Eventually, he could lead out everyone from the Unrest realm. However, as for everyone in the Unrest realm, well, don't count on it. Willie remained calm upon hearing this. He always trusted the master completely and didn't worry about the master's inability to save them or not intending to do so. As for Bede, he was very moved. He was a true prisoner in the Unrest realm, and compared to those in City 18 who had lost all hope, he still held onto a sliver of hope. He desperately yearned to leave the Unrest realm, even if death awaited him outside. If only he could see the scenery of freedom once more before dying. After some brief instructions, Xander left again. Now back in his original body, he stepped onto the celestial path. With each step, his lifespan rapidly decreased at an alarming rate. His expression remained relatively calm, though acquiring longevity wasn't as easy for him as it was for Hua Lingang. After expending over 100,000 years of lifespan, a glimmer of hope appeared at the end. Finally reaching the top of the celestial path, Xander felt the liberation he long awaited. How difficult it had been. If Xander were as selfish as Kelvin, he could have gone wild without caring about anyone else's fate. But unfortunately, Xander hadn't degraded himself to that level. He always treated his own people like angels. Entering the divine statue space with his original body, Xander didn't waste time. With mighty divine power, he forcibly pulled Ewing into the space. It was unclear what kind of torture Ewing had endured, but he appeared dazed and mentally unstable. Still alive, though. In the Scroll of Eternity, there was a divine technique capable of twisting the memories of mortals. While Xander had heard of such powers before, witnessing it firsthand revealed its miraculous nature. Truly a divine-level technique, superior to human capabilities. The greatest advantage of this memory-altering divine technique was controlling others' actions. For instance, Ewing would never harm his own father, but with this technique, he might. It was an extremely ruthless method. Still, it paled in comparison to Kelvin, as the effect lasted only a day or two at most. Kelvin's ruthlessness lingered for 10,000 years. Though brief, it sufficed for Xander's plan. After a short wait, he took Ewing toward the Zhou family tribe. An interesting drama was about to unfold. Where was the Zhou family tribe? Not too far from Leichi. Like the Mo family tribe, it was also situated in a mountainous area. The Zhou family tribe got its name from residing on Zhou Mountain. During the Balang Hoidom era, it was called Zhou Mountain, and they continued the tradition. It took some time to reach the Zhou family tribe, even for a celestial realm powerhouse. For mountain realm or mortal travelers, it was near impossible, especially considering the monsters along the way. In this world, both humans and monsters were formidable. Xander instantly left Chang'an Mountain with Ewing and proceeded on his own. Reaching the Zhou family tribe took less time. The tribe, having existed for a long time, no longer felt primitive like Little Mo village. It gradually resembled a city-state, evident from the flourishing architecture. The leader's residence stood out prominently. From afar, it was clear this was where the chief resided. The architecture was exquisite, reflecting the effort put into it. Compared to Little Mo village, or even the current Mo family tribe, it seemed superior. However, Xander believed the Mo family tribe would surpass it soon. Hiding Ewing, Xander used the primordial jewel's avatar to blend into the void, entering the Zhou family tribe unnoticed. The tribe was bustling with activity and festive cheer, celebrating the wedding of the chief's son. Laughter filled the air. Finding Ellie, who was impersonating Ewing and warmly welcoming guests, was easy. His sincere smile made it hard to doubt he wasn't the real Ewing. Another person beside Ellie caught attention. A dignified man exuding authority. Hashtag chapter 268, the Sky Thunder God. This person was none other than the leader of the entire Zhou family tribe. Undoubtedly, the absolute ruler of the land. Hung Davon Wu. Hung Davon Wu was at the late stage of the third heaven realm. He was evenly matched with Ellie, who had been blessed by a god. Of course, the Zhou family tribe, being so large, couldn't rely solely on its leader at the late third heaven realm to hold up the facade. Xander could sense that powerful aura immediately upon arrival. The true pillars of the Zhou family tribe were at the fourth heaven realm. For a tribe of only a few thousand people to have individuals at the fourth heaven realm, this world was definitely much more formidable than the Xian Clement Nine Seas. Xander frowned. His main concern was that the Zhou family tribe worshipped their own god with unwavering faith. To change their beliefs would be as difficult as moving a mountain. Naturally, he could disregard this issue and simply kill the staunch believers while enslaving the others. But Xander realized there were many in the Zhou family tribe like Ellie. Similar to the Moore family tribe, some members had been expelled from the central square. Regardless of the approach, he needed to understand one thing first: the Zhou family's god. The Zhou family revered the Yin-Ning Thunder God. Xander found this intriguing because he had never seen what a true god looked like. Though he was currently masquerading as a god, he had never encountered a genuine one. Since the wedding was still some time away, he decided to go and witness the majesty of the Thunder God. Where was the Thunder God? He resided on Mount Zhou, at its highest peak known as the Sky Thunder Peak. Lightning danced brilliantly atop the peak, casting an awe-inspiring presence. The buildings covered by lightning were the Thunder God Temple, which looked far more magnificent than the Broken Mountain God Temple of the Damien-honored deity. This truly exuded the air of a god. Standing before it made one feel insignificant, filled with an uncontrollable sense of reverence. It was evident that over 10,000 years, the Thunder God had thrived. As for the Damien-honored deity, who had ended up dead, it was best not to mention. The temple was guarded by sentinels clad in heavy, unique armor, illuminated by lightning, appearing like divine warriors defending it with great authority. However, even these imposing guards could not detect Xander, who effortlessly approached the temple. Inside, he saw a towering statue, a truly colossal figure, almost like a giant mech. This was the Yinning Thunder God, the god of Mount Zhou. This place once had an ancient god, but gods can die too. Without followers, they cease to exist. The death of the Zhou Mountain Thunder God was a result of the expansion of the Northern Wolf Hoitdom in ancient times. Back then, the Northern Wolf Hoitdom was incredibly powerful, conquering territories far and wide. They absorbed local gods. Those who resisted were erased from existence. The might of the Northern Wolf Hoitdom shook countless lands. Yet, even such a mighty kingdom eventually met its demise. During the collapse of the Northern Wolf Hoitdom, a branch of the Mo family flourished under the kingdom's glory. After the kingdom's downfall, this branch disintegrated. One individual from the Mo family left and came to Mount Zhou, renaming himself Adamir. Using Mount Zhou's name, he created the Zhou family tribe. Despite his power, Adamir couldn't escape the cycle of life and death. He discovered a statue left behind by the original Zhou Mountain god and used a secret technique to transfer his own true spirit into it, aiming to replace the old god and become the Yinning Thunder God. After Adamir disappeared from the human world, the faith in the Yinning Thunder God emerged and has been worshipped day and night to this day. With just a trace of divine power, he had achieved his goal of becoming a god. Xander blinked. In other words, the current Yinning Thunder God wasn't worth worrying about? Still, it was surprising to learn that the root of the Zhou family tribe was actually Mo family mountain. That must mean the Mo family had indeed been prosperous back then. And this Adamir was quite ambitious, attempting to become a god and achieve immortality. While many powerful beings at the divine realm could easily surpass a regional deity, regarding longevity, having followers and offerings extended a god's lifespan indefinitely. Even after dying once, a god could potentially resurrect with enough accumulated faith over time. Adamir knew what he was pursuing. He wanted immortality, not merely becoming a supreme emperor. Hence, he used the secret method to embed his true spirit into the temple statue, amassing tens of thousands of years of offerings to become a god. And his plot had succeeded. Everything unfolded as planned. Under the cumulative faith of the Zhou family tribe, the former Zhou Mountain god had been replaced by the new Yinning Thunder God. Even as an adversary, one couldn't help but admire this man. However, for a false deity like Xander, this trace of divine power posed no threat. If the true Damien-honored deity were present, the Yinning Thunder God would be incomparable. With no other god obstructing him, Xander could act freely among mere mortals, doing as he pleased. After confirming this information, Xander initially intended to leave but didn't, as he noticed something, or rather, someone else. Others had arrived at Mount Zhou, referred to as the Sky Thunder God's disciples. These people were peculiar. They weren't from the Zhou family tribe or this world. They came from outside, just like Xander. Approaching them swiftly from the void, using only his physical sight, Xander observed these strange figures. Judging from their attire and equipment, he deduced that these guys were grave robbers. Upon scanning them, their details became clear. The leader was named Omar, a descendant of the North Mountain Tomb Raiding clan, a family of exceptional tomb raiders with profound cultivation, innate talents, and valuable skills. A seasoned tomb raider if there ever was one. This was genuinely a group of significant tomb raiders. While their background reminded Xander of Alan's tomb raiding clan, they clearly originated from different regions, making it hard to compare their strengths directly. Clearly, these people had plans for Mount Zhou, though it remained unknown what specific graves held interest here. Regardless, Xander felt a surge of excitement. The presence of tombs indicated bodies, and where there are bodies, even without his two trusted generals, he could handle anything. Chapter 269, Celestial Favor, Conclusion. Suddenly, Miles sensed pressure. Where was this pressure coming from? His powerful divine senses searched everywhere, trying to catch the hidden eyes that watched him. An illusion? Could it be an illusion? No, Miles did not believe in illusions. Don't look for it. With your eyes, you can't find it. The voice, it was heard by his ears, perceived by his mind, resonated in his soul, a voice emerging directly within his very spirit. Miles froze. He realized with astonishment that he couldn't move. This sensation of time being halted, as if time itself had come to a standstill around him, felt all too familiar. What is this? A time seal? A time seal? And it was incredibly powerful. He couldn't even speak. Who are you? Who are you? Unable to speak, Miles could only ask in his heart. At this moment, what filled his heart was not anger but shock, disbelief. Who am I? Haha, does that question matter? To a dead man, does it matter? Miles tried to struggle but found it impossible. He called out to the system that had always assisted him so much. There was no response at all. What's happening? Just what is this power I'm facing? Do not struggle. How can a creation rebel against its creator? Do you think your system, your advantage, came from anywhere else? Everything is because of me, nothing more than a toy I casually created. In front of the creator, creation should merely serve as decoration, sufficient to be arranged and displayed. The tone of that voice was self-conversational, completely dismissive of him, which made Miles feel extremely uncomfortable. But what upset him most was that he, who owned the primordial gem and was accustomed to feeling invincible, now felt fear of death. You must have many questions you cannot comprehend. But do you think those people you manipulated and destroyed in your schemes understood everything? They spent centuries, millennia, Even tens of millennia building their efforts and accumulation, shattered by someone like you in less than a decade. Can you understand that kind of pain? They didn't understand either. They were once blessed too. When they were destroyed by you, they were bewildered as well. They perished and lost into history, never knowing the answer. But you are fortunate because you will be personally declared by me. Declared? Declared what? Miles's fear grew stronger. More than anything, he wished that voice wouldn't speak. But voices can't be stopped, especially one above all others here. Yesterday, heaven said, "It's over." So today, I formally announce that your celestial favor has ended. Miles's pupils constricted, and his body, supposedly indestructible and protected by the primordial gem, crumbled into non-existence. The vast world did not collapse because of Miles's death, just like countless others who had died before him. After their deaths, the world continued to exist, continued to spin. Countless lives remained active, waiting for their own celestial favor to descend. Waiting for the day when that celestial favor would eventually end. Willie sat at the edge of the small island. Beat spoke passionately about the things he wanted to do after gaining freedom. Nanchang River led the group kneeling before the broken arm, beseeching the ancestors to bless their peace. Bob clenched his fists, training the divine guard to uphold the dignity of the god, a heavy burden on his shoulders. Stephanie opened the book of Long Zun. After her corruption was cleansed, she could distinctly feel her body becoming lighter and learning faster. She wouldn't disappoint the god or herself. Abdur looked at the crowded Emo family tribe, smiling broadly despite his limited lifespan. The flame of glory for Mount Emo family was reigniting, and he was deeply pleased. Ellie eyed Hung Davon Wu, planning the torment for him, vowing to repay blood debts with blood. Danilo felt his burden finally lifted. His sister had successfully entered Red Dragon Spirit Academy with a bright future ahead. He was content even if he died now, but he wouldn't seek death actively since he still needed to repay the elders' kindness and was excited about his new life. Trent and Anatole sat together, eating, drinking, and chatting. They often mentioned Davon Binglong. If the old master were alive, he'd marvel at his son's progress, something even gods would admire. Ardle still sat by his fortune-telling stall. Divine calculator, they say you predict with such accuracy, speaking words directly from heaven? Ardle raised his eyes. Before him stood a child, possibly 12 or 13 years old, poorly dressed. Ardle was surprised. Another untraceable fate. What's wrong, divine calculator? You're staring at me. Did you see something? Ardle shook his head, got up, and asked the boy to pack up the stall. This land of Huangyun City is still too small. Perhaps in the future, you should venture out and see more. Hey, divine calculator, why are you leaving? I'll pay. Ardle simply waved his hand. He laughed from the heart. Heaven's will is unpredictable. Truly unpredictable. End.